Family, who would have thought that I felt sorry for Hermione being bullied, and the bully was mysteriously hung on a tree. And it turned out that I did it. I was hit by a truck and ended up in the Harry Potter world, and I got a god-level choice system, gaining the power of silence. After using this power to punish the bullies, I went to the zoo and encountered another system choice. It was so exciting. Let me tell you, this whole thing is just absurd to the point of being ridiculous. One moment I was feeling sorry for my little genius Hermione being bullied in school. And the next moment, good heavens, those little brats were directly hung on a branch by a mysterious force. I was standing right next to them, completely dumbfounded, thinking, what is going on? Which kid has such power? And guess what? It was indeed me who did it. This story is a long one, and it all starts from when I was hit by a truck. Oh no, I mean into the Harry Potter world. In my previous life, I was somewhat of a hero. I pushed a child aside on the roadside and got hit by a truck, getting formatted in one go. When I opened my eyes again, the map refreshed immediately. I woke up in a very retro British-style room. The sunlight was blinding. Next to me was a little girl with brown curly hair and big eyes, shouting in a perfect London accent towards the door, "Dad, Mum, he's awake." At that moment, my brain was still a mess, and I thought, where is this? Didn't I get hit by a truck? How come I'm in someone else's house instead of the hospital? Then the little girl turned to me and hit me with a series of soul-searching questions. Hello, what's your name? Do you remember what happened? Where's your home? I instinctively wanted to adjust my glasses, only to find nothing there. Rubbing my eyes again, family, who understands? This world instantly upgraded from 480p to 4K Blu-ray in my eyes. I could see every little hair on the little girl's face clearly. Wow, getting hit by a truck also comes with a free femtosecond surgery? This is a huge profit. Just as I was enjoying this, I took a closer look at the little girl, and the more I looked, the more familiar she seemed. My CPU was almost overheating. The name was right on the tip of my tongue, but I just couldn't remember. I was there umming and ahhing for a long time, which made the little girl frown and ask me, "Do you know me?" Brown curly hair, beautiful eyes. My mind went boom, and I finally remembered. Hermione Granger. I blurted out. The moment the words left my mouth, little Hermione's eyes widened like saucers, and her neck shrank back in surprise, looking completely startled. Seeing her reaction, I realized I had said something wrong, so I quickly changed the subject. Why am I here? After saying that, I was stunned. I just realized that since I woke up, I had been speaking fluent English, equipped with simultaneous interpretation capabilities. Little Hermione saw my dazed expression and explained that I had suddenly appeared on the street a few days ago and was accidentally hit by her dad while driving. I tell you, she emphasized the word accidentally. Her dad took me to the hospital for a checkup, and there was nothing wrong, just that I was unconscious and they couldn't find my family. Out of a sense of responsibility, they brought me home. Hearing this, my eyebrows furrowed to the point of being able to crush a fly. I was clearly taken away by a big truck. How could her little car have that kind of power? There was definitely something going on. Just as I was pondering this, little Hermione thought I was dumb because I hadn't spoken for a long time, so she waved her hand in front of my eyes. I helplessly pushed her little hand away, and just that motion made me exclaim, "Whose little arms and legs are these? How could my adult hand be this small?" I jumped out of bed, grabbed the mirror on the table, and to my surprise, I saw a little boy who looked somewhat like me when I was a child, full of collagen. I was completely dumbfounded with 10,000 sheep running through my mind. Not only had I crossed over, but I had also turned back into a child. What on earth is going on? Just as I was questioning my life, I heard a ding in my head. My long-awaited system finally activated. A very pleasant voice rang out, "Ding. Detecting host's emotional stability. Condition good. System auto-activated." Stable? Stable my ass. I almost cursed it out loud. The system ignored me and continued. "Welcome to the magical world. This is the God-level choice system. Please make your choice soon to complete the system binding. 1. Become a muggle. Reward £1,000,000. 2. Gain the power of silence and become a wizard. Note, the system will guide you to eliminate negative influences. Is there even choice? Let me tell you, if I hesitated for a second, it would be disrespectful to the magical world. £1,000,000 is nothing in front of magic. I must choose option 2. I want to be a wizard. Ding. Binding successful. As the system voice fell, I felt a surge of powerful and dangerous energy rushing through my body. From today onwards, I'm also a person with magic. At this time, Hermione's parents also came up. Mr. Granger, a dentist, kindly shone a small flashlight to check my pupils, asking various questions. I cooperated the whole time. After all, he would be my future father-in-law, so I had to make a good impression. Halfway through the check, my stomach betrayed me with a growl. Little Hermione giggled and ran downstairs to get her favorite cookies, while Mrs. Granger thoughtfully brought me a cup of milk. Seeing that I had eaten enough, Mr. Granger asked what my name was and where my home was. I rolled my eyes and switched to my acting mode, putting on a pitiful expression. I only remember my name is Qin Yu, and I can't remember anything else. Well, the amnesia trope may be old, but it works. Sure enough, Hermione's mom was overflowing with maternal love, looking at me with pity and immediately deciding, "Then little Qin, you can stay with us for now. We'll help you find your family." Just like that, I, Qin Yu, a glorious traveler, successfully moved into Hermione's house, enjoying free food and drink. After a few days, I got familiar with little Hermione. One day, I was wandering near her school when I happened to witness a heartbreaking scene. A few little girls were sticking notes on her back, writing things like "chatty" and "shut up," making our little genius Hermione cry tears of injustice. At that moment, my anger flared up. I walked over, tore off the notes, and asked Hermione, "How do you want to deal with them?" Hermione was probably furious too. She gritted her teeth and said, "Hang them on the tree next to us and leave them there." I said, "Okay," and a thought sparked in my mind. The next second, family, those little bullies were indeed lifted up by an invisible force, hanging by their clothes on the tree branches, wailing like ghosts. I was shocked at the time. Wow, this power of silence is so effective. It's simply making wishes come true. Little Hermione was also dumbfounded, muttering, "When did my wishes become so effective?" But she quickly reacted, turned to me, and shouted, "Run," pulling me to dash home. Once we were far away, she panted and quietly asked me, "Did you make them fly up?" I thought there was no need to hide it, so I nodded directly. As a result, this little girl immediately switched to her academic mode, seriously lecturing me. "Don't you know? The Ministry of Magic has regulations that you can't use magic on muggles at will." I couldn't help but laugh. I said, "Sister, first of all, no one ever told me this rule. Second, when they were bullying you, I didn't see this rule protecting you, did I?" Little Hermione was momentarily taken aback by my retort, but she still insisted. But that's the rule." Seeing her serious expression, I couldn't help but ruffle her curly hair. All right, I got it, my little discipline officer. Let's go home for dinner. I smell the beef stew that Aunt Jenny is making. 大蟒蛇，而不是怕我。你要是再不走，我就要叫人了。蟒蛇似乎有些犹豫，慢慢地缩回了身体，最后还是决定慢慢地往回爬。人群的尖叫声渐渐平息，大家都在惊讶地看着我。赫敏则是目瞪口呆，完全不敢相信我刚才的表现。他小声问：“你怎么会说蛇语？”我耸了耸肩，故作轻松地说：“运气好罢了。”心里却乐开了花。这个能力真是太酷了，想想以后可以和各种蛇交流，简直太有趣了。接下来的时间里，格兰杰夫妇对我赞不绝口，赫敏也是对我刮目相看。我们在动物园里度过了一个愉快的下午。虽然有点小插曲，但这次经历让我和赫敏的关系更加亲近了。Pattern. If you don't leave, do you believe I will teach them a few mysterious Eastern snake soup recipes? Goodness. As soon as the snake heard that, it shrank its neck and whoosh, it slipped away, disappearing into the back mountains of the zoo. Once the snake ran off, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, all chattering and asking me if I was a beast tamer. I was so annoyed that I grabbed Hermione and made a run for it. As Hermione was pulled along by me, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she asked, "Qin, what did you just say to it? Aren't you not able to speak snake language?" I smiled at her. "Just learned it." Little Hermione looked skeptical. I had no choice but to speak nonsense. Well, maybe this is a kind of bloodline talent. You know, some wizard bloodlines can inherit special abilities. Guess what? This top student actually believed it and seriously started discussing with me. Oh, that is quite possible. I saw the influence of bloodlines in a book called An Introduction to the Origins of Wizards. I just followed her lead and said, yes. Competition is the way to go. Relying on family connections is meaningless. We both reached an agreement on this matter, and Hermione was so happy about it. After all, her family is just ordinary people, and she's most annoyed by that whole bloodline theory. I was telling you just then, I caught a glimpse of a kid out of the corner of my eye. Goodness, isn't that Harry Potter himself? Wearing little glasses. And that lightning scar under his hair was super obvious. He probably saw me chatting with the snake, and had this expression like he had found his crew. Just as he was about to come over and say something, poof, he was yanked away by his chubby uncle, who looked like a gas can, like he was a little chick. His cousin Dudley, the one I scared into peeing his pants, was following behind, looking like a quail. To be honest, I really wanted to help out, but there were too many people around, and Hermione and her parents had also come over. I couldn't just teleport over in front of them, right? So I just kept thinking, bro, I'll have your back when school starts. This trip to the zoo was worth it. Besides acquiring the snake language skill, I discovered that I wasn't allergic to animal fur. I thought about getting a dog, but then I realized I was still just a psychic myself. Getting a pet would be a bit unreasonable. On the way home, Hermione was still chattering about how cute the lions and tigers in the zoo were. Who understands her family? The reason she thought they were cute was that when I got tense, that uncontrollable power just burst out like it was on autopilot. One moment, a rock from the fake mountain fell and hit a tiger's foot. The next, a bear went crazy and banged its head against a tree. And one lion's tail tip inexplicably caught fire. They were all in a terrible state, but in Hermione's eyes, they became adorably silly. I'm getting more and more anxious. This power is simply rebellious. At that moment, I just want to curse. All I wanted was to live steadily until school starts. Why is it so hard? The more I thought about it, the angrier I got, and my eyes fixated on a big tree by the roadside. And guess what happened? Bang! I tell you, it was like an invisible giant hand. That tree, thicker than my waist, suddenly cracked and was uprooted, landing right in the middle of the road. Mr. Granger slammed on the brakes, the front of the car barely a few centimeters from the trunk. They turned around, and their first reaction was to look at Hermione, exclaiming in unison, "Hermione!" Little Hermione was so scared that she waved her hands. It wasn't me. Really, it wasn't me. Mr. Granger's gaze then shifted to me, his brow furrowing as he realized things were not simple. He looked at my expression that screamed I've caused trouble and sighed. "So, this is your little secret?" Hermione honestly shrugged. "Dad, not anymore." Wow, now it was all out in the open. The Grangers exchanged a glance. Their expressions seemed to say, "Great, here comes another one." They already knew Hermione was a little witch and were experienced. Now seeing my destructive power, they were probably thinking, "Hurry up and start school. These two will drive us crazy at home." Mr. Granger tentatively asked me, "Qin, can you move the tree?" I awkwardly shook my head. "Uncle, I still don't know how to use it." All right, he started the car, and I just knew. Take a detour. At that moment, I was extremely anxious. With such a big commotion, wouldn't the Ministry of Magic show up at my door any minute to check on me? Would I be taken away for experimental research? What I didn't know was that while I was worried, there was a hidden observer. In the zoo, Professor McGonagall had transformed into a tabby cat and was watching everything. She was originally there to secretly observe Harry, but ended up reporting me a wild wizard as well. She used apparition to return to Hogwarts and told Dumbledore about it. When old Dumbledore heard this, he was astonished. Not only could Harry speak Parseltongue, but now there was also a Muggle child who could uproot trees at 10 years old. This was no simple matter, and he decided to come and see for himself. A few days later, I was at home studying with Hermione. That little girl was so excited because she saw the problem before I did, her tail nearly wagging in the air. I was absent-mindedly brushing her off when I looked up, and let me tell you, my DNA reacted. Outside the window floated an old man with a white beard, smiling at me. "Dumbledore." I was so excited that I couldn't speak properly. Dang. Hermione looked puzzled. "Dang what? What's wrong with you?" I pointed outside. "Can't you see him?" She stared blankly for a while. "Who?" Just then, Dumbledore walked straight through the wall. Oh no, he came in through the window. He waved his wand in a very cool manner, and Hermione yawned, then directly laid her head down on the table and fell asleep. "Don't worry, it's just for a little while." Old Dumbledore's voice was so gentle. I hurriedly flattered him. "I know, you are a great person." "Oh, you know me?" He was a bit surprised. I immediately shifted the blame. "Hermione told me that you are quite famous in the wizarding world. Anyway, she has fallen asleep, so I'm just taking the blame for her." Dumbledore smiled, didn't waste time, and got straight to the point. "Child, do you know the power within you?" I immediately switched to pity mode. "I know a little. Can't control it. That tree today. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." As a result, Dumbledore looked confused. "The tree? Oh, it seems that's another trouble." "Me? So you didn't know, huh?" He laughed heartily. His eyes became particularly deep, and he began to look me up and down. After a long while, he spoke in a very complex tone. "So that's how it is. It's a Mo Ran. I haven't seen you in a long time." As soon as I heard that name, I felt it wasn't anything good, so I quickly asked what it was. He comforted me, saying that this thing is very powerful and dangerous, but as long as it's guided properly, there won't be any issues. Then his gaze, as if he could see through all my secrets, said, "Child, let the past be the past. You've chosen this power, so you must face it bravely." To put my mind at ease, he revealed his trump card. "In a few days, someone will come to take you to Hogwarts, where a professor will teach you how to control your power. Are you willing?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old system in my head popped up. Option 1, refuse the invitation, reward of 100,000 galleons, and the complete collection of magic from beginner to master. Option 2, accept the invitation, reward of 1,000 galleons. Family, Is there even a choice? 100,000 galleons means financial freedom, but how can money compare to the coolness of Hogwarts? Without hesitation, I bowed to Dumbledore and said, "Thank you, Professor. I am willing." With a beep, 1,000 galleons were credited to my account. Dumbledore smiled as well, pulling out a letter from his robe and handing it to me. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I figured there might be one more new student this year, so I brought the acceptance letter with me." I held the letter sealed with the Hogwarts crest, my hands trembling slightly. This is the dream of countless Harry Potter fans. In my excitement, I couldn't help but hug Dumbledore. "Thank you, Professor." The old man patted my head, and in the next second, whoosh, he was gone. The room was so quiet as if he had never been there, with only Hermione still drooling and dreaming. Later, when Hermione found out I could go to school early, she was filled with envy and jealousy, constantly muttering in my ear, "Why can you go, and I have to wait a year?" I could only scare her. "Annie, don't you see my magic is about to explode? If I don't find a place to let it out soon, I'm going to Azkaban." As soon as she heard Azkaban, she immediately stopped causing trouble and instead urged me to hurry up and leave, fearing that her good friend would be taken away. I also told her that Dumbledore had cast a spell and confirmed that I was already over 11 years old, fully meeting the admission requirements. The little girl then pouted, looking aggrieved. "Fine, who told me my birthday is 18 days late?" Seeing her disappointed look, I comforted her. "The magical world is very dangerous. I'll go ahead and scout the way for you. When you come, I'll protect you." This made her happy, and she grabbed my hand, insisting that I write to her every day after I left. For the next month, I sat by the window like a longing stone, guessing who would come pick me up. Finally, on a completely ordinary morning, there was a knock at the door. Hermione was even more excited than I was and rushed to open the door first. When the door opened, she exclaimed, "You're so tall." Standing at the door was a giant over 3 meters tall with a big beard, whose voice buzzed, "Excuse me, is this the residence of Qin Yu? I am Hagrid from Hogwarts." I recognized him at a glance. It's Hagrid. Hagrid bent down to squeeze through the door, and his head bumped against the door frame with a thud. He looked at us little ones in the room and picked me up with one hand, saying foolishly, "I heard you're really something, but you're so small." I quickly said, Brother, let me down. Didn't Professor Dumbledore tell you? Well, I'm uncomfortable. Things can easily go wrong." Hearing this, Hagrid was so scared that he quickly set me down. After chatting for a bit, he urged us to set off. When we said goodbye, Hermione's eyes were red, and she wouldn't let go of me. Mr. Granger was also very nice. He called me into his study and handed me a thick envelope containing £500, saying it was for my tuition. I originally wanted to say I had money, but it was hard to explain the 1,000 galleons from the system, so I accepted his kindness. Just like that, I got on the train with Hagrid. On the train, I asked him, "Don't we need to go to the bank to exchange money first? I have some pounds here." Hagrid was surprised. "You know quite a bit, don't you?" "Yes, we first need to go to Gringotts in Diagon Alley, the bank run by goblins. Muggle money can be exchanged for galleons there, but new students have a limit on how much they can exchange." We wound our way through and entered a place called the Broken Cauldron Bar. It was incredibly noisy inside, so Hagrid led me to the backyard, where he tapped a few times on a wall with his little pink umbrella. The brick wall creaked and deformed, revealing an archway, and behind it was the legendary Diagon Alley. Let me tell you, that scene was more shocking than any VR experience. I couldn't take it all in. The streets were filled with all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Soon, we arrived at Gringotts, a grand white building. The goblins at the entrance looked like they stepped right out of the Wolf of Wall Street, their disdain radiating even from behind the counter. I asked Hagrid to help me pass that £500 to exchange for money. The old goblin behind the counter scrutinized my acceptance letter for a long time and coldly said, "You have an exchange limit of 50 galleons. "Huh, is that it? £500 at a 5. One exchange rate should at least get me 100 galleons. The goblin gave me a look that said I didn't understand finance, to prevent Muggle currency from impacting the wizarding world. I'm still not giving up, so how can I increase the limit? Of course, there's a way, the fairy said slowly, for example. If you have an account with our bank, we can increase your limit by 10 of your total account assets." Hearing this, I chuckled. I took out the shiny golden key from my pocket, stood on tiptoe, and slammed it on the counter. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be a little tycoon." As soon as the door of Vault 712 opened, Hagrid's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg. I touched my nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, but I couldn't explain where the money came from. Just then, Hagrid, being perceptive, didn't ask any more questions. While I was busy exchanging money, he was chatting with the goblin, trying to find out about the vault number 713 next to us. Let me tell you, the expression on his face was so tense. It looked like he was afraid the stuff inside would sprout legs and run away. I thought to myself, take it easy, man. Who would dare touch that? I'd be lucky just to stay away from it. I had just stepped out of the eerie entrance of Gringotts when I bumped into someone I knew, a friend of Hagrid's. A handsome guy with bright red hair came up and threw his arm around Hagrid's shoulder, saying, "Hey, Hagrid." As soon as I heard, "Isn't that Bill Weasley, Ron's older brother?" Hagrid was also quite surprised and asked, "Aren't you supposed to be digging in Egypt? How did you get back?" Bill chuckled and said, "Hey, I just brought back a batch of treasures to take care of, and by the way, I took the chance to come home and see family." Who understands the pain of not having summer vacation after graduation, only being able to return home during business trips? Hagrid pushed me forward and said, "This is Qin Yu, a first-year student." Bill was very enthusiastic, came up to shake my hand, and said, "Hello, Junior. I'm Bill. Graduated from Hogwarts a year ago." Of course, I politely greeted him back. He then turned around and started complaining about his twin brothers, saying, "If you see those two troublemakers at school, don't hesitate to report them to the teacher. Let them experience the harshness of society." I couldn't help but laugh, thinking how friendly the Weasley family was. After chatting for a bit, Bill said he had to hurry, and just before leaving, he suddenly pulled out a palm-sized model of the pyramid from his pocket and insisted on giving it to me as a meeting gift. I said, "Oh, this is too much," but in my heart, I was thinking, a gift from the magical world, and from a senior, for me. Bill leaned in mysteriously and said that he made this thing using ancient Egyptian spells, and if you put a cherry or something inside, it can keep things fresh for a long time, like a mini refrigerator. He directly shoved it into my hands and waved goodbye, holding this little pyramid. I thought to myself, fine, for the sake of this gift, I'll look out for your silly brother Ron in the future. Then it was time to get down to business. Passing by the owl shop, I thought I needed to write a letter to Hermione, so I had to get a delivery owl first. As soon as I walked in, there were great horned owls, snowy owls, all national protected animals working as couriers, luxurious, way too luxurious. I immediately spotted the most beautiful snowy owl, but when I saw the price, it was 18 galleons. That's about 90 pounds. Who understand the pain? It was like buying a top-of-the-line drone for delivery. It hurt me so much. But then I thought, just consider it as prepaying for phone credit. I closed my eyes and gritted my teeth and bought it. I slammed 18 gold coins down on the counter, feeling quite extravagant. The little guy perched on my arm with round eyes staring at me, cuteness overload, and I immediately decided, from now on, your name will be Tigger. After buying the owl, I went to Flourish and Blots to shop for books. The textbooks were much cheaper, just 1 galleon each, like buying exercise books, such as Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Defense, and after getting a dozen or so, it didn't cost much. Hagrid saw I couldn't carry them all, and kindly helped me carry everything. I'm telling you, Diagon Alley is simply amazing. I want to explore every shop. It feels like there are opportunities everywhere. I'm currently discussing my business blueprint with Hagrid, saying, "Hagrid, what do you think about me opening a shop here?" But when I turn around, where is he? My big Hagrid is gone. We were supposed to hurry to the wand shop, and the guy got lost first. I'm really at a loss. I had no choice but to grab my bags and start searching for him everywhere. After a long time, I finally saw a crowd gathered in front of a bar, and Hagrid's huge figure stood out like a lighthouse among them. I squeezed in to take a look, and good grief, Hagrid was pleading with a 3-headed dog, drooling all over the place, trying to negotiate with a man who was as skinny as a stick. 500 galleons is too much. I don't have that much money on me. Just wait for me. I'll go back and gather the money. Okay? I understood right away that this guy was falling back into his old habits again. He couldn't move when he saw magical creatures. The bamboo pole man clearly saw through him and said slowly, "That's not possible. This thing is in high demand." As soon as I saw Hagrid's useless expression, I knew I had to step in. Wasn't this just waiting to be slaughtered like a pig? I quickly patted his hand, and only then did he notice me. I told him to hold off on speaking, then turned to the cellar and clear my throat. The first step was to elevate my status. I smiled and asked, "Boss, what breed is this 3-headed dog?" He lifted his chin and replied, "Greek purebred." I immediately turned to Hagrid, who always got excited when it came to his area of expertise, and he honestly said, "The lineage is quite obvious, but one of them looks a bit like it's from Northern Europe. As for being purebred, it's a bit questionable." The skinny guy got anxious right away, claiming we were talking nonsense and that he wouldn't sell it. The second step was to professionally debunk and apply psychological pressure. I quickly stopped Hagrid from losing his temper and smiled at the guy, saying, "Sir, don't underestimate my friend here. He's a professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry who studies magical creatures. Could he be talking nonsense?" As soon as the skinny guy heard Hogwarts, his momentum weakened significantly, but he still stubbornly said, "I'm selling it for 500 galleons. I calmly looked around and said, "Sir, we really want to buy it. But look, who else besides us would want to take such a big guy home? Where we keep it?" The onlookers all laughed. They were indeed just there for the show. I pointed at the dog again and said, "Besides, if you really have money, can you feed it potatoes every day? Look at how skinny these 3 heads are." The thin man's face turned red. Finally, I used my ultimate move, pretending to leave. I pulled Hagrid and started walking out, saying, "Hagrid, let's go. If we don't go to the wand shop, Dumbledore will be angry." Hagrid wanted to say something, but I shot him a look that silenced him. After walking just a couple of steps, the thin man really panicked and shouted, "Hey, don't go." I turned around. "Sir, do you have something to say?" He was completely deflated. "Go ahead. How much are you offering?" I stretched out 5 fingers, 50 gallons. His eyes almost popped out. "Why don't you go steal it?" Let me tell you, that scene was like a bunch of Annies in a vegetable market. This extreme bargaining was something I really understood. He started from 400 gallons, then 380, 350, while I was increasing from 150, 180, to 200. In the end, the price was set at 245 gallons. Why not 250? Because I told him that in our Eastern culture, 250 is not a good number. Hagrid was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, constantly praising me for being amazing. I asked him to pay, and then everything went dark in front of me. He shrugged his hands and said he had no money. The skinny guy selling dogs cried right there. "You bargained with me for so long without money. What could I do? I had to be a good person to the end, so I silently took out my money pouch. Now, I became Hagrid's creditor, and I kindly let him pay in 12 installments, which is more accommodating than any buy now pay later. As a result, this guy had no sense of owing money. After successfully buying the dog, he named it Lu Wei and excitedly arranged for its shipping, leaving me behind to buy my own wand. Fine, I'll stroll around myself. Passing by the Quidditch boutique, I saw the latest Nimbus 2000 in the window. It looked really cool, but first-year students are not allowed to bring brooms. And I couldn't afford it anyway. I continued on, bought robes, cauldrons, and other random things, and even picked a glowing little cat hairpin for Hermione, which only cost me 10 sickles. It wasn't until I walked far away that I realized, damn, I forgot to bargain earlier. Finally, I found a legendary Ollivander's wand shop, which looked as if it had been around for thousands of years. I pushed the door open with excitement, and a thin old man, Ollivander, popped out from behind counter. As soon as he heard I was a first year, he said I'd come a bit late. I could only awkwardly blame Hagrid. The wand selection process was really interesting. The old man first handed me a dragon heartstring wand made of rosewood, just as I was about to show off. He snatched it back and muttered that it was too dangerous, and his little shop couldn't handle the trouble. Then he rummaged through thousands of boxes, and in the end, his eyes lit up as he pulled out a silver gray wand. "Willow wood, unicorn hair. Give this a try, kid." I carefully took it, gave it a gentle wave, and the entire room instantly lit up with a soft glow. It worked. I instantly understood that this old man was extraordinary. He could see the formidable power within me at a glance, which is why he provided me with such a gentle, stable wand that emphasizes emotional stability. I sincerely thanked him and paid for 7 galleons. Holding the first one of my life, I was incredibly excited. Looking at my empty pouch, I deeply understood what it means to be financially constrained. Just as I was about to leave, Ollivander suddenly said that this wand comes with a free core replacement service. A light bulb went off in my head. I immediately turned around and asked him, "Sir, do you accept core materials for staffs here? Like unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and the like?" He was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes, of course we do." I laughed. Suddenly, the magical creatures from Hagrid's zoo and the precious phoenix in Dumbledore's office popped into my mind. Isn't this just the raw material lying around everywhere? The path to wealth is right here. After reaching a preliminary supply agreement with Ollivander, I felt incredibly pleased. After meeting up with Hagrid, he said he had to go back to school to wait for that 3-headed dog to be signed for, so he couldn't accompany me on the train. I thought to myself, that's to be expected. It wouldn't be normal if this big guy didn't stir up some trouble. He took me to a fireplace, sprinkled some powder, called out a place name, and disappeared in a puff of green smoke. I followed suit, feeling as if I'd been ejected without being steady, and the next second, I found myself at King's Cross Station. Hagrid left me at the station, and I pushed my luggage cart to find the space between platforms 9 and 10. The legendary platform 9. To be honest, charging a wall made me a bit nervous. What if it didn't work? Just as I hesitated, a commotion came from behind me, and a middle-aged woman's voice rang out. "George, Fred, hurry up." I turned around, and wow, the Weasley family came rushing like a red tornado, all of them out and about, with their bright red hair particularly eye-catching. Bill spotted me right away and greeted me happily. "Qin, good to see you again." Mrs. Weasley was also very warm. As soon as she heard I was the boy Bill mentioned, she gently introduced me to the whole family. This is Charlie, Percy, the older ones. You can ask them if you need anything. This is my youngest son Ron, and my daughter Ginny. She introduced each one in turn. George and Fred stood nearby, looking at each other as if they had been forgotten by their mom. Let me tell you, Mrs. Weasley didn't have time to manage those two. She was rushing to get everyone on the train because it was about to depart. So, I ended up in the hands of these twin brothers, and the three of us found a compartment to sit in. Do you think I would be afraid of these two little brats? Not a chance. I pulled out a galleon and bought out all the candy from the snack cart. Just like that, I won these two brothers over. The way they looked at me changed completely. With nothing else to do, I started giving them a lesson. I told them that the business model in the wizarding world was too outdated. The Flynn network is such an amazing thing, yet it's only used for transportation. The utilization rate is simply appalling. I explained to them what the sharing economy is, suggesting they create a shared flying broom service to specifically address the last-mile travel pain point for wizards. Just think of the market potential, and that daily profit, it's bound to be taken over by new media sooner or later. We could set up our own account and just watch the traffic roll in. Besides, hasn't anyone in the magical world thought about making a fantasy blockbuster? No special effects needed. It's all right there. At first, George and Fred thought I was just a kid talking nonsense, but the more they listened, the brighter their eyes got. The words I was throwing out were all new to them, but they felt impressed nonetheless. These two had been dreaming of getting rich since childhood, and my few words opened a new world for them. The way they looked at me was almost like they were gazing at the god of wealth. Watching them excitedly discuss how much to charge for broom rentals, I thought to myself, this is solid. In the future, we'll have people willing to work, right? Just before we got off the train, I painted a big picture for them, saying we needed to develop quietly for now, save up some capital, and when the opportunity arises, we could take off in one go. These two were completely swayed by me, constantly remarking on my long-term vision and how their dreams had only been to run a small shop. I thought to myself, that's not enough. I'm working with a business mindset that's 8,000 years ahead of you, a pure dimensional strike. When the train arrived at the station, the older students got off first. George and Fred specifically reminded me to come to Gryffindor so we could make money together in the future. I smiled and nodded, thinking it all depended on Uncle Hat's opinion. As I followed the first-year students off the train, I witnessed an astonishing scene. The carriages pulling the older students were not pulled by horses at all. Instead, they were a group of pitch-black, winged creatures that looked like a bunch of bony skeletons. Nightmares. I knew all too well. Only those who have seen death can see them. Of course, I could see them. I had not only seen death. I had come back from it myself. While I was lost in thought, a giant over 3 meters tall, Hagrid shouted for us to get on the boat, saying that a maximum of 4 people could fit in one boat. These kids had never seen anything like this and were frozen in shock. However, I wasn't scared. I was well acquainted with Hagrid. He greeted me warmly and insisted on sharing a boat with me. Once on the boat, he leaned over and whispered that the 3-headed dog had been safely delivered to the school. I said that was good, but inside I was panicking. Who understands the weight of Hagrid? I was really afraid that this little boat would sink any second. This made everyone else marvel at the grandeur of Hogwarts Castle, while I kept my eyes glued to the water's surface, ready to jump ship at any moment. Finally, once we reached the shore, I was the first to jump out. Professor McGonagall, a stern-looking old lady, led us into a hall and told us we were about to be sorted. When the big doors of the hall opened, wow, that scene was just like in the movies. Candles flying everywhere, a starry sky above. It shocked me for a whole year. Dumbledore spoke a few words about school rules, like not running around at night and staying out of the Forbidden Forest. I also caught a glimpse of Snape, who looked so cold, as if he were owed 8 million. He glanced at me a few times, probably sensing my death stare. Then the sorting began. The first few I recognized. Like Cho Chang went to Ravenclaw, and Katie Bell went to Gryffindor. Soon it was my turn. I walked onto the stage, and Professor McGonagall placed the dirty hat on my head. As soon as the hat was on, it started talking in my head. Wow, a kid from the East. Your background is truly a mystery. The power within you is strong. You could achieve great things in Slytherin, but you are also very brave and steady. Gryffindor would suit you well. This is a tough choice. I was really annoyed at that moment, thinking, where does this hat get so much inner drama from? I figured I still had to find Hermione and couldn't stray too far. So I directly told in my mind, stop dawdling. I want to go to Gryffindor. The hat was probably surprised to have such an active customer. Paused for a moment and then shouted at the top of its lungs, Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted instantly, with thunderous applause, especially from George and Fred, who were clapping like it was free. The first class of the school year was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Let me tell you, the teacher, Professor Swinton, is quite a tough guy. He doesn't talk about anything else in class. He just loves to show all kinds of bloody and violent images, focusing on hardcore teaching. This lesson was about how to deal with werewolf bites, and he directly gave us a live PPT presentation filled with various gruesome wounds, and even showed a GIF of someone who cut off their own hand to prevent infection, with half their face sliced off. Oh my gosh! Several people threw up right in the classroom. A Slytherin guy named Jerome was singled out by the professor for special attention, bombarded with all kinds of high-definition images right in his face. In the end, that guy covered his mouth and rushed out, throwing up in the hallway like crazy. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I raised my hand and asked the professor, "Isn't this a bit too intense?" Guess what he said? He replied, "Compared to turning into a beast that doesn't recognize its own kin, what's a little scare now?" I thought about it, and it seemed somewhat reasonable. I then asked him, "Isn't there any vaccine or something? Does it really have to be cleaned up in such a physical way?" The professor shook his head and said that the most effective method at the moment was to directly cut out the flesh from the wound. However, he also mentioned that there was a kind of wolf venom that could suppress the transformation, and Professor Snape would prepare it. I couldn't help but think, wouldn't it be more appropriate for Snape to teach this class? With all this going on, nobody even had an appetite for lunch. In the afternoon, we had potions class in the eerie underground classroom. A few of us boys were messing around as we ran over, but as soon as we entered, we saw Snape standing there like a ghost, coldly saying, "If you think this is a place for play, then you are one step closer to death." My roommates were instantly stunned. I quickly stepped in to mediate, sincerely saying to Snape, "Professor, thank you for your reminder. We will definitely be careful in the future." Then I turned to explain to my friends that the professor was looking out for us. This somehow left Snape at a loss. It was probably the first time he had seen someone translate his sharp tongue into kind words. During class, he started showing off, talking about how potion making is such a delicate art. Then, out of nowhere, he called on me, "Mr. Qin, can you tell me what part of the milk thistle is used in medicine?" I was completely dumbfounded at that moment, like, what the heck is this? I hadn't even had a chance to look at the textbook. I could only guess, a leaf? Snape smirked and, with his characteristic intonation, said, "Wrong." Then he scanned the whole class, so Gryffindor loses a point. Wait, dude, who did I offend? Great, on the first day of school. I became the first noticeable target to lose points in the entire house. The Gryffindor students turned pale, while the Slytherin table laughed with glee. After class, a few of my roommates came to comfort me, saying it wasn't my fault, that Snape was just looking for trouble. I said it was fine, but inside, I had already noted down old Snape in my little notebook. You think that was it? Even more outrageous things were still to come. That night, Dumbledore actually held a meeting specifically to discuss me. I tell you, these professors are like opening blind boxes one by one. Professor Swinton from the Defense Against the Dark Arts said he tried to scare me with such bloody images, but I didn't even flinch, staying calm and composed like an adult. Snape also said that no matter how much he mocked and ridiculed me, even deducting points, I acted as if nothing was wrong. Professor McGonagall even had a few words with Snape about it, then turned around to praise me, saying I took great care of my classmates and helped the introverted Elvis become much more cheerful. The funniest was Madam Hooch from the flying class. She was going crazy, saying I kept asking her why I had to ride a broomstick. Couldn't I just fly on a sword? She was so flustered by the question. In the end, Dumbledore concluded that I seemed to have a pretty healthy mentality, and from now on, he just needed to teach me how to control my magic. Meanwhile, far away in London, Hermione was almost lovesick. The little girl stared at the mailbox every day, waiting for my letter. When her parents asked her, she stubbornly said she wasn't waiting for my letter at all. What a liar. Just as she finished speaking, our owl, named Trig, knocked on her door. The moment Hermione opened the door and saw the owl, her eyes lit up instantly. As soon as she got the letter and read the words on it, her mood changed from cloudy to sunny, and she excitedly shouted to her parents, "It's a letter from Qin." Her parents exchanged glances, probably thinking, who was it that said just a minute ago that they weren't waiting for a letter? The little girl got the letter, didn't even bother to eat, and after a few quick bites, she rushed back to her room to read it. After a while, she ran back out, saying I told her to feed the owl something, and then she hurried back with a plate. I must say, this little girl is quite attentive. She didn't even open the letter. She saw the little note I left on the envelope that said my owl's name is Trig, and if you give him something to eat, he might get familiar with you. That's when Hermione hurried off to get some food. Watching Trig happily munching away, she cautiously opened the wax seal. To her surprise, 2 sheets of letter paper fell out of the envelope, along with a hairpin with a little cat pattern. At least you have a bit of conscience. I can already imagine Hermione's proud little expression, pretending to be disdainful while probably overjoyed inside. The next moment, she happily put the hairpin on her head and started reading the letter. What did I write in my letter? Oh, quite a lot. I told her that Hogwarts is basically a giant maze with hundreds of staircases that change every day, making it so I almost missed breakfast several times. I also introduced my quirky roommates, saying they all claim to be descendants of the sacred 28 families. It sounded impressive, but it's 2025 now. Who still plays around with that outdated bloodline theory? We're all about equality here. I also told her that I was sorted into Gryffindor, and the house emblem is a lion, which is very impressive. I even predicted that when she comes next year, she will definitely be my direct junior. Then I started to rant like crazy, saying that those Slytherin people are always looking for trouble, but they only talk and are no different from the little brats in Muggle schools. Of course, the main event is the classes. I went through all the subjects with her. The herbology teacher is really nice, and I was thinking of getting some valuable magical plant from her to sell. Otherwise, I can't even afford a broom, let alone buy one for her. The flying teacher is cool, but when I asked her if I could exchange the broom for a flying sword, she looked at me as if I were an idiot. In history of magic class, I said that only a top student like you could stand listening to that. The funniest part is the potions class, where the teacher is Snape. I told Hermione that this guy looks like a villain, but he's actually okay, just very awkward. I even specifically warned her not to raise her hand randomly in his class. The more enthusiastic you are, the less he pays attention to you. And he'll even insult you a bit. Pure pressure monster. At the end of the letter, I told her that the little cat hairpin was something I bought in Diagon Alley, and I thought would look great on her. Produce. This thing is a magical item. If you tap the cat's eyes twice, it can light up, and the brightness can be adjusted. After reading the letter, Hermione was super excited. The owl, Treg, couldn't wait and jumped onto the table, urging her. She quickly apologized, then started writing her reply. Before writing, she even tried the hairpin, tapped it twice, and a soft, white light shone down. Wow, this is just the essential tool for studying late at night. Her mom had urged her to sleep several times, and she agreed verbally. But as soon as her mom left, she immediately stuffed the letter into an envelope, along with a bunch of flowers and leaves she had collected. After handing the letter to Treg, this little girl didn't go to sleep. She climbed back into bed, turned on the light of the cat hairpin, took out my letter, and read it over and over, probably wanting to memorize every word. A few days later, during breakfast at Hogwarts, I had just sat down when an owl dropped a pink envelope with a floral pattern in front of me. My roommates' gossip radars instantly went off, and they all started raising their eyebrows and winking. Oh, which girl wrote this? Come on, tell us, what does she look like? I shot them a glance and said, a very lovely girl. You'll see her when she comes to school next year. As a result, this group became even more curious, chasing after me with questions. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them, grabbed 2 slices of bread, gulped down some juice, and slipped away with the letter. I found an empty flower bed to sit down and opened the envelope. A wonderful floral fragrance wafted out, and looking inside, I found it filled with flower petals and leaves. I couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is quite clever. The content of the letter was practically textbook-level tsundere. It started by saying she didn't miss me too much, just thought about me occasionally, and then went on to boast that the classes at her school were too easy, and she was the only one to score full marks on the pop quiz. She also mentioned that the girls who used to bully her now avoided her. The letter was full of her longing for Hogwarts and a bunch of mundane life details, like how the room I previously stayed in had bugs. Her mom made my favorite braised beef with potatoes. She wanted to adopt a cat, but her parents disagreed, and that she had grown 2 centimeters taller, claiming she was almost catching up to me. By the end, I could barely hold it together. She said that by stuffing these flowers, leaves, and petals into the letter, it was like I had visited those places with her. At the end of the letter, she seriously commanded me to write to her often. The reason being, her owl, Trig, had already become good friends with her. She insisted I must send Trig to play with her regularly. Looking at the closing line, love you, Hermione, I brought the letter close to my nose and inhaled. The floral scent, the aroma of ink, and that feeling of longing across mountains and seas were all captured within. In the afternoon, during Snape's potions class, I suddenly had an idea. Towards the end of the class, I raised my hand and asked him, Professor, is there a spell that can turn leaves into bookmarks and make them last forever? Snape was momentarily stunned, probably having never encountered such a request in class. He said nothing, simply drew his wand, waved a leaf on the desk, and uttered a spell. A flash of white light, and the leaf instantly transformed into a beautifully crafted green bookmark. The classroom erupted in excitement, especially among the girls, whose eyes went wide, clamoring to learn it. Snape, looking disdainful, quieted everyone down, saying, I'll teach it once. If you can't learn it, tough luck. He then began to explain. I must tell you, this spell was actually quite difficult. The first time I tried it, I blasted a hole in the table, and Snape, passing by expressionless, casually fixed it for me. After several attempts, I finally succeeded, as I proudly made my first leaf bookmark. I was just about to seek praise from Snape when I looked up and saw he had made one himself and was staring blankly at it. I leaned in closer and saw that the bookmark was inlaid with a blooming lily. What can I say? No one understands. Old Snape was feeling emo again. I sighed internally. Great, he was thinking about Lily again. So, I didn't disturb him. On Friday afternoon, with no classes, I returned to the common room and took out all the flowers, leaves, and petals Hermione had sent, one by one, each transformed into a unique bookmark with a freshness charm. Just as I slipped the bookmark into my textbook, an owl flew in. It was Hagrid's letter, inviting me for tea at 3 in the afternoon. I thought to myself, what does this big oaf want with me? Is he going to pay me back? When I arrived at Hagrid's hut, I nearly had a heart attack. Hagrid, how much did you sell a bag of unicorn hair for? I squeezed out this sentence through gritted teeth, feeling my blood pressure skyrocketing. Hagrid looked bewildered. 2 galleons. Why? I tell you, at that moment, I really wanted to shake his shoulders to wake him up. I took a sip of tea to calm down and said to him, do you know? In Diagon Alley, a small bag of unicorn hair sells for 10 galleons. Hagrid scratched his head. It seems that might be the case. So you sold it to a crook for 2 galleons? I felt like my heart was about to stop from the pain. I wasn't in a hurry for him to pay me back. I just couldn't stand seeing him being taken advantage of like this. Hagrid saw I was genuinely upset and quietly said, I'm not very good at dealing with people in business. As soon as I heard that, I thought, isn't this the opportunity one was waiting for? I immediately switched to my business elite mode and looked at Hagrid sincerely. Hagrid, I want to be the exclusive agent for your magical creature products. You handle the collection, and I'll handle the sales. We'll split the profits, and I promise I'll make you more money than you ever did selling junk. Hagrid seemed taken aback by my pitch, but recalling how I had helped him negotiate before, he found me reliable and agreed without hesitation. I was a bit surprised by how smoothly things were going. I patted my chest and assured him, Hagrid, don't worry, I'll definitely help you make a fortune. The remaining debt of over 100 galleons was directly converted into an advance agency fee, which made Hagrid very happy. To expand and strengthen the business, I suggested that Hagrid find a few more helpers, so I summoned the Weasley twins with my owl. When Hagrid saw George and Fred, he sighed, saying these 2 troublemakers had given him a lot of headaches the previous year. As soon as the twins arrived and heard that the so-called important business matter was just to help Hagrid with chores and collect beast hair, they were immediately disappointed. As soon as I saw that it wasn't working, I immediately started to paint a big picture for them. I asked them, what do you think is the most important thing in doing business? One said ideas, and the other said capital. I nodded and then changed the subject. What you said is all true, but the most important thing is talent. Talent like you guys. This made them both ecstatic. I took the opportunity to continue. However, you are still not mature enough. A successful businessman must have experience, vision, and connections. None can be lacking. This opportunity is for you to accumulate these things. Think about it. Through this matter, you'll be able to connect with all kinds of clients, owners of wand shops, potion masters, and managers of big families. These people will become our network in the future. Their eyes instantly lit up. I lowered my voice and said in the most seductive tone, imagine, one day, your abilities are enough to face any challenge. Your friends and clients spread across the entire magical world. By then, what can't be done? What can be done? These 5 words exploded like a bomb, blooming directly in their hearts. I tell you, when those 5 words came out, the eyes of those 2 brothers practically ignited into 2 flames. They were like they had been injected with adrenaline, and I bet their CPUs were about to overheat. When their little gazes met, sparks flew all around. And then they turned to look at me in unison, with an expression that seemed like they wanted to become sworn brothers on the spot. While they were getting so excited they could almost take off, Hagrid quietly leaned over and whispered to me with a worried face, Qin, are these 2 kids crazy? Look at them. They're like those drugged-up rats in the Forbidden Forest. I corrected him directly. No, Hagrid, this isn't madness. This is called burning for a dream. Hagrid nodded, somewhat understanding, and I felt one thing in my heart. Youth is truly wonderful. Then, for the first time in my life, I followed Hagrid into the mysterious, forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Who understands, family? At that time in the evening, the afterglow of the sunset cast a golden layer over the entire edge of the Forbidden Forest. Just then, a creature all in white, with a spiral horn on its forehead, approached with an elegant cat-like walk. My goodness, it was a living unicorn. Hagrid called it by name. And that noble lady lightly snorted in response. The three of us, the Weasley brothers and I, were completely dumbfounded. Goodness, after 2 lifetimes. Seeing this thing made my legs weak. It was simply a walking holy light. For this alone, it was worth it to come to this magical world. I quickly asked Hagrid, "Big brother, how do we handle this?" The 2 brothers nodded like little chicks pecking a grain. Hagrid said, "Feed her carrots, wash them clean, and dry them off. Otherwise, this lady won't eat a single bite." "All right, she essay girl. Carrots?" I glanced at the unicorn and thought, is this a case of like attracts, like? I made a sarcastic remark, but my body was honest. And I immediately followed the 2 brothers back to the little house to grab some carrots. The 3 of them treated the carrots like they were serving royalty, washing them until they shone, wiping them down with towels cleaner than their own faces, and then each respectfully handed one to the unicorn sister. Guess what? This lady, with a vibe reminiscent of Sea King, took a bite from each one, finishing all 3. Fred was still grinning like a fool. She ate mine first. George and I both shot him disdainful looks. Simps. Then he quickly pulled out a second carrot and handed it over. After finally winning over this unicorn named Kelly with food, I got to touch her back fur. The feel was just like the finest silk. Those 2 Weasley jokers had already started pulling out all sorts of odd trinkets, performing tricks for the unicorn on the spot. Kelly stood there proudly watching, and, surprisingly, there was a hint of amusement in her eyes, which made the 2 of them feel like they were on top of the world, ready to do backflips on the spot. Hagrid leaned over and said, "I didn't expect that. They not only cause trouble, but can also entertain animals." I pretentiously replied, "When a person's talent is used in the right place, it has value." Just as I finished speaking, someone accidentally launched a water balloon that splattered right on Hagrid's face, soaking his beard. Hagrid wiped his face and gritted his teeth, saying, "But I still don't like those 2. The 2 boys quickly apologized, and Hagrid couldn't get too angry, so he left a harsh warning, "If you hit me again, I'll toss you both into the Black Lake to feed the fish." After Kelly had eaten her fill and seen enough of the tricks, she turned and gracefully walked back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, leaving the Weasley brothers feeling dejected. Hagrid called us back to the house for dinner, and I thought that sounded great. But as soon as we entered the house and saw what was in the pot, let me tell you, it was a pot of something that looked completely unidentifiable, dark, and bubbling with eerie bubbles. Hagrid proudly introduced it. "It's my mixed sour soup porridge." My face turned green instantly. This thing must be a biochemical weapon. I immediately stood up and seriously said, "I just remembered, I forgot to collect my clothes from drying." "Bye, Hagrid." George and Fred quickly caught on and got up too. Right, we have things to do. It's going to rain, and the windows are still open." Nonsense. The moon outside was shining like a light bulb. The 3 of us finished speaking and rushed out, leaving Hagrid alone to face his heartfelt dinner. Not far into our escape, we heard a few piercing whinnies coming from the direction of the Forbidden Forest. My heart sank. It was Kelly. Hagrid kicked the door open and rushed out, and we quickly followed. When we got there, Kelly was fine but seemed frantic, as if she had lost her soul. Hagrid communicated with her in beast language for a while, then gravely informed us, "Anna is lost. Anna is Kelly's child, a little golden unicorn, just 1 year old." This was serious. I immediately suggested, "Let us split up and search." Hagrid initially disagreed, worried we might get into trouble, but I insisted that the 3 of us stick together, and he reluctantly agreed, marking out a safe activity area for us and repeatedly reminding us not to wander off. Then we split up to search, but I was too naive. Who knows how to navigate the Forbidden Forest? I walked, and when I turned around, George and Fred's lights were gone. I called out a few times, but got no response. Damn, did I get lost? Now, I was the one panicking. It was pitch black around me, with strange sounds echoing occasionally, making me feel uneasy. Just when I was about to scare myself to death, suddenly, I felt a warmth in my forehead, and wow, I felt like I had opened my third eye. The power inside me surged up, and the whole world looked different in my eyes. I had full map vision and acute hearing, which was practically a physical cheat. I immediately spotted my 2 brothers, who were frantically searching hundreds of meters away, and at the same time, I heard a faint, tender whinnying sound. It was Anna. With my target found, I gained confidence and rushed toward the sound. Soon I found a cave, and the sound was coming from inside. I dashed in and saw a golden little unicorn tied to the ground with a bunch of white threads. As I called out Anna, an old voice echoed, "You're not Hagrid." I looked up, and my goodness, there was a spider bigger than a double-decker bus sitting there, with 8 eyes all staring at me. It was the Acromantula Aragog. I quickly tried to get close. "I'm a friend of Hagrid. I'm lost," the old spider said ominously. "Oh, really? That's truly unfortunate." I understood then that it was regretting I would die here today. Sure enough, the next second, the sound of rustling filled the entire cave, and countless little spiders surged in from all directions. The scene was simply my nightmare ringtone for 2025. I held on to the last shred of hope and asked, "Big brother, can you let your descendants spare me?" Aragog replied, "Sorry, I promised Hagrid not to harm anyone, but I can't control my children. Do you have any last words?" I let out a curse right away. The next second, a tide of spiders rushed at me. I quickly pulled out my wand. Wingardium Leviosa. A few spiders floated up, all petrified. Another wave was frozen as well, but they were just too many, like a tidal wave. Suddenly, a spider's silk wrapped around my wand, disarming me. That's it, I'm done for. Just when I thought I was going to meet my end here, a sound rang in my head, and the system came online. 1. Escape with wisdom and courage. Reward, 100,000 galleons. 2. Use the power of Mermorian to crush them. Reward, a wish-granting house. I wanted a curse, wisdom, and courage. I was about to be turned into spider sashimi, and you talk to me about this? I chose option 2, without hesitation. Ding, please submit yourself to Mermorian. What the heck? Before I could react, a destructive force erupted from my body, and then endless darkness swallowed my consciousness. Just before I completely blacked out, I seemed to hear a burst of mad laughter and countless horrific screams. While I was blacking out, let me tell you, the whole world was in chaos. At Hogwarts, Dumbledore and the others rushed over like firefighters, sensing the explosion of energy in the Forbidden Forest. They found a pile of spider corpses and my unconscious body in the cave. Meanwhile, in Egypt, Bill Weasley was exploring a tomb when the pyramid suddenly shot a beam of light straight into the sky. Then, places like Siberia, the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, and the Himalayas synchronized in a global light show that left the Muggles dumbfounded. Even more astonishing, in a place where none of us could see, 5 flames of different colors lit up, chattering about guarding the world and eliminating the World Destroyer with some cringy lines, claiming that the true World Destroyer had appeared, and they needed to find their respective avatars to take him down. When I opened my eyes again, it was already the next morning, and I was lying in the school hospital. I had a long dream where Hermione kicked open my door and grabbed my ear, asking why I hadn't returned to the magical world yet. When I woke up, staring at the ceiling, I was still a bit dazed. Seeing my wand on the bedside, I instinctively picked it up and used a levitation spell on a teacup, and it worked. Madame Pomfrey walked over and said, "Qin, now is not the time for you to play with magic." She examined me and said I was fine, just asleep. As for what happened, she said I should ask Dumbledore. I thought about it. It seemed that Mermorian's rampage left no aftereffects on my body. I rushed directly to the principal's office. Old Dang saw me and got straight to the point. "I know what you want to ask." He told me that when they arrived, there were only a pile of adult 8-eyed giant spider corpses left in the cave, and the little unicorn Anna was guarding my unconscious body. He analyzed that I must have lost control and gone on a rampage in extreme danger. And he comforted me by saying that the professors at the school would work together to help me control this power. Hearing this warmed my heart. Finally, there was an organization. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask him, "Professor, did you say those adult 8-eyed giant spiders are all dead?" "Yes, they're all dead." My eyes lit up, and I asked, "What about Aragog? Has he also disappeared without a trace?" As soon as I heard this, my heart skipped a beat, and a bold idea popped into my mind. I immediately said goodbye to Old Dang. "Thank you, Professor. I'm leaving now. Bye, Fox." After saying that, I excitedly ran out of the principal's office. The first thing I did was rush to Hagrid's hut. Let me tell you, I had only one thought in my mind: making money. This immense wealth was finally going to be mine. I asked Hagrid to quickly use his owl to summon the Weasley twins. Once everyone was gathered, I handed each of them a pair of Hagrid's specially made deerskin gloves and a large jar. George and Fred looked confused as they held the gear and asked, "Bro, what are we supposed to do with this?" I can't help but feel frustrated, pointing towards the Forbidden Forest and saying, "Go pick up the gear. If you don't loot after defeating a boss, then what was the point?" They still wanted to ask what a boss was. But Hagrid's loud voice spoiled the surprise. "Qin wants to collect the venom of the 8-eyed giant spider." As soon as those words were out, the Weasley brothers' eyes lit up like 2,000-watt light bulbs. They had gone there yesterday, but were so worried about me that they completely missed the treasure trove on the ground. Fred was so excited that his voice trembled. "I heard that thing can sell for 100 galleons per pint, and it's a hard currency that's in high demand." I smiled slightly, hiding my accomplishments and name. "Brother, that's all old news. The current market price is at least 120 galleons. I did some market research in Diagon Alley. It's professional." Upon hearing this, the two of them rushed out, yelling like they had been injected with adrenaline. Hagrid and I followed slowly behind, watching these two money-hungry brothers. It was quite a sight. When we arrived at the spider's lair, looking at the mess everywhere, I was a bit dazed. Did I really do all this? Fred leaned over and said, "Of course." Professor Dumbledore said this was your magic getting out of control, while George nodded vigorously beside him, looking at me with an expression full of admiration, as if he was about to offer me incense. I instinctively glanced at Hagrid, who shrugged at me. And I understood, old Dumbledore's confidentiality work was quite good. The fewer people who knew about the quiet ones, the better. All right. I clear my throat and wave my hand. All right, enough chit-chat. Guys, see that? That's not spider corpses. That's piles of galleons waving at us. Whoa. The twins were as excited as wolf cubs. Next came the technical work. Hagrid, being the professional, explained the physiology of the acromantula while demonstrating hands-on. Let me tell you, that scene, wow, it was a bit heavy. Hagrid, wearing gloves, cut open the shell on the spider's head, then shoved his whole hand into that gooey stuff. Squelching sounds. Family, who understands, this sound and scene were simply a double mental pollution. The Weasley twins turned green, and I figured they would have a psychological shadow on meatballs for the rest of their lives. Oh, found it. Hagrid shouted after digging around for a while. He told me to point the jar at a small hole on the spider's chelicerae, and then he slowly applied pressure with his hand, and a light green liquid shot precisely into the jar. Wow. The twins, completely carefree, thought the color was quite pretty. Pretty my foot. This stuff would rot if it touched any skin. I held the jar, my hands shaking, afraid a single drop would spill out. After finally squeezing out one, the three of us leaned in to take a look, and George immediately looked disappointed. Is that it? Just this little bit? Only 2 ounces. A pint equals 20 ounces, which means we would have to repeat this disgusting process 10 times to gather enough for that 120 galleons. I looked at the two of them, who were about to lose morale, and quickly boosted their spirits. Brothers, we may be one short, but we have a whole cave. This worked. The 2 silly sons of the landlords immediately perked up, so we started working in shifts, taking turns. To be honest, I have a strong mental fortitude, but even I felt like throwing up after doing it for a while. We worked hard for more than half a day and drained over 200 spiders, big and small, in the cave. In the end, we harvested 3 big jars of venom, about a dozen pints. Looking at this result, even if I felt too nauseous to eat, it was worth it. While we were extracting the venom, Hagrid was busy too. He took apart all the useful materials from the spiders, eyes, shells, large pincers, and packed them into 2 big sacks. By the time we lugged our spoils back to Hagrid's hut, exhausted but satisfied, guess who showed up just as we were talking about him? Snape. He was accompanied by Professor Swinton. With his ever-unchanging, icy expression, Snape started to imply something about me. Humph, like a petty merchant seeking small profits. Before I even spoke, Professor Swinton smiled and smoothed things over. Snape, not wanting to waste time, directly said, "Give me some venom from an acromantula. I need it for potion making." As soon as I heard it, I was delighted. Business was coming in. I immediately switched to my slime merchant mode, smiling as I extended my hand. "Professor Snape, you are our first customer, so I'll give you a discount. 1 pint will be 100 galleons. Snape's mouth twitched at that moment, probably not expecting me to be so straightforward. After a long pause, he fished out a small vial from his pocket. "I'll take 2 ounces first." Ha, I was laughing inside. Old Snape was just so stingy and proud. Just as I was about to prepare his order, he suddenly stopped me, pointing to another jar beside it. "Wait, I don't want that jar. I want the one over there." I was taken aback. "Professor, is there a difference between these 2 jars?" Snape immediately switched to his academic disdain mode. "Of course there is a difference. Your jar has a greenish-yellow color, which is from a young spider. This jar has a pure color, which is from an adult giant spider over 10 years old. The toxicity is worlds apart. I told you." At that moment, my mind just lit up. George, Fred, and I are all amateurs. We can't tell the difference at all. But when we were collecting, we indeed picked the bigger spiders first, filled 1 jar, and then switched to the next jar and unintentionally separated them. Family, isn't this just quality control masters delivering right to our doorstep? I excitedly grabbed Snape's hand. "Professor, you've really helped us a lot." Snape was startled by me and disdainfully shook off my hand. "Don't touch me. I didn't do anything." I rubbed my hands together, smiling brightly. "Professor, what do you think of this? Could you do us a small favor? We'll give you the 2 ounces of venom you want for free." Snape was taken aback, probably wondering if such a good deal actually existed. My request is very simple. I just asked this master of potions to help us grade these 3 jars of venom by quality. Otherwise, if we foolishly sell the high-grade stuff as ordinary, how much money will we lose? As soon as Snape heard this, for the 2 ounces of service fee and to showcase his expertise, he immediately agreed. He pulled out his wand and performed a series of smooth operations on the venom in the jars. The venom spun and separated under his wand, and he directly categorized it into 4 grades: S, A, B, and C. I was astonished at the time and exclaimed, "Professor, your move is incredible. You're simply the modern Lu Yu." Snape frowned and asked, "Who is Lu Yu?" I quickly made something up. "Oh, an ancient potion master from China, skilled in using tea to brew potions." To my surprise, he nodded and believed me. In the end, Snape not only helped us categorize the potions, but also helped us bottle them into small glass vials. Of course, I kept my promise and not only gave him 2 ounces of S grade, but also gifted him 1 ounce each of A, B, and C grades. Looking at his ice-cold face, which was still stern, but with a clear twinkle of amusement in his eyes, I knew this was a win-win situation. After sending Snape off, I immediately called a meeting with my partners George, Fred, and Hagrid to explain the tiered pricing strategy, leaving them stunned. Then we filled a dozen sample vials and sent them via owl to various apothecaries in Diagon Alley. By the time we finished all this, it was almost dark. I hurried back to the dormitory, took a hot shower, and finally got rid of that spider smell. Lying in bed, I calculated 5 pints of S grade, 3 pints each of A, B, and C grades, with S grade at 200, A grade at 150, B grade at 120, and C grade at 100 galleons per pint, totaling over 300 galleons. Jackpot. Divided among 4 of us. Each person would get over 500. That would be more than enough for me and Hermione to buy a Nimbus 2000 each. Thinking of Hermione, I quickly took out the special edition signed copy of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander that I had borrowed from Hagrid, packaged it up, and wrote a letter for my owl, Trigger, to deliver. In the letter, I showered her with compliments, saying how I dreamt of her and encouraging her to study hard. Among other things, family members, I have some experience in handling pure-hearted little girls. The next day, I woke up at 4 and couldn't fall back asleep. Since I had nothing to do, I wandered around the castle. Hogwarts at 4 in the morning has a unique tranquility, I must say. As I stepped on those moving staircases, I unknowingly walked up to the 8th floor, just as I was greeting a portrait of a drowsy nobleman. The wall beside me suddenly began to change. An ancient door appeared out of nowhere with a whoosh. I rubbed my eyes, my heart racing. I remembered. This is the system rewarding me, the summoning right of the wish-granting house. Indeed, the early bird catches the worm. I pushed the door open and found the inside empty, completely different from the cluttered look seen in movies. But then I realized that this room was tailored to my needs. What do I need? A huge warehouse to store the goods of my future business empire. This is simply made for me. A few days later, the Weasley brothers seemed like different people, running to Hagrid's hut every day to learn about magical creatures, so diligent that all the students and teachers were astonished. One day, they came to find Hagrid again, and as soon as they entered, their mindset completely collapsed. There was a golden little unicorn, the same one I had saved before, Anna, nuzzling my leg like a little puppy. George and Fred's voices changed pitch. "Hagrid, what is going on? How can a proud unicorn act like this?" "Why, I'm not Ligia. I'm not Ligia either." Hagrid explained that because I had saved her, she was particularly dependent on me. After hearing this, the 2 brothers sighed in envy. They also wanted to reach out and pet Anna, but she pushed their hand away with her horn, looking quite disdainful. However, the carrots they offered were happily eaten by Anna. TSK, this proud yet greedy little creature is just like her mother, Kelly. After sending off this little foodie, I remembered the main business. I told you I didn't come here early in the morning just to pet unicorns. I turned to Hagrid and asked, "So, have my angel investors replied?" Hagrid immediately pulled out a bunch of letters from his big pocket and said, They have almost all replied. In summary, the products are good, but your prices are a bit backstabbing to old customers." George and Fred also leaned in, looking serious. I laughed when I heard this. It was exactly what I expected. I said, "All right, since they all think it's too expensive, let's lower the price by 10. That much." George frowned, while Fred calculated faster than a calculator. "But that means we'll earn over 200 galleons less." Hagrid, upon hearing the 200, looked like his jaw was about to drop. Seeing the 3 of them in pain over the loss, I said, "Who told you to lower the prices completely? Then what do you want to do?" Fred became curious. I cleared my throat and threw out 4 big words. Hunger marketing. Seeing their confused faces, I directly started the lecture. Listen up, the venom of price cuts is limited. Each customer, regardless of their level, can buy a maximum of 10 ounces, and not a drop more. Paige got anxious. Why not sell more? We can't eat it if we keep it. I patted the twins on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Who understands family? This is called controlling the market, not being led by the market. Not selling now is to sell for a higher price later. This operation puts us far ahead, okay? You too, think about it carefully. After saying that, I asked Hagrid to get paper and pen, and I personally went down to act as customer service, quickly writing replies to those potential customers, telling them the price has dropped, but supplies are limited, so hurry up and place your orders so we can arrange shipping. Hagrid, watching from the side, sighed and said that doing business is really troublesome. I laughed and said, Uncle, this is called pulling both buyers and sellers benefit, so business can last long. In the following days, we acted like startup partners, cleaning and organizing the parts of those 8-eyed giant spiders in Hagrid's little hut every day. Let me tell you, those things are full of treasures. The legs are legs, and the eyes are eyes. We sorted and packed them well, waiting for Hagrid to deliver them to Diagon Alley, bringing along whatever he could to exchange for some coins. You wouldn't believe it. Hagrid came back loaded. The first batch of limited edition Venom sold out, and those spider legs and eyes also fetched a good price. Our Magical World startup fund with the twin brothers got a little thicker, feeling like we were not far from Forbes. Also, during these days, an annoying character showed up, in some ancient manner in a remote corner of England. A man with slick, shiny golden slick-back hair was sipping afternoon tea while reading an internal report from the Ministry of Magic. Who is it? Lucius Malfoy, of course. This guy saw a piece of news stating that there was a violent explosion in the Forbidden Forest last Friday night, and the school was keeping quiet about it. Upon hearing this, the old fox's eyes lit up. He has been hoping for Dumbledore's downfall, and now an opportunity has come. He must be thinking, if the school is not strict, students are in danger, Dumbledore can't escape blame. He immediately called his butler over and asked if there was any gossip about the school recently. The butler thought for a moment and said, nothing much. Just heard that Hagrid has been selling some venom and dark creature materials in Diagon Alley. Venom? Dark creatures? Explosion in the Forbidden Forest? Malfoy strung these words together. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, his radar for trouble was beeping. As long as he could give Dumbledore a hard time, he was happy. He immediately stood up and told his butler, go, contact the other board members of the school. I think we need to investigate this, all for the safety of the children, of course. TSK. Sounds better than it is. Time flew by to Tuesday flying class. I was in a good mood, riding my broom and wandering around in the sky, even showing off a difficult figure-8 maneuver, experiencing the joy of aerial racing. Just as I turned my head, I saw several Slytherin brats surrounding my roommate, Elvis. Elvis is already timid, and with them surrounding him, he was swaying on his broom like a weeble. The leader, a guy named Jerome, was being sarcastic. Oh, is this guy yours? We can fly however we want. Who are you to stop us? As soon as I saw the situation, I got fired up. I quietly landed on the ground, picked up a few stones and put them in my pocket, then flew back up. I pulled out my big sword from behind. Yes, that wooden sword, and took a stone from my pocket, tossing into the air, and swung my sword. With a loud smack, the stone shot out like a bullet, hitting Jerome's backside with precision. Jerome let out a miserable scream. Who hit me? When he turned around, he saw me holding the wooden sword, grinning at him. He blew up right away. Was it you? I looked innocent. Huh? I'm sorry. My hand slipped. Hand slipped? A simple apology is all it takes. The look on his face was as if he wanted to eat me alive. I shrugged my shoulders and say, so what do you want? I've already apologized. You don't want to hit me, do you? I didn't mean to provoke you. Let me tell you, my expression was as smug as it could be. Jerome already disliked me, and with old grudges added to new ones, he lost it completely. You're asking for it, he shouted, charging at me on his broom. His little followers were also howling and following behind. Elvis was almost in tears behind us, shouting, Qin, be careful. I shouted at him. Don't worry, it's just a good way to stretch my muscles. Saying that, I pressed down on the broom and charged toward Jerome. Just as I was about to collide with him, I suddenly swerved and slid past him. In that split second of passing by, I swung my big sword and smacked it right on his butt again. That scream was filled with humiliation and pain. Qin, I'm going to kill you. Jerome had completely lost it. For the next 5 minutes, the scene was nothing short of a one-sided aerial beating. I would fly close and directly hit him with the sword, then pull back to use my finger snap technique combined with sword control, basically hitting stones with a wooden sword for long-range sniping. His few lackeys had already run away, leaving only Jerome, disheveled and howling in the sky. At first, he was still being tough. I won't let this go. I replied, oh, threatening me? He yelled again, my dad won't let you go. I laughed. Who's your dad? The Minister of Magic? By the end, he was crying, can you stop hitting my butt? Give me a reason. I was wrong. I won't bully Elvis anymore. Please stop. Just as he was crying with snot and tears, Mrs. Hawkridge's voice rang out. "Qin, what are you doing?" As soon as I heard that, I immediately sheathed my sword, landed steadily, and said seriously, "Teacher, we are playing a game." Jerome was about to complain, but when I shot him a cold glare, he quickly changed his words. Yes, we're playing a game." Mrs. Horkin's gaze swept over our faces like a scanner. How could she not know what kind of troublemakers we were? Finally, she said coldly, disrupting the classroom order, "Gryffindor and Slytherin each lose 10 points. I sighed, and Jerome looked even more miserable. Just then, I saw Dumbledore walking by with a blonde man. I took a closer look and, good heavens, that flashy snake-headed cane belonged to none other than Lucius Malfoy. What was he doing at the school? My brows furrowed immediately. Malfoy also noticed what was happening on our side and sarcastically said to Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, isn't the school's discipline a bit concerning? There's open fighting in the classroom." Dumbledore smiled and replied, "It's in a child's nature to play. Lucius, I remember when you were in school, Professor McGonagall often deducted points from Slytherin because of you." That one sentence left Malfoy speechless. He could only awkwardly say, "That was in the past." Then, to change the subject, he pretended to be curious and pointed at me, asking, "What's the name of this Gryffindor student with good flying talent?" Dumbledore casually replied, "His name is Qin Yu," and then led Malfoy to his office, clearly not wanting to mention me further. Watching him walk away, I felt uneasy. I knew that Malfoy was a staunch Death Eater, but there was nothing I could do about it now. Even Dumbledore couldn't move against him for the time being, so I might as well focus on my own development. However, to be honest, I seem to be a bit angrier today. Normally, it would only take me a minute to teach Jerome a lesson, but today I ended up chasing him for 5 minutes. I instinctively glanced at Jerome again, and the poor guy shuddered, almost falling off his broom, quickly maneuvering to get as far away from me as possible. As soon as I finished class, Quidditch Captain Charlie Weasley rushed up to Professor McGonagall, excited like he had discovered a new continent, and said, "Professor McGonagall, I found a genius." Professor McGonagall looked puzzled and asked, "What kind of talent?" "A natural beater," Charlie exclaimed, animatedly describing my brave feats of flying at high speed while accurately hitting targets with a wooden bat. After hearing this, Professor McGonagall probably had a black line across her forehead, thinking, "How could I not know him? I know even more than you." She could only respond seriously, "Charlie, he was just fooling around with his classmates and has already lost points." Charlie, with his unique thought process, replied, "So you saw his performance too? Is that the point?" Professor McGonagall was speechless. Charlie then realized and quickly pretended to be serious, saying, Right, it's wrong to be undisciplined." Then he eagerly asked, "So do you agree to let him join the Quidditch team?" Professor McGonagall clearly felt conflicted because of my silent question, but she didn't want to delay me. Finally, she sighed and said, "If you insist, I'll consider it." After saying that, she hurried off, saying she had to help Dumbledore with a tough problem. At lunchtime, I greeted Elvis, grabbed a plate of food, and slipped away. I was going to meet a friend, someone who would definitely become a friend. Who? The house elf. Dobby. Malfoy came to school and even brought him along. Let me tell you, I was 1,000 times happier to see Dobby than Malfoy. This little guy's thirst for freedom and loyalty to friends truly deserves a whole lot of house points. I ran to the corridor outside the principal's office, and, sure enough, I saw him. He was small and thin, wearing a torn pillowcase, with big eyes blinking brightly, standing against the wall. I walked over and said directly, "Hi, sir. My name is Qin Yu. What's your name?" Dobby was startled and stammered, "Dobby, sir. My name is Dobby." Then he suddenly froze, looking at me in disbelief. You call Dobby, sir?" I laughed. "Are you a lady?" No. That's not what Dobby means. No one has ever called Dobby that." The little guy was so excited he was speechless. I looked at him, my nose a bit sour, and said, "From today on, it will be different. A person's nobility is determined by whether they have a kind and brave heart, regardless of their background." This statement left Dobby stunned. He mumbled to himself, "A kind and brave soul? Does Dobby have one?" "Yes, I believe you do," I said sincerely while looking into his big eyes. Tears streamed down Dobby's face immediately. Overwhelmed with emotion, he began to repeat what his master had said about him being lowly, and then he started banging his head against the wall, calling himself Bad Dobby. I couldn't stop him. Sigh, this self-PUA is practically ingrained in his DNA. Once he calmed down, I handed him the plate. "Dobby, it's lunchtime. Would you like something to eat?" He looked at the food on the plate, swallowed hard, but still shook his head. "Thank you, Dobby can't eat. Without his master's permission, Dobby can't eat anything." I was stunned at the time. Is there such a rule? No wonder he looks so thin. I cursed his owner 100 times in my heart. In the end, I sat down in the corridor, eating while chatting with Dobby, letting him smell the food. I asked him why Malfoy was here, and he quietly told me that his master heard about the explosion in the Forbidden Forest and thought it was Dumbledore's secret, so he specifically came to cause trouble. So that's how it is. It seems Malfoy still doesn't know this is related to me, so I felt relieved. As we chatted, I sensed some movement in the office, so I quickly got up to sneak away. Dobby, with red eyes, quietly asked me, "Qin, will Dobby be able to see you again?" I smiled at him and said firmly, "Of course, and I promise you will gain your freedom one day." I waved at him and hurried away with the empty plate. Just as I turned the corner, the door to the principal's office opened, and Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Malfoy walked out. As soon as Dumbledore appeared, he naturally leaned to the side, perfectly blocking Malfoy's line of sight, since he must have seen me sneaking away. That old man is quite clever. Dumbledore pointed in another direction and said, "Let's go, Lucius." Malfoy hesitated for a moment, because that direction led to the Forbidden Forest and was a longer route. But he didn't think much of it and followed along. Before leaving, he kicked a dazed Dobby hard, telling him to hurry up. Meanwhile, Lucius stepped on the gas, heading to the Forbidden Forest. And let me tell you, Dumbledore was still pretending to persuade him. "Oh, Lucius, why not have lunch first? It won't take long." Lucius's sour face looked as grim as ever, and he coldly replied, "Business is important. I'm not here to Hogwarts to mooch off meals." I just returned to the Gryffindor dormitory, barely settling in, when my prefect, Charlie Weasley, came to find me and said I needed to go to the Forbidden Forest. My heart sank, but I had to play dumb and asked, "Charlie, what do you need me for?" Charlie, being straightforward, told me that a big shot was here for an investigation, and Professor McGonagall specifically asked him to tell me not to be afraid and to insist that I accidentally wandered into the Forbidden Forest, not to say anything else. Who understands family matters, right? ISNT this just asking me to stick to a cover story? I instantly got it. The old lady was worried I might mess up, so she was giving me a heads up in advance. On the way, I chatted with Charlie, and he asked, "When did you accidentally wander into the Forbidden Forest?" Old Dumbledore made it clear on the first day of school. Without batting an eye, I made up a story. "Oh, don't mention it, I lost my pet rat. And when I was looking for it, I accidentally went in." Charlie actually believed me and kept reminding me to be careful next time. We chatted all the way, and he mysteriously told me that he had recommended me for the Quidditch team, and Professor McGonagall was considering it. Wow, what a pleasant surprise. When we arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall was indeed waiting there, like she was meeting a secret agent. She sent Charlie away and then lowered her voice to go over the story with me again. "Qin, do you know what to say later?" I nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I was looking for my pet, got lost, encountered a giant spider, got scared. And then guess what? Professor Dumbledore showed up like a hero, took out all the spiders with one move, and saved me. Professor McGonagall was momentarily stunned, then smiled with satisfaction, probably thinking, "This kid is quite good at lying." But let me tell you, we and T finished rehearsing our script when that Lucius Malfoy guy popped up from some corner, sarcastically saying, "Professor McGonagall, I thought you were lost too." Professor McGonagall, being an old hand, didn't T change her expression and went along with him, saying, "Yes, Mr. Malfoy. The Forbidden Forest can indeed be quite easy to get lost in." Lucius was left speechless, and then turned his gaze to me, exclaiming, "Oh, so it's you." I felt a sudden jolt in my heart. Oh no, have I been recognized? Professor McGonagall also got nervous, and we exchanged a quick glance. And guess what? Lucius continued, "How could I possibly know him? I just entered the school today and saw this little student bullying others in class. Quite an impression." Phew, both Professor McGonagall and I let out a sigh of relief at the same time. After all that, he only saw me riding a broom and hitting his precious son. He didn't even know my name. Well, he's the young master of the Malfoy family, so why would he bother remembering the name of a minor character like me? All right, everyone is here. Let's start the trial. The spider cave had long been cleaned up, leaving only some signs of explosions and bloodstains. Dumbledore stood there, exuding an aura, and said to Lucius, "The people are here. You can ask." Lucius's eyes were fixed on me like searchlights. "Little boy, tell me everything that happened that day. Remember, you must tell the truth." My acting at that time, let me tell you, was off the charts. I instantly transformed into a pitiful little flower, my voice quivering with a hint of tears as I began my performance. That day, my Shrek got lost. Wait, Lucius impatiently interrupted me, asking, "Who is Shrek?" I replied, He's my pet. A particularly cute big-eared mouse who can even ride on wheels." I could see I was about to spend 800 words introducing my pet. And Lucius's face turned dark as he shouted, "Get to the point." Oh, I quickly gathered myself and said, "I was looking for him, then got lost and ended up here. And then I saw so many big spiders, 8 legs and 8 eyes. It was terrifying. I was so scared that I could only cry and scream for help. And then Professor Dumbledore appeared. He saved me. After saying this, I even bowed at a 90-degree angle to old Dumbledore, sincerely saying, "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. If it weren't for you, Shrek and I would have been done for." Old Dumbledore cooperated, looking benevolent as he said, "It's our duty to protect our students." Lucius's brow was furrowed enough to crush a fly. He clearly didn't believe me. Just as he was pondering how to continue picking a fight, a savior arrived. Snape. He floated in like a ghost. Lucius's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, "Severus, did you bring the Veritasrum?" At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. It's settled. Who understands, family? You can always trust Snape's acting skills. Snape said expressionlessly, "What do you need that for? If you need it, I'll go get it for you right now." Lucius glanced at the smiling Dumbledore, the serious Professor McGonagall, my bewildered self, and Snape, who looked like he was questioning my sanity, and finally, he gave up. He probably thought he couldn't pry apart this iron triangle. He sighed and said, "Forget it, no need to bring it. Since the matter is clear, I can report to the board." And the process began. Professor McGonagall solemnly announced, "Although the situation has its reasons, the fact remains that you violated school rules, so 50 points will be deducted from Gryffindor." At that moment, tears streamed down my face. I felt so wronged, though half of it was an act. Lucius made a harsh remark, saying he would report Dumbledore's mismanagement to the board, and then he left with his poor house elf, Dobby, flinging his sleeves as he went. Once they were far away, I changed my expression in an instant. Snape rolled his eyes and remarked that he would definitely bring a truth serum when chatting with me in the future, and then he floated away. I laughed. He didn't even look at himself, acting like he was in a spy movie. With everything settled, Dumbledore, that old fox, started to calculate with me, saying that the money we made from selling spider venom had to be partially submitted to the school. I laughed and said, "Sure, headmaster, 10 of the profit. Not a penny less." Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were surprised. They probably didn't expect me to be so generous. Then I immediately turned the tables and happily asked, "Headmaster, since we are collaborating now, can I label this product as Hogwarts' official specialty? And if necessary, can we promote it as supervised by Professor Snape?" Dumbledore laughed and scolded me on the spot. "You little sly fox." How could he not understand? This was brand authorization. I was exchanging 10 of the profit for the prestigious Hogwarts name. This was a big move, a game changer. After settling things with the headmaster, I rushed over to Hagrid's hut, communicated with him, and told him that our little workshop was being upgraded to a school-run enterprise. Hagrid was overjoyed. I also specifically reminded him that when someone wants to buy goods, don't rush to sell. We are now the brand owners and need to hold our ground, preparing for price increase. With everything sorted, I dashed into the history of magic classroom just as Professor Binns, the ghost, emerged from the blackboard. For the first time ever, I actively raised my hand to answer questions, speaking a lot, and in the end, Professor Binns actually rewarded Gryffindor. 1 point. I almost cried out. Merlin's beard. After deducting so many points, I finally got 1 back. On the other side, Lucius returned to Malfoy Manor, feeling quite unsettled. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He sensed that he had missed some key information at Hogwarts today. Sitting in his study, deep in thought, his CPU was almost overheating when suddenly, his gaze fell on a flying broomstick on the wall. A flash of lightning struck his mind. He remembered me, the one who rode a broomstick and beat up Slytherin. Yes, such an incredibly talented new student in flying. How could Dumbledore, McGonagall, and even Snape react so indifferently? They hardly even mentioned my name. This was too suspicious. They were definitely trying to downplay my existence. He immediately turned to Dobby and asked, "What is that Eastern-looking boy's name?" Dobby trembled in fear, repeatedly saying Dobby, Dobby, but couldn't get it out. Lucius was so angry that he grabbed a book and threw it at him, cursing, "What good are you?" Then he decided to send someone to investigate me thoroughly later. Just as all of this was happening, let me tell you, the scene suddenly changed. The camera cut to a mysterious, dark place, with 5 groups of differently colored flames floating, as if some divine board meeting was taking place. They were mumbling about how time was running out and needed to choose a champion to defeat the World Destroyer. As soon as the words were spoken, the flames went out. Next, in Egypt, a boy who had been unconscious for several days woke up with a lightning-shaped mark on the back of his hand. In Nepal, an old beggar also came back to life with the same mark on his hand. In short, across the world, several chosen ones were activated simultaneously. As for me, I was completely unaware of all this. On Friday during potions class, I suddenly shivered, almost spilling the corrosive solution in my hand. I thought it was just the weather getting cooler. After class, as soon as I stepped out of the dungeon, Snape appeared like a ghost, holding a book, and slapped it on my shoulder, coldly saying, "Don't waste time here, hurry up and eat." In fact, he had been secretly giving me extra lessons recently, and the location was in the room of requirement on the 8th floor. We entered the room like we were meeting with an underground party, and looking at his eternally expressionless iceberg face, I couldn't hold back any longer. I said, "Professor Snape, I have a question that I just can't resist asking you." "Then ask," he replied blandly. "What I'm asking is, have you been here for a long time hiding there, just waiting for me to arrive to pretend it's a coincidence? I told you, I just have a big mouth." With one sentence, I dug my own grave. Old Snape's face darkened in an instant, and his body went stiff. He squinted his eyes and floated a chilling sentence. "All right, later we'll have a real combat practice, and I'll personally assess your learning outcomes." Good heavens! I was stunned at that moment. I had only been learning from him for 2 days. 2 days. To go head-to-head with a level T0 dark arts master? ISNT, that like looking for death in a latrine with a lantern? I quickly put on a smile. "Please. Professor, I'm still just a kid. ISNT your decision a bit." A bit hasty? And guess what he said? "Put away your poor acting. I will be careful, you won't die." After saying that, he turned and left, his back exuding coldness and ruthlessness. My heart sank, and I could only follow him with a bitter face. "I'm afraid of pain. Can you go easy on me?" He didn't even look back. "I'll try my best. Does anyone understand?" The words "I'll try my best" are even scarier than saying "I can't" directly. We entered the room of requirement, which was spacious enough, but my heart was really unsettled. This was actually my suggestion because Dumbledore arranged special training for me, with Snape responsible for teaching me how to fight, and Professor Svinton in charge of emotional management. I thought fighting would be noisy, and the room of requirement had good soundproofing. Now it turned into my exclusive punching bag room. Snape established the rule directly. "Today, we will only use disarming charm." As soon as I heard it, I felt half of the weight lift from my heart. It was a relief that it wasn't something excruciatingly painful, and it shouldn't cost me my life. Then, without saying a word, I took my stance, and the sense of ceremony was even more grand than the Olympic torch lighting. We walked back to opposite ends of the field, turned around, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Just as I had tensed my nerves, I heard a loud shout from across. "Expelliarmus." I just started to chant the spell exp, when suddenly my wrist snapped, as if I had been electrocuted, and my wand flew out with a clang. The timing was good, but my skill was too poor. 30 points. Snape remained expressionless, picked it up, and said again, "Fine. If we're doing it again, then let's do it." This time I gathered all my strength and shouted the spell before him. "Expelliarmus." What happened? My spell went off course. His did not, and bam. My wand flew away again. I was anxious and lacking precision. 40 points. Pick it up. I couldn't believe it. I started running around like a parkour snake, trying to dodge his aim. But he didn't even look at me, casually flicked his wand, and bam. The wand fell in response. He even mocked me. "Foolish. Do you think the enemy will give you time to warm up?" 50 points. As I picked up my wand, I muttered to myself, cursing my stupidity for scoring even higher. The next half hour was like my wand's day of suffering. I was disarmed at least 50 times. Family. Who understands? My wrist was almost swollen from all the hits. That unicorn hair wand core must be crying inside. On the other hand, Snape, that guy, didn't even take a breath, acting like nothing was wrong. I realized there's no way to wear him down. Just when I was so exhausted that I nearly stumbled into the table next to me, a turning point came. The wizard's body is very important. 59 points. Snape was still there giving comments. I leaned against the table, catching my breath, adjusting my breathing, walking around the area, my eyes fixed on him. Just then, I saw his gaze flicker down for just a split second. Only 0.1 seconds. He got distracted. An opportunity. I put all my strength into this one shot, swung the wand fiercely, and shouted with all my lifelong learning, "Expelliarmus." A white light flashed and hit the target. Clang. Snape's wand fell. Oh my God. Did I win? I could hardly believe it and cheered on the spot. Perfect timing, decisive action, full marks. Snape said. I was feeling smug when I noticed something was off with his expression, a bit despondent. He bent down, not picking up the wand first, but instead picking up a card from the ground and stuffing it into a book that had also fallen on the ground. I took a closer look and wow, isn't that the bookmark he made before, sealed with a lily? It's the one I just knocked off the table. Now I'm completely frozen in place. What I knocked off was his white moonlight's relic. I quickly apologized. "Professor, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." But he shook his head. "You did nothing wrong. Being able to decisively attack the enemy's weakness is commendable." At that moment, my survival instinct was at its peak, and I didn't dare to let out even a single fart. I couldn't respond to that. What if he got emotional and wiped me out? This incident quickly spread among the professors. That evening, I went to see Professor Swinton for therapy, for emotional management training. As soon as he saw me, he smiled. I heard he knocked Severus's wand out his hand. Young people are impressive. I could only chuckle awkwardly and say it was purely luck. Professor Swinton taught me the technique of meditation. It sounded mystical, talking about the space between movement and stillness, thought and non-thought, like a tongue twister. But believe it or not, it actually worked. I just sat there listening to his guidance, and it felt like giving my brain a deep spa treatment. The exhaustion for being tormented by Snape during the day disappeared, and I felt refreshed. He also mentioned that since I dealt with the spider last time, my emotions had been a bit volatile. I thought about it and realized it was true. I almost poured corrosive liquid on Snape's robes. I told him that after learning meditation, my temper had improved a lot. Today, when I saw Slytherin students bullying our female classmates, I only yelled at them and didn't resort to violence. Professor Swinton nodded and said that tomorrow at 10 in the morning, he would give me a more interesting training project. When I returned to the dorm that night, my roommates were making a racket. I lay in bed and tried to meditate by myself. Hey, it actually worked. The noise gradually faded into background sound and didn't affect me at all. The next morning, I first went to Hagrid's hut to have a business genius meeting with the Weasley twins. The main agenda was to set a price for our 8-eyed giant spider venom. In the end, we decided to raise the price by 20. The bottles must have the Hogwarts logo printed on them, and there had to be a line of text, rated by Professor Snape. Folks, this is called brand premium. Nailed it. The twins looked at me with a mix of admiration and awe. After that, I checked the time and headed straight to Professor Swinton's office. Upon entering, I saw a large black cabinet in the middle of the office. My heart sank. I had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Professor Swinton cheerfully pointed at the cabinet and said, "Today's project is to face your fears. I found you a good thing, a boggart." He explained that a boggart turns into whatever a person fears the most and how to deal with it using the ridiculous charm. I learned quickly and mastered it in 5 minutes. To be honest, I was a bit curious about what my greatest fear actually was. Professor Swinton waved his wand. The cabinet door opened and a shadow jumped out, twisting in the air before landing on the ground. The moment I saw what it was, I was completely stunned. It was an incredibly familiar office desk, a computer with an unfinished PowerPoint presentation on it, the title boldly stating, "Weekly Summary Report." Folks, who understands this? At that moment, I truly broke down. An invisible force seemed to pull me back to that workstation, and I could even hear my boss's urgent calls. That kind of fear was scarier than seeing Voldemort. What I feared most wasn't death. It was being forced back to work like a dog, back to the 996 grind. My breathing started to quicken, and I felt the silent power was about to burst out. "Qin!" A loud shout from Professor Swinton jolted me awake. I suddenly regained my senses and instinctively used meditation techniques to steady my mind, directing a comical spell at that wicked workstation. With a bang, the desk instantly twisted and transformed into a large, tail-wagging hound, with a monitor as its dog head. Looking at that funny sight, I let out a long sigh of relief. Professor Swinton was very pleased with my performance this time. After that, I practiced a few more times and was able to turn the weekly summary report into various bizarre things without changing my expression. After I left, Professor Swinton opened that cabinet himself. His boggart transformed into a tall and mighty statue of a man, holding a sword and shield with a determined gaze. He quietly looked at it for a while, then waved his wand, turning the statue into a painted clown with a red nose. To be honest, this experience with the boggart had a significant impact on me. It made me realize how afraid I was of losing everything I currently had. Thinking about it this way, my entire mindset became clear. I have to say, Snape and Swinton are truly the two great hidden talents of Hogwarts. Snape is like a technical genius, precise and effective, treating various grievances. Swinton, on the other hand, is that knowledgeable and warm life mentor. I tell you, these two together, one is cool and sharp-tongued, the other gentle and cunning. This pairing, I'm here for it. Moreover, once I started shipping this pairing, I simply couldn't stop. Not only among the teachers, but Harry, Ron, and Draco as well. Any two of them paired together would be a hot couple. At that moment, I was sitting in the Great Hall, and my mind was already starting to come up with ideas for them to debut as a boy band, named Hogwarts Boys, abbreviated as HWBOYS. Family, who understands? If this were to happen, it would definitely be the top trend in the magical world. I was sitting there, happily smiling like an ant, while Jimmy and the others looked at me as if I were a fool. Elvis was the first to come over and asked, "Qin, found some money? Why are you so happy?" That kid Jimmy immediately jumped in, "I know. It's definitely that pink letter from this morning. Another one has come. Goodness, How can these little brats be so obsessed with pink envelopes? I can't just tell them, guys, I'm currently imagining a pairing in my head. Creating a CP for you with Hogwarts prominent figures, right? They wouldn't understand anyway. I quickly waved my hand to change the topic. All right, forget about me. What are your plans for tomorrow? As soon as the topic of playing came up, they instantly got excited and chattered about going to watch the Quidditch tryouts. When I told them I'd signed up too, the little guys went wild, wanting to establish a support club for me on the spot, with Jimmy as the president and Elvis volunteering to make me a huge support banner. Seeing their enthusiasm warmed my heart. After dinner, they really rushed off to prepare for the support club. As for me, I had to continue receiving Professor Snape's lessons on love. Let me tell you, yesterday I managed to knock his wand out of his hand, purely because old S gave me a break. This afternoon, he went all out. Still that same disarming spell. But the power was incredible. When the first spell came at me, I felt like my entire arm was electrified. And it didn't stop there. He even managed to cast a double shot. Can spells really be combined like that? Someone teach me. I just barely got used to the double hit, and now, good grief, a triple hit has come. Moreover, I seriously suspect that he added all sorts of personal buffs to this weapon of yours. Stun, freeze, burn, knockback. I was spinning around like a top in place. I dare say, he was indeed using your weapon, but it was definitely the Snape-modified deluxe version. By the end of the training, I felt like I was falling apart. I looked at his calm and composed face and thought to myself, you're definitely taking personal revenge here. However, in the end, old Snape still threw a few healing spells my way, which is like a slap on the face and a sweet date. The next day, the Quidditch tryouts officially began. I was surrounded by my fan club as I arrived at the pitch, and that feeling was quite impressive. The pitch was packed with people, and I saw quite a few familiar faces. The lively George and Fred were definitely there, along with the handsome Hufflepuff, Cedric Diggory. Honestly, that guy is really handsome. Sunny and cheerful, super popular. As soon as he hopped on his broom, the Hufflepuff girls below were almost hoarse from cheering. It was like a concert atmosphere. Cedric was there to try out for the seeker position, and the test was summed up in one word: fast. As soon as the referee released the golden snitch, that little thing vanished in a flash. Cedric crouched down and shot off like a bullet. His speed was simply ridiculous. In just a few minutes, he returned holding the little golden ball, and the whole crowd erupted in cheers. Fred, standing beside me, said sourly, "It's just a bit fast and a bit handsome." George nodded along. "Exactly. He's nowhere near as good as my brother Charlie." I couldn't help but dampen their spirits. Unfortunately, Charlie will graduate next year, and your Team 1T have Seeker anymore. As soon as these two jokers heard this, they immediately started scheming. George said, "If I had known, I should have thought of a way to distract him earlier." Fred chimed in, "I have 7 or 8 spells that could make him miss the snitch." I was really a loss for words. I said, "Can't you two think of something a bit more normal?" Besides, I meaningfully told them that maybe there would be a genius seeker among next year's first-year students. As soon as George thought of his brother Ron, his face twisted in disdain. First year? Forget it. Just thinking about Ron's cowardly look makes me lose hope for the next class. Fred pretended to be nice and said, "Well, I agree with you. Saying that about Ron isn't very nice." Wow, talk about a brotherly bond. The Seeker tryouts ended quickly, with Cedric standing out. Next up were the Chasers. And when Angelina took the field, the Weasley twins shouted louder than anyone else. That girl was indeed impressive. She was not only beautiful, but also skilled, executing various difficult moves and securing her spot easily. Finally, it was our turn as beaters. I mounted my broom and flew into the air, feeling a bit nervous. To my surprise, when I got up there, the stands erupted with cheers for me, and it was quite loud, not just from our Gryffindor section, but even from Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and even Slytherin. People were shouting my name. I was completely taken aback. What was going on? When did I become so popular? Later, I learned that I had already become a prominent figure among this year's first-year students. I was good at my studies, had a strong relationship with the teachers, and had a leadership quality referring to how Jimmy and the others were always around me. The rumors had spread like wildfire. Even a group of girls had formed an information-sharing group about me, knowing exactly what I liked to eat and how many pairs of socks I owned. If I had known, I would have thrown Elvis's big mouth into the Black Lake to feed the squid. Of course, that was all later. At that moment, I was pumped up by my classmates' cheers, especially when I saw Elvis and the others holding up a banner made from who knows what, and I felt an instant surge of power. The rules for the beater tryouts were designed by Professor Sventon, and let me tell you, they were unique. A bunch of black and white owl models floated in the sky, and our task was to use the bludgers to protect the white owls while knocking down the black ones. Watching those chubby, cute bird models sway in the sky, I could only say this was very Sventon. As soon as the whistle blew, the tryouts began. 5 bludgers shot out like cannonballs. A senior in front of me, probably trying to show off, charged at a bludger, but ended up swinging and missing, getting hit in the arm instead and falling from the sky with a scream. The medics on the sidelines were incredibly efficient, rushing in to relieve his pain, putting him on a stretcher, and carrying him away. The whole process was seamless. Clearly seasoned veterans. This scene left me dumbfounded. It was clear that going head-to-head wouldn't work. George and Fred had learned their lesson too. The two of them teamed up to coordinate. My mind raced as I watched a bludger flying toward me, and suddenly, an idea struck me. I pressed my broom down, not charging at it, but flying sideways. The crowd was confused, thinking I was scared and trying to run away. But I wasn't running, I was circling. I used my speed to make a large arc, catching up to that bludger from the side. Physics wasn't wasted on me, folks. As long as I flew in the same direction as it, wouldn't the relative speed decrease. Just as the bludger was about to collide with the white owl, I caught up to it from behind, swung effortlessly, and, with a loud thud, sent it flying. The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Many seniors stood up, shouting about the curved flight and how it was a high-level move only professional players could pull off. I couldn't help but laugh. What high-level move? I was just playing with relative speed, completely forced into this cleverness by that guy's earlier disaster. From then on, it completely turned into my personal showcase. I unleashed all the skills Snape had trained me in that afternoon, executing all kinds of fancy footwork and hitting the bludgers from unbelievable angles, making those bludgers spin around. Professor McGonagall was grinning from ear to ear in the stands, while Snape wore a face of disdain for showmanship. But I bet the corners of his mouth secretly lifted by 1/10 of a millimeter. When the tryouts ended, I undoubtedly became the official beater, with George and Fred as substitutes. As soon as those two came down, they bounced over to Angelina to bond, saying they'd be teammates from now on and would look out for each other. I returned to the stands and joined my friends. They excitedly rushed over, holding a banner made of scarves, with bold letters that read, "Qin is the king." At that moment, as the autumn breeze blew and I looked at the simple banner and the sincere smiles of the young people, I felt one thing in my heart. It's so good. When the selection event was about to end, I saw Professor Swindon come down alone, take out a small cloth bag, and with a wave of his wand, the owl models in the sky wobbled down, automatically shrinking and diving into the bag. I stared at the bag, which was only the size of a textbook, wide-eyed. The undetectable extension charm. This is a must-have tool for home travel and even for smuggling. Just as I was enviously eyeing it, I noticed that Professor Swindon seemed to sense my gaze, cautiously stuffed the bag into his robe, and turned around, disappearing from sight. I was feeling quite disappointed when Fred and George walked over, looking even more dejected than I was. Seeing their expressions made me smile. I raised an eyebrow and teased them on purpose. "What's wrong? Rejected, huh?" Fred immediately became unhappy, saying, "What do you mean rejected?" Angelina politely declined our invitation. She said she had plans with her friends. George chimed in with a sigh. "Yeah, it's all our fault for being a step too late." It turns out these two clowns had just invited her to a party at Hagrid's hut and ended up getting friend-zoned. I patted them on the shoulder and, in a show of mercy, reassured them. It's okay. There will be other chances. After all, we'll be training together every day, so there will be plenty of opportunities. Let me tell you, these two clowns really have big hearts. One second, they were mourning over love, and the next second they were fully revived, pulling us towards Hagrid's hut, looking all excited and animated, starting to educate us on how amazing the magical creatures Hagrid raises are. I realized that my earlier attempt to comfort them was completely unnecessary. These two are simply born optimists, and anyone who can stand out at the Weasley house is definitely not ordinary. When we arrived at Hagrid's place, wow, he had already decorated the living room. Seeing us come in, he rubbed his big hands together and smiled. "Welcome, kids." We quickly thanked him, and the next second, everyone's eyes were glued to the table, which was piled high with candy, just like a small mountain. I'd asked the owl to tell Hagrid to help buy it in advance. You know how it is with kids. Who can resist this? I heard someone next to me gulp, and then the sound of swallowing started to echo around. I waved my hand. "Don't be shy, dig in." Saying that, I grabbed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean and stuffed it in my mouth. Wow, what a thrill. After chewing, my mouth was filled with a spicy flavor, and I felt like my head was going to explode from the heat. But I couldn't spit it out. Whoever spits it out loses. The others also fell into the trap. Their expressions were all over the place, and poor George ended up coughing tears. After eating the candy, Hagrid brought out the tea he made himself. I have to say, Hagrid's cooking is a disaster, but his tea-making skills are actually quite good. The others gathered around Hagrid, eagerly asking him about this magical creature's fur, that creature's horn, practically digging into Hagrid's entire knowledge. I didn't join in the commotion. I just held my cup of tea and sat on the steps, watching the sunset, enjoying the peaceful moment. Before long, a golden little unicorn walked over gracefully. For those who understand, it was Anna. As soon as she appeared, the little kids went wild, wanting to get close but too scared to do so. They could only watch from a distance. At this point, George and Fred got excited, each grabbed a clean carrot, and thought they looked cool as they walked over. What happened? Anna completely ignored them and headed straight for me. The party ended before dinner, and Charlie came over after tidying up the field. He first warned his two clumsy brothers not to cause trouble for Hagrid, earning them both a funny face. Then he told me that Professor McGonagall suggested I switch to being a seeker. I was stunned. Why? Charlie shrugged. Because you fly fast. I shook my head vigorously. No way. Just kidding. I used to think being a seeker was pretty cool. Catching the golden snitch could turn the game around. But after playing today, I realized being a beater is more my style. When Charlie left, and I returned to the common room, George and Fred couldn't hold back. Aren't you going to be a seeker? That's the most sought-after position. I told them, I'm not interested in chasing a little ball all over the field. Let me tell you, a team is like an army. The chasers are the infantry charging at the front, the seekers are the surprise troops striking from the flanks, and the beaters are the sharpest spears. The deadliest weapons of this army. Rather than being a headless fly, I'd rather swing my bat and wreak havoc on the field, killing gods and blocking Buddhas. How exhilarating. As I spoke, I mimicked a swinging motion. George and Fred's eyes lit up, and they slapped their thighs. Exactly. The beater is the coolest. Without the beater, Quidditch has no soul. Goodness, I felt that if I continued hanging out with these two delusional boys, I would eventually be led astray. After that selection, I became somewhat famous. Although most people couldn't remember my name, they all knew there was a first-year student in Gryffindor who was the beater guarding the owl. However, this fame didn't last long, and everyone returned to their routine of attending classes and doing homework. Meanwhile, my life was a whirlwind with classes, tutoring, and Quidditch practice forming a triangle of my existence. I wanted to even mention classes. I was the obvious distraction that made all the teachers want to end class early, asking increasingly tricky questions. Professor Sprout complained that I kept borrowing her precious herbs for some large-scale cultivation research, and we hadn't even finished the material before Christmas. Quidditch practice was intense, and within 2 weeks, I was already able to coordinate with the official team members. Professor McGonagall was so pleased that she personally gave me a Nimbus 2000. I was incredibly touched at the time, only to later find out that the money for the broom came from the profits of the spider venom we turned in. I also heard that when Dumbledore approved this funding, he even quoted an Eastern saying, "The wool comes from the sheep." I was left speechless, using my money to buy me a gift and expecting me to be grateful. That was quite the move. As for tutoring, Snape was no longer satisfied with just using the disarming charm to torture me. He started teaching me the more advanced conflagration curse. Let me tell you, I absolutely loved it. The joy of being a boy is that it's so simple, either playing with water or playing with fire. The feeling of flames shooting out was simply exhilarating. Snape even mentioned something in Old English, saying this spell could be used for offense or defense. Right now, I could only shoot fire forward, and I was far from mastering any kind of fire shield. The most ridiculous part was Professor Swinton. After finishing meditation and fear training, he had nothing else to do and insisted on pulling me in for tea and conversation every day. We chatted about everything from astrology to psychology. And I thought to myself, Professor, this is quite the vibe. Can we talk about something serious? I felt like I understood a lot, yet at the same time, I felt like I understood nothing. Finally, one day I couldn't take it anymore. Before he could launch into another lengthy monologue, I interrupted him. Professor, before we chat, could you help me look at something? I pulled out the little pyramid Bill had given me. I said I could keep grapes and cherries fresh for a long time inside it, and wanted to understand the principle behind it. Professor Swinton took it, and his eyes instantly lit up as he muttered to himself, "Wow, something from the Egyptian Alchemy Center. Wait, the spell system ISNT from Cairo. Interesting." I quickly interjected, "Professor, can you teach me how to make this? I want to make a bigger one that can hold more fruit." Hearing this, he was delighted and said it wouldn't be easy. Then, he suddenly put away his snacks, adjusted his robes, and looked at me seriously. "Before I teach you, please allow me to introduce myself. I, Stephen Isaac Swinton, am the 109th official student of the great alchemist, Sir Nicholas Flamel." I was completely confused at that moment. "Huh, who are you, buddy? What are you performing?" Seeing my bewildered expression, he smiled and explained that he was going to teach me alchemy, which required a sense of ritual. I thought to myself, I just want a fresh-keeping refrigerator. How did it turn into a philosopher's stone? Isn't the gap in this business a bit too big? He said. Of course. He wouldn't teach me about the philosopher's stone, as he didn't know it himself. But he could teach me how to replicate the materials and spells for this pyramid. Fine, as long as I could get my big refrigerator. From then on, my leisurely tea drinking and chatting time was completely over, and I plunged into the theoretical ocean of alchemy. After working hard for a while, one day, Hagrid suddenly came to me and said, Aragog is back. I was grooming a unicorn at the time and didn't react immediately. Who? Hagrid gestured. It's that runaway, old acromantula. Oh, it's that one. I said, wasn't it said to have run away from home? Why is it back again? To be honest, I had no fondness for that old spider. I almost met my end in its lair last time. Hagrid said it hadn't been doing well outside. Almost got killed by centaurs and snuck back when it got cold. Then he added, it specifically asked me not to tell you it's back. I exchanged glances with the Weasley brothers, thinking, Hagrid, you really can't keep a secret at all. I snorted coldly. Is it afraid I'll eliminate the roots? Hagrid nodded earnestly. Yeah, it said you were too terrifying back then. If it had run a bit slower, it would have been doomed. I rolled my eyes and bluntly stated, you tell it that considering your face it didn't hurt me, so I won't touch it. But all those offspring of its are ours. If it has any objections, it can come talk to me. Also, if any of your friends enter the Forbidden Forest again, it better keep an eye on its young. If something happens again, I'll blow up the spider den once more and see if it can still escape. That settled the matter. Hagrid went to relay the message to Aragog, while I continued grooming the unicorn. The little unicorn, Anna, couldn't wait any longer. As soon as I finished giving her mom a perfect middle part, she immediately came over to act cute. I had to ask George and the others to keep the collected white unicorn hair safe and switch to another bag for Anna's golden fur, although Ollivander wouldn't accepted. I still had to keep up appearances for the little one's sake. On the way back, I walked behind and suddenly remembered my system. Ever since the spider den incident, it had seemed like it was offline. I had a whim and silently thought, System, are you there? Squeak. After waiting for 5 seconds with no response, I thought it really was out of service. Just then, a voice suddenly rang in my head. Squeak. I almost choked while reciting it. I helplessly complained, Big brother, your reaction is too slow. How long has it been since you issued a task? As a result, the system directly responded, ding. Strong desire for adventure detected in the host. Would you like to activate the S-level difficulty world mode? I was dumbfounded. What the hell? The system coldly explained, in this mode, the world will fall into the highest level of chaos, and the host will always be in danger, allowing me to frequently issue tasks. Goodness, the system just ramped up the intensity for me. I finally understood that as long as I was reckless, it would have tasks for me. The system didn't give me any time to think. You have 5 seconds to make a choice. Countdown starts 5, 4, 3. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, and I hurriedly shouted in my mind, no way. Not opening. Not opening. Ding. The host's reply has been received. Temporarily maintaining the current difficulty world mode. After the system finished speaking, it added, if the host wishes to activate a higher difficulty, please feel free to summon me. I rolled my eyes. Am I crazy to open a higher difficulty? The system replied, then don't summon me. Huh. I suddenly felt there was some emotion in that statement, as if it was retorting me. Just as I wanted to ask again, it completely fell silent. Forget it. I didn't dare to provoke it anymore. If it really activated hell mode, I wouldn't even have a place to cry. That evening, I went to Professor Swinton's office. Wow. It had already turned into a crowded alchemy lab, with bottles and jars everywhere. As soon as I entered, Swinton came up to me with shining eyes. You're just in time. I've cracked the material formula, and we can start the refining. I hurriedly praised him, Professor. You truly are a genius. Professor Swinton said it was nothing, but the corners of his mouth were almost reaching his ears. If it were Snape, he would have rolled his eyes by now. Professor Swinton clearly couldn't wait any longer. Without saying a word, he handed me a set of ancient alchemist robes, and he waved his wand to change into a similar outfit himself. We were standing there with our gear in front of a pile of alchemical materials, and wow. The sense of ceremony was instantly elevated. Professor Swinton didn't waste any time with small talk. He came straight in with a soul-searching question. What is alchemy? I tell you, this wasn't an exam at all. It was more like a secret code. I opened my mouth and said, to harmonize earth, wind, water, and fire. To refine nobler beings, and even life from the most basic elements. The old man nodded in satisfaction, with a devout look on his face, and said, exactly. Nobility comes from tempering. All right, the philosophy lesson is over. It's time to get to work. I was just doing some trivial work for material pre-processing, something I could do with my eyes closed. When I finished and looked up, Swinton had already set up a huge alchemical cauldron with a magical blue flame burning underneath, looking particularly sophisticated. Then it was his stage, and I felt like a small assistant. He would call out, and I would toss in a material. He, on the other hand, waved his wand like a conductor, controlling the heat and the flow of substances in the cauldron. After all the materials were tossed in, the pot turned into a colorful, mysterious liquid. Just then, the main event arrived. Professor Swinton had a serious expression as he carefully took out a glass bottle from his pocket, containing a white powder. He told me, "This is the alchemical catalyst gifted to me by Lord LeMay, an exclusive secret formula. Those who understand know. Who among the family understands? Nicholas LeMay. He is the master of the alchemical world." Did this old man just casually pour in something given by him? He pulled out the cork and poured a third of it into the cauldron. I have to tell you, that scene was incredible. As soon as that white powder went in, the whole pot of liquid seemed to come alive, starting to boil, intertwine, and merge wildly. Those mixed colors looked like they were smoothed out by an invisible hand, and in the end, with a swish, everything turned into a dazzling golden yellow. Of course, this thing is way cooler than gold. Professor Swinton saw that the color was just right and began to slowly reduce the heat, his movements cautious, afraid of making any mistakes. As the fire went out, he waved his wand, and that golden liquid flew out of the pot, spinning in mid-air, transforming from liquid to solid, and finally becoming a golden sphere the size of a ghost ball, with patterns on the surface like flowing clouds, particularly beautiful. "Qin, catch it," he shouted. I quickly reached out to catch it, and the ball landed steadily in my hand. I swear, the moment I touched it, I felt its heartbeat. This thing is alive. Alchemy is incredible. This golden ball is the basic material for building the pyramids. The next step is the hardest part, replicating the ancient spells on top of the pyramid. Professor Swinton looked at the small pyramid and praised my friend Bill for his talent, saying that these ancient incantations cannot just be copied from a picture. One must be able to sense the flow of magic within. I thought to myself, isn't this the legendary flow state? It sounds mysterious. As a result, the old man studied for a long time, then slapped his thigh. No, this thing is too complex. I can't handle it alone. I need to call someone. The first person he thought of was, of course, Dumbledore. But he felt it was inappropriate to disturb the headmaster for such a trivial matter. So he set his sights on another person, Professor Snape. Goodness, I can hardly imagine what it would be like with these two together. Anyway, I couldn't help with this, so I let them figure it out. 5 days later, I was called to Swinton's office. As soon as I walked in, I was shocked. In the middle of the office stood a pure gold pyramid over a meter tall. Professor Swinton and Professor Snape stood on either side, like two guardians. Swinton was smiling like a flower, while Snape had the same sour face as if the whole world owed him money. Looking at this dazzling golden artifact, and then at the two professors, who clearly looked like they had pulled several all-nighters, I felt a pang in my heart. No way, I just wanted a container, and instead, I got a magical artifact crafted by two Hogwarts masters. Look at Professor Snape's hair. It's all dry and split. Before I could retract my sympathetic gaze, Snape's death ray swept over, coldly saying, "I don't know what you're thinking, but if you look at me with that kind of eyes again, I guarantee I'll throw you out of the third-floor window." I immediately put on a flattering smile. How could that be? I just think both professors are working too hard. They are simply role models in the wizarding world. All right, Severus, stop scaring the child. Professor Swinton stepped forward to smooth things over. Come on, Qin. The moment to witness the miracle has arrived. Saying this, they both stepped aside, and with a flick of Swinton's wand, one wall of the pyramid slowly rose, revealing inside a plate on which were placed apples, bananas, and grapes. At that moment, I was internally thinking, what a sin I've committed. I made 2 big shots work there, but's off for 5 days just to create a fruit preservation chamber for me. But my face was full of admiration. Wow. The two teachers working together, their efficiency is off the charts. They've replicated the spell so quickly. Then Snape let out a cold laugh, with a hint of arrogance. Replicate? Do you think the two of us would stoop to such a low-level task? Huh. I was left dumbfounded. Snape couldn't be bothered to explain. He pointed his wand lightly at the top of the tower and muttered a spell. In the next second, a chill erupted from inside the pyramid, and a thick layer of ice rapidly formed on the inner walls. The fruit on the plate was instantly covered with a layer of white frost. I gasped. Hiss, quick freezing function. This is really amazing. Bill's original little pyramid is at most just a storage box, but these 2 big shots have upgraded me to a military-grade, quick freezing cold storage. Professor Swinton immediately objected, shouting at Snape, "Severus, we agreed that I would demonstrate. How can you just take over?" Snape remained calm. Does it matter who demonstrates? Of course it does. How am I supposed to establish a great image in front of the students? Oh, then you can demonstrate again. We'll have the same impact if I do it again. Snape cut to the chase. You didn't say which turn was yours. You're just being evasive. Just as it looked like they were about to fight, I quickly raised my hand. Both professors will always be brilliant and great in my heart. You have shown me what a true wizard is. My flattery finally brought the atmosphere back. Swinton's expression improved a bit, and Snape also snorted and stopped talking. Then, Professor Swinton cleared his throat and began to explain. In summary, the materials Bill used were cheap, and the incantations only scratched the surface. He and Snape not only used top-notch materials, but also thoroughly researched those ancient incantations to 80%, directly developing a brand new function. Snape added, to understand the principles, you have to treat each incantation as a foreign language to learn. As soon as I heard it, my head started to ache. But with these two big shots personally leading the way, how could I not be fortunate? In the days that followed, I studied those scripture-like spells alongside them. The process was quite dull, but the only fun came from watching these two nearly 100-year-old men argue over trivial matters like two children, which was quite amusing. Until one day, while we were drinking tea and eating chilled fruits taken from the pyramid, Snape suddenly looked at the pyramid and said with a sigh, all this effort just to store fruit? Ha! You finally figured out. My mouth twitched uncontrollably. Professor Swinton looked innocent and asked, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Snape slowly replied, no problem. I'm just curious how much you spent on this pyramid. I looked over with curiosity. Swinton thought for a moment and casually said, for materials, probably about 2,000 or 3,000 galleons. As for the catalyst that Lord LeMay sent, that can't be priced. It's priceless. 2,000, 3,000 galleons. I was stunned. We wouldn't earn that much even if we sold an entire autumn's worth of acromantula venom. But that wasn't all. He added, of course, the most valuable part of this is still the wisdom of me and Severus, along with your occasional brilliant ideas. I was so shocked that I broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said, Professor, how about I return the materials fee to you? Swinton burst into laughter. Qin, do you really think I have nothing better to do than play with you? When faced with such an interesting research topic, as a wizard, I naturally have to give my all. The desire to explore is the source of our progress. Snape also rarely nodded in agreement, yes. I've learned a lot as well. Swinton looked at me with a smile. You see, we only made a pyramid to store fruit. But that doesn't mean we can only do this. Moreover, he paused and dropped a bombshell. Money is not important to me. Then he added, because I really have a lot of money. I was completely speechless. Snape, however, seemed to have thought of something and frowned as he muttered, Swindon. Swindon on the Devon River in Yorkshire? Swindon made a face and said, you found me out. In that moment, I didn't know why, but I always felt that there was a hint of indescribable loneliness hidden in his smile. While we were making a fuss over a super fridge, in the distant Muggle world, Hermione was carefully cleaning the room where I used to live. She hung out and folded my few pieces of clothing, arranged the items on the desk neatly, and finally, her gaze fell on the photo frame on the table. It was a moving picture of me flying on a broomstick. She quietly looked at it, thinking of me. That longing no longer felt as heart-wrenching as when I first left. It felt more like a habit, a daily routine etched in her bones. She would think that I had made her a better version of herself. A stronger girl who wouldn't secretly cry because of others' mockery anymore. Unable to resist, she reached out her finger and gently poked me in the photo, causing me to quickly dodge on my broomstick, which made her giggle. Halloween was approaching, and the Grangers were going to the supermarket for a big shopping spree. On the way, Mrs. Granger couldn't help but sigh that she missed me, and Mr. Granger quickly gave her a knowing look, worried that Hermione might feel sad. However, Hermione smiled and said, it's okay. He said he would be back for Christmas. Her parents exchanged a glance and saw surprise in each other's eyes. They realized their daughter had truly grown up. At the supermarket, Hermione carefully selected 2 large pumpkins, saying she wanted to make a pair of jack-o'-lanterns, one called Qin Lantern and the other Hermione Lantern. When they returned home loaded with groceries, they saw my owl, Treacle, at their doorstep. Hermione dashed out of the car like a gust of wind, took the letter from Treacle, and ran back to her room. She didn't open it immediately. Instead, she held the envelope to her nose and took a deep breath. The familiar smell of the brown paper instantly turned her originally calm longing into something intense. Over at Hogwarts, the Great Hall was bustling on the eve of Halloween. Thousands of bats were fluttering from the ceiling, and the long tables were filled with delicious food. Owls were delivering letters and packages like rain. I also received one, with Hermione's elegant handwriting on it. Upon opening it, I found a red sweater and a pair of brown knitted gloves. The letter said that Mrs. Granger had bought the sweater, and she had knitted the gloves herself. The red was the color of Gryffindor, and the brown was the color of her hair. I held the bright red sweater in my hands, feeling both amused and speechless. The color was just too eye-catching. However, even though the gloves were a bit ugly cute, they would definitely keep me warm. Looking at the lively scene around me, I suddenly sighed. "What's wrong?" Elvis asked from beside me. I said I was thinking it would be great if I could take a photo and post it on my social media. Social media? The Weasley twins immediately crowded over, their faces full of curiosity. I had no choice but to rack my brain to explain. It's like equivalent to creating your own copy of the Daily Prophet, posting today's photos and what you want to say, and your friends can instantly see it through the Flow network and even like and comment on it. As soon as I said this, George and Fred's eyes lit up instantly, like two light bulbs. They kept asking me questions, as if they had seen a brand new business empire. George excitedly said, "The magical world will be changed because of this." Fred's voice even trembled, "And we will be the ones to change the world." What else can I say? I can only encourage you. I truly admire your disruptive spirit in the industry. These two guys are probably going to kickstart the internet revolution in the magical world ahead of schedule. After Halloween, the weather has completely turned cold. Under the devilish guidance of the two professors, I finally mastered those pyramid spells. As a reward for my efforts, Professor Swinton directly gave me the remaining 1/3 of the alchemical materials needed to create that big pyramid. I held that heavy, gleaming material in my hands, feeling like I had just won the lottery. This thing is a treasure that money can't buy, as the catalyst gifted by Lord LeMay is almost gone. With this treasure, of course, I wanted to accomplish something big and immediately thought about crafting a legendary flying sword for myself. But what happened? Let me tell you, the ideal is full, but reality is skinny. I huffed and puffed, hammering that precious material into the shape of a sword, and then there was nothing more. This thing couldn't even fly. Swinging it was less convenient than a Quidditch bat. Seriously. All right. The flying sword project was temporarily shelved because my first official Quidditch match was about to start. The day of the match was Saturday. Early in the morning, Dumbledore received an urgent notice from the Ministry of Magic, saying he had to go to London for some Wisengamot meeting. I tell you, that name sounds impressive, but it's just a meeting of a bunch of big shots in the magical world, wielding immense power. Dumbledore is the chief, and for them to call him away in such a hurry, it must be something important. So, the task of giving the opening speech fell to Professor McGonagall. The old lady is a straightforward person. With her wand pressed against her throat, her voice boomed, and with just a few sentences, she wrapped things up neatly. With her command, the 15 players from Gryffindor and Slytherin marched into the arena. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the match officially began. 14 players soared into the sky. The Quaffle, Bludgers, and Golden Snitch were all released, and the entire stadium erupted into chaos, the cheers ringing in my ears. At that moment, the commentary booth also lit up. Wow, this time there were two girls commentating. One was Linda, a senior from Hufflepuff, with a sweet voice. The other was a Ravenclaw named Moni Wanda, with short chestnut hair, looking incredibly cool. Let me tell you, Moni is an absolute gem. She immediately started criticizing her own Ravenclaw keeper, saying he looked like he was asleep, making the fans in their stands turn green with embarrassment. This girl is all about being real, even calling out her own teammates. As the match began, Slytherin's chaser, Hughes, had the Quaffle and was charging towards our goal. Meanwhile, Moni was analyzing the situation expertly, claiming our keeper, Wood, had an impressive defensive position and that Hughes wouldn't score. In that split second of hesitation from Hughes, our rookie, Angelina, dove in and snatched the ball right from the veteran player's hands. Folks, you have no idea. The Gryffindor stands went wild. Moni in the commentary booth was even more excited, shouting how brave she was, saying that a rookie daring to steal the ball from a seasoned player was the true spirit of Quidditch. Angelina grabbed the ball and flew forward with all her might. But Slytherin wasn't to be underestimated. 3 chasers immediately closed in on her. To make matters worse, one of their beaters saw an opportunity and sent a bludger flying towards Angelina. Just as it was about to hit her, George Weasley swooped in from the side. With a loud whack, he knocked the bludger away, saving the day. Moni in the booth started her commentary again, saying she could tell George and Fred apart at a glance, because George had a slightly higher nose and one eye bigger than the other. A secret she discovered after staying at the Weasley house for a summer. I was flying in the air and couldn't help but laugh. George probably had a dark expression, dealing with such a lively cousin. Although Angelina was brave, in the end, her shot was still blocked by Slytherin's keeper. Cheers erupted from the Slytherin side. I flew past George and gave him a pat. He immediately leaned over and whispered, "Qin, want to use that?" As soon as I looked, wow, the one with the ball now is Marcus Flint from Slytherin. That kid is tall and big, like a bear, and looks tough to deal with. All right, I nodded. I'll go over and block the position. You wait for my signal. After saying that, I took off while Marcus, with the cover of his two teammates, formed an eagle head attacking formation and charged towards us aggressively. On our side of the stands, Hagrid also squeezed in and helped my roommate hold up the banner that said Qin is the king. However, while chatting with my roommate, he mentioned that there seemed to be a problem with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest that morning, which had sent him back. I didn't pay much attention to this at the time. My focus was entirely on the game. I hovered in front of our goal, not far from Wood, and could see the serious expression on his face. There was no helping it. Marcus was too fierce. Angelina tried to use the Parkins pincer tactic to ambush him, but she was directly knocked away like a truck. If it weren't for our captain Charlie's quick reflexes catching her, she would have definitely fallen. At this moment, everyone in the stadium probably thought that George and I were slacking off. The commentator Ming and I even started to make sarcastic remarks, saying that the two batters from Gryffindor seemed to be admiring the scenery in the sky. I ignored it and focused on staying as still as a mountain. As for George, he didn't fly towards Marcus. Instead, he made a big circle and flew to the side and rear. The Slytherins probably thought we were scared. Their faces showed mocking smiles. Marcus was unstoppable, knocking another one of our seekers away and closing in on the goal. Everyone thought we were definitely going to lose this point, and the Slytherin stands had already started celebrating early. Even Professor Snape, who knew when Professor Swinton had appeared next to him, thought we were going to concede points. Marcus was weaving back and forth in front of our goal, putting immense pressure on our goalkeeper Wood, just as he faked out Wood and charged towards the left goal, raising his hand to throw the ball in that instant. "George!" I shouted. Then, with a loud bang, George from a distance used all his strength to send a bludger hurtling towards me. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? An internal conflict? Did they think we were going to lose, so they were hitting their own teammate? I tell you, they don't understand a thing. That black bludger swooped in with a shriek like a cannonball fired from the barrel, and in an instant, it was right in front of me. I had been waiting for this moment. I didn't dodge at all. I watched the trajectory of the ball, swung my bat around with all my might, and hit it hard. Bang! Another deafening thud echoed. In the shocked gazes of the entire crowd, that bludger made a stunning 135-degree turn under my swing. Its speed more than doubled, transforming into a streak of black lightning, charging straight at Marcus Flint. The plot thickens. This is our tactic. The Slytherins were all stunned. They had been guarding against others, who would have thought that I, who had been admiring the scenery, was actually the killer move. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Marcus was just holding the bludger, ready to bask in the glory of scoring, when suddenly he felt as if a battering ram had hit him hard in the waist. He let out a howl, and his whole body was directly knocked sideways, the bludger slipping from his hands. The crowd was first silent, then erupted in a roar like an avalanche. Merlin's beard. A double team attack. Moni at the commentary box was so excited she lost her voice, stammering in excitement. What did I just see? Qin and George executed the legendary double team attack. It was unbelievable. Seniorwood did great too. He caught the ball. He even gave Qin a smile filled with 3 parts affection and 7 parts admiration. So heartwarming. Professor McGonagall probably couldn't take it anymore and shouted at her again. But the audience was already completely fired up. The entire stadium was chanting our names. Qin, Wood, Weasley. I excitedly high-fived George in the air. That shot completely crushed Slytherin's spirit. Snape's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He knew that our strike had not only intercepted a ball, but had also shattered the confidence of the entire Slytherin team. The rest of the match turned into my personal showcase. I felt like a different person, dominating the field, chasing after Slytherin players, and the fear in their eyes was evident. Although Marcus was still trying to hold on, he was basically a moving target. Gradually, the cheers from the stands changed. Qin is the king. Qin is the king. The words on the banner that Hagrid was holding became the chant echoing throughout the stadium. That's right. Qin is the king of the field at this moment. Mungni was shouting at the commentary booth with all her might. Listening to the thunderous cheers, I admit, I was thrilled. George even flew over, showing off as he bowed to me, calling me my king. I laughed and scolded him to stop being silly and to quickly score more goals, aiming to widen the score by over 150 points so we wouldn't even have to look for the golden snitch. While we were having the time of our lives, the atmosphere deep in the Forbidden Forest was completely different. A handsome blonde centaur named Firenze was watching our pitch. An older centaur named Ronan approached him, advising him not to get involved with humans, explaining that a dangerous hooded figure had just arrived that morning, beat them up, and even held a wand to Firenze's neck. Interrogating him about his father's past, it turned out that Firenze's father, Asta, was once the most powerful diviner of their tribe, but he left with a group of humans and never returned. Firenze was unwilling to accept this and wanted to uncover the truth from back then. Suddenly, another hot-tempered black-haired centaur named Bane rushed over. He was the one who had been beaten the worst that morning, and he started berating Firenze, accusing him of wanting to leave and serve as a mule for humans. "You're the mule," Firenze retorted angrily, glaring at him with his blue eyes. "I tell you, it was just about to get heated between those two Gryffindor brothers. Luckily, their big brother Ronan rushed over to mediate and shouted, 'Calm down, everyone.' That settled it." Both of them exchanged eye rolls. One stormed off angrily, and the other, the handsome guy named Falunz, just continued watching the Quidditch match, his eyes filled with longing. I couldn't tell if he was envious of others flying high or of our vibrant human world. Speaking of the match, I must mention it. Gryffindor practically rubbed Slytherin's face in the ground this time. When Charlie caught the golden snitch, we were already ahead by 90 points. The whole crowd was chanting Qin's name. His double-team maneuver sounded incredibly cool and completely bewildered the opponents. The Slytherin Seeker was chased all over the field by Qin, and when the golden snitch finally appeared, he didn't even dare to go after it, his psychological trauma big enough to cover Hogwarts. But let me tell you, there was a clever move behind this. Right after the match ended, Fred ran over to thank a senior named Mungni. And that's when I found out that she had been mocking our team madly before the match, all arranged by Qin. Who understands this, family? It was all about psychological warfare before the match, making Slytherin's crew arrogant, thinking we were pushovers, and then BM. We slapped them with a loud wake-up call as soon as we hit the field. This strategy is practically a modern-day art of war. Mungni even laughed and said, "So, I'm part of the plan too, huh?" Fred was all fawning, "Of course. You're our best friend." Then Mungni asked Fred why he didn't play. And guess what? These two jokers, Fred and George, actually competed over who could eat more Birdie Bott's every flavor beans to win a spot on the field. They each had 100 in front of them, no spitting allowed. In the end, Fred got to the 56th bean, which was a fishy flavor, and he broke down right there, putting on a painful expression and surrendering. After George won, he also started throwing up. I really can't with these two. Only they could come up with such a ridiculous scheme over something like this. Anyway, Fred, being a good sport, invited Mingni to Hagrid's hut for a celebration party. The party was so lively, with all the food and drinks paid for by Qin, who bought everything from Hogsmeade. Ever since he started his business selling acromantula venom, this guy is now a little tycoon, spending money like it's nothing. While we were celebrating with champagne, the atmosphere in the headmaster's office was far from relaxed. Dumbledore had just returned from a trip, and Professor McGonagall went to find him. Let me tell you, this was a big deal. Dumbledore said something had happened in Brazil. A group of people had emerged, and their ideology was very similar to that of an old friend of his, Gellert Grindelwald. Professor McGonagall was shocked. Isn't he the first Dark Lord? Wasn't he locked up in Ermengarde? Dumbledore sighed and said he had just come back from prison. And old Gellert claimed he didn't do it, but he was quite pleased with himself, saying something like, "Even though I'm not in the world anymore, my legend still lives on," and believed his theory of wizard supremacy was right, that muggles should be kept underfoot. Goodness, isn't that a spiritual sequel? Dumbledore was troubled. He hadn't even dealt with Voldemort yet, and now there was a fan club for Grindelwald. The old man felt a bit overwhelmed. Professor McGonagall quickly comforted him, saying the future belonged to the young, and there was still hope. Hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes regained their determination, saying he had to do something for the children, and that previous plans needed to be revised. Soon it was Christmas. Hagrid dragged Qin to the Forbidden Forest to chop down a Christmas tree, even trying to tempt him to stay for the holiday with 100 roasted turkeys. But Qin had already made plans with Hermione, and no one could stop him. He said, "Next year I still have 7 years to stay here. There will be plenty of opportunities." The two chopped down a tall and straight spruce, and Hagrid carried it back to the castle all by himself. The Great Hall was lively. Fred and George were working with grim faces. These two unfortunate souls had cast a spell on a snowball, which went out of control and exploded next to Snape, resulting in them being caught and forced to do hard labor. When they saw Qin arrive, they looked at him as if he were their savior, shouting that they wanted to decorate the Christmas tree together. After returning to the dormitory, Qin started packing his luggage. The suitcase was stuffed full, most of it gifts for Hermione and her parents. He thought to himself how great it would be to get Professor Swinton's bag that could hold unlimited items. On the day of the holiday, Qin dragged his suitcase onto the train all by himself. Now he was a celebrity, and students kept coming over to greet him. Even Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff heartthrob, came over, instantly turning into a fanboy, chatting with Qin about Quidditch the whole way. Eventually, Cedric even started pouring his heart out, talking about family pressure and suppressed dreams. Qin was like a big brother, guiding him the entire time. I thought this kid must be bursting with feelings, seizing any chance to vent. Finally, they arrived at King's Cross Station. I tell you, as they neared home, Qin actually felt a bit nervous. This was the legendary feeling of homesickness. As soon as he exited the station, the Granger family was waiting for him. Mrs. Granger rushed over and hugged him tightly, her eyes red, murmuring, "Qin, you're finally back. Annie missed you so much." As for Hermione, she initially stood there shyly, staring blankly. After half a year, there was a bit of a strange feeling. But who is Qin? He walked right over and opened his arms. In that moment, I tell you, all of Hermione's reserve disappeared, and she dove into his embrace, holding him tightly. Qin ruffled her hair and gently asked, "Did you miss me?" Hermione first nodded, then pouted playfully, saying, "Just a little bit." Oh my goodness, family. Who understands the sweetness of this long-awaited reunion? That evening, after a sumptuous dinner and some chatting, everyone went back to their rooms to sleep. Qin lay on the small bed in the attic, feeling a bit dazed, as if he were dreaming, having returned to this place where everything began. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, he heard the sound of light footsteps. He opened his eyes, and lo and behold, Hermione was there in a light blue pajamas, with two little braids squatting by his bed and looking at him with sparkling eyes. "Qin, can't you sleep either?" the little girl asked in a low voice, both excited and nervous. Qin was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Yeah, I can't sleep either." He sat up and patted the space beside him. "Come up." The little girl giggled and happily climbed onto the bed. They sat side by side, just like many times before. Qin even thoughtfully pulled the blanket over them both. Hermione didn't want him to turn on the light, afraid her mom would find out, and then proudly pointed to her head, gently pressing a cat hairpin. A soft glow immediately illuminated the room, warming the entire space. She tilted her head, her eyes filled with anticipation, asking, "Is it pretty?" Qin looked gently into her eyes, smiling as he said, "It's beautiful." "I told you." What he said is not about that hairpin at all. Hermione immediately understood. Her little face was stunned, and she just stared at him blankly, unable to say a word. I tell you, that little face turned red in an instant, and her heart was beating like a drum. Thump, thump, thump. It was only then that she realized, oh my gosh, her hand had been grabbed by Qin Yu without her noticing. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was quite calm and casually said, "Why is your hand so cold? Let me warm it up for you." Hermione, who initially wanted to struggle a bit, heard this and thought, hey, his hand is pretty warm. The warmth flowed directly to her, so she just stopped moving and let him hold her hand. Then the two of them sat there in silence, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qin Yu took the initiative to start conversation, telling her about the various things at Hogwarts. He talked about Professor Sprout's greenhouse, Snape's gloomy dungeon, how to fly coolly in fly class, who blew themselves up in charms class, and how Snape always found ways to deduct points from him. I tell you, this wasn't just storytelling. It was like a live stream of Hogwarts freshman orientation guide. Hermione was completely captivated, her eyes widening at times, and then covering her mouth to stifle laughter, worried about waking her parents downstairs. Once one hand was warmed up, Qin Yu naturally switched to holding her other hand. As they chatted, the night deepened, and the little girl's eyelids began to droop. Eventually, her head tilted, and she fell asleep right on Qin Yu's shoulder. I tell you, Qin Yu was also quite something. He just sat there and ended up falling asleep too. The next morning, when he woke up, the scene had completely changed. I don't know how they ended up in this position, but when Qin Yu opened his eyes, he found himself lying on the bed, and Hermione was sleeping soundly on his chest. Wow, isn't this progress a bit too fast? Hermione also groggily woke up, looked at Qin Yu's face, thought she was dreaming, and reached out to pinch him. The sensation was so real that she instantly woke up, her face turning as red as a monkey's butt, and she exclaimed, "Good morning, I'm leaving," and then dashed downstairs, which was hilarious. Then, during breakfast, something even more absurd happened. Hermione's dad, acting as if nothing was wrong, asked Qin Yu how he slept last night. Qin Yu, still a bit silly, said it was pretty good. Her dad leisurely replied, "Well, even on vacation, you should go to bed early and wake up early," while casting a meaningful glance at Hermione, who understands family dynamics. It was obvious he was implying that he heard the two of them chatting late into the night. Hermione's face fell instantly, wishing she could just disappear into a crack in the ground. Anyway, this matter passed just like that. Then it was time for Christmas, shopping, decorating the Christmas tree, and all that busy work, which immediately lifted the atmosphere. On Christmas morning, they exchanged gifts. Qin Yu received a scarf, and Hermione received a set of paintbrushes, which made her incredibly happy. She insisted on having Qin Yu model for her. At noon, her mom even roasted a gigantic turkey, and the whole family enjoyed a fantastic meal. After the holiday, things were calm for just 2 days when suddenly an unexpected visitor arrived at the door. A guy dressed like a dark wizard introduced himself as Wade Brooke from the Ministry of Magic. Hermione was curious, saying that it used to be a sister named May who came. So where did this guy come from? The guy smiled and said that May had been promoted, and now he was in charge. What was he there for? To help Qin Yu, the undocumented wizard, with his paperwork, and to give a warning to the 2 underage wizards about not using magic in front of muggles. A few of them went up to Qin Yu's room, and this guy was quite professional. He took out a quill that wrote by itself, making Hermione's eyes widen in amazement. Then he began to interrogate Qin Yu about his background, and Qin Yu recounted his amnesia story once again. After hearing it, the guy didn't say much but recited the regulations against using magic outside of school, listing warnings, expulsions, and court appearances, all in a row. However, he also mentioned that if they were truly in life-threatening situations, they should use magic when necessary. You think that was the end? Let me tell you, there was a twist. This guy named Wade, after leaving Hermione's house, didn't return to the Ministry of Magic at all. He used apparition to go where? Malfoy Manor. He went straight to report to Lucius Malfoy. It turns out this guy was one of Malfoy's people, sent to investigate Qin Yu's background. After hearing the report, Lucius sneered, thinking that Qin Yu's background was too normal. So normal that it seemed like something Dumbledore had deliberately fabricated, making it even more suspicious. While Malfoy was plotting something, Qin Yu and Hermione were still in the dark. Her parents went back to work, and the 2 of them were bored at home. Qin Yu decided to do something big and took Hermione to see the world, an adventurous trip to Diagon Alley. The 2 of them took the subway and then a tram to that rundown leaky cauldron. I tell you, the atmosphere in the pub today was off. Everyone was whispering. Qin Yu perked up his ears and heard 2 heavyweight terms, Pure Blood Party and Grindelwald. It turned out to be Grindelwald's remnants, now renamed G.A., causing trouble in Brazil, and everyone was worried that the flames of war might reach Europe. Hermione was thrilled to see so many wizards for the first time and wanted to socialize with them. Qin Yu quickly pulled her back, saying, "My dear, this place is not for making friends." Just as they were about to pass through, a drunk bumped into a man. The man looked particularly haggard, and his belongings fell all over the ground. As he bent down to pick them up, his sleeve slipped down, and wow, Qin Yu saw a tattoo on his wrist. It was a triangle with a circle inside and a vertical line in the middle. That design looked eerie. After the man picked up his things, he rushed into Diagon Alley without looking back. Qin Yu didn't think much of it and pulled Hermione into the little courtyard. Next came a moment to show off. He took out his wand and tapped 3 times on the wall, and the wall transformed like a transformer, opening a door by itself. Hermione exclaimed in awe, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Once they entered Diagon Alley, she completely lost it, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden, finding everything novel and dragging Qin Yu from shop to shop, mostly just browsing without buying. Qin Yu stood by, utterly amazed, thinking that this woman's shopping nature was truly ingrained in her DNA. After wandering for quite a while, they entered a potion shop. They happened to overhear someone trying to buy the venom of an acromantula, but it was sold out. At this moment, Qin Yu went up to greet the owner, who turned out to be the same person he had been corresponding with to buy those specialties from a forbidden forest. The owner was very friendly upon seeing him, but Qin Yu said he didn't bring anything today, just accompanying his sister's shop. Although the owner was a bit disappointed, he was still very hospitable, saying they could look around the store and offering them a 20% discount. Just then, a new customer walked into the store, complaining that the price of dragon liver was too high, and left without a word. I tell you, that boss sent off the customer who complained about the prices, and then turned around to start getting chummy with me again. But I had no mood to chat with him. I had to focus on serious business, investigating the market trends. I needed to know what sells well in these stores and what has high prices so that I could sell my local specialties accurately later on. Hermione, on the other hand, wasn't bored at all. She clung to my arm the whole time, asking me what this was and what that was for, treating me like a walking, "Where's the magical herb?" But to be honest, as we walked further, I encountered a bunch of bizarre things that I didn't recognize either. And if I stayed any longer, I'd be exposed. I decisively grabbed Hermione's little hand and slipped away. We wandered for 2 hours. My legs were almost breaking. And finally we ducked into the Lihing bookstore. I tell you, The moment Hermione stepped into the bookstore, her eyes lit up like a mouse that fell into a grain bin. The books here move, and some even make ghostly sounds. It was simply her paradise. She cautiously asked me if she could read here for a while, and I was overjoyed, thinking to myself, my little ancestor, you finally get to take a break. I immediately nodded and generously ordered her 2 cups of the special fruit juice from the store, which had a unique flavor in every sip. Absolutely amazing. We found a seat by the window, and she was seriously engrossed in a book titled A History of the Magical World. I couldn't help but tease her, thinking to myself that this girl has some ambition. Diving straight into such hardcore reading material that rivals the intensity of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. I casually picked up a book called Some Odd Ideas About Alchemy, written by a wizard from Egypt. After flipping through a few pages, I almost sprayed my juice out. The author's ideas are not just odd, they're downright ridiculous. He actually wrote in the book that a philosopher's stone could solve the Muggle world's energy crisis. I thought to myself, dude, do you think the philosopher's stone is like a cabbage in the ground, just saying it exists? This level of imagination, I can only say, bro is not cooking. I couldn't take it anymore, so I closed the book and leaned back in my chair to look out the window. The diagonal alley was bustling with people, just like during the New Year, very lively. As I was admiring this wizard version of the Along the River during the Qingming festival, I suddenly sat up straight. In the crowd downstairs, a pale-faced young man hurriedly walked by. It's him, the guy I saw at the Broken Cauldron pub. My heart skipped a beat, and before I could react, my system exploded in my mind. Ding! Host, you have discovered a suspicious person, and the dark currents of the magical world are surging. Please make your choice. Wow. 2 options popped up immediately. Option 1. Be a good citizen and inform others about this. Reward 1,000 gold galleons. Option 2. With great skill comes great courage. Follow up and investigate on your own. Reward a high-level illusion spell. I'm telling you, the disillusionment charm. That's high-level stuff. When mastered to the extreme, it's like wearing an invisibility cloak, coming and going without a trace. Only someone of Dumbledore's caliber can handle it smoothly. Snape taught me for half a day, and I could barely change color, like a chameleon. The system directly offers a max-level skill. Who can resist that? If it were just me, I wouldn't even blink and would choose option 2 right away. But the problem is, Hermione is right beside me. I'm in a dilemma right now. And suddenly Hermione looked up and asked, Qin, what's wrong? What are you thinking about? I casually replied, oh, it's nothing. I just remembered something I haven't done. And guess what? This little girl actually started giving me a lesson. She seriously told me, then you should hurry up. Don't you always teach me that if it's something you must do, you shouldn't make excuses and procrastinate? I was stunned at that moment. Who understands what it's like for family? I was backstabbed by my own motivational talk. But she was right. As a time traveler, I know how dangerous the future can be, and there's no escaping it. I can't continue living so comfortably. My gaze suddenly became determined, and I nodded at her. You're right, I can't avoid it. She seemed quite pleased and asked with a smile. So do you want me to go with you? No need. You could just stay here and read. It's more convenient for me to go alone. Just kidding. Taking her to play stealth and tracking? That would be like sending her to her doom. Keeping her in the bookstore is much safer. Hermione obediently nodded and then pointed at the empty cup, a bit shyly saying, can I have another glass of juice? I laughed and got up to rub her head. Of course, no problem. When I went downstairs, I silently thought, choose 2. The system immediately replied, your choice is full of courage. Good luck. I walked to the staircase and turned back to take a look. Hermione happened to look over as well, giving me a big smile and waving her little hand, as if to say I could go without worry. She would be good. Sigh, what a sweet and understanding little sister. I directly took a bunch of golden coins to the counter, told the owner to give that little girl upstairs unlimited juice refills, and let her buy books with the remaining money. Then, like a gust of wind, I rushed out of the bookstore. The guy wasn't walking fast, so I quickly locked onto him. I trailed him at a distance, noticing that he wasn't shopping at all. His nervous glance darted around, clearly guilty. After about 10 minutes, he glanced at the clock in a shop and suddenly quickened his pace, turning into an increasingly secluded alley. The next moment, he seemed to disappear into thin air. I hurried after him and found that the alley was so narrow that he was standing inside, anxiously waiting for someone. Both ends of the alley were open, and I didn't dare block the entrance. If I got discovered, it would be over. I scanned around and saw a big tree nearby, lush and leafy. Without thinking, I climbed it like a monkey and found an excellent vantage point to crouch down. After waiting for nearly 10 minutes, just as the guy was about to wear a hole in the ground, another person appeared at the opposite alley entrance. Wearing a dark cloak with the hood pulled low, obscuring their face, and walked straight towards him. As soon as I saw the main person arrive, I quickly sneaked down from the tree and crouched behind a pile of junk at the alley's entrance, peeking through the gaps in the wooden boards. I could hear the young man impatiently say, "Why did you take so long to get here? You have no sense of time." The cloaked man's voice sounded like a middle-aged guy. "Quite helpless. You insisted on meeting here. I was afraid of running into someone I know, so I took a big detour." The two of them murmured and argued for a bit about something regarding greater interests and how they were different, which left me confused. In the end, the cloaked man stopped arguing and handed over a key, saying, "Let's get down to business. We are very satisfied with the goods. And here is the second payment." The young man took the key and handed over a small bag. The cloaked man opened it, looked inside, nodded in satisfaction, and extended his hand for a handshake. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. Let me tell you, the place I was hiding turned out to be a stray cat's nest. When the cat returned home and saw me, it immediately came over and gave me a swipe without saying a word. I was so engrossed in watching that I didn't hold back a yelp when its claws dug into my hand, and the wooden board I was holding clattered to the ground. Now I was completely exposed. The two people in the alley were startled and shouted simultaneously. Whew. Wands were drawn in an instant. I thought to myself, this is it. But at that moment, being cowardly would truly be the end. I decided to go all in, relying on the lightning reflexes honed by Snape's training, and charged straight out from behind cover. They had only half finished their incantations, and my wand was already in motion. Disarm. Stupefy. Clang. Clang. Two wands fell to the ground in response, and right after that, the two of them rolled their eyes and fell straight down. The whole process took less than 2 seconds, clean and swift. Let me tell you, this is professionalism. Strike first, suffer later. There is no time to waste bickering with the villains. I cautiously approached and kicked them a couple of times, confirming they were out cold before I sighed in relief. I pulled back their sleeves to take a look, and I was shocked. My scalp went numb. On the young man's wrist was the pattern made up of triangles, circles, and vertical lines, the symbol of the Deathly Hallows, the emblem of Grindelwald's gang. And on the other cloaked man's wrist, even more terrifying, was a skull with a snake emerging from his mouth, the dark mark of the Death Eaters. My goodness, I was stunned. One was a member of the wizarding party, and the other a Death Eater, secretly meeting here? What kind of villain team-building activity was this? As I marveled at how small the world was, I quickly stuffed the keys and bags from their transaction into my pocket. Distant voices could be heard, so I dare not linger and slipped out from the other end of the alley. When I returned to the leaky cauldron, I was still holding the culprit, the little yellow cat that had scratched me. I thought since I'd taken over its nest, and seeing it looking so pitiful, I cast a cleaning spell on it and brought it back. The moment Hermione saw the little cat in my arms, her eyes turned into heart shapes, and she looked so gentle. Wow, Qin, it's so cute. Where did it come from? I shrugged helplessly. I found on the road, and it scratched me with its paw. Look. I showed her the back of my hand, which had already been healed with potions, leaving only a few shallow red marks. Hermione immediately felt sorry for me and started scolding the little cat. How could you bully Qin? He's such a nice person. The little cat mewed in my arms. Not sure if it understood. Hermione had already picked out a few books, and one of them was actually the one I had previously complained about, some odd ideas in alchemy. She said she saw me flipping through it a lot, and since the owner said it was on sale for only 5 sickles, she bought it for me. This girl really knows how to live. I was holding the book while Hermione was carrying the cat, and we left the bookstore like that. We initially planned to take the cat to the pet store. The staff even said that the cat has a raccoon lineage and could barely be sold. But after we had walked just a few steps, Hermione stopped, looking back with concern, murmuring, if no one buys Crookshanks, will he be kept in a cage forever? That's so pitiful. I was taken aback. Who? Crookshanks? Yes, I just named it. Wow, the name is already decided. Crookshanks, I'm familiar with that name. Isn't that her future pet that's smarter than a cat? Although it's still a little kitten now, with that big face and short legs, there's no doubt it's the one. Well, since it's come to this, what else can I do? I sighed and stopped in my tracks. Hermione looked at me, blinking her eyes, waiting for me to move. I raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you want to leave? She instantly understood, her lips spreading into a huge grin as she excitedly ran over, tiptoed, and gave me a quick peck on the cheek, then dashed back to the pet store like a whirlwind. Sigh, Western etiquette. I calmly touched my face and followed her back. In the end, not only did we get Crookshanks back, but we also bought a bunch of pet supplies. Hermione was overjoyed, holding Crookshanks tightly and seriously introducing, Crookshanks, from now on I'm your mom, and he is your uncle. Me? Why am I the uncle? She confidently replied, because I'm your sister. All right, she really has a firm grip on the family hierarchy. When we got home, the Grangers indeed had concerns about getting a cat. I quickly went up to persuade them, saying that we could bring pets to Hogwarts anyway. So it was like buying one in advance. To prove that the cat was smart, I even wanted it to demonstrate using the toilet. But the little guy got so scared that he almost fell in. However, in the end, Mrs. Granger softened and agreed. That night, Crookshanks officially became Hermione's bedside cat. As for me, lying in bed, I couldn't feel a bit of sleepiness. I took out the Gringotts key and the small bottle containing the black-red liquid. And the more I thought about it, the more I felt that this matter was not simple. This thing was too hot to handle. I certainly couldn't keep it myself. I immediately wrote a letter and had my owl Trig deliver it to Hogwarts, addressed to Albus Dumbledore. Guess what? Not long after the letter was sent, the window in my room opened by itself, and Dumbledore floated in like a gust of wind, his beard still as white as ever, but his expression more serious than I had ever seen. Qin, what happened? Without hesitation, I recounted my entire experience in Diagon Alley today, including how I discovered those two people, how I tracked them, how I took them down, as well as their tattoos and the items they were trading. Old Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly serious as I spoke. When I handed him the small bottle, his eyes were filled with concern. He carefully put away the items and solemnly advised me, Qin, your vigilance and courage are commendable. However, this is where it ends. The next steps are for us old folks to handle. You're still young. Don't take any more risks. Of course, I readily agreed. I'm not stupid. What does a student have to do with such divine battles? Old Dang came and went in a hurry, disappearing like a phantom. Just as he left, my system chimed in my head, ding. Investigation task completed. Rewards have been issued. I excitedly rubbed my hands together and immediately tried out the new skill I had just acquired. As I recited the incantation and pointed it at myself, the next second, I realized I couldn't see my own body, completely invisible. The effect was simply amazing. The following days of the holiday flew by quickly. Hermione held Crookshanks every day, and their bond rapidly grew stronger. The cat even learned to use the toilet, which was nothing short of a miracle. But happy times are always short-lived, and the holiday was about to end. Tomorrow, I will be going back to school. I looked at the undeniable disappointment on Hermione's face and comforted her, saying, I will be back soon, and I'll write to you often. Who would have thought that after hearing this? She pouted and said softly, I don't want it to be just letters. Listen, who among the family understands this? As soon as she said that, my heart melted. But at the same time, I felt a jolt. Oh no, this little girl really doesn't want me to go. I have to tell you, after spending these 10 days of vacation, not to mention her, even I started to feel a bit melancholic. Just when I was there feeling sentimental. I turned my head and, lo and behold, the fat cat named Crookshanks in her arms was rubbing its big face against Hermione's arm. At that moment, I don't know where my sudden anger came from, but I grabbed the cat by the scruff of its neck and pulled it away. Hermione was startled and just managed to shout out a word, but without saying anything, I stepped forward and gently pulled her into my arms. Sometimes, comforting someone doesn't require many words. A hug is enough, just focusing on companionship. At first, the little girl was a bit stiff, but she quickly softened up, nuzzling against my neck, and her little emotions vanished in an instant. Once she calmed down, she started making demands, pouting and saying, Then you must write me 2 letters every week. They can be short, but you must write. What could I say? I immediately patted my chest and promised, absolutely. If I can't do it, just have your owl, Treacle, come and get me from the sky. Hermione burst out laughing, covering her mouth, saying, With that little body of yours, how could it possibly catch you? I seriously joked, doesn't it have siblings? They could team up to catch me. This really made her happy. The little girl's emotions changed quickly, and after all that, she dashed upstairs to help me pack my luggage. I watched her clumsily yet earnestly folding my clothes by the bedside, and my heart felt so warm. The future Minister of Magic personally folding my clothes, what a treatment. TSK, TSK. Just as I was enjoying the moment, she turned around and urged me, Hurry up and pack. Why are you just standing there? I casually blurted out, I want to take you with me. Her eyes lit up as she took it seriously. Really? Can I? Goodness, this girl is even playing along with me. I replied somewhat irritably, unless you turn into a cat. Who knew that the next second she climbed onto my bed, curled up into a ball, and meowed, actually pretending to be a cat. I was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, so I just patted her head, which resulted in all the clothes I had just folded getting messed up again. The next morning, I was supposed to head back to school. The Grangers initially planned to see me off, but I politely declined. As I was leaving, Hermione, holding that fat cat, waved its paw at me. Crookshanks, say goodbye to Uncle. Her parents were shocked, probably thinking she would cry, but she was surprisingly calm. Hey, she's just a little girl. Once you cheer her up, everything is fine. And besides, she's secretly growing up too. Sitting on the Hogwarts Express, looking at the familiar scenery, the new semester began just like that. Let me tell you, nothing is more invigorating than starting the first class back at school with Snape's potions lesson. As soon as that old bat walked into the classroom, the usual eerie vibe filled the air. He scanned the room and finally locked his gaze on me. Mr. Qin, looks like you've had a rather pleasant holiday. Now, demonstrate the grinding of a weasel's drying gland for everyone. I was shocked. Family, the weasel gland. That thing is a biochemical weapon. It looks like an ordinary shriveled object. But once it's ground into powder, the smell can knock a person out on the spot. Snape even added insult to injury. Well done, Gryffindor get the point. All right, you got me there. I steeled myself and stepped onto the stage, took a deep breath, picked up the pestle, closed my eyes, braced myself, and started pounding vigorously. The next second, an overwhelming stench erupted and filled the entire classroom. Ugh, help! Tears streamed down my face. The classroom turned into a gas chamber, with cries of despair everywhere. As the epicenter of this disaster, I felt like my soul was about to be suffocated. Meanwhile, Snape, that old guy, was unfazed and slowly raised his voice, saying, "Remember this smell? Of course, I'll never forget this smell for the rest of my life." The entire class was crying and shouting, claiming they remembered it. And only then did he wave his wand and whoosh, sucking away the foul odor, even compressing the remaining stink below my chest. At that moment, I had one thought. I must learn this trick so that I won't be discovered when I cook in the dormitory in the future. After finally sorting it out, Snape also kept his promise and awarded Gryffindor a precious point. By the end of the class, Snape's notorious reputation completely overshadowed that of Professor Swindon, who used to show bloody pictures every day. After class, I found myself again with Snape and Swindon in the defense against the Dark Arts office. Swindon immediately complained about why the students were afraid of him, and I rolled my eyes. Doesn't he realize that showing horror movies every class might be the reason? Snape couldn't be bothered with him and directly asked, "What do you want us for?" Only then did Swindon drop his goofy expression and, looking serious, take out a small vial containing half a bottle of dark red liquid. I looked at it, my pupils shaking. Wasn't this what I found in Diagon Alley during the Christmas holiday? Swindon said Dumbledore had given it to him for research because it was his specialty, alchemy. Then, he lifted a black cloth beside him, revealing a cage containing a dazed little white mouse. The mouse was covered in fatal wounds, but strangely, it was still moving. Snape's face darkened as he muttered two words. Immortal body? Swindon nodded, explaining that this liquid was a product of dark alchemy that could turn living beings into something like zombies. I was shocked. Does the magical world also have a bioweapon crisis? Swindon waved his wand and turned the poor mouse to ashes, then said the situation was a bit tricky. Dumbledore's meaning was clear. I needed to step up my training because strange things kept happening around me. I truly appreciated it. Thus, I thought I could enjoy an easy tutoring session after class, but it turned into a hellish challenge. That old Snape really pushed me to my limits, almost forcing me to unleash my silent power several times. Days passed like this with me attending classes, enduring scoldings, and busy with Quidditch practice. But I never forgot my promise to Hermione, writing her 2 letters a week without fail. Her replies became more direct, shifting from occasional thoughts to "I miss you so much." Hey, that felt pretty good. Before I knew it, winter passed and spring arrived. Everything came back to life, and it was time for little wizards to frolic again. One day during flying class, I was riding my broom, enjoying the view in the sky, when I spotted Lucius Malfoy with his slicked back hair standing by the edge of the lawn, wearing a fake smile as he looked up at me. My heart sank. This old guy was definitely here to mess with me. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall waved at me seriously. "Qin, come down, I need to talk to you." I landed and greeted them obediently, but Lucius directly interrupted, saying he had something to ask me. I was unwilling, but I followed them to the principal's office. On the way, the house elf Dobby, seizing the chance when Lucius wasn't paying attention, signaled frantically at me. Once we got a bit of distance, he leaned over and whispered in a tiny voice, trembling, "VVV, vomit, VVV, vomit potion." My scalp was about to explode. It was over. This old guy really doesn't know when to give up. Last time, Snape messed things up for me, and this time he actually came prepared. I wanted to slip away, but reason told me I couldn't escape. Once in Dumbledore's office, Lucius got straight to the point, saying he suspected several magical leak incidents in the Muggle world were related to me, talking to snakes at the zoo and uprooting a large willow tree. I could only play dumb, looking panicked. Dumbledore was trying to smooth things over, saying it was normal for young wizards to lose control of their magic. But Lucius wasn't buying it at all. He pulled out a small vial from his pocket and, in front of everyone, dripped 3 drops of Veritaserum into a cup of tea. Damn, he actually brought it himself. Now Snape couldn't help me. Looking at the tea pushed in front of me, my palms were sweating. What to do? Did old Dumbledore have a backup plan? If I reveal my secret, wouldn't I'd be treated like a lab rat for research? And what about my system, my identity as a traveler? If I revealed everything? Damn, where's the system? Shouldn't it pop up and give me options at a time like this? Just as my hand was shaking like I had Parkinson's and about to touch the cup, a familiar voice suddenly echoed in my mind. It's fine. Just those 2 words nearly made me cry. System brother, you finally came online. I frantically asked in my head, is this for real? The system coolly replied, my matters are beyond their ability to discern. Wow, that sounded impressive. The system also confirmed that even with legilimency, they couldn't see my core secret. All right, with that assurance, I immediately felt more confident. But the show had to go on. I continued to act terrified, my hands shaking even more, the cup clinking against the saucer loudly. Lucius was so smug, while Dumbledore maintained his calm demeanor. But I knew that old man must be hiding some big move under the table. I steeled myself, lifted the cup, and drank it all in one go. Lucius immediately asked, what exactly happened in the Forbidden Forest that day? I looked dazed and started rambling. The Forbidden Forest. I have to thank Professor Dumbledore. It was Professor Dumbledore who saved me. Lucius's face darkened as he pressed on. What about before Dumbledore arrived? What special ability did you use? I continued to be confused. Ability? Oh, I was trying hard to control my urge to pee. I was really scared. Suddenly, I thought I heard Professor McGonagall almost laugh out loud. Lucius's nose twisted in anger as he changed the subject. What about the snake at the zoo? And that big willow tree? I muttered to myself, snake? I scared it a bit, and it just left. Willow tree? Could it be that it was windy that day? Dumbledore chimed in, saying that my situation was a typical case of early magical instability, but it had stabilized now. He seemed to understand that Lucius was just looking for an excuse to pry into my words today. In fact, old Dumbledore was ready to act at any moment. Who knew that after I drank the truth serum, I could still babble without changing my expression or skipping a heartbeat. It was ridiculous. Let me tell you, Loud Dang's eyes were practically giving me a thumbs up. That old fox Lucius wasn't giving up, insisting on asking me if I had anything else hidden away about my abilities, my background, digging for details. I just kept playing along, saying yes, yes. I secretly sold the herbs the professor gave me, and I got a good price for them. Goodness, Lucius turned green at that moment, nearly shouted. Who the hell asked you about the herbs? Dumbledore saw the timing was right, and decisively put an end to it, his voice so authoritative, saying, Mr. Malfoy, I see things very clearly now. This child is fine. Let's stop here. He even warned that if Lucius kept pressing, he would report him to the board and the Ministry of Magic for harassing a minor. Family, who understands, Lucius immediately backed down. Did he dare to confront Dumbledore? Not a chance, even if he had the guts. In the end, he could only hold back his anger, threw out a line that he was done asking, and left with his little elf Dobby slinking away. I'm experiencing the side effects of the truth potion. I just fainted. In my dazed state, I felt Professor McGonagall was still by my side, and then suddenly Snape rushed in. Let me tell you, old Dumbledore briefly explained the situation, and without a second thought, Snape picked me up in a princess carry and took me straight to the hospital wing with his long strides. That scene, TSK, was too beautiful for me to look at. Switching to a God's eye view, Lucius left the school, didn't he go home, but instead ran to a dilapidated manor to meet a masked man in a black robe. The masked man mocked him right away. Failed again? Didn't you say this time it was secure? Lucius was furious, insisting, I'm sure that kid has a problem. Either the truth potion was faulty, or Dumbledore is up to something. The masked man didn't buy it at all, sneering, I think it's just you who can't get the job done. They started to exchange insults, each blaming the other. One claimed he was devoted to the return of their master, while the other sarcastically said that the master would surely reward him well. I almost laughed. The teamwork among the Death Eaters seems to revolve around an electronic wooden fish, with all achievements relying on knocking it. As they talked, they got to the main issue, mentioning that Dumbledore has been contacting old students worldwide, growing his influence and threatening their grand cause. They also mentioned that a previous deal involving something called the blood of the sorcerer was a failure, and now they could only think about targeting LeMay. Who is LeMay? Nicholas Flamel, the one with the Philosopher's Stone. These guys really have guts. In the end, their conversation fell apart, exchanged some harsh words, and they each disapparated away. On the other side, in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, old Dumbledore also looked exhausted. He had been secretly investigating a force called G. The remnants of Grindelwald, which was wearing him out. And he also had to watch out for people like Lucius who might stab him in the back. It was really tough. When I woke up again, I was already in the hospital wing. As I opened my eyes, Professor Swinton was sitting by my bed, engrossed in a book titled Some Odd Ideas on Alchemy. I recognized the title. It was the one I had flipped through in Diagon Alley and later had Hermione buy for me. When Swinton saw I was awake, he told me that I had taken the truth potion and the side effect was drowsiness, that I had been asleep for over 8 hours. And it was Professor Snape who personally brought me here. All right, I'll remember this favor. Feeling that my body was fine, I left the hospital wing with Professor Swinton. As we walked down the corridor, we started talking about alchemy again. He held up the book and said that although the author's ideas were fanciful, they were very inspiring. I couldn't help but tease, saying I thought he would think the author was a madman. Swinton burst out laughing and said, "Which great alchemist in history wasn't a madman?" As we chatted, he suddenly changed the subject and asked me, "I heard you turned those precious alchemical materials from last time into a sword that's beautiful but useless?" My face turned red at that moment. It was so heartbreaking. I said, "Professor, your words are too sharp. If I didn't know better, I would think you were Professor Snape." He smiled even more happily when he saw my embarrassment. I decided to just give in and said, all right, I admit my skills aren't good. I've wasted materials. How about you take that sword and make something useful out of it?" To my surprise, he actually nodded and said, "That's exactly what I intended." Goodness, you really don't hold back. But then he continued to say that it was that book that inspired him, and he could help me upgrade that sword into a truly useful one. As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up and I blurted out, "Really? Can it fly?" Swinton laughed. "It seems Mrs. Witchy was right. You're always thinking about flying on a sword, huh? It's about stepping on it to fly, not riding it." I quickly corrected myself. "Riding on the sword. Do you want your butt to be gone?" "All right, stepping on it to fly. That could be arranged. Any other requests?" "I want it to be able to change size, just like the spatial expansion spell." That might be a bit tricky. I need to discuss it with Snape and the others." "Anything else?" "It should be sharp. Sharp enough to cut through iron like mud." "That can be done. And also, can we add some special effects like..." I got really into it at that moment and made over 20 requests in one breath, like automatic targeting, built-in BGM, warm in winter and cool in summer. By the end, Professor Swinton silently looked up at the sky and said to me, "Qin, I've suddenly lost interest in making you a sword. Why don't you just pretend I never said anything?" I immediately panicked and quickly begged, "Please, Professor. I was wrong. Just 3. They can fly, change size, and cut people. Just those 3, okay?" "Well, that's more like it." Swinton nodded in satisfaction. Then he followed me back to the Gryffindor common room and took away my beautiful vase sword. That night, I couldn't sleep. I had napped too much during the day, and at night, I was energetic enough to do a set of military boxing. Since I had nothing to do, I ran to the common room, took out paper and pen, and wrote a letter to Hermione. Let me tell you, Hermione's replies are really interesting now. She writes her responses and comments like a barrage after every paragraph I write. I continue writing based on her replies, back and forth, like chatting, and it's especially sweet. Looking at the everyday things she wrote on the letter paper, like how Crookshanks has gotten fatter, spring has come, and how she suddenly thinks of me at night. My heart felt like it was filled with honey, and all my worries vanished. Days passed like this. Recently, we split the money from selling Acromantula Venom with Hagrid and the Weasley twins. Goodness, Hagrid poured 2 big barrels of gold galleons all over the ground. A huge pile of shiny gold, totaling 2,486. All 4 of us were wide-eyed. I initially suggested splitting it 4 ways, but George and Fred insisted that wasn't fair, saying I contributed the most and Hagrid worked hard running errands while they just assisted, so they insisted on a 3-way split, taking 1 share together. I tell you, these 2 brothers may love to cause trouble, but their character is truly commendable. In the end, after the money was divided, they quietly discussed buying their brother Ron new robes and a wand, planning to give it to him on the last day before school starts, just to see his surprised and delighted expression. Poor Ron, always being manipulated by them. Later, there was a Quidditch match between our Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Let me tell you, that match was exhilarating. Cedric is a down-to-earth guy. Before the match, he even brought their team to play a friendly match with us to study tactics. When it came to the official match, both sides revealed their hidden tricks, and it was all about fierce determination. Although we won in the end, everyone ended up with black eyes and bruises. After the match, both teams held a party together, and Cedric pulled me to toast several cups of pumpkin juice. The way he was going, if it weren't for the juice being non-alcoholic, he would have definitely knocked one back for me. Of course, beneath the calm surface, there were also undercurrents. Hagrid sometimes secretly told me some news that Dumbledore didn't want him to share about Death Eaters and Grindelwald's remnants. The world is far more dangerous than Hogwarts. I knew old Dumbledore was protecting me, and all I could do was strive to become stronger. Just as spring was about to end, Professor Swinton suddenly called me over with excitement after class and asked me to come to his office after class. I hurried over, and as soon as the office door opened, a cold light almost blinded me. What a sword! I can tell you, I shouted that from the bottom of my heart. Professor Swinton pulled out a long sword with a metallic sheen from an exquisitely crafted box with a whoosh. This thing is not one of those delicate Western rapiers. It's a wide-bladed, heavy sword that looks particularly solid and weighty, with sharp lines on the blade, extremely tough. The professor was so proud, saying, "Let me tell you, I based this on the principle of the flying broomstick, added an extension spell, and it can change size and even fly." As he spoke, he threw the sword forward and recited a spell, and with a whoosh, the sword enlarged and hovered in midair. He nodded at me and said, "Step on it and give it a try." I was completely stunned at that moment. "Wait, Professor, are you sure this thing is safe? Shouldn't the developer himself be the one flying for the first time?" Guess how he responded? He shrugged and said nonchalantly, "How could that be? What if it falls? I can't take that risk. Who understands the family dynamics? Is it appropriate to use my kid as a test pilot?" I was mentally complaining like crazy, but my body obediently moved, and I jumped up from the spot. As soon as my feet touched the sword's body, wow. A strong suction instantly held me in place. It was incredibly stable. Seeing my astonished expression, the professor got even more excited. I added a suction spell specifically to prevent you from falling from the sky. "All right, you're impressive." I gave him a thumbs up. After that, it was simple. It was just standing and flying like riding a balance bike. I adapted a little and started weaving back and forth in a small office, going faster and faster, and eventually even did a mid-air flip, letting out a loud shout in sheer excitement. It was so thrilling. All right, if you keep flying, you're going to wreck my office." The professor laughed and scolded me to come down. I stopped steadily beside him, jumping down, still feeling unsatisfied. "Professor, are there any other functions? Shouldn't I chop something?" "Not just that." He smiled mysteriously, returning the sword to its original size in his hand. "Pay attention." As soon as he finished speaking, he muttered some words, and the sword suddenly erupted into a blazing fire. Let me tell you, at that moment, my eyes widened. What guy could refuse a flaming sword? It was simply too cool. I asked Dumbledore for a few phoenix feathers. The effect was okay, right? The professor was being modest. "Not just okay. It's absolutely ahead of the curve, okay." I praised wildly. And he flicked his wrist, and the flames instantly extinguished, a layer of frost quickly forming on the sword. He looked around and struck his desk with the sword crack. A corner of the desk was frozen solid and fell to the ground. "This is the ancient spell from our previous pyramid fridge. I used it here." And the frost on the sword faded, revealing a sinister green glow. The venom of the eight-eyed giant spider, I instinctively guessed. And the green light disappeared, and the air around the sword swirled, whipping up sharp wind blades. And the wind quieted, and the sword emitted a blinding white light. And I have to tell you, what followed was basically Professor Swinton's personal press conference, with all sorts of functions like invisibility and softening that wrapped around the arm, emerging one after another. With every shout of, and I felt my jaw drop a little more. By the end, I was numb, just quietly watching his performance. This wasn't just a wizard. This was practically a magical artist. Of course, I was also thinking about how many galleons it must have cost to create so many flashy functions. The cost of money is terrifying. After the demonstration, he handed me the sword. The only downside was that many of the functions were consumables, needing cooldowns after just one or two uses. Not enough mana, you know? I get it. I totally get it. I excitedly took the sword. This thing was mine now. Soon, this news spread quickly among the professors. Goodness. I later found out that this sword was actually the result of the Hogwarts research team's efforts. Dumbledore provided the phoenix feather. Professor McGonagall contributed ideas for transfiguration. Madam Hooch offered broomstick structural knowledge, and Professors Flitwick and Sprout shared various insights. The most outrageous part was Snape, apparently. He was involved throughout and kept saying how Qin liked to show off, so it needed to be made flashy. I went to thank each one individually, feeling as if I had won an Oscar. A few days later, Dumbledore came to see it in person. The old man gave a high, saying that the sword reminded him of the Gryffindor sword, but then he mysteriously added that it was a pity it still lacked an opportunity to become a legend. I thought to myself, what you said is true. Listening to you is like listening to a great speech. I quickly took out a chilled drink from the pyramid that we used as a refrigerator to entertain him. After old Dang finished drinking, he glanced at the big pyramid before leaving and said, "Such good alchemical material is just used to store food. Isn't that a bit extravagant?" I tell you, just this one sentence, the three of us, me, Swinton, and Snape, were petrified on the spot. The scene was so awkward it could be picked apart with our toes in a 3-bedroom apartment. Especially Snape. His face was so dark that his mouth was twitching. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he floated away as if nothing had happened, leaving the three of us in disarray in the wind. After a long silence, Professor Swinton was just about to speak. "Qin, how about?" I swiftly drew out my new sword, and action spoke louder than words. Snape also walked over with a special understanding, taking everything out of the pyramid. In the next moment, with a flash of cold light and a loud clang, the pyramid fridge that once held our dreams was split in half by my sword. At that moment, the three of us let out a sigh of relief simultaneously. I felt that these materials could be put to good use. Swinton said seriously. Snape nodded in agreement. Of course, anything is better than being a fridge. We had actually wanted to do this for a long time, but we couldn't bring ourselves to do it. Today, Dumbledore finally broke that layer of glass for us. "So, what should we do?" I asked. Snape and Swinton exchanged glances, then both looked at the sword in my hand. The meaning was obvious. Time flew by, and by the end of May, the final exams were about to begin. Snape and Swinton also made themselves swords using the recycled materials. That day, the three of us placed our swords together, and when the three swords clashed, they emitted a buzzing resonance, as if they were related by blood. Just as the atmosphere was just right, Snape suddenly asked Swinton, "When do you plan to leave?" The question immediately brought the mood to a freezing point. Professor Swinton had been the best person to me since I enrolled, both a teacher and a friend, and I felt like we were like brothers. Now that we were about to part, I felt quite uneasy. "Sigh, let be a farewell, come, let's toast a parting." Professor Swinton miraculously pulled out a bottle of aged red wine. He and Snape each took a glass, while I, being underage, could only drink a non-alcoholic beverage that tasted similar and would still get me a bit tipsy. As a result, after a few drinks, the conversation flowed, and all three of us were a bit tipsy. Bolstered by the alcohol, I patted their shoulders and slurred too. "Two professors, I have an idea. Not sure if I should say it." "Say it. Whatever you want to say." Swinton waved his hand. "Go on." "I promise not to scold you today." Snape also unusually promised, his cheeks slightly flushed and his gaze a bit hazy. At that moment, I thought my idea was simply genius. Look, the three of us are so fated, each with a sword. This in the Muggle world is like the Three Musketeers. How about we become sworn brothers? From now on, we'll be like brothers with different parents. Each to their own. I'll call you professors, and you can call me Third Brother. Good. Third Brother. You are my real brother. Professor Swinton immediately agreed. "Huh? Third Brother?" Snape also drowsily echoed. "Hey, Big Brother. Second Brother." I was so happy that I hugged their shoulders and continued to clink glasses. That night, I only remember getting drunk and being ridiculous. The next day, I woke up with only one question in my mind. Would Professor Snape kill me to keep a secret? Folks, what happened that night cannot be described as just a social death. It was a public execution of the highest order. I actually formed a brotherhood at Hogwarts, and even brought Snape into it, letting him call me Third Brother. Just thinking about it makes the cold sweat on my back never stop. I feel like I might not make it to the end-of-year feast. This directly caused me to be completely distracted during my final exams. In the herbology exam, I stared blankly at the paper and ended up smudging it. In the charms exam, the question was to make a pineapple levitate, but I ended up peeling it and even scooped out the eyes, nearly soaking it in salt water. The transfiguration class was even more ridiculous. I was supposed to turn a mouse into a goblet, but I transformed it into a tomato instead. If it weren't for my decent social skills, I would have completely failed this school year. Later, I heard that Professor McGonagall asked Snape at a faculty meeting what was wrong with me lately. Snape, with his eyes closed, remained silent for a long time and then said, "Isn't it quite normal for him to behave abnormally?" Goodness, I can't believe he said that. And Professor McGonagall actually nodded in agreement. Finally, it was time for the potions exam. As soon as I entered the basement classroom, I felt the temperature drop by 10 degrees compared to usual. Snape, dressed in his black robes, looked like a messenger from hell. I was anxious the entire time, secretly observing him, fearing he might suddenly pull out his wand and cast something on me. Today's exam question was to brew a forgetfulness potion. My heart skipped a beat, but I forced myself to calm down and focus on brewing the medicine. When I dripped the last drop of valerian juice and the potion in the crucible, turned into a perfect light purple. A cold voice echoed in my ear. Not bad. I was so scared that I shivered. When I turned around, Snape was standing behind me like a ghost. Professor Snape. I couldn't even speak properly. He had a blank expression and said slowly, "Potions, besides learning to brew them, you must also remember their effects." I was stunned for a moment, then instantly reacted. Remembering the effects of the forgetfulness potion? Is this a hint from the teacher? To make me forget what happened that night? I understood right away, and the weight in my heart was lifted. Since it's a new chapter, that's good. As soon as I finished the exam and came out, I ran into Professor Swinton. He came up, patted me on the shoulder, and with a big smile said, "Snape didn't give you a hard time, did he, my third brother?" I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "Professor, can we forget about what happened that day?" In the end, Swinton said, "I think your idea that day was pretty good. Now I have an extra younger brother and an extra older brother." At that moment, my mindset completely broke. And I said with "You're having a good time, you're leaving, and I still have to stay here for 6 more years. I don't want to die young." He saw that I was about to cry and became serious. All right, I understand. I wouldn't dare bring this up in front of Snape either. But between us, we don't have to be so cautious, right, my dear brother? Fine, I resign myself to it. As for this matter, Snape has forgotten, but Swindon intends to remember it for a lifetime. Whatever, it's just having another brother. Swindon also said he prepared a farewell gift for me and hoped I would prepare one for him too. Okay, it's only fair. During the days of waiting for grades, I stayed in Hagrid's hut and knitted a scarf for Swindon with the unicorn hair I had collected before. The colors were a bit mixed. Hagrid said it was ugly, but it was tough enough. I thought the sentiment was what mattered. Once the gift was done, with nothing else to do, I suddenly wanted to test the power of my new sword. Let me tell you, when a man has a weapon in his hands, how can he just sit around? He has to find something to poke at. So, I took the sword and walked into the abandoned girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. Not long after, I came out with a bruised face. For the next few days, it was the same every day. I went in full of energy and came out covered in injuries each time. George and Fred, those clowns, thought I was going to find a punching bag to relieve my boredom. I couldn't be bothered with them. So I went to Hagrid to get some venom from the 8-eyed giant spider, poisoned my sword, and made all the preparations before stepping into that girls' restroom once again. The ghostly peach blossom fairy inside recognized me and floated out, saying mournfully, "Qin, you're back again. Can't you stay and talk with me? Next time, I'm in a hurry." I stretched my limbs, faced the bottomless pipe, and leaped right in. Sliding down that pipe felt like riding a roller coaster without a seatbelt, completely disorienting. I had only one thought in my mind. A man just got a new toy, and his hands are itching to use it. This magical sword of mine, which can breathe fire and freeze. If I don't find something solid to test it on, it would be a shame to Professor Swindon's goodwill. Who to find? Snape? I must be out of my mind to go looking for him, giving away in my head ISNT that easy. Believe me, one moment I'll draw my sword, and the next, I'll be lying in the hospital wing until New Year. The Whomping Willow. Forget it. That's the Weasley twins' exclusive torture package. I have no interest in competing for their business. After some calculations, hey, isn't that convenient? ISNT, they're 1,000-year-old snake lurking in the basement. The basilisk. Perfect. My parcel tongue is almost rusty. I can go down and catch up with it and take it as a sparring partner. Let us do it. When I really arrived in the chamber and faced that big guy, I realized I was still too young. I spat out a mouthful of blood. This time it wasn't tea acting, it was real ketchup. I had just made a stylish dodge to avoid its massive jaws when I wanted to sneak around for a surprise attack. But good heavens, that tail, thicker than my waist, swept through like a battering ram, sending me crashing against the wall. At that moment, I felt like a painting, stuck and unable to peel myself off. To avoid that deadly glare, I had specially given myself a debuff before coming here, sealing my eyes and relying on my other senses to hear and determine my position. I had done all the preparations, but who understands in front of absolute power? My little maneuvers were barely scratching the surface. Just as I was getting tossed around, that darn system activated again. Ding. Host is in danger. Please choose. Goodness, 2 options. One is to continue scraping by myself, reward of 1,000 galleons. The other is to let MOMO take over. Directly unleash a big move to finish off the basilisk, reward of basilisk fangs. I couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this a blatant temptation? I thought to myself, system, are you hoping for me to lose control? I complained in my mind. What a joke, that feeling of having my body taken over. Watching myself go crazy as an observer, I don't want to experience that again. Thank you very much. I choose 1. I decisively chose 1. Who would be a fool to refuse free money? Anyway, I was just here to practice. I didn't really want to fight it to the death. The result was that for the next 3 days, I once again became a VIP client of the school nurse's office. When Madame Pomfrey treated me, her brows were furrowed enough to crush a fly. Qin, your injuries are getting worse by the day. Several ribs are broken. Honestly, did Snape do this to you? I almost laughed out loud. Madam, your imagination is too rich. If Professor Snape really went that hard on me, I wouldn't just have a few broken ribs. I would probably be resurrected entirely. I can only vaguely say no, it's just playing with a not-so-good-tempered big guy. Anyway, tomorrow is the year-end banquet, and I wouldn't go even if you killed me. I can't possibly go back to see Hermione with a pig's face, can I? That would scare the poor girl into instant scream mode. Thinking of Hermione, my heart felt all mushy. I didn't know if that girl had grown taller in the past 6 months. She sent me a photo in her letter, but nothing beats seeing the real person. She had already planned out her summer vacation in detail, like going to the park to see fish, camping by the river. Just looking at those crooked words made my lips involuntarily curl up. And my little Hermione? Who understands? That girl has been counting down the days at home. Her mom said she could ask 800 times a day what the date is, constantly mumbling about me. While I was getting beat up by the basilisk in the chamber and milking the system, she was already planning how to use her save pocket money to pamper me throughout the summer vacation. Unbelievable. Soon it was time for the year-end banquet, and the scene was, how should I put it, one word, extravagant. The ceiling was adorned with a red and gold lion flag representing Gryffindor. Dumbledore announced that we had ended Slytherin's 6-year championship streak by a narrow margin of just a few points, and the students in our house went wild, cheering so loudly it felt like the mountains were collapsing. I was busy stuffing my face when I saw Professor Swindon at the main guest table, giving me a wink. We slipped out to the corridor, and he casually tossed me a small cloth bag. For you, a graduation gift. I took it, weighed it in my hand. It was heavy. When I opened it, I found a golden mask. What is this? An alchemical mask, he said proudly. Wearing it will change not just your face, but your voice, body shape, all external information. If you want to do something bad in the future, no one will recognize you. I was shocked. Let me tell you, this thing is basically a disguise generator. Put on, and I'd be the most mysterious canceled user of Hogwarts. This gift is amazing. I solemnly thanked him and handed him my prepared gift, a scarf I had knitted with unicorn hair. It was a bit ugly, but it was made with genuine feelings. He pretended to disdain it, but his body honestly wrapped it around his neck and asked me how it looked, quite pleased with himself. Looking at him like that, I initially wanted to laugh, but for some reason, my nose suddenly got sour. When are you leaving? Tonight. We didn't say much more. We just gave each other a big hug. Take care, Professor Swindon. Take care of yourself, Qin. The next day, when I opened my eyes, surprise came again. An owl dropped a bag on my bed. It was the no-trace extension bag I had been eyeing for half a semester. Inside was a note with just one sentence. Next time, just say what you want. I was instantly moved. Professor Swindon, this guy is reliable. If you really need something, PLL send it. With this treasure, all my bags were instantly emptied, and I walked to the dock with a light suitcase, humming a little tune. On the Hogwarts Express, my compartment had practically turned into a mobile branch of the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, with the Weasley twins and Elvis all crammed in, chattering away as we headed home. When the train arrived, King's Cross Station was packed with people. I hugged and said goodbye to George and Fred, watching their lively family leave, while I pulled my suitcase forward alone. Just then, a voice engraved in my DNA rang out, Qin. I turned around abruptly, and the next second, a small figure with brown hair shot through the crowd like a little cannonball, diving straight into my arms and hugging me tightly. Hermione? What are you doing here? I was so surprised that I couldn't even speak clearly, instinctively ruffling her hair, which had grown quite a bit. She tilted her little face up, her eyes sparkling. He surprised? Surprised. So surprised. Not far away, Mr. and Mrs. Granger were also catching their breath as they came over. Uncle was very enthusiastic, helping me with my suitcase, but since it was too light, he pulled too hard and nearly stumbled. On the way home, Hermione chattered nonstop about how she deduced my location at the station, even mimicking Sherlock Holmes, holding an imaginary pipe and seriously saying to me, "Oh, my dear Watson, this case is actually quite simple," watching us fooling around in the back seat. The Granger couple exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with warmth and joy that couldn't be hidden. The car carried us towards that cozy home. But before we talk about what happened after we got home, I need to insert a segment about another place where a storm was brewing. Let me tell you, that place is really strange. To ordinary people passing by, it just looks like a pile of broken stones, nothing at all. But if you're a wizard, hey, you can see a magnificent manor. Just then, a man, tall and thin like a bamboo pole, stood stiffly at the manor's entrance, his expression complex. You could tell at a glance that this guy was one of us, a wizard who could see the manor. He stood there for quite a while before slowly pulling out a small wooden stick, which was his wand, and pointed it at the manor. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot in, and the whole manor came to life as if someone had lifted an invisible tablecloth, with the wind starting to swirl inside. Then this guy walked in as casually as if he were strolling through his own backyard, wand in hand. In the middle of the hall stood a statue of a man, dressed in a long robe, holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, looking very impressive. But guess what? As soon as the wizard saw the statue, he started shaking like a leaf. A very disdainful voice echoed in the hall. "Seriously, sir? Are you scared of a mere statue?" The wizard, named Stephen, replied in a low voice. "I'm not afraid of him. Oh, is it hatred?" The voice teased. "I just can't understand what he was after back then, and what those people did for his ideals. For the world? For humanity? Ha ha, that cracks me up. What good is living if it's not for yourself?" The voice exploded. "You don't understand." "I don't understand? If I didn't understand, you would have been done for a long time. We would all be finished." Stephen sighed. "I'm very grateful to you. If you want to thank me, then bring those bastards to me. I want to see why they can just leave as they please, and why we are left behind." The voice was full of hatred. "I will." Stephen's tone was resolute. Just then, the hall fell silent for a couple of seconds, and the voice started causing trouble again. "What? After playing house for a few days, you really think you found true love in this world? Stephen, let me tell you, in this world, apart from me, no one can be trusted. Are you afraid of something too?" Stephen suddenly asked. "Afraid of what? I've never known how to write the word fear." The voice roared. "Well, I know you want tea." Then, the hall was completely silent, and the wizard disappeared, leaving only the statue standing alone, with a name carved at the bottom. Moses Swinton. A name hardly anyone in the magical world had ever heard of. All right, let us cut back to the scene. The next morning at 8 o'clock at the Granger household, we were having breakfast. I tell you, the atmosphere was originally so peaceful, but then Mrs. Granger said one thing and blew up the table. She looked at Hermione and said very seriously, "Hermione, dear, we need to talk." Hermione was still confused, licking the milk froth at the corner of her mouth. "What's wrong, Mom?" "Well, you've grown up, so don't stay in Qin's room for so long at night anymore." "Huh?" Hermione was stunned. "I told you, I choked on a mouthful of milk right there." And Mr. Granger across the table nearly choked on his bread. Both of us were coughing like it was the end of the world. Mr. Granger, while coughing, asked, "Hermione, did you go to Qin's room again?" "David, why did you use again?" Mrs. Granger's gaze instantly became sharp. Looking at Mr. Granger's speechless expression, I nearly died of laughter. "Yes, last night Hermione sneaked into my room again, and we sat side by side on the bed chatting all night, just chatting. We didn't even hold hands. It was hot. As we were chatting, the girl fell asleep, and what could I do? I put her on the bed and sat in a chair, meditating all night. In the morning, she was still mischievous, using my quill to draw a mustache on my face. I only opened my eyes after she finished, which scared her so much that she dashed downstairs. Wow, it seems Mrs. Granger found out after all. I suddenly felt a strong desire to survive and quickly admitted my mistake. "Aunt Jenny, it was my fault yesterday." Hermione chimed in, "Mom, don't blame Qin. It's because I miss him so much. I have so much to say to him." "Hermione, do you still remember what I talked to you about a while ago? Medical knowledge?" Mrs. Granger stared into her daughter's eyes, looking very serious. "Medical knowledge? Oh, you mean the worries of puberty?" "Worries of puberty?" I felt at that moment that the topic was going in the wrong direction. "Is this something I can listen to?" I quickly glanced at Mr. Granger across the table, and he shrugged at me, giving me a look that said, "Good luck, brother." I could only sit there stiffly, nervously swallowing. "Yes, do you still remember the precautions?" "Of course. You said that at a certain age when boys and girls have intimate contact, they will, get pregnant." Hermione replied seriously. "Yes." Mrs. Granger nodded in satisfaction. "But," Hermione added, "you also said that things like holding hands and kissing won't lead to pregnancy. You told me that in 3rd grade. Wait, you two have kissed?" "Qin." Mr. Granger's gaze instantly pierced through like a knife. I was so scared that my soul almost flew away, and I spoke with exclamation marks. "No, Uncle David, Aunt Jenny, I swear there really isn't. Look at me. I don't look like I'm lying." And the old couple turned to Hermione in unison. "Well, there really isn't. I was just repeating the medical knowledge you taught me." Hermione was incredibly calm. "Ahem." Mrs. Granger cleared her throat, trying to steer the conversation back. "So, you are all still young and cannot have any excessive behavior, understand?" Hermione and I quickly nodded like garlic being crushed. Mrs. Granger softened her tone when she saw us being so obedient, saying that if we had worries during puberty, we should talk to our parents as we were the closest family, blah blah blah. I had only one thought in my mind. hurry up and finish. I can't eat this anymore. And just when I thought this awkward topic was finally coming to an end, Hermione, my dear sister, spoke up with a curious look and asked, "So, Mom, is it true that kissing doesn't lead to pregnancy?" Bam! I instantly cover my face with one hand. Who understands this in the family? This girl knows how to turn up the intensity on me. Mrs. Granger was silent for a few seconds, then stood up and said to her husband, "David, can you come here for a moment?" After saying that, she pulled Mr. Granger into the kitchen, and before closing the door, she gently told us, "Kids, you go ahead and eat. No need to wait for us." Eat? Can I even eat? Hermione, on the other hand, acted as if nothing was wrong, finished her sandwich, and murmured, "Actually, I've read all that physiological knowledge in books. I don't know why Mom suddenly brought this up, but the books really didn't mention anything about kissing. Maybe I missed it? All right then. The focus of a top student is indeed peculiar. After breakfast, we were separated. Mrs. Granger took Hermione into the small bedroom, while I followed Mr. Granger into their master bedroom. A deep conversation between men and women was about to unfold. I told you Mr. Granger was straightforward, clear, and talkative. Towards the end, he even pretended to rip open some kind of rubber balloon packaging to give me a live demonstration. I was taken aback and quickly stopped him, pleading, "Uncle, I really understand. I swear I won't do anything in the future." Well, it seems you completely understood. Only then was he satisfied, nodding and putting that thing back in the nightstand. When we came out, Hermione and her mom were still in the room. Almost half an hour later, the two of them finally emerged, and Hermione's little face was as red as an apple. I was anxious, wondering what on earth they talked about in there. Anyway, this incident was a small episode. The Grangers, being dentists, handled such issues with a scientific and open-minded approach, not hiding anything. After that, our summer vacation plans officially began. Hermione, this little rich girl, had originally listed a long string of money-spending activities and boldly claimed she would cover everything. What happened? After 2 days of wild fun, her little treasure chest was empty. Plans can't keep up with changes. A luxurious trip turned into a budget-friendly one in an instant. In the end, we spent our days in an old bookstore that had been around for ages, ordering drinks, reading books, and staying there for most of the day. Actually, I deliberately wanted her to experience this ordinary life a bit more. After all, once you step into the magical world, you really can't go back to the past. Then one day, Hermione sighed and said, "Qin, I've run out of money." I looked and thought, wow, I don't even have money to buy desserts. I stood up and gentlemanly extended my hand to her. "Well then, my dear princess, you are penniless, so let's go." Hermione cooperatively placed her hand in mine. "All right, my prince." The leisurely days in the Muggle world came to an end. Next stop, Diagon Alley. The next day, we set off. I skillfully led her through the leaky cauldron, tapped the brick wall with my wand, and stepped into the bustling magical world. On my second visit, Hermione was clearly much more at ease. We even ran into a chubby little boy at the magical menagerie named Neville Longbottom, who is also a new student this year. Let me tell you, don't underestimate this kid. Just because he seems timid now, he will be a heavyweight in the future, known as the Sword of Gryffindor Master. Incredibly powerful. Hermione saw me smiling and curiously asked what I was laughing about. I said I was thinking about that Navi just now, and I believe he will achieve great things in the future. Is that so? Is this your mysterious Eastern divination? Hermione suddenly got excited, leaned in, and said, "Then quickly show me what kind of person I will become in the future." I held her small face, pretended to look at her for a long time, and then said very seriously, "You will become an amazing person in the future." How amazing? Probably the kind of person who is second only to 1 and above 10,000. I thought for a moment, maybe the Minister of Magic. Really? Hermione's eyes lit up. "Of course. If you can't become one, come find me." I patted my chest and promised. Then this top student started to get serious again. Isn't the Minister of Magic the highest position? Are there people above that? Of course there are. Isn't there the International Confederation of Wizards above the Ministry of Magic? The President of the Confederation is above the Minister. I immediately made up a story for her. Only then did Hermione smile happily and pat my shoulder, saying, "Qin, I think you will be even more impressive than me. I'll be the minister, and you will definitely become the president of the Confederation." Wow, in just a few words, we divided up the pinnacle of power in the magical world. After enough fun, we went to Madame Malkin's robe shop. Madame Malkin remembered me and said that I came alone last year and was very composed. I pushed Hermione forward and said, "Today, my sister is here to buy." Hermione quietly murmured behind me, "Hemph, sister, you are just Uncle Crookshanks." I couldn't help but laugh and cry as I gently poked her nose. Hermione followed Madame Malkin to the back to get measured. while I stayed in the front shop drinking tea and eating biscuits. After a while, she walked out from the back. I have to say, I was a bit stunned at that moment. She was wearing a brand new Hogwarts uniform, a white shirt, a red and yellow striped tie, and a properly fitting black robe, waving a ruler as if it were a wand. She looked both lively and adorable. "How do I look?" she asked me with a smile. "You look good," I nodded. "I mean, the clothes." Her little face turned red. "What I said also includes the clothes," I answered very seriously. The little girl stammered that the sleeves were too long and ran back to the back room with a flushed face. After buying the robe, our next stop was Ollivander's wand shop. As soon as I pushed open the old wooden door, a bell jingled and a mysterious and ancient atmosphere rushed towards us. The shop was filled with narrow wooden boxes containing wands, stacked all the way to the ceiling. Hermione looked at these and felt inexplicably nervous, instinctively tightening her grip on my hand. Then, in the next moment, a light, airy voice suddenly sounded behind us, and I swear, it almost scared Hermione's soul out of her body. "Good morning, children." Goodness, as soon as that voice came out, I felt Hermione's grip on my hand was about to crush my fingers. Looking up, an old man with wide eyes stood in front of us. His pale eyes seemed to glow like two little light bulbs in the dim, shabby shop. I quickly greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Ollivander." The old man smiled. "Oh, it's you. Qin, the unicorn hair that Hagrid sent is of good quality." I nodded. "As long as you're satisfied." He shifted his gaze and landed on Hermione. "Miss, you're here to choose a wand today, right?" Hermione looked extremely nervous, as if it were an interview, and nodded seriously. "Yes, sir." Albus said, "Let's measure your size first." He then pulled out his automatic tape measure. Hermione looked confused and quietly asked me, "Do we need a measure for a stick?" I explained to her that it's similar to getting glasses. It needs to be custom-made, taking into account height, arm length, and whether you're left-handed or right-handed. Mr. Ollivander, who was listening nearby, added more professional details than I did, leaving Hermione stunned as she obediently extended her arm, allowing the tape measure to fly around her. After measuring, the old man dove into the mountain of boxes and rummaged through them. Before long, he came back with a long box. Opening the box, he handed Hermione a wand. "Here, try this one. 14 3/4 inches, vine wood, with a dragon heartstring core. This wand has particularly flashy spell effects and will help you learn quickly. I think it suits you very well." I told you, when Hermione took that little wooden stick, her hands were shaking. How long has she been looking forward to this thing? Last year when I got my wand, she wanted to touch it, but I wouldn't let her. It wasn't that I was stingy, I was mainly worried she'd blow up our house. Now, she finally has her own. The moment she held that wand, she froze, her eyes wide open. Then, she gently waved it, and the tip of the wand shot out a burst of blazing fire. "Wow." Old Ollivander clapped his hands happily. "Looks like I wasn't wrong. It chose you." Hermione was so excited, holding that wand like it was some rare treasure, constantly bowing and thanking the old man. Without saying a word, I pulled out 7 galleons to pay. Before leaving, Ollivander called me back, insisting on checking my wand. After fiddling with it for a while, he replaced the unicorn hair core for free, then seriously told me, "You kid, you use it too roughly, take better care of it." Family, who understands? I was so embarrassed at that moment. Over the past year, this wand had been with me through thick and thin, blasted away by Snape countless times. And during the holidays, it had a few close calls with the basilisk. I could only nod and say, got it. I'll be careful in the future." Then the old man added, "But when it's time to use it, you still have to use it. After all, it's for protecting yourself." Well, since you said it, what else could I say? After buying the wand and the robe, the rest was easy. I took Hermione to sweep through the bookstore and the apothecary, getting everything we needed for first and second year. When we came out of Flourish and Blots, Hermione finally couldn't help it, tugged at my sleeve, and whispered, "Qin, did we spend a lot of money today?" As soon as I heard that, I couldn't help but laugh, deliberately putting on a particularly handsome expression and pinching her cheek. "Did I not tell you that your husband has been making a fortune over the past year?" She was stunned for a moment and shook her head. "All right then," I waved my hand grandly and said, "Anyway, we are family, my money is your money. Spend it however you want." When Hermione heard this, her eyes turned into crescent moons, and she immediately became unreserved, dragging me to buy ice cream loaded with lots of chopped nuts. After finishing the ice cream, we stuffed all our bags into a pocket with an extension charm, then passed through the wall and strolled out of the leaky cauldron, returning to the Muggle world. Standing on the street, Hermione looked back at the shabby bar with a bit of confusion in her eyes, but when she turned to see me, her expression instantly became very determined. She smiled and said to me, "Qin, let's go home." On the subway home, this girl was really exhausted. While chatting with me, she suddenly fell silent. Her head tilted to the side, and she fell asleep on my shoulder. Let me tell you, she slept in the most bizarre ways, sometimes hugging my arm, and other times sitting on my lap and hugging my neck like a little koala. When she woke up groggily halfway through and realized she was hanging on me, her face turned bright red, and she hurriedly slid down to sit properly. What could I do? Just deal with the numb legs and spoil her a bit. After returning from Diagon Alley, our summer vacation life completely turned into a magical prep course. Hermione's goal was to dominate the entire grade, and I, on the other hand, was her exclusive personal tutor. After getting her new wand, she was itching to learn magic and pestered me every day to teach her. I couldn't refuse her, so I picked a few of the simplest spells to teach her. To be honest, she really is a genius. As soon as I taught her step by step, she immediately learned it. But she wanted to learn more advanced stuff, and no amount of her cute pouting and clinging to my arm worked. I absolutely refused to teach her anymore. I pinched her puffed up little face and said, "Baby, if you keep practicing, the Ministry of Magic will come knocking on our door." Only then did she reluctantly give up. This girl also knew that while I spoiled her, there were certain principles that were non-negotiable. Since she couldn't practice magic, she could only bury herself in her books. One day in July, she was sprawled on the couch reading when she suddenly rubbed her little foot against me and curiously asked, "Qin, who is Harry Potter? I've seen this name in several books. Is he really powerful?" I was reading a letter from a friend when I was taken aback by her words. I pushed her restless little feet aside and glanced at the book in her hand, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. After thinking for a moment, I explained to her, Harry Potter. How should I put it? He is somewhat of a chosen one, a key figure in certain major events. But he himself isn't really that powerful. You could even say he's just an ordinary little wizard right now, living quite a tough life. Oh, Hermione perked up. How old is he? Where is he? Just like you, he's 11 this year and will be starting school with us in September. Wow, in the same grade as me. Hermione was excited, not expecting there to be a famous person from the book among my classmates. As soon as I heard that, I thought, hey, this little jealous one has really flipped over. What's wrong with celebrities? Your husband is also a celebrity at Hogwarts. Okay. Hermione saw my expression and immediately sat up, raising her little fist and shouting, "Got it, Qin is our king." After saying that, she quickly pecked my face like a chick pecking rice. Wow, all my dissatisfaction vanished in an instant. This girl seems to have instantly grasped the switch to my emotions and secretly noted down this trick. I cleared my throat and pretended to be calm as I stood up. Ahem, I'm going to write a reply. You focus on your studies. As a result, she tossed her book aside, slipped on her slippers, and followed me. I want to go too. She now has a bit of a problem with my friend who writes to me every now and then, feeling that someone is threatening her position as the person who writes to me the most. Of course, the main thing is that I will answer many magical questions in my reply, which is an excellent opportunity for her, a top student. So, we spent half a day writing the letter together, and by the time we finished, it was already dark. Just as the sun set, another owl flew in, this time with Hagrid's letter. Let me tell you, just when we were sweetly preparing for school on the other side, our nominal protagonist Harry Potter was living a life of utter misery. He lived at his aunt's house, sleeping in a cupboard under the stairs, bullied every day by his cousin Dudley, who was as fat as a pig. He thought he was the most unfortunate person in the world, always thinking about one thing. The last time at the zoo, he accidentally let a giant python escape, and at that moment, only one boy was unafraid and even went up to talk to the snake. Can you guess who that boy was? That's right, it was me. Harry thought we must be kindred spirits and always wanted to find me, but unfortunately, his uncle and aunt kept a tight watch on him. He even secretly went to the zoo to wait for me, but of course, he didn't see a hair of me and was caught and sent back to his room. That day, his pig-headed cousin was bragging about going to smelting school, dressed in a uniform that made him look like a circus gorilla, which made Harry laugh uncontrollably. That night, Harry had a dream where I descended from the sky in a helicopter, shouting at him, "Harry Potter, your country needs you." This excitement made him laugh himself awake. Of course, it was just a dream, but the next day, a miracle happened. A letter arrived at the house, addressed to Surrey, Little Whinging, 4, Privet Drive, cupboard under the stairs, Mr. Harry Potter. Harry's heart nearly jumped out his chest, but just as he got the letter, his uncle snatched it away. After reading it, his uncle turned pale, as if he had seen a ghost. From that day on, a cat-and-mouse game began. Letters started pouring in. One on the first day, a stack on the second day, and later they were shoved through the cracks of doors and windows, and even once popped out of an egg. His uncle completely went mad, nailing the mailbox shut, sealing the doors and windows with tape. But then something even crazier happened. 30 or 40 letters burst out of the fireplace like bats. The Dursleys were completely broken. His uncle drove the family away, and in a frantic state, they rode to a run-down wooden shack on a rock in the sea. Outside, a storm raged, and Harry lay on the ground, wrapped in a tattered blanket, thinking surely no one could deliver letters now. He looked at the watch on his cousin's wrist and silently counted down, because in a few minutes, he would turn 11. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday, Harry, he whispered to himself. Just then, he suddenly heard two people talking outside in the storm. One voice was young, like a child's, and the other voice was muffled but very loud. What awful weather, it's really bad, the young voice complained. Who says it isn't? Really picked a great spot, the muffled voice replied. By the way, how we find this damn place? I came by the address on the letter. The little house on the rocks. That's right. Harry's eyes widened at this. All right, enough chatter. Let's get inside quickly. It's freezing, the young voice urged. Okay, I'll knock on the door. Knock what door? It's all about the flare. Watch this. Harry heard a huge bang as the wooden door was slammed hard, but didn't open. Cough, failed to show off, folks, the voice said in annoyance. I can't do it without a wand. You do it. It's agreed. I go in first. No problem, just stay back. Then came a sound like a battering ram, shaking the entire wooden house. His uncle was so scared he lost his mind, grabbing a shotgun and shouting at the door, Don't come in. I have a gun. There was silence outside for a second, and then came an even more violent bang. Boom! The poor wooden door was knocked off its hinges and crashed to the ground. Then, Harry saw a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. A boy dressed in a black robe and a red and yellow scarf walked in, stepping over the fallen door. He had a sword on his back and was playing with a silvery gray stick in his hand. The wind outside whipped his robe. His hair was a bit messy, but there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the astonished Harry and said the first words, Harry Potter, are you ready to come to another world? To be honest, I practiced that opening line in front of the mirror for a long time. That evening, I received Hagrid's letter saying he was going to deliver a notice to a new student and asked if I wanted to come along. I calculated the date, and it turned out to be Harry Potter. How could I miss such an important historical moment? So I immediately agreed, even dressed in the full school uniform, strapped on my sword, and held my wand, completely embracing the ceremony. While I walked and stepping on the door plank, I felt incredibly handsome. The only downside was that fat Desley actually pointed a shotgun at me. I appeared calm on the surface, but inside I was panicking. I quickly shouted behind me. Hagrid! Hagrid, with his huge build, immediately understood, stepped forward, grabbed the gun barrel, and twisted it like a pretzel, bending it completely. Dudley instinctively pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the bullet shot up through the curved barrel and hit the ceiling, leaving the three of them pale with fear. As soon as I saw the timing was right, I leisurely walked to the sofa, sat down, crossed my legs, and calmly said, Mr. Disley, we mean no harm, so why be so agitated? Isn't it better to sit down and have a calm chat? My calm demeanor only seemed to scare them even more, each one shaking like a leaf. That Dudley guy was still being stubborn, shouting at us about breaking and entering, which made me laugh in frustration. Let me tell you, Hagrid's temper flared up right away. He bent down and picked up the door panel, slamming it back into the doorframe with a bang, and sneered. If you hadn't withheld the letter, would we have come here to enjoy the sea breeze? Goodness, the wind and rain were instantly shut out. Hagrid is quite a sight, holding his little pink umbrella, poking it at the fireplace, and boom, a fire flared up in an instant, warming the whole room. He even winked at me, as if to say, Don't tell anyone, mate, this is against the rules. What could I say? I could only nod helplessly at him, thinking to myself, with your size, there's no way you can keep a low profile. At that moment, it was my turn to take the stage. I pulled a cake box from my pocket, opened it with a snap, and there it was boldly written, Happy birthday, Harry Potter. The Dursleys were left dumbfounded, probably wondering where I conjured up this cake. Harry, come here. Uncle Vernon was still struggling in the end. I looked at that little boy, Harry. He glanced at his uncle, then at me, his lips almost pressed into a straight line. But in the end, who understands family? That longing for the unknown overcame his fear, and he took his small, determined steps to my side, sitting down on the sofa with me. He quietly said to me, I think I've seen you before. I raised an eyebrow. The zoo incident? Oh, you have a pretty good memory. Harry was so excited, his little head bobbing like he was pounding garlic. I quickly introduced myself. My name is Qin Yu. Just call me Qin. As we shook hands, this kid was as thrilled as if he had just won 5 million, saying it felt like a dream. Well, who wouldn't be confused? On his birthday, on a deserted island in a broken house, suddenly 2 mysterious people burst in, bringing cake and performing magic tricks. I quickly got to the point. By the way, Hagrid, don't forget the important matter. Where's the child's admission letter? Hagrid slapped his forehead and pulled out an envelope from his coat, which was comparable to a fourth-dimensional pocket. Uncle Vernon started causing trouble again. No way. P.S. Not going that kind of place. I 1T give a penny. I rolled my eyes and thought, who wants your money? There's an entire vault of gold waiting for this kid to inherit at Gringotts. What good is your little salary? I directly confronted him, my tone ominous. Mr. Dursley, do you think we traveled all this way to hear your parenting tips? The moment I said that, the impact was strong. Mrs. Dursley was so frightened that she kept backing away, and Vernon was trembling even more. In just a little while, Harry had finished reading the letter, looking completely lost. As soon as I saw his expression, I knew it was time for me to explain. That's right, Harry, we are wizards, and so are you. Your parents were too. Your Aunt Petunia probably didn't tell you, maybe to protect you, but I must say that this idea is purely ostrich behavior. Burying your head in the sand doesn't mean danger won't come. This lit a fire under Aunt Petunia. She screamed, I didn't protect him. I hate him. I hate my freak of a sister. She's just a witch. I knew she would end up getting herself killed one day. Get herself killed? Didn't you say my parents died in a car crash? Harry was completely stunned. When Hagrid heard the words car crash, he exploded. Car crash. What kind of car crash could hurt Lily and James? Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, I quickly stopped Hagrid. Hagrid, let's talk about his background later. Then I turned to Harry and said in an HR interview tone, Harry, Hogwarts, the Tsinghua, and Peking University of the magical world. A 7-year program guaranteed to teach you everything, and graduating means you're someone special. Will you accept this offer? Of course I will. Harry answered decisively. Well, compared to that Stonewall school, Hogwarts is practically heaven. All right, done. I snapped my fingers at Hagrid. Write a reply. Hagrid pulled out a lively owl, a feather quill, and some parchment from his pocket, starting to write a report to Dumbledore. Just then, I caught a glimpse of Dudley, that little chubby boy, sneaking over at some point and grabbing a piece of cake, getting cream all over his face. When Hagrid turned around and saw him, he was so angry that his beard stood on end, raising his little pink umbrella and smacking Dudley on the backside. The next second, a curly pig's tail popped out from the back of Dudley's pants. Folks, this scene was simply too beautiful. I didn't stop it. That naughty kid needed to learn a lesson. As soon as the three of us stepped out, Vernon was still clinging to the doorframe, shouting, you can't take him away. I took out an old-fashioned glass oil lamp, and after lighting it, wow, the wind and rain around us instantly seemed to encounter some kind of barrier, automatically veering away from us. The three of us stood in the storm, completely dry, not a drop of water touching us. Vernon was directly stunned, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. I turned to him without looking back and said, Mr. Dursley, we're just taking the kids to buy some school supplies, and we'll be back soon. Don't think about him too much. After saying that, I took Harry and Hagrid and boarded the exquisite little boat we had come in. As soon as the oil lamp was placed at the bow, the entire boat was protected by an invisible cover, steady as a rock. Hagrid tapped the side of the boat with his little pink umbrella, and the little boat surged forward as if it had a motor cutting through the waves. I even took out a bag of candied fruits and shared them with Harry. Then, amidst the stormy sea, Hagrid began to tell Harry the truth about that Halloween night 10 years ago. Your parents, James and Lily, were killed that night by that person. Hagrid's voice was heavy. The scar on your forehead was left by him. I don't know why his curse didn't work on you. And then, he disappeared. Harry instinctively touched the lightning scar on his forehead, his little face tense. I thought he would cry. Really, if it were me, I would have broken down. Instead, the child sniffed and actually forced a smile, saying to us, Hagrid, thank you for saving me back then. And thank you, Qin, for coming to deliver the letter to me today. My heart skipped a beat. This kid's inner strength is remarkable. I couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. For the rest of the journey, we didn't speak again. The small boat was unusually quiet in the storm. Harry unknowingly fell asleep, resting his head on my shoulder, his little hand tightly gripping Hagrid's coat. When we reached the shore, we found a railway inn to stay in. The next morning, we took the train to London. By the time we stood at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, it was already afternoon. As soon as we entered the pub, Harry was fascinated by everything, visibly nervous. But as for me, let me tell you, the moment I stepped into the Leaky Cauldron, alarms went off in my head because I saw a man in the corner wearing a large purple turban, his face pale, Quirrell. The next second, the system in my mind activated, presenting me with a trolley problem 2. 0 ding. Key figure detected. Please make a choice. Option 1. Expose Quirrell's true identity on the spot. He's hiding Voldemort under that turban. Reward. S-rank treasure chest 5 draws. Option 2. Pretend nothing happened and do not expose him. Reward. S-rank treasure chest 10 draws. Well, that was an easy choice, of course. I would choose the 10 draws. But then the system added a reminder. Special reminder. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain. You can shield the seedlings from storm once, but you cannot replace their growth. I instantly understood. The system was telling me that if I took down Quirrell, this little boss right now, Harry and his friends would miss out on a valuable leveling opportunity in the newbie village. How would these kids, whom I had protected so well, face the resurrected Dark Lord in the future? Can I bear it all by myself? I'm not that reckless yet. Just as I was in a dilemma, the people in the bar had already recognized Harry, and one by one, they excitedly rushed over to shake his hand. Harry became the center of attention. Meanwhile, Quirrell in the corner also stood up, trembling, stuttering as he greeted Harry. Hagrid enthusiastically introduced, "Oh, Harry, this is Professor Quirrell, who teaches you defense against the dark arts." At that moment, a new guest excitedly rushed towards us. I had a sudden thought and accidentally stretched out my foot, causing the person to stumble and crash right into Quirrell. Quirrell lurched forward, and his hand accidentally touched Harry. Quirrell recoiled as if he had been electrocuted, instantly pulling back his hand, his face turning even paler. I pulled Harry, and at the moment we left the bar, I silently said to the system, "I choose option 2. Ding. Choice confirmed. Reward will be issued after the key character's death. Special reminder, before the mission is complete, the host will not be able to disclose Quirrell's hidden identity to others." What does this unable mean? I didn't quite understand at the time, until we entered Gringotts. Gringotts was the same as ever. The goblins all looked like someone owed them money. We first went to Harry's vault, and when that big door opened, the mountain of gold galleons inside nearly blinded Harry's eyes. The kid experienced what it meant to become rich overnight. I casually grabbed a handful of gold and silver coins and stuffed them into his pocket. Then we got on the little cart that was like a roller coaster, heading to Vault 713, where Hagrid had business to attend to. On the way, Harry excitedly asked me if I knew any other friends. I mentioned Hermione, and Harry asked, "Does she have the last name Qin too?" Before I could answer, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind, wanting to test what the system couldn't reveal. When we reached Vault 713, Hagrid took out the small package wrapped in brown paper. Curious, Harry asked, "What is this?" Hagrid was about to joke, but I blurted out, "Harry, this is the Philosopher's Stone." As soon as I finished speaking, my vision went black, and I felt a whirlwind. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself back on the speeding track car. In my ears came Harry's identical question. "Does she also have a last name Qin?" I was confused and instinctively replied, "No, I'm just like you, also living under someone else's roof." Then the car stopped again at the entrance of Vault 713, and the goblin repeated how safe they were. Harry asked again, "What is this?" This time I thought I was being clever. What a joke. I couldn't help it, and said before Hagrid could speak, "It's the Philosopher's Stone." Boom. Everything spun around. I was back on the cart. Does she also have the surname Qin? Who understands this, family? I hit a bug. I'm trapped in a time loop, because she is my child bride. I started babbling nonsense. Huh. Harry looked shocked. "We're going to get the Philosopher's Stone." I said, "Return." "Why?" "Because I'm your future brother-in-law." "Return." I tried a total of 38 times. Every time I said the words magic stone, time would rewind to when Harry asked me what Hermione's last name was. My brain was about to explode. I felt like an infinitely looping NPC. Ding. "Host, you have attempted 38 times. Please stop this meaningless behavior." The system finally spoke up, sounding a bit speechless. "I have completely understood that this inability to disclose is a physical impossibility, a literal sense of the laws of nature not allowing it. In the last cycle, I honestly answered Harry's questions and kept my mouth shut in front of Vault 713. When Hagrid got everything ready and urged us to leave, I felt like I had just finished a marathon, completely exhausted. After coming out of Gringotts, Hagrid rubbed his nose and said he felt dizzy and wanted to grab a drink, asking me to take Harry to buy some robes first. What else can I say? I can only nod. Go ahead, be safe, and don't lose anything important. Hagrid walked away with a smile, leaving Harry and me behind. Harry didn't have any objections. Instead, he felt more at ease being next to me. After all, having just gone through a series of magical events, he looked at me like I was a savior. All right then, I'll take him to buy school uniforms. And let me tell you, this turned out to be quite a coincidence. I just sat down and took a sip of tea when I felt something was off, so I quickly ran to the fitting room to take a look. Goodness. Inside there was not only Harry, but also a little blonde boy, whose face was as proud as a little peacock showing off, wildly bragging to Harry. "Have you ever played Quidditch? My dad taught me. My dad says I'm definitely going to be the best in the future." Let me tell you, that arrogance is just off the charts. Harry is just standing there, looking completely lost, probably starting to miss his chubby cousin. At least the chubby guy's vocabulary wasn't this advanced. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, lazily leaning against the doorframe and chiming in. Did your dad ever tell you that at Hogwarts, especially on a Quidditch pitch, you should never mess with someone named Qin? The two kids immediately turned to look at me. Harry's expression was like he had just seen a savior, almost in tears. The blond little boy furrowed his brow and actually started to think seriously. Are you talking about that strongest first-year beater from Gryffindor, Qin? Wow, I was shocked. My reputation had even reached preschool. As a result, the little boy raised his chin and said in a very cool manner, "Of course I know. He's the one I want to defeat. My dad told me to stay away from him, saying he's uncivilized, but I'm not afraid of him. I'm the best at Hogwarts." I have to tell you, watching him so seriously trying to defeat himself, I almost couldn't hold it together and clap for him on the spot. Good job. You have ambition. I really admire you, buddy. This kid is Draco Malfoy. Years later, he probably wishes he could erase this memory from his mind. It was too embarrassing. When Harry changed his clothes, I waved at Malfoy. "See you at school, kid?" He defiantly replied, "Who's afraid of whom?" His little expression was actually quite cool. After dealing with Malfoy, I led Harry to continue shopping. We bought books, a cauldron, and I even bought him an ice cream to keep him quiet. When we reached Ollivander's wand shop, Hagrid finally stumbled out of the pub. The focus was on the wand shop. Old Ollivander started his cryptic talk again and finally handed Harry a wand made of holly. And guess what? The old man said this wand's brother was the one that left the lightning scar on Harry's forehead. Harry immediately became emo, holding the wand as if it were a hot potato, his little face pale, fearing that he might also become Voldemort in the future. I saw that this wasn't going to work. The child was getting stuck in a rut. I directly said something to wake him up. A wand is just a tool. Does using the same model of phone mean you'll become the owner of the phone company? You are you, and you'll never become someone else. Then I added, besides, you've already paid for it. If you go to return it now, let's see if that old man Ollivander won't chase you out with a wand in hand. Harry immediately laughed, and his worries were resolved. To comfort his wounded little heart, Hagrid was very generous and said he would give him a birthday gift, taking him directly into the store to choose a beautiful white owl. Harry was thrilled and immediately named it Hedwig. After shopping, the main event came. I found an excuse to say I needed to buy a gift for Hermione and split up from the two of them. The next second, I turned into an alley and instantly changed my outfit. Golden mask, black cloak, exuding an aura, my figure became indistinct. Let me tell you, my outfit is all about being mysterious and unpredictable. I swaggered up to the entrance of Gringotts, and while the goblin guard was bowing, I silently dropped a small note at his feet and then disappeared into the crowd without looking back, keeping my achievements and name hidden. The goblin picked it up and probably thought to himself which little genius was playing a prank, because the note said, "Someone is going to rob the bank today. Enhanced security." He enjoyed the joke, but still feared the responsibility, so he ultimately handed the note in. That was enough. Let me tell you, confronting Professor Quirrell directly is reckless behavior. We need to play tactically, using the goblin's knife to cut Voldemort's soul. That's what I call high-end operation. Of course, while doing business is important, buying gifts for Hermione is the real deal. I slipped into an ice cream shop, packed her favorite ice cream and fruit tea, and the young clerk even kindly gave me an extra portion of raspberry jam. After buying the things, I met up with Harry and the others for a farewell meal. And that was that. Hagrid was responsible for taking Harry back to his aunt's house, and I took the subway home by myself. On the way home, I was feeling anxious. You think about it. I left Hermione alone at home for 2 days. How could she not be mad? Family, who understands that? Soothing a girlfriend is really beyond the syllabus. As soon as I walked in, it was over. Hermione was sitting on the sofa with her big-faced cat Crookshanks, watching TV, not even lifting her eyelids. I quickly took out my secret weapon, the ice cream from Florin Ice Cream Shop, piled with smiles as I approached. "Ta-da! Look what I brought for you." The staff even gave an extra serving of jam. Hermione glanced over, moved her mouth a bit, but ultimately turned her head back. Her tone as flat as plain water. "I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat." Hiss! I felt a jolt in my heart. Oh no, the highest level alarm. If she's not even eating ice cream, she's really upset. My mind was racing, and I immediately switched to the pity mode. Oh, you have no idea how dangerous the place we went to was, with strong winds and heavy rain. The hotel we stayed in was small and shabby, and the three of us, Harry, Hagrid, and I, were crammed into a tiny room. Before I could finish my sentence, Hermione suddenly turned her head sharply. Her eyes sharp as knives. "What did you just say? Who are you sharing a room with?" I was taken aback. "Harry, the new student we're supposed to pick up." She snorted and said angrily, "So, who is Harley?" I was completely stunned at the time and spent a good half a day explaining it clearly. "It's Harry Potter, not Harley Quinn. He's a thin, delicate little boy." "Oh, There are 2 beds? Her face finally cleared up. 2 beds. It must be 2 beds. I quickly assured her. Seeing her anger dissipate, I immediately seized the opportunity and handed her the ice cream. So, the beautiful and lovely Miss Granger, would you accept my belated apology? Hermione huffed, but finally reached out to take it. Just as she lowered her head to prepare to eat, I quietly leaned in and gently kissed her forehead. She suddenly looked up, and wow, her big eyes were filled with shock, staring straight at me. I tell you, in that moment, my mind went blank too. But hey, who am I? I couldn't lose my momentum. I cleared my throat and directly recited a piece of Chinese poetry to her, pretending to be all sophisticated. The most gentle moment is when one bows their head like a water lily, shy and unable to withstand the cool breeze. Hermione was completely baffled, not understanding a word, but her expression clearly showed that even though she didn't understand, she felt it was impressive. She stammered and asked me what it meant. If it was poetry, I nodded and translated it into English for her. I could see her little face getting redder and redder, and she finally pursed her lips and said, "This poem is really beautiful." I felt so proud inside, and I immediately pressed on, looking into her eyes and sincerely telling her, "Yes, the poem is beautiful, but I thought of it because of you. Family, who understands?" In that moment, that atmosphere was simply my Roman Empire. I swear, I will remember this scene for a lifetime. However, the romantic atmosphere didn't last 3 seconds before we heard a meow, followed by a horrified cry. Looking down, I saw that the ice cream had melted and was dripping onto Crookshank's precious fur. I was just about to explain my impulsive behavior, but Hermione suddenly burst out laughing, shoved the ice cream in my hands, and said, "You hold this, I'll go clean him up." I took the ice cream and casually pulled out my wand, casting a freezing spell on it. The melting ice cream instantly became rock solid. Hermione's eyes lit up, shining like little stars. "Wow, that's amazing." I flicked my hair back with a flourish and turned to teach her, seeing her nodding vigorously with excitement. Who cares about the Ministry of Magic's restrictions when making her happy is what matters? Once she cleaned up Crookshanks and sat back down, enjoying her ice cream while petting the cat, she suddenly blurted out, "Crookshanks, if you don't want to call him uncle anymore, you can call him dad instead." I almost choked on my own saliva. What on earth is going on in that little head of hers all day long? Since that day, our summer has been incredibly sweet. When watching TV, she either rests her feet on my lap and asks me to massage them, calling it Eastern acupressure massage, or simply lays her head on my lap, reading aloud any interesting novel she finds, while waiting for me to feed her grapes or apples. The most outrageous part is that she later learned a new trick. Sometimes she would fall asleep while reading, and I would cover her with a blanket. Once, I even carried her back to her own bed. And guess what? She got a taste for it. She started pretending to be asleep, even casually kicking off the blanket, forcing me to princess carry her back to her bedroom. She thought I didn't know, but she was actually so tense that her whole body was stiff. Her acting was incredible. She was just hoping I would give her a goodnight kiss like that day, but I refused to do it. Finally, one time she couldn't hold back anymore. As I was putting her on the bed and preparing to leave, she suddenly opened her eyes, wrapped her arms around my neck, and planted a kiss on my cheek. Then she quickly closed her eyes again, mumbling, "I'm sleeping. I was just dreaming." Wow, that move left me dumbfounded. All right then, since you've gone this far, how could I not cooperate? I gave her nose a little scratch and kissed her forehead. Only then was she satisfied. I bet she fell asleep within 2 minutes after I left. Now, let's pause for a moment and switch channels. While we were enjoying our sweet little life, on the other side of the world, things were getting tumultuous. Do you remember the Professor Swinton I mentioned? My mysterious second brother? He is currently in Egypt, dressed in a black robe, standing on a boat in the Nile, arguing with himself. "Ian, don't call my cloak a cape. Stephen, you're just a stubborn madman." Great, this guy has definitely got multiple personalities. One is named Stephen, the other Ian, and they share the same body. It was relatively stable at Hogwarts. But now that he is out treasure hunting, the irritable Ian is getting harder to suppress. His goal this time is a pyramid in the desert that only wizards can find. After a lot of effort, using disillusionment charms and spells, he finally managed to reveal the hidden pyramid. This place had been visited by Bill Weasley and others before, but was later sealed by Gringotts. Without hesitation, Swinton dove inside. And when he came out the next morning, he looked radiant, as if he were on drugs, stretching his arms to the sun and saying, "This feeling is amazing." Then, whoosh, he disappeared, and the pyramid became invisible again. Meanwhile, in Gringotts' office in Cairo, Bill Weasley was having a grand time. He had found an excuse to return to England for the summer, tasked with escorting a muggle-born wizard named Adam to Hogwarts. However, when he went to find the kid, Adam sadly said, My mom is sick. I have to leave another day. Bill had nothing to say to that but to agree. But just as he left, Adam slipped into the back room. Inside, a woman sat in a wheelchair. When she saw him, she trembled all over, unable to utter a word. Adam gently wiped her drool while coldly saying, "Mom, I was supposed to leave today, but it seems someone went where they shouldn't, so I have to check it out. This kid is definitely up to no good." After settling his mom, he suddenly appeared in that pyramid. The sarcophagus Swinton had opened was still ajar, and the mummy lay inside. Adam walked over, tilted his ear as if listening to something, then muttered to himself, "Oh, so you are the descendant of that agent. Sorry, I can't wake you up right now, but I can help you with a little task." With that, he took off his gloves and pressed his hand on the mummy's forehead. Let me tell you the key point. There was a scar on the back of his hand, a circle with a lightning bolt inside. Now let's switch back to Hermione, who was writing in her diary after a big cleanup. What was she writing about? All about me. How she feels the house is empty when I'm not home for 2 days, and how she wants a magical device that can video call so she can see me all the time. The funniest part is that she detailed the storm from the previous night, how my attic leaked, and how she ended up sleeping in her room. She wrote in her diary, "He insisted on putting a pillow between us as a barrier, saying he absolutely wouldn't go over the pillow. He didn't but he didn't say I couldn't go over it. Who told the storm to be so scary? How could I sleep without being a little closer to him? TSK, this girl has thoughts." She also mentioned that Harry Potter wrote to her, complaining about how boring the vacation was and always saying how he looked forward to seeing her soon. Hermione complained in her diary, saying she really wanted to see what kind of person he was. Time flew by, and soon it was almost time for school to start. Bill Weasley finally arrived at Grimmauld Place with a boy named Adam. The Weasley household was lively, and Mrs. Molly warmly welcomed this seemingly well-behaved little guest. During dinner, everyone was having a great time when Fred or George suddenly mentioned the little pyramid you gave Qin last time. He really liked it and studied it with Professor Swinton at school for a long time. As soon as those words came out, Bill froze, his brow furrowing in confusion as he asked, "Professor Swinton? I told you, this Percy is the third child from the Weasley family, a total academic overachiever." He immediately started to explain to me that Professor Swinton is the new defense against the dark arts teacher who came last year, young and talented, with an incredibly vast knowledge, but after just 1 year he left. I thought to myself, isn't this just a legendary short-lived position? Bill, after hearing this, just said, "Oh," probably reminiscing about Snape's eternally icy face. Just as he finished his reflection, the Weasley twins couldn't hold back anymore. Fred jumped in and said, "Hey, you don't know what Qin is like. The professors at school, especially Swinton and Snape, treat him like a treasure." George quickly added, "That's right. And let me tell you, there's a big scoop here. It seems that the three of them had a falling out before the summer vacation. And after that, Snape never spoke to those two again. I was stunned at the time. Isn't this the legendary love triangle? Wait, does the magical world also have such exciting workplace gossip?" Fred smirked and said that they asked Qin, but he refused to say anything and even threatened to tie them up and beat them with a stick. Who understands? My curiosity shot through the roof. Bill's eyes lit up as he listened, and Percy added that it wasn't just interesting. Those two were practically Qin's diehard fans, following him around every day and dragging Charlie and Hagrid along, not knowing what secret project they were concocting. Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, Bill suddenly remembered something important and turned to a quiet little boy named Adam beside him, saying that before school started, he needed to take him to Diagon Alley because Gringotts had given him some money to buy brand new school supplies. As soon as this was said, Ron's little face fell. Who understands that kind of pain of having too many older brothers at home and always getting the leftovers? The robes were Bill's. The wand was Charlie's, the textbooks were the twins', and even the pet rat was something Percy didn't want. Little Ron looked so aggrieved that he was on the verge of tears. The twins exchanged glances at their little brother's pitiful look, stifled their laughter, and said they also wanted to go to Diagon Alley to browse around, specifically cueing Ron to mention checking out the new flying broomsticks. But Ron, being stubborn, pouted and said he wouldn't go and would just wait for them at the leaky cauldron. In the following days, Adam stayed at the Weasley house, and Aunt Molly treated him exceptionally well, even better than her own son. Let me tell you something even more bizarre. During the few days Adam stayed at their house, Ron once heard him chatting with his pet rat, Scabbers. He heard Adam ask in a particularly strange tone, "Why do you stay in this house like this? What are you hiding from?" Oh my gosh, at that time Ron thought Adam found his old shedding mouse with a missing toe ugly, but from that day on, when Ban saw Adam, it was like seeing a ghost, and he kept his distance. Before you knew it, it was September 1st, the start of the school year. King's Cross Station, the usual place. The Granger couple dropped Qin and Hermione off at the station entrance. It was a scene. Mrs. Granger was crying her eyes out, sending one off last year and now both kids this year. Mr. Granger was comforting her, saying it was all right, that Qin was there, and that kid was reliable. Definitely able to take care of Hermione. The couple also took the opportunity to plan their couple time, saying they were going to some town called Corkworth for the weekend. TSK. Just as they were getting sentimental, a greasy fat guy nearby started making sarcastic remarks, saying to a black-haired boy with glasses, "Haha, Harry, hurry up and find your platform 9. Hope they finish building in time for you." The Granger couple saw this and thought, "Oh, a fellow," and politely nodded. Meanwhile, Qin and Hermione had already arranged to wait for Harry by the wall between platforms 9 and 10. When Harry saw Qin, he was as excited as could be, and they exchanged pleasantries. Hermione also formally shook hands with Harry and introduced herself. Harry then said, "Oh, I know you. Qin mentioned you." Hermione's little eyes immediately shot over to Qin, smilingly asking, "Oh, what did he say about me?" At that moment, my heart sank. Oh no, it's over for her. I had complained about that girl a lot when I was in the past. Fortunately, Harry's honest and said that Qin and they have a good relationship, going shopping and eating good food together every day. Only then did Hermione feel satisfied, pulling Qin's hand and huffing proudly. Just as they were about to enter the platform, the Weasley family came over in full force. Fred and George shouted from a distance, "Qin, wait for us." It was quite a lively scene, and greeting each person took a breath. Mrs. Weasley was pulling Qin and praising him vigorously, saying he was handsome and tall. Qin was surprised to see Bill back, who pointed to Adam beside him and said he was commissioned by Gringotts to bring this kid to school from Egypt. Qin greeted Adam, probably wondering in his heart, who is this person? He's not in the script, but he didn't think too much about it. The twins were already buzzing around Hermione, saying they didn't see her clearly in the last photo, but now they finally saw her in person. But at that moment, let me tell you, Qin's face suddenly turned pale. He froze, and his gaze became vacant. The most terrifying secret inside him, the power called silent, began to go crazy, whispering madly in his mind, tempting him to give up resistance and hand everything over to it. Just when he was about to be consumed, Hermione's voice came through with a hint of crying. "Qin, what's wrong with you?" That voice was like a light, forcefully pulling him back from the edge of the abyss. He instinctively raised his hand to smooth Hermione's tightly furrowed brow, softly saying, "Don't be afraid, Hermione." Then, he tightly hugged her, greedily breathing in the scent from her hair. That familiar scent helped him restore order to his chaotic mind. Hermione also held him tightly, scared and asking him what had just happened, calling him several times without a response. Qin just softly apologized, saying he was lost in thought. "Hey, Qin, the train is about to leave. Are you two going or not?" The Weasley twins' voices broke the atmosphere. They looked at the two hugging each other with expressions of being shown off. Hermione quickly blushed and pulled away, while Qin, unfazed, continued to hold her little hand. Then came the classic routine of the Weasley family, as the twins started to fool around again, tricking Mrs. Weasley into thinking they were mistaken about who was who, with one saying he was Fred and the other saying he was George, which made their mother so angry she was panting. Just as they were about to pass through the wall, one of them turned back and said, "Mom, just kidding, I'm actually Fred," and then slipped away. Once everyone passed through the wall, the platform was packed with people. It was Harry and Hermione's first time seeing such a scene, and their eyes widened in amazement. The twins were very enthusiastic, directly stuffing Harry, Ron, and Adam, the three new students, into a compartment, claiming it was for them to get familiar with each other, before running off to find Lee Jordan to see his giant spider. I tell you, getting on the car was quite an exaggeration. Qin was pulling Hermione down the aisle, almost like walking on a red carpet, with seniors and juniors, boys and girls, all enthusiastically greeting him. The looks those girls gave Hermione were so complex. Jealousy and envy all written on their faces. Hermione held her head high, smiling, closely following Qin, like a little fox relying on a powerful tiger. After finally finding an empty compartment, just as the door closed and before they could even settle down, it turned out that the compartment door was like a revolving door, with waves of people coming in. Besides their friends, the Quidditch team members all came too, including the new Captain Wood, chasers Angelina and Katie, bringing in a whole crowd. Fred and George also showed up, looking disdainful as they said that Lee Jordan's spider was no good, far inferior to the Acromantula. After discussing that, Qin asked what happened to Ron, having heard that he had been crying. And guess what? George raised his eyebrows and said, "He found out his wand was new." Fred then added, "And then he discovered that everything in his trunk was new." I burst out laughing at that moment. These two guys really turned a surprise into a scare, focusing on an extreme pull. It turned out they secretly used the money they earned to buy Ron a whole new set of gear, deliberately keeping it from him. Wanted to see his surprised and delighted reaction when he finally found out. However, Ron discovered it too early and was so excited that he cried tears of joy. Qin couldn't help but laugh, and he assured the twins that Ron was his little brother and that he would definitely look out for him at school. The twins chuckled and said with that assurance, Ron could walk all over Hogwarts. Before leaving, they poked their heads through the door crack and cheekily asked, seriously, do you need to put up a do not disturb sign on the door? Hermione's face turned red, and once they left, she even seriously said to Qin, how about we really put up a sign like they suggested? Qin laughed at her and ruffled her hair. But it wasn't too long before Cedric, the handsome guy from Hufflepuff, came in. He immediately gave Qin a big hug and said he missed him a lot. Let me tell you, Hermione's little radar activated instantly. She maintained a regal smile the whole time, watching closely. Now, let us rewind a bit and take a look at the compartment with Harry and the others. The 3 first-year students sat inside, staring at each other awkwardly, the atmosphere so tense you could cut it with a knife. Harry was shy. Ron didn't know how to start a conversation with the famous savior, and Adam was just a quiet guy. Finally, Ron couldn't hold it in anymore, cleared his throat, and cautiously asked Harry, are you really Harry Potter? I tell you, at that moment, Harry was unfazed, casually flipping his bangs to show Ron a lightning scar on his forehead. Ron's eyes nearly popped out, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg in it. And even Adam, who had been acting aloof and looking at the scenery, couldn't help but throw a curious glance. So, it really was that person who did it? Ron stuttered. Harry shrugged and said he didn't remember anything, just a flash of green light left in his mind. Let me tell you, when Ron heard this, he was all excited, saying it was a super evil curse, staring at Harry without end, making Harry feel uncomfortable. Ron quickly realized and apologized, saying he was too excited. After all, Harry was a legendary figure. Then the two kids just kept chatting. Harry was extremely curious about the mass of red hair in Ron's family, and Ron started pouring out his woes, saying there were too many kids in his family. 5 older brothers and 1 younger sister, and he never got anything good, wearing his brother's old robes and using his brother's old wand. Even the rat was one that his brother didn't want. To prove how miserable he was, he insisted on showing Harry his broken wand. He rummaged through his suitcase and pulled out a stick, handing it to Harry while deliberately turning his head away, probably afraid of seeing Harry's sympathetic gaze and hurting his pride. What happened next? Harry, with a puzzled look, said, Ron, isn't wand new? Ron wanted to laugh and said, how could that be? But when he turned around, he was dumbfounded. What he held was indeed a brand new wand. This twist was better than any opening act of 2025. He instinctively looked at Adam, who just calmly said, you should be able to guess. Ron's mind buzzed, and he suddenly remembered. Yesterday in Diagon Alley, his twin brothers Fred and George had dragged him into the wand shop to try one, and it was this one. He quickly pulled open his suitcase, and my goodness, it was all new. New robes, new cloak, new cauldron, and even a small stack of galleons in the corner. There was also a note on top that said, surprised, Ron. FG. Family, who understands, this kid, just a second ago, was feeling inferior about his poverty. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed by his brother's love. He couldn't hold back anymore and burst into tears, while cursing his brothers for being too bad. Harry watched in shock, completely unaware of what was happening. Just then, the compartment door opened, and a cool girl with short hair walked in, claiming to be Ron's cousin. Moni. She sat down with a thud and started mocking. Yo, Ron, I heard you're crying? Ron stubbornly said he was yawning, but Moni ruffled his hair, making it even messier. Moni rolled her eyes and said, don't let those 2 boys fool you. They made a fortune last year selling stuff from the Forbidden Forest with that Qin guy. They're nicknamed Hogwarts capitalists. Buying you this little stuff is just pocket change. Harry and Ron were stunned, not expecting that last school year could have so many stories. Seeing Ron still moved, Moni directly said, all right, stop thinking about it. The capitalist's money, if you don't spend it, it's a waste. After that, she directly grabbed a galleon from Ron's suitcase, rushed out to intercept the snack cart, and bought a huge pile of snacks to pile on the seats. Seeing this, Harry got excited too and took out money to buy a bunch. Now, the 4 kids started showing off various magical snacks. Ron was eating while educating Harry, explaining that there were famous wizard cards and chocolate frogs, and he was just 2 cards short of completing the collection. Moni, munching on a pumpkin pasty, looked down on their childish collecting habits, messed up Ron's freshly fixed hair again, and then nonchalantly got up to leave, saying she was going to find her female classmates. You have to admit, with her causing such a ruckus, Ron's mood really did shift from cloudy to sunny. Just as they were happily eating, Qin Yu walked in with Hermione and a chubby boy named Neville, saying they were helping Neville find his lost toad. Of course, we didn't have it, but before leaving, Qin Yu generously grabbed a handful of snacks to share with Hermione and Neville, even promising to treat them to a big meal next year. Just as they left, they ran into another blonde young master, Malfoy. Wow, this guy was enjoying being the center of attention on the train. But all he heard was everyone praising Qin and Harry, making him feel quite sour inside. He was preparing to confront the legendary Harry Potter with his 2 followers. But as soon as he stepped out, he bumped right into Qin Yu. Malfoy froze on the spot because he recognized this was the person he met in the robe shop. "You're really Qin?" He could hardly believe it. Qin Yu smiled coldly and said, "Yo, Draco, nice to see you again. You look just like your dad, with that annoyingly unpleasant face." This directly left Malfoy speechless. Realizing his dad had a grudge against Qin Yu leaned in, patted his shoulder, and warned him, "Behave yourself at school, Malfoy Jr., or I'll have to have a serious chat with you." Saying that, he rewarded Malfoy and his 2 followers each with a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Malfoy had never eaten this before, hesitated for a moment, but still tossed it in his mouth, instantly contorting his features from the sourness. But strangely, after the sourness, there's a bit of sweetness, and he actually thought it was quite tasty. He shouted at Qin Yu's back, "I will definitely catch up to you." After sending off Qin Yu, Malfoy still found his way to Harry's compartment. This guy was all about being straightforward, trying to win over Harry while also making a jab at Ron's family background. Harry was already annoyed with him, and this only increased his dislike. Just as the 2 sides were about to argue, Malfoy's 2 followers suddenly clutched their stomachs, crying out in pain, and then Malfoy's own stomach began to rumble too. It turned out the bean was kicking in. The 3 had no choice but to run away in embarrassment. Harry and Ron laughed until they were rolling on the floor. Meanwhile, Adam, who had been silent in the corner, slowly lowered one hand and muttered to himself, "Truly 3 noisy guys." I thought something was off with Adam at that moment. The train continued its journey, soon approaching the station. Qin Yu and Hermione changed into their robes in their compartment. After Hermione changed, she leaned against Qin Yu and fell asleep, wrinkling her robe, which made her anxious. Qin Yu took out his wand, cast a spell, and the robe instantly smoothed out like new. Hermione's eyes sparkled with stars. When the train arrived, a crowd surged. Hagrid's loud voice rang out on the platform, calling for the first-year students. Qin Yu went over to greet Hermione, noticing Harry and Ron were so nervous they didn't know which leg to step forward with, while Adam was still curiously looking around. After bidding them farewell, Qin Yu got on the carriage and headed back to the castle. Walking into the Great Hall of Hogwarts again, sitting at the long table felt quite magical. Last year, he was an anxious first year, and this year, he had become a senior watching the newcomers. Not long after, the doors of the Great Hall opened, and Professor McGonagall led a group of little ones inside. As soon as Hermione and Harry entered, they searched the crowd for Qin Yu and visibly relaxed upon seeing him. Then, Professor McGonagall took out a parchment list and began to read names, officially starting the sorting ceremony. A little girl named Hannah Abbott was the first to go up, and as soon as the sorting hat touched her head, it shouted Hufflepuff, and she was sorted in an instant. Following her, a stream of about 20 others went up, and it was just the same 4 houses taking turns sorting. I tell you, when Professor McGonagall called out Hermione Granger, my heart just went duong and lifted up. I'm not joking, it's that feeling of a father watching his own daughter grow up. Watching his daughter get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Who understands that feeling in the family? Just look at our Hermione, trotting over to the stool and sitting down, her little mouth tightly pressed, eyes blinking nervously with anticipation. Just a few seconds after the sorting hat was placed on her head, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Gryffindor!" Wow, her little face was so excited. She was about to pop champagne right there. She took off the hat, politely bowed to Professor McGonagall, and then turned and dashed towards our Gryffindor long table. As she got close to me, she suddenly remembered to be graceful, immediately slowed down, and moved to the empty seat next to me like a little lady. The applause on our side was incredibly warm, and she even returned a perfectly standard smile. Perfect. Next up, Adam Quinn. I squinted at that moment. This guy, with an ordinary appearance and a seemingly mild personality, kept appearing in front of me for some reason. My intuition told me that this was not simple. I even started to doubt my system. How could it remain silent with such a suspicious character around? Could it be that the system, with its thick eyebrows and big eyes, had also betrayed me? But then I thought, this is the world of Harry Potter, aside from Voldemort. What other boss could there be? This Adam is still so young. He can't possibly be a Death Eater in training, right? Never mind. I probably was just overthinking it. However, it turned out that I was proven wrong so quickly. When the sorting hat was placed on Adam's head, it didn't move for a long time, just mumbling. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, you seem like you could fit in anywhere, yet it also seems like you don't belong anywhere. You are an unexpected person. I heard it very clearly at the time. The tone was not sorting. It was clearly confused. Even more outrageous was what followed. That hat actually asked in an almost respectful tone, "Sir, which house would you like to go to?" I was directly stunned. What is going on? Does the sorting hat also offer personalized services? Is this some kind of super VIP treatment? Then I saw Adam, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, glancing over at me. I had no idea what he was thinking. In the next second, the sorting hat shouted as if it had received a divine order, "Gryffindor." Adam stood up and slowly walked over to us. I clapped while teasing him with a forced smile. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be a sorting difficulty case too?" He was taken aback for a moment, then humbly replied, "Maybe, mister. Hat thinks my talent is not good enough to make a decision." I thought to myself, come on, your talent isn't good enough, is it? Your talent is an ultra expansion that even AI can't figure out. But I still encouraged him, saying, "Don't think too much. Welcome to Gryffindor." Then it went quickly. Neville, the future sword saint of Gryffindor, took forever to get sorted into Gryffindor. That Malfoy kid, as soon as the hat touched his platinum hair, screamed Slytherin, as if it recognized him automatically. When it was Harry's turn, wow. The sorting hat was struggling on his head, first wanting to put him in Slytherin, then trying to pull him to Gryffindor. Harry was getting anxious, desperately glancing over at us while giving Malfoy a disdainful glare, muttering to himself, "Not Slytherin, not Slytherin." The sorting hat, like a chatterbox, said, "Oh, another one who doesn't want to go to Slytherin? All right, I'll grant your wish, Gryffindor." Harry was overjoyed and dashed to our table, sitting right next to Adam, with me directly across from him. Ron was second to last, his face scrunched up in nervousness. But luckily, the Weasley family had a designated spot. Gryffindor sorted in an instant. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore stood up and rambled on about a bunch of things. The core message being welcoming the new students and encouraging them to study hard, then waved his hand dramatically. "Time to eat." Let me tell you, that scene was amazing. The 4 long tables were instantly filled with all kinds of delicacies. The new students had their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg. And even though Hermione had heard me talk about it before, she was still wide-eyed in surprise. I looked at Hermione's shy little demeanor, feeling both amused and exasperated. I directly picked up the tenderest piece of lamb chop and held it up to her mouth. "Open up." She instinctively opened her mouth, and after chewing a couple of times, she realized what was happening. Her face instantly turned bright red, and she puffed her cheeks, glaring at me with a look that clearly said, "We're at school, not at home." "I don't care. I fed her another piece. Hurry up and eat. It won't taste good when it gets cold." This girl has no resistance when it comes to delicious food, and she immediately started chewing again. I nodded in satisfaction, focusing on a companion-style feeding. Opposite me, Harry froze when he heard me tell Hermione that Hogwarts is your home, mumbling home with a spark in his eyes that was simply incredible. Seeing the atmosphere, I immediately raised my voice and shouted to all the freshmen, "That's right. Hogwarts is your home. Freshmen, don't be so reserved while eating. Jimmy, Wilson, give them a show." My 2 roommates were already bursting with hunger. One grabbed a big drumstick, and the other hugged a buttered roll, gnawing at it like a hungry wolf, with grease all over their mouths. The new students looked at them and thought, hey, if the seniors are like this, why should we hold back? In an instant, the entire Gryffindor long table turned into a battlefield of food, and Ron's eating style was on par with my 2 roommates. Hermione also completely let loose, saying, "Qin, I want to eat that." One moment, and Qin, "I want to drink juice." The next, finally groaning, "Qin, I feel so uncomfortable." I laughed, "Then don't eat it." She pointed at the dessert in the distance with a pitiful look, "But I haven't tried that little cake yet." This girl really can't do anything about her. After dinner, the class leader took the freshmen back to the dormitory, and we seniors just did our own thing. The password for Gryffindor is dragon droppings, quite unique. I returned to the dorm, tidied up my things, and the guy from next door peeked in, making faces at me, saying, "Qin, your sister is waiting for you in the common lounge, hee." I playfully punched him and quickly ran outside. Sure enough, Hermione was pacing anxiously in front of the fireplace, wearing a brand new wizard robe. When she saw me, her eyes instantly lit up, and she jogged over. Qin, I didn't say anything, reached out to stroke her hair, and softly said, "Just like I imagined." "Just like what?" she asked blankly. "I dreamed of you standing here in a wizard's robe, just like you are now." Her face turned red, and she looked up at me. I had the same dream too. I didn't wait for her to finish speaking and directly pulled her in my arms. The little girl snuggled in my embrace, and all the tension and fatigue of the day seemed to dissipate. However, since the public lounge was bustling with people, I didn't dare to hold her for too long. I let go of her, took her hand, and sat down to chat. She chattered away about everything that happened today, from the magical dome to the talking hat, her eyes sparkling with excitement. As we talked, she leaned on my shoulder and suddenly asked me, "Qin, were you nervous when you first arrived?" I thought for a moment and whispered in her ear, "The most nervous day for me was the day I saw you in your attic. The day I opened my eyes and saw you was the most important day of my life." The little girl, after hearing this, softened completely and buried her head deeper. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Dumbledore was having a secret meeting with the Sorting Hat. "Tell me, are there any special children this year?" Dumbledore asked. The Sorting Hat first mentioned Harry and Neville, but Dumbledore interrupted directly. "You know I'm not asking about them." In the next moment, the Sorting Hat's voice changed, trembling as it said, "Dumbledore, there are some existences that we must also revere. I cannot say." Without a word, Dumbledore waved his wand and cast over a dozen top-tier protective spells around the entire office, as if to isolate the whole world. As for me, after returning to the dormitory, my mind was also replaying the events. Dumbledore warned us not to go to the fourth-floor corridor. I knew that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden there, and that Professor Quirrell had issues. But damn the system restrictions, I couldn't say anything. I really fell for it. I also remembered Professor Swinton. I asked Snape, and he said Swinton went to Egypt for archaeology and hasn't been heard from since, only leaving a message wishing you a happy new term. I don't know why, but I always feel a bit uneasy about it. What I don't know is that at this very moment, in a bar in Paris that only wizards can enter, a man who looks exactly like Professor Swinton is embracing a blonde woman, his eyes filled with unabashed desire and ambition. He is not Swinton. He is Ian Stanley. It turns out that Professor Swinton went to Egypt and entered an ancient pyramid, but the only one who walked out was Ian, who had taken over his body. This Ian is not a kind-hearted educator. The fire in his heart is an ambition that can burn down the entire world. He mocks Swinton's past cowardice, ridiculing him for not even daring to pursue the girl he loves. Not long ago, Ian returned to Boothbatten School of Magic, and guess who he saw there? A girl who looked just like Swinton's past crush, a girl named Apollon, who was the spitting image of her. Goodness, this was going to be entertaining. That girl had the same exquisite features, golden hair and slender, graceful figure, radiating an enchanting charm at such a young age. She was practically a replica of Apollon. Especially when he saw her striking blue eyes, Ian was momentarily taken aback. And this moment of distraction filled him with an inexplicable fear and anger because he felt that this was a reaction that Stephen should have, not him. So, on the day he was supposed to go to Boothbatten, he left, setting aside his plans to trouble certain people. Fleur? Delacour. At this thought, Ian couldn't help but mutter the girl's name. So similar, so similar. That damned exquisite face, that damned golden hair, that damned slender figure. Ian's anger reached its peak at that moment. He looked at the sleeping woman beside him and stood up in a rage. "Ian, you again." The woman was startled awake by his movement and couldn't help but complain. "Shut up," Ian shouted, his voice sounding like it was ripped from his chest. The moonlight remained unchanged in its purity, gently spilling into the room, while the people inside were in a state of confusion and fury. People always hope to be just themselves, yet fear becoming someone else, not realizing they have never been just themselves. The next day, Ian Stanley woke up full of energy and had breakfast. Then, under the gaze of a beautiful witch named Camille, whose eyes seemed to hold water, he left this place in Paris. He was going to find a path that belonged to him. After coming out of that ancient pyramid, he vowed to achieve something great, whether in light or darkness. Thus, he traveled across Europe, searching for some opportunity. However, in recent years, Voldemort had made some noise, but he had long since disappeared, and Death Eaters had become like rats in the street, prisoners. Ian naturally would not choose to join them. Then, in the Wizarding District of Paris, he heard some news. Some information about G.A., that is Grindelwald's army. This group had taken root and flourished in Brazil and America in less than a year, becoming a headache for the local Ministry of Magical Congress, and even began to spread to Europe. This was exactly the opportunity Ian craved. So, he entrusted Camille to help gather information. When it came to dealing with women, he was far more capable than Stephen. Now that he knew that the G.A. leader named Gellert Abernathy was in New York in North America, he naturally wanted to meet him. He believed he was exactly the person they needed, and they were the capital and soil he needed. Just like a line from a poem from the East says, his going is like the autumn wind meeting the crystalline dew, surpassing countless encounters in the human world. If we raise our gaze higher and higher, then shift it eastward towards Paris, there we will see a majestic mountain range called the Carpathians, which is the eastern extension of the Alps and is referred to as the backbone of Romania in the countries within our sight. And at a certain corner of this semicircular mountain range, there's a relatively open hilly area and grassland. If we suddenly lower our gaze here, if we are lucky enough, we might see 1 or 2 flying dragons. Of course, the premise is that we are not muggles and can see through the illusions set by the wizards here. Yes, this is one of the most famous dragon parks in Europe, the Romanian Dragon Park. A young wizard with red hair has just been hired as a fire dragon researcher here. Charlie, that little guy, is missing. Let us split up and look for him. A burly bearded wizard walked into a wooden cabin, feeling irritated. Okay, Benny, I'll go after I finish this letter, the young wizard inside the cabin replied. After saying this, he signed his name at the end of the letter, Charlie Weasley. And the heading of this letter read, Dear Qin. Yes, this person is Charlie Weasley, the former captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team who just graduated from Hogwarts. These days, Charlie calculated the start date of the Hogwarts school year and planned to write a few letters to his former classmates and friends, and Qin Yu was one of them. After putting the letter into a brown paper envelope and writing the recipient's information, Charlie called for an owl to send the letters together. Of course, this owl would not fly directly to England. It would have to go through some transfers before finally reaching Hogwarts. These, Charlie didn't have to worry about since he had already paid for the postage with his silver sickles. After doing all this, he stepped out of the wooden cabin where they were resting to search for that lost little guy. If a fire dragon over 3 meters tall could be called a little guy, he quickly found that fire dragon in a rugged canyon. However, he did not expect to witness a girl punch that 3-meter-tall fire dragon away. It was a not particularly tall girl with black hair, about 17 or 18 years old, dressed in red. Her long black hair was tied back into a neat ponytail, and when she leaped up and delivered a heavy punch to the dragon's head, Charlie felt it was like a giant hammer striking a wooden stake. The sound of the impact shaking the valley and making his heart tremble. Red-haired, is this your dragon? The girl saw Charlie and lifted her chin to ask. Yes, this is my, Charlie instinctively replied, but then shook his head. It's not exactly mine. I'm just a researcher. Researcher? How complicated. Never mind. Anyway, it stole my food, so I hid it. That fits your rules, right? The girl asked. Fits. Charlie nodded, somewhat puzzled. Well, that's good. The girl nodded as well. Then, the two fell into silence amid the little dragon's soft whimpering. Ahem. Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Charlie Weasley. May I know your name? Charlie asked, gathering his courage. Oh, my name is Pusey. The girl replied. Pusey what? I mean, what is your full name? Charlie looked at her pleasant demeanor, even somewhat adorably silly, and continued to ask, I'm called Pusey. Pusey, yes, Pusey. The girl thought she had made herself clear enough. All right, Pusey. Nice to meet you. Charlie gave up on his probing. After all, compared to her ability to punch that little fire dragon away, her lack of a last name seemed quite normal. For some unknown reason, Charlie invited the girl named Pusey back to his wooden cabin. Perhaps it was because he couldn't bear to see such a petite and cute girl trying to tackle a wild boar, her food that she had protected from the dragon's jaws. Dimensional wall, let's broaden the scope a bit before writing about school life. Sigh, I've really been stuck lately. In fact, I've thought of many plot points. But when it comes to connecting them in the narrative order, I'm a bit clumsy. In any case, I'll write slowly, hoping not to collapse. And now, is it too much to ask for gifts? Ahem, if it's convenient for everyone, please send some of those free little gifts. As the saying goes, you give a dime, I give a dime, and the author can use it for big treasures. You give $1, I give $1, and the world is filled with love everywhere. The encounter between Charlie and Pusey has just begun. This second son of the Weasley family never expected to have anything happen with this girl in the future. He instinctively felt that she was not a simple person, and it wouldn't hurt to get to know her a little. This is also a given. How could someone who could dislocate a little fire dragon's jaw be simple? He also felt that at least he had some cooking skills inherited from his mother, Molly Weasley. And Wu and T just watched the little girl open her mouth and gnaw on the bloody raw meat. When the girl named Pusey tasted the wild boar steak that Charlie had roasted, her eyes lit up, and while eating with grease dripping from her mouth, she mumbled praises for Charlie's cooking skills. Delicious from now on. You'll make this for me every day. I'll go hunt wild boars. I want to eat your roasted meat for a lifetime. The girl's words made Charlie's face redden, and he was very clear that Pusey didn't know the specific implications of this sentence in certain contexts. Cough, no problem. The second son of the Weasley family cleared his throat and agreed to the girl. It's just cooking a very simple thing. Eat slowly. I'll go make you some tea. I learned this from a big friend. Eating too much meat and drinking tea will make your stomach feel better. As Charlie spoke, he set up a kettle on the stove to boil water. Yeah, I've never had it. Thank you. The girl squinted her eyes and said, then continued eating the roasted meat. Watching the girl enjoy her meal, Charlie couldn't help but smile slightly. What a strange but vibrant girl, he thought to himself. Then he somewhat regretted sending out his letters too early. If he had delayed sending them, he could have included the encounter with Pusey in his letters. Qin, that guy, would surely love to hear about some strange and quirky things, and he always had many ideas that were different from others. Thinking of this, Charlie couldn't help but reminisce about his life at Hogwarts, which was truly an unforgettable memory. Here, please eat meat. When you're full, you'll feel better. The girl suddenly handed Charlie a piece of roasted rib, saying seriously. She seemed to have noticed that the red-haired boy's mood had suddenly become a bit low. Thank you. Charlie took the tender piece of roasted meat and, after hesitating for a moment, began to gnaw at it like the girl. To be honest, eating such large bites of meat did make him feel much better. The water boiled, the tea was ready, 1 cup for each of them. The girl held the cup with both hands, blowing on the steam inside, taking small sips of the uniquely bitter yet sweet beverage, her eyes crescent-shaped with comfort. While Charlie looked at her clumsy yet joyful expression, his gaze gradually softened. Life at the Dragon Farm didn't seem so dull anymore. The encounter between the eternally single Charlie Weasley and the wild, adorable girl Pusey was like a meteor falling to Earth, seemingly coincidental, yet inherently inevitable. Of course, neither party involved sensed the hand of fate's arrangement and mockery. They simply enjoyed the joy of their first meeting, one happy from eating meat, the other happy watching the other eat meat. As the saying goes, a small tree takes 10 years to grow into shade. Human affairs change. How can it be just a few years of effort? All of this can be seen as the beginning. Let us pause here for now and wait for the follow-up. Next, let's catch up with Charlie S. letters, riding on the wings of owls, going through a few magical deliveries, then switching to another owl, eventually arriving at that great magical school, Hogwarts. At this moment, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was in the first week of the new school year, and the outside world's disturbances seemed to be kept at bay by some invisible hand. The entire campus appeared lively, with older students unable to contain their post-holiday excitement, and first-year students filled with curiosity and recklessness. Among the older students were Fred and George, the twin brothers, who tried to make Professor Quirrell remove his garlic-scented turban, but ended up getting 10 points deducted each for causing trouble. Among the first years were Harry, Ron, and Adam, who often found themselves in corridors they shouldn't be in and were scolded by the caretaker, Argus Filch. Even though Harry and Ron explained they had just accidentally gone the wrong way, Filch still scolded them for a long time. Second-year student Qin Yu, however, was like the Weasley twins, causing all sorts of trouble, and Hermione was like an ordinary first-year student who would get lost in Hogwarts' complicated corridors and staircases. The reason Hermione quickly became familiar with Hogwarts' layout was simple. She had a competent guide. I've already taken you to the classrooms we frequently visit, the herbology greenhouse, the practical room, and the storage room. And those stairs and doors that suddenly turn or disappear, pay attention to them. Lastly, if you get lost, do you remember what I said to do? Qin Yu pointed at a simple layout map, explaining it line by line until he looked at Hermione at the end. Stay put and blow the whistle, Hermione said seriously. Not bad. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. The whistle Hermione referred to was not an ordinary whistle. It wouldn't make much noise. It was made from a special alchemical material, and when blown, another piece of the same material that Qin Yu carried would resonate, allowing him to know immediately if Hermione was in trouble and to roughly sense her location. Of course, this material was also given to Qin Yu by Professor Swinton before he left, and Qin Yu spent about a summer figuring out how to refine it into a warning whistle. In short, he had just completed it after the school year started and equipped Hermione with it, teaching her how to use it. It was breakfast time, and diligent owls were flying into the Great Hall with various letters and packages, flapping and dropping their deliveries. Qin Yu's white owl also dropped a letter into his hands. After receiving the letter, Qin Yu instinctively looked around, as if searching for something, but he quickly shrugged and let out a self-deprecating chuckle, thinking that he might have been a bit paranoid. There was no way around it. Recently, he occasionally felt as if someone was watching him, but he couldn't find the source. Could it be because I am the protagonist, and there are higher-level observers watching me? This strange thought crossed Qin Yu's mind. While pondering these random thoughts, he opened the letter. It was written by Charlie, who mentioned his life in the Romanian dragon sanctuary, which seemed quite interesting, and he also invited me to visit if I had the chance. Qin Yu skimmed through it and said to Hermione, who was peeking over beside him, "Dragon sanctuary? Are there really dragons there?" Hermione's eyes lit up as she replied, "Of course. However, he doesn't have a camera there, so he can't send us any photos. Otherwise, we should be able to see a picture of him with a fire dragon." Qin Yu said this with a somewhat helpless tone. After all, in his past life, he at least had a smartphone with millions of pixels and could take pictures of whatever he wanted. Nowadays, it was really not that convenient. Even taking casual photos for his sister or girlfriend required finding classmates with magical cameras. Sigh, it's already 1991, and our Mr. Qin hasn't even filmed a video. Qin Yu, author, if you keep using words carelessly, do you believe I will throw you a watermelon to munch on? After breakfast, everyone went their separate ways to class. Qin Yu and Hermione headed in different directions. Just as they were about to turn the corner of the hallway, the little girl looked back and waved at Qin Yu, showing a bright smile. Then, Qin Yu saw Hermione's roommates, Parvati Patil and Lavender Brown, whispering to each other, and Hermione's face immediately turned red. After saying a couple of words to her two roommates, she turned and ran off, watching the cute little witch disappear around the corner. Qin Yu couldn't help but smack his lips, tidied up his mood, and went to the second-year classroom with Elvis and the others. In the direction Hermione went, a long-haired, cold-faced magical teacher in a black robe entered the underground classroom. Dimensional wall. Happy June 1st. Pretend this chapter was posted yesterday. The first-year students had potions class on Friday mornings. Professor Snape was in a very bad mood today. The two people who made him unhappy were both Gryffindor students. The first was Harry Potter, who had a face annoyingly similar to that of his father, James Potter, reminding Snape of his unpleasant experiences being bullied by James in his youth. The second was Hermione Granger, who shared the same stubbornness as her brother Qin, always trying to break through certain barriers. For the former, Snape silenced him with a few extremely simple questions, while Harry attempted to argue and rebut. If such a student wasn't strictly disciplined, it wouldn't be impossible for him to become a second James in the future. For that reason, Snape deemed it reasonable to deduct a point from Gryffindor. As for the latter, the one who raised her hand high when Snape posed a question, Miss Granger, had a brother like Qin, making it perfectly normal for her to know the answers to those questions. Like her brother, she enjoyed showing off, which Snape found very distasteful. However, considering that Hermione Granger was Qin's sister, she could be regarded as his sister too. No, there was no such relationship. In short, Snape found it difficult to say anything too harsh. Miss Granger, you can raise your hand while sitting.
I fear that if you stand up, you'll poke a hole in the ceiling of this classroom, Snape said indifferently, looking at the eager little girl. Okay, understood, Professor Snape.
I won't stand up to raise my hand next time, Hermione replied with a smile. Just like Qin, making it hard for anyone to be in a good mood. Due to the distress caused by these two, Snape proceeded to give a series of stern reprimands to the first-year students. This left a very deep impression on the group of children, most of whom felt immense fear towards Snape and believed that potions class could rank as the most disliked subject at Hogwarts. However, since Hermione had learned about Professor Snape's temperament from Qin's letter a year ago, she didn't find him as terrifying as the other students did. In fact, quite the opposite. She enjoyed Snape's teaching style, clean, efficient, and concise, which is what a good teacher should be like. Of course, comparatively, her favorite teacher was still Mr. Qin. He explained the material in detail and would occasionally pat her head to encourage her, because she learned quickly and could apply what she learned. Sometimes he would look at her with a very special, gentle gaze and gently pinch her cheek, and then, cough cough, this is class time. I must not get distracted. Hermione quickly calmed herself down, trying not to think about Qin's gaze or the feeling of her heart racing when he lightly pinched her cheek. Then, she methodically stirred the thick liquid in the cauldron, watching the color changes and gradually excluding someone from her attention. It turned out that without that certain someone interfering in her thoughts, Hermione completed the potion-making process quickly and well. She even had time to stop the chubby Neville from adding the porcupine quills to the boiling cauldron prematurely, preventing a potential cauldron-melting accident. Mr. Longbottom, you should thank the overly cautious Miss Granger for her reminder. If you had been a moment later, you would be covered in boils by now. Professor Snape glared sternly at the still grinning Neville Longbottom. The chubby boy was instantly dumbfounded, soon pouting and shedding tears, stammering, "Why yes, I'm sorry, Professor Snape. I hope you can learn from this lesson and truly understand where you went wrong." Snape said this and stopped paying attention to Neville. Then he turned to Harry Potter and coldly said, "Miss Granger was stopping him from making a mistake. What were you doing, Mr. Potter? Huh? Harry was taken aback by the question. Not only did you not remind him, but you also seemed indifferent afterward. Perhaps you were secretly laughing at Mr. Longbottom's carelessness, even hoping someone would make a mistake. I didn't. Given your performance, Gryffindor loses a point. Harry wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Ron, who whispered to him that Professor Snape had a bad temper and was completely unreasonable. George and Fred often got points deducted by him. Professor. However, Hermione couldn't help but stand up and speak. Miss Granger, what do you want to say? Snape looked at Hermione. I think you shouldn't judge Harry's thoughts so subjectively and deduct a point from him. Hermione said boldly. Oh, is that so? Snape paused, staring at the little girl as he continued. In light of your questioning and confronting the teacher in class, I will deduct another point from Gryffindor. He was quite looking forward to this little girl suddenly bursting into tears, just like that chubby boy had, so that no one would dare to be so reckless in his classroom. As for what that kid Qin would do after knowing, is there really a need for me to care? Absolutely not. Hermione's eyes widened at Snape's words. She didn't expect this professor to be even more difficult than she had imagined. But Qin said there was no need to be afraid of him. Thinking of this, Hermione straightened her back and raised her chin, saying, Professor Snape, even if you deduct my points, I still stand by my previous opinion. Good, commendable courage. One more point deducted for Gryffindor. Snape showed no signs of backing down. Hermione pouted, her eyes turning red instantly. However, she held back her tears. I need to tell Qin. I need to tell him he was wrong. This professor is really unreasonable. Hermione thought to herself, taking deep breaths through her nose. Seeing Hermione finally settle down, Professor Snape subtly raised an eyebrow and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Last year, he had one headache, and now there were two. Snape felt that they were probably sent by Merlin to punish him. Although Hermione was angry at Professor Snape's unreasonable behavior, she didn't complain too much when she saw Qin Yu, because she felt she could handle such minor issues. Otherwise, how could she catch up with Qin and become Hogwarts' new academic star? She didn't want people to refer to her as Qin's sister. What she hoped for was that in the future, when people mentioned Qin, they would say, look, he is the Minister of Magics. Well, this imagination was indeed a bit unrealistic. After all, Qin always said she could become the Minister of Magic, making her sometimes feel like she really could become such a big figure one day. What are you thinking about? Is potions class not going well? Qin Yu asked curiously as he saw her in a daze. At that moment, they were having lunch in the Great Hall. Since Qin Yu sat down, he noticed that the first-year students were looking at Hermione strangely, and Hermione occasionally spaced out. Considering Professor Snape's usual temperament, Qin Yu could guess the general situation. Well, it's just that Professor Snape is a bit too harsh. Hermione found a wording she felt was more appropriate. How can that be called harsh? It's just unreasonable. He is deliberately targeting us. Harry couldn't help but say angrily. It seems you all have lost points too. Qin Yu shrugged. Huh? Several kids looked at Qin Yu. Of course, aside from Hermione, the other first-year students didn't know that Qin Yu had lost many points. That's right. I lost 1 point in my first potions class as well. Qin Yu admitted generously. Seeing their surprised expressions, Harry even looked relieved and excited. Qin Yu was worried that these kids might go off track, so he continued, but my potions class performance was outstanding. I didn't lose points because I wasn't serious or because of poor grades. So, he briefly mentioned the reason he lost points. If he hadn't mentioned it now, he would have almost forgotten about that incident. All right, let's talk about your issues. Next, Harry mainly narrated, Ron supplemented, Neville kept apologizing, and Adam occasionally nodded. By the end, Harry, Ron, Neville, and the surrounding first-year students all looked at Hermione with admiration. There was no way around it. Daring to confront a terrifying teacher like Professor Snape in class was undoubtedly the embodiment of courage, and Hermione instantly became a big sister figure in their eyes. Hermione felt a bit embarrassed being looked at like that. She looked at Qin Yu and bit her lip, stuttering. I just said some things I wanted to say. Well, Qin had told her before not to be so eager to show off in Professor Snape's class, and that this professor had a peculiar temper. However, she didn't listen. Well done. Surprisingly, Qin Yu patted her head and praised her with a smile. He didn't want Hermione to be too eager to show off because he was worried she might get scolded by Snape and cry. However, the facts proved that Hermione was sorted into Gryffindor because she was not lacking in courage. Many things, no matter how much he wanted to stop her, he couldn't. After all, this girl had a strong opinion. In short, Qin Yu was very surprised and pleased with Hermione's performance today. He felt that he had probably been overly protective of her before, forgetting that Miss Granger was a very strong person, at least on the path to becoming strong. After all, she was someone who would become the Minister of Magic in the future. Thinking about how others would introduce him in the future, saying, "This is the Minister of Magic's brother." That would indeed be quite impressive. Qin Yu's support and encouragement made Hermione beam with joy, feeling that she could hold on until she lost 5 points before giving in next time. The others, however, felt that the previous topic was really dull. "Look, we're denouncing Professor Snape, and you too are openly showing affection? Is this the Ministry of Magic? Isn't there anyone to manage such inhumane dog abuse?" Many around them had similar thoughts rising in their minds. Dimensional Wall. Thank you to Ute Mountain's branches and leaves for sending 1 inspiration capsule, 1 show-off, 2 flower bouquets to urge updates, and 3 love-powered gifts. The readers have been generous. Thank you to every reader for their gifts, urging updates, and comments. Foolish. Snape cast the shield charm to block the longsword engulfed in blue flames and used another spell to knock Qin Yu, who was attacking without defense, flying. The latter fell hard to the ground. "Come again." Qin Yu propped himself up with the sword, wiping his mouth as he spoke. By the way, that evening, Qin Yu and Professor Snape returned to the room of requirement for the practical combat that had been interrupted for 2 months. Qin Yu proposed that he wanted to use that sword since he wasn't as strong as Professor Snape and hoped to try a different weapon. Snape agreed, and then Qin Yu launched a fierce attack on him. Even though Professor Snape was skilled in spellcasting, he was somewhat caught off guard by the fighting style Qin Yu had honed from battling the basilisk. After all, this kid was relying on the fact that Snape wouldn't go all out. His attacks were chaotic, focusing solely on offense and essentially abandoning defense. "Your mind is not calm enough. What is the point of this training?" Professor Snape said coldly. "If that lily in your heart is being bullied, will your mind be calm?" Qin Yu said, holding the sword, facing Snape. Snape's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his fists clenched. "Be serious, Professor," Qin Yu provoked. "All right." Snape suddenly raised his wand in front of him and forcefully waved it down, solemnly bowing. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, becoming highly alert. As long as it wasn't the killing curse, he felt he still had a chance to survive. Note, the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, sounds similar to Avada Kedavra, which is a misheard translation. Half an hour later, Qin Yu was leaning against Professor Snape's back, covered in injuries. Professor Snape's clothes were tattered in several places, and there was even a cut on his face. The two sat back to back on the ground, panting, without speaking for a long time. "Harry will hate you." After a while, Qin Yu weakly broke the silence. "Did Hagrid tell you about my situation?" Snape did not respond, but suddenly asked, "Not entirely. You know I have my ways." Qin Yu didn't want to explain too much. "I heard from Hagrid that you went to pick up that child with him?" Snape continued to ask. "Yes. We picked him up from a rocky island. It's quite extravagant, right? The Dursleys aren't too good to him, but they're not too bad either. However, you know how it is with children. If their environment is not good, they can easily feel very suppressed," Qin Yu said pointedly. "It seems you know quite a bit about me." Snape clearly caught the implication in Qin Yu's words. After all, his own childhood was not particularly good. One could even say it was terrible. Fortunately, near the alley where he lived, he met a girl named Lily Evans, who had long, deep red hair and beautiful bright green eyes. Most importantly, she was such a kind person, and the days he spent as her friend were the happiest times of his life. Unfortunately, he ruined everything himself and lost her forever. "Isn't it normal to care about your past? I genuinely consider you a brother," Qin Yu said seriously. "Don't try to provoke me again. I don't want to treat your injuries a second time." Snape's tone was ominous. "Cough. Then you should be nicer to Hermione from now on." Qin Yu changed the subject. "As expected. What a person who likes to complain," Snape said gloomily. "No, she didn't say anything, but I still know what your temperament is like." Qin Yu replied irritably. "Have you rested enough? Let's continue." Professor, I think we should stop here for today. But I think you still have plenty of energy left." Snape stood up and said loudly to Qin Yu, "Pick up that flashy sword of yours. No need to rush. At least 5 more minutes to rest, just 5 minutes. Okay, I'm getting up. Wait, what spell is that glowing green one? We can't be going all out." Fortunately, the green light was only yellow-green, not the kind that signifies serious danger. Later, in the dead of night, in the principal's office, Dumbledore welcomed Snape to sit down for tea and looked with interest at Snape's tattered robe and the 2 cuts on his face. "Do you need me to help you with that?" Old Dumbledore gestured with a smile at Snape. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore, but I can handle it myself. So there's no need to trouble you," Snape replied seriously. "So, Severus, do you think that child can control himself now?" Dumbledore got to the point, looking serious. "I can't guarantee he can completely control himself, but I did go quite hard on him today, and he didn't use that power as a result," Snape said realistically. "Oh, it seems he has made great progress," Dumbledore nodded. "Yes, his talent in magic is indeed very high, and most importantly, he has an imagination far beyond that of ordinary people." That's right. Magic requires imagination the most. Ha ha ha. It seems you really admire him, Severus. I'm just observing and evaluating him according to your instructions. Yes, yes, I understand. Well, let's wait and see. I'll find an opportunity to talk to that child. This conversation did not last long. After finishing, Snape drank the tea in his cup, stood up, slightly bowed, and left the principal's office. Dumbledore, as the principal, remained sitting behind his desk, deep in thought. Voldemort, Grindelwald's army, Qin, Harry, the power that the Sorting Hat fears. Well, it seems like more trouble can come my way. Muttering to himself, Dumbledore suddenly pulled out that ancient wand and waved it gently at the Phoenix Fox. Immediately, a long feather fell from Foxtail, and as soon as it left the Phoenix's body, it burst into flames in midair. Fox lifted his eyelids and emitted a low, discontented chirp. Don't be upset, old friend. We need your help. Dumbledore soothed. The Phoenix chirped again and then closed his eyes to continue sleeping. Thanks to Professor Snape's treatment, although Qin Yu was covered in dirt, he did not have any serious injuries. When he returned to the Gryffindor dormitory, he saw Hermione sitting in the common area reading. At this late hour, the entire common area had only Hermione in it. It was clear she was waiting for someone to return. Upon seeing the injuries on Qin Yu's face, the girl frowned, worried. It's actually not that serious. How about this? You blow on it for me, and I'll be fine right away. Qin Yu leaned his face closer. Hermione puffed out her cheeks and blew a few times. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, not bad. I have a more effective method. Hermione looked at him and said softly. Before Qin Yu could ask what the method was, he felt a gentle peck on his cheek. Good night. Qin, the girl who successfully ambushed him, immediately ran off, leaving that phrase behind. Looking in the direction, she disappeared. Qin Yu touched his cheek and thought to himself, is this girl being admired by her classmates because of her performance today, and then triggering some hidden attribute? Isn't this too strong? However, Qin Yu felt he could still handle it. Lost in these thoughts, he left the common area and returned to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory. On Saturday morning, it was Gryffindor's turn to use the Quidditch pitch, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team would have their first official training since the school year began. Hermione was very excited about this, waiting in the common area early in the morning, forcing herself not to look at the chair where the two had sat the night before, nor to think about her actions from last night. The more awkward you feel, the more awkward it becomes. The less awkward you feel, the less awkward it becomes. As long as you're not awkward, you're not awkward. The girl silently recited the mantra Qin had once taught her. Although this mantra was a bit tongue-twisting, it must be said that it was indeed effective. Even when Qin poked her cheek when no one was looking, such an obvious hint, she could calmly pretend she didn't understand what he meant. Hermione, you've changed. Qin's voice echoed softly in her ear. I haven't. I just... Hermione blurted out. Oh, so you remember what happened yesterday? Qin's voice echoed again. No, I don't remember. I didn't do anything yesterday, Hermione said firmly. As expected, she has become skilled at playing coy. As soon as Qin's voice fell, Hermione felt her hand being tightly grasped by another hand, and then her body was involuntarily pulled down a secluded corridor. She knew that Qin was very familiar with the school's layout. Qin, what are you going to do? I know I was wrong, Hermione quickly said, looking around to see that no one was nearby. Oh, what did you do wrong? Qin Yu asked. Let me think. It seems I need to help you remember. No, I remember. Qin Yu chose that secluded corridor because it was a shortcut to the auditorium. After all, they were in a hurry to have breakfast. And then, while no one was around, it was reasonable and justifiable to punish a certain girl who had become bolder. Family status must start with small matters, accumulating bit by bit. Of course, he was only doing what she had done to him last night. He wasn't behaving excessively. For Hermione, Qin Yu's consistent policy was minor punishments for major lessons, treating the illness to save the patient. At this moment, sitting at the dining table, Hermione's face was flushed. She took a small bite of the bread, and then pouted at Qin Yu. She recalled what had just happened. Someone said she was obsessive-compulsive and insisted that both sides of her face should enjoy the same treatment. Clearly, it was her who liked to play tricks, yet she accused him of playing tricks. All right, I won't think about it anymore. Let us eat breakfast quickly. Hermione shook her head to try to forget what had just happened and calm down. Otherwise, her cheeks would keep feeling warm. This tastes good, you should try it. A piece of meat roll was forked by Qin Yu and handed over. The girl naturally opened her mouth to take a bite. As she chewed the food between her lips and teeth, her taste buds were fully awakened, and her eyes gradually lit up. It really does taste good. Then, the girl looked expectantly at the food on Qin Yu's plate, waiting to be fed a second piece. Can I fly for a while? I haven't experienced what it's like to ride a flying broom yet. Hermione tugged at Qin Yu's robe sleeve, her watery eyes pleading. Since the start of school, Hermione hadn't attended any flying lessons. It was said that their first flying lesson would be next week. Not now, you just ate too much. Qin Yu patted the girl's head and said, "It's all your fault for forcing me to eat so much." Hermione skillfully turned the blame back on him. "You weren't saying that at the dining table?" Qin Yu gently pinched the face of the girl who was shifting the blame. Then, he hopped on the flying broom and suddenly took off, creating a gust of wind and grass clippings. Hermione watched the figure flying in the sky. Her eyes filled with excitement, and her lips slowly curved into a smile. She finally saw him flying in the sky, not just through that moving magical photo. Thinking back to the whole year she spent waiting for the Hogwarts letter at home, it felt like a long time ago. At that time, she would almost go to the attic he stayed in every day, lie on the little bed he had slept in, imagining what he was doing at that moment, and wondering if he would think of her at that time. In a daze, she felt as if time had suddenly pulled her from the past to the present, taking her from that small attic to the vast Quidditch pitch of this magical school, allowing her to see him soaring and chasing in the field as soon as she looked up. So, would time also suddenly pull her to a distant future, where both she and he had become adults? Would he be by her side then? Thinking of this, Hermione felt a wave of sadness. It was a panic and helplessness in the face of time's fleeting nature. This girl with brown hair, for the first time in her life, began to ponder the meaning of time and felt anxious because she didn't know how to face the passage and changes of time. Hermione. Someone was calling her name from the sky. The girl looked up, and a figure flew towards her from afar. Before she could respond, a strong arm swept her up, and she found herself firmly wrapped in a familiar embrace, sitting steadily at the front of a flying broom. "Are you ready?" That voice gently said in her ear. She nodded nervously and expectantly. Then, she was taken up into the sky, feeling the fierce wind blowing across her face. Hermione struggled to open her eyes, wanting to look down at the earth below. However, as soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately closed them again, because she wanted to truly feel what it was like to be embraced by him while flying. Was this how it felt to rush through the river of time? With his company, everything felt so reassuring. Even if the wind in the sky was so cold, his embrace was warm enough. "Qin, we will be together for a lifetime, right?" "I think so." The girl who asked herself and answered herself was gathering the courage to face time in her heart. The first training session of the Gryffindor Quidditch team after the school year started went quite smoothly, except for the fact that everyone was fed a belly full of dog food. Captain Wood, riding a broom in pairs, isn't that against the rules? Fred said indignantly. "Exactly, can this be allowed?" George chimed in. Oliver Wood, the new Gryffindor Quidditch captain, shrugged helplessly and said, "Of course, it would be against the rules during a match, but obviously, this is not match time. Isn't anyone going to say anything? This is a serious disruption of normal training order." The Weasley twins continued to speak with righteous indignation. Clearly, Qin has already completed the training task excellently. If he wants to practice flying on the pitch with his, sister, that's also understandable. Senior Wood sighed. The twins were left speechless. It seemed that the last time they were left speechless was also because of Qin. "Forget it. Well, you don't see 1T bother you." George and Fred watched for another minute and then walked away, shaking their heads in frustration as if they had eaten a lemon. After letting Hermione experience flying for a while, Qin Yu gently set her down. "Are you happy now?" Qin Yu said while casually helping Hermione tidy her messy hair. He had seen her kicking the grass with her head down, looking bored and unhappy during training. Remembering what she said earlier, Qin Yu took the opportunity during the break from training to fly down and take her for a few circles in the sky. "Actually, I wasn't unhappy. I was just thinking about some things," Hermione said, pursing her lips. What things? Does it have anything to do with me?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and asked teasingly. Yes." Hermione looked at him seriously and nodded. "So, have you figured it out?" Qin Yu asked curiously. I haven't thought it all the way through, but I have a direction now." Hermione tilted her head and thought for a moment before firmly saying, "That's good." Qin Yu nodded, not asking too much. After all, if Hermione wanted to tell him, she would surely do so. Then, he frowned and said to the girl with some dissatisfaction, "Dear Miss Granger, I've been practicing for so long. Don't you want to say something?" Upon hearing this, Hermione smiled, clasped her hands behind her back, and then bit her lip, standing on her tiptoes to whisper in Qin Yu's ear. Very handsome, very great, very impressive. Although her voice was soft, it accurately penetrated Qin Yu's ears, making his scalp tingle slightly and his heart tremble. It must be because we're too close. The sound vibrations triggered the bone conduction mechanism, causing this strange sensation. Qin Yu explained to himself in his mind. Seeing Qin Yu's serious and indifferent expression, Hermione felt a surge of irritation. She looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention to them, so she quickly pecked someone on the cheek, just like last night. However, this time she did not run away immediately. Instead, she raised her chin and defiantly met Qin's stern gaze. At worst, I'll just be taken to a secluded corridor again, or accept punishment, or satisfy his obsessive-compulsive needs. Hermione thought to herself with a sense of acceptance. Finally, after Qin Yu displayed a helpless smile, Hermione achieved ultimate victory in this confrontation. Be good. Once I finish training, let's go have a picnic by the cabin, Qin Yu said, patting the girl's head. Hermione nodded repeatedly. The cabin naturally referred to Hagrid's hut. A week into the school year, taking advantage of the weekend, Qin Yu had made plans with Hagrid and others to go there for a picnic and a small gathering. Hermione was certainly looking forward to it. Watching Qin Yu immerse himself back into training, chasing the red quaffle and the black bludger in the air, Hermione's eyes were filled with smiles and some indescribable feelings. Then, she unconsciously pressed her lips together, tasting a slightly salty flavor still lingering on her lips, probably because she had just touched the sweat on his cheek. Thinking of this, she not only didn't feel disgusted or annoyed, but rather liked this somewhat special slight saltiness. Is my preference a bit strange? Hermione thought to herself, her cheeks slightly flushed. All right, this can be verified and researched later. For now, it's better to focus on watching Qin's training. The girl pushed those thoughts out of her mind and concentrated on watching Qin Yu's training, occasionally cheering and clapping. So he wouldn't say I didn't cheer for him. Not long after the Gryffindor Quidditch team resumed training, several first-year students rushed over upon hearing the news. Ron, why didn't you tell me earlier that Qin and the others were training today? Harry said, panting. I heard it from George and Fred when I went to find them. If I had known they were training this early today, I would have been the first to come here, Ron said somewhat regretfully. Compared to Harry, Ron liked Quidditch more, at least so far. Harry was more curious to see just how impressive Qin really was and to learn about Quidditch, the sport of the wizarding world. Who were those people? Ron saw 3 familiar figures from a distance and felt an uneasy premonition. It's Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle. Harry recognized the 3 immediately. After all, he really disliked that blonde-haired boy. This was probably because Draco Malfoy was the first peer wizard he disliked, making a deep impression on him. Just like Qin was the first peer wizard he liked, also a very special existence. What a downer. Ron also had no good feelings toward Malfoy. Harry and Ron briefly discussed and decided to ignore those 3 Slytherins. Harry Potter, you actually came to the pitch. You probably haven't even touched a broomstick. Malfoy's annoying, arrogant voice carried over from a distance. My business doesn't require an explanation to you, Harry replied, stopping and retorting. He thought he could treat this annoying blonde wizard like Dudley the pig. After all, the way they spoke was practically identical. Be careful not to get hit by a bludger later. Malfoy, just like Dudley, was huffing angrily, then, as if he had found something amusing, continued to mock. Haha, you probably don't even know what a bludger is, do you? This is our Gryffindor training. What are you doing here? Ron boldly confronted Malfoy. This made Malfoy and his friends' faces flush. This is the school pitch. We can come if we want. Besides, I want to see if that guy Qin is really as great as the rumors say, or if he is just bragging. Malfoy finally found a reasonable excuse. Then you better open your eyes and watch carefully. Harry left that remark and went off with Ron in another direction. After all, the pitch was large. Since they disliked each other, it was better to keep their distance out of sight and out of mind. After putting some distance between them and Malfoy, Harry ensured they couldn't hear him and leaned closer to Ron to quietly ask, Ron, what does a bludger? Harry, are you serious? Ron said, somewhat surprised. Dimensional wall, I didn't plan to stop writing, so please don't give up on me. It's just that I've been busy recently, which has delayed things. There will be another chapter this afternoon or evening. Harry, are you serious? Ron was genuinely surprised by Harry's question about what a bludger was, thinking he must be joking. After all, how can anyone not know what a bludger was? To be honest, I don't even know how many people participate in a Quidditch match. Harry shrugged, looking completely unbothered. In front of Malfoy, Harry didn't want to reveal his ignorance about Quidditch knowledge, but with Ron, he had no such concerns and spoke freely. Seeing his companion's serious expression, Ron finally realized Harry wasn't joking. So he cleared his throat and said, well then, let me explain the rules of Quidditch to you. There are 3 types of balls in a Quidditch match: the quaffle, the bludger, and the golden snitch. So many? Harry didn't expect that the magical world ball games had more types of balls than the muggle world. Isn't that normal? It would make sense for a group of people to only fight over one ball, right, Harry? Huh. Ron thought Harry's question was a bit odd. The Muggle world really only has one ball, whether it's soccer, basketball, or table tennis. Harry shrugged and said, That's really hard to understand. Ron said, somewhat surprised. Well, this just highlights the differences in perspectives between two kids raised in different worlds. Just like Harry couldn't imagine how to play a game with 3 types of balls on the field, Ron also couldn't imagine how a group of people could compete for a ball, especially when they couldn't fly. What's there to watch in a game where you can only run around on the ground? Of course, as their knowledge and horizons expanded, they would definitely gain a deeper understanding of the differences between the two worlds. Just like today, Ron gestured animatedly while sharing a bunch of knowledge about Quidditch, and Harry finally got a certain concept of this magical sport. As Harry and Ron chatted, they approached the field and then saw a girl shouting excitedly. It was none other than the bossy Hermione Granger. Since their potions class on Friday, the first-year students had automatically elevated Hermione's status. A girl who liked to answer questions and show off in class might be seen as a bit annoying, but someone who dared to confront a teacher in class would be regarded as a true hero. Moreover, she had Qin backing her up, which naturally made Harry respect her a bit more, and Ron even more so, considering both of his older brothers were Qin's underlings. And he only got his school supplies thanks to Qin. In short, this layered relationship made Harry and Ron quite respectful of Hermione. Harry? Ron? You guys are here too. Hermione spotted the two approaching and greeted them warmly, then asked in confusion, Where's Adam? Aren't you 3 always together? Adam is still sleeping. He seems to never have enough sleep, Harry and Ron replied in turn. I guess he hasn't adjusted back from the holiday schedule. Hermione boldly guessed, based on her own experience. If Qin hadn't asked her to adjust her schedule before school started, she suspected she wouldn't be able to get up in the morning either. So, the 3 gathered together, watching the Gryffindor Quidditch team practice and cheering for the players on the field. Soon, they noticed 3 people a few dozen meters away who were also occasionally cheering. It was the Malfoy trio. Malfoy actually didn't want to shout, but seeing the blazingly fast beater in the air effortlessly performing those difficult maneuvers, he couldn't control his excitement. Quidditch was the dream of countless boys in a magical world. At that moment, Malfoy finally understood just how amazing Qin was. Of course, he quickly noticed the gazes of Harry Potter and the others, so he forced himself not to show his excitement too obviously. And when Qin Yu, in collaboration with another red-haired beater, executed the V-shaped double hit, Malfoy shouted again. The V-shaped double hit, also known as the valley-shaped double hit, is when the first beater strikes the quaffle downward and the second beater positioned below strikes the quaffle back upward, creating a surprising V-shaped attack route. This could basically only be seen in larger professional leagues. Malfoy had only seen it a few times with his father. If Qin were a senior in Slytherin, I would definitely go ask him for advice on Quidditch techniques. Draco Malfoy muttered. Draco, what were you just saying? Goyle asked, confused. Nothing. Gryffindor is really lucky to have Qin, Malfoy replied gloomily. Yeah, a beater as excellent as him should be in our Slytherin, Crabbe added with a look of regret. Great job, everyone. That's it for today. The next training session will be on Wednesday afternoon. After the training ended, Captain Oliver would address the team from the air. Then they dispersed, each grabbing their broomsticks, bending down, and flying off in different directions. Qin Yu, along with George and Fred, flew towards where Hermione, Harry, and Ron were. Qin, you're amazing. You're the best beater I've ever seen. Harry and Ron excitedly crowded around him. This made George and Fred quite unhappy, as their brother seemed to forget that he also had 2 older brothers who were beaters and was ignoring them completely. Hermione looked helplessly at Qin being surrounded by 2 fans, feeling like she couldn't squeeze in. Just then, 3 unexpected young guests arrived, Draco Malfoy and his 2 lackeys. As soon as young Master Malfoy arrived, he said seriously that Qin was wasting his talent in Gryffindor, and that if he were Qin, he would rather drop out. You just want to stay in Slytherin, Harry said angrily. He was now very glad he hadn't chosen to go to Slytherin. He couldn't imagine going crazy if he had to stay with Malfoy all day, even sharing the same dormitory. I'm not talking to you. Besides, Harry Potter, do you think just anyone can enter Slytherin? Someone like you, who is almost like a mudblood, wouldn't even be able to step through Slytherin's threshold. Malfoy thought he really hated Harry at that moment. Note, mudblood refers to wizards of non-pure blood originating from muggles. A very derogatory term. This guy is against me at every turn. Malfoy thought angrily. Haha, even if the Sorting Hat puts me there, I wouldn't go. Malfoy's words made Harry want to laugh, because the Sorting Hat had indeed suggested he go to Slytherin before. Of course, Harry knew he couldn't casually tell anyone about this secret, as it involved the sorting hat and the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. All right, Draco, don't you think you three little ones are being a bit too bold by saying this in front of us Gryffindor students? Qin Yu said to Malfoy in a very calm tone. Malfoy then realized that aside from their trio, everyone around was Gryffindors. And there were also a second-year and two third-year students. He swallowed hard and pretended to be calm as he said, "If you bully me, Professor Snape will definitely deduct points from your house." Ha! Qin Yu laughed. He turned to the Weasley twins and asked George, "Fred, how many points did I lose last year?" "A few dozen points, I think." "Too many. I can't remember clearly," the twin brothers said with a look of forgetfulness. "So, do you think I'm afraid of Professor Snape deducting points, Junior?" Qin Yu said this while pointing at Malfoy and the others. Malfoy was stunned. He didn't expect that Qin was actually a student who had lost so many points. "Oh, I remember now. I lost points once for chasing your second-year Jerome with a sword. I wonder if Jerome mentioned this in your house's freshman orientation or any other gatherings." Qin Yu continued. Malfoy's already pale face turned even whiter in fear. He had heard that Jerome was afraid of Qin, but he didn't expect that he had actually been hit by him. We're leaving. Malfoy felt very dangerous at the moment and hurriedly beckoned Crabbe and Goyle to leave. At first, they didn't dare to walk too fast, fearing they might attract the attention of the fierce Gryffindors. After running a certain distance, Malfoy couldn't stand the fear in his heart any longer and started to run, getting faster and faster. "Ha ha ha, that cracked me up." George and Fred laughed so hard that tears came out by the end. Harry and Ron, on the other hand, looked completely dumbfounded. "Qin, is everything you said true?" Harry finally couldn't help but ask. He thought that even if Qin was indeed a top dog at Hogwarts, he would still want to hang out with him. Well, this is the power and the danger of role models. "Of course it's true," George answered on behalf of Qin. "He was just teaching Jerome a lesson because that kid bullied Qin's roommate." Fred chimed in. "Yeah, that guy named Elvis." George added, "So that's how it is." Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't mind hanging out with a top dog, he was afraid it would be exhausting, and he worried he wouldn't be able to keep up. Hermione was naturally aware of all this. She watched Qin's performance the whole time and saw Harry and Ron's reactions. So, she walked over, poked Qin's chest, and said discontentedly, "Why do you have to act like a bad guy? If I didn't know the truth, I would think you were a bully. To deal with different people, you have to wear different faces. That's the way to survive," Qin said seriously, taking the opportunity to teach the kids a lesson. "Moreover, how could you keep Malfoy, that brat, in check without being a little fierce?" Then he casually took Hermione's small hand and smiled. "All right, let's go. We've been training all morning. We're starving, right? Let's hurry to Hagrid's. We didn't get to see Anna last time. Maybe this time when Qin goes, we can see her." "Yeah, Qin, it's been 2 months. Anna must really miss you." "Exactly. Anna likes you the most." George and Fred chimed in one after the other. Little did they know, with every word they said, Hermione's face grew colder. Finally, the girl stopped in her tracks, lifted her head, and slowly asked, "So, who is Anna?" Although she smiled when she asked this, everyone present could feel the chilling undertone in her words. George and Fred exchanged quick glances, then turned to Qin in unison. "You haven't mentioned Anna to Hermione? That's your mistake. Why didn't you tell Hermione about Anna?" As soon as they finished speaking, Qin hadn't even had a chance to scold them when he felt a sharp pain in his palm. Hermione's nails were digging hard into his flesh. When Qin looked over, he saw the girl pouting with her eyes already red. "You two wait." Qin glared fiercely at George and Fred. The two brothers knew they were in trouble and quickly urged Harry and Ron to leave. Well, they were just a bit annoyed from too much dog food, so they had just been stirring the pot a bit. However, the consequences seemed quite serious, and it was uncertain how Qin would deal with them. Qin recalled his communications with Hermione. It seemed he hadn't mentioned Anna's name at all. Mainly, he had only mentioned unicorns a couple of times, let alone names. I know I'm not good enough. Is this Anna's senior from Gryffindor or Ravenclaw? Or Hufflepuff? She can't be from Slytherin, can she? After George and Fred took Harry and Ron away, Hermione looked down at her toes, mumbling to herself. The effort to keep her tone calm was filled with so much grievance. Only she knew that no matter how proud and positive she tried to appear, among these students from wizarding families, she couldn't help but feel self-doubt or frustration. She longed to prove herself, which was why she tried to appear so proactive everywhere. She also wished that when she stood next to Qin, she wouldn't just be called his little sister, but someone who, even if not as good as him, could be considered a sufficiently excellent witch. However, now suddenly a girl named Anna had appeared, directly shattering the peace she had been desperately trying to maintain, releasing all her hidden insecurities, fears, and worries. Anna, a name that sounded like a princess. She must be like a princess too, noble, elegant, and exceptionally talented. Thinking of this, Hermione felt as if something had blocked her heart. Her nose grew sour, and tears could no longer be controlled, falling like beads from a broken string. Hermione's reaction caught Qin off guard. He originally wanted to explain right away, but at the moment of the girl's emotional outburst, sudden explanations would only hinder her from expressing her feelings. Qin didn't know if there was any theoretical basis for this. He just instinctively felt that a simple misunderstanding, mistaking a unicorn for a person, shouldn't provoke such a strong reaction. So, this girl must have other concerns, right? While holding Hermione in his arms, Qin thought to himself, a person's anger or happiness is often not solely triggered by one thing. For example, you might have a big fight with your best friend over something they said that hurt your feelings, but you both know the real reason goes back a few days. Qin understood this principle, so he was trying hard to think about the girl's mindset, and to some extent, he could guess it was related to her entering a new group and the psychological pressure that came with it. With this in mind, Qin couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Since school started, he had been too focused on having fun with this girl, and somewhat immersed in the joy of being able to go to school together, neglecting her sensitive emotional changes. Even though Hermione was smart, she was still a young girl with limited experiences. The sudden change in her environment would definitely require time for her to adapt. Qin gently stroked the girl's back until he felt the front of his shirt was soaked, and Hermione gradually stopped crying. Qin, am I really very stupid? The girl in his arms said with a heavy nasal tone, uttering a disjointed remark. Yes, you are very stupid, Qin said softly while stroking her brown hair. Then, you should go find that Anna, Hermione said, struggling to hold back her impulse to cry again, not even knowing what she was saying. After finishing her sentence, she tried to break free from Qin's embrace, but he only held her tighter, as if trying to meld her into his body. It was always like this. She thought a hug would be enough, but had he hugged that Anna like this too? With this thought, Hermione felt even more annoyed and used more strength to try to escape Qin's embrace. However, she ultimately couldn't match Qin's strength, and it was all in vain. You forced me. Hermione looked up at his face, her eyes red, thinking fiercely in her heart. Then, she slightly lifted her toes, stretched her neck, and bit down on Qin's shoulder. Due to the early autumn weather not being too cold, and with Qin Yu attending Quidditch training today, he was wearing very thin clothing. At this moment, the place Hermione was biting was only separated by a layer of fabric. As she entered, her mouth once again tasted that familiar slightly salty flavor. Just moments ago, she had clearly enjoyed it, but now she found it so disgusting. Even this guy in front of her was equally annoying. Thinking of this, the girl felt a surge of anger, and her 2 rows of neat teeth bit down hard, as if she were gnawing on tough beef. The sound of him gasping in pain reached her ears, which relieved Hermione quite a bit, so she applied a little more force. The sound seemed to express even more agony. Serves you right. Who told you to be so annoying? Hermione thought to herself. That sound seemed to reach the peak of pain. Did I bite too hard? He must be in a lot of pain. At this point, Hermione became a bit flustered, especially when she felt a hint of rusty taste seeping between her lips and teeth. She had already bitten into his shoulder. Realizing this, Hermione suddenly released her mouth and raised her head to look at him, her eyes filled with panic and fear. Now, it seems that even being a sister is out of the question. Qin, Hermione opened her mouth to speak. However, just as she began to talk, his warm lips gently touched each of her eyes one by one. This instantly calmed her previously chaotic heart. All her previous anger, resentment, and panic seemed to disappear in an instant. Then, her originally tense body relaxed immediately, and she felt as if she had lost all her strength, leaning against him and not wanting to get up. Are you feeling better? Qin Yu gently stroked the girl's long hair and asked. Much better. Hermione nodded in his embrace, and then, feeling guilty, asked, Are you in pain? It hurts, Qin Yu replied miserably. Then, can I let you bite me back? Hermione raised her head and said apologetically. She couldn't think of any other way to make up for what she had just done. No, Qin Yu shook his head decisively. Are you not going to forgive me? The girl pouted, her eyes welling up as if she was about to cry again. Because I can't bear to, my dear Miss Granger. Qin Yu said this while pinching the girl's cheek. It was my fault just now. I don't know what happened, just... In short, I will only be your sister from now on. I don't care if you and Anna or Annie are together. Hermione first apologized, but by the end, her originally calm tone became more and more aggrieved. Qin Yu hugged the girl tightly again and murmured, How could I ever treat you as a sister? What do you mean by that? Hermione's heart stirred as she blinked at him. What means? You'll understand when you grow up. Qin Yu said, pretending to be calm. When will that be? The girl continued to ask. I think you can refer to the age Aunt Jenny mentioned. Qin Yu replied. Upon hearing this, Hermione's little face instantly turned red. So, what exactly are you thinking? Qin Yu was once again curious about what the Granger mother and daughter had talked about that day. After crying for a while, biting Qin Yu again, and then hearing some words she wanted to hear from him, Hermione felt much better. The wound on Qin Yu's shoulder wasn't deep. After all, even if the little girl lost control of her emotions, she didn't use too much strength, and a simple treatment was enough. The clothes soaked with Hermione's tears were even easier to handle. The little girl knew quite a few simple spells and helped Qin Yu dry them herself, carefully smoothing out the wrinkled areas so that others wouldn't notice anything. Then, Qin Yu took her hand and continued walking towards Hagrid's hut. So, that Anna likes you, but you don't like her, right? Hermione thought this guess was reasonable. After all, Qin's favorite must be her as a sister. Well, not just a sister. Who knew? Qin Yu shook his head and said, "No, I actually like Anna quite a bit. She's very beautiful." Upon hearing this, Hermione's originally calm eyes instantly ignited with a small flame. After just venting, her feelings of inferiority seemed to have vanished, leaving only endless anger and fighting spirit. "I think if you met Anna, you would definitely like her too," Qin Yu said with a smile. Seeing the flames in Hermione's eyes, as if they wanted to burn him alive, Qin Yu felt completely at ease and no longer rushed to explain. So, he held on to this girl who seemed ready to explode at any moment, smiling as he continued forward. Well, since this girl has a bit of a Yander quality, how could he not play dead to increase their CP compatibility? Dimensional wall, a quick cut. I want to update sooner as well. If I could write it out sooner, I wouldn't have stayed up until now. My eyelids started to fight each other. All right, I won't say anything else, and I will strive to keep updating. From the Quidditch pitch to Hagrid's hut, one has to cross a large expanse of grass, the wild daisies swaying in the wind, the little beetles fluttering and then landing among the grass, and a unique fresh scent of autumn grass in the air gradually calmed Hermione's previously irritated emotions. When they walked over a small hill and could see the little wooden hut in the distance, the girl broke free from Qin Yu's hand and started running across the grass. To Qin Yu, this girl looked like a delicate little butterfly flitting through the wild grass and flowers. Soon, the little butterfly reached the fence outside the hut. Then Qin Yu, who had caught up leisurely, squatted down in front of her, helping her remove the grass leaves and thorny burrs stuck to the hem of her robe and her socks. Hermione then imitated his earlier actions and placed her hand on his black hair to give it a gentle touch. Unexpectedly, a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth because the texture reminded her of the little yellow cat they raised, Crookshanks. "Crookshanks is mine, you are too," the girl murmured. What did you say?" Qin Yu removed the last dry straw from her cotton sock and looked up, puzzled. "I said, let's go meet your friend." Hermione deliberately emphasized the word friend. After saying this, she even playfully pinched Qin's chin, raising her eyebrows in a proud manner. At this moment, with their positions reversed, Qin Yu felt that his momentum had weakened by a third. However, he couldn't help but wonder why this girl seemed a bit cool. Shaking off these thoughts, Qin Yu grasped Hermione's outstretched hand for a bit of leverage to stand up. Then, he took the girl's small hand and walked towards the hut. Wow, look at this beautiful and lively little girl. It was Hagrid who opened the door for them, and his hearty voice carried an unmistakable joy. "It's so nice to see you again, Hagrid." Hermione greeted the giant with a smile. Qin Yu also waved at Hagrid and said it had been a while. Then he felt the little hand in his grip tighten, and its owner was peering into the house. The room was not large, and there weren't many people. George and Fred looked anxious, while Harry and Ron each nibbled on a pie that they clearly did not want to eat. There was no one else around. This made Hermione, who had prepared herself for this moment, frown slightly. She looked at Qin Yu and asked hesitantly, "Are the others not here yet?" "Everyone is here. You two are the last ones," Hagrid answered for Qin Yu. Then, he enthusiastically promoted his freshly made rock cakes, the very things Harry and Ron were reluctantly munching on. "Thanks, Hagrid." Hermione instinctively took one. After sitting down next to Qin, she leaned closer and whispered, "Didn't you say I would get to meet Anna? Why isn't she here?" "You'll see her soon." Qin Yu continued to tease, snatching the pie that the girl was about to put in her mouth. "I haven't eaten yet," Hermione said discontentedly. "Trust me, you won't regret not trying it," Qin Yu said, taking a bite and chewing it with difficulty. Seeing him struggle with the pie made Hermione chuckle. Yes, Qin had demonstrated through his actions that Hagrid's cakes were indeed not suitable for her teeth. Well, Hermione realized that her earlier emotional outburst was more about the accumulated pressure over time, and it felt much better to release it, thanks to Qin Yu's constant companionship. Once she had calmed down, she grew increasingly suspicious of Anna, and based on numerous clues so far, How could Hermione not guess that Anna was likely not a single entity? The only thing she couldn't determine was what Anna actually was. Perhaps a small dog or a cute owl. The clever Miss Granger contemplated various possibilities in her mind. Watching Qin Yu and Hermione whispering, and especially seeing Hermione smile. George and Fred both sighed in relief. Just before Qin brought Hermione here, they had solemnly asked Hagrid if he would stop them if Qin chased them. Hagrid's answer was, "Qin did what I've always wanted to do. Why would I stop him?" Such an answer left George and Fred heartbroken and disheartened. Now, seeing Hermione so happy, even if they were fed a mouthful of dog food, at least they felt a lot more at ease, no longer worried about life-threatening dangers. With that thought, they found Hagrid's rock cakes much more delicious. As the beautiful unicorn stepped out of the forbidden forest with a light and elegant stride, Qin Yu and the others were preparing for a picnic in the clearing in front of the wooden cabin. The rock cakes were clearly just an appetizer. Hermione was the first to spot the unicorn. When the sunlight hit its white body, it reflected dazzling light, appearing both noble and mysterious. Hermione was mesmerized as she watched the magical creature approach them, instinctively rubbing her eyes. She thought she might be hallucinating. However, it turned out she was indeed seeing a legendary unicorn. She must be Anna, Hermione whispered. Such a beautiful, princess-like creature deserved a name as lovely as that. The question she had just been pondering suddenly had a clear answer. Yes, she was Anna. Qin's voice echoed in her ear. After 2 months apart, Anna's coat had changed from golden to snowy white, signifying her maturity. She sensed Qin Yu's presence nearby and happily came over. George and Fred excitedly took out the clean carrots they had prepared and ran over to please her. However, they noticed Qin Yu giving them a somewhat unfriendly look. The two instantly stopped in their tracks and obediently handed the carrots to Hermione. Between Anna and Hermione, they wisely chose to please the latter. Unicorns like to eat very clean carrots, Qin Yu explained to his sister. Oh, I see. Can I feed her? Hermione asked, her eyes sparkling. Of course. I'll take you over, Qin Yu said, pulling Hermione to greet the unicorn Anna. George, Fred, can we go too? Ron chimed in, asking his two brothers. Yeah, we want to go, Harry said, genuinely hoping to join. Just you two want to go? We want to go too. Someone mumbled, either George or Fred. Knowing they were in the wrong, they didn't dare disturb Qin Yu, Hermione, and Anna's interaction. When Anna saw Qin Yu approaching, she happily pranced in place. Ever since this human boy had saved her in the forest, she had completely fallen for him, filled with admiration and dependence. After all, a young unicorn faced a great disaster, and at a critical moment, a human boy saved her. How could that impression not be profound? Anna, long time no see. Qin Yu greeted the little unicorn. Anna gently whinnied and then rubbed against Qin Yu's clothes. Let me introduce you. This is Hermione, my family, Qin Yu said, pulling Hermione in front of the unicorn for the introduction. Hi, Anna. It's so nice to meet you. The girl nervously waved at Anna. The unicorn looked at Qin Yu, then at Hermione, before leaning over to nibble on the carrot in the girl's hand. Qin, she ate it, she ate it, Hermione excitedly exclaimed, gripping Qin Yu's arm. It seems she really likes you, Qin Yu said with a smile. Thus, Hermione surrounded the little unicorn, feeding her 2 more carrots, all the while acting like an excited fangirl. And it didn't stay long. After chatting with Qin Yu for a while and eating a few carrots, she turned and returned to the Forbidden Forest because she heard the call of the great unicorn Kelly. I don't know what's going on, but ever since the summer holidays, the animals in the Forbidden Forest have been radiating a sense of unease, Hagrid said, watching the departing unicorn, his voice low. There was an unmistakable worry in his tone. Perhaps they sensed some impending danger. Qin Yu couldn't help but glance in the direction of Hogwarts Castle. I'm not sure. I hope nothing serious happens. Hagrid scratched his head. The unicorn came and went in a hurry, and George and Fred were reluctant to part ways. They had finally seen Anna, yet she hadn't even eaten a single bite of their carrots, which made them feel regretful. Even more regretful were Harry and Ron. Both boys were seeing a unicorn for the first time in their lives, yet she only spent a moment with Qin and Hermione before turning to leave. They both wished they could also become Qin's sister, so they could personally feed the beautiful, mysterious unicorn carrots. Unfortunately, that was impossible. They could only feel envious. Fortunately, the upcoming picnic turned out to be quite enjoyable. George and Fred, under the command of Qin, roasted a lot of delicious food, including skewers, grilled vegetables, and grilled mushrooms, which everyone enjoyed immensely. After the picnic, Uncle Hagrid brewed a big pot of tea, and everyone sat together to drink tea and chat. During this time, Hagrid asked Harry about his life after arriving at Hogwarts, and Harry recounted everything from the beginning. I feel like Professor Snape definitely doesn't like me, and may even hate me. The little boy concluded this after mentioning his experience in potions class. Nonsense, how could that be? Hagrid immediately replied. Harry, I know a bit about Professor Snape. He doesn't truly dislike you, but he just doesn't know how to handle your relationship. Qin Yu thoughtfully added. Exactly. If you ask me, Snape just holds grudges. Oh, not just grudges. He may feel more guilty, after all. Hagrid said, suddenly realizing that some things were not appropriate to elaborate on, and quickly shut his mouth. After all, what? Harry looked at Hagrid in confusion. It's nothing. I think today's picnic should end here. I still have work to finish, haha. Hagrid clumsily changed the subject. I also have things to do. Let's clean up together, Qin Yu responded. The grudges between Snape and Harry's parents' generation are too many to explain in just a few sentences, and this was not the right time to discuss such matters. Then, Qin Yu and the others helped Uncle Hagrid clean up the picnic items and brought them inside. While they were tidying up the room, Harry discovered a new issue of the Daily Prophet and saw a report about the theft at Gringotts. Qin, the date mentioned here is the same day you and Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. That day was my birthday. I remember it very clearly. Harry pointed at the content of the newspaper. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Hagrid, who quickly averted his eyes and looked away. Let me see. Qin Yu took the newspaper from Harry's hand. The article stated, regarding the theft at Gringotts Vault on July 31st, the wizard responsible for the theft has not yet been captured. The goblin spokesperson for Gringotts pointed out that they received warnings before the thief entered Gringotts and increased security measures. The thief not only failed to steal anything from the vault, but also sustained severe injuries. Furthermore, the items in the vault that the thief targeted were removed that day. As for what those items were, Gringotts officials stated they could not comment and reiterated that Gringotts security remains reliable. Qin Yu had seen the report about the Gringotts theft before. There were no new developments this time, as they still hadn't caught the thief. Emphasizing that the thief was severely injured and that nothing was stolen was likely an attempt to save face, as safety is a bank's reputation and lifeblood. Qin, do you think that item from Gringotts could be? Harry whispered to Qin Yu, finally looking at Hagrid. His suspicion was not unfounded. The timing matched. It was July 31st, and the events aligned, as Hagrid took the small package from the vault that afternoon. Moreover, most importantly, since it was Professor Dumbledore who instructed Hagrid to retrieve the item, it must be extraordinary. Even if that small package seemed ordinary, it was very likely to have caught the thief's attention. I can't give you an answer to that question, Qin Yu shrugged. He certainly knew who that person was and what the target of the theft was, but saying it would be pointless, as it would only lead to another time rewind. Then, Qin Yu looked at Hagrid again, hoping that the tight-lipped Uncle Hagrid would reveal something. Don't look at me. I really have a lot of work left to do. Hagrid avoided Qin Yu's and Harry's gazes, then handed them his homemade rock cakes, mumbling, take these back. You can eat one at night, if you're hungry. Who would eat this for no reason? Everyone thought simultaneously as they held the rock-hard cakes. On the way back to Hogwarts Castle, Harry, with a pocket full of rock cakes, was deep in thought. He wanted to share his views with Qin Yu, but he didn't know where to start, as many of his thoughts he couldn't articulate clearly, let alone convey them to Qin. Moreover, the person he was most curious about was Snape. There was something Harry had never told anyone. When he first saw Snape in the Great Hall on the day of school, he distinctly felt his scar on his forehead hurt for a moment, leading him to think that this gloomy potions professor might be related to the legendary Voldemort. In fact, Snape really fit Harry's imagination of a Death Eater, cold, arrogant, and fierce. However, Hagrid was unwilling to talk much about Snape, and Qin seemed to have a good relationship with him. Could it be that Qin? No, how could I suspect Qin? I will never doubt Qin in my life. Harry felt his mind was too chaotic. These matters were not something a first-year student should be pondering. It was indeed more exhausting than attending several classes. Stop overthinking. What you need to do now is enjoy your Hogwarts campus life. And only by mastering magic can you solve various problems, Qin Yu said, patting Harry's shoulder. Okay, I understand, Qin. Harry thought for a moment and nodded earnestly. He felt that Qin's words made sense. He still needed to focus on learning magic, otherwise, even if he knew who the bad guys were, he wouldn't have the ability to deal with them. Shortly after entering the castle, the group split up. Qin Yu and Hermione went to the library to study, while Harry and Ron returned to the Gryffindor dormitory and shared some cakes with their roommates as a late-night snack. Meanwhile, George and Fred mysteriously went off to who knows where. This was not surprising, as they were always elusive. Before parting ways, Qin Yu kindly invited George and Fred to train together when they had time, which made the two brothers feel a chill, as Qin's invitation implied private training for just the three of them, rather than a team practice, which clearly meant they were in trouble. George and Fred looked to Hermione for help. Little did they know that she also held a grudge. Because of the Weasley brothers' deliberate concealment and misdirection, she had already embarrassed herself in front of Qin. So how could she help them? Thus, George and Fred could only look at Qin with resentment, hoping he would be lenient and let them off the hook. Qin Yu naturally couldn't be bothered with them and left with Hermione. What did you talk about with Harry? Hermione asked curiously. It was more like a talk about life. This kid has a lot on his mind and many thoughts. I told him to focus more on his studies and enjoy life here. Qin Yu said after thinking for a moment. Oh, Hermione nodded, feeling reassured. Then she looked at Qin Yu seriously and said, since you care about him so much, I will make sure to take good care of him from now on. Take care of him? You're still a kid yourself. How can you think about taking care of others? Qin Yu laughed at the girl. I've grown up, all right? My birthday is in a few days. Hermione straightened her back and said, yeah, you've grown a lot taller than last year. Qin Yu patted her head and replied, of course. Don't worry from now on. I will supervise Harry, Ron, Adam's studies. Oh, and Neville too, Hermione said while counting on her fingers. Suddenly counting so many people made Hermione feel the weight of responsibility. Are you sure they will listen to you? Qin Yu raised an eyebrow and asked, aren't you there too? I'm just a little fox following behind your tiger. The girl raised her chin and said seriously. She really understood the idiom of fox assuming power from tiger. However, the little fox was not behind the tiger, but rather in front of it. Qin Yu corrected her. Oh, I see. Hermione nodded, then grabbed Qin Yu's arm and smiled. I think it also depends on the situation. If it's too dangerous, I still hope to hide behind the tiger. All right, that is indeed a cunning little fox. Qin Yu held the girl's delicate hand and walked slowly down the corridor toward the library, chatting casually about some trivial matters. Since Hermione lost control of her emotions on the pitch, Qin Yu had been paying attention to her mood changes. Fortunately, after crying and venting, the girl seemed to have regained her strength. Of course, Qin Yu didn't think she had suddenly grown into an invulnerable strong woman. He just hoped he wouldn't be so oblivious in the future and only realize there was a problem after she cried. Qin, I think we took a wrong turn. Hermione suddenly reminded. Qin Yu looked around and found that this corridor indeed did not lead to the library, and it was clear that few people passed through here. Perhaps he had been lost in thought and didn't notice the fork in the road, leading Hermione here by mistake. So we took a wrong turn. Let's just make the best of it. With no one around, Qin Yu simply wrapped the girl in his arms, dispelling the guilt and unease that had just arisen. Feeling much more at ease, he then lightly touched the girl's forehead with his lips and said seriously, if I say I didn't mean to walk into this corridor, would you believe me? Hermione looked up, her face flushed, and after hearing his words, she couldn't help but blink a few times. And she opened her mouth, thinking helplessly, you basically just admitted you walked in on purpose. What can I say? Dimensional wall. Actually, I wrote nearly 2,000 words of this chapter a couple of days ago, but felt something was off, so I didn't post it. After Hermione's emotional outburst, I felt the narrative lacked something. Today, I added a bit to the ending, which barely wrapped up the emotions, and that's why I'm posting it now. The most important thing is that I feel there are some issues with the arrangement of the plot lately, not just the plot points, but also the roles of the main and supporting characters. How should I put it? I feel like I'm losing that comfortable feeling of writing. It can be said that the whole story is slipping into a state of losing control, which is why I've been struggling during this time. Then, I've been binge-watching a series called Stranger Things recently. This show is a typical storytelling series that relies on characters to gradually push the plot forward while hiding the core suspense, which has inspired me to some extent. I just don't know if I can write a more comfortable and smooth plot. I also know that as someone writing fanfiction, I don't need to be too tangled up. But once I get stuck, it's really hard to write, and I hope I can gradually sort it out. All right, that's all I'll say. I wish everyone a happy weekend. The two of them delayed for a while and took a detour before Qin Yu finally brought Hermione to the library located on the second floor of the castle. In the library, Hermione found many books about flying because she was still a bit unsure about the upcoming flying lessons and wanted to increase her understanding of flying by reading. After all, today was the first time she experienced flying on a broomstick, and Qin was by her side. Among her books was one titled The Magical Quidditch Ball, which gave her a more comprehensive understanding of this sport closely related to flying, including its origins, development, current status, and various rules. There are actually over 700 fouls. Can referees remember them all? Hermione said in surprise, sticking out her tongue. You should ask Madame Hooch about that. Qin Yu shrugged and then smirked, teasing, but most of the time, I think Madame Hooch judges whether players are violating the rules based on her instincts. Madame Hooch is the flying instructor at Hogwarts and the chief referee for Quidditch. She officiates most large inter-house Quidditch matches and is responsible for the recruitment and selection of Quidditch team members. Qin Yu's words elicited a light laugh from Hermione. And then the girl said with some regret, the book doesn't specify what the fouls are. If it did, I could memorize them and maybe apply to be a referee for our house team. There's a reason they don't write it all down, QinYu replied. What reason? Hermione asked curiously. If they wrote it all down, there's a high chance others would learn and imitate it, and that would make things even more troublesome for the referees. QinYu explained. Oh, okay, so I guess I have no chance of joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Hermione sighed helplessly. She had thought it through. The keeper needed steady and solid flying skills. The chasers needed a bold and aggressive spirit. The seekers needed keen eyesight and high-speed flying. And if she wanted to join the Quidditch team, it seemed that being a referee would suit her best. However, reality was never as satisfying. The book didn't teach her how to become a Quidditch referee. This isn't something you can learn just by reading. If you really want to be a referee, you should participate in our training more often, and you can also learn some Quidditch knowledge from Moni. She occasionally volunteers as a referee. Trust me, Moni knows far more about Quidditch than what's in this book. Seeing that Hermione was serious and not joking, QinYu said this to her. Moni? Hermione asked, puzzled. She's the girl with short brown hair we met on the train. She's a cousin of the Weasley family, QinYu briefly introduced. Oh, I remember her. She's a very cheerful girl. Hermione clearly had an impression of her. Scott, are you eating that gummy that looks like snot in the library again? Do you think the library rules are optional nonsense? A stern female voice suddenly rang out. Why yes, I'm sorry, Madam Pants. I was just too hungry. A bespectacled boy immediately said timidly. Then you can go out now, fill your belly, wash your hands, and come back. Okay. The boy left with his tail between his legs, as if Madam Pants's feather duster could strike him at any moment. And you too. Don't let me hear your voices. Madam Pants glared at Qin Yu and Hermione. Hermione immediately shrank her head and secretly made a face at Qin Yu. Qin Yu was quite used to it. Students who often came to the library to read or borrow books knew all too well the temper of Madam Pants. She was someone whom even Headmaster Dumbledore had to treat with respect, as she had absolute authority in the Hogwarts library. Since this formidable librarian had already spoken, Qin Yu naturally would not dare to defy her. He gave Hermione a look, signaling her to focus on her studies. While he flipped through the potion books, he had found to prepare for his potion class paper. Yes, he didn't come to the library just to keep Hermione company. He had his own serious business to attend to. Soon, both of them were engrossed in their respective books, as if they had returned to the time spent quietly together at home during the summer vacation. The autumn afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows of the ancient castle's library, creating a hazy atmosphere that enveloped the bookshelves filled with books, long wooden tables, and young wizards who were quietly reading. When Hermione grew tired of reading, she would lean on Qin Yu's shoulder for a short rest. Sometimes she would pick up a quill and casually draw a few strokes on paper, turning into a little person reading a book. Then she would tug at Qin Yu's sleeve to show him her drawing, biting her lip to suppress her laughter. This would prompt Qin Yu to pinch her cheek and draw another little figure beside hers. The drawing was quite ugly, she quietly commented with dissatisfaction, as the added figure clearly represented her. In this way, they successfully missed dinner time. Fortunately, Qin Yu had some food in his dormitory. The two resolved their dinner in the Gryffindor common room, and Hermione eagerly tried a bite of the rock cakes Hagrid had given, but that was all she could manage. In the following days, life at Hogwarts was uneventful. However, Hermione was somewhat troubled. She realized she might not be able to fulfill her promise to take care of Harry, Ron, Adam, and Neville. Supervising their studies was a simple task, but she couldn't handle Draco Malfoy's constant provocations. During their first flying lesson, Neville accidentally broke his arm and was sent to the hospital wing, and then his Rememberall was picked up by Malfoy. Harry went to ask for it back, but Malfoy refused, and the two ended up chasing each other on their broomsticks in the air. Then, Harry was taken away by the angry Professor McGonagall. During lunch on Thursday, Hermione recounted to Qin Yu what had happened that morning. And then, Qin Yu seemed somewhat unconcerned. He didn't come back, Hermione said, then added with a hint of self-reproach, it's all my fault for not stopping Harry, letting him get into trouble. Qin, do you think he'll be expelled? Qin Yu took a bite of his bacon steak, chewing slowly, and murmured he definitely won to be expelled. If he were, the hard job of dealing with Voldemort wouldn't fall to me, right? Dealing with what? What hard job? Hermione asked, somewhat puzzled, as he had spoken vaguely. Nothing. When Harry comes here later, you'll know. He definitely won to be in trouble. Oh, okay. Is it delicious? Not bad. It's made from bacon wrapped around bits of steak and grilled. The salty aroma of the bacon combined with the tenderness of the beef creates a unique taste. Do you want to try? Gurgle. Okay. Then, open wide. Ah, yum. Since Qin Yu said everything was fine and with delicious food in front of her, Hermione temporarily set aside her small worries and focused on eating. Moreover, just as Qin Yu had predicted, Harry soon arrived in the Great Hall and in a low voice excitedly shared his experience with Qin Yu and the others. It turned out that during the flying lesson, while trying to grab the egg-sized Remember-All, he was inadvertently spotted by Professor McGonagall, who then introduced him to Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The scene of Harry snatching the Remember-All in the air reminded Professor McGonagall that Gryffindor happened to need an excellent seeker. So, I am the second player in recent years to join the Quidditch team in first year after Qin, Harry said with bright eyes. The thought of being able to join the Quidditch team in first year, just like Qin, excited him. However, this feeling was hard for others to understand. After all, over the years, only the two of them had become Quidditch players so early. However, Oliver would ask Harry to keep this a secret for now, so that their opponents wouldn't know too much about their strengths and weaknesses during the matches. Qin Yu certainly thought this was necessary. The field was like a battlefield, and having more caution was never a bad thing. Meanwhile, the oblivious Malfoy thought Harry Potter would be expelled from Hogwarts and occasionally cast glances at them, reveling in their supposed misfortune. Of course, he dared not come over to gloat, as he was somewhat afraid of getting beaten up. It's just relying on Qin as a backer. What difference does it make to have him around? Can he be more powerful than Professor McGonagall? Malfoy thought to himself. At this moment, he wished he could also have a senior like Qin, so he could thoroughly humiliate that Harry Potter. Unfortunately, he didn't have the luck that Harry had. As Hogwarts young wizards studied magic, Diagon Alley was still bustling with activity. By evening, the handsome clerk at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor would take advantage of the downtime to check the inventory in the store's back warehouse and receive deliveries of cream, condensed milk, white sugar, seaweed sugar, and various jams, all essential ingredients for making ice cream. He would take these items out of the boxes one by one and neatly place them on the storage shelves for easy access. Clearly, as a wizard, he didn't need to physically move them. He could complete the task skillfully with just a few simple organizing spells. After finishing this, he waved his wand again, pointing at the pile of empty boxes. A burst of flames suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the boxes in a fierce blaze. Once the last flicker of flame extinguished, leaving only a pile of warm ashes, he nodded in satisfaction and bent down to sift through the ashes, retrieving 7 pale gold metal discs. Each disc was the size of a galleon. He carefully cleaned them and placed them into a metal cylinder engraved with intricate, ancient patterns. 7 discs fit perfectly into the cylinder. After sealing the lid, he tucked it away into his pocket. Soon after, the clerk, who always wore a smile, took a stroll outside, and when he returned to the shop, his pockets were empty. Not long after he returned to the shop, a tall, bearded giant walked out of a wizard apothecary elsewhere in Diagon Alley. Honestly, next time, give me some more acromantula venom. Many customers are eager for it. The voice of the apothecary owner sounded behind the giant, tinged with a hint of earnestness. I'm sorry, I can't make that decision. You can write a letter to Hogwarts for communication. The big bearded giant muttered. Sigh, I've written before to request. Never mind. I'll write another letter and ask. The owner said helplessly. Well then, see you later. See you later. The giant bid farewell to the apothecary owner, wandered around Diagon Alley, bought some drinks and food he liked, and filled a bag to the brim. As he passed a lane at number 93 Diagon Alley, he turned in and, when no one was watching, pulled out a red umbrella and tapped it against the wall a few times. Soon, a gap appeared in the wall, and he reached in to take something out from inside. When night fell, a visitor arrived at Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. It was the big-bearded giant returning from Diagon Alley. After entering, he tossed a gray drawstring bag onto Dumbledore's desk, which made a clinking sound as it hit the surface. There seems to be a bit more this time. All 7 message tubes are full, he said with some concern. It seems there have been many troubles lately. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly and remarked, I hope these troubles stay away from the school. Since you say so, it must be that you've sensed something too. I don't know. I just have a very uncomfortable feeling. The two chatted for a bit, and then the giant left. After that, he walked alone to the outside of the castle, finally returning to a small wooden cabin at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Inside the cabin, he pointed the red umbrella at the fireplace, and flames ignited, quickly dispelling the autumn chill in the room. He then began to roast sausages and cakes by the fireplace for dinner, remembering Dumbledore's words. He became somewhat lost in thought until he smelled the scent of the meat burning, which jolted him back to reality. No more thinking about that. Let Dumbledore and them worry about it. I just need to take care of my own business. The giant shook his head, throwing his worries aside, and then focused on roasting the sausages, swallowing hard from hunger. He was very hungry, especially after thinking about various issues, making him need to eat a lot of food. Around 9 o'clock, Qin Yu returned to the Gryffindor common room, dragging his exhausted body. There, he saw Hermione waiting anxiously. "Something's going to happen, Qin," Hermione said as soon as she saw Qin Yu. "What happened?" Qin Yu asked curiously. Hermione then told him about something that had made her very angry. "After dinner, when you left, that Malfoy had a conflict with Harry. Malfoy challenged Harry to a wizard duel tonight." "Huh? A wizard duel? Have they learned any combat spells?" Qin Yu thought it was quite childish for two first-year wizards to be dueling, reminiscent of kindergarten kids having a play fight. "I'm not sure." Hermione shook her head and then said frustratedly, "I told Harry not to agree to such a meaningless thing. But Harry said you helped classmates deal with Slytherins in your first year, and he wants to do what you can do." After saying this, the little girl looked at Qin Yu with a rather complicated expression. She never expected that the tiger she relied on would become an excuse to silence her. So, the power of example is terrifying. Any behavior can easily be imitated by admirers. Well, fan behavior. The idol is responsible. "Haha, this kid," Qin Yu said with an awkward smile. "I don't actually want to speak ill of Harry behind his back. But don't you think ever since he became the seeker for Quidditch, he has been acting differently?" Hermione frowned. "Indeed, he seems a bit carried away. But that's normal. After all, he is still young." Qin Yu sighed helplessly. "So, what he should learn is your composure." The little girl crossed her arms and said seriously. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh. "In that case, let him run into a wall himself." Although Qin Yu didn't remember whether dueling was originally a thing, he instinctively felt that Malfoy was probably up to no good, and Harry had clearly been provoked into hastily agreeing to the so-called duel. Since it was a conflict between kids, let them resolve it themselves. Qin Yu felt there was no need for him to intervene too much. "But our house will lose points," Hermione said quite unwillingly. "As long as no one finds out, it'll be fine. By the way, do you know exactly when and where they agreed to meet?" Qin Yu asked. "At midnight, in the trophy room." Hermione was quite clear about this. "Then, if you're really worried, I can sneak over at that time to prevent them from being discovered by the caretaker." Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I want to go too." Hermione grabbed his arm. Looking at the eager expression in her eyes, Qin Yu couldn't tell whether she genuinely cared about Harry or just wanted to see the commotion. However, no matter what, having him accompany her would ultimately prevent any major incident. After considering for a moment, Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "All right, let us meet here around 11:50. MHM. Hermione nodded vigorously, her eyes shining. "This excitement. You just want to see the excitement, right?" Qin Yu leaned towards this possibility. However, plans can't keep up with changes. Just as Qin Yu lay in bed waiting to meet Hermione at midnight to follow Harry and Ron, a few lines of text appeared before his eyes. "Qin, if you're not in bed, please come to my office for a chat. Albus Dumbledore." How Dumbledore's words appeared before him, Qin Yu couldn't know. He could only guess it was some kind of advanced message transmission spell. Since old Dumbledore wanted him to come over now, it was likely there was something important to discuss. So, Qin Yu summoned an owl to send Hermione a message, informing her that he had something urgent and the tracking plan was cancelled, letting Harry and the others sort out themselves. Then, he followed Dumbledore's note and went to the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. "Sorry, Qin, I didn't realize it was so late. When I realized, I wanted to send you another message, but I found you weren't in the dormitory anymore." Upon meeting, old Dumbledore said apologetically. From his words, Qin Yu learned two things. First, the matter wasn't too urgent, but Dumbledore clearly attached some importance to it. Second, the message transmission spell probably required prior knowledge of the recipient's location. Otherwise, Qin Yu would have received Dumbledore's message to go back to sleep while he was on the way, and he wouldn't have needed to come. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and Qin Yu shrugged, saying, "It's all right, Professor Dumbledore. I happen to be insomniac and didn't fall asleep." He certainly wouldn't say that he was waiting to track down Harry and Hermione. "All right, let's get down to business," Dumbledore said, gesturing for the little Eastern boy to sit down in the chair. As Qin Yu sat down, a delicate white porcelain teapot flew lazily in front of him, then elegantly tilted, pouring a stream of orange-red liquid into a similarly exquisite teacup on the adjacent table. "You don't seem to like adding milk or sugar to your tea. I hope I'm not mistaken?" Dumbledore asked with a smile. "Yes, Professor. I prefer the original taste of black tea." Qin Yu nodded in response. He remembered the last time he had tea in the headmaster's office, when Lucius came by. It was obvious that he didn't like adding anything strange to his tea. "Before we discuss those troublesome matters, let me give you a gift. This just arrived today, and it's perfect to hand over to you now." As Dumbledore spoke, he picked up a slender wooden box from a table and handed it over. Qin Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he received the box. for he saw the Ollivander's Wand Shop logo on it, along with the shop slogan that represented over 2,000 years of wand making. Wands of the highest quality since 382 B. See, this is... Qin Yu couldn't help but look towards the old man. That's right, a new wand. Dumbledore didn't keep him in suspense. I commissioned Mr. Ollivander to custom-make this. It has a phoenix tail feather as its core. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu instinctively glanced at the phoenix fox, who was dozing in midair. Fox seemed to sense Qin Yu's gaze, lifted his eyelids lazily to look at him, then closed his eyes and continued sleeping. So aloof, as expected of a phoenix, Qin Yu secretly praised. Opening the wooden box, he saw a gray-white wand lying inside. You can try it out to see if it feels right for you, Dumbledore suggested. Okay. Holding the wand, Qin Yu immediately felt it was slightly heavier than his previous one and obviously longer. However, when he waved it, it felt just right. It seemed Mr. Ollivander had considered his physical growth over the past year. He then closed his eyes, savoring the moment. He felt as if the wand had become an extension of his arm, and at that moment, the phoenix tail feather core emitted a chirp. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Fox cast another glance at him, this time with a hint of contemplation and seriousness in his eyes. On Qin Yu's side, upon hearing the chirp from the phoenix tail feather, he also felt the excitement and exhilaration it conveyed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, raised his right hand holding the wand, traced a powerful arc in the air, and spoke. Incendio. Instantly, flames erupted in the room, the temperature skyrocketing, and a roaring fire burst forth, seemingly threatening to incinerate Dumbledore's desk. Fortunately, at a critical moment, Dumbledore waved his wand, and with a casual flick, the flames were effortlessly extinguished, as if they had never appeared. Sorry, Professor, I didn't control the strength well, Qin Yu quickly said. Based on his previous wand, with the feeling he had just experienced while casting, the fire spell shouldn't have had such great power. Clearly, this wand with a phoenix tail feather core enhanced his spells. It's all right. That's exactly why I gave you this wand, Dumbledore replied with a smile. His words made Qin Yu ponder deeply. Indeed, Dumbledore continued, although you are still young, and I had planned to wait a few more years before introducing you to these matters. The situation seems to be developing beyond my expectations. Qin Yu noticed that when Dumbledore said this, there was a noticeable hint of worry on his brow. The greatest wizard in the world now seemed like a heavy-hearted elder, contemplating some difficult issue. All right, I almost forgot that Dumbledore is indeed over 100 years old. Perhaps he had become accustomed to seeing Dumbledore as powerful and had overlooked his age. Is it related to my discovery during Christmas? Qin Yu asked tentatively. During the last Christmas holiday, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a transaction between two suspicious wizards in Diagon Alley and roughly guessed their identities. One was a Death Eater, and the other was a member. See Chapter 53 of this book. Most importantly, he had confiscated a vial of suspicious black liquid that could turn rats into zombies. According to Professor Swinton's research, it was a life alchemy product from the North American dark wizarding community, with effects that extended beyond merely creating zombie rats. There were certainly more uses, but Swinton had not been able to clarify them due to the limited sample size. See Chapter 56 of this book. In short, the meeting between the Death Eater and the a member was not a good omen, which is why Qin Yu thought of them right away. Yes, it is somewhat related. Those who were originally active only in South America have now gone to North America, and their rate of development is indeed beyond my expectations. Dumbledore said, displaying a world map that resembled a projection of Earth in front of Qin Yu. This is the area where those people were first discovered active. And then here, recently, their activities have frequently appeared in North America, and the attitude of the North American Wizarding Congress seems quite ambiguous, which is something I'm worried about. It seems there are quite a number of people in the Wizarding Congress who agree with their views. As Dumbledore waved his hand, rotating the Earth projection, he introduced Qin Yu to the current situation. Watching the bluish flames lighting up on the map, starting from a concentration in a certain area of Brazil to eventually spreading out across North America, Qin Yu felt a sense of urgency as if a major fire was about to break out. He hadn't expected that the group under Grindelwald's banner would develop so rapidly. They were far more formidable than the reclusive Death Eaters. I know that telling you this now may put some pressure on you. Dumbledore also noticed Qin Yu's tension. You know it and still say, is this meant to burden me? I'm only in my second year. Can't I just enjoy 2 years of school life peacefully? Someone silently complained in his heart. Dumbledore, of course, couldn't hear his thoughts, paused for a moment, and continued, however, I believe you are different from other children. You possess maturity far beyond your peers, especially in how you handled Lucius's 2 provocations with such composure. Steadiness, which surprised and pleased me greatly. You mean acting skills, right? Qin Yu mentally added. In any case, I tell you this to prepare you for the future, as it will present many challenges. You need to be mentally prepared, because the future belongs to you. Dumbledore concluded with a smile, and his expression became much more relaxed, as if he were discussing something quite interesting. However, Qin Yu felt that there was nothing interesting about this matter at all. Of course, he also couldn't understand the thoughts of an old man who had lived for more than 100 years. Perhaps old Dumbledore had a different perspective on life and death and time compared to young people. He actually wanted to say, if you could borrow another 500 years from the heavens, who knows what the future might hold? However, various signs indicated that even as the greatest wizard in the world, Dumbledore had indeed reached his twilight years, even if he remained safe and sound from now on. This old man likely didn't have much time left. Perhaps it was precisely because time was running out that Dumbledore was thinking of resolving matters all at once. This was also the reason he had made many plans in his later years. Qin Yu pondered these thoughts and realized that there seemed to be little he could do. However, he knew that when the critical moment came, he would definitely stand on the opposing side of those people, because he couldn't just watch as those around him were killed one by one. Since there was no other choice, then he would just do it. Thinking of this, he felt much more at ease and no longer felt suffocated by the approaching crisis. Qin Yu held his wand and chuckled, teasingly saying, "So, you give me this one to have me use my spare time to fight Death Eaters, or gee, eh? Haha, you're thinking too much. I haven't even considered pushing you onto the battlefield. I just thought you would become the backbone of these kids. So I wanted to mention these things to you in advance. Moreover, from Professor Snape's feedback, you really do need a new wand." Dumbledore was amused by Qin Yu, laughing and shaking his head, and briefly explained. The wand Qin Yu had previously could not use more powerful dark magic due to the restrictions of its core, because a unicorn hair wand repels dark magic. Furthermore, Qin Yu's abilities were unstable, and there were too many uncertainties in using dark magic. Now, after the after-class tutoring from Professor Snape and Swinton, Qin Yu's control over his emotions and power had improved significantly, and it was time to learn some more powerful spells. Then, Dumbledore sighed slightly, made a face, and continued, "Actually, I don't really know what exactly I want you to do. Perhaps I just feel a bit powerless and want you to share some of the burden. It's strange, but after telling you all this, I feel much better and less pressured." "Haha, you feel less pressure, but I'm feeling more pressure," Qin Yu silently lamented in his heart, secretly complaining. That night, Dumbledore actually just gave Qin Yu a wand, talked about the current situation, and encouraged him to unite those kids to help them grow quickly. As for the specific arrangements, old Dumbledore didn't mention them because he didn't know either. The two of them, young and old, drank tea and chatted about some idle topics before ending this conversation, which would later be speculated and embellished by many as legendary. After that, Qin Yu left the headmaster's office and walked downstairs. Just as he descended a few steps, he felt a sudden vibration at his waist. It was an alchemical device he carried with him, and there was another whistle that resonated with this alchemical device. The whistle was hanging around Hermione's neck. Qin Yu took down the alchemical device at his waist. It was a hollow bell, slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. The peculiarity of this bell was that it did not contain a clapper. However, even without a clapper, the bell was buzzing incessantly, as if something was striking it from within. The sound of the bell indicated that the corresponding whistle had been blown. The whistle and the bell were originally prepared by Qin Yu to prevent Hermione from getting lost in the castle. Since giving her the whistle, Hermione had only blown it twice, both during the daytime. Moreover, as she became familiar with Hogwarts under Qin Yu's guidance, the likelihood of her getting lost in ordinary circumstances had diminished. Now, however, it was midnight, and the whistle suddenly sounded. Considering the time and their tracking plan for the night, along with the low probability of Hermione getting lost, Qin Yu quickly reached a conclusion. This girl was in danger. As his thoughts raced, he couldn't help but stop. This was the first time the whistle had truly sounded an alarm. His first task was to quickly find out where Hermione was. With this in mind, Qin Yu closed his eyes to sense carefully. Of course, it wasn't some kind of mental projection. They weren't in a world of mortals cultivating immortality, but in a magical world where such things as mental projection didn't exist. At least he hadn't cultivated to the level of having a mental radar. The purpose of closing his eyes was to better feel the direction of the bell's vibrations in his hand, which could help him determine the whistle's location. The result was that the bell in his hand was continuously vibrating downward. Thinking about the dual location agreed upon by Malfoy and Harry, it was precisely the trophy room on the 4th floor of this castle, directly below him. With all this information, Qin Yu quickly pinpointed the most likely location of Hermione, which was on the 4th floor of the castle. Various thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. After quickly determining the target, Qin Yu hurried downstairs. He didn't think anything too dangerous would happen. After all, Dumbledore's office was on the 8th floor. If something serious really occurred, Qin Yu believed that old Dumbledore, being so close, wouldn't just sit idly by. Of course, even knowing this, he couldn't help but worry. His steps quickened as he leapt down the stairs, soon reaching the corridor on the 4th floor. Qin. Hermione's voice came from the dimly lit corridor. She hadn't expected that as soon as she blew the whistle, Qin Yu would arrive here in such a short time, which surprised her somewhat. Qin Yu also picked up on Hermione's tone, knowing that there shouldn't be any danger. But he didn't slow his pace. Instead, he quickened it, and once he held that familiar little hand in his own, he felt completely at ease. What happened? Are you okay? Qin Yu asked, holding the girl's hand. I'm fine now. It was really dangerous just now. We encountered a big dog. No, 3 of them. Actually, no, not 3. It should be one big dog with 3 heads. I think I've seen it in a book. It's a 3-headed dog. Perhaps it was because she finally relaxed after Qin Yu's arrival. Hermione began to recount her earlier encounter in a rush. While she spoke, Qin Yu carefully examined her to ensure she hadn't been hurt by the 3-headed dog on her face, arms, or legs. Hermione cooperatively turned her neck a few times to allow him to see more comprehensively. Then, the little girl furrowed her brow in confusion and said, "It's strange. That big dog was initially barking ferociously at us, but then one of its heads came close and sniffed me, and it became quiet." As she spoke, she continued, still a bit scared at that time. The dog's head was less than 2 feet away from me. I could clearly see its wet nose and drooling mouth. I was so scared that my legs felt weak. Later, when it relaxed its guard, we ran out, and then I blew the whistle, and you arrived in no time. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Looking at the smiling girl at the end, Qin Yu couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek, saying unhappily, "I sent you a letter earlier, telling you to stay in the dormitory. Why did you have to follow me?" Hermione knew that he was genuinely a bit angry this time. Otherwise, she wouldn't feel pain. After all, he used to pinch her lightly. "Ouch, it hurts." "Qin, I know I was wrong." The little girl quickly cried out in pain and admitted her mistake. Qin Yu only used a little strength, but she cried out as if it hurt a lot more. Seeing her like this, he couldn't bear to blame her too much. So he sighed and said, "Fortunately, that 3-headed dog didn't attack you. If it had gone wild, you would have been injured or even eaten. By then, it would be too late to say anything." Hermione nodded repeatedly, not daring to say much, fearing she would provoke the angry Qin again. The 3-headed dog, if nothing unexpected happened, was probably the one named Fluffy that Hagrid raised. Qin Yu had only seen it a few times, but Hagrid had trained the big dog to recognize the smell of him and the Weasley twins, so they wouldn't be attacked when feeding or getting close to it. As for Hermione, it was probably because she had been with Qin Yu all day, so she also carried his scent, which made Fluffy mistakenly think that this little girl was Qin Yu, and that's why it calmed down after getting close to Sniffer. Realizing this, Qin Yu then noticed the other kids. Besides Harry and Ron, who were always inseparable, there was also Adam, who had been sleep-deprived and was out late at night. And to Qin Yu's surprise, the usually dull Neville was also huddled behind them, looking absolutely terrified. Seeing Qin Yu look at them, Harry and Ron quickly lowered their heads, anxious and uneasy, while Adam yawned, clearly sleepy again, and Neville pouted, full of grievances, probably still a bit bewildered. "So what happened, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley? How'd the duel go today? Who won, who lost?" Qin Yu teased these 2 troublemakers in a sarcastic tone. "Malfoy didn't come at all," Harry said in a voice barely above a whisper. "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Qin Yu rolled his eyes. "Malfoy tricked us. He didn't come at all. He's just a lying brat who doesn't keep his word." Harry lifted his head and said angrily, "Yes, not only did he not come, but he might have even informed the caretaker to come here and catch us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up hiding in that room with the big dog." Ron boldly added, "The situation was simple. Malfoy had arranged to duel Harry at midnight, but didn't show up and instead tipped off the Hogwarts caretaker. They had barely arrived when they were chased by the patrolling caretaker, which led them to stumble into that place with the big dog." Looking at the angry expressions of the two, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Ha, being so easily schemed against. I don't know how you still have the nerve to blame others for being too cunning." As soon as he said this, Harry and Ron, who had just raised their heads, lowered them again. They had indeed been careless and didn't expect to fall into such a simple trap set by Malfoy. "All right, stop lingering around. Let's go back and get some sleep. We'll talk about anything important tomorrow," Qin Yu said, pulling Hermione and turning to leave. The other 4 children quickly followed. They chatted briefly along the way, In Qin Yu learned that Adam had gotten up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom and happened to see Harry and Ron going out. So he curiously followed them. As for Neville, he had been injured in flying class during the day and went to the infirmary to rest. At midnight, he wanted to return to the dormitory to sleep, but ended up getting lost and ran into Harry and the others who were going to duel. So they teamed up together since he had already been wandering around the castle aimlessly for over an hour. In short, while Qin Yu was invited by Dumbledore for tea, the kids went through a somewhat chaotic encounter and ultimately returned to the Gryffindor dormitory under Qin Yu's guidance. All of you go to your rooms and sleep. Don't mess around anymore, Qin Yu told them. The kids complied and dispersed. Once everyone else had left, only Qin Yu and Hermione remained in the common room. The moonlight was like water, and the night was quiet as they stayed in the empty lounge. Qin, this time Hermione looked at him, biting her lip, and said pitifully, but before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled into Qin Yu's embrace, from a light hug to a tighter hold. She could truly feel the concern and worry he conveyed. Since they both understood each other's feelings, there was no need for excessive words. Hermione tightly wrapped her arms around Qin Yu, her small face nuzzling against his chest like a little cat, sniffing that familiar scent. That scent made her feel safe and warm, with a hint of delightful excitement that penetrated her heart. At that moment, her heart, which had been frightened all night, finally settled down. As for the three-headed dog discovered on the 4th floor of the castle, Qin Yu certainly knew what was going on. It should have been borrowed from Hagrid by Dumbledore specifically to guard the Philosopher's Stone. The place where the Philosopher's Stone was stored before was the underground vault number 713 of Gringotts in Diagon Alley, which Qin Yu had accompanied Hagrid to retrieve during the summer, along with Harry Potter. It was also when they retrieved it that Qin Yu revealed the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, triggering the time reversal. He had gone through quite a bit of trouble and experimentation to study this mechanism. In Qin Yu's view, the three-headed dog was certainly not enough to guard that magical stone well. After all, that dog couldn't compare to the dragon in the depths of Gringotts. However, since the Philosopher's Stone was stored in the castle's 4th floor, right below Dumbledore's office, Dumbledore was indeed the strongest safeguard for the Philosopher's Stone. If someone dared to steal something right under the eyes of the greatest white wizard of the age, they really needed to weigh their own worth. Old Dumbledore was probably using the Philosopher's Stone as bait. What a fishing law enforcement. Sorting through these thoughts, Qin Yu gradually felt sleepy as he lay on the bed. In a half-dream, he recalled what Dumbledore had told him, that the current situation was quite worrying, and he urged him to unite the kids at Hogwarts. However, it was clear that this was not an easy task. For example, he could handle the current group of Jerome and his gang, and they were basically out of temper. But if the next group of younger kids continued in this way, Hogwarts might find it hard to achieve the so-called combat power, all subdued under his might, leaving no room for individuality and courage. So he needed to think of a way to allow those kids to have both competition and growth. This was somewhat tricky. These seemed like the concerns a teacher should consider. Yet Dumbledore had placed this burden on Qin Yu with some casual remarks. Even though old Dumbledore said he didn't require Qin Yu to bear anything, there were hints of entrusting him with a legacy in his words. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was just a pawn in this old fox's game. After all, Qin Yu had reason to suspect that Dumbledore was laying out something over the course of several years, using the talents and patience of an alchemist to forge this great philosopher's stone of the world. Anyway, let me work hard, and not even pay me. This is probably old Dang's cunning plan. With such thoughts, Qin Yu fell asleep in a daze. The next day, the sun rose as usual, and Hogwarts remained as steady as a wise sage, neither hurried nor anxious. However, Malfoy felt somewhat surprised and restless because he had not heard the news of Harry being punished. This annoying boy with a scar on his forehead was neither expelled from school nor received any other punishment, and appeared in the Great Hall for breakfast, as usual early in the morning. This made Malfoy somewhat irritated and hesitant, as he knew that the trap he had set had not worked, and while he was disappointed, he was also somewhat worried about retaliation. He wasn't afraid of Harry, but rather the leg he was clinging to, Qin Yu. At that moment, he was once again envious of Harry Potter and felt an endless resentment and hatred towards Qin Yu. Of course, he dared not show this hatred. Harry Potter was equally frustrated. He sat at the Gryffindor table, looking at Malfoy with a gaze that seemed to ignite flames. It was the fire of anger. If looks could cast spells, that rotten Malfoy would have been burned bald by now, his golden hair looking as if it had been smeared with oil. I will make Malfoy pay for what he deserves sooner or later. Harry Potter huffed through his nose, saying angrily. What happened yesterday made him feel suffocated. He realized he had placed Malfoy at the top of his most hated list, right alongside his cousin Dudley. Qin Yu glanced at Harry and then at Malfoy at the Slytherin table not far away, feeling as if there were countless lightning bolts and sparks colliding between the two. These two little kids do have a tense atmosphere. However, Qin Yu noticed that as soon as Malfoy sensed his gaze, his momentum immediately weakened, and he lowered his head, no longer glancing this way towards Gryffindor. TSK, it seems my weight is a bit too heavy. Qin Yu couldn't help but mutter softly. If Harry and Malfoy were at both ends of scale, perhaps it could maintain a dynamic balance of ups and downs. But with Qin Yu standing on Harry's side, it directly made that end drop down. This was not in line with the competitive and growing situation he envisioned last night. After all, although Malfoy was a brash kid, he wasn't inherently bad. What he lacked was the right guidance. And Qin Yu didn't want to suppress this kid to the point of becoming a quail, as that would probably also diminish some of Harry's fighting spirit. What is too heavy? Hermione asked in confusion, putting down the food she was eating on her plate, seeing her nervous expression and occasionally stealing glances at the food. Qin Yu knew she must have misunderstood something, so he smiled and said, "Definitely not saying you're too heavy. Here, try this. It has a sweet and sour taste. Very delicious. I'd rather not. I feel like my face has been getting rounder since school started." Hermione shook her head, pouting in distress. "Really? I didn't notice," Qin Yu said after examining her. "How can you not? Look at my cheeks." Hermione pointed to her own cheek. "Then let me pinch it and see." With such a cute look on her face, Qin Yu couldn't resist pinching it. "What are you doing?" Hermione said unhappily. "It feels nice. It seems you've indeed gained a bit of weight. I didn't notice this last night because it was too rushed." Qin Yu said seriously. "You, how dare you say I'm fat? I'll bite you." Saying this, Hermione immediately bit down on the hand Qin Yu had extended. "Ouch, that hurts." Qin Yu cried out. "Umph." Hermione released her mouth and huffed. "All right, no one thinks you're fat. You have to eat more so you can grow taller, otherwise I would have to be taller than you. Then you have to eat less until I catch up. All right, I'll wait for you." I'm festy. I want a glass of juice." Qin Yu casually handed her a glass of juice. "Does your hand hurt?" "Yes, it hurts a lot." "Then, let me use a healing spell on you." "No need, just blow on it. The last time it worked pretty well." "Last time?" "Okay. Last time it seemed to be in the common room, and to enhance the healing effect, I even kissed his face." Hermione thought about this and hurriedly lowered her head to sip the juice, pretending to be nonchalant, but her little face was slowly turning red. After exchanging some childish words, Hermione returned to her food-loving nature and continued to eat the delicious food. Qin Yu also quickly finished his breakfast. Then, everyone left the great hall together and headed to their respective classrooms. Hermione had a charms class, while Qin Yu had history of magic. No matter how Professor Binns floated in the air, droning on about the dull wars between wizards and goblins, Qin Yu supported his head with one hand and drifted into a daydream. He was thinking about what method he could use to encourage Malfoy to have the courage to continue confronting Harry. Of course, if he openly supported Malfoy, Qin Yu certainly wouldn't do that. He still didn't want to see Malfoy's tail wagging around. This matter was difficult to handle. Qin Yu thought to himself, "Forget it, let us not think about it for now," temporarily setting aside these troubling thoughts. He recalled the topic he talked about with Hermione in the morning and couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if this girl turned into a chubby girl. That would be like becoming a different person. Wait, a different person. Qin Yu muttered this phrase, his brow furrowing, then relaxing, as an idea began to form in his mind. The troubles he had just been thinking about had unexpectedly inspired him regarding this girl. It must be said that thinking about her often is still beneficial. Someone reached such a conclusion. Dimensional Wall, sorry, I've been a bit stuck lately, and my life has been a bit chaotic, neglecting writing. Thanks for everyone's support, always commenting, urging updates, and tipping. The little author is truly grateful. Thanks to the reader for the tip. I didn't notice what type it was, probably a certification from a big shot. I haven't dared to check the backend recently, and just noticed it now. Thank you for your support. Draco Malfoy, the only heir of the pure-blood wizarding family, the Malfoys. As one of the sacred 28 families, the Malfoy family has a long history and infinite glory. As a member of the Malfoy family and the only future heir of this family, Draco also possesses a natural sense of pride and honor. Therefore, for the past 11 years, he has lived like a chosen one, filled with immense pride. Though sometimes he felt tired and under great pressure, he understood that this was what he should bear. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To hold a rose, one must endure its thorns. He understood this principle and was willing to dedicate himself for the glory of his family. Until this summer, in Diagon Alley, he encountered two people in that robe shop. First, a quiet boy with black hair and glasses, and then a slightly older, formidable-looking Eastern boy with the same black hair. That day, He realized for the first time that his pride and glory were being belittled by others. To belittle him was to belittle the Malfoy family. This was absolutely intolerable. Then, on the first day of school aboard the Hogwarts Express, he sincerely tried to befriend the legendary Harry Potter, only to find that this person was the same quiet boy he met in the robe shop. Once again, he was belittled, this time in front of the ridiculous Ron Weasley, who, as everyone knew, was a joke among pure-blood wizard families, a poor fool. All these events made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. After school started, he tried to retaliate, but he found that Harry Potter always hid behind that Qin, who was someone he could not surpass or shake, as that guy somehow gained the support of many teachers, including Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall. Most importantly, Qin, that rude guy, had a terrible temper and liked to bully the weak. He was simply a tyrant persecuting good students at Hogwarts. Indeed, Qin was a thorough bully. He would surely grow up to be a disgrace among wizards. Draco firmly believed this. Then, yesterday in flying class, he merely picked up the memory ball of the foolish Neville, and that damned Harry shouted for him to hand it over, as if it were his. Why should I give it to him? Why should I listen to him? That damned arrogant Harry Potter. Even now, thinking back, Draco Malfoy's chest burned with uncontainable anger, making his head throb. Later, he and Harry raced on broomsticks to grab that memory ball. He had to admit that this kid had some skill. Before coming to Hogwarts, he had specifically practiced flying, but he was still closely pursued by Harry. Fortunately, in a moment of inspiration, he threw the wretched ball away. While Draco smugly thought of this, he recalled Harry's actions at that time. Although that kid successfully snatched the ball, he was caught red-handed by Professor McGonagall and taken away. In Draco's view, Harry's reckless flying and blatant violation of school rules inevitably meant points would be deducted from Gryffindor. Later, he set a trap for him, deliberately provoking him and challenging him to a duel at midnight. However, he secretly notified the caretaker in advance, so the caretaker would catch them at that time. Everything was planned meticulously, flawless. But why was Harry still fine? Were the Hogwarts teachers really protecting a student who repeatedly violated school rules? This was too unfair. An angry Draco spat this out through clenched teeth, filled with resentment. What unfairness? Greg beside him asked. At this point, the morning classes had ended, and the three had just had lunch in the Great Hall. Greg and Crabbe each held a pile of food, looking quite satisfied. Draco shot a glare at Greg's foolish and dazed expression and angrily said, "It's nothing. Just eat your bread." After saying this, Draco left without looking back, heading toward the Slytherin dormitory area. He really didn't want to see this foolish lackey who was of no help and only knew how to eat. Did I do something wrong? Greg turned to Crabbe, who was also a lackey. Crabbe shook his head and said, "I don't know either. I must have done something wrong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so angry." Greg murmured. Then he quickly finished the croissant in his hand and rushed after Draco, who had already walked far away. After lunch, there was a period of free time for napping or free activities. Draco had no interest in playing. He just wanted to return to the dormitory for a while. Of course, he wouldn't admit that he was afraid of getting too close to Harry and Qin. For fear of retaliation, he was just a bit tired. Yes, that's right, he was just tired. The morning's charms class had been too exhausting, and he needed to rest. However, his clenched fists revealed that he did not truly agree with this view. He was indeed a little scared. The heir of the Malfoy family, the descendant of the purest bloodline in the wizarding world, a young genius wizard. Why should I suffer such humiliation? Draco shouted in his heart. Then, a self-deprecating bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that less than a month after arriving at Hogwarts, he would encounter a series of tormenting events. But what could he do? He could only silently endure it all. With this humiliating realization, Draco walked step by step toward the Slytherin dormitory. The autumn afternoon sun was warm, yet he found it irritating. Unknowingly, Draco turned into a deserted corridor. He subconsciously chose a less traveled place to avoid encountering others. Just as he reached about a third of the way down this corridor, a strong wind suddenly swept through the courtyard and blew towards this corridor. In an instant, dust and debris flew, and the strong wind hit Draco's face painfully, prompting him to quickly raise his arm to shield his head with the wide sleeves of his robe. However, this sudden gust of wind came quickly and left just as fast. In just a moment, it calmed down. Draco lowered the sleeve that had been blocking his face, revealing his bewildered eyes. Then he looked around, confused about what this strange wind was about. What bad luck! Why does everything happen to me? Draco was increasingly annoyed as he complained when he suddenly looked down and saw a pile of fallen leaves on the ground, instantly freezing in place. The fallen leaves themselves were not surprising. But this particular pile of leaves was clearly arranged into letters. And these letters were combined in a certain order to spell out a glaring word. C-O-W-A-R-D, coward. A flush of excitement instantly appeared on the pale face of the boy. This was a manifestation of extreme anger. Because the word coward was exactly what he was desperately trying to avoid, but had to admit. Indeed, deep down he felt he was a coward. Now, with this word plainly displayed before him, Draco was utterly humiliated and furious. I'm not a coward. I'm not. Looking at the word formed by the fallen leaves on the ground, Draco shouted loudly, his neck stiff, his face red with rage. The combination of his flushed face and angry shout made the proud boy's expression seem somewhat grotesque. Yet the humiliation flashing in his eyes lent a touch of pity to his ferocity. Who is mocking me? Draco said angrily, pulling out his exquisite wand from the inner pocket of his robe, and began waving it around, casting any spells he could think of. He felt that someone must be hiding nearby, watching his humiliation. However, no matter how the winds, fire, thunder, and lightning from the curses rampaged through the corridor, they failed to flush out the person playing tricks. Instead, they only left chaos in the corridor. Why? Why does everyone bully me? Draco waved his wand wildly while continuously shouting accusations. As he shouted, his voice became hoarse, his nose tinged with a sour feeling, his eyes reddened, and tears streamed down his pale cheeks. He finally broke down and cried. Boo-hoo, why? I am Draco Malfoy. I should be the pride of Hogwarts. Boo-hoo. I'm not a coward. They're the ones bullying me. They're all bad people. They're the ones bullying me. No matter how proud he was ultimately just an 11-year-old child. After enduring the long-term psychological pressure from the Dark Lord Qin and the failure of his scheme yesterday, he was already anxious and uneasy, fearing retaliation. And didn't he even dare to linger in the Great Hall? Now, having his inner facade pierced by a mysterious person, he completely collapsed, venting his panic and grievances like an ordinary child. At that moment, Draco Malfoy felt incredibly fragile. It turned out that he truly was a worthless coward, a mediocre weakling, a waste who could only cry and do nothing. After a long time, having vented his emotions, Draco put down his wand, stopped casting spells, and ceased his shouting. The corridor returned to silence. His back leaned against a column, and he slumped to the ground, his face still marked with unshed tears, his silver-gray eyes staring blankly at the empty corridor. Perhaps being a useless person is not so bad. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of Draco's mouth. He sat on the ground, mumbling a stream of complaints. Are you still there? If you want to humiliate me, go ahead. I know I can't beat you. I can't even find you. I hate this place. I hate Hogwarts. I hate Harry Potter. I hate Qin. I hate everyone. I want to leave here. I want to go to another school. I never want to see these people again. However, no one responded to him. Only the occasional breeze blew through the corridor, ruffling his messy golden hair that covered his forehead. Maybe they left. Huh. A coward like me doesn't deserve anyone's attention. Draco chuckled self-deprecatingly, his gaunt chin lifted as he looked up at the sky, his gaze vacant and empty. Rustle, 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 just when the despondent Draco thought that the mysterious person had humiliated him and left. A faint scraping sound came from the ground. He frowned and looked toward the source of the sound, discovering that it was a pile of leaves moving on the ground. Those leaves, like agile fish, quickly formed new letters, which then came together to create new words. That person hasn't left. Draco looked at the new words on the ground. Evidently, the mysterious person had left him a new message. Cried enough? Draco hastily wiped his tear-streaked face, unsure how to respond to such a simple question, as his heart was filled with grievance and embarrassment. The mysterious person seemed to not expect Draco's reply and continued to use the rustling leaves to form new words, creating a new sentence. Crying in youth is not shameful. It's better than regretting in adulthood. Draco looked at this sentence, not understanding its meaning, but feeling it held great significance. Moreover, he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he sensed a kind of caring emotion in those words. Is this person comforting me? Draco thought to himself. You feel that your pride and self-esteem are gone, right? Do I still have any? Upon reading this line, Draco instinctively replied, his gaze dimming again. You should ask yourself whether you ever truly had pride and self-esteem. What does that mean? Am I not even worthy of having pride? Draco felt that he might have been mistaken earlier. This person probably wasn't here to comfort him. The pride you speak of comes from a long-standing family called Malfoy, from so-called pure bloodlines, and these hollow things are not truly worthy of pride. Because this sentence contained too many words, it was divided into 4 parts, like subtitles in a movie, with one part displayed before quickly switching to the next. Thus, The rustling sound of the leaves continued for a long time. Draco read through the long message amidst the rustling and then showed a bewildered expression. Because the glory of his family and pure wizard bloodlines had always been the source of his pride, yet now they were being dismissed as hollow things. You're talking nonsense, Draco weakly retorted. He wanted to argue that family and bloodlines were indeed things to be proud of. But then he thought that people like Qin and Harry had never cared about those two things. You've probably realized it too. Neither Qin nor Harry Potter ever took your family and bloodline seriously. The mysterious person seemed to have seen through Draco's thoughts and wrote a new message, which startled him. He knew there was a spell called legilimency that could read others' thoughts. Could this mysterious person also perform a similar spell? As these thoughts arose, Draco's eyes filled with a hint of fear. Then what is true pride? He asked. True pride should come from yourself, not from anything else. From myself? Draco appeared contemplative. Exactly. I don't know. Draco lowered his head. He wanted to say that he didn't know what there was about himself that was worth being proud of. Yes, compared to someone like Qin, he genuinely felt small and insignificant. What pride could there be? You feel very small, don't you? The mysterious person seemed to see through his thoughts again. Draco nodded. Admitting your smallness is the first step to pride. You have already taken the first step. Another phrase that was hard to grasp, but filled with meaning. However, Draco's originally bleak and low spirits were slightly stirred. It seemed he understood something, but for a moment, he couldn't articulate what it was. Admitting one's smallness is the first step to pride. Draco muttered to himself. Exactly. There is an Eastern proverb. Knowing your own shortcomings is a great courage. An Eastern proverb. Draco thought this saying indeed held wisdom. Where the proverb is from doesn't matter. What matters is that you understand admitting your own smallness is not a bad thing. Thank you. I think I understand a little of what you mean. Draco sincerely expressed his gratitude. Regardless of whether this person was mocking him, he felt he had gained something today. For example, the courage to admit his smallness. Perhaps you will ask, what is the second step to pride? The leaves formed a new message. What is it? Draco instinctively asked. It is power, it is strength, it is you becoming strong. It is you having the power to defeat others. Draco's eyes widened, his expression growing fervent. What does this person mean? Why is he saying these things to me? Could it be that So, child, do you want to have the power to make yourself strong? Draco looked at these words, his heart filled with excitement and ecstasy. Eat slowly, Hermione reminded Qin, who was devouring his food. Then watched him eat the ham sandwich she handed him, licking the crumbs off her fingers. This last action made the girl feel a bit shy, but fortunately, it seemed that no one nearby noticed, which calmed her down a lot. I'm so hungry. After swallowing the food, Qin finally said, looking somewhat satisfied, as if he had finally caught his breath. What on earth have you been doing? You look exhausted after such a short time? Hermione asked curiously. Qin had just been eating lunch when he suddenly said he needed to step out for a bit, and when he returned, he looked starved. How to put it? I might just put on a disguise and created a new account. Creating a new account is quite tiring. Qin Yu said seriously after pondering for a moment. Talking nonsense again. Hermione, of course, knew this guy often said strange things, but she was used to it by now. I want to eat that. Qin Yu pointed to a certain food. Seeing how hungry he was, Hermione stopped asking questions, reached out to grab the food, and handed it over. Qin Yu swallowed it in a few bites. Then, just as he was about to habitually lick his little hand that had remnants of food to avoid wasting it, that little hand suddenly jerked back. Then, Qin Yu saw the owner of the little hand looking at him smugly. The implication was probably, "Humph, you can't take advantage this time." Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. Well, I'm still a bit hungry. Earlier, to guide a certain troublemaker, I not only used a high-level disillusionment charm for invisibility, but also had to dodge various spells he recklessly cast. And I had to painstakingly move those leaves to send a message. It was quite a task for me. Qin Fat Tiger. So, he ordered another food, and the girl handed it over as instructed. This time, he didn't let her feel smug, quickly swallowing the outstretched finger, and not too lightly bit down. As a form of punishment, Hermione blushed, looking at him with puffed cheeks, and huffed. Just wait and see, the girl said quietly with a fierce tone. Dimensional wall. To connect the scenes, Draco's description is a bit longer. I'm not very good at portraying intense emotions, so it can only be written this way. Without further ado, summer vacation is over, and everyone has a pleasant return to school. Qin Yu has been in this world for over a year. As time passed, especially after entering Hogwarts, the abilities he mastered continued to increase. Among them, he excelled in the regular courses such as charms, transfiguration, and potions, far surpassing his peers. Besides these regular courses, He also received after-school tutoring from Professor Snape and Professor Swinton, rapidly improving his practical skills. After all, Professor Snape was not one to hold back. Sometimes he even went all out, especially since Qin Yu occasionally had moments of brain fog and a penchant for mischief. Having survived under Professor Snape's rigorous training for more than half a school year, Qin Yu also received a gift from Professor Swinton, namely that magnificent alchemical sword. This sword was fully functional. It could breathe fire, freeze, defend against poison, and become invisible. It could change in size and be both soft and hard. Most importantly, it could fly. With this sword, Qin Yu easily realized his dream of flying on a sword. Of course, as a sword, one of its most important functions was its offensive capability. Qin Yu took it and jumped into Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets, where he actively provoked the basilisk, grinding through the dungeon multiple times. Not only did he further hone his practical combat skills, but he also managed to exploit the system's loopholes during critical moments to rack up many rewards. Unfortunately, after a few tries, the system stopped responding when he went to fight the basilisk again. Besides these abilities gained through his hard work and practice, Qin Yu also had several powers granted by the system, such as the high-level disillusionment charm he obtained during Christmas. The disillusionment charm, in simple terms, is a spell that confuses others by changing oneself or a target. The advanced version can achieve invisibility. It was through this spell, combined with some auxiliary spells, that Qin Yu quietly appeared in a certain corridor, showcasing a masterful display of stealth to Draco Malfoy. I must say, this operation was quite successful. Draco was left dumbfounded. However, this was not an easy task. Using the advanced disillusionment charm was already quite energy-consuming, and Qin Yu had to dodge the chaotic spells cast by the troublemaker in a state of emotional turmoil, which took quite a bit of effort since many of his abilities were hard to use while in stealth. Fortunately, with his prior real combat experience with Professor Snape and his reckless challenge against the basilisk, Qin Yu narrowly avoided the erratic flames and water lines, leaving no trace and avoiding the embarrassing situation of losing his disguise and dying socially on the spot. Now that he thinks about it, what Qin Yu was most proud of was coming up with the idea of using the leaves to form those words. Who told me that old Dumbledore is so impressive? I had to resort to this method. He thought helplessly in his heart. The inspiration for this method, of course, came from Dumbledore's message delivery technique from last night. However, while old Dumbledore could make the text appear out of thin air in front of Qin Yu, he could only manipulate physical objects to form letters, which was quite a gap. Fortunately, the overall effect was good. Qin Yu initially achieved his goal. It remains to be seen how Draco would respond. Well, this matter is not urgent. While eating and organizing these thoughts, Qin Yu quickly finished his lunch. Then, he helped Hermione clean her hands and pulled the girl back to the Gryffindor common room. Was there anything you didn't understand in this morning's charms class? Qin Yu asked on the way. Fortunately, Professor Flitwick's content was quite simple so far. However, there was one part he mentioned that I didn't quite understand. After I asked him, he said it would be covered later, and that understanding it too deeply now would be counterproductive. Hermione shrugged helplessly. So, you still want to clarify that point of confusion? Qin Yu looked at her and asked with a smile. Hermione nodded and tilted her head, saying, "That's right. I want to understand. Didn't you say that learning should leave no questions unanswered? That's your study secret. All right, I'll explain it to you when we get back." Seeing Hermione's cute, serious expression, Qin Yu smiled, squeezed her soft little hand gently, and then, before the owner of the little hand could protest shyly, he pulled her to quicken their pace, saying, "Time is limited. I need to teach you quickly." The little girl could only jog along, and her earlier feelings of shyness dissipated in the midst of their little run. Next, the two spent their lunch break studying. I must say, tutoring Hermione is indeed easy and enjoyable. The little girl is exceptionally smart, understands things quickly, and studies very seriously. She can comprehend the content Qin Yu has explained, and sometimes she can even apply it to other situations. Most importantly, she occasionally shows a look of realization or gazes at Qin Yu with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Who could withstand being looked at by such a cute girl? It's fortunate that the public rest area is crowded during lunch break. Otherwise, this girl might have faced some dangers, such as having her cheeks pinched or her head rubbed. Seeing Qin Yu occasionally lost in thought with a look of regret, the girl couldn't help but raise her eyebrows, understanding that this guy was enduring something. After all, she had learned about some of his habits during their time alone together over the summer, and some of his habits she had somewhat gotten used to. However, there were too many people around now. There was still one last question. Hermione glanced at the time, realizing that lunch break was almost over, and flipped to a page in her textbook, saying seriously, "Well, what is the problem?" Qin Yu picked up the cup of water on the table, took a sip, and asked, "Here, take a look." Hermione pointed to a spot. Qin Yu leaned over, paused slightly, and read the content aloud. The key to casting this type of spell depends on the material of the wand core, and then he had just started reading when he felt a peck on his cheek. Class is about to start. I'll go back to the dorm to get the textbooks for the afternoon. The girl, having succeeded in her trick, said this and disappeared before Qin Yu could react. Taken advantage of again, it's so frustrating. Someone thought to himself, did Malfoy take the wrong potion from Professor Snape? Ron whispered to Harry at the neighboring table. They were currently in defense against the dark arts class, and Professor Quirrell's stuttering manner of speaking frequently distracted people. Huh, what's wrong with him? Harry asked, confused. Haven't you noticed? This guy's been smiling foolishly all afternoon. Look, he's smiling again. Isn't it weird? Ron said, pointing to Draco Malfoy, not far away, signaling Harry to look with a slightly frightened expression. Occasionally smiling for no reason can indeed be a bit unsettling to others. Harry followed his gaze and nodded, saying it really is. He looked unhappy this morning, but he has been smiling a lot this afternoon. I didn't think much of it before, but now that you mention it, it does feel a bit strange. Right? If he has not on the wrong potion, he might have lost his mind. Ron speculated maliciously. He really disliked Malfoy, who wouldn't hate someone who constantly pointed out their shortcomings and called them poor. Ha! Harry couldn't help but chuckle softly. Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley, please maintain classroom discipline, Professor Quirrell said sternly. Sorry, Professor Quirrell. We were wrong, Professor Quirrell. The two quickly bowed their heads to admit their mistake. All right, pay attention, Professor Quirrell said, and continued explaining with a lizard in hand. When Harry and Ron raised their heads again, they happened to see Malfoy shooting them a gleeful smile. The two glared back at him, and the three of them exchanged fierce looks, unable to determine who was more intimidating. Then Ron looked at Harry and mimed something on his head, silently mouthing a word. Harry instantly understood from Ron's lip movements that the word was fool. The implication was that this guy had lost his mind, which was why he had been smiling foolishly before. The two then smiled again, but this time more restrained, keeping quiet to avoid another scolding from Professor Quirrell. Meanwhile, on Malfoy's side, seeing the two laughing, although he didn't know what they were laughing about, he instinctively felt unhappy. He snorted coldly and thought fiercely, just wait and see. Once I become stronger, I'll make you pay. Thinking of the mysterious person's message, Malfoy's mood instantly brightened, and a smile returned to his lips. This smile had appeared many times that afternoon, because he was filled with eager expectations and unlimited imaginations for the future. At dinner, Ron and Harry still treated Malfoy's foolish grin as a funny story to share with everyone. George and Fred listened intently, unable to help but glance at the Slytherin table, spending quite a bit of time observing Malfoy before ultimately confirming Ron and Harry's claims. He laughs every 2 minutes on average, and he laughs without any warning. The two brothers exchanged comments. Yes, exactly. Ron nodded vigorously. That's right, totally without warning, Harry agreed, nodding along. Hermione rolled her eyes and said irritably, You two have had your eyes on him all afternoon. Can't you do something else? Malfoy, maybe he encountered something happy. Qin Yu casually analyzed, then waved his hand and said, All right, stop focusing on others all day. It's most important to take care of your own business. Yeah, you've already been scolded by Professor Quirrell once. Haven't you learned your lesson? The bossy girl confronted them. After Qin and Hermione said this, Harry and Ron shrank their necks, looked at each other, made a face, and the topic was quickly passed over. After all, even if Malfoy was annoying, he shouldn't be their entire focus. They had many other things worth caring about. So, the conversation shifted to other topics. For example, Ron suddenly remembered seeing a trophy in the trophy room yesterday that had James Potter inscribed on it. Everyone present knew that was Harry's father's name. You're definitely going to be an excellent seeker because you have an excellent seeker for a father, Ron said confidently to Harry. This made Harry's expression a bit complex for a moment, as father was a word that felt both desired and unfamiliar to him. Now, in this magical school where his parents once studied, hearing something related to one of them made Harry feel both excited and confused, mixed with sadness. It was hard to express the feelings he was experiencing. I hope so, Harry murmured softly. If you want to be an excellent seeker, then train hard. Quidditch isn't something you can just play well without practice. Qin Yu said, half as a reprimand and half to change the subject. I will work hard, Qin, Harry immediately said earnestly. For what Qin said, the young boy Harry listened particularly attentively, clearly treating him as the most important mentor and role model. Seeing Harry's earnest attitude, Qin Yu nodded slightly and then added, "You'll definitely fall behind in the regular training with the house team. So Senior Wood has arranged an accelerated training program for you to help you get up to speed quickly. Will you teach me, Qin?" Harry adjusted his glasses and said expectantly, under the popular science guidance of his good friend Ron. Harry had gained a fairly detailed understanding of Quidditch and had a clear recognition of Qin's strength in this area. No doubt about it, Qin is the best. If he could get Qin's guidance, that would be fantastic. Let's see how it goes. It might be that Wood and I take turns teaching you, mainly depending on who has free time. Qin Yu replied. That's great, Harry said excitedly. He was already very satisfied that Qin could teach him, and he wouldn't ask for more regarding whether it would be alternating with Captain Wood. In a good mood, Harry's appetite increased, filling a large plate with food and eating heartily. Ron envied his friend, thinking it would be great if he could join the Quidditch team, but unfortunately, he couldn't even ride a broomstick well, so joining the team seemed like a dream. With this thought, Ron's mood became somewhat low. Then, when he lifted his head, his gaze unintentionally met Qin's. Then he saw Qin nod slightly at him and say, "When Wood graduates, the Quidditch team will need a new keeper. If you're interested, you can prepare for the tryouts next year or the year after." "See, could I?" Ron stuttered in excitement upon hearing this. "I just said, if you want to participate, you can get ready." Qin Yu emphasized the meaning of his words. "I understand. I will practice flying hard," Ron said with determination. "Well, good luck," Qin Yu encouraged. "Thank you, Qin." Ron's mood improved, and he filled his plate with even more food than Harry, opening his mouth wider than Harry as he ate. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu nodded slightly, just like coaxing a child. Hermione leaned in and whispered in his ear. Qin Yu chuckled and said with mock annoyance, "Aren't you a child too? You call others children. I'm not." "Oomph." Hermione pouted in retort. Not a child. You're already a big kid," Qin Yu said dismissively. "A grown-up." Hermione corrected with a raised chin, dissatisfied. "Dear Miss Granger, only children desire to become adults." After saying this, Qin Yu stuffed a piece of mousse cake in her mouth to shut her up. "You need to eat more to grow up quickly," Qin Yu added. So, Hermione could only puff her cheeks and eat her food. The autumn nights at Hogwarts grew colder. The castle's tall and dark silhouette illuminated by the twinkling lights, just like 1,000 years ago. In a dim corridor of the castle, a small figure wrapped in a thick black cloak moved cautiously. Judging by the height, this person was likely a first-year student. From the direction, this figure was heading outside the castle. The quiet night and empty campus made his actions seem somewhat sneaky. However, it was clear he had a reason compelling enough to risk breaking the school rule against nighttime wandering. At midnight, under the oak tree between the greenhouse and the vegetable garden, the figure murmured this phrase, and as the words left his mouth, his eyes seemed to shine in the night. Indeed, this person was Draco Malfoy, a first-year student from Slytherin House. The phrase he just spoke was something he had seen during a peculiar encounter earlier that day. That must be a very powerful and mysterious person. Imagining the words formed by the pile of leaves at that time, Malfoy couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. Since the other party is a powerful, mysterious person, what could their purpose for seeking him be? Could it be like the legends say, that he has become the chosen one? Thinking of various possibilities, Malfoy's mood grew more excited, and his eyes shone brighter. Dimensional Wall, ahem, it's been a long time since I wrote. I almost forgot the plot, and spent time looking back at the earlier parts. I don't know if anyone is still reading. Never mind, I'll just write for now, hoping to finish this story. Achoo, achoo, achoo. A series of sneezes echoed in the morning mist outside the castle. Through the drifting fog, one could discern that the source of the sneezes was beneath a tall oak tree. There sat a boy with golden hair and pale skin. His originally beautiful gray eyes were now bloodshot, staring blankly at the sky at a 45-degree angle, which had just begun to light up. Dew had soaked his bangs, indicating he had been sitting there for a long time. Not far in front of him lay a pile of acorns of various sizes. The round acorns were arranged on the ground in a regular pattern spelling out 4 letters, from left to right, HSWW, which stand for Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Clearly, there weren't enough acorns to spell out the full name of the school, or even the word Hogwarts. Of course, for a squirrel hiding nearby, this pile of acorns was quite bountiful, equivalent to a small portion of its winter food storage. However, this place, which originally belonged to it for food gathering, had an uninvited guest who stayed the whole night, and this pile of acorns was the result of that person's efforts. The squirrel, not daring to approach to contest or drive the person away, could only watch eagerly throughout the night. "Stay away. This isn't a place for you to play," a deep voice shouted from afar. The squirrel, which had been watching all night, suddenly jolted, turning its head to listen. Of course, it couldn't understand human language, but it was undeterred in its instinctive response to danger. Frozen in place, after a moment of daze, the squirrel took a deep look at the pile of acorns, then turned around and swiftly scurried into the bushes, disappearing quickly. The boy sitting on the ground also sensed danger. His dazed expression was abruptly shaken, and he hurriedly got to his feet. He looked around aimlessly, as if expecting someone to appear, but ultimately saw no one, sighed, and hurriedly left the oak tree. This place was very close to the vegetable garden, and he didn't want to be mistaken by Hagrid as a troublemaker ruining the crops. As the manager of the vegetable garden, Hagrid had to be wary of students approaching the garden, such as the Weasley twins. However, over the past year, these two had behaved much better. With the squirrel gone and the boy also left, this place was left with a pile of acorns, waiting for their final fate. Qin Yu slept well at night. He even had a dream. He forgot most of the details, but he knew it was a good dream because he vaguely remembered a brown-haired girl in it, and they watched a movie about aliens invading Earth, where the aliens had the face of a cat. The dream was a bit chaotic, but very warm. When he woke up, it was a bright sunny day. The sunlight streamed through the castle's windows into the dormitory, driving away the chill and bringing a comforting warmth. After greeting Elvis and the other three who were still asleep, Qin Yu left the dormitory. He met up with his brown-haired friend in the common area, and just like in a dream, he took her hand and walked while chatting about some random topics. How's Crookshanks doing lately? Is he still not feeling well? As they talked, Qin Yu thought of the cat-faced alien from his dream and associated it with Hermione's little yellow cat. It seemed to be unwell since it arrived at school, spending all day in the room without coming out to play. It would have been better to let him stay at home until he got a bit stronger before bringing him here, Hermione replied, a hint of concern in her tone. Maybe we can let him stay with Hagrid for a while. You know Hagrid is always good with animals, Qin Yu suggested. He initially thought the kitten would adapt quickly, so he hadn't paid much attention, but now it seemed they needed to consult a professional. Good idea. Let's take Crookshanks to Hagrid's hut later, Hermione said, her eyes brightening. Hagrid's affinity for animals is undeniable, and Hermione knew this well. With the plan set, they quickly had breakfast in the hall, then returned to Gryffindor Tower to pick up Crookshanks before heading to Hagrid's little hut next to the Forbidden Forest. Once outside the castle and past the greenhouse managed by Professor Sprout, they reached a relatively flat grassy area with a tall oak tree. Just then, Crookshanks, who had been dozing in Hermione's arms, suddenly turned his head and raised it to look ahead. Qin Yu and Hermione followed the kitten's gaze and immediately understood why he acted this way. There was a little squirrel crouching there with an acorn. The squirrel also noticed the three of them at almost the same time and, after a moment of shock, hurriedly fled. However, in its panic, it dropped the acorn on the ground. Is this squirrel about to become a magical creature? It even arranged the acorn into 2 letters. Hermione exclaimed in surprise as she approached and looked at the ground. The acorns indeed formed 2 Ws. As for the concept of becoming magical, that was something Qin Yu had mentioned in stories before. Qin Yu glanced at the pile of acorns and then at the grass beside it, which was clearly flattened where someone had sat. He smirked slightly, revealing a cryptic smile, and nodded, saying, yes, probably a squirrel that loves learning. Gathering food, while not forgetting to spell letters. You're just making stuff up. Hermione pouted, clearly not believing Qin Yu's explanation. But she didn't know how to explain this peculiar phenomenon either. Perhaps a bored Hogwarts student helped the squirrel. Qin Yu didn't argue further, bent down to pick up an acorn, and tossed it to Crookshanks. The kitten curiously pawed at the round fruit in his arms. They didn't linger any longer and continued to find Hagrid. When they arrived at the familiar hut and saw Hagrid, Qin Yu explained their purpose, and Hagrid took the kitten. At first, the kitten was a bit nervous, but it quickly became familiar with the giant of a man, even batting at his thick, messy beard with its paws. Qin Yu and Hermione exchanged glances, both thinking that Hagrid truly had a way with animals. Crookshanks seems to be having trouble adapting to the castle environment. Let him stay with me for a while, and I'll take good care of him, Hagrid said, rescuing his beard from the kitten's paws and smiling at Qin Yu and Hermione. Thank you so much, Hagrid, Qin Yu replied. Thanks, Hagrid, Hermione echoed. Then, Hagrid began to share his insights on interacting with animals, which was his forte. In fact, with many animals, as long as you treat them sincerely, you'll earn their friendship. After a lot of talking, Hagrid made a small summary. Sincerity is indeed important, but sometimes a firm approach is necessary. Qin Yu shrugged and said. Hagrid glanced instinctively towards the Forbidden Forest, thinking of his old friend, the Acromantula, and couldn't help but cough lightly. Ahem. But it can't be said that way. In any case, it's essential to understand the different habits of different animals, so you can treat them appropriately. Qin Yu nodded. Yes, I agree with that. For example, when dealing with a rebellious eagle. In the East, there's a method called eagle training, where you don't let the eagle sleep to build its patience, making its wild nature more docile. I've heard of that method, but it sounds quite painful for the eagle. Hagrid expressed sympathy. A sword only becomes sharp after being tempered. Qin Yu shrugged again, quoting a famous Eastern poem. All right, you're like a longsword becoming sharper and sharper. Hagrid obviously thought of Qin Yu's changes over the past year. Qin Yu smiled, but didn't say anything more, and the topic moved on. Then, Hagrid got up to make tea and enthusiastically recommended his homemade desserts. This time, Hermione had learned her lesson. She waited until she saw Qin Yu eat the dessert before daring to try it herself, worried about damaging her teeth. Thus, a leisurely morning passed happily with the three of them enjoying tea and chatting. Perhaps due to Hagrid's slight allergy to cats, he sneezed a few times while helping Crookshanks with his bedding. However, according to Hagrid, it wasn't a problem as long as the contact time wasn't too long. And cats mostly either sleep or play by themselves, not often being clingy. P.S. For the sake of the plot, Hagrid's allergy to cats is downplayed here. The author also has a mild allergy, but took care of a friend's cat for a while without much issue. Well, I actually forgot about this. Leaving Crookshanks with Hagrid eased Qin Yu and Hermione's minds. On the way back, they passed the tall oak tree, and the acorns that had formed the two Ws were gone, leaving only a pile of fallen leaves. That squirrel was quite diligent, Qin Yu complimented sincerely. Luckily, we didn't scare it. Otherwise, it would be a shame for it to drop so many acorns, Hermione said with relief. Probably forced by life. It couldn't bear to give up so much food. After saying this, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. Thinking back to his past life, he voluntarily worked overtime until 8 or 9 o'clock for just a few $1,000s a month, and on weekends, he had to keep his phone on and be ready at any moment. Isn't it better not to be competitive, not to work overtime, and not to answer work calls on weekends? Didn't he want that? It was all driven by life's pressures. So, whether it's animals or people, there are always things they don't want to do, but have to do. Therefore, some flowers in a greenhouse still need to experience some storms to understand the hardships of being alive and realize that some things cannot be obtained so easily. Qin Yu thought to himself, glancing again at the patch of grass that had clearly been sat on for a long time, but had now recovered quite a bit. Feeling increasingly at ease. Let's go, it's almost time for lunch, he called to Hermione. The latter was picking up a round fruit that had just fallen from a tree, examining it in the sunlight with satisfaction before placing it in the pocket of her robe, then happily walking towards the school with Qin Yu. Previously, when Qin Yu was in the cabin, he had talked to Hagrid about training owls because he thought of Draco Malfoy. Draco Malfoy was a troublesome kid. That was beyond doubt. Knowing this, how could he easily let that kid have some so-called adventure? That would only make Malfoy more troublesome. As mentioned before, Qin Yu didn't need Draco to become good buddies with Harry. At least, he never thought about actively trying to reconcile them. He just wanted Draco to pull himself together to avoid being ruined under external pressures, mainly from Qin Yu himself. Thinking about it, this was less like training an owl and more like being a parent raising a child, worried that the child would become useless due to being spoiled, yet also fearing that the child would lose vitality under too much pressure. In any case, it wasn't easy. Merlin's beard, with all this worry. Lucius should be paying me some babysitting or tutoring fees. Around the same time, in the Slytherin common room located underground in a boys' dormitory for first years, Crabbe and Goyle were excitedly discussing the upcoming lunch. As they talked, they couldn't help but swallow several times. Draco, want to join us? Goyle asked carefully, looking at the blond boy lying on the bed. Malfoy didn't respond, just turned his head to give him a cold and fierce glare. Feeling that gaze which seemed to shoot out green light, Goyle and Crabbe both shrank back, swallowing again. Then, with awkward smiles, they slowly backed away under Malfoy's intense gaze. And when they reached the door, they quickly turned and left, not daring to linger. As they heard the sound of hurried footsteps fading away, the coldness and fierceness in Malfoy's eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by emptiness and confusion, looking utterly powerless and disinterested in anything. Why? Malfoy muttered softly to himself repeatedly. Ultimately, he couldn't resist the fatigue from a sleepless night and lay on his bed, dozing off in a daze. After some time had passed, when Goyle and Crabbe returned, each holding a pile of muffins and croissants, they found their leader asleep, a smile on his lips as if he were having a beautiful dream. Saturday and Sunday flew by in a flash. Monday arrived, and a new week of classes began. In class, Professor Binns floated in midair, recounting a segment of history in a monotonous tone. Well, he wasn't ghost-like, he was a ghost. Harry felt that the content of Professor Bin's lecture was less engaging than his own presence. As he pondered these thoughts, he fought off the drowsiness brought on by the tedious history of magic class. When he instinctively looked around, he unsurprisingly found Hermione to be the most attentive listener. Just as Harry turned his gaze over, Hermione even raised her hand, wanting to answer a question that Harry Potter had no clue about. As for the others, they were struggling on the edge of wakefulness and sleep. Some even started to doze off, like Ron. No, there was one person who seemed very alert. Just a bit too alert. This was the additional thought Harry had after catching sight of Malfoy not far away. There was nothing he could do. Malfoy had been acting a bit strange lately. Unlike last Friday when he kept grinning foolishly, these past few days he exuded an inexplicable restlessness. Right now, Malfoy was clenching and loosening his fists repeatedly, his eyes fixed intently on Professor Binns. Of course, Harry knew that this guy was definitely not paying attention because his focus was nowhere near the professor. Anxiety, restlessness, desire, disappointment, confusion. His expression was truly complex. Observing the emotions in Malfoy's eyes, and recalling how his temper had been so volatile these days that even Goyle and Crabbe were avoiding him, Harry felt that this guy might really have lost his mind, just like Ron had said that day. Thanks to the intrigue of observing Malfoy, Harry Potter managed to stave off sleepiness, staying awake until the end of class, becoming the third person in the class to be alert. Okay, class is over. Everyone go enjoy dinner, the professor said and floated straight to the blackboard, passing through it and disappearing from sight. The little wizards were already used to this. After the professor left, most of the students revealed relaxed smiles after finishing an afternoon of classes, chatting in groups about what to do until curfew. Ron, wake up! Wake up! Harry nudged the still sleeping Ron. Huh, Harry, is it morning? Ron lifted his head, stretching and rubbing his eyes, mumbling. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the surrounding classmates. Harry shrugged, accustomed to Ron's antics, too lazy to distance himself to show he wasn't close, as everyone knew they were friends and it was impossible to deny that relationship. Class is over. We should go, Harry said hurriedly while packing his things. He then glanced toward Malfoy's direction, expecting that guy to take the opportunity to mock Ron for making a fool of himself. To his surprise, Malfoy merely shot him a detached and annoyed glance before turning and leaving the classroom without looking back. What's wrong with him? Who annoyed him? Ron said, looking in the direction Harry was staring at, confused. Who knows? Harry initially wanted to say that Malfoy might really have lost his mind, but recalling what Qin Yu had said before, don't focus too much on others, it's most important to do your own thing. He swallowed the second half of the sentence. I'm only paying attention to him because I was so bored in class. It just helps to wake me up, Harry thought to himself. As they spoke, they had already packed their things and left together to head to the Great Hall for dinner. Elvis, hasn't Qin come yet? Hermione asked, stretching her neck to look behind Elvis, but she didn't see the familiar figure. Elvis had just walked over, mumbling about some herbs' growth habits, and was interrupted by Hermione's question. After a moment of daze, he said, Sorry, Hermione. I almost forgot to tell you that Qin asked me to let you know he has something to discuss with Hagrid and will find you after dinner. With Hagrid? For what? Hermione wondered to herself. Oh, okay. The girl shrugged, speaking in a very calm tone. Meanwhile, in Hagrid's wooden hut, Qin Yu had already taken off his wizard robe and wrapped a large black cloth around himself, busying himself with preparations. That black cloth looked very much like Hagrid's oversized napkin, but it was now stained with white flour and water, resembling an abstract oil painting. However, Hagrid didn't mind too much, as he was more focused on the food Qin was preparing. According to Qin, this dish was called birthday noodles. As the name suggests, it's a special type of noodle eaten on one's birthday, a unique Eastern dish with auspicious meanings. The giant uncle, who prided himself on his passion for cooking, naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to learn, sitting behind Qin Yu with his hands resting, his eyes intently watching Qin's actions. Qin Yu had just lifted the lid of a pot to check on the chicken soup simmering inside, then returned to the counter to start kneading the dough. In the little garden, digging and digging, planting little seeds, blooming little flowers. In the big garden, he hummed a tune as he added water and kneaded the dough, his hands gliding through the flour as if following a spell's casting trajectory, perfectly in sync with the lyrics. Hagrid, of course, couldn't understand the Eastern language that Qin Yu was humming, but it didn't stop him from recognizing that the melody was lively and reminiscent of a nursery rhyme. However, his focus remained on the food itself. He watched as Qin Yu rolled the kneaded dough into a somewhat irregular large sheet, then cut it into thin noodles before placing them into a pot of boiling water. This pot was not the same one used for the chicken soup. The soup had already been set aside by Qin Yu. It should be ready in 5 minutes, QinYu murmured as he glanced at Hagrid's magical wall clock. So, Hagrid waited eagerly with QinYu for those 5 minutes, during which Qin added water to the boiling pot a few times and occasionally stirred. 5 minutes can feel long or short, depending on who is watching the minute and second hands, and as QinYu shouted it's done, Hagrid instinctively glanced at his own large black ceramic bowl. However, QinYu scooped the noodles into a basin and soaked them in cold water. This somewhat disappointed Hagrid and left him puzzled about Qin's intentions with this step. However, QinYu didn't care about Hagrid's thoughts as an observer. He continued working diligently, simmering the chicken soup again. After the soup had boiled for 7 or 8 minutes, he added the appropriate seasonings, tasted it for saltiness, and satisfied, turned off the heat. Merlin's beard. This reminds me of potions class. It's like a nightmare from the past suddenly striking again. Hagrid couldn't help but mutter under his breath, shocked by the complexity of the process. However, his expression quickly brightened as he saw QinYu setting out 2 bowls, including his large black bowl. Finally, it's time to eat. Hagrid couldn't help but exclaim softly. Sure enough, QinYu then used a pair of long wooden chopsticks to transfer the soaked noodles into the 2 bowls, one large and one small. Once the noodles were in the bowl, QinYu added some pre-cut vegetable shreds and egg strips, green cucumbers, red carrots, yellow eggs, colorful and visually appealing. He then used a ladle to scoop the hot chicken soup from the pot and poured it into the noodle bowls. In an instant, the fragrance of the chicken soup mingled with the wheat aroma of the noodles, creating an irresistible and complex scent. Gulp! Hagrid couldn't help but swallow again. The sound unusually loud. 3 minutes later, like a whirlwind, Hagrid finished the noodles and drank the last sip of soup from his bowl. How does it taste? QinYu asked seriously as he set down his chopsticks. He had just eaten half a bowl, but of course his speed couldn't compare to Hagrid's. Although QinYu thought his cooking was decent, he still wanted to hear feedback, especially from someone who was used to Western cuisine. Hagrid nodded enthusiastically and said, delicious. The noodles are soft and slippery, and the soup is very tasty. In short, it's especially delicious. Hagrid originally wanted to use more words to describe this special dish, but after thinking for a long time, he could only come up with delicious. However, QinYu understood his meaning and nodded, saying, that's good. We didn't waste any ingredients. The most important ingredient in these birthday noodles wasn't the noodles but the chicken soup, or more precisely, the herbs and mushrooms used to make the soup, which had cost him quite a bit of galleons. Recently purchased by Hagrid from Diagon Alley at his request, thanks to his general understanding of Eastern culinary methods, combined with the herbalism and potion-making knowledge he had learned over the past year. The chicken soup he simmered turned out to be innovative and even had some potion-like effects, though the main purpose was still the flavor. Based on Hagrid's feedback, it seemed he had achieved what he intended. I'll adjust the proportions of the ingredients a bit to retain the original freshness of the chicken soup. QinYu decided to conduct further experiments with his usual dedication. No problem. Feel free to use whatever you need here. Hagrid readily agreed, fully supportive. After all, he was quite satisfied with this dish and didn't mind being a test subject a few more times. There were still some noodles left in the basin, and Hagrid couldn't wait for QinYu to serve him. So he stood up and used a fork to scoop the noodles into his bowl. Don't mind me. You can finish the rest, QinYu said, noticing Hagrid's hesitation as he scooped the noodles, showing understanding. Hagrid chuckled and happily cleaned out the noodles, following QinYu's earlier method, adding some garnishes and specifically including some onions he liked, and finally, a few ladles of chicken soup, almost as if giving this bowl of noodles a soul. After mixing it well, Hagrid twirled a large chunk of noodles with his fork and stuffed it into his mouth. Slurp, slurp. In an instant, the hut was filled with the sounds of Hagrid eating noodles. After dinner, Hermione took her notebook and went to the library. She needed to find some materials to reference. The content covered in class wasn't difficult for her. She could understand it easily. However, since it was only first-year coursework, when it came to more complex knowledge, the teachers only skimmed the surface and didn't go into depth. Many people wouldn't understand even if it was explained. As a student who was very proactive in her studies, Hermione certainly didn't want to leave so many questions in her mind. Fortunately, the library's collection often provided her with answers to these questions. Even without that guy Qin around, I can still understand these books. The girl placed a thick stack of books on the reading area table and muttered. Her tone carried a clear hint of resentment, but also her pride and stubbornness. Without hesitation, she took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and calmed herself, then opened one of the books she had just selected. Ancient words filled with the breath of time were written on old parchment, as if an aged and wise wizard was transmitting the knowledge and wisdom he had mastered across centuries or even millennia. This association stirred an inexplicable emotion and solemnity within the girl, who soon became captivated by that knowledge, losing herself in it. Time passed slowly, night fell, and the magical wall lamps in the library emitted a soft glow, bright yet not harsh. Students came and went in the library. Some sat down to read. Some took borrowed books and left, while others wandered aimlessly. Hermione, however, was completely oblivious to this, still diligently flipping through book after book, occasionally jotting down notes in her notebook, until a difficult passage made her furrow her brow, pondering for a long time without understanding it. Thus, she instinctively pointed to the phrase and asked in confusion, "Qin, why does it mention this herb twice here, and both from different parts of the same herb?" "Let me see. It's simple. Because the root and leaves of this plant have different properties, they need to be added at different temperatures when brewing potions. This is what Professor Snape has always emphasized as order. Order is one of the keys to ensuring potion success." The familiar voice spoke smoothly. "Oh, so that's how it is." As Hermione spoke, she suddenly realized something was off. Qin, who was not there originally, had somehow sat beside her, books in front of him, answering the question she had just posed as usual. "When did you arrive?" Hermione asked, pouting slightly. "Probably when you turned to page 8. Qin Yu pointed to the potion-related book Hermione was reading, raising an eyebrow. "Why didn't you tell me you were here? I saw you were so focused on your reading, so I didn't want to disturb you." "So what were you doing just now?" Hermione couldn't help but ask her biggest question. "Who knows?" Qin Yu pondered for a long time before saying, "It's a secret." "You." Hermione's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. "All right, let's focus on reading, otherwise, Madame Pants will get angry again." Qin Yu didn't give Hermione a chance to continue questioning, using the librarian as a shield. This left Hermione feeling frustrated. Coincidentally, Madame Pants happened to stroll nearby, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance their way. Hermione had to give up pursuing the matter and lowered her head to read. However, she kicked Qin's leg hard under the table. "That guy Qin is really annoying," Hermione thought to herself. After being lightly kicked by the girl, Qin Yu shrugged and continued reading his book. Surprises lose much of their fun if they are revealed in advance. Qin Yu always maintained enough curiosity and desire to explore the world around him, desiring each day to be different. However, in his previous world, or rather his past life, he felt trapped in the monotony of daily work, finding little sense of accomplishment in the repetitive tasks that offered only happiness on payday, leaving the rest as mechanical and monotonous. Thus, he understood that the inner fear reflected by the boggart would manifest as a desk, complete with a weekly work report. Now he had come to this magical world, pushed forward by an invisible hand of fate. Although he often felt out of control, he instead felt a sense of fulfillment. He cautiously and excitedly explored this seemingly familiar, yet foreign magical world, eagerly learning various knowledge and interacting with all sorts of people, while carefully nurturing a certain little girl by his side. Perhaps the future is uncertain. However, he never considered stopping to do nothing and leaving everything to fate. This is probably Qin Yu's way of dealing with things in this world, filled with curiosity and cherishing those people and matters worth cherishing. Therefore, he could dive into a snake's den to fight a basilisk to improve his strength, or take off his robes and put on an apron to make a bowl of longevity noodles for that little girl. He did it joyfully and found joy in it. "Qin, this is so difficult. Why do the two descriptions contradict each other?" Hermione encountered another point of confusion and asked Qin Yu again. The girl had completely forgotten her earlier annoyance, immersed in the vast ocean of magical knowledge. Qin was annoying, but he had a little secret that she chose to respect, just like how a mother would respect a father's privacy. Moreover, Hermione vaguely felt that Qin would eventually tell her what was going on, so there was no need to rack her brain, trying to guess, and unnecessarily increase her own troubles. Understanding this, after kicking him once, Hermione gradually let it go, focused on studying, and occasionally leaned on someone to rest when she got tired of reading. After looking at the part Hermione found confusing, Qin Yu thought for a moment and said to her, "This might just be a common expression error found in magical books." Hermione tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Books can also have errors?" "Of course. It's not unusual for errors to appear in books. There are many reasons. The original recorders might not have understood the correct steps for potion preparation, or there could have been mistakes during transcription, or even someone intentionally leaving incorrect records, which causes the content of the book to possibly not match the actual situation. When later people discover the truth during practice, they will make different records than before. So that's how it is. But how can we know which one is correct?" Hermione thought of the key point again. "Of course, you have to practice it yourself." Qin Yu said this while raising his hand and waving it forward, solemnly stating, because practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Oh, I see. Hermione nodded, then asked curiously, but why do you make that gesture when you say that? Is it some special casting gesture? The little girl imitated Qin Yu's motion, raising her fair arm to wave forward. She did quite well. That's to add a great person buff, which greatly enhances the momentum of saying this. Qin Yu said seriously. Hermione was clearly confused by Qin Yu, not understanding what great person buff meant and how not using a wand could enhance the momentum of speech. She knew that the sonorous spell could increase volume, but that also required a wand, with a wand's tip resting on the throat during casting. Seeing Hermione's reaction, Qin Yu realized that his words had fallen flat. This Western girl found it difficult to grasp the essence of what he said. Thus, Qin Yu thought to himself, cultural export is a long road ahead. So, adhering to the principle of as long as I'm not embarrassed, I won't feel embarrassed, he forcibly changed the topic. That's not important. The most important thing is to remember this. Completely trusting what's in the book is worse than having no book at all. This is something a philosopher from the East, named Mencius, once said. Well, that's a very philosophical statement, and I've remembered it. Hermione thought for a moment, nodded obediently, and expressed her deep agreement. She looked incredibly serious. What a cute little overachiever. Qin Yu smiled as he ruffled her long brown hair, feeling quite pleased. Hermione shrugged helplessly. She couldn't do anything about this guy, especially with Mrs. Pants not far away. She couldn't protest to Qin and could only let him pat her head. Fortunately, Qin Yu didn't make any further moves. After a brief and quiet discussion on the topic, they both returned to their books before Mrs. Pants made her rounds. In fact, Hermione's ability to spot contradictions in the book indicated that she had already been exposed to more advanced magical knowledge. After all, the simple and fundamental magical knowledge had reached a consensus over countless generations and had little divergence, just like no one would question the simple problem of 112. As knowledge deepens, controversies and contradictions inevitably arise. This is a given. Thinking of this, Qin Yu also felt a sense of urgency, reminding himself not to slack off in his magical studies, lest one day he be surpassed by little Hermione. Thus, he threw himself more seriously into the ocean of magical knowledge. So, teaching and learning together probably also implies mutual supervision. Late at night, as the library's closing time approached, Qin Yu and Hermione were ushered out by Mrs. Pants and strolled through the campus. Along the way, little Hermione chattered about what she had learned that day and shared her opinions on a particular issue while lamenting the lack of suitable materials to conduct an immediate practice to verify which viewpoint was correct. Qin Yu smiled and told her not to rush. Laying a solid foundation was the most important thing. Advanced potions were definitely more dangerous, and without a solid foundation, the consequences could be dire. The magical experiment accidents that occurred in the upper grades every year were the best cautionary tales. The little girl stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed about her impatience. At the same time, she received another piece of Eastern wisdom from Qin. If you're too anxious in your heart, you won't get to eat the hot food. Qin, I'm so hungry upon hearing the word food. Hermione suddenly stopped in her tracks, pouting at Qin Yu. Then, let's have this. I got it from Hagrid today. Qin Yu pulled out a rainbow lollipop from Honeydukes. The candy had swirling rainbow patterns on it. Hermione knew that this kind of lollipop not only looked good, but tasted especially delicious, with a rich flavor experience in every bite. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but swallow. But eating too many sweets at night will give me cavities, she said, clearly not meaning it. What's the big deal? I'll teach you a dental hygiene spell later, and I guarantee your mouth will be clean. You won't get cavities, and your breath will be fresh. Qin Yu said as he brought the candy to Hermione's mouth, and almost without any resistance, popped it into the little girl's mouth. Clearly, Hermione had been wanting it for a long time, and who could resist delicious treats brought right to their lips? Hee. So I can eat whatever I want from now on without worrying about damaging my teeth. Hermione said happily while sucking on the lollipop. Yeah, we're wizards after all, Qin Yu replied with a smile. Many years later, whenever Hermione recalled this originally innocent conversation, she would feel a bit embarrassed, thinking that she had become quite strange afterward. And it must be because of Qin's influence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have experimented with everything after learning a dental hygiene spell. However, Qin Yu always innocently claimed that he taught her the spell purely for dental health and had no other messy thoughts. It was disrespectful to magic, just like some authors who definitely only wanted to write about dental health issues. His words would naturally earn him a good kick off the bed from Hermione or some other unique punishment reserved for the two of them. Of course, these were stories from many years later, and we won't delve into them here. When Qin Yu and Hermione entered the Gryffindor dormitory area through the passage behind the fat lady's portrait, there was still some time left before curfew. Usually, Hermione would head straight back to prepare for washing up and sleeping. However, today, since Qin Yu had ditched her after school, she insisted on having him tutor her in the common room under the pretext of not having completed her study tasks. After all, it's inconvenient to talk in the library, and I have so many questions I didn't get to ask. Hermione explained. All right, I have nothing to do anyway. Qin Yu had no objections. Spending more time with little Hermione was definitely better than hanging out with those guys back in the dorm. Okay, I'll go back to grab some books and be right back, Hermione said, feeling quite pleased as she went back to get her things. Qin Yu also took this opportunity to return to his dorm, put down his stuff, and change into more comfortable home clothes. After doing this, he glanced disdainfully and sympathetically at a few idle kids and sighed, then prepared to find his little girl. You know, his life in Hogwarts' second year was indeed much better than in the first. After all, he had Hermione around. Thinking of this, Qin Yu took his favorite quill and returned to the Gryffindor common room. Just then, Hermione came out from the girls' dormitory. The little girl was quick. In a short time he had been gone, she had changed into a light blue pajama set, which Qin Yu was quite familiar with as she often wore at home. Seeing Qin Yu waiting there, Hermione hurried over with a few books in her arms. Her fair little face had flushed a bit from the exercise, which made Qin Yu want to pinch her cute face. However, since there were others in the common room, he restrained his impulse, took the books from Hermione, and led her to a quieter corner to sit down. Which subject should we start with? Qin Yu asked after sitting down. How about History of Magic? Hermione lifted the book titled History of Magic written by Bathilda Bagshot. This was the designated textbook for the first-year History of Magic class at Hogwarts. Looking at the book, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment, momentarily at a loss for words. Let us save that for last. That class is easy to doze off in. Hermione stuck out her tongue and put down the History of Magic. The little girl was clearly teasing Qin Yu on purpose, looking quite pleased with herself after pulling off her little prank. Qin Yu could only shake his head helplessly, unable to do anything about her. He couldn't spank her as punishment, as that would make him seem less magnanimous. Then, let's go with potions. I still have a few questions I didn't get to ask you while we were in the library. Let me find my notes. Hermione took out another book along with a notebook filled with writing. Yeah, I actually like potions quite a bit, Qin Yu said, having studied the subject taught by his brother, Professor Snape, quite seriously. Then, Hermione began to ask Qin Yu about some questions she had accumulated over the past couple of days. Qin Yu explained everything in detail and in a way that was easy to understand. Although some questions were not typically of concern to younger students, he wanted to ensure that Hermione understood the direction and context of her studies, so he extended into deeper knowledge. Of course, this inevitably put a strain on the young girl's mind, making it work at full capacity and consuming a lot of energy. At this time, the rainbow lollipop that Qin Yu had prepared served to stave off hunger and replenish energy. After Qin Yu stuffed the lollipop into her mouth, Hermione sucked on the candy, and the sweetness brought her happiness, causing her to occasionally squint her eyes in enjoyment before diving back into the rapid mental processing. Just like that, the class quickly came to an end. Qin Yu looked at Hermione's potions notebook and couldn't help but praise her. Your notes are very good and detailed. Receiving the compliment, Hermione happily said, Really? I thought you would think my questions were too simplistic and childish. Qin Yu shook his head seriously and said, on the contrary, some questions are ones I didn't realize when I was in class, and many are questions that can help avoid pitfalls in learning. If these questions are understood one by one, I believe even ordinary students can excel in this subject. The issues Hermione encountered during recent classes were indeed ones he had not anticipated when he had her prepare in advance. Really? Does that mean I'm quite impressive? Hermione said proudly, tilting her little face up. Of course. Just look at whose sister Hermione Granger is. Qin Yu laughed, ruffling her hair. I'm not your sister. I'm a Granger, the little girl muttered. Of course, after saying this, she didn't dwell on the issue but took out another book and another notebook, saying to Qin Yu, Definitely not my brother. Qin Yu, let's talk about herbology next. All right. Qin Yu smiled at Hermione's lengthy qualifier. As he spoke, he casually picked up Hermione's herbology notes. Looking at the questions written on them, an idea suddenly clicked in Qin Yu's mind. And then he rested his chin on his hand, a playful expression gradually appearing in his eyes. Scholar's notes, collection of mistakes. Such nostalgic memories. Qin, your smile is so wicked, Hermione said, leaning away from him, wanting to distance herself from this guy. Miss Granger, you have no idea what you brought to Hogwarts. Future students of Hogwarts will remember your name. Qin Yu said to Hermione in a voice that seemed to be filled with charm. The little girl looked bewildered. The mixture of confusion and slight worry in her expression was simply adorable. Faced with Hermione's somewhat unfair cuteness, Qin Yu couldn't help but pinch her little face. Now that there aren't many people in the common area, we can do something without being easily noticed. You're saying some strange things again. Hermione pouted, feeling somewhat helpless. Haha, let's not talk about that for now. Later, give me a copy of all your notes, and I'll organize them. Qin Yu said cheerfully. Okay, got it. Now, can you teach me herbology? I really have a lot of questions to ask. Hermione urged. Generally speaking, after letting him touch her head and pinch her face, this guy should be satisfied and get down to business, or so the little girl thought. Sure enough, Qin Yu nodded, clapped his hands, and continued the explanation that had just been interrupted. What an easily satisfied guy, Hermione thought disdainfully as she listened to his explanation. The time before bed was limited, and just as Qin Yu finished the 5th question related to herbology, it was already time for bed. Hermione had to leave the remaining questions for tomorrow. Good night, Qin. The little girl picked up her book and waved at Qin Yu. Good night, Hermione, Qin Yu said, casually helping her smooth down a few strands of hair that had fallen by her mouth. Hermione shrugged, pouted, and let out a long sigh through her nose. The little girl felt that time pass quickly. It seemed like they hadn't spent much time together. Yet, she also felt that time was slow, and she had to wait an entire night to see Qin again. Although Qin had once said that if the friendship between two good friends lasts a long time, it doesn't matter whether they are together every moment, day and night. Qin said this was a line from an ancient Eastern poem, and he had even taught her the original pronunciation, but she always struggled with it and was teased by Qin for being tongue-tied. How could she be blamed? Eastern languages were simply too difficult, completely different from her native English. The hardest part was that every word had a tone. Who knew why the same pronunciation could have such complex tonal variations? Qin loved King. Aren't they all the same? Of course. She believed that as long as she gave herself enough time, she would definitely learn this language well, provided that Qin, as her teacher, would be patient in teaching her. So, the responsibility still lay with Qin. Two Qins are like poetry. Hermione silently recited the difficult pronunciation of this poem in her mind, feeling that the verses were indeed quite beautiful and made a lot of sense. However, she still thought it would be nice if they could be together every moment. Unfortunately, Hogwarts had a dormitory policy of separating boys and girls, and she couldn't sneak out at night, like at home, to find Qin and chat with him in bed for a whole night, even though she might fall asleep halfway. Feeling the gaze Hermione directed at him, the emotions conveyed in that gaze were so clear and pure that Qin, you could easily understand what she was thinking at that moment. All right, let's go back. Early to bed and early to rise helps you grow, Qin Yu said, ruffling her hair. Fine, growing up, it's always that line. Hermione felt she really should grow up quickly. Once she did, she could do the things she wanted to do. So, good night, Qin. The little girl said another good night. Good night, my dear princess. Qin Yu smiled. Hearing this title, Hermione couldn't help but smile, and her mood brightened. Just like that. The two exchanged good nights twice, hesitated for a while, and ultimately returned to their respective dormitory areas right on time. Not long after Qin Yu and Hermione said good night and parted ways, the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry seemed to fall into slumber, becoming quiet. After another 15 minutes or so, a slender figure left the Slytherin common area. Upon seeing this figure, readers should immediately guess that it was our old acquaintance, Draco Malfoy, the young master of the Malfoy family mentioned earlier. This young boy, compared to the first time he went out at night, was noticeably different. He seemed less anxious and sneaky, and his steps were much more composed. He skillfully navigated the corridors, circumventing obstacles and avoiding the gaze of the patrolling cat, servant Argus Filch, quickly heading outside the castle. Of course, despite appearing calm, he couldn't hide his underlying anxiety, which was evident from his occasional unconscious glances around, as if he were searching for something, yet finding nothing. His thoughts were just as he appeared, restless and chaotic. It has been several days since he encountered that pile of mysterious leaves in the secluded corridor. During these days, Malfoy has gone every night to the oak tree between the greenhouse and the vegetable garden at midnight, just as the leaves had instructed, waiting for his own magical encounter. However, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. He waited in vain for someone to arrive. Instead, a squirrel, seemingly familiar with him, had the audacity to snatch an acorn right in front of him, though it was still a bit frantic in its movements, hiding carefully in the shadows. Waiting patiently for the patrolling Filch to walk away, Malfoy once again looked aimlessly at the stone walls of the castle under the night sky. What am I doing here in the middle of the night? Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming, unable to grasp why he was here at this hour. Yes, he was supposed to keep an appointment that was likely destined for no one to attend. He quickly answered himself in his mind, but knowing that no one would come, why was he still here? Perhaps it was because of anger? Yes, I am angry, very angry. I want to confront that person and ask him why he played with me. Even if the other party is 10 or 100 times stronger than I am, I still want to get to the bottom of it. However, thinking of the other party as strength, he felt a bit intimidated. He seemed so weak in the face of absolute power. Perhaps there was no need to question him. The other party might really have something to attend to, and as long as he explained the reason, I could understand. Moreover, he did not show malice that day, and even kindly advised me. Of course, even if he does not show up again, I have nothing to resent. After all, he does not owe me anything. As Malfoy thought of this, his mood inexplicably improved a lot. Since he couldn't change the situation itself, he might as well change his own mood. He felt like a philosopher at that moment. Yes, life had made him contemplative. Before long, the sound of Filch's footsteps and the light of his lantern had faded away, and Malfoy stepped out of the shadows, continuing to walk outside the castle. This time, he no longer looked around aimlessly. His steps had become firm. If Qin Yu could know all the thoughts and feelings Draco Malfoy was experiencing at this moment, he would probably be quite moved by his self-encouragement. Soon, Malfoy followed his familiar route, passing by Professor Sprout's greenhouse, stepping onto the flat grass, and arriving once again beneath the tall oak tree. The little squirrel had gathered some acorns, and upon seeing Malfoy arrive, it quickly scampered away with the largest nut it had. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Malfoy's pale, handsome face. Little did he know, this was the first smile he had shown in several days, but probably no one saw it. After organizing his thoughts, he sat on the ground, leaning against the large oak trunk, quietly waiting for the person who might not show up. The night was like water, and the moonlight filtered through the leaves, dim and cold, just like the young man's feelings at that moment. In a room which served as both the office and living quarters of the headmaster, a white-bearded old man dressed in a silver-gray silk nightgown and wearing a flat-top tassel cap turned away from the window he had been facing. As he slowly walked toward a round-back chair in the room, he murmured to himself, "Finally, I don't have to help him avoid Filch today." I must say, the saying "practice makes perfect" really applies to this child. His tone carried a hint of relaxed teasing, as if he had seen something amusing. This old man was none other than the person in charge of Hogwarts, the headmaster, Lord Albus Dumbledore. As the head of a great magical school and a recognized strong figure in the magical world, Dumbledore, though not completely aware of everything happening in the school, could easily observe anyone if he chose to. Just last Thursday night, he had a somewhat informal yet necessary conversation with Qin Yu, and afterward, Dumbledore occasionally used some magical means to observe the actions of this child. Of course, such observation did not involve too much privacy. He merely watched from distance. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to the interactions between Qin and that little girl, Hermione. After all, older people are prone to diabetes, a bit of stretch. Returning to serious matters, Dumbledore did closely observe the interaction between Qin Yu and Draco Malfoy when the latter was hidden. There was no way around it. The magical fluctuations when Qin cast spells were quite significant, and they could not be hidden from him, the world's top wizard. Thus, he cast an invisibility spell himself, hid nearby, and witnessed how Qin guided, no, rather encouraged and motivated Draco. At that time, watching Draco Malfoy, under the repeated verbal prompts from that pile of leaves, shift from despair to emotional breakdown, and finally to rekindled hope, Dumbledore was thoroughly fascinated. Cough, inappropriate wording. Scratch that. He was utterly amazed. As an experienced educator, Dumbledore understood the importance of teaching according to the student's needs. So he did not reject Qin's somewhat unorthodox methods of helping Draco. After all, compared to the cruelty of this world, Qin's actions could be described as gentle and kind. He then planned to see how Qin would teach Draco at midnight. Little did he expect that after making some effort to avoid Filch for Draco, allowing him to reach his destination smoothly, he would wait all night without seeing Qin appear. In fact, not long after midnight had passed, old Dumbledore sensed that Qin might not show up. He was just being hopeful, thinking that this young child probably wouldn't engage in such tactics that only an old fox like him would play. However, until dawn broke and the dew dampened his white beard, looking at the disappointed Draco, he had to admit that Qin indeed played such a game. Truly, he had underestimated this child. Dumbledore stood not far from the oak tree, letting out such a sigh. He did not mean to underestimate Qin's magical prowess. On the contrary, he He recognized Qin's talent and hard work in magic and regarded him as one of the few magical geniuses he had ever seen in his life. What he underestimated was this child's temperament. Dumbledore did not expect that at such a young age, Qin would be so patient and have such a deep understanding of human nature's restlessness and refinement. Describing this child as shrewd might be an exaggeration, but it was certainly not an exaggeration by much. Yes, Draco Malfoy's character was indeed restless. Even from a distance, Dumbledore could sense the turmoil and restlessness within this child. This was likely the main reason why Qin did not keep the appointment, or rather, the midnight meeting Qin set was based on his understanding of Draco's temperament. That morning, although Dumbledore stood by while Draco waited in vain all night, honing his temperament, a smile could not help but gradually appear on his aged face on the way back to the castle. He was delighted to see the methods of this child, Qin. From such methods, he saw the child's reliability and also the hope for the future. Of course, it might be too early to say these things now. He didn't want to arbitrarily impose the so-called hope on anyone, as that would be unfair to anyone. However, this did not prevent Dumbledore's evaluation of Qin from rising significantly. Thus, in the following days, after finishing his necessary work, Dumbledore would take some time to pay attention to Qin Yu and the movements of Draco Malfoy. The latter remained persistent about the midnight rendezvous, sneaking out every night after curfew. Thanks to Dumbledore's covert assistance, Draco narrowly avoided several crises of being discovered and successfully reached the agreed location, underneath that oak tree, waiting all night. As for the former, the instigator Qin Yu, what was he doing? He was studying, eating, resting, playing as usual, and also studying, eating, resting, and playing with that little girl Hermione. Moreover, according to Hagrid, he was also researching a special birthday noodle with him, and from a student information that old Dumbledore had, it was easy to find out that it was indeed little Hermione's birthday recently. So, while Dumbledore waited with Draco for Qin Yu to appear, this guy was trying his best to make the little girl happy. Dumbledore wanted to tell him, do something serious, Barbadison. Well, just something similar. Author's note, it's my fault. However, Dumbledore wasn't entirely criticizing Qin from Draco's recent reactions. It seemed that the child had gradually found some inner calm amidst the various emotions of anxiety, doubt, and confusion, and had changed a lot. At the very least, he was becoming increasingly skilled at avoiding Filch patrols. Dumbledore couldn't help but tease him. This could be considered one of Draco's recent improvements. After sitting in the round-back chair for a while and organizing some thoughts, Dumbledore planned to go to bed. After staying up a few nights with Draco, he was quite tired. However, just as he got up, he saw a figure moving through the corridor through the window facing the school's courtyard. This figure was taller than Draco, but still appeared to be an underage boy. From the direction the boy came from, it was clear he should be from Gryffindor Tower. So who was this person? Truly, Merlin. When you mention Merlin, he comes. A smile appeared on Dumbledore's face, and for a moment, his drowsiness vanished. As an elderly man, he generally slept little, so he thought it would be better to see if anything interesting happened tonight. After saying goodbye to Hermione, Qin Yu returned to the dormitory. According to his usual practice, he would meditate for a while before going to sleep. However, just after he began to settle into the meditation method taught by Professor Swinton, he suddenly felt a surge of inspiration. He sneezed twice in a row. One thought, one curse, so someone is cursing at me. Qin Yu came to a very magical world conclusion. After a moment's thought, he realized he probably didn't have many enemies. Who could it be that was cursing him? After mentally going through the names one by one, he singled out Draco Malfoy, placing him at the forefront. Because, recently, it seemed that this kid had the deepest resentment towards him. First, as Qin Yu himself, he had oppressed this kid too much. Second, the identity he had assumed had led to this kid being stood up several times, so being cursed was unavoidable. This could be seen as a double resentment accumulation. In fact, Qin Yu hadn't forgotten about the midnight appointment. He had been waiting for news of Malfoy getting caught. In his view, sneaking out of the castle at midnight and heading to the greenhouse was definitely not an easy task, and after several days, it was normal for Malfoy to be caught. Letting this kid experience losing 50 points for Slytherin would surely be a rare experience. At that time, if Malfoy could handle it with some composure, then the timing should be just right. However, after waiting for several days, he still hadn't received any news of this kid getting caught. Today, after sneezing twice, he pondered whether he should go see what was happening. From Hermione, Harry, Ron, and the others' feedback, Qin Yu felt that Malfoy had likely gone to the bottom of that oak tree these past few days. Having left this kid hanging for so many days, Qin Yu felt a slight twinge of conscience, although it wasn't much. So, around midnight, he stealthily left the Gryffindor common room and headed towards the greenhouse. Once he stepped onto the familiar soft lawn by the greenhouse, he felt the surroundings were eerily quiet, which made him feel a bit uneasy. This kid wouldn't have not come, would he? That would truly be disappointing. He muttered to himself, feeling a bit frustrated. Just as he finished speaking, he vaguely heard the sound of a branch snapping, but upon listening carefully, he couldn't discern where it came from. Only faint animal roars from the forbidden forest breaking the midnight stillness. Probably just an illusion. Qin Yu shrugged and continued walking. Soon, he spotted the trunk of that large oak tree and the boy sitting quietly beneath it with a head of blonde hair. The boy sat quietly under the tree, his already pale face illuminated by the moonlight, giving it a slightly eerie hue. Qin Yu really wanted to say that this kid would be suitable for a horror movie. However, it was clearly not the time for sarcasm. The boy was none other than Draco Malfoy, whom Qin Yu had arranged to meet at midnight. Malfoy had clearly arrived as promised, and even several times. However, Qin Yu, having come today, still had no intention of revealing himself. He watched quietly for a while before turning to leave. Jade must be polished to become a useful tool. He muttered this phrase, his tone ambiguous, unsure whether he was satisfied or dissatisfied. In any case, his figure quickly disappeared into the ancient architecture of the castle. The boy under the oak tree, although appearing calm and unhurried, still did not choose to reveal himself at that moment. Besides wanting Draco Malfoy to wait a few more days to solidify the effect, he was also somewhat unsure about how to teach this kid. After all, that day he had only acted on a whim to uplift the boy's low spirits, along with Dumbledore's previous instructions, leading him to temporarily hide his tracks and engage in some mysterious leaf communication. Qin Yu had indeed not thought through the specific follow-up actions. During his idle time over the past few days, he had been slowly considering what methods and approaches to use. Well, Dumbledore completely mistook Qin Yu's slow reactions for patience and cunning. However, inspired by Hermione, Qin Yu had come up with a fairly good entry point, and once he prepared a bit more, it should be fine. Of course, for him, teaching Draco Malfoy was merely a small episode in his study in life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Whether it succeeded or not, he himself couldn't say. However, it is better than letting this troublesome child look back on the past years later, regretting the time wasted and feeling ashamed of his mediocrity. Yes, Draco Malfoy should learn his skills well and contribute more to the magnificent cause of the magical world. With these tangential thoughts in mind, Qin Yu returned along the original path to the Gryffindor Tower and successfully arrived back at his dormitory. What Qin Yu did not know was that shortly after his figure left the warm corridor, Albus Dumbledore, dressed in a silver-gray silk nightgown and wearing a flat-top tassel hat, appeared near the bushes beside the grass. When Qin Yu had just uttered the phrase about hating iron for not becoming steel, Dumbledore was momentarily distracted and accidentally stepped on a dry twig on the ground. It was unexpected for him that Qin, this child, had kept Draco Malfoy waiting for several days, yet now he spoke such words. It seemed as if countless restless dragons were racing in his heart, causing him to lose focus and not notice what was underfoot. Of course, this was also related to his lack of caution. After all, he was on his own territory, observing a student he had high hopes for. There was no need to be overly cautious, right? Fortunately, after stepping on the branch, old Dumbledore, drawing on his rich experience, quickly reacted and concealed his presence more thoroughly, so Qin Yu did not realize there was a third person present. However, Dumbledore's hidden state did not last long, as Qin left just under a minute after arriving. This speed was truly so fast that Dumbledore was almost unable to react. As for the phrase Qin spoke in Chinese about jade not being carved into a useful object, Dumbledore, with his extensive knowledge, could still understand it. Moreover, he deeply agreed with it. It seemed that Qin had his own considerations. Since you've already left, then this old man will go back to catch up on sleep. Dumbledore muttered, waved his hand towards the direction of the oak tree, and softly said, "Good night, Draco." Then, like someone else, he walked back into the castle without looking back, leaving one person and a squirrel under the oak tree, waiting in vain for different purposes. Shortly after midnight, at the ancient magical school Hogwarts in the Scottish Highlands, on the other side of the earth, in a city called Salem, 8 time zones away, the sun had not yet set. Salem is a coastal city in Massachusetts, located in the New England region of North America, just 24 kilometers from Boston and not far from New York City. The city has a very old history. It was once one of the oldest ports established by European pioneers in this new world. Another famous event closely linked to it is the Salem witch trials. On a certain day, 400 years ago, in the small town of Salem, 20 people believed to be evil witches were brutally executed, though not all of them were witches. This event had a huge impact on the entire magical world, directly causing the magical families in Europe to withdraw from exploring this new world in America. And it also created a tense relationship between North American wizards and muggles for centuries. Of course, this event was not the only one. More friction and conflicts occurred afterward, and tragedies never ceased. Note, muggles are what North American wizards call ordinary people. Therefore, Salem is an unavoidable place for the entire North American wizarding community. Even the highest authority in the North American magical world, the North American Magical Congress, has a tall monument erected to commemorate those who were killed in the Salem witch trials. The instigators of the Salem witch trials were the wizards' deadly enemies, the Puritans and the witch hunters. Compared to the hostility generated by the Puritans' fanatical beliefs, the witch hunters are particularly detestable. They truly believed in purging witches, even at the expense of innocence. Of course, in the present, the power of the North American magical world has become strong enough, and the witch hunters have long been drowned in the mists of history. It is also ironic that this city, originally famous for judging witches, has now become a gathering place for a large number of wizards, including some secretive, fanatical wizarding groups that use this place as a shameful site for wizards, gathering and spreading hatred towards muggles, expressing the attitude that wizards and muggles cannot coexist. This is also a headache for the aurors of the North American Magical Congress. They occasionally have to deal with incidents of wizarding destruction of the statute of secrecy or even harm to muggles that occur in Salem. Recently, a wizard used a fear-inducing spell to scare a female muggle into madness, causing a very bad impact, and the ministry dispatched 3 aurors to handle it, with over 100 muggles needing their memories erased. Note, aurors are law enforcement wizards in the Magical Enforcement Agency. The involved wizard was also imprisoned in the Magical Congress's jail and faced extremely severe judgment. The aurors of the Magical Congress are just a bunch of bullies. They, along with the Magical Congress, abuse the powers granted to them by all of us wizards. In an old wooden house, a thin middle-aged man with a beard waved his fist angrily and exclaimed, "Exactly. It has only been a short time, and they have already forgotten the harm muggles have done to wizards and the hatred of our ancestors." Another female wizard with freckles angrily echoed, "Yes, they have forgotten. Indeed, this bunch of lackeys. The Magical Congress is just a bunch of excuses, a group of people who have forgotten their roots." Everyone was shouting in agreement, expressing their strong dissatisfaction, because the unfortunate wizard who was captured had once been a member of their small group. They believed that the punishment he would face far exceeded his actions. After all, that muggle who went mad was truly despicable, constantly mocking that unfortunate wizard. Even saying that someone as ugly and suspicious as him would have been burned as a witch 400 years ago. Look at how malicious this human is, perfectly fitting their stereotype of muggles. However, after just a small punishment for such a vicious muggle, that unfortunate wizard was ruthlessly captured by the aurors. This is simply ridiculous. It's ironic. It's an unacceptable humiliation. The thin, bearded, middle-aged wizard shouted again in anger. Everyone responded vigorously once more. They discussed how to condemn the Magical Congress's misdeeds and find a way to rescue their poor companion. However, they ultimately did not come to any conclusions. After all, their group had fewer than 30 members in total, and only a dozen could gather here today. Meanwhile, the power of the Magical Congress was so strong. Thinking of this, everyone's mood inevitably became somewhat low, with anger and humiliation shrouding the whole room. Just then, with a creak, the wooden door was pushed open. The room immediately fell silent. The dozen or so wizards of varying ages present turned their gazes toward the door. They knew that the wooden house was under a special spell, especially that wooden door. During their gathering, let alone a muggle, even a wizard would have a hard time opening it easily. However, just as they were passionately discussing the incident, the wooden door was gently pushed open. This made them all curious about who had come. They saw a tall, handsome man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit and a matching wide-brimmed hat, with a faint smile on his face. "May I ask who you are?" A slender man with a goatee asked, frowning. At the same time, he slowly drew out his wand from his inner pocket, looking very alert. "Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Ian Stanley, but you can just call me Ian," the newcomer said, removing his hat and smiling leisurely. "What are you doing here? Our gathering does not accept uninvited participants. If you wish to join, you need to make an appointment with me in advance, and I will review your qualifications," the goateed man said, slightly nervous. "What am I here for? Let me think." Ian said, showing a thoughtful expression. As he spoke, he slowly paced around, hanging his hat on the coat rack by the door, behaving casually and calmly, as if he had returned to his own home. Does he not even know why he is here? Is he perhaps a fool? Or a madman? Such thoughts crossed their minds. Just then, the man named Ian slapped his forehead and chuckled. I remember now. I'm here to take care of you bunch of useless people. After saying this, he revealed a row of white teeth, his smile cold and sinister. Meanwhile, his left hand had already gripped a pitch-black wand. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the room was filled with the sound of chairs and tables colliding as everyone hurriedly stood up, pulling out their wands. They instinctively felt that this seemingly foolish yet madman was certainly not to be trifled with, and they could not let their guard down. Oh my, what a big show. It's really making me a bit scared, Ian said, his expression showing excitement and thrill, as if he were about to attend a delightful ball. Dimensional Wall, just to clarify, this book hasn't changed its title. It has added 5 new titles and covers. The original title is still there. This is a multi-title testing feature of the platform. According to the platform, old readers should not see the new titles, but I don't know how everyone has seen the new cover. The author is not too clear on the reason. It could be a bug. Additionally, Muggle is a term used in North America to refer to ordinary people, similar in meaning to Muggle, just like potatoes are also called spuds or yam beans. The intruder, Ian Stanley, and the wizards in the wooden house waved their wands. The battle in this not-so-large room instantly began. The battle between wizards is definitely different from the mutual brawling of Muggles. The personal combat power of Muggles mainly depends on their physical fitness, with a limit that is hard to break through, making it difficult to create a significant gap in combat power. It is rare to find someone who can defeat 10 experts of this level in one go, let alone stronger ones. In contrast, wizards are different. With the support of extraordinary power, their limits can be said to be infinitely raised. Even wizards like Dumbledore, recognized as the top wizards in the magical world, do not dare to say they have reached the ceiling of magical power. Of course, there are also those like Voldemort who are trying to break through constraints from a forbidden perspective, pushing further. Therefore, the gap in strength between wizards can truly be as vast as heaven and earth, like a top student capable of attending prestigious universities versus a student still stuck in third-grade math, scoring only 40 points. As someone who once coexisted in the same body as Stephen Swinton, Ian Stanley perfectly possesses all the knowledge of Professor Stephen Swinton and has mastered all the magic he knows. Even some dark magic that Professor Swinton either could not perform or was unwilling to use, which Ian Stanley could easily cast without any psychological burden. Thus, in a certain sense, the crazily violent Ian Stanley is more terrifying than the former defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts, Stephen Swinton, because he truly would go all out. Of course, going all out does not mean he would actually kill someone. Facing a dozen wizards whose fighting spirit was not very strong and whose magical abilities varied, Ian Stanley directly cast a fire spell, forcing most of them against the walls of the wooden house. Next, he swiftly waved his wand, casting a binding spell followed by a stunning spell, easily taking down the strongest among the group, the goateed man, who barely had time to cast half of a disarm spell before collapsing to the ground with a thud. With the leader knocked out, the other wizards basically had no resistance left. Ian Stanley moved through the wooden house as if strolling in a garden, casting spells on each of the dozen wizards, making them scream in agony. Fringo. He uttered the incantation for the explosion spell, waving his wand, and a chair flying towards him exploded in mid-air, sending wooden splinters flying, injuring several unfortunate wizards who fell to the ground, bleeding and moaning, losing their ability to fight back. In just under 2 minutes, Ian succeeded in taking down all the wizard members present in this small group. Indeed, a bunch of useless people. He stroked his wand, which was only slightly warm, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. If only I had a magical longsword. It would surely be a lot of fun to fight. Ian mumbled slowly. Then he remembered a boy who had been excited about obtaining a fully functional longsword and recalled the scene of 3 swords crossed together resonating with each other. See chapter 61 of this book. I really missed that time when No, that wasn't me. That was Stephen Swinton, not me, Ian Stanley. Even if I experienced everything that guy did, I am not him. And the sword that belonged to Stephen Swinton among the 3 had long been discarded by him in that mysterious pyramid in Egypt, leaving it to accompany that guy and the mummies trapped in the dark, ancient tomb. Aside from this body, Ian did not want anything related to Stephen, not even the wand, which he naturally replaced. External objects are easy to discard, but those memories occasionally resurface in his mind. Just now, he even began to reminisce about the time spent with that Eastern boy. How ridiculous! How could he possibly miss that pretentious, slick-talking, superficial kid? With this thought, the pleasure Ian Stanley had felt from beating people evaporated, and his previously composed demeanor turned into impatience. He kicked the goateed man awake, then looked around coldly and said, "Remember, this Saturday at 8 p.m., gather here. If anyone doesn't come, you will face consequences beyond today's punishment." As he spoke, Ian used his wand to inscribe an address located in Salem on the ground. Without waiting for anyone to respond, he waved his wand again, blasting a large hole in the door, and left without looking back. Compared to his polite entrance, his departure could truly be described as extremely rude. Of course, when compared to the various curses he had just inflicted on everyone that brought them pain, blowing off a door was hardly surprising. "Who on earth is he?" the freckled witch said as she struggled to get up, clutching her stomach and wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She really felt that this attack had come rather suddenly and inexplicably. If it were someone from a magical congress, at least they would have said something about the accusations they secretly made against the magical congress. Or if it were an enemy, they should have stated the reason for their arrival and what they wanted. But this person named Ian Stanley simply said he was going to deal with them, and then he started attacking, which was something even Merlin would find speechless. "I don't know, I haven't heard this name before." The bearded man scratched his head and thought for a moment before continuing. "However, I vaguely heard from friends in Brazil that there has been a force calling itself G.A. gathering power in secret recently. Perhaps this person is one of them." "G.A.? What organization is that?" someone asked in confusion. "It's Grindelwald's army." The bearded man revealed the full name of the organization. Upon suddenly hearing the name Grindelwald from their leader, everyone fell into a state of shock. Clearly, Grindelwald's name was not unfamiliar to them, as he had once caused a huge stir in the North American magical world. And although he was now imprisoned in Europe's Nurmengard, he still had a notorious reputation in North America. "Isn't Grindelwald supposed to be in prison?" the freckled witch asked this doubt. Everyone turned to the bearded man, as they too wanted to know how someone who was clearly in prison could organize a Grindelwald's army. Could he have escaped from prison? Someone speculated. This many people gasped. Grindelwald had once been a nightmare looming over wizards worldwide. If he really had come out, who knows what kind of storm he would stir. If he comes out, it might not even be a bad thing. The decayed magical congress needs reform. A quiet young man suddenly said in a cold tone. His reminder made everyone recall the slogan Grindelwald once shouted, "For the greater good." Isn't what Grindelwald referred to as the greater good exactly our demand? The young man's cold tone gradually carried a hint of fervor. "Ahem, Roman, you are still too young." The bearded man coughed, clearly still feeling some pain in his lungs from the kick Ian Stanley had just delivered. After calming the pain in his lungs, he continued, "Grindelwald's ideology is too radical, and he is too indifferent to the lives of others. To achieve his so-called greater good for wizards, he would sacrifice many wizard lives. He is not a person with good intentions. Cough, cough, cough. Necessary sacrifices are inevitable." The young man couldn't help but counter the elder and leader he once respected immensely. "Roman," the bearded man said sternly, his eyes filled with anger. "Sorry. Please don't get too worked up." The young man ultimately didn't want to provoke him too much. "All right, let me continue." The bearded man looked at everyone and said, "Actually, according to my friend, this Grindelwald's army originating from the Brazilian jungle is not led by Grindelwald. As confirmed by official channels that Grindelwald is still imprisoned in Nurmengard, which has been personally verified by Professor Dumbledore. Moreover, the prison is extremely secure, and Grindelwald could not possibly command an army named after him from afar." "Then who are they?" someone asked. "I don't know. They might just want to use Grindelwald's fame." The bearded man said uncertainly, "What about this Ian Stanley's purpose?" The freckled witch asked softly after helping the bearded man sit comfortably. "If I'm not mistaken, he is here to recruit us, or rather to force us to join his organization," the bearded man speculated. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a long silence. There was no way around it. They were originally a loose group, and the most they could do was curse the magical congress and occasionally initiate protests. There weren't any overly radical activities. Now, suddenly being conquered by a powerful individual and possibly being asked to join an organization of unknown origins, they found it hard to accept at that moment. However, some of them thought this could perhaps be a great opportunity, a chance to realize their thoughts. Of course, this included the young man named Roman. The bearded man noticed everyone's reactions. He did not point out and finally said, "There is no point in speculating now. We'll know by Saturday. So everyone go back." Thus, everyone left with their own thoughts, either looking forward to or fearing the arrival of that day. However, the waiting process was bound to be torturous. After leaving the wooden cabin, Ian Stanley did not rest. He followed the information he received and headed to another destination. There, another similar wizard group was waiting for his arrival, and clearly, they would not be pleased with his presence. Ian's purpose in this trip was the same as before, but this time he didn't waste words with them. He finished dealing with this group of wizards, which had even more members than the previous one. In half the time, the reason was simple. He was in a bad mood. He detested himself for always reminiscing about life at Hogwarts, which sometimes made him feel that he had become that cowardly Stephen Swinton, and he had long since rid himself of that guy. His current self was on a path filled with blood and passion, pursuing a grand goal that was thrilling. This was the path a person like him should take. Not like that coward, hiding in a broken school, teaching a bunch of kids how to escape when encountering werewolves and vampires, and then every day idly enjoying a so-called peaceful time, playing teacher-student games like House with that kid named Qin. Thinking about this, Ian felt frustrated. Therefore, to vent his emotions, he acted decisively and coldly, breaking the arm of a wizard who resisted the most into a very twisted shape, even with magical healing. It would take at least 10 days to heal. Be here at 8 o'clock on Saturday night. He dropped this line along with a word on the ground representing the address, and like before, he left through the broken door without looking back. Similarly, the fallen wizards were left in confusion and doubt about what this sudden menace was here to do. Not far from there, Ian slowed his pace and moved his neck and wrist joints. After 2 consecutive battles, even though the opponents were not strong, Ian still felt somewhat fatigued. This was the situation of not being able to enter the core of Grindelwald's army, having to come out and do some menial work. Yes, that bearded wizard indeed guessed some things, such as Ian Stanley being the representative of to recruit them. However, what they did not know was that if someone else had come to recruit them, it might have been a gentler approach. Ian, being new, needed to create a certain impact to quickly gain recognition. This was easy to understand, just like the ancient tradition of a token of loyalty in the East. When an organization accepts newcomers, there must be a certain selection and assessment process. Completing the integration of the Salem Underground Wizarding Group beautifully and efficiently was the answer that Ian Stanley submitted to and its leader, Gellert Abernathy. Thinking of that leader with the same name as Gellert Grindelwald, Ian felt a bit puzzled. The person appeared strong and robust, with a cheerful personality, treating subordinates with both kindness and authority, exuding a leader's charisma. However, when Ian first met him, he was somewhat surprised. He instinctively felt that such a person did not match his perception of the leader of or rather, this person perfectly embodied the image of a leader. His life experience told him that anything that appeared perfect in this world was bound to be false. Just like that kid Qin, although he seemed to have good magical skills and could barely be considered a genius, he was not perfect either. Sometimes lazy, with childish ideas, and indecisive. Damn, why did he think of that kid again? Ian shook his head in annoyance. In any case, out of an instinctive judgment, he had planted some seeds of doubt about the leader of from their first meeting. However, this did not affect his intention to join the organization. After all, everyone had some secrets unknown to outsiders. He indeed needed a stage to showcase his strength. Ian, as long as you complete the tasks we give you, you'll be one of us, said the person assigning him tasks. That was a man in his 40s named Tald, reportedly one of Gellert Abernathy's most trusted subordinates, who had been by his side for a long time. Tald had a darker complexion with obvious Latino features, suggesting that he probably followed Abernathy in Brazil. The organization had indeed risen from Latin America. Tasks? Companions? It sounded quite serious. Thinking of this, Ian couldn't help but chuckle. He then ended his actions for the day and returned to his residence. Tomorrow, he would switch to another area and do this kind of menial work again. This would likely continue for several days until he had control over the underground wizarding group in Salem. Thinking about it, it was indeed somewhat monotonous, just dealing with small fry, lacking any challenge. Ian Stanley lay on the bed in his residence, finding it quite dull, and soon fell into a deep sleep. A butterfly in Salem flapped its wings on the ground, while mist rose from the sea, carried by the currents and monsoons, crossing the vast Atlantic Ocean and blowing under an oak tree on the island of Great Britain. Thus, the moisture at the end of a boy's hair condensed into tiny droplets. As dawn brightened, the light refracted through the dew, sparkling beautifully. The boy slowly opened his eyes. Waking from an uncomfortable dream, he stretched out his right hand to shield his eyes from the direct sunlight, using the other hand to support himself as he struggled to stand up. There was no way around it. Anyone who had slept here for most of the night would have numb legs. It was due to the lack of blood flow. In a few years, a great magician from the East would use the principle of numb legs to deceive a chef named Fan in front of billions of people and successfully trick him into giving away a bicycle. Of course, that was a story for later. Shaking off the dew from his hair, the boy picked up the thin blanket that had fallen on the ground, folded it a few times, and tucked it into the inner pocket of his clothing. Fortunately, he had the experience to bring this thin blanket when sneaking out at night. Otherwise, with the heavy dew, he would have surely caught a cold. Looking at the ground without a single acorn, he raised his head to glance at the treetop, only to find that there were no acorns left on the branches either. So, from now on, even that little squirrel wouldn't be waiting here with me, right? Thinking of this, the boy shrugged and walked towards the direction of the castle. Draco, you are truly pitiful. The boy's figure gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a self-mocking whisper in the wind. Dimensional Wall, previous summary. Ian Stanley is the personality of Professor Swinton. Have you all forgotten? In an ancient pyramid in Egypt, Ian used some means, which was not mentioned in the previous text, but it was very mysterious, to drive out Swinton's personality and took over the body. Later, Ian Stanley traveled to Europe, where he coincidentally encountered Fleur at his alma mater. The Bucksbatten School of Magic. The setting is that she is the daughter of Swinton's crush. Anyway, it's a vague kind of feeling. Ian didn't make a move and left there. Later, he heard about the G.A. organization, felt it had potential, and traveled thousands of miles to North America, which brings us to the current plot. For now, the side stories will be simple mentions and won't take up much space, mainly to adjust the main storyline and prevent it from becoming dull. After all, sprinkling some sugar is best done in moderation. Above all, wishing you good health, and asking for a small free gift. Moi. Harry Potter felt he must be going crazy. Otherwise, how could he feel that Draco Malfoy looked somewhat pitiful, even developing a hint of sympathy for him? At that moment, Harry was enjoying breakfast in the Great Hall. By the way, just a little while ago, he and Ron ran into Draco Malfoy in the corridor at the entrance of the hall. When they met on a narrow path, he and Ron thought Malfoy would throw some cold sarcasm at them. But unexpectedly, the guy just shot them a cold, indifferent glance and walked straight into the hall, sitting down at the Slytherin table and beginning to eat leisurely. Thinking of Malfoy's gaze and his lonely figure despite sitting at a lively dining table, Harry really felt that Malfoy was a bit pitiful. After all, he was just a kid who didn't seem to be very big. He must have encountered some troubles lately. No, I can't be deceived by his appearance. I must see through his true nature. He has done so many terrible things and deserves no sympathy at all. Harry silently admonished himself. Although he thought so in his heart, he still couldn't help but occasionally glance toward the Slytherin table. Harry, did you notice? Ron leaned over and whispered. Huh? Notice what? Harry was taken aback at his words. Malfoy has been hit by the soul-binding curse. Ron said solemnly. Huh? Harry turned to look at Malfoy's position. Ron fell silent. What's wrong? Harry turned his head again and found Ron frowning in thought. Harry, something's off with you, Ron said, mimicking a senior's pose and resting his chin on his hand. Huh? What's wrong with me? Harry instinctively touched his forehead, noticing that the scar on his temple was neither hot nor painful, which made him even more puzzled. Isn't it obvious? I was just joking, and you took it seriously. Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide. Harry was stunned because he realized Ron had indeed been joking. How could something like the Cruciatus Curse happening to Draco Malfoy occur so casually? It was so obvious that he had reacted immediately and had stupidly looked over there. Really, I'm such an idiot, Harry scolded himself inwardly. And why are you starting to care about Malfoy? Ron said, somewhat jealous. I'm not. How could that be? Don't say nonsense, Harry replied sternly. Okay, I'm not the type to monopolize a friend and keep him from socializing with others. Ron waved his hand and then looked at Malfoy, who was quietly eating his sandwich. He continued, I hate Malfoy's character, but I also know he probably doesn't have much malice. He's just used to a good life, and his personality isn't very likable. Of course, sometimes I'm not very likable either. But my cousin Dudley, I can't stand him. He's just a spoiled brat. Harry empathized. Anyway, Malfoy has been acting strangely lately, especially today. He looks quite melancholic, which is totally not like him. That's why I said he must have been cursed. Ron shrugged, perhaps feeling that his words were somewhat inappropriate. Ron added seriously, I'm definitely not concerned about him. And it's not sympathy. I'm just discussing him behind his back. Qin said that talking about others behind their back is not good. Harry glanced nervously at the empty seat next to him. That seat was usually occupied by Qin, but today he seemed to be a bit late. All right, let us not talk about him. After all, he doesn't need our concern or sympathy, Ron shrugged again. That's true. Harry nodded and then added earnestly. Anyway, we're just curious, not concerned about that guy. Exactly, that's right. Ron nodded in agreement. Both of them had the attitude of you don't bother me. I want to bother you. Since the other was sitting quietly like a melancholic prince, they naturally wouldn't actively seek trouble, so they continued doing their own things peacefully. The two briefly chatted, suppressed their doubts, and continued eating their breakfast. Qin Yu and Hermione entered the Great Hall a bit later. I hope there is still good food left. It's all your fault, Qin, for getting up so late. The brown-haired girl complained while stretching her neck to look at the dining table. I already said you could come early. Qin Yu shrugged his shoulders, helplessly. No, I wanted to wait for you. Hermione shook her head firmly. After greeting a few classmates, she pulled the still sleepy guy to sit down quickly. Qin Yu was half dragged to sit down and discovered that there was still a lot of food on the table. Hermione was just worrying unnecessarily. However, the girl still muttered regretfully about what she wouldn't be able to eat today, saying things like it was such a pity. Qin Yu could only think to himself that human desires are indeed hard to satisfy, as evidenced by this little foodie-esque behavior. In fact, he hadn't overslept. It was mainly that he had some trouble falling asleep after a night of tossing and turning. Well, as previously mentioned, seeing Malfoy, who had been waiting for several nights, made him somewhat guilty, but not too much. Then, he used the weak light from the Lumos charm to organize Hermione's notes and did some filtering to generally understand the weak points of the first-year curriculum. Actually, he also wanted to borrow the letters exchanged with his roommate Elvis over the summer, as he had discussed many study issues in those letters, which would be helpful. However, looking at the boy sleeping soundly under the blanket, Qin Yu ultimately didn't want to disturb his dreams and fell asleep himself shortly before dawn. Thus, he slept a bit longer in the morning, while Hermione waited for him in the common area for quite a while, almost ready to storm into their dorm with her wand. Hermione, what are you joking about, author? Am I a magical girl who uses violence? Slurp, slurp, slurp. Qin Yu took 3 big sips of the savory thick soup, feeling his sleep-deprived body gradually nourished and revitalized. This savory thick soup was made from simmered bones, with spices like pepper, chili, and cardamom added, along with ingredients like beef chunks, wood ear mushrooms, peanuts, and daylilies. After simmering, it had a delicate texture and rich flavor. To be honest, this was a suggestion Qin Yu had provided to the kitchen's house elves, adding another delicious dish to Hogwarts' menu. As a young person, staying up late had limited harm. After a good meal, he felt much better, unlike in his previous life, where even a night shift could be quite taxing. Harry, Ron, you two are acting strange today, Qin Yu suddenly said. No, how could that be? Harry and Ron said simultaneously. Then, Qin Yu noticed the two instinctively looking towards the Slytherin area, where Draco Malfoy was sitting, playing the part of the lonely one. Perhaps this kid's symptoms were worsening, attracting Harry and Ron's attention. Oh, Qin Yu thought for a moment and nodded, choosing not to say more. Harry and Ron were both choked up, waiting to refute Qin Yu's insinuations, such as whether they were concerned about Malfoy. However, Qin didn't ask. He seemed to see through something, but said nothing, leaving them with nothing to refute. It felt really uncomfortable. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both chewing their lips, feeling frustrated, yet unsure how to start the conversation themselves. Qin Yu, meanwhile, calmly added some fried onion rings to the savory thick soup and began eating it with great satisfaction. Is that good? Hermione couldn't help but ask. Not bad. The crispy onion rings soaked in the soup. Taking a bite, the salty and fragrant juice perfectly complements the crispy onion rings. So delicious. Qin Yu described to her. Gulp Hermione found it hard to resist Qin Yu's description of food. So, she had Qin Yu serve her a bowl of the new savory thick soup and took a plate of onion rings, tossing them into the soup to soak. Then, the girl also began to enjoy her meal, giving Qin Yu a thumbs up to show her approval of this way of eating. After feeling frustrated for a while, Harry and Ron adjusted their moods, feeling better again, and wanted to try this method of eating, but unfortunately, they had already eaten their fill and could only wait until tomorrow to try it. Breakfast ended quickly, and the young wizards left the Great Hall in groups, heading to their respective classrooms with their books. A new day of learning at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had begun. In her biology class, Professor Sprout had just finished her recent introduction on mandrakes and had the students engage in tasks such as repotting, watering, and fertilizing the herb. Let me remind you once again to remember the habits and effects of this herb, as you are likely to use it in the future, she said seriously in the greenhouse teaching area. Using this antidote herb is somewhat of a bad omen. Qin Yu flipped through his notes on the desk, recalling the key points he had learned. The mandrake indeed looked like an ordinary plant, but once pulled from the ground, Its thick roots resembled an ugly baby that would struggle like a living creature, kicking and screaming with a piercing shriek. This scream had appeared in many Muggle or wizarding literary works, often regarded as a curse. In fact, the scream of this herb, once pulled, could be deadly. Fortunately, the specimens they were handling in class were small, and the damage from their screams was significantly reduced. As long as they kept their earmuffs or earplugs on, they wouldn't have any major problems. Of course, every year someone would faint from the scream when they forgot to plug their ears while repotting the mandrake. At such times, Professor Sprout would feel fortunate that someone had demonstrated the wrong way, providing the students with a very intuitive lesson. However, such hidden sentiments were not suitable to be expressed publicly. She was known for her kind demeanor at Hogwarts. How could she feel glad for someone else's suffering? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to express gratitude for the unfortunate child as contribution. Yes, that's it. This year, the person Professor Sprout felt grateful for was the clumsy Jerome, whom she personally escorted to the school nurse for treatment. Qin Yu, of course, did not care who had foolishly removed their earmuffs. He was simply subconsciously eager to learn more about this herb. After all, according to the original timeline, Hermione would be petrified by the basilisk's gaze in her second year, and the mandrake was a key ingredient for the antidote. Although he would certainly strive to avoid such an occurrence and decisively abandon any options that would interfere with the main storyline when some ridiculous system choices appeared next year. He had a vague premonition that, given the nature of this system, things might not happen as he expected. In other words, just because the main storyline had changed didn't mean the danger would decrease. Such a possibility wasn't absent. According to Murphy's Law, if he felt things were heading in a bad direction, they would definitely head in that direction. It wouldn't hurt to think more about it. Based on this series of considerations, Qin Yu could only place his hopes on improving his magical skills and knowledge, as this unreliable system was ultimately not dependable. After reviewing the habits, effects, and uses of the herb, Qin Yu closed his notebook and then asked Elvis next to him about the whereabouts of the letters they had exchanged over the summer. Elvis told him that the letters had been brought to school and were kept safely in the dormitory. Great. Please show them to me later. I plan to organize some magical questions from last school year. Qin Yu smiled and said. Seeing Qin with a smile, Elvis wanted to say that he could, but he should make sure to keep those letters safe or something like that. However, he reconsidered. Those letters were originally written by Qin, so the ownership should belong to him. It didn't seem appropriate for him to say that. Alright. If you're in a hurry, I can give them to you at lunch today, Elvis could only say. Although it wasn't urgent, if it was convenient, getting them at noon would be best. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Thus, the two agreed to go to the dormitory after lunch to retrieve the letters. Next class will be held in the greenhouse classroom next door. Everyone should preview the relevant content on venomous tentacula. I hope there won't be any accidents this time. The plump which Professor Sprout said as class was nearing its end. After the morning class ended, everyone packed their things and filed out of the herb-filled greenhouse classroom. During lunch, Harry and Ron had relaxed a lot, or rather, Draco Malfoy had regained some spirit, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Their focus remained on Quidditch. After school this afternoon, I'll help you get familiar with some basic rules of Quidditch. Then, when one has some free time, he'll also help you practice, so you can catch up with the Team S training pace as soon as possible, Qin Yu said, delivering the words Harry most wanted to hear. That's great, Harry exclaimed, pumping his fist in excitement. Go for it, Harry, Ron said, his tone complex. He couldn't help but feel envious. Being selected for the Quidditch team in the first year was something many dreamed of. And two people in the room had achieved that. One was Qin, and the other was Harry. Doubly envy. However, one was an outstanding and caring senior, while the other was his good friend. Ron didn't feel jealousy, but rather admiration and blessings for them. After arranging Harry Potter's training, Qin Yu told Hermione that he would return to the dormitory with Elvis during the lunch break to get some things. After lunch, Hermione helplessly watched Qin Yu and Elvis head back to the dormitory first. She then went to the library to continue her repetitive and monotonous studying. Although she felt a bit unaccustomed to Qin not being there, Hermione quickly settled down to read. Perhaps when she focused all her attention on the books, she wouldn't think about other things. Yes, the blue man will only affect Miss Granger's speed in drawing her wand. Thus, when Qin Yu appeared in the library with a stack of letters, Hermione was still fully engrossed in her reading. Qin Yu was used to it. He knew this little witch truly immersed herself in her studies. He didn't disturb her, sitting down next to Hermione to organize the contents of the letters and make some additions or subtractions based on the books. Time slowly flowed by as he flipped through the pages of letters and books. Oh, so you took these letters. Hey, why is there a stain on this letter? Hermione poked her head over at some point. She recognized that these letters were written by Qin Yu over the summer. Did you forget how that happened? Qin Yu knocked on the stain and asked. Let me think. Hermione tapped her cheek, and after a moment of contemplation, she exclaimed, I remember now, it was from the ice cream. One day, during the summer, Qin Yu was writing a reply to Elvis, answering his questions, when Hermione had leaned over to see what he was writing. In her eagerness to read what Qin was writing, she forgot that she was holding a cone of cream ice cream, and without any warning, a large drop of melting cream dripped right onto that page of the letter. Then, the girl was startled and hurriedly stuffed the ice cream into Qin Yu's mouth to prevent it from continuing to melt and drip. Qin Yu could only slurp on the ice cream while finding a tissue to help her clean her hands. A coin-sized stain appeared on the letter paper. But Qin Yu didn't change the paper since he had already written most of the content, and changing the paper would only increase his workload. Looks like you remembered. You ate half of the ice cream yourself, and then stuffed it in my mouth without asking for my opinion, Qin Yu said irritably. What? Is the ice cream not good? Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes and asked him. It's good, but it has a taste like fried chicken on it. Qin Yu shrugged and replied. Impossible. I finished the fried chicken and drank a lot of water. How could there still be a taste? Hermione's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit shy and anxious. All right, just a little bit. Nothing too obvious. Qin Yu adjusted his wording. Fine, since you dislike it so much. I'll be careful next time not to let you eat things I've already had. Hermione pouted and said to herself. Dislike it? I was just describing the taste at that moment. Qin Yu explained when he saw her like this. Since you say you don't mind, then next time I'll eat pickled herring first, then take a bite of ice cream and stuff it in your mouth. The little girl provocatively lifted her chin and said, You really have ideas. Qin Yu once again discovered this girl's cunning side. Hee, I have plenty of ideas. You'll find out slowly, Hermione said a bit smugly. Then, before Madame Pants, the librarian, discovered the two of them whispering, the girl ended the conversation and returned to her book. However, her mood was much better than before, and there was now a backrest in Qin's chair, which not only allowed her to lean back occasionally, but also to consult him from time to time. Studying alone is indeed not as good as studying together, she thought. After school in the afternoon, Qin Yu fulfilled his previous promise and took Harry to the Quidditch training ground. Ron originally didn't want to go, feeling a bit envious and not wanting to be stimulated. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the temptation and followed along. Surprisingly, Adam also came along. Adam, this little boy, usually didn't have any extracurricular activities and would rest in the dormitory whenever he had free time. Today was a rare occasion for him to participate in a group activity, quietly standing beside Ron to watch. As for Hermione, she took the initiative to help Qin Yu organize the first-year magical notes and went to the library to get busy. Qin Yu could only feel a heart full of comfort and wanted to give this girl a big hug. Unfortunately, the proud Miss Granger, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, hurriedly left with her books, not giving him that opportunity. Qin Yu could only think of other ways to reward her. Arriving at the center of the Quidditch pitch, Qin Yu took out a trunk containing various balls. As everyone knows, Quidditch games use 3 types of balls: the bludgers, the quaffle, and the golden snitch. There are 2 bludgers, 1 quaffle, and 1 golden snitch. Qin Yu pointed at the balls in the trunk while introducing them to Harry. Fortunately, with Ron's help and the materials from the library, Harry had already prepared in advance and was not unfamiliar with Qin Yu's explanations. On the contrary, Qin Yu's lively explanation combined with his previous study made him understand even more deeply. Depending on the types of balls, Quidditch players are divided into 4 corresponding types: the beaters who hit the bludgers, the chasers who throw the quaffle, and the seekers who look for the golden snitch, in addition to the keeper who guards their goalposts. Qin Yu also explained to Harry the simple offensive rules and scoring rules of Quidditch based on the different player positions. I am responsible for the beater position, so are George and Fred, while Senior Wood is the keeper. The other players you will get to know later. As for you, since Senior Charlie, who is Ron's brother, graduated, a seeker position has opened up. After Professor McGonagall's recommendation, Senior Wood decided to let you try this seeker role. This is not an easy task. You have to work hard, Qin Yu said at the end, looking at Harry with expectation. Harry immediately became excited and blushed as he promised. I will definitely not let you down. Qin Yu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, let's do some simple training. There are some flying maneuvers that Madame Hooch didn't teach in class. So, Qin Yu took Harry through some explanations of Quidditch flying maneuvers and tried hitting the bludgers a few times to let Harry feel the impact of real combat. It must be said that Harry had quite a talent for flying. Although Qin Yu had deliberately let him off easy, the fact that he could adapt so quickly to the aggressive flying process and perform some evasions, even if those evasions seemed panicked and awkward, was already quite remarkable. Roar Harry raised his broom, made an upward surge, successfully dodging the bludger that Qin Yu hit towards him, and couldn't help but cheer out loud. Awesome, Harry! Ron, who was watching from below with his head tilted back, also excitedly clapped, feeling a strong sense of involvement. Ron, being a bit of a fan himself, could naturally understand Harry's improvement speed and couldn't help but feel happy for his friend while also becoming even more envious. However, since his own level was still quite average, he could only hope to practice more in the future and strive to be selected during the team selection. Meanwhile, Adam also lightly clapped his hands, but his gaze seemed to subtly shift towards Qin Yu's direction, with an examining look in his eyes. Of course, this action went unnoticed by Ron, let alone the others. With the explanation of the rules and the initial flying practice, the sky unknowingly darkened, and the scheduled training time soon came to an end. Harry couldn't hide his lingering emotions and asked about the next training time. Maybe the day after tomorrow. Senior will accompany you to practice some seeker skills. Training should be gradual. You can't be too anxious, Qin Yu replied. Then he took the three little kids and left the Quidditch pitch. I've organized the notes for potions, herbology, and history of magic. The remaining notes for charms, defense against the dark arts, and transfiguration I haven't had time to do yet. And there are many areas I'm uncertain about that you'll need to organize yourself. Hermione placed her labor results in front of Qin Yu, with a modest yet confident smile. Qin Yu briefly flipped through the organized notes and found that the part he had written before was quite messy, while Hermione's was very neat. Very good, better than what I did, Qin Yu sincerely praised. Thank you for your recognition. Hermione's smile was as sweet as if she had eaten honey from the Duke's candy. Here, I'll reward you with a lollipop. Qin Yu really took out a candy from the candy store. After leaving the Quidditch pitch, he had also gone to Hagrid's place to further practice his cooking skills and made some adjustments to the ingredient recipes. Before going to the library, Qin Yu thought that Hermione, the little foodie, was probably hungry again, so he took a lot of candies from Hagrid and put them in his pocket. When Hermione saw the lollipops, she was indeed very happy and stuffed one in her mouth to savor. Qin Yu then took her right hand, which was holding a pen, and used a cleaning spell to remove the small ink stains on it. After that, he carefully massaged her fingers to relieve the fatigue and stiffness from holding the pen for a long time. This was a kind of Eastern massage technique that Hermione had experienced many times before, and it felt very comfortable. Thus, the girl happily ate her candy while enjoying the massage service from the handsome Eastern boy in front of her. The fatigue from writing for a long time was well alleviated at that moment, and she felt a great sense of satisfaction inside. This might be what Qin often said about labor creating value, right? By the way, when he was at home before, he tricked me into doing housework like this, praising me for being smart and capable. Oh dear, as soon as I get praised, I willingly do the work. Does that make me seem foolish? However, doing housework is to make the home more comfortable, and organizing notes is also a good learning process, which is helpful for me. I can't say it's entirely for Qin. I'm doing it for myself too. Hermione thought about these unfounded ideas in her mind, while occasionally glancing at the boy's eyebrows or the corners of his mouth, hoping that time could stop at this moment or that she could firmly remember this scene. The strict librarian patrolled over and discovered the pair of boy and girl who always disturbed the order. Although they were not reading and were doing something unrelated, they weren't speaking loudly to disturb others, so she had no authority to intervene. Therefore, she paused for a moment, then walked away to check other areas while returning a few books that students had returned to their appropriate shelves. Little did she know that others had already been disturbed by the pair and were sitting far away. After all, too much dog food can be overwhelming, and eating too much candy can make one sick. Charlie, is the meat ready? I am starving. I'm extremely hungry. The girl's penetrating and infectious voice came from afar. Charlie, who was baking a large dough ball inside, replied loudly, almost done, just a moment. He then waved his wand to adjust the flame's temperature and continued. Pussy, you can take a shower first. By the time you come out, it should be ready to eat. Okay, my clothes are torn. Give me a new one. The girl walked in and asked Charlie for new clothes, as if it were a matter of course. Charlie knew that this girl named Pussy was not impolite. She simply had no idea what politeness was. At first, he found it a bit challenging to communicate with someone who spoke so directly, as the girl was very straightforward. For example, she would say, Charlie, you look really good, or suddenly ask, Charlie, why are you looking at my legs? The first statement made Charlie's face turn red with embarrassment, while the latter almost made him want to find a wall to bang his head against. Fortunately, he could tell that when the girl said these things, it was just instinctive communication without any deeper meaning. When she said Charlie was good-looking, she genuinely thought so, and when she was curious about why he was looking at her legs, she was truly curious. Charlie could only thank her for the compliment after calming down and explained that he was surprised by the explosive strength of her leg muscles, which was why he couldn't help but glance at her calves. Saying such an unrealistic thing made Charlie feel a bit ashamed. But to avoid actually wanting to find a wall to bang his head against, he had to dodge the issue. Although it felt like she was a bit nervous when she said that, it was clear there was no malice. At that time, Pussy bluntly pointed out Charlie's communication issue again. Charlie could only chuckle, absolutely unwilling to admit his true thoughts while looking at her long legs. Once a person fully exposes their inner thoughts, they would feel utterly ashamed. Fortunately, after a few similar conversations, Charlie no longer felt as flustered as he did at first. These memories flashed through his mind, and Charlie quickly found the new clothes he had prepared for the girl. Among them was a pullover sweater and a knee-length skirt, both in eye-catching red, chosen according to Pussy's preferences. Of course, Charlie also thoughtfully prepared underwear, a pair of black knee-high socks, and a pair of black lace-up shoes. The whole outfit resembled a schoolgirl's casual wear. Charlie had actually struggled for a long time to choose these clothes, unsure if Pussy would like them, as he wasn't very knowledgeable about fashion. After all, Mrs. Weasley hadn't passed down much of a sense of style to him. Do I have to wear this? Pussy frowned as she pointed at the underwear. It's probably best to wear it, Charlie said with difficulty after smacking his lips. Well, I'll try it on. If it doesn't fit, you can help me, the girl said, taking the pile of clothes and heading towards the small bathroom in the room, where there was a magical bathing device. As Charlie stayed behind, he felt a bit conflicted, unsure whether to hope the girl would need his help or not need his help at all. Oh no, my chicken. Charlie suddenly remembered the large dough ball he had placed on a grill. He hurried over, waved his wand, and recited the spell, Indio, with the spell of the flame. A bright fire ignited around the dough ball, roasting it evenly. Watching the dough ball being wrapped in flames again, Charlie let out a sigh of relief and prayed that this food wouldn't turn out to be a failure. If Professor Flitwick, the charms teacher at Hogwarts, saw this scene, he wouldn't know whether to be pleased that his student could control the flame's spell so precisely or to complain about the misuse of such a useful spell on grilling food. Of course, Professor Flitwick, thousands of miles away, clearly couldn't see what was happening here. Pussy was the strong girl Charlie had met at the Romanian Dragon Preserve. Even though she was incredibly strong, able to kill a wild boar with one punch or dislocate a dragon's jaw, she still went out every day to train. According to her, she needed to get stronger through training to accomplish her mission. As for what that mission was, she said it was a secret and couldn't tell Charlie. Charlie decided not to ask further. Ever since they met, Pussy would come to Charlie for food after every training session and became increasingly familiar with this place, often taking showers and sleeping here. This time, the girl was as quick as ever in the shower, less than 10 minutes after going in. The bathroom door was pulled open. She tugged at the red sweater while pulling out clothes from inside and said to Charlie, I don't know if I put it on wrong. Charlie, do you want to help me check? Charlie gulped and swallowed hard, then cleared his throat and stammered. As long as it's not inside out or crooked, it should be fine. The girl felt it for a moment, then nodded and said, not really, but it still feels weird, like being supported by someone's hand. Charlie internally wailed, Psyche, could you not describe your feelings in such detail? However, the girl's attention was quickly diverted. She looked at the big, dark lump on the grill, her eyes sparkling as she said to Charlie, Is this meat? That's right. This is a new dish I learned, called Beggar's Chi. Charlie introduced. Beggar's Chi, this is for me to eat? I'm the beggar, the girl said excitedly, without any sense of self-respect. A friend taught me how to make it. The name just has some Eastern connotation. It doesn't mean you are a beggar. Although Charlie knew Psyche didn't care whether she was a beggar, he still wanted to explain it to her. Does that mean I can't eat? The girl was most concerned about whether she could eat the meat. You can eat. This is prepared for you, Psyche's roasted chicken. Charlie gave up on unnecessary explanations and directly provided her with the answer she was most looking forward to. Great. I want to eat, Psyche said happily. Then sit tight. I'll take the chicken out. As Charlie spoke, he put on heat-resistant gloves and took the big lump off the grill, temporarily placing it on the ground. Then, he found a stick and cracked open the lump. Inside, it was wrapped in 2 layers of lotus leaves, and as soon as he tore the leaves apart, a fragrant smell of meat wafted out, while Psyche was tearing off a chicken leg and praising it as she ate. Charlie felt that his 4 hours of effort were worth it. He silently thanked Qin for providing the recipe for this roasted chicken. After 2 communications from early September until now, Charlie had briefly mentioned a situation and that he had met a friend who particularly liked to eat meat. And Qin had provided him with the recipe for this dish, called Beggar's Chi. Charlie bought all the ingredients and found fresh lotus leaves, as well as clean yellow clay. Although it was strange to use mud for cooking, the outcome showed that the dish was quite successful. Here, S.A. chicken leg for you. Psyche pulled off another chicken leg and handed it to Charlie. Thank you, Charlie said gratefully as he accepted it. Then, Psyche moved a bit to the side with the remaining roasted chicken, indicating her possession of the leftover parts. Charlie couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Taking the opportunity, he also took a look at the girl's new outfit. The red sweater paired with a red short skirt looked quite fitting and highlighted her sunshine and vitality. The black knee-high socks hugged her well-defined calves, revealing a strip of wheat-colored skin between the skirt and the socks. Charlie, did I wear my socks wrong? The girl asked, her little face smeared with oil. Not again. Charlie felt caught off guard once more. No, you're wearing them fine. I just think you look quite nice in this outfit. Charlie felt he might be going crazy. After spending time with Psyche, he had become more straightforward in his speech. Really? Psyche said, extending one foot and lifting it towards Charlie, bending and stretching a bit as if she wanted him to see it more clearly. Perhaps she didn't control the movement well, as her lady's lace-up shoes brushed against Charlie's leg twice. I'll go get you a handkerchief, Charlie said quickly, bending down to get a handkerchief for the girl to wipe her mouth. Oh, then come back and let me show you again. Psyche thought that since the other person found it nice, she would let him see more. After all, she had eaten the meat he roasted, which counted as a fair exchange. Meanwhile, Charlie regretted and reflected inwardly, saying whatever comes to mind will only harm me. As humanity gradually moved away from the primitive lifestyle of eating raw meat and began to wear clothing, from that moment on, the aesthetic of clothing was born, deeply embedded in human genes and bloodlines. Charlie felt that his appreciation of Psyche in this outfit stemmed from this ancestral aesthetic heritage. It was very normal, and there was no need to bear any excessive psychological burden. He splashed some clean water from the faucet on his face to prevent any embarrassing situations, like a nosebleed. If that were to happen, Psyche would certainly seize the opportunity to pry into it, and at that time, he would have to come up with an excuse. However, she really did look quite nice in that outfit, especially the skirt paired with the knee-high socks. Charlie washed his face again, trying to calm down and not act like a clueless muggle. After all, he had once been the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Having seen countless beautiful, cute, and fit little witches, how could he possibly lack resistance? However, Psyche was indeed the most special one. Thinking back to their first meeting, she had knocked a baby dragon away with one punch. That punch seemed to hit Charlie's heart as well, leaving an indelible mark. And when she settled down, she was so small and cute, speaking directly like a pure, unpainted white paper. This contrast made Charlie somewhat captivated. Yes, he had to admit, Psyche was truly an enchanting girl. However, he had just met her and didn't know much about her, so he couldn't express any feelings, especially since he himself didn't even know if he really had any thoughts about her. So, it was better to continue interacting normally. He would cook delicious food for her, and she would occasionally bring back prey from the mountains. Having sorted this out, Charlie adjusted his mood and walked out of the bathroom with a smile on his face. Then, he was met with Psyche's puzzled gaze. What's wrong? Charlie instinctively touched his nose and mouth. Aren't you going to get the handkerchief? The girl asked in confusion. Looking at her oily little mouth from eating, Charlie suddenly remembered that he had indeed said he would go get a handkerchief. I forgot. I'll go get it now. The red-haired boy awkwardly turned back to the bathroom. A bit silly, Psyche muttered. Although she didn't understand much about social etiquette, she could tell when someone was being silly, and today, this good-looking young man really was a bit silly. He resembles a silly animal in the forest that looks like a deer. Both of them thought the other was silly, which might be a form of mutual understanding. According to dining etiquette, napkins should be prepared during meals. However, Charlie usually ate alone at the dragon farm, so he didn't have many rules to follow. Later, when Psyche boldly barged in, she was even less particular about dining than Charlie, so he naturally didn't prepare a napkin. By the time, Charlie returned with the handkerchief. The chicken in front of the girl had already been almost completely devoured, with even some small bones chewed up and swallowed, making her a human food shredder. If the guy to this dish, Qin Yu, were here and saw this scene, he would probably exclaim, "This is the correct way to eat beggar's chicken." However, Qin Yu is currently unaware of the existence of this person named Pusey, let alone the events happening here, as Charlie hasn't had the chance to mention the girl in the brief letters he sent. When Charlie saw the extent to which the girl was devouring the food, he immediately thought of his mother, Molly Weasley. Mom would definitely like Pusey. She's always complaining about us wasting food. And she might even say that Pusey is more like a Weasley. As Charlie thought this, his heart warmed, and he began to imagine the scene of bringing Pusey home. Mom would definitely welcome her warmly. Dad, Arthur Weasley, would probably tell some not-so-funny jokes. And his younger siblings would likely be curious about their new sister-in-law. Ugh, what am I thinking? Charlie quickly pulled his wandering thoughts back. He then handed a napkin to Pusey. The latter leaned in and casually said, "Can you wipe my face for me?" Charlie noticed that the girl was holding a chicken leg bone in her hand, unable to free her hands because she didn't want to let go. Was she still going to suck on it? He thought that compared to bringing Pusey home to meet his parents, or having Ron and Ginny call her sister-in-law, this wiping her face was really a minor issue. Thinking this way, although there was some logical inconsistency, it didn't stop him from convincing himself. After hesitating for half a second, he began to wipe the grease off the girl's cheek with a napkin. To cooperate with his movements, every time the napkin wiped a certain area, she would puff out that part of her cheek against the napkin, and then, realizing this was actually quite fun, she let Charlie wipe her face for a little longer to get it cleaner. Having such close contact with a girl his age, separated only by a napkin, Charlie felt the softness of her skin, and if the napkin were to be removed, he dared not think about it. Watching the girl treat this as a game, he couldn't help but let a gentle smile appear at the corner of his mouth. Only when her face was clean again, and her lips were a rosy hue from the wiping, did he put the napkin away, planning to wash it later. "Charlie, you're such a good person. The best one I've ever met," Pusey said while sucking on the chicken bone, squinting her eyes in praise. Seeing her so greedy, Charlie thought he must make 2 chickens next time. This time they only made 1 because it was an experimental dish, and with Pusey's appetite, it definitely wasn't enough. "How many people do you know? Why do you think I'm the best?" Charlie asked with a smile. In fact, his words also carried an inquiry, as he really knew very little about Pusey, and he didn't even know how to introduce her to his parents. Wait, it seemed he was getting lost in thought again. "A few people? Let me think. It's been so long. I can't quite remember how many people I know, but in short, I know a lot of people," Pusey said, which made Charlie feel a bit sour. He originally thought that since the girl seemed so naive, she must have little contact with outsiders, but it turned out he was not a unique presence. Fine. He admitted that it was his inexplicable possessiveness acting up. However, Pusey's next words left Charlie momentarily stunned. The girl continued casually, "But they either told me to kill or I killed them. No one has been as good as you, cooking delicious food for me and wiping this for me. What does that mean? Just because I didn't tell you to kill, or I wasn't killed by you, I'm a best person?" This reasoning sent a chill down Charlie's spine. Coupled with Pusey's combat prowess, today's boy, lost in some imaginations, had to soberly recognize the danger this girl brought. If he really brought Pusey home, would she also want to kill his parents and siblings? Imagining the Weasley family possibly bathed in blood, the shabby house perhaps turned to ashes, Charlie felt his throat go dry. "Charlie, are you afraid of me?" Pusey's voice suddenly rang out. There was a hint of confusion and a hint of disappointment in her tone, but more than that, there was indifference. That indifference was as heavy as ancient ice, and a deep chill seeped from the girl's petite body, making Charlie feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. The boy found it hard to speak for a moment. He was indeed a bit scared. "Oh, I understand." Pusey nodded. She stuffed the chicken bone into her mouth. Her 2 rows of white, even teeth easily crushing the fragile chicken bone, then tilted her neck back and swallowed it down. After downing the tea Charlie had poured earlier, the girl looked at him and said expressionlessly, "I will leave." "Pusey." Charlie thought of this strange yet beautiful name, and a sour, painful feeling arose in his heart. The girl, however, ignored him, stood up, and turned to leave. As she walked out, she murmured, "Alpha was right. People will only fear us. I almost forgot." However, her pace did not slow down in the slightest, and she walked faster and faster. When Charlie came to his senses and hurried out to look, the figure of the girl in the red dress and black hair had already vanished. "Pusey!" The boy shouted loudly in the desolate and empty wilderness, as if he had lost something precious. After shouting once, he stood there in confusion, wondering what Pusey meant by "will leave." Then he thought of the letter he hadn't had a chance to send. In the letter, he wrote that he had a friend who might have fallen for a girl and wanted to ask the clever Qin for advice on how to help his friend get along well with the girl and how to express his feelings. It seemed that the contents of this letter would need to be changed now. The autumn wind was bleak, and the boy was troubled. Meanwhile, that chaotic thought ultimately returned to the voice of the girl ringing in his mind, saying, "Charlie, are you afraid of me?" Thinking of the hint of confusion and disappointment in her indifferent voice, for some reason, Charlie suddenly felt a pang of heartache. At the same time, an infinite regret arose within him. "What am I afraid of?" he murmured. The boy was troubled, and the autumn wind grew even bleaker. Dimension wall. To put it simply, Pusey's character is set to be straightforward and direct in her thinking, not stupid, and even quite perceptive. so she often seems to make abrupt turns. Because she has her own set of behavioral logic, it makes Charlie feel caught off guard. And it gives this chapter a mix of sweetness and sharpness. This is a small side story, just a couple of chapters, a Charlie extra, and it will definitely intersect with the main storyline later. As the saying goes, do not cross the river of sorrow. The autumn heart is split in two. How should that sorrow be entrusted? Thus, Charlie rewrote the letter, modifying some content. He mentioned a friend in Longchong, but this friend was not asking for advice on how to get along with a girl, but rather about how to make amends after doing something that upset or misled the girl. However, even after writing the letter, Charlie still felt lost because he didn't know if he would ever see Pusey again. Perhaps her appearance was like a shooting star in the night sky, flashing by and then disappearing from his world forever. If that were the case, then no matter how many clever ideas that kid Qin had, it would be of no use. Thinking of this, Charlie felt extremely down. He didn't understand why he had felt such fear towards Pusey at that time. He had clearly thought she was a person as pure as glass. How could such a person casually kill his parents and siblings? Charlie felt as if he had been cursed to become foolish, losing the ability to think properly. Perhaps he would never see her again. This thought made Charlie's heart feel as if it were stuffed with some emotion, making it hard to breathe. However, he could do nothing, as he had no idea where Pusey usually went. Next time I see her, I must ask clearly no matter what. As Charlie thought of this, he clenched his fists, as if all his resentment had turned into anger. He was angry that the girl had barged in so recklessly and then left so easily. How could she do this? What she did was irresponsible, Charlie said indignantly. Humans are so strange. Different emotions can transform into one another in an instant. Just as it is written in some classical Eastern novels, love can turn into hate and passion can fade when it becomes too intense. Of course, Charlie didn't know such phrases. The scene shifts back. On Wednesday, the first-year classes at Hogwarts consisted of charms in the morning and herbology in the afternoon. It was now afternoon, and the herbology class was being held in a greenhouse outside the castle. The first-year content was relatively simple, mainly focusing on recognizing the characteristics and effects of herbs, though it also involved some knowledge of planting herbs. However, the requirements for planting these herbs were not too high. At most, one needed to pay attention to temperature and humidity, unlike mandrakes, which could knock someone unconscious with their screams just from being repotted. At this moment, in the herbology greenhouse, each young wizard had a pot of a very ornamental plant in front of them. These plants had compound leaves made up of oval-shaped small leaves, and spike-like flower clusters with white petals tinged with light purple. This was the herb that the first-year students had recently been studying, white ash. Lastly, let me emphasize again that white ash is a widely used medicinal herb. The essential oil extracted from it is very effective for treating external injuries. And the plant itself can also be used directly to treat wounds. For example, wild animals in survival situations will consciously seek out white ash after being injured and chew it up to apply to their wounds. Professor Sprout held a small bottle of light green essential oil in her hand, explaining to the children in the classroom. Hermione had been attentively listening and occasionally taking notes with her quill in the notebook she held. However, when her peripheral vision accidentally caught sight of the glass wall of the greenhouse, a brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on her serious face. When she realized that they were in class, she quickly pressed her lips together and restrained her expression, but the smile in her beautiful eyes still lingered. Since she was seated relatively close to the podium and was a diligent student who usually paid attention, her contrasting behavior naturally didn't escape Professor Sprout's notice. The plump witch teacher followed the girl's gaze outside, and indeed saw the last person she wanted to see. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively looked at the room full of white ash plants. Last year, it was this kid who said he wanted to use white ash to develop some scar-removing skincare product, borrowing, or rather, taking a lot of herbs from her, and claimed that if he succeeded, he would give her shares and dividends. She actually believed his nonsense. And nearly half of the greenhouse's white ash leaves and flowers were almost stripped bare by him. However, he did manage to concoct a white ash spray, which could be directly sprayed on wounds, making it much more convenient to use. This at least brought a slight relief to Professor Sprout. All right, it's about time. I see that other grades already have students finishing their classes, Professor Sprout said, glancing at Hermione, so we'll end today's class here. The plump witch announced the end of the class. The students all showed relaxed and happy expressions. Be sure to tidy up your personal belongings and not leave anything strange in the flower pots, the professor added loudly. This group of careless young wizards always tended to put all sorts of random things into the herb pots, causing the herbs to become sick or die, which had always been a headache for Professor Sprout. Upon hearing this, the students responded with a scattered acknowledgement, all busy tidying up their things to leave. Hermione was no exception. She hurriedly packed her notebook and quill, checked that there was nothing amiss on the workstation, and left her seat. She slightly bowed to say goodbye to Professor Sprout. The little girl quickened her pace, heading towards the Eastern boy waiting outside. Now that class was over. There was naturally no need to hold back her smile. Well, the teacher couldn't do anything about it now. Dimensional wall, about half an hour later. There will be another chapter. I wrote a long chapter, and the word count is too much, so I had to split it, creating the illusion of 2 updates. Why are you waiting here? Hermione asked curiously. The two usually met in the Great Hall after class, and rarely waited for each other at the classroom door. So seeing Qin Yu appear caught her a bit off guard, leading her to lose focus during class. Well, this was all Qin's fault. She had always been a diligent student. We had flying class in the afternoon, and it went pretty smoothly, so Madam Hooch let us out early, Qin Yu replied. Then, he waved at Professor Sprout, who looked not so well, and she barely moved her cheeks in response, treating it as Professor Sprout, just being serious. Qin Yu didn't mind and left the greenhouse with Hermione. As they walked, Hermione, as usual, talked about what they had learned in class today and asked Qin Yu, the academic prodigy, some questions, such as how to control the pH of the soil for white ash, why the fertilizer ratio varied so much with different flowering periods, and how much white ash essential oil should be used for treating wounds, and so on. Huh, Qin, where are we going? Hermione suddenly asked with confusion as she spoke. She had been focused on talking and followed Qin Yu without paying attention to the direction, only realizing after walking for a while that they were not on the way back to the castle. To the hut, Qin Yu said, hesitating slightly. To do what? Dinner time is coming up soon. Hermione blinked and asked. She actually had a guess in her mind. After all, today was a special day, because I want to celebrate your birthday and make you a nice meal. Qin Yu didn't keep her guessing. Since they were already here, he simply stated his purpose. That's right, today is a special day. It's Hermione's birthday. You said it so easily? I thought you would make me guess. Hermione smiled knowingly, but didn't forget to tease the guy. I was going to give you a surprise, but it seems there's no need to wait until we get to the hut to say it. Qin Yu scratched his nose with his index finger, feeling a bit shy. After all, his surprise wasn't that big. It was just a simple meal. Seeing him like this, Hermione raised an eyebrow and pretended to be harsh, saying, My taste is quite picky, so you can't just throw something together to fool me. I can't guarantee the taste, but I can assure you that you'll be full. Qin Yu shrugged and replied, All right, considering you've put in so much effort preparing for so many days, I'll lower my standard a bit. The girl said with a smile as she linked her arm with Qin Yu's. How do you know I've been preparing for many days? Qin Yu asked, tilting his head. Didn't know before, but isn't it clear now? Do you really think I'm one of those little witches who just scream at you without thinking? Hermione raised her chin and said proudly. Qin Yu had been going to Hagrid's for several days after school, so Hermione was already a bit suspicious. Now, with everything coming together, she naturally guessed what he was doing. Little witches who scream at me? Where are they? I haven't seen any. Qin Yu looked around eagerly. There are no screaming little witches, but do you want to see screaming, Qin? The girl squinted her eyes. No. Qin Yu shook his head decisively and pretended to run away. But I want to see it. Hermione extended her hand and made a twisting motion as if turning a knob. Ms. Granger, please don't be so violent. You have to be a lady, Qin Yu said nervously. So do you still want to see the little witch who screams for you? Hermione stared at him. I only want to see one little witch, Qin Yu replied. Which one? Hermione asked. Let me think. I actually forgot the name for a moment. It was right on the tip of my tongue, but I just can't remember. Qin Yu said seriously. How could you forget? Remember, that name is Hermione Granger. The girl said slowly, emphasizing each word. Got it, Lady Hermione Granger. Qin Yu smiled. That's more like it. I'm going to be the future Minister of Magic, so you better remember this name well, Hermione said with satisfaction. I said that casually, but I took it seriously. Then don't feel pressured. Whether or not we become the Minister of Magic is fine. Just keep a calm mind. Anyway, since you said it, if I can't become one, I'll hold you accountable. You must compensate me with a minister. Then I'll probably have to become the King of the Universe to promote you to Minister of Magic. Where does the King of the Universe come from? Look, my name, Qi means king, and you means universe. Together, it's the King of the Universe, right? You're being seriously ridiculous again. Would you rather believe you can become the Minister of Magic than believe I could become the King of the Universe? All right, I believe you, my King of the Universe. The two continued their nonsensical conversation as they walked across the grass, over the dirt hill, and past the shade of the trees until they reached the little house by the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid had already prepared everything early, waiting for Qin Yu to show off a bit in front of Hermione. Once they entered Hagrid's kitchen, which was actually just a corner of the living room, Qin Yu rolled up his sleeves, skillfully tied on an apron, and assumed a battle-ready posture. "Do you need my help?" Hermione asked, wanting to do something since she hadn't often dealt with cooking. "No need, just sit here and wait to eat," Qin Yu firmly said, pressing Hermione down into a chair. "All right, then I'll wait to taste your cooking." The girl shrugged and stopped insisting, as Qin Yu looked quite motivated. So she decided not to interfere to avoid causing trouble. Thus, Hermione sipped the tea Hagrid had handed her and watched Qin Yu's performance. After washing his hands, Qin Yu approached the kitchen tools and ingredients and began to operate in an orderly manner. He first added water to the flour to make a dough, then kneaded it into a flat cake, and used a rolling pin made from a round stick to roll it thin. Once the dough was thin enough, he folded it and quickly cut it into noodles with a sharp knife. Watching Qin Yu skillfully shake the cut noodles, Hermione couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This guy is quite capable. Of course, she had always thought Qin was capable. In any case, Hermione's eyes followed Qin Yu's movements. Although she wouldn't learn anything from watching, it didn't stop her from being very serious and enjoying the show. Qin Yu could surely understand Hermione's mindset. It was somewhat similar to how he watched DIY or cooking videos on the internet in his previous life, where the creators always tried to teach viewers how to do things, while viewers just watched for fun, and whether they could learn didn't really matter. Unlike watching videos, Hermione not only saw the cooking process but could also smell the delicious food. When the noodles went into the pot and were cooked and taken out, Qin Yu added them to the prepared broth, causing the combined aroma of noodles and meat to waft through the air, making the girl swallow hard. Meanwhile, Hagrid's loud stomach growled beside her. Seeing Hermione look over at him, Hagrid sheepishly smiled. Fortunately, Qin Yu didn't disappoint their expectations and soon placed 3 bowls of noodles, 1 large and 2 small, on the table. "Dig in." Qin Yu took off his apron, wiped his hands, and said to the two in the room. Uncle Hagrid, who had been waiting impatiently, skillfully twirled a clump of noodles with his large fork and shoved it into his mouth. Due to his rough actions, some broth splattered onto his beard. Of course, Hermione wouldn't be as hasty as the uncle. She carefully picked up a noodle with her much smaller fork and slowly brought it to her mouth. Her movements calm and graceful. However, once that noodle touched her taste buds, her little mouth began to move faster and faster. By the time her fork went in for the second time, she was already pulling out more than 1 noodle, quickly wrapping them up and stuffing them into her mouth. Puffing her cheeks out, after finishing half a bowl of noodles, she looked up and happened to meet the handsome face smiling at her. "It's delicious. This is the best noodle I've ever eaten." Hermione gave a sincere thumbs up. "I'm glad you like it. I put a lot of things in the chicken broth, but..." "Never mind. You probably don't care about that right now. Just to eat." Qin Yu initially wanted to introduce the recipe he had come up with, but seeing Hermione's expression, it was clear she wasn't in the mood to listen. The girl chuckled and continued to slurp her noodles, clearly abandoning her calm and elegance. Qin Yu actually thought this way of eating was a true respect for food. However, he still casually reminded her, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you." Little did he know, before he finished speaking, Uncle Hagrid had already picked up his empty bowl and was skillfully going to serve himself more noodles. After all, as a cooking enthusiast, Uncle Hagrid can still serve himself noodles. After scooping up the noodles and adding chicken soup, a large portion of the noodles in the pot visibly disappeared. Hermione, seeing this, widened her eyes and looked a bit flustered at Qin, only to see him shrug helplessly. She quickly slurped up the noodles in her bowl and pushed it towards Qin, licking her lips to indicate her need. When Qin brought her a second bowl, the little girl finally relaxed her nervous expression. "Qin, teach me how to use this." After a few bites of the second bowl, Hermione stopped hurrying to eat and pointed at the chopsticks Qin was using. "Sure, it's indeed more convenient to use chopsticks for noodles." Qin nodded enthusiastically. He then found a pair of handmade chopsticks and sat beside Hermione, teaching her how to use them step by step. First, you need to hold the 2 chopsticks together, pinching the top with your thumb and index finger, and using your middle and ring fingers to support the chopsticks. Then, try lifting the top chopstick, right? Pay attention to the coordination of the 2 chopsticks. Qin taught in detail, and Hermione learned earnestly, quickly mastering the technique. However, her movements were still a bit clumsy. Before she could get a noodle to her mouth, the 2 chopsticks lost control, and the soup splashed onto both their faces. They exchanged glances, saw the soup on each other's faces, and couldn't help but laugh. Qin took a napkin to wipe the face of the giggling girl, encouraging her to keep practicing and reminding her not to use too much force and to control her strength. Indeed, this time Hermione successfully got the noodles into her mouth. "Not bad. You're learning quickly." Qin praised at the right moment. The little girl smiled brightly and picked up another noodle to put into her mouth. Uncle Hagrid, watching Hermione's awkward use of chopsticks, felt a bit puzzled. He had also tried using the chopsticks Qin made before, but found them very inconvenient compared to a fork. So he simply gave up on learning. Hermione didn't care about Uncle Hagrid's opinion. She was having a great time practicing with the chopsticks and soon mastered the skill, achieving the feat of picking up 3 noodles at once and successfully getting them into her mouth. However, 2 bowls were still too much for a little girl. In the end, she couldn't finish. Qin then pulled her leftover half bowl of noodles in front of him and picked up the chopsticks to help her finish. Watching Qin eat so heartily, Hermione couldn't help but grin. Then, propping her chin in her hand, she looked at him seriously and said, "For my birthday next year, I want to eat birthday noodles." "No problem. I'll make them for you again next year," Qin replied, swallowing the noodles in his mouth and nodding. "I want them every year." Hermione lifted her chin and said emphatically, "Okay, I'll make them for you every year." Qin smiled, satisfied with this demanding request. Hearing this, Hermione felt quite happy and picked up the chopsticks to practice again, feeding a noodle into Qin's mouth. "Eating noodles every year. Want till you get tired of it?" Qin asked. "Will I? Such a delicious food." "I don't think so," Hermione replied uncertainly. "Then I'll change the soup recipe every year to ensure it's never the same." Qin thought for a moment and said, "Now I'm looking forward to it." Hermione smiled as she fed him another noodle. "Actually, we can make it any time if you want," Qin said after finishing the last noodle. "Huh? Can we eat it even if it's not my birthday?" Hermione was a bit surprised. "Of course, but for regular days. We can make it simpler, like just using tomatoes and eggs, and it'll taste great too." "That's wonderful." Uncle Hagrid, who had long finished his bowl of noodles, listened to the conversation between the 2 young people and felt filled with anticipation, deciding to learn more from Qin about making such food. As long as he had enough time, he believed he could definitely learn it. Not long after it got dark, Qin and Hermione bid farewell to Uncle Hagrid, ending this brief birthday celebration. On the way back, Hermione suddenly became a bit troubled, frowning. When Qin asked her, she pouted and said, "You put so much effort into celebrating my birthday. How should I celebrate yours?" "I don't care. I'm really looking forward to your birthday gift." Qin raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "Ugh, that's a tough question," Hermione said, drooping her head. "It's okay. Take your time to think about it. My birthday is still a while away." Qin comforted her. "All right." Hermione temporarily gave up on the brain-teasing question. After all, if she really couldn't think of a gift, she could always just stuff herself into a gift box and tie a bow on it to give to this guy. Thinking of this outrageous idea, the girl's distress disappeared, and an undisguised smile appeared on her face, finding it surely amusing. As for why Qin asked her what she was laughing about, she wouldn't tell him. "It's so nice to be here for school. We can celebrate birthdays together," the girl suddenly sighed. "Yeah, it really is," Qin replied with a sigh as well. Then, the girl stopped talking and reached out to hold his hand, which was a size larger than hers. The autumn breeze blew. The night was cool as water, but warmth flowed from their clasped hands. In the library, Hermione resembled a little cat that had eaten and drunk enough. Her eyes soft and her whole body languid. At the same time, she was a bit restless like a kitten, occasionally tapping Qin's shoes with her small leather-shod foot, making a soft tap-tap-tap sound. Or when she got tired of reading, she would lean back against Qin's shoulder with the book in hand, her head moving restlessly, prompting him to rub her head a few times to calm her down and stop her fidgeting. She actually wanted to rest her head on Qin's lap, just like at home, with her head on his firm legs and her feet resting on the armrest of the sofa, where she could look up and see his chin, nose, and eyebrows, and read interesting passages from the book to him. Thinking about it now felt very pleasant. Unfortunately, this was the Hogwarts library, and she had to be mindful of her behavior. Thinking this way, staying here wasn't all good. Of course, she was just slightly complaining. Heaven knows how happy she was to be at Hogwarts, to be in school with Qin, learning magical spells together, which made her excited for a long time. Even if learning magic was much harder than her previous schooling, she relished it, especially since there was a top student like Qin around. No difficult problem could stump him. Plus, they could celebrate birthdays together. So nice. Thinking of this, she rested her head on the table, propping her chin up with one hand, squinting her eyes as she looked at the Eastern boy who was seriously reading. As she watched, she couldn't help but nibble her lip. Then, for some inexplicable reason, she thought, it would be great to grow up quickly. What would it be like when I grow up? Suddenly, her cheek was pinched, and she pouted in dissatisfaction. The owner of that hand said helplessly, "Hermione, focus on your reading. You haven't turned this page in a long time. I don't want to read It's My Birthday today. I want to be a Hermione who doesn't love studying for a day," she said, hugging his arm and saying silly things. "What do you want to do? Do you want me to take you somewhere else?" Qin Yu closed the book and looked at her rosy little face. No need, it's fine here. I just want to watch you study. The girl continued to smile, foolishly. All right then. Qin Yu shrugged, respecting her wishes. He couldn't help but pinch her cheek, muttering, so silly. Then he opened the book again and continued to read, occasionally taking notes, but the little girl beside him was still being mischievous, disrupting his studies. There was no way around it. It was her birthday today, so he had to endure it. At that moment, Qin Yu began to miss the days spent at Granger's house during the holidays. At least there, if he couldn't take it anymore, he could punish the mischievous girl. But in the Hogwarts library, he felt constrained. Hermione's satisfaction with her birthday gift made Qin Yu feel that the busy time spent recently had yielded a good result. Of course, being able to celebrate her birthday with her was a good result in itself. Therefore, he was in a relatively good mood today. This good mood significantly improved his efficiency. And even with Hermione, who was like a little kitten causing trouble, he still managed to complete the final organization of his first-year study notes that night. Studying, whether in the Muggle world or the magical world, follows a basic principle. You reap what you sow. He did not deny that there are exceptionally talented individuals in the history of magic, but even those gifted individuals had to study hard. To give an inappropriate example, if Voldemort hadn't worked hard and had a thirst for knowledge, he wouldn't even know what a Horcrux was. So, learning cannot be neglected. Therefore, introducing some learning methods from the mysterious East into the magical world has its positive significance. At least it can help some mischief makers fill in their weak foundational knowledge. This way, he could take them further. Thinking about these things, Qin Yu closed his notebook, feeling much lighter. Then he turned his head to look and just happened to meet Hermione's guilty-looking eyes as she raised her head. He then followed her gaze down and discovered that the hem of his robe had been twisted into a bunch by her at some point, tangled with another bunch formed by her own robe, creating a knot. Seeing the scene, Qin Yu felt a headache coming on and thought, this girl is really bored. It was a good thing he hadn't stood up just now. Otherwise, they would have both fallen over. Hey, I'll untie it for you now. After being caught in her act, Hermione stuck out her tongue and began to lower her head to untie the knot. However, after a couple of tugs, she couldn't manage it. He didn't know how she had tied it, but it was quite secure. All right, let me do it. Qin Yu hooked her chin, lifting her head up. You do it. The little girl obediently nodded, straightening her body to give him space. Qin Yu leaned down to untie the big knot. It must be said that the knot Hermione tied was indeed quite tight. Even Qin Yu, when he tried to untie it himself, had to expend some effort. Fortunately, with great effort comes great results, and after his hard work, he finally managed to loosen one end, and then the knot was easily resolved. However, just as he was about to completely untie the knot, two small hands held his head from left and right, and then two soft things brushed against his forehead and quickly pulled away. When he looked up, he saw Hermione looking up at the ceiling, pursing her lips, acting as if nothing had happened. That's just taking advantage of me when I'm not paying attention. Only in the library could she be so bold. Let's go. We are heading back. He quickly packed up his books and stationery, pulling Hermione away from the library. Hermione let him pull her toward the Gryffindor Tower, but felt more and more anxious inside, as she noticed that Qin was taking some unfamiliar paths and corridors. It's my birthday today. He shouldn't punish me, right? The girl thought to herself. She felt both nervous and somewhat expectant. In any case, the journey from the library to the dormitory took them twice as long as usual, because Qin Yu took a detour. Of course, occasionally taking a different route is also a nice experience. Late at night, Hermione lay in bed in a good mood, closed her eyes, and prepared to sleep. She felt that she would definitely have a sweet dream tonight, if only she could control the content of her dreams, making whoever she wanted appear and doing whatever she wanted. For example, having Qin and herself appear in their home in London, both looking like adults, leaning on the couch reading books without being disturbed. What if there aren't just two of us? Will we have kids as big as Qin and I are now? Would they also be sent to Hogwarts to study? And Crookshanks, would he have kittens? How many kittens would there be? As she pondered these thoughts, her mind gradually became chaotic and blurry, and she eventually fell into a deep sleep without realizing when. Soon, the corners of her mouth clearly showed that she was dreaming of something fun. On the other side, in the boys' dormitory, Qin Yu had just finished his busy work. He sorted his notes again and used a simple copying spell to make 3 copies of them. After finishing this, he looked at the thick stack of notebooks in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Well, there isn't much I can do. I can only say that a master leads you to the door, but the practice depends on the individual. Thinking of this, Qin Yu stretched and planned to sleep. Lying in bed, he subconsciously touched his forehead, feeling a bit confused, with thoughts starting and stopping, making it hard to calm down and fall asleep. Then, He inexplicably remembered something he once wrote to Hermione in a letter. If you dream about someone, that person will have insomnia. So, could it be that someone dreamed of him? Which is why he couldn't sleep now. The sun rises and sets. The moon changes from bright and round to looking like a pie with a piece bitten out. And the stars in the sky arrange themselves into orderly shapes. The changes of the sun, moon, and stars are something even Hogwarts students, after their weekly astronomy class, rarely pay much attention to. Of course, just because few people notice doesn't mean no one does. For example, some young wizards who return to the dormitory from the library at night might occasionally look up at the bright moon above them or the twinkling stars, marveling at the beauty of the night sky. And then there are some mischievous kids who sneak out at midnight, staring at the night sky in a daze, contemplating the vastness of the universe and their own insignificance. It was midnight on Friday, or more accurately, it was already early Saturday morning. Draco Malfoy was one of those sitting under an oak tree, staring at the starry sky in a daze. He thought that he might be the only one at Hogwarts looking at the starry sky right now. After all, the patrolling Filch probably didn't have the leisure to gaze at the stars. His eyes were fixed on various dark corners, trying to catch a student breaking the rules, so he could deduct points from a house. Oh, Filch is looking for me, and I've already run away, Malfoy thought to himself. After waiting for a week, he felt he could give up this fruitless waiting. It would be impossible to say he had no resentment towards that mysterious person. But he also knew that in the other SIs, he might just be an insignificant character, someone to be casually mocked. After waiting foolishly for a week, the only realization he had was that he was weak and helpless, someone no one cared about. It seemed that from now on, he would have to let Harry Potter bully him. Malfoy arrived at this sad conclusion. After a week of buffering, he found that he could perhaps accept this status quo, rather than feeling desperate enough to want to escape like a few days ago. Is this considered growth? Malfoy scratched his chin, mumbling uncertainly. However, no one responded to him. Only the sound of the wind and the rustling of leaves. Leaves? Malfoy instinctively made a sound of uncertainty. Then, he saw leaves flying and swirling under the oak tree, as if caught in a small tornado. The leaf tornado flew a short distance away, spinning faster and faster, gradually forming a shadowy figure. In a daze, the shadow revealed a human outline. Soon, the tornado stopped, leaves falling down, and a tall figure stood there. Malfoy was stunned for a moment, then rubbed his eyes hard, trying to see the person who had suddenly appeared in the starlight. The person was wearing a black hooded robe and a black metal mask, making it impossible to discern age or appearance. Is it him, the mysterious person? Malfoy thought of a possibility, his eyes widening, and he hurriedly stood up, about to ask a question. Who would have thought that the person would speak first? Correct. You have passed the test. Test? Malfoy couldn't help but repeat the word, filled with confusion and excitement, although he didn't know what the test was. If he guessed correctly, passing the test meant there would be a reward. Sure enough, the person nodded and said, "Yes, this was a test of your patience. And since you're still here waiting for me today, I am very satisfied and have decided to fulfill my previous promise." The previous promise was to make him stronger. Strong enough not to be bullied by Harry Potter or even Qin. So is this promise being fulfilled now? The week of waiting was not in vain. The joy in Malfoy's heart could no longer be concealed, a smile appearing on his face as he excitedly said, "Can you really make me stronger? What should I do?" Of course, as long as you have enough perseverance and are mentally prepared to become stronger. The person said lightly, I have perseverance. I'm ready." Malfoy nodded vigorously. However, after saying this, he felt inexplicably uneasy. After all, in the magical world, methods that could quickly make someone stronger were often evil. And he, as a pure-blood wizard descendant of the sacred 28 families, was he really going to choose the path of evil? He struggled internally. Just then, a thick book-like object fell to the ground in front of him with a thud, stirring up a cloud of grass clippings and a few dried leaves. "This is for you," the person said in a calm tone. Thank you. Malfoy expressed his gratitude repeatedly, rushing forward to pick up the book and hug it to his chest. It was an ancient-looking book made of parchment, and it felt heavy in his arms. This should be a book recording mysterious magic, Malfoy guessed. He barely made out the words on the cover in the starlight. And read a very strange title, Hogwarts First-Year Magic Knowledge Compendium. What is this? He looked up in confusion at the masked person, while a strange thought arose in his heart. This can't really be what the title says, a complete guide to first-year magic knowledge, right? What confused? The person's tone carried a clear hint of mockery. No, Malfoy didn't know what to say. He wasn't confused. He was a bit dazed. Child, you lack the necessary respect for knowledge, the person said in a disappointed tone. I just think the knowledge at school is too dull and boring, Malfoy expressed his inner thoughts. Knowledge is never meant to please you. If you want to become strong, you must have enough respect and reverence for it. The person switched to a tone that was indifferent yet serious. Malfoy listened half understanding, but it didn't prevent him from feeling that the mysterious masked person was making a lot of sense. It seems the test I gave you is still not enough. If your desire to become stronger is still there, then read this notebook thoroughly. I will come back at this time next Friday. After saying this, the mysterious masked person didn't wait for Malfoy to respond and gradually disappeared from the spot. Malfoy stood under the oak tree holding this thick notebook, feeling a bit at a loss. After a while, he flipped through the Hogwarts first-year knowledge compendium and found a line of small text on the title page. But it was too dark to see clearly. He couldn't help but take out a glowing small ball from his pocket to illuminate the text, which was written in red ink. Read it yourself. Do not share with others. Is red a warning? Thinking of this, Malfoy's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, he felt a surge of excitement. Since it's forbidden to show it to others, it must mean this notebook's content is very valuable, right? The mysterious masked person wouldn't casually give him an ordinary notebook. He must cherish this opportunity. He said this is another test, so I must read this notebook carefully. As long as I pass this test, he will definitely teach me more powerful magic, and I will surely become very strong. Malfoy hugged the notebook tightly, feeling more and more invigorated, his steps becoming lighter as he quickly disappeared into the depths of the path leading to the castle. After Malfoy's figure vanished into the night, another tall figure appeared under the oak tree, the same one who had just disappeared, wearing a black robe and a mask. The person murmured, teaching a lesson still has to be so mysterious. This troublesome child is really hard to handle. After saying this, he also stepped towards the direction of the castle. As he walked, the mask was removed, and his originally tall figure became slightly shorter, revealing that he was a boy who hadn't fully grown. The mask is really useful. I kind of miss that Swinton guy. The boy's voice faded into the night wind, as if carried far away by the breeze. Ian Stanley had a long and strange dream. He dreamed of being in a darkness where no light could be seen, a darkness so rich and profound that he couldn't even perceive his own existence. In such darkness, he lost the concept of space and time, gradually losing his clarity and reason as fragments of the past flickered in his mind. There was the sorrow of becoming an orphan in childhood, the helplessness he felt while studying at Busbarton, the inferiority and self-pity of seeing the girl he loved but not daring to approach, the resilience of working hard day and night, the confidence after graduation, and the relentless pursuit of his obsession that took him around the world. In the end, it was his experiences at Hogwarts that filled his memories. Those ordinary yet fulfilling days, the various people he laughed and argued with, doing things that seemed silly and boring. He saw that Eastern boy again, saw the long sword and the starry sky they gazed at together when they were drunk that day. He heard someone calling his name, someone saying goodbye, someone hoping he would return. Finally, he faintly heard the familiar voice of that boy, saying he missed that guy, Stephen Swinton. Such an impolite way to refer to him, neither calling him professor nor brother, just addressing him by his surname. He wanted to thump that kid's head with his wand to express his dissatisfaction. However, all around him was only darkness. In fact, he was even a part of that darkness. He couldn't break free, had no strength to do so, and didn't even know how to escape. All that remained was darkness. Darkness and more darkness. Looking at the wooden ceiling above him, Ian Stanley, lying in bed, still couldn't fully recover from the nightmare he had just experienced. On such a cool autumn day, he was drenched in cold sweat. Remembering the various experiences from his dream, he felt a strange fear and unease rising in his heart. Unable to calm down for a long time, he knew that dreaming this dream was not without reason. It was definitely related to that damn Stephen Swinton. He, or rather they, had stumbled upon the dark magic that could split souls, but as the one in control of the body, Swinton was solely focused on investigating the so-called family secrets, wanted to know what had happened to his missing or deceased family members, and showed little enthusiasm for this kind of magic. Meanwhile, hidden deep within his soul, Ian Stanley, he had discovered a treasure and spent a lot of energy studying it, even using the rare time he controlled to browse ancient magical texts, looking for clues. This allowed him to barely grasp the conditions and incantation for casting that dark magic, ultimately performing the evil spell in a pyramid in Egypt, completing the soul-splitting ritual and expelling Stephen Swinton from his body. As part of the ritual, Stephen Swinton's soul was trapped in a mummy within the pyramid, One could imagine that guy wouldn't be feeling too good in there. Could it be that the dream he just had reflected Stephen's current predicament? Ian, Stanley murmured. Once his emotions settled, his sharp mind easily came to this conclusion. After all, magic related to the soul had always been the most taboo, mysterious, and evil existence among dark magic. He had only mastered the preliminary casting ritual, pieced together from various sources, and it was hard to say whether there would be any after effects. If there were, he really couldn't be sure what they would be. So, as a possible after effect, did he, to some extent, experience Stephen's feelings just now? Was that guy currently suffering, trapped in that indescribable oppressive and despairing darkness? Thinking of this, a cruel and satisfied smile appeared on Ian Stanley's lips. "This is your payback for suppressing me all these years," he said bitterly. However, after saying this, a deep worry arose in his heart. This dream not only allowed him to experience Stephen Swinton's current situation, but also made him realize that the connection between the two of them was far from completely severed. Perhaps he should find a way to completely eliminate this trouble. He secretly made this resolution. However, as of now, he had no clues. Expelling that damned Stephen from his body had already taken a lot of effort, and he still didn't know how to completely kill that guy. He had considered destroying the mummy that Stephen was attached to, but almost ended up dead himself, so he had to give up. He thought that as long as he kept his distance from that damn mummy, there would be no problem, but it now seemed like a significant hidden danger. In any case, it was most important to focus on the task at hand. A jumble of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he finally exhaled and got out of bed. The magical world was filled with dangers, and without a powerful organization to rely on, it was challenging to pursue his ambitions or completely eliminate the trouble that was Stephen Swinton. So, for now, he needed to be a competent worker. The term worker he heard from that kid Qin. Shaking his head to clear irrelevant emotions, he transformed back into the cold, cruel Ian Stanley. Then, he left his temporary residence and headed to the planned location. Saturday was approaching, and his task was to thoroughly integrate the wizarding power of Salem. It wasn't a particularly difficult job, just a bit tedious, involving a group of very foolish wastes. However, to join the organization known as G.A., he had to begrudgingly start with such trivial matters. Thinking of this, Ian Stanley's steps gradually became casual and lazy. "What's wrong, Qin?" Hermione asked curiously during breakfast. She had keenly noticed that Qin's mood was not good from the very early morning. "Have I mentioned Professor Swinton? I haven't been able to contact him for a long time," Qin Yu said, putting down his sandwich with some worry. "Yes, you previously mentioned that Professor Snape had received a letter from him, but you didn't have Professor Swinton's mailing address, so you couldn't write back," Hermione recalled, nodding. "Since that time, I haven't received any more letters from him. I don't know why, but I've been feeling uneasy whenever I think of him lately. Maybe I'm just overthinking it." Qin Yu shrugged. Using that alchemical mask at night reminded him of Professor Swinton, making him a bit worried. At the same time, he inwardly cursed that Swinton guy for being so irresponsible and not writing more letters during his travels. "Don't worry too much. Perhaps he's just been busy lately and hasn't had time to write to you," Hermione comforted. "It's also possible, after all. He said he was going to start a long adventure, so it might take some time before he can finish." "Forget it. Forget him. That guy should be able to take care of himself. We should have news in a few days." Qin Yu shrugged. "Yeah, let's just wait and see," Hermione agreed. Actually, Qin Yu has an unconventional way to contact Professor Swinton, which is through the long sword made from alchemical materials. This is because his, Snape's, and Swinton's long swords all come from the same type of alchemical material, and the three share some commonality that allows them to connect in a certain way. However, this method of contact requires quite harsh conditions. It is a combination of meditation and alchemy, which is a bit difficult for him to achieve with his current abilities. Well, he still needs to study hard and improve himself, Qin Yu thought to himself, adding some motivation and direction for his studies. Then, he quickly finished his breakfast and dragged Hermione to the library to find some books related to alchemy. Time passed quickly, and September soon came to an end, arriving in October, with the weather continuing to get colder. The students of Hogwarts were busy with their own matters. Some were diligently studying magic, fulfilling their duties as students. Some were messing around with all sorts of nonsense, engaging in pranks and other distractions, and others were finding various opportunities to slack off and take naps, not wanting to do anything at all. In short, everyone had their own lives, whether fulfilling, exciting, or mundane, each different in its own way. For Harry Potter, he was really satisfied with his life at Hogwarts during this time. Recently, one morning, when he had just entered the Great Hall, he received a very long package. After opening it privately with Ron, he found that it was a beautifully designed broomstick, the Nimbus 2000, the very model that Harry envied Qin for having, which made him overjoyed and allowed him to perform even better during Quidditch practice, making rapid progress. Aside from some happy events, what made Harry feel annoyed was that recently that Malfoy guy was really showing off, eagerly answering questions in class, and looking quite smug about it. In Qin's words, this guy was just a show-off. This is an Eastern term used to describe those who like to show off and seek attention. And Harry felt that this term was perfectly applicable to Malfoy. Sometimes I see my own shadow in Malfoy. Am I sometimes also quite annoying? Hermione pouted and shrugged, saying somewhat helplessly, it was dinner time now, and the sky had not yet darkened. The orange evening glow shone into the hall, casting a warm hue over the entire great hall, making it feel lazy and relaxed, as everyone enjoyed a sumptuous dinner in this laid-back atmosphere. It was clear to everyone that after Miss Granger said that, she did not want an affirmative answer, so Harry and Ron wisely chose to remain silent, while Neville was busy eating, looking indifferent. It does seem a bit similar, Adam said as he took a sip of corn chowder, giving his opinion. A group of friends shot him surprised looks, thinking that this kid from Egypt was a true warrior for daring to speak so frankly about the older sister, not fearing being dealt with by Qin. Thankfully, Qin hadn't arrived at the Great Hall yet. Just as Hermione's expression grew dark and dejected, Adam turned the conversation around and said slowly, however, he is showing off with knowledge, while you are happy because you have gained knowledge. In this regard, you are different. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both feeling that Adam was indeed emotionally intelligent, and they learned something new, casting admiring looks at Adam, not expecting that the usually quiet Adam was such a wise person. Adam, on the other hand, felt a bit puzzled by their reaction, thinking he was just expressing his honest thoughts. Sure enough, after hearing Adam's later words, Hermione's expression changed from gloomy to bright, clearly satisfied with this response and in strong agreement. After a while, Qin Yu arrived late, listened to their conversation, and thought for a moment before saying to Hermione and the others, do what you think is right, and you don't need to care too much about what others think. This statement made Hermione completely let go of her not-so-big entanglement and smile brightly. The other kids also pretended to think seriously for a moment, nodding in agreement, feeling that what Qin said made a lot of sense, though what each of them specifically thought about it remained unknown to others. In any case, the same words evoke different feelings in different people. For example, Adam's eyes showed admiration for a fellow traveler and a firmness in his gaze. Qin took a few more glances at this little boy with black hair and natural curls, thinking that when this kid wasn't sleepy, he was quite spirited. The group talked about recent events, and after Qin joined, the atmosphere became relaxed and cheerful, quickly wrapping up dinner. After leaving the Great Hall, everyone dispersed to their respective destinations. Harry, Ron, and the others headed back to the Gryffindor Tower, while Qin Yu and Hermione went to the library as usual. Given that it had been a while since he last contacted Professor Swinton, Qin Yu thought about whether he could use the method left by the professor to make contact, specifically by resonating with his long sword made of alchemical materials and Swinton's sword to achieve magical communication. However, he had been researching this for half a month and had made no progress. He arrived a bit later because he had stopped by Dumbledore's office along the way to collect some study materials, mainly some alchemical notes from old Dumbledore and some ancient texts on alchemy. If I'm not mistaken, the method that Stephen mentioned, which combines alchemy and meditation, is essentially a kind of mental alchemy. This differs from the material alchemy we commonly see and should be a type of magic created by Mr. LeMay in recent years, drawing from ancient alchemy. You might as well research it yourself first, and if it doesn't work, we could discuss it together later. This was what Dumbledore had just told Qin Yu. According to Dumbledore's explanation, ancient alchemists not only performed material alchemy, but also attempted to communicate with alchemical products on a mental level, which is what is called mental alchemy. Of course, this ancient alchemy has now fallen into obscurity. What Nicholas LeMay can do is merely a conceptual reference, not a true restoration of this ancient alchemical magic. The general direction is clear now. The rest is exploration and experimentation. Although our old Dumbledore seems to be in good spirits, he is after all quite old, and his energy is limited. Qin Yu didn't want to trouble him over such a small matter, so he decided to research it himself first and only consult him about any doubts. Moreover, the alchemical long sword belonging to Qin Yu has a master contract similar to a wand, making it quite troublesome for Dumbledore to use it even if he wanted to. He would have to take it from Qin Yu first. Thus, Qin Yu still needed to continue immersing himself in the difficult study of alchemy. I strongly suspect that Professor Swinton intentionally left that method before leaving without immediately teaching me how to use it, just to give me an alchemical assignment." Suddenly looking up from the pile of old papers, Qin Yu sarcastically muttered. Seeing his conflicted, indignant, and helpless expression, Hermione couldn't help but chuckle softly, quickly restraining herself before Madame Pants noticed, and then leaned closer to Qin Yu and whispered, "It seems that Professor Swinton is quite responsible, even after leaving. He hasn't forgotten his duties as a teacher and left you such a tough problem." Qin Yu turned his head to look at the serious little girl who was teasing him and couldn't help but pinch her cheek fiercely. Of course, the fierce expression was only a fade. His hand was very gentle. This prompted Hermione to huff at him in dissatisfaction and pout her lips. The two, already experienced, quickly ended this disorderly behavior in the library, and when Madame Pants, the librarian, glanced over, she didn't notice that anyone had just been causing trouble. Naturally, this librarian couldn't see that under a certain table, a small foot clad in white knee-high socks and black slip-on shoes was stepping on someone else's foot, with its owner slightly lifting her chin to look at the latter, her face displaying pride and provocation, while the latter had no way to retaliate. Although this might be a little trick left by Professor Swinton, which troubled Qin Yu, he still decided to complete the assignment. After a bit of complaining and seemingly drawing strength from the brown-haired girl beside him, Qin Yu calmed down and continued to tackle the alchemical notes. Then, in a moment of distraction, he pondered that after some time, he could try out that long sword belonging to Professor Snape to see if it could produce any effects. He had mentioned this to Snape before, and the latter wasn't as skilled as Swinton in alchemy and meditation techniques, especially meditation, in which Qin Yu, having been trained by Swinton for a year, had more talent. Of course, Qin Yu didn't think he was truly gifted. He secretly guessed that it might be because he urgently needed to stabilize the silent influence within him, which forced him to put considerable effort into meditation. Thinking about these things, Qin Yu organized his thoughts and gradually found some useful knowledge from the complicated alchemical notes and ancient books. He opened his notebook and recorded them with a quill pen. It must be said that the study materials provided by Dumbledore were indeed very useful, of high quality, and full of valuable content. Beside him, Hermione watched Qin, who was writing seriously, and seeing his brow gradually unfurl, she secretly sighed in relief, her mood also becoming pleasant. Previously, I had talked about dragon's blood. I think I should have made its uses clear. Apart from dragon's blood, other parts of the dragon's body are also important materials for potions. So, during the potions class on that Friday morning, Professor Snape spoke in a detached tone up to this point, then looked around and paused briefly before continuing. Who can tell me what potions use dragon liver as a main ingredient? As expected, our Miss Granger had already raised her hand high. However, Professor Snape's gaze did not linger at all, choosing to ignore her. "Hermione, if you keep this up, I'll tell Qin." "Snape, what a joke. Am I afraid of that kid?" On the other side, Malfoy raised his hand even higher, even lifting half his but off the chair, fearing he would be ignored as well. He was almost shouting, "Pick me, pick me." Professor Snape did glance at him a few more times and thought that Lucius's son had been unusually prominent lately. He wondered what the reason was. Could it really be related to that kid Qin? "Qin Yu, busy here, don't cue me, thanks." "Snape, if I wronged you, then I..." "Qin Yu, not at all." "Snape, don't leave after class." Juan pointed at the person. JPG. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor came from not far away. The aloof potions teacher turned to look and found it was that boy who resembled the man he disliked in his memory, Harry Potter. Seeing Harry Potter, who also raised his hand, and his occasional glances towards Malfoy, Snape easily guessed his general thoughts. Sure enough, like his father, he was also someone who loved to show off. Thinking this, Professor Snape's eyelids drooped slightly as he decided to teach him a lesson again. "It seems you all have mastered this knowledge." He paused, looking around, and under Harry's expectant gaze, he turned around and continued, "Malfoy, you answer." Malfoy, upon hearing this, instinctively straightened his body and loudly declared, "The Wiggenweld potion, dragon liver, can serve as the main ingredient for the Wiggenweld potion. It's a potion that can cure the effects of the Wiggenweld." Upon hearing this, Snape nodded slightly with an almost imperceptible movement, and then said in his usual indifferent tone, "You earned Slytherin a well-deserved point." Hearing that Slytherin had gained points, Harry couldn't help but quietly murmur to Ron, "I know this. You said your mom often used it. It's all because..." Ron quickly shot Harry a look to stop him from saying something like it's all Snape's bias. After all, even if Harry didn't say it out loud, he could instantly understand what the other meant, but saying it would easily get them caught by Snape nearby, who would ruthlessly deduct 5 or even 10 points from Gryffindor for disrespecting the teacher. Sure enough, Ron turned to take a peek and found Professor Snape casting what looked like an unfriendly glance in their direction. So the two quickly sat up straight and stopped whispering. Snape's gaze swept over several little kids, taking in their reactions, then paused and slowly said to Hermione, who also looked regretful, "I see you are all very enthusiastic about this question. So, Miss Granger, why don't you answer what other materials are used for the Wiggenweld potion?" As soon as this question was asked, Harry, who had been eager to participate, immediately lost his enthusiasm and wilted because he really hadn't studied that deeply. After all, they were just first-year students, and remembering that the Wiggenweld potion used dragon liver was already impressive. Deeper potion recipes and preparation methods were too difficult for them. On the other side, Malfoy was similar to Harry, having just received that notebook not long ago, and he hadn't finished digesting the basic content. So he was somewhat relieved that he had answered that simple question instead of being asked about the formula materials for the Wiggenweld potion, which was super difficult. Professor Snape, who had asked the question, silently added in his heart, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance." This opportunity was clearly not something many people wished to have, as most had never even heard of the name of this potion. While many looked at Hermione with sympathy, schadenfreude, or indifference, she placed her hands neatly on the table in front of her and said in a clear voice, "In addition to dragon liver, there are also chameleon cuttlefish, spotted marsh, poisonous parsley essence, water poisonous parsley essence, and cinquefoil tincture." As soon as the girl's voice fell, the little wizards in the classroom were a bit shocked, uncertain whether what she said was correct. Snape's eyebrows had already instinctively raised. She actually knows this as well. No wonder she is Qin's sister. The aloof potions teacher couldn't help but have such a thought in his heart. Just as the students in the classroom were momentarily stunned, Professor Snape had already made a judgment and reward for Hermione's answer. Gryffindor gains 2 points. Hearing this, Hermione beamed with a radiant smile and excitedly pumped her small fist. Slytherin added a point, clearly due to the high difficulty of the question. In response, the students of Slytherin, including Malfoy, felt a mixture of envy and jealousy, but ultimately accepted it. The students of Gryffindor, on the other hand, were beaming with joy, especially Harry, who looked at Malfoy and thought, the head girl has finally suppressed his arrogance. Let it be proud now. However, just as a smile appeared on Harry's face, it was interrupted by Snape. "It seems you're also quite interested in this question, Potter." Snape's words were like a spell, sending a chill down Harry's spine and filling him with a bad premonition. Sure enough, Snape continued, "Then why don't you introduce the characteristics of the creature known as the fox spirit to everyone?" Harry was speechless. "What? Your hand was raised so high just now, and you can't even answer such a simple question?" Snape squinted at him, his tone equally cold. "You know it was just now, right? I can't answer it now." Harry's face turned red, feeling extremely embarrassed. After a long pause, he stammered, But, Professor, the fox spirit is something we only learned in Care of Magical Creatures. We haven't learned it yet, which means you don't know." Snape shot back. "Well, it's true, but since you admitted you don't even know such a simple question, then Gryffindor loses a point." "I never admitted that." Although he truly didn't know, Harry thought this was too much. His face turned even redder, and he wanted to argue with Snape, the teacher who was deliberately picking on him, but ultimately refrained from saying more. He knew that if he continued, Gryffindor might lose more than 1 point, and the 2 points Hermione had worked hard to earn could be wiped out, even turning into negative points. It could only be said that adding 2 points and then deducting 1, Gryffindor still gain a point today. Not losing points is progress. And if they gain a point, isn't that a big step forward? Harry could only comfort himself and calm his turbulent emotions. If they didn't even understand the characteristics of the creatures they were dealing with, what was the point of making the fox spirit repellent? Professor Snape raised his voice, ensuring everyone remembered what he said, although it was somewhat unreasonable. Who could argue when he was the one in charge of this classroom? During lunch, Harry had little to say to the show-off Malfoy, but he had plenty of complaints about Snape. "He's just targeting me," Harry concluded clearly. After Qin Yu finished a slice of cheese toast, he said slowly, if Hermione couldn't answer the potion's formula, then Professor Snape would be targeting her. This made Harry silent for a moment. He understood Qin's point. If he could answer that tricky question like Hermione, then Professor Snape wouldn't only refrain from deducting points from Gryffindor, but would also add more than 1 point. So, if he could win against him within his own rules, Snape would have no way to deal with him. Qin Yu added another roundabout comment. "It's like a security guard managing access control. As long as you swipe your card to enter and exit, he can't do anything to you. If you insist on breaking in and then blame the guard for being unreasonable, that's just looking for trouble yourself." Of course, Qin Yu also knew that Snape did have a targeting element. This was undeniable. So, that evening when they met, Qin Yu represented his little brother to protest to Snape. And then Professor Snape used his wand to explain, leaving Qin Yu convinced. The more you know, the more you realize your own ignorance. You probably want Harry to understand this principle, right, Professor Snape? Qin Yu lay on the ground, kindly explaining for Snape. No, I just find him unpleasant. Snape pulled out his long sword and tossed it to Qin, telling him to take it back for study. Huh, you also found me unpleasant at first and deliberately made things difficult for me. Now you're carefully guiding me, aren't you? Qin Yu said proudly. You really are a bit too narcissistic. Do you think you're the protagonist of the story? Professor Snape mocked. Isn't that so? Qin Yu replied, while propping himself up with the sword. As long as you're happy. Snape was too lazy to waste more words with him. I'm a protagonist. I have a golden finger. Qin Yu insisted. Oh, Snape, don't believe me? Qin Yu. Fine. Snape, what fine? Don't learn from those unscrupulous bosses and engage in ineffective communication, okay? Qin Yu. Fine. Snape. Qin Yu. Forget it. Let's end this ineffective communication. First, go find Madame Pomfrey for some external injury potions. Today's one-on-one training went a bit overboard, and I'm all sore from being beaten. Thus, Qin Yu carried the long sword wrapped in cloth, dragging his sore body after being coached by Professor Snape, limping toward the school nurse. Although he was stumped by Professor Snape's out-of-syllabus question in that potions class, which caused Gryffindor to lose a point, Harry seemed to have flipped a switch and entered into full competition with Malfoy. Well, the competition was evident in class, mainly shown by raising hands to answer questions. After all, he had the brilliant Hermione Granger from his year and the senior myth, Qin, backing him up, making his position quite advantageous. In short, the advantage is mine. When Harry shared similar thoughts with Qin Yu remained silent for a long time and cast him a meaningful glance. Why not learn from someone else? Why not learn to speak like Kaishin? Are you going to write a diary too? Bah, who writes a diary seriously? Qin Yu thought of some random grievances in his heart, but couldn't say them aloud. Instead, he encouraged, that's good, have confidence. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me or Hermione. You should also take a good look at the notes I gave you before. However, he silently added in his heart, sorry, Harry, I'm an undercover. As long as you don't complain that studying is too boring. Hermione shrugged, indicating she could also act as a study advisor. Thank you, Qin. Thank you. Hermione, Harry said excitedly, his expression quite serious. Can I join too? Ron said hesitantly from the side. Studying was a painful task for him. Of course, he wasn't unwilling to learn. He just instinctively resisted. After all, how many people in the world truly love studying? However, since his buddy Harry Potter had started focusing on studying, he certainly had to go along with him. It's just that pain was still pain. So, saying learn happily was essentially a false proposition. I want to join you guys too. Neville stammered. Seeing Neville, Ron felt much better and smiled as he patted his shoulder, saying, all right, let's do it together. Young people are actually not afraid of many things, especially when they have friends to do things with. It becomes interesting instead. Pain is pain, but it's good to have company. Adam, wanting to fit in, also expressed that as long as he doesn't sleep, he can study with them and make progress together. The Progress Party gained another child who isn't that enthusiastic about advancement. In any case, Qin Yu felt that the development of the situation was quite good. Not only did that Malfoy kid become focused on learning magic, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, but Harry, Ron, Neville, and others also seemed to feel threatened or inspired, not wanting to be outdone by him. However, Qin Yu himself was a bit more tired, as he had to openly help Harry and the others with their studies while also pretending to be a mysterious old man meeting Malfoy in secret at night. Helping both sides, he had to be careful not to disrupt the balance of the game. It felt like the work of a game designer from his past life, and he was the real-life version of it. Fortunately, he only needed to wear a mask to meet Malfoy at midnight every Friday, check on progress, answer questions, and casually point out new magical knowledge. Of course, helping the little ones learn was just a small part of Qin Yu's school life. He had his own things to be busy with. Completing his second-grade courses was merely the basics, which posed no difficulty. He had already progressed quite far in subjects like potions, charms, and defense against the dark arts. This was likely due to coexisting and combating the silent power within him, combined with his own talent and effort, along with the careful guidance from Snape and Swinton, which allowed him to advance in magical studies far beyond the norm. Besides studying, there was also Quidditch training, which was good for physical health. After all, a strong body is the foundation for learning magic. Without a good physique, even waving a wand becomes difficult. In addition to these study and training arrangements that were similar to before, he had recently devoted a significant portion of his energy to alchemy, since he had roughly guessed that this was an assignment left by Swinton and wanted to attempt to communicate with him through alchemy. he decided to research it thoroughly. Thus, Qin Yu's second year at Hogwarts became increasingly fulfilling and busy compared to his first year. As time passed day by day, the little kids initiated a relatively healthy competition both in and out of class. Even Hermione, who originally loved to answer questions in class, seemed overshadowed by those few guys, making her less prominent, which alleviated some of the exclusion she faced in the Muggle world. Of course, at Hogwarts, no one dared to treat her poorly. Meanwhile, Qin Yu made certain progress in researching methods of communication through alchemy. One day, as usual, he was meditating in an empty classroom, holding his alchemical longsword. Following the method left by Professor Swinton, he recalled his understanding of alchemy in his mind, trying hard to imagine the materials and alchemical processes used for the longsword, attempting to recreate the alchemical longsword in his mind to achieve a spiritual resonance with it, and then resonate again with another longsword placed a meter away from him. Once, twice, 3 times. After countless attempts, beads of sweat began to form on Qin Yu's forehead, but the longsword in front of him remained still. Just when he was about to give up due to mental exhaustion, the longsword he had imagined in his mind suddenly became clear. Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy as his thoughts reached out toward that imaginary longsword. Buzz. It was as if a metallic vibration echoed in his mind. Immediately, the real longsword he was holding trembled slightly. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, the longsword he had borrowed from Snape made a sound as it hit the ground. The Snape longsword successfully resonated. I did it. Qin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a smile he couldn't hide spreading across his face. Although this resonance was very faint and the distance was short, he had finally taken the first step. Soon, Qin Yu lay back on the ground, feeling exhaustion wash over him like a tide. Qin, you look really tired, Hermione said with concern during dinner. Yeah, I pushed myself a bit too hard today. I'll be fine soon, Qin Yu replied with what he thought was a warm smile. Hermione pouted, preparing food for him while muttering, Don't I know you? When you get busy, you forget everything. You need to eat more now. Once you're full, go back and rest well. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qin Yu nodded obediently, then took a bite of the bread she handed him and signaled that he wanted a roasted sausage. Seeing that he was indeed very tired today, Hermione reluctantly fed him. After eating and drinking enough, Qin Yu felt much better and leaned back contentedly in his chair, listening to others chat. Unexpectedly, he heard Hermione say, The day after tomorrow is Halloween. You mentioned in your letter that it would be lively. I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, not only lively, but there will also be a lot of delicious food. Qin Yu said, then suddenly paused. All right, the day after tomorrow is Halloween. And the eve of Halloween is truly a day that's hard not to pay attention to. Recently, Qin Yu had been so busy that he felt like he was neglecting sleep and food, and even his sense of time had become a bit blurred. If Hermione hadn't inadvertently mentioned Halloween, he wouldn't have realized that it was already the end of October. Speaking of which, if it weren't for his presence. According to the original historical trajectory, this year's Halloween Eve wouldn't be peaceful. Hermione would have been bullied by her classmates, mainly Harry and Ron, and would have hidden in the bathroom crying, thus encountering danger. However, with Qin Yu's involvement, things should change. At the very least, Hermione wouldn't be hiding alone in the bathroom. Even so, Qin Yu still worriedly said to the girl, If anyone bullies you during this time, or if you encounter anything unhappy, remember to come find me. Huh? Hermione looked at Qin Yu with a puzzled expression, her eyes wide, and asked, Why are you suddenly telling me this? Why would I be bullied? I'm just saying if, after all at your age, it's easy to encounter things you can't handle, and at that time, you can come to me for help. Qin Yu was taken aback by her question, realizing his words were a bit abrupt, but he couldn't elaborate too much, so he could only force an explanation. What do you mean by at your age? Shouldn't you reflect on how old you are? The girl pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Women are indeed strange. They're so sensitive about age, disliking being called young when they're younger, yet hating it when their age is mentioned as they grow older. And Hermione just doesn't like being treated as a little kid by Qin Yu. After all, she is grown up. She can already attend middle school in the Muggle world. And in a few years, she will. Cough. Anyway, she's already grown up. Seeing the girl pouting with anger, Qin Yu raised his hands in surrender and smiled. Okay, if I have anything unhappy or get bullied, I will come to you for help. Okay, I will help you deal with those who bully you. Hermione nodded seriously, but she clearly thought it was a joke as she started laughing while speaking. After dinner, having made some progress in alchemy, Qin Yu decided to put aside the study task for the day and take a good rest. So he took Harry to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Hermione returned to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, planning to feed Crookshanks, who she had picked up from Hagrid. The others also went off to do their own things, leaving the dining hall. At dusk, the fourth floor of Hogwarts' main castle was mostly empty. In a dark corner of a corridor not far from the defense against the dark arts classroom, two voices suddenly sounded, deliberately lowered in volume. "You should take action. You can't wait any longer." A hoarse voice said sharply. Master, the defenses there are too tight. I find it very difficult to get in." Another timid voice responded, humble and fearful. "This is something you need to figure out. Do you expect me to do it for you?" The hoarse voice said with extreme impatience. I will definitely find a way. Please believe me." The timid voice quickly replied. Do it as soon as possible. I feel a bit weak and can't stay awake for long. I'll rest first." The hoarse voice gradually faded until it disappeared. Not long after, a tall but somewhat timid man emerged from the shadows of the corner. His face pale and his head wrapped in a thick scarf. If anyone got close to him, they would probably smell a garlic-like odor emanating from him. "I need an opportunity to get those troublesome professors out for a while," he muttered to himself as he walked, his eyes gradually brightening as if he had thought of a good idea. Dimensional wall. This chapter is a bit short. I'll continue writing tomorrow. The next day, the day before Halloween, there would be Halloween Eve activities in the evening, and most importantly, a lavish dinner in the dining hall. Early that morning, the smell of roasted pumpkins wafted again through the corridors, causing passing students to unconsciously twitch their noses to catch a whiff. Feeling the festive atmosphere, smiles appeared on their faces. Adam walked among the crowd, occasionally smelling the aroma of the food, filled with anticipation for the dinner that evening. Harry and Ron were talking about Quidditch matches ahead of them. According to past years' traditions, after entering November, there would be matches between the house teams, with two teams competing against each other to select winners for the final match. Counting the days, Gryffindor's first match would be in about 2 to 3 weeks, at which time Harry would officially take over from the graduated Charlie Weasley as the new Seeker, representing Gryffindor in the games. The time was so tight that it was hard not to feel nervous. Even though he was training hard, Harry still couldn't achieve the level of synergy with his teammates. "I really don't want to be the one to hold Gryffindor back," Harry said anxiously. You shouldn't put so much pressure on yourself." Ron could only say some comforting words, but they had little effect. After all, he wasn't good with words. The best he could think of was that at least Qin was there, and Harry just had to complete his own tasks. However, after talking for a while, Harry's tension eased somewhat, enough not to affect his appetite for breakfast. Adam listened to their conversation and also looked forward to the match. Well, he always anticipated the unknown, and Hogwarts offered him so much of it. Of course, what he looked forward to was certainly not just a dinner or a match. After enjoying breakfast, the first-year students headed to the Charms classroom on the 4th floor. However, just as they stepped onto the stairs to the 2nd floor, Harry noticed that Adam, who had just been there, had disappeared without a trace. "He'd probably want to find a place to slack off again," Ron shrugged, looking unfazed. "I think I saw him go to the supply room next to the girls' restroom on the 1st floor." Neville paused and added, "He often goes there to take a nap. He says it's quieter." I hope he can make it to class before it starts," Harry mumbled. Just then, Hermione, who was walking ahead, waved to them, urging them to hurry up the stairs. So, the few of them no longer hesitated and quickly made their way up to the 4th floor. As for Adam, the one who fell behind, they had already gotten used to it. After all, even the teachers knew that Adam was a little boy who loved to sleep. As long as he didn't violate other school rules and could keep up with the pace of magical learning, he could be given some leniency. Sure enough, the Charmed class had been going on for a while when Adam finally arrived late. Professor Flitwick just told him to quickly find someone to team up with to practice the new spell they were learning today. Let me explain the key points of the levitation charm again. Remember, the wand has to wave first, then flick. Professor Flitwick specially repeated the new charm for the late Adam while demonstrating the movements with his hands and reciting the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. A long feather slowly rose and floated in midair. After the demonstration, everyone practiced on their own. Adam sat next to Neville and Hermione, forming the only trio in the classroom. Everyone else was paired up in advance. Neville was vigorously waving his wand, reciting the spell, but the feather on the table remained still. After several attempts with the same result, the only time the feather moved slightly, it raised some doubts about whether he had blown it with his breath because he was too close. Those who had learned magic knew that when casting a spell, whether it was the trajectory of the wand or the tone of the incantation, even the slightest difference could lead to a failure in spellcasting. Therefore, many students in the classroom, like Neville, were unable to make the feather float. One could say that most of them had not successfully cast the new spell yet. Malfoy noticed this point, so he cautiously refrained from trying immediately to avoid being ridiculed by certain people. The certain people mainly refer to Harry Potter and others. Phew, It seems I can't do it. Neville slumped his shoulders, feeling defeated. Don't worry. Take your time. Once you find a feeling, it will be easy to cast. Hermione comforted him. This was also from her own experience. She had found it challenging to cast this spell at first, but after Qin had taught her step by step, she truly grasped the correct wand movement and received some correction on her pronunciation of the spell from Qin. In short, after knowing the correct method, one needed to carefully ponder and find the feeling to successfully cast the spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione pronounced the spell with perfect pronunciation and, at the same time, waved her wand, pointing at the feather on the table in front of her. The feather slowly rose. The spell was effective. Other students turned their attention toward her, their expressions varying. Actually, when Hermione just cast the spell, most of the people looked over at them. After all, Hermione was quite famous in the entire first year, and everyone wanted to see if she could do it. As expected, Hermione Granger became the first student in the classroom to successfully cast the levitation charm. Seeing Gryffindor take the lead, Malfoy felt a bit regretful, thinking he shouldn't have hesitated earlier and should have dared to try, as he was somewhat confident he could do it too. Just as he was about to have Goyle from his group stop and let him take a turn, another incantation rang out. He instinctively turned to look and found that the unassuming Gryffindor, Adam Quinn, was waving his wand. You think you can succeed? A mudblood from a rural place like Egypt. Malfoy instinctively showed a mocking smile. However, just as he did, he froze, because the feather in front of Adam also floated up. This is impossible. Malfoy's smile disappeared, his eyes widened, and his originally pale face turned a bit red with excitement. Damn Gryffindor, stealing second place too. He couldn't wait any longer. If he did, someone else would succeed. Malfoy instinctively glanced in a certain direction, and his gaze met Harry Potter's, who was also looking over. The two seemed to instantly understand each other's thoughts and turned their heads at the same time, starting to wave their wands and recite the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. Malfoy quickly recited the spell. However, after waving his wand, nothing happened. He anxiously repeated it again, still without success. Malfoy, don't rush, this is difficult. Look, many people haven't succeeded, Goyle said, trying to comfort him, thinking he was being understanding. He shouldn't have said that, because Malfoy immediately glared at him with a fierce look that made Goyle shrink back, not daring to say another word. Bad news, I didn't succeed. Good news, that Harry Potter also didn't succeed. Malfoy collected himself and rallied. He closed his eyes, recalling the key points of the movements that Professor Flitwick had just explained, and remembered the various techniques taught to him by his mysterious teacher. Slowly, his heart calmed down, and time seemed to pass a long time, or perhaps just a short while. In any case, he felt he had gradually familiarized himself with all the details of casting the spell. Once he confirmed this, he hesitated not at all, opened his eyes, and waved his wand steadily and rhythmically, giving it a little shake. At the same time, he recited the incantation. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather flew up. Goyle couldn't help but exclaim softly. Malfoy's previously calm face broke into a joyful smile upon seeing the feather rise, and then, with a somewhat smug look, he glanced towards Harry, only to see that Harry's feather was also floating. Since he had been focused on mastering the movements, he didn't know if Harry had succeeded before him. I'll just consider a tie. Malfoy muttered with some dissatisfaction. In his opinion, with Hermione as a friend and Qin as a strong senior, it was normal for Harry Potter to master the levitation charm so quickly. Rather, he thought it was quite impressive that he finished around the same time. I knew I could do it. With that thought, he felt much better and silently thanked the mysterious teacher who came to teach him every Friday at midnight. Just wait. Next time, I will definitely be far ahead of you all, Malfoy resolved in his heart. Time passed quickly during the lessons, and by the time the afternoon classes ended, everyone eagerly walked into the Great Hall. It was adorned with decorations fitting the Halloween theme, full of magical splendor and mystery, instantly creating a strong festive atmosphere. When QinYu walked in, Hermione was already sitting at the dining table, looking happy as she waited for a hearty dinner. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, the girl wasn't hiding away crying for some reason today. Perhaps things had changed. However, when the feast officially began, he still didn't see Professor Quirrell, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The Halloween Eve dinner was incredibly lavish. Various roasted meats, delicious thick soups, fragrant breads, and all kinds of vegetables and fruits were laid out on the long tables of the four houses. With everyone seated on either side, their plates filled to the brim. The food, which could trigger humanity's most primal desires, conquered everyone visually and olfactorily, making the atmosphere of the feast quite lively. Several first-year students discussed the morning's charms class, noting that not many Slytherin students had successfully cast the new charm. And even Malfoy had only succeeded after Hermione and Adam, which severely dampened his opportunity to show off. As one of the parties involved, Adam was absent, reportedly not having shown up all afternoon, likely off somewhere napping. Qin Yu, of course, had little interest in the back and forth of these kids. It was only significant to them. While everyone was chattering away, Qin Yu looked again towards the professor's table, still not seeing Professor Quirrell. Clearly, that guy was still planning to cause trouble today as originally intended. The best he could do was to protect Hermione and prevent her from encountering any accidents. He had considered whether to stop Professor Quirrell in advance. However, upon reflecting, due to the inexplicable limitations of the system, he couldn't deal with that guy at the moment, and it was also easy to alert him, making him wary and causing things to deviate in unpredictable ways. Rather than face the unknown, it was better to let things proceed on a roughly predetermined track, as long as he could protect the people around him from danger. At least, he knew that Dumbledore, Snape, and others were not to be underestimated. Everything was within a controllable range. With that thought, Qin Yu stopped dwelling on it and began to eat ravenously. "Qin, why are you eating so fast today?" Hermione asked, puzzled, as she munched on a small sausage. "You guys better eat quickly too. You might not get to eat later." Qin Yu mumbled. Hermione looked confused. The others were also puzzled, as there was plenty of food on the table, and it didn't seem possible that they wouldn't be able to eat later. Qin Yu was too lazy to explain further, placing food on Hermione's plate and urging her to speed up. Okay, I'll eat." Hermione smiled and began to eat heartily as he suggested. She felt that Qin was probably just being a bit odd today, as he often had strange ideas. "Well, I'll just go along with it. Uncle dotes on him like this." Thus, in the entire Great Hall, the two of them ate the fastest, even outpacing Slytherin's big eaters, Goyle and Crabbe, who were still indecisively picking what to eat today. However, even though Qin Yu quickened his eating pace, he was still interrupted by a sudden loud crashing sound before he could finish. Accompanied by a dull thud, the doors of the auditorium were forcefully swung open. A figure wrapped in a thick scarf stumbled in and ran straight to where the professors were seated. It was none other than Professor Quirrell, who had not shown up until now. "D. Dumbledore, Professor." "There's a troll," Professor Quirrell said in fear and panic. "Calm down. Tell me exactly where you saw it." Dumbledore asked in a steady tone. "In the basement. The troll seems to have gone mad," Professor Quirrell said, still trembling. Qin Yu watched this scene helplessly, wiped his hands and mouth, and stopped eating. Sure enough, after Dumbledore clarified the situation, he stood up and addressed everyone in the auditorium. "Everyone, please pause your meals and follow your house prefects back to your dormitories. Trolls are highly destructive magical creatures, and their presence on campus poses a significant danger to young wizards who are still in the learning phase. Evacuating to the dormitory areas of each house is the safest plan." Moreover, some frightened kids had already shown expressions of confusion and fear, and a sharp scream rang out, causing chaos in the auditorium. Therefore, everyone began to leave the auditorium in a somewhat panicked manner under the guidance of their house prefects. At this moment, Harry and the others couldn't help but look at Qin Yu, wondering if he had learned some prophetic magic from Professor Trelawney. Otherwise, how could he have known that they wouldn't be able to finish this dinner? "Qin, help me bring the first and second year students back to Gryffindor Tower and gather them in the common room. Don't let them run around." Percy Weasley, the Gryffindor prefect, found Qin Yu and asked for his assistance. With Qin Yu's reputation and standing in Gryffindor, the first and second year students were more than willing to listen to him, which was why Percy sought his help in evacuating the students. Qin Yu promptly went to gather the first and second year Gryffindor students. However, things were somewhat chaotic now. A few younger Hufflepuff students were panicking and collided with the Gryffindor crowd, while someone on the Slytherin side was shouting something and many Ravenclaw students were blocking the doorway. The prefects quickly raised their voices to maintain order. When Qin Yu had gathered the first and second year Gryffindor students together, Hermione anxiously said, "Qin, Harry, and Ron are missing." "Huh?" Qin Yu frowned in confusion. "Those two? How can they go missing at a time like this?" "I think I heard them mention wanting to find Adam. It got a bit chaotic just now, and I lost track of them," Hermione continued. "These two warm-hearted guys are really something else." "All right, I'll take you back to the common room first, and I'll go look for them later." Qin Yu didn't hesitate much. He led the first and second year students quickly towards Gryffindor Tower and asked a few first-year students about Adam along the way. He easily learned from Neville that Adam often sneaks into a storage room to sleep. That storage room was right next to the girls' restroom on the first floor. The first floor was the closest area to the basement, and it was highly likely that the troll had come from the basement to the first floor. Pig's nose. After the fat lady cast the spell, the door opened, and Qin Yu led everyone inside, arranging them in the common room. After doing this, He explained the situation to the prefect, Percy Weasley, who had come later. Although Percy Weasley was Ron's brother, he had to take on the responsibility of maintaining order as a prefect and couldn't leave easily, so he could only ask Qin Yu to help find his troublesome brother. Then, Qin Yu left the dormitory area and headed back to the main castle's first floor. However, he hadn't gone far when Hermione followed him, stubbornly insisting on fighting alongside him. Looking at the serious-faced girl, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile a little, took her hand, and jogged towards their destination. A little earlier in time, just as Harry and Ron had left the auditorium to find Adam, Draco Malfoy, who was standing in the Slytherin line, saw their figures disappear through the door of the auditorium, clearly not heading towards Gryffindor Tower. Where are they going? Malfoy felt instinctively alert. At a time like this, Harry was actually acting alone with that Weasley pauper. What could they possibly be up to? Could it be that they want to deal with the troll? Yes, exactly. They must be planning to defeat the troll themselves and then show off to the entire Hogwarts staff and students. After a moment's thought, Malfoy reached this conclusion. He could even picture Harry Potter looking smug. Letting Harry Potter steal the spotlight was even worse than killing him. No, I can't let that guy succeed. Block my way. Malfoy grabbed Goyle and Crabbe, making them obstruct the view of the Slytherin prefects. Finding the right moment, he crouched down, quickly slipped away from the Slytherin line, made his way to the door, and then jogged in the direction Harry Potter and Ron Weasley had gone. He hadn't gone far before he spotted the two boys again. They looked sneaky, as if afraid of being discovered. Moreover, it seemed Malfoy caught a glimpse of someone heading upstairs ahead of them. He thought to himself that it was probably a teacher looking for the troll. But wasn't the troll discovered by Professor Quirrell in the basement? Why was that person going upstairs? Just as he was puzzled, Harry and Ron quickened their pace. So Malfoy stopped overthinking and followed closely behind. Regardless of what others did, he absolutely couldn't let those two get their way today. He had already thought it through. If he did encounter the troll, he would hide first and let Harry and Ron, the two unlucky ones, tangle with the troll first. When it was about to be defeated, he would jump out and take down the troll in one go. What a great strategy. What do you think Snape is going upstairs for? Harry whispered to Ron as they walked. The two had sneaked out to inform Adam to return to the dormitory. But they had unexpectedly encountered a hurried Snape in the corridor, trailing him for a while and discovering he had gone up the stairs. Maybe to protect his potions or something. Ron casually guessed. Snape's potions classroom and office were on the 4th floor, and it was said that he usually stored valuable potions in a small room on the 4th floor, so Ron's guess had some basis. But the troll isn't upstairs. Harry mumbled, "Let's not worry about him. Once we find Adam, we should hurry back. Otherwise, Percy will scold me again if he finds out." Ron didn't want to concern himself with what Snape was doing, speaking with some worry. Percy was his third brother and currently the male prefect of Gryffindor, known for being strict and serious. If he got caught acting on his own, he would definitely be scolded. Even Ron could foresee that Percy was very likely to inform their mother, who was far away in Ottery St. Catchpole, about the mistakes he had made, and he would inevitably receive a letter with a scream loud enough to shatter eardrums. Thinking about this, he began to regret his impulsive decision to follow Harry to look for Adam. Maybe Adam would return on his own. Did we really need to find him? Ron said a bit guiltily. Probably not. You know Adam. When he falls asleep, he will only wake up when he has had enough rest. Let's find him anyway, Harry said, providing his reasoning. Ron thought about it and agreed, nodding, but still added, "Let's only search the 1st floor, and if we can't find him, let's hurry back and inform Qin or Percy." It was only after Ron's reminder that Harry realized that notifying Qin in advance was the best choice, as Qin was far more reliable than the two of them combined. It was just that he had been a bit anxious and hadn't thought it through, assuming that the two of them could handle it. A troll, a creature that appeared in many legends, was certainly very dangerous and terrifying. Now that he calmed down and thought carefully, if they really encountered a troll, they would probably just be on the receiving end of a beating. Harry hoped that he and Ron would have better luck and not run into that guy. After losing track of Snape, the two continued walking down the 1st floor corridor, growing more and more anxious. Just as they turned a corner, they heard heavy footsteps and the sound of something scraping against the floor. They both looked ahead and couldn't help but gasp. Not far away was a tall figure over 10 feet high, roughly the size of 2 adults combined. It had exaggeratedly thick limbs and a torso, but a very small head. Its large, flat feet stomped on the ground, making a dull thud with each step, while it dragged a thick wooden club along the floor, creating a screeching sound. There was no doubt about it. This big guy was the legendary troll. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, both understanding each other's thoughts. We're really unlucky. Fortunately, the troll had its back to them, and its alertness wasn't very high, so it didn't notice the 2 little ones behind it. "Oh, let's go," Ron said, opening his mouth and speaking in an extremely quiet voice. Okay. Harry of course agreed with this idea and nodded hurriedly. Now is not the time to be a hero. Besides, they hadn't had any heroic intentions to begin with. They just wanted to find Adam. Since they had now encountered a troll and couldn't find Adam for the time being, they should go back and get someone to help. So, the two slowly began to back away. Just as they were about to turn and leave, they saw the troll bend down and enter a room. Wait, Ron, Harry called to his companion. What is it? Ron stopped and asked, puzzled. Harry pointed to the room that the troll had just entered and whispered, we could trap it inside. Upon hearing this, Ron blinked a few times, thinking that while this idea was somewhat risky, simply closing the door should be easy for them. All right, let's sneak over. Ron agreed with the plan. Thus, the two stealthily made their way toward the room. When they reached the door, they quickly closed it and locked it. The whole process went smoothly. After doing this, they quickly ran away. After running for a while, they stopped to catch their breath, their faces unable to hide their happy smiles. Does this count as doing something big? Ron asked. It should, right? We successfully trapped it, Harry replied, feeling a bit excited about it. Yeah, let's remember that room and bring people back later, Ron said. Let me see. That room is easy to remember. It's right next to the girls' restroom on the first floor, Harry said, standing on tiptoe to look in the direction of the room. That is indeed easy to remember. I wonder what that troll is doing in there. Ron murmured. Never mind. Let's hurry back and inform Qin and Percy so they can come with the professors to catch the troll, Harry said as he started to leave. Ron followed closely behind. However, as they were walking, both suddenly stopped in their tracks. They looked at each other simultaneously, their eyes filled with confusion. Then, they both shouted. Next to the girls' restroom, the supply closet, Merlin's beard, what a coincidence. They quickly turned back, because they both recalled what Neville Longbottom had said that morning, that Adam often took naps in the supply closet next to the girls' restroom on the first floor because it was quieter. So, it was very likely that they had trapped the troll and Adam together. This could get him killed. It was this thought that made Harry and Ron so anxious. In the Muggle world, there is a saying attributed to someone named Murphy. If you think things are going to go wrong, they will definitely go wrong. This saying applies equally to the magical world. For example, when Harry and Ron thought they might have locked Adam in with the troll, Adam might really be in the room that the troll had just entered. So, the two hurriedly made their way back to the door of that room and ultimately confirmed that this was indeed the supply closet Neville mentioned, where Adam often hid to sleep. Thinking about Adam's small frame and the troll's massive 10-foot size made Harry and Ron's faces turn pale. They exchanged glances and quickly went to unlock the door. Carefully, they pushed it open. They were afraid of seeing a little boy turned into a pulp, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, the bloody scene they imagined did not happen. The bad news was that Adam was indeed inside, and the troll was reaching out with its enormous hand toward his head. If that giant hand got a hold of Adam's head with just a little bit of force, it would probably crush it like a watermelon, bursting out red juice just like a watermelon. Just thinking about that image was terrifying. Harry and Ron both had this association. Adam seemed to be frozen in fear, just staring at the troll in a daze, not knowing to dodge. Adam, danger, run. Harry and Ron shouted anxiously at the same time. The troll and Adam inside the supply closet both turned their heads toward the door. The former's ugly little head wore a bewildered expression, while the latter looked confused, as if they had been suddenly interrupted. Adam must be too scared to move. Ron quickly realized and said to Harry, "We need to distract it so Adam can escape," Harry suggested quickly. "How do we distract it?" Ron asked timidly. However, he soon didn't have to worry about that question anymore, because the troll's expression had shifted from confusion to anger, and it opened its mouth to let out a low growl toward them. From a distance, Harry and Ron could smell a foul stench coming towards them. This odor was even worse than the disastrous potions brewed in class. However, they had no time to dwell on it, as the angry troll moved its heavy body, dragging a large club, and charged towards them. In a panic, the two quickly split up to divert the troll's attention. The troll was momentarily confused about whom to chase. Then it spotted Adam nearby and raised its club to smash the little boy. "Hey!" Harry shouted, catching the troll's attention. Immediately, a dark shadow flew towards it, crashing against its sturdy body and shattering into several pieces upon hitting the ground. It was an old cauldron that had been left in the storage room. The troll grew even angrier, abandoning Adam and charging towards Harry, who had thrown the object. Adam stood frozen for a moment, then quickly slipped over to the wall. After the earlier commotion, the troll had now blocked the doorway, making it difficult for the three of them to escape. Seeing Harry become the target, Ron followed suit and found a broken brass scale to throw at the troll. This once again redirected the troll's attention to Ron. As Ron was attacked, Harry threw a metal funnel at the troll. They continued this back and forth, with the troll moving around between Harry and Ron's alternating attacks. Just when the two felt relieved to have found a way to deal with the troll, Ron accidentally stepped on something on the ground, slipped, and fell hard, making it difficult for him to get back up. The troll seemed to have become smarter, as it ignored Harry's repeated throws and continued to advance towards Ron. At a critical moment, Harry jumped up and grabbed the troll's raised arm, hanging on for dear life. The troll roared again, trying to shake off the annoying little boy. Although Harry held on tightly, he was just an 11-year-old boy and couldn't hold on forever. If he got thrown off, he would likely be seriously injured. The situation was extremely dangerous. "You fool." At that moment, a voice that Harry and Ron both recognized and disliked rang out. They turned to see the annoying blonde boy, Draco Malfoy. Malfoy's face was twisted with anger and annoyance, as if someone had stepped on his tail, if he had one. In this critical moment, Malfoy's unexpected appearance surprised both Harry and Ron even more than encountering the troll. Moreover, even more surprising was that after calling them fools, Malfoy leaped up and grabbed the troll's other arm. With another arm occupied, the troll became even angrier, thrashing its body back and forth. Harry and Malfoy were both nearly thrown off, but they knew they couldn't let their guard down. "You call me a fool, but why are you acting foolish yourself?" Harry retorted. "Shut up, you two idiots who are even dumber than the troll." Malfoy snapped back, then shouted anxiously, "Think of a way." Harry stopped talking and quickly started thinking of a solution. However, his first thought was, he shouldn't have acted on his own. He should have known to inform Qin. He believed that Qin could easily take down the troll with a simple spell. Thinking of this, Harry remembered his wand in his pocket. He climbed up the troll until he reached its neck. Then, he pulled out his wand and jabbed it into the troll's nose. Malfoy followed suit, pulling out his own exquisite wand and also jabbing it into the troll's nose. The troll, being poked in both nostrils, was now furious. It just wanted to use the club in its hand to smash these two little boys into a pulp. "Weasley, what are you doing standing there? Think of something," Malfoy shouted, sensing the troll's rage. Ron had finally managed to stand up but found it hard to get close enough to help, so he could only anxiously watch from the sidelines. After being yelled at by Malfoy, Ron angrily replied, "All you do is insult people. Why don't you think of a way?" "Fool," Malfoy shouted back. Both knew this wasn't the time for infighting, so after a brief exchange of insults, they stopped talking. Ron looked at the wands in Harry and Malfoy's hands and took out his own newly kept wand. "Quick, use a spell," Harry shouted. "Use what?" Ron instinctively asked. "Anything." "You fool." Malfoy couldn't help but shout again. Ron tried to recall a spell, but in that moment, he couldn't think of even half a spell. It was frustrating how he regretted not learning more spells when he needed them. However, the troll wouldn't wait for him. The massive creature raised its club, ready to smash Harry, who was hanging on its neck. It was clear that if the club hit, Harry would likely be seriously injured. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of desperation, a spell slipped out of Ron's mouth. He waved his wand. With a flick and a shake, the troll's heavy club flew up. When the troll was struck on the head by the flying club and fell unconscious, Malfoy, lying on the ground and gasping for air, realized how foolish his earlier actions had been. He had been following Harry and Ron from a distance, just like them, and had seen the troll's figure. Then he saw that the two cowards didn't intend to fight the troll, but had rather cunningly trapped it in a room. Of course, this was considered cunning from the troll's perspective. Originally, Malfoy had planned to intervene when the two were close to defeating the troll, but he realized that these two had no intention of fighting the troll at all, which made him look down on their courage. After trapping the troll, Harry and Ron walked back, and Malfoy guessed they were going to get help. So, he took the opportunity to change direction and leave unnoticed. However, just as he was about to head down another corridor to inform Professor Snape or other teachers, the two cowards returned to the door of the room where the troll was locked up. It was truly incomprehensible what those two were thinking. Malfoy had no choice but to cautiously follow them. His goal was clear. He couldn't let these two steal the spotlight. If he left to get help and returned to find they had already defeated the troll, wouldn't that benefit them? Thinking of this, Malfoy moved a bit closer. Soon, he heard them shouting for Adam to run after opening the door. Adam being inside was unexpected, followed by the sound of crashing and banging. It seemed they had already started fighting. So, he continued to creep closer, wanting to see if the troll was about to be defeated. However, the reality was quite the opposite. It was the Weasley kid who got knocked down, and that fool Harry Potter was actually hanging on the troll's back. One was knocked to the ground, and the other was about to be thrown off by the troll. Neither looked capable of dealing with the troll, but rather were close to being finished off by it. Malfoy realized that the opportunity he had envisioned was no longer there. "Idiots! These two useless guys made Malfoy curse under his breath. He considered turning around and ignoring them. However, looking at the thick club in the troll's hand, it was clear that he didn't have much time to hesitate. Malfoy had no choice but to imitate that fool Harry Potter and grabbed onto the other side of the troll. In the critical moment of fighting the troll, Malfoy momentarily lost his focus, and inwardly he lamented, "I must have taken the wrong potion to become as foolish as Harry Potter and that Weasley pauper." But now that things had come to this, and he had joined the battle in such an unfavorable situation, he could only grit his teeth and persevere. "I'm a Malfoy. I will never back down," he encouraged himself while angrily urging those two to come up with a solution. Fortunately, even foolish people can have a moment of brilliance. The Weasley kid finally came in handy and correctly cast the spell he had just learned today, the levitation charm, at the life and death moment. The troll was hit on the head by its own lifted club. It had such a small head that it was knocked out cold. "You almost got me killed." Malfoy lay on the ground, weakly staring at the ceiling, his tone indignant. "No need to thank me." Ron, however, leaned against the wall, looking very magnanimous. The dialogue between the two was disjointed, almost like a conversation between a donkey and a horse. Malfoy was too lazy to argue with him and continued lying there to recover from the earlier exhaustion. Although it had only been a brief encounter, he felt that his entire stamina had been drained, and now all he wanted to do was lie there without moving, let alone talk too much with those foolish guys. Then he inexplicably thought, does this count as me preventing them from showing off? Or, on the contrary, did I actually help them show off? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the development of events had surpassed his initial expectations. After leaving Gryffindor Tower, Qin Yu quickly navigated the corridors with Hermione. His primary destination was the storage room on the first floor of Hogwarts Castle, which was likely where Harry and Ron, those little kids, were headed. When he reached the entrance of the storage room, he saw a scene that surprised him a bit. There, beside a fallen, mountain-like monster, Harry was trying to pull Malfoy, who was lying on the ground, up, while the latter had a face full of reluctance, as if he was being forced to do something very unpleasant. "Hey, you guys." Qin Yu's gaze wandered. Upon noticing outsiders approaching, especially Qin and Hermione, and feeling their gaze, Malfoy seemed to be shocked, quickly pulling his hand away from Harry's grip. He was already unsteady, and, with that pull, he swayed and almost fell again, having to steady himself by grabbing onto Harry, which caused Harry to stumble and show an expression of dissatisfaction. In short, the two who had just worked together to deal with the troll were now starting to dislike each other. TSK, is the reaction really that big? It's not like you did something shameful. Qin Yu thought to himself. Of course, he didn't care about their relationship. He wasn't a Drari shipper. Can anyone tell me what happened? Qin Yu was most concerned about this. Although he could piece together a rough idea from the scene, he still felt it necessary to hear the account from the parties involved. So, Harry and Ron took turns summarizing the key points of what had just happened, while Malfoy remained silent, looking up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, probably feeling that as a Slytherin, he had nothing to say to Gryffindors. "Here, I also want to thank Malfoy. He did help a bit," Harry said reluctantly, glancing at him. "Just helped a bit. If I hadn't come, you and that Weasley fool would have been killed." Malfoy finally couldn't help but widen his eyes and interject loudly. After saying that, he regretted his loud voice. If he angered Qin, that rough guy, he might not end up well. Fortunately, Qin didn't say anything for the time being, which relieved him a bit. "But I was the one who knocked out the troll with the levitation charm and saved you, Harry and you," Ron said irritably. "That was just luck. You randomly cast a spell," Malfoy muttered, feeling quite unconvinced. He had already mastered the technique of casting the levitation charm. If it hadn't been for him holding onto the troll, he would have definitely been the one to defeat it with the levitation charm, not Ron. Watching the three kids' awkward interactions, Qin Yu found amusing. However, he didn't show it on his face and instead said with a teasing tone, "So you guys want to argue about the credit for dealing with this troll?" "Not at all." Harry and Ron quickly denied it. Malfoy felt that Qin's tone was unfriendly. "Sure enough," Qin Yu continued in a serious tone, "while you're busy fighting over credit, have you thought about the fact that you went out to face the troll on your own, risking your lives, and that you could be punished by the school?" Hearing the word punishment, the three kids finally realized that their actions had seriously violated school rules. After all, Headmaster Dumbledore had instructed everyone to return to their dormitories. Yet they had chosen to wander around. Now you're scared? Just wait for your points to be deducted." Qin Yu huffed coldly. Seeing the three of them turn pale with fear, and looking at Qin, who had a slightly exaggerated expression, Hermione couldn't help but shrug, thinking that this guy sometimes really enjoyed teasing people. After scaring the three kids a bit, Qin Yu casually cast a stunning spell to prevent the troll from waking up suddenly, and pulling a classic villain comeback. Caution and steadiness. That's our main strategy. Watching Qin so effortlessly cast the spell, the originally awkward trio was stunned, shocked by what they saw. Previously, Qin had always appeared mature, strong, violent, wise. Or something else in front of them, and it seemed he had never used his wand to cast spells. As mentioned earlier, casting spells is quite complex, requiring a deep understanding and study of the incantations, the trajectory of the spell, etc., to successfully release them. Just like the levitation charm they had recently learned, not many first years had managed to master it yet. The stunning spell, on the other hand, could directly knock out a target creature. It was more complex and aggressive, and its difficulty level was naturally not on the same scale as the levitation charm. Now, as they witnessed Qin casting high-level spells up close, it was like 3 elementary school students watching a high school student solve trigonometric functions. They didn't even know what trigonometric functions were, while Qin handled it with ease. It was just an unexplainable awe. It's worth mentioning that if one were to compare a person to a high school student, it doesn't mean they aren't strong. On the contrary, high school is a stage that many people can't surpass in their entire lives. One could also say that Qin Yu's spellcasting ability is already stronger than many adult wizards. As for how much stronger, it's hard to define, as the factors determining strength in the magical world are not solely based on magic itself. Moreover, considering that Qin is only one grade above them, Harry, Ron, and even Malfoy felt even more like total noobs in their magical studies. These were, of course, just fleeting thoughts in their minds, unknown to outsiders. And Qin Yu didn't care how the 3 little kids viewed him. He knew exactly what he was capable of, and there was nothing to be proud of, nor would he belittle himself. The commotion on the first floor quickly alerted the patrolling teacher and the deputy headmistress and head of Gryffindor House, Professor Minerva McGonagall, was the first to arrive. She glanced at the giant troll on the ground and couldn't help but frown. Upon seeing the 3 boys in disheveled robes, covered in dirt, her frown deepened. Anyone who saw this scene could guess what had happened. A mix of anger and concern appeared in Professor McGonagall's eyes. However, considering the current situation, at least no one was hurt. Can anyone tell me what happened? Professor McGonagall asked coldly, posing the same question as Qin Yu. However, this time, Harry and Ron didn't dare to answer. They were too nervous and didn't know what to do. An angry Professor McGonagall was quite intimidating. Malfoy, of course, didn't dare to speak either. After hearing what Qin had just said, he was afraid that his reckless actions would bring points deducted from Slytherin. But he also knew he couldn't hide. So, he thought to let Harry Potter and that Weasley kid take the blame. After all, he was just passing by. That's right, I'm just a concerned passing wizard, Malfoy thought to himself. Then, he waited for Harry or Ron to speak first, while he pretended to be innocent and would add a little clarification later. Professor, it's all my fault. I was hiding here, sleeping. And Harry and Ron came to find me. The first to speak was Adam. Malfoy then realized that this guy was also in the room and couldn't help but think. Why mention those 2 guys' names and not mine? What do you mean by that? We never intended to fight the troll, but Adam was about to be attacked by it, and we had to go save him. Ron explained. I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. It's all my fault. I should have informed you or another teacher in advance. Harry quickly admitted his mistake. What a clever way to evade responsibility. Clearly just trying to show off. Malfoy thought in his heart. And why are you here, Mr. Malfoy? Professor McGonagall suddenly called on him. I was just passing by, Malfoy said in a very low voice, stating the reason he had just thought of. Just passing by? Professor McGonagall clearly did not believe this answer. At a time like this, who would believe you just happened to walk by a room with a troll? Malfoy knew this too, so he had to tell the truth. I saw Potter and Weasley leave the Great Hall. I was just curious, so I followed them. So, you left your Slytherin group out of concern and acted on your own. Is that correct? Professor McGonagall continued to question, leaving your house's group and acting independently. These were serious violations. Malfoy felt a wave of panic. So, he could only grit his teeth and say yes, it was out of concern. After saying this, he felt as if he had swallowed a fly, feeling nauseous. He didn't really care about Harry Potter and the Weasley kid. He was just pretending to admit that out of necessity. Malfoy tried hard to justify himself in his mind. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron took a step back, distancing themselves from him, completely disbelieving his words. Who would believe he cared about them? Of course, considering that Malfoy had helped save them earlier. The 2 wouldn't say anything to question him. Qin, you should have arrived a bit earlier than I did. Why don't you tell us what you know? Professor McGonagall addressed Qin Yu, not letting him off the hook. When I arrived, the troll had already been knocked down. According to them, Potter and Malfoy held the troll's neck, giving Weasley a chance to cast the levitation charm and knock out the troll with that stick Qin said, pointing to the large stick next to the troll. The thickness of that stick was comparable to the troll's head, so it was understandable that it could knock it out. Indeed, after hearing this explanation, Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement and told the young wizards present. Although trolls are aggressive and destructive, they are not very smart, and you could defeat them by attacking their weak point on the head. After saying this, before the stunned kids could react, Professor McGonagall raised her voice slightly and continued in a serious tone. However, I still do not recommend that you take the risk of confronting a troll, even if it's 3 of you together. Hearing this, Harry and Ron both lowered their heads, and Malfoy quickly played the ostrich, burying his head low. They were all worried about what Professor McGonagall would say next. Mr. Quinn, Professor McGonagall looked at Adam seriously. You violated school rules during class and mealtime, putting yourself and your friends in danger. I think deducting 5 points from Gryffindor will make you recognize your mistake. So they were indeed losing points. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy felt a sense of impending doom, internally lamenting, their faces showing a bitter expression. However, Adam calmly nodded. I accept this punishment. This kid is quite composed. I almost forgot he was here, Qin Yu thought to himself. Then, Adam paused briefly, looked around, and said in a gentle tone, I think I'm not the focus of this matter. Right? Yes, not the focus. The focus is on those 3 unfortunate kids. Qin Yu felt this statement was very reasonable. Others nodded slightly in agreement, including the late-arriving Snape and Quirrell, who looked pained. After a moment's pause, Professor McGonagall turned to the 3 first-year students who had their heads down, choosing her words carefully. Just as everyone's attention shifted to Harry and the others, no one noticed the faint white light in Adam's eyes gradually fade away, just as no one noticed when that white light had appeared. Regarding your actions, I hope the upcoming consequences will not lead you to misunderstandings, Professor McGonagall said with a serious tone. It had a preventive meaning. Harry, Ron, and Malfoy's faces involuntarily sagged at this, and to Qin Yu, it gave a sense of awaiting execution, probably because they all felt they would soon hear the consequences of their punishment. However, Qin Yu knew that their expectations were mostly going to be dashed. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall looked at the 3 of them and said in a slightly softer tone, You 3 will each earn 5 points for your house. Huh. The 3, who had originally been sulking, all looked up in surprise at the usually stern older witch. Why do we get points? They were momentarily at a loss. Seeing their expressions, Professor McGonagall explained somewhat reluctantly. At your age, it's quite rare to have the courage to face and defeat a troll, of course, with a few exceptions. The older witch specifically glanced at Qin Yu when she mentioned the exceptions, clearly implying something. Hearing this, Qin Yu shrugged nonchalantly. For him, defeating a troll was not something to boast about. He might not be able to match the troll in strength, but taking it down was relatively easy. All right, now you can return to your respective house dormitories. The Halloween feast has not yet ended and will continue in the common areas of each house. Professor McGonagall began to usher them out and said to Qin Yu, Qin, take them back and prevent any further danger. Okay, Professor McGonagall. Qin Yu nodded in response. Then, he led a group of younger students out of the room, which was in disarray with a troll lying in it. After coming out of the storage room, Qin Yu led the 4 first-year Gryffindor students ahead, while Malfoy hesitantly trailed behind. After all, he was the only Slytherin in the corridor, and he felt somewhat isolated. When they reached the fork in the path leading to Gryffindor Tower and the Slytherin dungeon, Qin Yu stopped, turned around, and smiled at Malfoy. This caught the latter off guard, making him even more anxious. Do you need me to walk you back, Malfoy? Qin Yu asked in an overly warm tone. No. Malfoy shook his head decisively. Perhaps feeling that his response was too stiff, he added, I can manage on my own. It's very close to the Slytherin dungeon. All right, then be careful on your way, Qin Yu said, not insisting. Judging from Malfoy's reaction, it seemed that his offer would only make him more uncomfortable. Sigh, can't there be a little trust between people? Qin Yu thought to himself as he led the Gryffindor group to the left. Meanwhile, Malfoy, relieved, quickly jogged to the right to leave. It's a tie again, Ron muttered as he watched Malfoy's figure fade into the distance. Harry was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood what his friend meant, and said, We lost 5 points for our house, gained 10, and Slytherin also gained 5 points, so it's indeed the same in the end. It's really infuriating. We couldn't surpass Slytherin again. Both of them wore a trace of regret on their faces. However, they also knew that Malfoy's 5 points were earned through his own merit. Thinking back to what had just happened, they had to admit that when danger arose, that guy really stepped up. It is said that going through a significant experience together can greatly strengthen relationships between people. Qin Yu said, turning to Harry and Ron, and winked, asking, So, after what just happened, Do you feel like you become good friends with Malfoy? No, absolutely not. Harry and Ron shook their heads resolutely. As determined as Malfoy was when he rejected Qin Yu's offer. Moreover, they unconsciously associated the term good friends with Malfoy, and images of playing and getting along with Malfoy flashed through their minds. At this thought, they both shuddered in unison, goosebumps rising on their skin. Even if there's only one wizard left in the world, Malfoy and I will never be good friends. Harry thought of Malfoy's nasty personality. Even though he felt slightly different today, he still had little fondness for him. Me too. I would rather face a dragon than that guy, Ron said emphatically. They both exaggerated the situation, one saying all the wizards in the world were dead, and the other bringing up dragons. Qin Yu really wanted to ask if they had considered the thoughts of other wizards and dragons. Of course, he only grumbled about it in his mind. I was just curious, Qin Yu said, waving his hand to the others. All right, we should head back. I didn't finish my meal at the feast earlier because I was interrupted by the troll. I hope there's still something to eat now. At his reminder, Harry and Ron, who had already not eaten enough, felt their stomachs rumble. Moreover, although their confrontation with the troll was brief, it had consumed a lot of energy, making them even hungrier. So, their pace unconsciously quickened. When they returned to the Gryffindor common room, it was already quite lively. Such a sudden situation was rare in the peaceful campus, and everyone's excitement outweighed their fear, of course, with a few exceptions. They were discussing the troll, curious about how it got into Hogwarts and which professor subdued it. Some even said that if Professor Dumbledore had intervened, it would have been easily resolved, a viewpoint that garnered much agreement. Ron listened to the discussion for a while, feeling somewhat proud, thinking that troll was defeated by me and Harry, and another not-so-important guy. Just as he was about to say something to Harry, he caught sight of Percy, who looked serious and grim, walking toward him. Ron's eyelids twitched, and he immediately froze. He knew his older brother was usually very strict and was the prefect of Gryffindor. He was definitely going to get a scolding. Meanwhile, his other two brothers, George and Fred, were nearby, showing no sympathy for their unfortunate brother and even looking on with glee. Ron, be strong. Don't be afraid. Percy won't eat you, they said one after another, quickly slipping away before Percy arrived. Ron, I heard about what happened, Percy said as he approached, looking at Ron. Percy, Ron's face was filled with a pained expression as he tried to explain, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. I hope before you do something, you can consider the dangers involved, rather than acting recklessly, Percy said in a warning tone. I understand, Ron said timidly, lowering his head. Well, I'm glad you're okay, Percy said softly, then straightened up and said sternly, don't think I'll cover for you. I will tell Mom and Dad. No, Percy. If Mom finds out, she'll kill me, Ron said in fear. However, Percy was not swayed by his brother's pleas and went to find Harry, Adam, and the others to advise them to communicate with their teachers more when faced with issues. The fainted troll was dragged away by Hagrid. Aside from the messy storage room, the damage was not significant. Thus, this sudden incident was relatively well resolved. In the stillness of the night, an angry growl echoed in the dark arts professor's office. It's all that Harry Potter's fault. That damn little boy. Master, my master. This time, it's not just him, but also two others. Do you think the other two are important? Foolish. Yes, I was wrong. Find an opportunity. We must eliminate him. He is a stumbling block, always causing me trouble. All right, my master. Damn it. You don't know how dangerous it was at that moment. If I hadn't shown up, Harry Potter and that Weasley kid would have been crushed by the troll. I dashed forward and jumped, landing right on top of the troll's head. At that critical moment, the Weasley kid was so scared he was frozen. Of course, he has never been very bright. Thanks to my reminder, he finally came to his senses and used a half-baked levitation spell. In short, Professor McGonagall should give me 10 points, not just 5 like them, because I alone could match the two of them. The next day was Friday, and at midnight, under the oak tree outside the castle, Malfoy was animatedly recounting the events of that day, gesturing wildly, his pale face glowing with excitement under the moonlight. He looked just like a brave wizard. How embarrassing. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If it weren't for knowing what had actually happened that day, and seeing that kid's pale face and trembling hands, he might have believed him a little. However, he happened to be one of the informed, but he couldn't show that he knew. So, under the mask, Qin Yu had to endure in silence for a long time, watching Malfoy vent emotions of either fear or excitement, perhaps both. After all, what happened that day was indeed thrilling for kids their age. Finally, Qin Yu forced himself to speak in a cold tone. Well, my recent guidance wasn't in vain. Hearing this rare praise from the mysterious teacher, Malfoy grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth, completely unlike his usual noble demeanor. but more like the foolish son of a landlord. Then, he bowed to Qin Yu and said earnestly, "Thank you. Meeting you and learning from you is the luckiest thing that's happened to me at Hogwarts." Well, putting aside other things, this kid to show some respect for his elders. Hearing his heartfelt words, Qin Yu felt a little touched. It wasn't a sense of guilt for deceiving a minor, but he thought this kid still had some redeeming qualities. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt an impulse to touch his nose, but ultimately restrained himself from doing something that didn't quite fit his current identity. All right, that's behind us. It's time for today's practice. I hope next time you'll be the one to use magic to defeat the troll. Qin Yu timely brought the topic to a close, to prevent this kid from going on endlessly. After all, he couldn't stay up all night listening to him ramble on. Okay, I'll start practicing right away. Malfoy seemed to realize he had wasted too much time and quickly replied. He then began to practice the spells he had recently learned under the oak tree. Qin Yu, standing by, occasionally nodded. In fact, his thoughts had long drifted elsewhere, thinking about his own matters. The events before Halloween, regardless of their importance, had already passed. He needed to focus on other things now. Just a few days ago, he successfully resonated his alchemical sword with Snape's through meditation. However, distance became a problem. At his current level, Snape's sword didn't respond if it was more than 3 meters away. To connect with Swinton's sword was truly a vast distance away. So, what was Professor Swinton doing running so far? At his age, why was he still playing The World Is So Big? I want to see a game. As Qin Yu silently mocked his older brother's behavior, he occasionally glanced at Malfoy, who was diligently practicing his spell-casting motions. Perhaps stimulated or encouraged by the recent incident. This kid was practicing particularly hard today. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but you must enter by yourself. This was especially true in the study of magic. At critical moments, Qin Yu could provide appropriate guidance. But to truly integrate and internalize these various spells into an instinctual ability required constant, repetitive, and tedious practice. Today, Malfoy was finally putting in some effort. Lower your elbow another inch so the movement will be smooth. Focus your gaze 6 feet in front of the tip of your wand, not on the wand tip itself. Make the motion and the thought coincide. Don't hesitate after your brain has already thought it through. Qin Yu pointed out more than a dozen of Malfoy's mistakes or shortcomings, causing the originally self-satisfied, proud boy to lower his head. Qin Yu didn't care about encouragement or discouragement, or even PUA. If this kid could throw a tantrum while he was trying to impart valuable knowledge, then he truly was hopeless, and Qin Yu wouldn't need to spend an hour each week indulging his antics. After Qin Yu finished explaining the key points, Malfoy immediately subconsciously followed what the mysterious teacher had said, lowering his elbow, focusing his gaze ahead of the wand tip, not hesitating, and the action must not lag behind his thoughts. Wingardium Leviosa. The trajectory of the wand was almost simultaneous with the incantation. As the spell was cast, a dry twig on the ground slowly and steadily floated up. The first-year Slytherin student showed a genuine smile and quickly looked at Qin Yu with gratitude. Not bad, Qin Yu lazily commented. This bland praise sent Malfoy into a frenzy of joy, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Thank you. After your guidance, I found that not only is the spell easier to cast, but even my movements look better. Malfoy exclaimed. To say that, it seems you put in some effort. Qin Yu nodded slightly under his mask. Are you referring to the part about the movements looking good? Malfoy asked uncertainly. He hadn't thought there was anything special about his spontaneous remark. Exactly. Merlin once said that if your spellcasting movements aren't good-looking, then you definitely haven't mastered the spell. Qin Yu said seriously. So that's how it is. Malfoy seemed to understand, mumbling as expected of Merlin, truly philosophical. As for whether Merlin actually said such a thing, Qin Yu believed that this elder, who couldn't even take care of his own beard and pants, surely had no energy to care about how many famous quotes others attributed to him. All right, that's it for today. After Qin Yu said this, he cast a spell and vanished from sight. Malfoy, with admiration and longing in his eyes, watched the spot where Qin Yu had disappeared for a while before sneaking back to the Slytherin dungeon, excitedly diving into his bed. Time passed quietly and fully, neither fast nor slow. I don't know when the temperature had already dropped enough to see the white breath coming from my mouth. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts had also changed into thick clothing, wrapping themselves in scarves of their respective house styles. Hermione's little hands often turned icy due to the cold, and it took a while for Qin Yu to warm them up. What should I do when you're not by my side? The little girl felt somewhat troubled by this. So, she used her wisdom, and with Qin Yu's help, she utilized the spell she had just learned to trap a ball of azure flame in a glass jar. In this way, she locked in that warmth, allowing her to wait until Qin's hand could warm hers again. In short, Hermione did not feel much fear towards the approaching cold winter at Hogwarts. You're a senior professor at Hogwarts. How can you not even handle a dog? This wound has been there for 2 weeks, and there's still no sign of complete healing. Looking at the bloody mess, it seems it will take another 2 weeks. Qin Yu helped Snape replace the bandage on his leg, muttering as if to himself. At this moment, the two were in the staff lounge on the first floor, and Snape's calf was indeed, as Qin Yu said, a bloody mess. A sight that made one wince in pain. Once the wound was bandaged, Snape lowered his lifted robe and glanced sideways at the boy who had just fallen silent, saying coldly, "In your understanding, can a 3-headed dog count as one?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yu thought about the 3-headed dog named Fluffy in his mind and nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that guy counts as at least 3, or even more formidable than 3. If I didn't go all out, I would probably be bitten to death by it." Hagrid was originally reluctant. Snape succinctly stated. This remark revealed another reason for his injury, which was also why Qin Yu said he could not go all out because that 3-headed dog belonged to Uncle Hagrid. Just as Snape said, he initially planned to have the 3-headed dog guard that important item, but Hagrid initially disagreed. Fortunately, Professor Dumbledore reasoned with him emotionally, and Uncle Hagrid realized who they were trying to guard against, which is why he decided to contribute his beloved 3-headed dog, which he had not raised for long. Due to the consideration that the 3-headed dog was his own, Snape did not take high precautions at first, and even when attacked by the 3-headed dog, he could not use overly powerful magic for the same reason. It was like a fragile mage going into the wild to farm small monsters, unable to use skills and only able to auto-attack. If they weren't killed by the monsters, they would already be considered fast. This imagery was vivid in Qin Yu's mind. He really missed those days of fighting in the canyon. He should talk to George and Fred about organizing a 5v5 board game. Isn't that more interesting than Magical Ludo? Qin Yu's thoughts had already drifted somewhere else. Then, he got up, waved goodbye to Snape, and casually took a book from the latter's desk. The cover of the book had several archaic, ornate words. The Charming Toad. That was indeed the title of the book. It was unlikely that more than 5 people in all of Hogwarts would be interested in this book's content. Clearly, Qin Yu was not among them. Snape pretended not to see his action, sitting there organizing several potion materials. As Qin Yu was about to leave the lounge, Snape said, seemingly without beginning or end, "The one who dies first is always the arrogant one." Qin Yu turned back, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "This is quite philosophical. It wouldn't be something Merlin said, would it?" Snape replied, "You can leave now. Take that broken book with you." Qin Yu shrugged, no longer dragging it out, and stepped out. Thud! A book with a green cover was thrown onto the table in the Gryffindor common room. Looking at the magical GIF image of a jumping toad on the cover, Harry, Neville, and Ron all showed expressions of surprise. It was indeed the book The Charming Toad that had been confiscated from them. "Qin, you are amazing. You really got the book back from Professor Snape," Harry exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yu's face instantly fell, rolling his eyes and saying irritably, "What do you mean stole? I want to get it. It's get. Please pay attention to your wording. Mr. Potter." Harry Potter grinned and apologized to Qin for his inappropriate wording. Then he, along with Neville and Ron, began to flip through the reclaimed book. The Charming Toad, as the name suggests, was a book related to toads. And Neville had a toad, though it couldn't be said to be very cute. In recent days, as the weather turned cold, Neville's not-so-cute toad had started to become inactive, mostly sleeping in its candy box, only coming out every 2 or 3 days to eat. And even that was forced by Neville waking it up. Naturally, Neville had heard about toads hibernating, but since it was his first time raising such a little creature, he wasn't very professional, not knowing what temperature would trigger hibernation or what preparations were needed. So, Neville found this book related to toads from the library, thinking he would study it well to ensure that the toad could safely get through its first hibernation. Then, when he was reading in the corridor, he encountered the enthusiastic Harry and Ron, who, upon hearing about Neville's troubles, offered to help. Then, while the 3 were gathered around looking at the book, Snape suddenly appeared out of nowhere, confiscating the book under the pretext of privately taking out valuable library books and deducting 5 points from Gryffindor. When Harry indignantly recounted this incident to Qin Yu and the others, Qin Yu felt both surprised and unsurprised. He was surprised because, according to the original timeline, the book that was supposed to be confiscated would be the magical Quidditch balls borrowed by Harry from Hermione, but now it had turned into this charming toad. And Hermione had not appeared at the scene of the crime because she was with Qin Yu. He felt it was unsurprising because, for someone who had been looking down on Harry all day, especially after causing trouble right before Halloween, it was reasonable for Snape to pull such a stunt. As for Qin Yu, all he could do when meeting Snape was to steal the book back. No, it was to get it back. Don't just focus on taking care of that toad. The Quidditch match is about to start. You need to get your act together. Qin Yu thought it appropriate to pressure Harry a bit, so he wouldn't be too idle. Sure enough, upon hearing Qin Yu mention the upcoming Quidditch match, Harry began to tense up, his emotions becoming anxious, and he hurriedly said he would prepare well and give it his all. It was no wonder that Harry had previously been insufficiently tense about the Quidditch match. Mainly, he had been constantly hearing Ron talk about Qin's performance in the match. As long as you don't make any major mistakes, just relying on Qin can win a match. That's what George and Fred said. Ron had said this to Harry more than once. His intention was to reduce Harry's psychological burden, so he wouldn't freeze up during the match. Ron achieved his goal, but it was a bit of overcorrection. Harry was too relaxed. This was evident from his recent willingness to help Neville study for toad hibernation. In short, Neville's little toad could finally hibernate properly after being fussed over by everyone. The book suggested finding a relatively stable and not too cold environment, and the candy box it had been staying in was quite suitable. So, in a way, Neville had put in a lot of effort for nothing. Just as Neville was returning the book The Adorable Toad to the library, there was only one day left until the Quidditch match. That afternoon after school, Hermione mysteriously told Qin Yu that Harry had discovered a huge secret. During lunch break, as Harry passed the corner of the corridor next to the Great Hall on the first floor, he vaguely heard a conversation between Professor Snape and Hagrid, where Snape said, "Just assume I was passing by and accidentally got bitten by that dog." So, Harry suspected that on Halloween, Snape had tried to steal something and got bitten by that terrifying dog. That dog must be the one we saw that day. Looking at the nervous little girl, Qin Yu was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He could roughly imagine the situation when Hagrid met Snape. It was just a coincidence in the corridor, with Hagrid apologizing again for Fluffy's, the three-headed dog, mistake, and Snape coldly saying that it was nothing. Just assume he was passing by and accidentally got bitten by the dog. However, if Harry happened to overhear just a fragment, it would definitely lead to unnecessary associations. So, if a person always sees another person unfavorably and keeps an eye on them, they will indeed discover a lot of dirt, right? Just like Harry with Snape. To this, Qin Yu could only say that it was also reasonable. A person's traces left in the world are often reflected in others. For example, many years ago, the young couple named Potter who died left an indelible mark on some people, and some still cannot forget their deaths, while others often reminisce about the warm embrace hidden deep in their memories from childhood. Therefore, many years later, when Snape saw those familiar eyes, he would have a moment of distraction, but he would also occasionally become furious because the owner of those eyes resembled his father too much, not only in appearance, but also in the way he loved to cause trouble and seek the limelight. The events on Halloween made Snape's heart boil with rage, and afterward, he simply and brutally took that book away in the corridor and deducted 5 points from Gryffindor. One must say that this definitely had a bit of personal grievance involved. As for Harry Potter, because he lived and studied in the place where his parents once lived and studied, he often had two blurry figures floating in his mind. Those figures would appear in many places at Hogwarts: classrooms, corridors, the Great Hall, courtyards, meadows, and by the lake. Did they dislike and like the same subjects as he did? Did they also get lost in the corridors or on the stairs? What would they chat about while eating in the Great Hall? Would they spend their leisure time on the grass by the Black Lake? These thoughts would occasionally bubble up, causing him to lose focus. Therefore, Harry had a different expectation for the sports competitions his father had once participated in. As an observer with a god's eye view, Qin Yu could very well understand their mentality. Then he inevitably thought of the person who had left traces in his life, Professor Stephen Swindon. No one knew where he was now. It had been many days without news, and Qin Yu still could not contact him, struggling to work on that alchemical sword in hopes of being able to communicate. Every day, big and small, he was truly worried sick. Thinking of this, he glanced at Hermione, who had just finished her little report, and muttered a random remark. Hermione looked a bit confused and blinked her clear yet adorably naive eyes at him. Qin Yu ruffled her hair and smiled, saying, "All right, I understand. If anything like this happens again, just tell me in time." I will." The little girl nodded seriously, being quite obedient. After chatting about this, the two headed to the Great Hall, followed by dinner and the usual study tutoring. All, as usual, no need to elaborate. It was hard to say whether it was because of the chatter or something else, but by the next day, on the day of the Quidditch match, as soon as Qin Yu put on his robe and grabbed his broom, he was called to Professor Snape's office. As soon as he entered, he received a thin letter from the other party. The envelope had a line of beautiful and familiar cursive handwriting, simply 2 words, to Qin. Looking at the S signature in the bottom right corner of the envelope, Qin Yu immediately guessed the sender of the letter and asked with a joyful expression, "Is this from Professor Swindon?" "Yes, it was just received this morning." Snape nodded, his tone revealing a hint of relaxation, and the cold lines of his face seemed to soften a bit. "Well, finally some news," QinYu said, unable to help but smile. It had been so long without any word from Swindon, although they hadn't said much to each other. They couldn't help but worry. Now that they finally received his letter, he felt much more at ease. QinYu said no more and opened the envelope in front of Snape, taking out the letter inside. It was indeed just a thin sheet of paper. He unfolded it to read, and the content was also very brief. "Dear Qin, after our last communication, I entered a remote place in search of something. Due to inconvenient communication, I couldn't write to you in time. I hope you haven't worried because of this. In the near future, I may need to focus on studying this thing I just obtained, so I will not be able to contact the outside world for a long time. I wanted to inform you in advance, so please do not worry. Your teacher, dear friend, Stephen Swindon." The letter was so short that even after reading it carefully twice, QinYu didn't spend much time on it. Finally, he looked at the classical English phrase, "Please do not worry," in the letter and couldn't help but complain. "Is that it?" Saying this, he handed the letter to Snape. The latter glanced at the content of the letter and didn't seem surprised, nodding and saying, "It's similar to my letter." "Great. How lazy can one be? The letters are getting shorter and shorter." QinYu complained again, then added, "But at least we have news of him. We worry for nothing." "Only you were worried," Snape said, flicking his robe sleeves and turning back to his desk. "Ah, yes. Yes. Only I was worried. You had no worries at all." QinYu was too lazy to argue with the proud potions teacher. Since there was news from the missing Professor Swindon, QinYu could put down a worry and had one less distraction to deal with the upcoming Quidditch match. "I still have to prepare for the match. I'm off. Goodbye, Professor Snape." QinYu tucked the letter away, bid farewell to Snape, and walked out with a light step. As he walked, he thought that since he had already made contact with Swindon, did that mean he didn't have to keep struggling with that alchemical sword? After all, he hadn't made much progress recently. However, he quickly thought again that since he had been working on it for so long, if he gave up halfway, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Sigh, the sunk cost is too high. After all, it's human nature to persist in something. You still need to keep practicing the magic of alchemical communication. Just as QinYu was about to leave the office, Snape's voice unexpectedly sounded. "Huh?" QinYu was slightly taken aback, mainly surprised that Professor Snape's thoughts were somewhat in sync with his own. "What I mean is, if Swindon has no news for a long time again, you have a way to contact him," Snape said flatly, looking down at the desk while tidying up. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that?" QinYu nodded seriously and added, "You mentioned that his sword might suddenly transmit our voices." "Oh no, my voice. Will he be startled?" Just thinking about it is quite amusing." By the end of his sentence, QinYu was grinning foolishly, mainly because the thought had a vivid imagery. Snape naturally ignored QinYu's silly behavior. QinYu was used to it and hummed an unknown tune as he left. "I'll send you off 1,000 miles away." The sound in the corridor gradually faded, and Snape frowned, listening for a long time without catching what this kid was singing. In North America, New York, an old 5-story building hidden in the bustling city. Just as QinYu opened that letter, a middle-aged wizard sleeping in one of the bedrooms opened his eyes. "The letter has been written. They shouldn't be looking for that guy anymore," he murmured. He had cast a spell on the letter, allowing him to sense it as soon as the envelope was opened. Finally, I can sleep peacefully," he thought to himself. QinYu told Hermione about receiving a letter from Professor Swindon, and the little girl was happy for him. After all, she knew QinYu had been worried about the former defense against the dark arts teacher and had been trying to contact him. As for how to contact him specifically, that was beyond her understanding. Alchemy was still too advanced for her as a first-year student. Of course, she would definitely learn it in the future. If Qin could learn it, she could too. If she couldn't, it must be because Qin didn't teach her well. Yes, that's it. Thinking of this, Hermione asked him, "How's your research on that sword going? Will you continue?" As she spoke, she gestured with her hands to indicate the length of the sword. QinYu could naturally hear the expectation in her tone and understand the little girl's thoughts. She was definitely interested in alchemy. It must be said that after spending so much time together, it was easy for them to see through each other's thoughts. So, he smiled and replied affirmatively, "Of course. Giving up halfway is not my style." Saying this, he took Hermione's hand and walked towards the field, slowly adding, "However, since Professor Swindon has news, I don't need a rush. Perhaps a relaxed mindset will help achieve success in the research." This is called tension alternating with relaxation. You should also study like this. Don't always be too tense. Learn to relax appropriately. The little girl repeated the phrase tension alternating with relaxation, feeling that Qin was right, and nodded with a smile, saying, "Got it. Then when I'm tired from studying, I'll come to you for stories." I think listening to your stories is something that makes me both happy and relaxed. No problem. Qin Yu readily agreed. He had plenty of Eastern stories in his mind. And if that didn't work, he could tell some novel stories like Zhou Mingrue crossing into the Cthulhu world or Li Huowan yelling mom. I can't tell the difference. However, right now, Hermione's appetite hadn't been spoiled yet. Just one journey to the west was enough to keep her captivated. By the way, last time you said they went to a country full of girls, Master Tang, the pig demon, and the river monster drank magic river water. And their bellies suddenly grew larger. What happened next? Since the topic of stories came up, Hermione naturally asked. The subsequent events were a bit bumpy. They had to find a way to solve the belly problem, and addressing this issue required a special well water, which was guarded by a rather difficult character named Rui. As Qin Yu spoke, he suddenly realized something and turned his head to ask, have I not told you about their encounter with the Red Boy? The Red Boy is actually the nephew of the Rui, the guardian of the falling, so the Journey to the West group has a grudge with him. If I don't mention the Red Boy, the story of the Kingdom of Women can't be told. Red Boy? Hermione looked at him in confusion, her eyes filled with curiosity. Is he a person all in red? You haven't told me about this person. Ahem, it's fine. We can tell the story of encountering the Red Boy in a flashback and interspersed manner, but now time is tight, so I'll definitely tell you next time. Qin Yu used serious words to cover up his embarrassment. There was no way. He felt that the plot of the Kingdom of Women was more interesting, so he jumped straight to that part. However, without the previous setup, many plot points in the Kingdom of Women really couldn't be conveyed. Looking back, not only did he skip the Red Boy's plot, but he also hadn't mentioned the Bull Demon King at all. So, writing novels and telling stories is really not an easy task. It's easy to miss certain plot points, making the narrative inconsistent. Fortunately, this time he could use the excuse of flashbacks and interspersed narratives to gloss over it. Qin Yu thought to himself that he was quite literate, flexibly using narrative techniques. Blah blah blah. Although Hermione had plenty of doubts about this justification, she knew there wasn't much time left before the match started. So it wasn't the time to dwell on the story. Of course, she was still a bit unhappy. So a hint of mischief appeared in her clear brown eyes as she pursed her lips, trying hard not to reveal a villainous smile. Naturally, her villainous actions were merely her secretly trying to exert force, tightening her grip on his hand, then releasing it. She repeated this several times until after walking a distance. Qin Yu cast a helpless glance at her. So, Miss Granger, what are you doing now? Qin Yu said, tilting his head to look at his battered hand. To say it hurt would be an exaggeration. However, it was clear that this girl was up to no good. Hearing this, Hermione chuckled and then said seriously, didn't you say to tension alternating with relaxation? You see, this is just a little tension, then relaxation, right? Saying this, she demonstrated it again, and Qin Yu watched helplessly as her small hand tightened around his hand like a claw and then released. Such blatant foolishness left Qin Yu momentarily speechless. Perhaps sensing that things were getting a bit awkward, Hermione quickly pulled her hand away while he was in a daze. I'm going to stand over there. When there are more people, I'm afraid I won't be able to squeeze through. Bye, Qin. After saying this, the little witch quickly ran away. This was clearly a guilty thief trying to escape. Qin Yu instantly reacted. His eyes filled with anger as he huffed through his nose and hurried to chase after her. At this moment, the corridor was bustling with people heading to the Quidditch pitch, and with a broomstick in hand, Qin Yu couldn't run very fast, making it quite difficult to catch up to the agile brown-haired girl. However, even though his speed wasn't great, he managed to catch the culprit just before reaching the locker room. You're too slow, Qin. If I hadn't slowed down, you wouldn't have been able to catch me at all. How do you expect to win the game like this? Hermione said proudly. Seeing her like this, Qin Yu rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that if he really used his Quidditch skills, she would have been out of luck. Of course, he couldn't bear to actually hit her, so he just playfully poked the little witch's nose as a form of punishment. Hermione scrunched her nose in displeasure and then, as if she thought of something, burst into laughter and cheerfully said to Qin Yu, Hee, I'm not going to mess with you anymore. Qin, good luck in the game. I'll be cheering for you from the stands. The two lingered outside the locker room for a moment, and when Qin Yu checked the time, he realized the match was about to start. So he playfully waved her small hand goodbye before letting her go, watching her head to the Gryffindor stands. At this time, the students and staff of Hogwarts had gathered in the stadium, waiting for the Quidditch match to begin. It had to be said that after a year of competitions, Qin Yu's popularity in Quidditch was quite high. As he passed through the stands, he could easily hear people mentioning his name, along with comments like last time's double hit was so cool. The opponent getting the snitch was just the beginning of their nightmare. Qin could take on a golden snitch all by himself. Other houses might not openly support Qin Yu, but the closer he got to the Gryffindor stands, the more Hermione could feel the heat around Qin. It was like banners waving and crowds gathering. Well, those words were something Miss Granger hadn't yet been fed by someone. In any case, above the Gryffindor stands, there were more than 10 banners of various sizes, all covered in slogans related to Qin, with the largest banner spanning a full 10 people's width, boldly stating the phrase that Hermione found so impressive. Qin is our king, whether it was cringeworthy or not. It was indeed catchy and powerful. The moment Hermione saw it, her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her heart raced. Well, it was probably that feeling of being proud of my idol for being so amazing. She was thrilled that so many people supported Qin, and she could cheer loudly without feeling awkward, because she believed she wouldn't be the only one doing so. Qin is our king. Hooray! She quietly and excitedly chanted the phrase as she continued to approach the Gryffindor stands. After walking a few steps, she spotted another less conspicuous banner made from what looked like a torn bedsheet, held up by 2 people. The banner featured a lion, representing Gryffindor, and the slogan on it was, "Potter for the win." Unsurprisingly, Hermione saw that the ones holding this banner were Harry's roommates, Seamus and Dean, along with Neville, Ron, and Adam nearby. It had to be said that Harry's support banner looked somewhat pitiful compared to the surrounding ones. Perhaps out of a sense of wanting to take good care of her little brother, Hermione walked over with a smile and waved her wand to the banner, casting a small spell she had already learned. As the spell was cast, the lion on the banner became more vibrant, and the words "Potter for the win" seemed to glow, becoming very eye-catching, so much so that it could be noticed from quite a distance. Hermione, you're amazing. You brought Dean's lion to life. Thanks to you, Harry will definitely see our banner now. How'd you do that? It doesn't seem like any magic we learned. Hermione, how can I be as good as you? The crowd erupted in exclamations and praise, making Miss Granger feel a bit floaty. This feeling was great. However, when she turned to see the banners related to Qin, her heart that hadn't fully floated away quickly calmed down, as she realized how far she still had to go to catch up with him, realizing she was only a little better than other kids. It's just a very simple spell, easy to learn. When I have time, I can teach you, or you can ask Qin. Hermione smiled and said. Most of the spells she knew were taught by Qin, including the dazzling spell she just cast, and these people were all considered Qin's little brothers. Qin would occasionally give them pointers on their magic lessons, so teaching a few small spells should be easy. As the excited chatter filled the air among the little kids, Hermione found a spot to sit near them. She also took a single telescope that Adam handed her, since the stands were quite far from the pitch. It was difficult to see the Quidditch players on broomsticks with the naked eye. Thank you, Adam. Hermione started to express her gratitude, only to notice Adam leisurely pulling out a pair of binoculars, which were clearly more useful than her single telescope. Seeing the look Hermione gave him, Adam returned her gaze with a warm smile. After a moment of surprise, Hermione shrugged it off, no longer surprised by her somewhat quirky classmate. Well, although Adam often seemed sleep-deprived, he was really keen on joining in the fun. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought 2 pairs of binoculars just to watch a match. Most first-year students, like Hermione, wouldn't even think to prepare this. Qin should have mentioned it earlier, making me unprepared, Hermione muttered, raising the telescope to look towards the center of the pitch, eager to catch a glimpse of someone as soon as they entered the field. If Qin Yu heard her, he would probably feel wronged. After all, he was mainly focused on playing in the match and didn't have much experience to share about watching from the stands. When he watched matches from other houses, he simply grabbed a telescope from the Weasley twins, so he never had the trouble of being unprepared. Just as the stands filled up with students and staff from various houses, the Quidditch players in the locker room had also changed into their team robes. Oliver Wood, as the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team this year, nervously and excitedly gave a pre-match pep talk, encouraging everyone to play well. What a glitch. He's even more long-winded than Charlie. Fred couldn't help but complain to George. Yeah, with Qin here, we're bound to win. George also thought Wood was being unstable and not showing the confidence Gryffindor should have. You two have had enough. Wood was extremely frustrated and, after calming down, said seriously, although we have Qin, we still need to ensure that Slytherin doesn't have any other counter-strategies. Wood didn't want to be overtaken by other houses after taking over the Quidditch team. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Meanwhile, in another changing room, several Slytherin players gathered together to listen to their captain, Marcus Flint, giving a speech. Terrence, keep a close eye on that Harry Potter. He's a rookie who has just started playing Quidditch. If he gets the golden snitch before you, you know what the consequences will be? Flint said fiercely to the seeker. Terrence Higgs. Terrence straightened up quickly, trembling as he acknowledged. And you 2 beaters, if there's a chance, take a swing at those 2 new girls. Make them hurt. Make them scared. Make them cry. Flint instructed the 2 beaters. The two new girls he referred to were Gryffindor's Katie Bell and Alicia Spinnet. One is in her second year and the other in her third. They just joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team not long ago, making them true rookies. I won't say much about the keeper. If you let in one goal, I'll hold you accountable. After saying this, he looked at the other two chasers responsible for scoring and said slowly, "Us three chasers, especially you, Dorian, if I see you scream again because of a bludger hit, I'll make it worse for you." Dorian Hughes, the chaser, couldn't help but shrink his neck, intimidated by the authority of this fierce captain. What about Qin? I mean, how do we deal with him?" Someone asked quietly, one of the beaters. Silence instantly fell in the changing room. After a long while, it was Captain Marcus Flint who spoke first, his voice somewhat hoarse and low. "When we encounter him, we can only fight back. As long as I get the ball, even if I get hit in the face by a bludger, I'll still throw it into the goal." As if to boost himself and his teammates, he said this while raising his clenched fist to enhance the momentum. The response to him was still silence. The teammates were clearly not motivated and instead looked at their captain with some sympathy, as if they had already foreseen a face badly beaten by Qin. "Let's go. No more nonsense." Seeing everyone's reaction, Flint growled in frustration, wearing his green team robe and gripping his broomstick, leaving for the pitch. "Ouch, who hit me?" Ron exclaimed. Just as the match was about to start, he was sitting neatly in the stands, waiting to cheer on his good friend Harry Potter, when suddenly someone hit him lightly on the head. This startled him, and he almost fell off his chair. Commonly known as falling off the chair. After shouting, Ron stood up angrily, turned to look, and saw an incredibly familiar and infuriating face. The owner of that face raised her chin at him in a provocation. Having lived together during an unforgettable summer, Ron had an indelible psychological shadow regarding that face, even though it wasn't unattractive. Thus, he instantly fell silent. "Moni, why did you hit me?" Ron protested weakly, trying to stay calm. The person was none other than his cousin, Moni Wanda, who was now in her 4th year at Ravenclaw. "What do you mean, hit you?" "My dear cousin Ron, this is my way of showing enthusiasm. I'm very hurt that you would say that." Moni pressed her hand to her chest, speaking in an exaggerated tone, as if Ron had truly harmed her fragile little heart. "Yeah, right." Ron screamed in his heart. "You clearly did it on purpose. Do you think I'm that clueless about your character?" However, he dared not say this out loud, lest he provoke Moni into an even more dramatic or violent response. Fortunately, the hit hadn't hurt much. It was only a bit more than a tickle, so there was no need for him to make a big fuss about it. After giving himself a mental pep talk, Ron calmed down and said to his cousin, "I hope next time you greet me, it's not by hitting my head." "Oh, little Ron, you're so fierce." Moni pretended to be surprised, while reaching out to mess up Ron's hair into a tangled mess. "What are you doing here? Go back to your Ravenclaw." Ron was annoyed and tried to smooth his hair, sitting back down in his seat, not wanting to say anything more. "Don't mind me." Moni had no intention of leaving. Instead, she sat behind Ron, squeezed in with a petite second-year girl next to her, and helped her pull a banner that spanned 10 seats. "I'm Moni. Nice to meet you." The older cousin greeted the girl with a smile. "I am Joanna. Nice to meet you too." The girl shyly smiled back and introduced herself. "I'm from Ravenclaw, but it's better here. I can cheer for Qin openly. It's just that when I go back, I might have to deal with their sarcastic remarks," Moni said with some emotion. Those classmates only mocked her for interfering with the Sorting Hat's judgment in her 1st year, which mistakenly placed her in Ravenclaw instead of Gryffindor. TSK, TSK, TSK. Moni wouldn't let such gossip hinder her from doing what she wanted. I actually feel a bit guilty because I'm Katie Bell's roommate, but, well, you know, Qin is the best." Joanna felt guilty about betraying her roommate, but apparently not too much. After the two finished talking, they exchanged smiles, feeling they had much in common. Just as they were about to continue chatting, a deafening cheer erupted from all directions in the stands. There was no need to doubt. They both looked towards the pitch and saw the teams in red and green robes marching in with synchronized steps. As the referee, Madame Hooch flew in on her broomstick to the center of the field, the breeze blowing her robes and gray hair, looking incredibly cool. "Gryffindor, victory! Slytherin, go!" In the increasingly loud cheers from both sides of the audience, the match began. Now the quaffle is on the Gryffindor side. After Alicia Spinnet got the ball, she quickly dashed past the obstacles and, catching the Slytherin side off guard, passed the ball to Angelina Johnson diagonally above. One must say, Angelina is truly an excellent and beautiful girl. An excellent and athletic chaser. Oh no, the Slytherin beaters are starting to interfere. The match was intense, and in the central commentary booth, a 3rd-year boy was passionately commentating. Meanwhile, Moni Wanda, a girl with short chestnut hair sitting in the Gryffindor viewing area, kept interrupting the commentary. "What is Lee Jordan talking about? Compared to last year, I'm really far behind Linda. I don't know what Professor McGonagall was thinking, replacing the two of us and letting this mediocre commentator go up instead. It's unfair, really unfair. Besides thinking that the other party's ability is lacking, Mengni's biggest dissatisfaction is actually not being able to watch the game from the commentary booth. The view there is really exceptional, unlike the ordinary stands where you have to use binoculars to see the players' movements clearly, making it hard to have that immersive feeling. This is what she can't tolerate the most. Well, your commentary last year was indeed brilliant. But I think maybe it was precisely because it was too brilliant that Professor McGonagall didn't let you continue in this job, Jonah said with a polite tone that had double meanings. Jonah was referring to the match Qin Yu participated in for the first time, the same one where Gryffindor faced Slytherin. In that match, Ming and I, under the instructions of her two cousins George and Fred, mocked Gryffindor at the beginning to paralyze Slytherin, allowing Qin Yu and the others to catch them off guard and take control of the game's rhythm, making Slytherin feel utterly humiliated. Meng and I also continued to throw out witty remarks during the commentary, even though her partner Linda, Zhu, tried her best to salvage the situation. She couldn't stop Meng Mi's performance. You could say that being fired by Professor McGonagall was completely justified. The commentary for the Quidditch match should be unconventional. Otherwise, how can the excitement of the game be reflected? Professor McGonagall is just too rigid. Meni muttered softly. She didn't dare to openly criticize Professor McGonagall, as this professor is the vice principal of Hogwarts and the head of Gryffindor House, and she was currently surrounded by Gryffindor students. If the justice-driven little lions tore her apart, she would have nowhere to reason. What did you say? It was too noisy around. And Jonah didn't hear this lady's mumblings clearly. It's nothing. I was just saying that Marcus Flint is really despicable, relying on his strong build to bump into people everywhere. Ming and I said indignantly. Yeah, and their beater only focuses on Katie and Alia. Katie almost got hit just now. Thankfully, Qin reacted in time. Qin was really cool just now, right? Jonah excitedly said. Right. Ming niekul bolertedli. She didn't want to admit that she had just spaced out and hadn't seen how Qin made his move. All right, not to think about why Professor McGonagall dislikes her. Since it has come to this, she could only make do with watching the game from the ordinary stands. As her attention returned to the field, Meng and I noticed that Qin didn't seem to be launching any aggressive attacks. Instead, he was leisurely patrolling the sky on his broomstick. Merlin once said, "If something seems unusual, there must be a problem behind it." Thinking of this, Meng and I looked around, analyzing Qin's intentions with the expertise of a seasoned Quidditch fan. Just as the former commentator Meng and I observed, Qin Yu was indeed in a seemingly relaxed state, holding a light red oak bat. He was wandering leisurely in the air on his broom and rarely made a move. He didn't want to be so passive, but there was nothing he could do. As he participated in more matches, the opposing teams had already paid enough attention to him, and man-to-man marking was child's play. Sometimes half the team would focus on just him, and even the Seeker would intervene when necessary. I mean, isn't it ridiculous for the Seeker to give up looking for the Golden Snitch just to defend against the beater? Of course, the difficulty of catching the Golden Snitch, which sometimes made the Seeker quite relaxed, was one of the important reasons. In short, due to Qin Yu's previous performances, he had forced the opponents to abandon conventional offense and defense and adopt unconventional tactics. As the saying goes, a flurry of punches can kill a master. With their approach, Qin Yu really couldn't perform at his best for a while. He could only wander around, take action when faced with a crisis, and then continue wandering, occasionally chatting with the rookie Harry Potter to calm his emotions. Don't worry about the bludgers and the quaffle. That's our job. Just focus on the Golden Snitch. When it appears, chase it immediately. If you encounter any obstacles, we'll try our best to help you deal with it. Qin Yu explained, then casually added, so, you don't need to be nervous now. Conserve your energy and strength. There will be a time for you to be busy later. And I understand. Harry nodded repeatedly, feeling a bit less tense, but still anxious. Qin Yu also knew that he couldn't completely help this kid overcome his nervousness with just a few words. So he shrugged and continued his wandering. To many onlookers, this brief exchange between him and Harry seemed like they were strategizing something significant. Otherwise, why would Harry Potter nod so seriously, right? Marcus, what's going on? What's that guy plotting? Drian Hughes asked anxiously as he got close to Captain Marcus Flint. The latter had, of course, noticed Qin Yu's recent actions, or rather, he had never relaxed his attention on this guy from the very beginning. Now seeing him conspiring so obviously, how could he not be alerted? Don't panic, Drian. This guy will definitely resort to any means necessary. We could have predicted this long ago, Marcus said, calming his flying speed while reassuring his teammates in a strong tone. But Duyin hesitated, images of Qin's overwhelming performance from last year flashing in his mind, and as someone who was on the receiving end of that, it was hard not to feel doubtful. There's no but. Just keep an eye on him and that Harry Potter. Marcus interrupted his words and made arrangements. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Duyin could only nod in response. Marcus quickly flew to the positions of other teammates, making different arrangements for each. After flying around in a big circle, sweat was starting to bead on his forehead. Although he had been busy, Marcus's expression remained serious. What is Slytherin planning to do? I understand. They are changing tactics temporarily. I understand too. Marcus is responding. Just now, I suspected Qin was plotting something. No. Planning some layout. Look at Harry Potter's flying trajectory. Do you see anything? Nothing. What flying trajectory? Is there anything special about it? Isn't he just flying randomly? I knew you wouldn't understand. Let me remind you to look at his position. Position? Isn't he flying above everyone else? Now that you mention it, I feel like at that height. The wind should be quite strong. It must be blowing hard against his face. All of you. Merlin-S pants on your heads. Can't see anything clearly. Stop just talking about us. Hurry up and explain what's going on. Right? Only you have pants on your head. Be clearer. All right. Let me explain more clearly. Do you know their SA Quidditch move where you dive down from a very high altitude? You mean that? No way, it can't be that, right? There's nothing impossible. That was arranged by Qin, and it's Harry Potter. You should know the story about him. In one area of the stands, several onlookers were intensely discussing and pointing fingers, passionately analyzing the current situation on the field. People around them felt their conversation was quite professional, even though they didn't specify what the maneuver that dove down from the high sky was called. But it sounded impressive. Qin Yu didn't feel much about Slytherin's tactical changes. After all, the opponent hadn't been using conventional tactics today, and now it was just becoming even more unconventional. Just look at one of their beaters, who aimed a bludger at Harry. And you could tell that today's Slytherin was simply bizarre. The golden snitch hadn't appeared, so why interfere with Harry Potter, the Seeker? The only effect might be that Harry stumbled a bit in the air, showcasing his control over the broom, thus adding a little entertainment value to the match. Boom! Qin Yu quickly flew past and hit that bludger that had interfered with Harry hard. The black iron ball traced a long and beautiful arc, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and accurately struck the shoulder of one of Slytherin's chasers. Hiss! The entire audience gasped. The spectators in the stands seemed to hear the dull thud when the bludger collided with that person. Just seeing that chaser almost tumble off his broom gave a direct sense of how painful the hit was. Clearly, Slytherin's chaser, Klee, had just suffered a heavy blow. His entire right shoulder must have lost its strength, forcing him to lean forward to stabilize the broom handle. Even so, he still held tightly onto the quaffle in his arms. This tenacious spirit is the charm of Quidditch. Let us applaud Klee's perseverance. Lee Jordan passionately narrated, highly praising Slytherin's chaser. However, the tone sounded strange, like a winner pitying and encouraging a loser. This made the Slytherin students cast dissatisfied glances at him, but they had no way to deal with him, as even Professor McGonagall beside them couldn't point out any faults. Compliments being criticized doesn't make sense. We can see that while Klee is tenacious, his body clearly doesn't allow him to hold on for long. At this moment, he needs to pass the quaffle, but certainly not to the approaching Katie Bell and Aaliyah Spinett. With Lee Jordan's commentary, the stands erupted in light laughter, which, of course, only made the Slytherin stands angrier. Katie Bell and Aaliyah Spinett, as new chasers for Gryffindor, keenly seized the opportunity and launched an attack on Slytherin's chaser, fully demonstrating their professionalism and decisiveness, which made many who didn't know them look at them in a new light. However, in this critical moment, the defense around Klee was so weak. The other chaser, Dorian Hughes, seemed to have just realized what was happening and was still on his way over. While the two beaters responsible for protecting the chasers were far away, one of them still attacking Gryffindor's Seeker, Harry Potter. Just now, I wanted to say that I really couldn't understand that move, but I was deeply shocked. Lee Jordan exclaimed later, Jordan, watch your wording. Professor McGonagall couldn't take it anymore and shouted to stop him. With such a sharp tone, the professor really feared that this kid would get poked to death by Slytherin students with wands after the match. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall recalled the previous commentator, Moni Wanda, thinking that they were all such a handful. Well, it's still acceptable. This kid has a bit of my former style. In the stands, a girl whose name flashed in Professor McGonagall's mind said with some relief. Ron looked back at this cousin with a somewhat speechless expression, feeling that this person was truly fickle. She had just been scolding Lee Jordan, and now she was praising him. So, in the end, the final say belongs to you. Huh, Moni shot him a glare, letting him know to keep his opinions to himself. Ron shrank his neck in fear, deciding to be smart and go with the flow. Katie, good job. Suddenly, Xena, sitting next to Moni, excitedly shouted, standing up and clapping, and many others followed suit with cheers. Moni and Ron were startled by this shout, and no longer paid attention to each other, quickly turning their gaze back to the field. Sure enough, the situation on the field had changed. The quaffle had somehow found its way into Katie Bell's hands, and the girl had knocked aside the blocking Dorian Pughs and was heading straight for Slytherin's goal. Dimensional Wall, Hermione, V50, live broadcasting the Quidditch match for everyone. I arrived just in time. I saw the moment Katie stole the quaffle. It was so exciting. The tall, giant Hagrid squeezed in with a smile, sitting down between Ron and Neville, causing the row of kids to huddle together with their activity space suddenly reduced. Hey, Hagrid. Hermione turned around to greet Hagrid and, after receiving his response, continued to focus intently on the match. Although it was her first time watching a Quidditch match live, she could still tell how impressive Qin's seemingly casual strike was, creating an excellent offensive opportunity for his teammate, which she thought was incredibly cool. Therefore, she didn't want to miss a single exciting moment of the match, especially those related to Qin, which was why her greeting to Hagrid was so hurried and brief. I'm so excited. Let me describe what just happened. Just now, after Qin created the opportunity, Aaliyah pretended to approach the Slytherin chaser, Klee, with the quaffle, causing him to instinctively dodge. However, it was Katie who actually made the steal. That's right, it was a classic Perochi clamp feint. Under normal circumstances, Katie's steal might not have been so easy, but now Klee was hit by Qin's bludger and was already struggling to maintain his flight. After being startled by Aaliyah, he completely couldn't pay attention to Katie beside him, which allowed Katie to succeed. Alas, you two young and kind girls. Bullying an injured player like this. I must say, you are truly bad. Lee Jordan's replay informed the audience who missed this moment about what had just happened. Unsurprisingly, his final remark once again drew the dissatisfaction of Slytherin students and a stern reprimand from Professor McGonagall. The chase on the field didn't stop at all because of the commentators or audience reactions. The Slytherin players, who realized too late, rushed towards Katie Bell, with Dorian Pughs leading the charge, looking fierce as if he wanted to eat this damned Gryffindor newbie. However, Katie showed no fear and charged towards the interceptor with the same fierce demeanor, using her flying skills to collide with Pugh's left shoulder, forcing him back while she adjusted her direction and continued to rush towards the opponent's goal. The interception by Dorian Pughs was ineffective, and now it depended on the rest of the Slytherin team. Let's look for their captain and seeker, Marcus, who appeared on Katie's right wing, looking fierce. However, he was bulkier and stronger than Pughs, and Katie was in danger. With Lee Jordan's commentary, Hermione and others were also worried about Katie on the field, especially with Marcus, a big guy, making it really hard for the petite Katie to get through. Just as everyone's attention was focused on these two key players in the offense and defense, a black ball suddenly whizzed in and struck Marcus hard in the lower back. Marcus's movements seemed to hit the brakes instantly, slowing down abruptly, his body curling like a shrimp, wobbling unsteadily on his broomstick, clearly in great pain and unable to recover his combat ability for a while. It was Qin. Qin struck at a critical moment. He delivered a precise hit, successfully intercepting Marcus. The biggest obstacle in front of Katie was removed, and she continued to advance toward the enemy goal. Lee Jordan's passionate commentary continued, but the stands suddenly fell eerily silent, as if they were nervous for Katie, everyone holding their breath, afraid to make loud noises. On the other hand, Slytherin's goalkeeper, faced with such a threat, rushed to use the double 8-ring flight move. Wasn't it too late to use this move now? Slytherin was making mistakes in a hurry, making foolish moves. The goalkeeper in green robes flew in an 8-shaped pattern around Slytherin's 3 circular goals. This move is usually a classic defensive maneuver for goalkeepers, capable of covering all 3 goals, but clearly, in a panic, a wider coverage meant more vulnerabilities. It would have been better to just stay put and prepare for defense. Sure enough, taking advantage of the opponent's upward flight, Katie adjusted her broomstick to fly toward the lower left, pretending to charge. The goalkeeper noticed and hurriedly rushed back to defend the lower left, almost tripping over himself due to the sharp turn. However, just as he arrived at the lower left for defense, Katie changed direction and headed straight for the upper right goal he had just defended. Katie seized a moment when Slytherin's defense was weak, and as she approached the goal, she threw the quaffle with a ghost shot. Katie scores. She has earned the first 10 points for Gryffindor since the start of the match. Let's cheer. in the despairing eyes of the Slytherin goalkeeper and other players rushing over. The newcomer seeker Katie Bell scored a goal for Gryffindor, earning them 10 points. Katie, Gryffindor, Gryffindor. The stands erupted with enthusiastic cheers. The cheers from Gryffindor's section were undoubtedly the loudest. Harry Potter, participating in a match for the first time, excitedly flipped twice in place to express his exhilaration upon seeing his teammates score. Qin walked past the kid and said irritably, "Save some energy. You'll need it later." Harry grinned and chuckled, repeatedly agreeing. Qin didn't bother to say much to the kid and joined Katie and Aaliyah, encouraging them with satisfaction. "Well done. All that training wasn't for nothing. Let's maintain our pace and keep playing like this." The two rookie players were thrilled to receive praise and flew a circle around Qin to salute him in a unique Quidditch way. Qin. At this moment, the stand seemed to wake up, shouting Qin's name, as anyone with eyes could see that his 2 hits were key to this goal. Soon, the familiar chant echoed across the field. Qin waved helplessly at the Gryffindor section, where the loudest cheers were coming from a distance. He could vaguely see a brown-haired girl cupping her hands around her mouth, joining in the shouting. This girl really had some spirit, he thought. He wasn't trying to steal the spotlight. The words of encouragement he had just given should have been said by their captain, Oliver Wood. Unfortunately, Wood was their goalkeeper and couldn't just fly to the middle of the field during the match. That would be absurd. The veteran player, Angelina Johnson, didn't have enough weight. And George was not worth mentioning, so it had to be him to step forward. After briefly encouraging the 2 goal-scoring heroes, Qin instructed everyone to return to their positions and prepare for the next round of offense and defense. As the saying goes, in Quidditch under the sun, some are happy while others are sad. Regaining his composure, Marcus gathered his teammates and angrily said, "We were fooled by Qin. He used Harry Potter to distract us. So insidious, using a useless player to draw our attention. Truly despicable." One of the beaters echoed angrily. Then, everyone began to denounce Qin's dirty tactics, calling it the behavior of a petty person. "All right, no time for nonsense." Marcus interrupted them. He really didn't want to dwell on his previous misjudgment. "Let's stick to our original plan and focus on attacking those 2 seekers. Don't get distracted again." In another section of the stands, "I get it. Qin is indeed a tactical genius. I understand now. He made others believe that Harry Potter had an important task, but in fact, Harry Potter was just a decoy used to distract Slytherin's attention. That's right. Qin is amazing." Then, a few people analyzed the classic enemy diversion tactics Qin had used and how professional his 2 hits on the quaffle were. Meanwhile, a certain spectator sitting next to them watched their animated discussion and recalled their previous conversation, unable to resist rolling his eyes, thinking to himself, "I see it clearly now. You all really don't understand anything, just talking nonsense." As a veteran player who had participated in more than one interhouse match, Qin could already observe and judge the subtle changes in the situation on the field. It was clear that with Katie's goal, Slytherin had lost its usual composure and calmness. Even though they were visibly targeting Katie and Aaliyah, the 2 newcomers, it still couldn't hide the anxiety and panic of the Slytherin players, leading to frequent mistakes, including several elbowing and collisions that were against the rules. One of the fouls even resulted in a beater hitting the quaffle out of bounds and breaking the nose of first-year Hufflepuff boy. The unfortunate first-year Hufflepuff must have been watching the match for the first time, and when he saw the flying quaffle, he was completely dazed, forgetting to dodge and getting hit squarely. In short, Slytherin's rhythm was thrown off. As a seasoned Quidditch player and former commentator, Meng and I quickly reached this conclusion. But they look so intimidating. Katie is surrounded. She now began to worry for her roommate. "Don't worry, since the opponent has shown such a significant flaw, that guy Qin won't let this opportunity slip by," Meng and I said lightly, looking as if she was just waiting for the show. The senior's words reassured Joanna, who continued to cheer for her roommate and the impressive Qin, looking forward to their performance. Bang! Unexpectedly, Qin Yu hit a wandering ball, striking a Slytherin player and clearing the way for the chaser, Angelina Johnson, who charged straight towards the goal and skillfully scored. The latecomers Marcus and Pews hovered near the goal in frustration, glancing from the recently defended Katie and Elia to Angelina, who had just scored, feeling a mix of annoyance and anger, unsure of who to focus on defending. However, the Gryffindor players showed no intention of sparing their opponent's feelings. Instead, they seized the various gaps in Slytherin's defense and launched a frenzied attack, with the cooperation of batters Qin and George and the fierce charge of the 3 chasers. The situation on the field began to tilt heavily in Gryffindor's favor, scoring 5 goals in a short time. The score rose to 50-0. However, Slytherin's frustration was also fully unleashed. Marcus fulfilled his pre-match bravado, grabbing the quaffle despite being hit twice by Qin, ending up bruised and battered, yet valiantly scoring Slytherin's first goal since the match began. Marcus's goal left people speechless, and Qin even made a gesture of pounding his chest with his right hand and pointing at the opponent. Though the specific meaning was unclear, it was evident he was expressing respect. However, from Qin's decisive and suave turn, it was clear he would not go easy on them just because of such praise. In the subsequent game, as commentator Lee Jordan had said, Qin did not give the opponents a chance, continuing to join his teammates in delivering one rapid attack after another against Slytherin, while the latter seemed to lose their last bit of courage after Marcus's goal, left only to exhaust themselves. "Why didn't you continue chasing?" Marcus shouted. "I saw Qin coming." Hughes explained. "What are you batters doing? You can't even hit one person." Marcus continued to yell. They were flying too fast and made evasive maneuvers. It was hard to judge the direction, the batter explained. "If you can't defend the goal, you might as well take your broom and clean the toilets." Marcus furiously scolded the incompetent goalkeeper. "I tried my best," the keeper said, exhausted both physically and mentally. Marcus's shouts and the team's sighs of despair echoed on the field from time to time. After a round of scolding, the Slytherin captain noticed their seeker, Terrence Higgs. When he saw that the kid was still fixated on Gryffindor's seeker, none other than the useless Harry Potter, Marcus's anger flared up. He flew over and poked Terrence in the butt with his broomstick, angrily saying, "What are you doing? Staring at that guy, without looking for the snitch, is useless." "I thought Potter seemed to have spotted the golden snitch," Terrence said timidly. He wasn't very assertive by nature, and at that moment, he dared not argue loudly. Hearing this, Marcus was directly amused. Just now, they had been tricked by Qin and Potter. Who would have thought that Terrence would be easily fooled as well? It was simply foolish. "Do I need to teach you the Lonsky fake? He's definitely pretending to have found the snitch, luring us to follow him." Marcus scolded his foolish teammate. "Okay, maybe I was overthinking it." Terrence could only mutter in agreement. However, before he could finish, he suddenly paused and said nervously, "And Marcus, is there something over there reflecting light?" Terrence said, pointing to a certain spot. Following his finger, Marcus indeed saw a glimmer of gold. And that damned Harry Potter was exactly in that direction, bending down and rushing over. "And Marcus, that Harry Potter, is he?" "It's none of your business. Hurry up and chase." Wasn't that his feint? Marcus's face flushed. He really didn't know if this teammate was intentionally trying to annoy him. However, he didn't want to dwell on being slapped in the face right now. The most important thing was to stop Potter from catching the golden snitch. With the score at 90-10, if they could prevent the opponent from catching the snitch and successfully catch it themselves, the game situation could be reversed. These thoughts flashed through his mind, and his actions were quicker than his thoughts. He accelerated and charged towards Gryffindor's seeker, Harry Potter. In such a critical moment, he had no other tricks to use and could only resort to a foul, using a sharp turn to sweep the tail of his broom towards the opponent. Harry Potter was excitedly pursuing the golden snitch. He believed he was the first to spot it, which made him even more thrilled, imagining the scene of sealing the game by catching the snitch. Who knew that suddenly a broom would sweep across his face, nearly knocking off his glasses, and he was startled by this surprise attack, hastily dodging. In that instant, the trace of the golden snitch was lost. Thus, the Slytherin team resorted to a foul to prevent Gryffindor's seeker from catching the snitch. The penalty would at most result in a goal, which was only 10 points. Far better than allowing the opponent to catch the golden snitch for 150 points. Marcus, as the captain, understood this calculation clearly. However, his foul behavior drew the anger of many, especially Gryffindor students. Hermione and the classmates around her in the stands felt the shamelessness of Marcus, and Harry's roommates were particularly indignant on Harry's behalf, with Dean shouting that Marcus should be sent off. However, Madame Hooch did not fulfill Dean's wish, as there were no yellow cards or red cards in Quidditch. As the referee, Madame Hooch only awarded Gryffindor a free kick, giving them priority in ball control. Although Gryffindor successfully scored 10 points from the free kick advantage, it was still a huge loss compared to the golden snitch. Morale suffered a small setback. Fortunately, Qin, replacing Captain Wood, circled around to reassure everyone, and they quickly perked up. "Harry, what's wrong?" Just as the match was in full swing, Hermione, through her telescope, noticed that Harry, not far behind Qin, seemed off. She saw Harry's broom behaving like a runaway wild horse, bouncing up and down and swaying left and right. Soon, many people also noticed this and began to discuss. Hermione was able to notice Harry Potter's abnormality first because he was closer to Qin, at least in the same direction. After all, The field of view through the telescope in her hand was not large, and she could only focus on one or two targets. If she wasn't looking at Qin, who else could she see? Therefore, Harry being seen was purely incidental. Of course, many spectators were similar to Hermione, their attention drawn to Qin Yu, and then noticing the leisurely seeker Harry Potter who was occasionally hovering nearby, as Harry was flying around wildly on his broomstick. Everyone quickly noticed the scene. Is Harry's broom broken? Neville murmured. That can't be. It's new, and it's a Nimbus 2000. Ron, who was familiar with Harry's broom since they unwrapped it together, reassured him. As he said, the Nimbus 2000 not only looked good, but it flew faster and had excellent stability, meaning it wouldn't just malfunction due to ordinary disturbances. Of course, the reverse of that statement meant, if it really malfunctioned, it definitely wasn't due to ordinary disturbances. Harry was still up in the air, screaming in terror, desperately gripping the broomstick, but his body was being tossed around because of the broom's erratic movements. He felt like his bones were about to be shaken apart, and soon he feared he would be thrown off the broom. Falling from such a height would undoubtedly have dire consequences, either death or serious injury. In this life and death moment, the first person Harry thought of was Qin. He believed that as long as Qin was there, he would be safe. This was probably also why he instinctively flew towards Qin during the match. However, when Harry looked in Qin's direction, his heart sank, because Qin wasn't looking at him at all. Instead, he had his back turned, seemingly focused on something else. Help me, Qin, ah! Harry shouted loudly. He was very anxious, and since he was in a desperate struggle against the rampaging broom, his cries were disjointed. He feared that Qin might not hear his intermittent pleas for help. Fortunately, Qin finally responded and glanced back at him. However, it was just a glance, and after nodding at him, Qin actually flew away. He flew away. He left. Harry felt despair in his heart. It was like the last straw of hope was swept away by the waves, dousing him with a bucket of ice water in the freezing cold. And then a large rock fell on him from the sky after he plunged into the abyss. In short, Harry felt utterly desolate. It wasn't that he hadn't considered other possibilities. It was just that at this moment, he had no energy to think of anything else, only gripping the broom for dear life, hoping Qin would change his mind. Harry's confusion didn't mean that others felt the same way. Hermione, who had been watching the scene closely, furrowed her brow in thought when she saw Qin fly away. She didn't believe Qin would abandon Harry. On the contrary, he appeared calm and collected, as if he had found a way to help Harry. But why was he flying in another direction? Hermione was puzzled. What was Qin up to? She mumbled to herself while using a monocular to follow his fast-moving figure. However, she couldn't make much sense of it, so she scanned the surroundings with the telescope. Adam, can we switch? Hermione asked Adam Quinn, the equipment supplier. As she spoke, she shook the monocular in her hand. It was just too limited. Sure, here you go. Adam readily agreed. Hermione thanked him and quickly switched to binoculars. Indeed, her field of vision widened significantly, and the double vision was much clearer and more comfortable than the monocular. Without time to appreciate the upgrade, Hermione focused on the situation on the field, uncertain about what was happening to Harry, which caused some chaos in the match. But Slytherin seized the opportunity to organize a ruthless attack. The commentator's tone was filled with concern. Hermione also saw Slytherin's chaser, Pusey, take the quaffle while Angelina was distracted. On the Gryffindor side, some were trying to understand Harry's situation and were shouting to communicate with him, while others were still focused on the game. And as a key player for Gryffindor, Qin flew towards Pusey's direction, seemingly intent on continuing to play well in the match. The girl watched Qin's flying figure as he quickly approached Pusey. She didn't think Qin would ignore Harry. She only thought about stopping Slytherin from scoring. Of course, Hermione didn't think Harry was in too much danger, even if he fell from the broom. She knew Qin had enough time to fly over and save him. She had a good understanding of Qin's flying speed, having been flown around by him several times before. She knew how fast he was. In short, given the current distance, as long as Harry was still within the field, Qin would definitely be able to catch him before he hit the ground. Thinking of this, an image of Harry sitting on Qin's broom, leaning against him, unconsciously surfaced in her mind. No. Hermione was very resistant to this image and hoped it wouldn't happen. It was even more unacceptable than seeing someone else sitting in the passenger seat next to her boyfriend. You better really have a plan. She pouted as she continued to watch the figures in the sky through the binoculars. The situation on the field changed rapidly. Slytherin took advantage of the chaos caused by Harry's anomaly and successfully grabbed the quaffle, organizing an attack towards the goal. Meanwhile, the Gryffindor team was somewhat disoriented, with only Qin focused entirely on the match, desperately trying to stop the opponent. The audience watching this scene began to discuss among themselves. Some felt that Qin should help his teammate out of trouble first. Others believed that winning the Quidditch match was paramount. If individual players made mistakes, it shouldn't affect the overall game. Sigh, Quidditch matches can be so brutal. It's common for someone to break an arm or a leg. Ming Ni, who had seen a lot, spoke more realistically and harshly. So Harry really could be in trouble? Ron asked his cousin anxiously. Don't worry. We're not that insane in professional matches. Plus, there's so many teachers present. Look at Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape, and Professor Quirrell, all watching Harry. They definitely won't let him be in any life-threatening danger. Ming and I reassured her worried cousin. Not life-threatening, but there could still be other dangers? Ron's concern eased a bit, but not by much. Ming and I was momentarily at a loss for words, because there was indeed a possibility of injury. Well, thankfully we're not muggles. As long as we don't die, a few injuries aren't a big deal. You worrying doesn't help. Just wait and see. Before she could finish, her attention returned to the field because Qin suddenly accelerated, heading toward a certain position. Ming and I quickly raised our binoculars to see what Qin was doing. She saw him raise the light red bat high and strike a rogue bludger with all his might. The bludger flew straight towards the charging chaser, De Leon Pusey. The black bludger charged forward with astonishing speed, but Pusey, who had already noticed Qin's movements, merely adjusted his flight path slightly and easily dodged the bludger's attack, letting it pass harmlessly. Commentator Lee Jordan hadn't even had time to lament Qin's failed attack when the bludger continued on its path, tracing a long arc straight toward the stands. Oh no, the bludger is going to hit the spectators. Everyone, get out of the way. Whether it was due to the commentator's warning or the sight of the approaching bludger, a commotion erupted among the spectators in a certain area. Well, Qin, hitting the ball out of bounds is a foul. Fortunately, no one was hit. With a scare but no harm done, the match could continue. When the spectators regained their composure, they noticed that at some point, Gryffindor's seeker Harry Potter had stopped his erratic flying and returned to normal. And Gryffindor's game was back on track. Among the spectators, the only one who saw through the truth was a childlike figure, the famous detective, Idagawa Hermione. She realized that the area of the stands hit by Qin's bludger was occupied by Hogwarts teachers, including Professor Snape, whom she had previously mentioned to Qin in private. Many signs indicated that Professor Snape did not like Harry. To Qin, one was a respected teacher, and the other was a younger brother he cared about. So, Qin's gaze toward that direction was so complex, he must have been in great pain. The young detective murmured, her tone filled with sorrow. The cold, damp wind from the Atlantic blew in from the southwestern sea, causing the robes to flap in the high sky and making the flushed cheeks after the match sting. Qin Yu swung the bat again, hitting another bludger, then hovered there, watching the situation ahead, letting several beads of sweat slide down his forehead and along his cheeks, scattering in the wind. The situation had actually become clear since Harry's broom had become obedient again, or rather, from that moment on, Slytherin had already lost its fighting spirit. Just now, Qin Yu had struck a blow, hitting the bludger on his Slytherin seeker Terrence Higgs, making it predictable that Harry would be the first to catch the golden snitch with his speed. Therefore, at that moment, Qin Yu's mind was in a state of detachment, reminiscent of the legendary sage's time. That guy must really hate Harry. After all, it was Harry who made him look like a ghost back then. I can't compete with him anyway, unless I go all out, but that would definitely harm my body, and there are too many unknowns. Better to use caution. The limitations the system imposed on me might also be a form of indirect protection, as long as it's not a trap. I'll just take it slow. I'm still a kid, hoping to enjoy a few more years of leisurely time. These chaotic thoughts drifted through Qin Yu's mind, and he didn't deliberately pursue any clarity, just letting his thoughts scatter wherever they may. When he thought of something, he glanced toward the stands where the professors were sitting, as if he wanted to see that terrifying face through the wrapped scarf. Harry Potter, Gryffindor, victory, victory. Suddenly, cheers erupted both on and off the field. Qin Yu stopped his chaotic thoughts and looked in Harry's direction, where he saw Harry holding a winged golden ball with a dazed expression, looking around at the cheering crowd with an innocent disbelief in his eyes. When Harry's gaze turned toward Qin Yu, Qin smiled and nodded at him, and instantly, excitement and joy replaced his confusion, lighting up the boy's face. In stark contrast to the dejected Slytherin players were the jubilant Gryffindor players, who flew over from all directions to congratulate Harry and share in the joy of victory. In the Gryffindor stands, Moni and Gina had already stood up with a row of students, waving their banners and cheers. Ron jumped up excitedly, feeling an immense pride for his best friend's performance. Harry, you were amazing. He was so thrilled that even when his equally excited cousin reached out to ruffle his hair, he turned back with a happy, silly grin. Harry is just like his father since he was little," Hagrid said, patting his large palm, mumbling with a mix of pride and sadness. As for Neville, Dean, Seamus, and the others, they naturally joined in the cheers with the surrounding crowd. What a lively scene. This feeling is truly nostalgic. Adam's soft whisper drowned in the sea of cheers, and only the relatively restrained Hermione, sitting nearby, could catch a bit of it. However, she didn't have the extra energy to focus on what he said, because the young girl had just noticed Qin glancing again toward the professor's direction, and through her telescope, she saw the complex expression on Qin's face. This involuntarily reminded her of the letters she had received from Qin, in which he had mentioned Professor Snape's name more than once. And even though there were many teasing remarks about the professor, Hermione could still sense the admiration conveyed through the words. Not long ago, she had told Qin about the conversation she overheard Harry having, and looking back now, Qin's expression had been somewhat shocked. Now, Harry had encountered a targeted attack. It was clear that Qin had noticed something unusual. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent that bludger toward the stands or shown such a complex expression. Plus, the match had just ended, and Qin had subconsciously looked toward where the professors were sitting. Wasn't all of this enough to explain the situation? Qin must be feeling very conflicted. I have to investigate this matter clearly for him. Hermione clenched her fist, her gaze resolute. Then, she turned to look at Hagrid, who was getting up and preparing to leave. After the match, Harry Potter immediately wanted to find Qin Yu. Although he didn't understand what had happened on the field, upon reflection, Qin's actions during his broom's out-of-control moment were very meaningful. In any case, Qin definitely wasn't ignoring him. As for what Qin had done, he was still unclear. That's why he wanted to find Qin to ask, and also to seek some approval from him. However, when he arrived at the locker room, he found that Qin was not there. It seemed he had been called away by Professor Snape, but there was no mention of what it was about. Captain would have told him that. After changing, Harry left the locker room feeling somewhat disappointed. As he exited the Quidditch pitch, he saw Hermione frantically chasing after a huge figure. It was Hagrid. "Hagrid, why didn't you wait for me to finish?" Hermione shouted from behind. "Hermione, you should go back." Hagrid replied helplessly. The tall Hagrid kept walking forward, while the small brown-haired girl, Hermione, had to exert a lot of effort just to keep up with him. After seeing this scene, Harry didn't think much of it, grabbing his broomstick and following along, where he also met up with his friend Ron. "Why didn't you go save that kid right away?" In an empty office, Snape frowned slightly as he asked the newly arrived Qin Yu. His tone held no accusations or questions, just a hint of confusion. Clearly, in his understanding, it was normal for Qin to intervene to save someone when that rascal Harry was in danger. Turning to leave seemed rather illogical. Qin Yu shrugged in response and said casually, "Perhaps I value the competition more than Harry? After all, I'm not that familiar with him." Snape, not believing his nonsense, shot him a glare and muttered, as if to himself, "What you did at that time was against common sense, at least from the perspective of those who know you. Fortunately, there aren't many people in this world who understand me. Are they, Professor?" Qin Yu smiled back. Seeing his attitude, Snape snorted in annoyance and finally said angrily, "Put away your cleverness. You know nothing about the people you're facing. Do you understand? Don't get worked up, Professor. Don't get worked up. I'll be more mindful in the future." Qin Yu quickly reassured him, noticing that Snape was genuinely upset. After Snape calmed down, he coldly stared at the kid. "It seems you really did see something back then. If that's the case, you should do nothing. I just wanted to help." Qin Yu started to say, but upon seeing Snape's unfriendly gaze, he quickly changed the subject. After all, the man was genuinely concerned for him, and there was no need to be obstinate. That's Qin Yu's principle of doing things. "You better really understand that," Snape said, not one for many words. Having cleared up some doubts in his mind and made a certain troublesome fellow aware of the stakes, he then dismissed him. "Be careful of Q." Qin Yu heard Snape say half a sentence just before he left. "Huh?" He turned back to look. "Be cautious. Don't take risks." Snape didn't finish his previous thought, but waved his robe sleeve, signaling Qin Yu to get lost. "All right." Qin Yu didn't need him to say that name. Waved goodbye to Snape and walked out the door. "What Q? Isn't it just Quirrell? Why hide it as if I wouldn't know? Sigh. I can't tell anyone else, but it's really frustrating." Qin Yu walked along with his broomstick, mumbling to himself. He wasn't surprised that Professor Quirrell would attack Harry. After all, he was backed by Voldemort, who had long held a grudge against Harry. It was normal for him to take advantage of the situation, and it wasn't entirely a resolution of history. From Snape's words, he seemed to have guessed something. That "be careful of Q" was likely an unfinished warning about Quirrell, but he didn't understand why Snape and the others were still holding back. "Put away your cleverness. You know nothing about the people you're facing." Qin Yu imitated Snape's tone, repeating the phrase, speculating that this was probably the reason. I have to say, that noseless guy in the resurrection armor is indeed powerful and hard to kill. Far more so than that over 70-year-old in the East who still climbs mountains, rides horses, and goes live streaming with his young wife. Thinking about these chaotic thoughts with no conclusion, Qin Yu looked up at the sky and noticed it was still some time before sunset. So he headed towards the Great Hall. Earlier, when the event ended, he had hurriedly asked his teammates to leave a message for Hermione to wait for him in the entrance hall. However, when he arrived, he didn't see Hermione anywhere. Well, it's probably because my legs are too long and I walk faster than short-legged Granger, he quipped. After a bit of trash talk, Qin Yu leisurely sat down on a long-back chair in the entrance hall. He thought to himself that when he told the girl this later, it would surely make her jump up in frustration, probably waving her little hands in exasperation, trying to scratch him. TSK, just thinking about that scene. It makes me quite happy. Just as these mischievous thoughts had not lingered in Qin Yu's mind for long, a dizzy owl flew over. Upon seeing Qin Yu, it noticeably paused, its already round eyes seeming to widen with surprise. It had finally found the recipient. Thud! A thin letter was dropped on Qin Yu. After delivering the letter, the owl flapped its wings and turned to leave, like a worker who had completed their daily task and could finally relax. Well, only those who slack off, birds, can truly belong to themselves. Work is merely a form of alienation for people, birds. Qin Yu seemed to understand the owl's feelings as he watched it fly briskly towards the Ollery outside the castle. The letter was thin, but there were two of them, both rather short and not lengthy. One was from Hermione, saying, "I'm at Hagrid's for something, hope you come by later." The other was from Hagrid, saying, "Come quickly. Qin, the three little ones are asking me all sorts of questions, and it's giving me a headache." Qin Yu tucked the letters away, secretly lamenting his busy life, then helplessly got up and headed towards Hagrid's hut in the Forbidden Forest. On the way from the school to Hagrid's hut, Qin Yu encountered many people. Everyone was still excited about the recently concluded competition, congratulating him and praising his performance. Naturally, Qin Yu responded with a smile to these friendly greetings. Of course, there were also those who were less friendly, such as some Slytherin students like Jerome and Malfoy, who glared at him from a distance, giving off a strong sense of Hogwarts' long-standing grievances against Qin. Qin Yu paid no mind to these people. They could do as they pleased as long as they didn't stand in front of him and act tough. At least for now, they didn't have the courage to confront him. Following the familiar path, grass, and hills, Qin Yu quickly arrived at Hagrid's wooden hut. When he walked into the room, he saw Hagrid sitting in his oversized chair, facing the fireplace, presenting a massive back to others, grumbling quietly, and seemingly unwilling to engage with anyone. The person Hagrid didn't want to deal with was clearly Hermione, Harry, and Ron behind him. Huh? What is going on? Qin Yu asked curiously as he entered, his gaze sweeping over the three. Hermione opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but looked as if she didn't know where to start. Harry glanced at his somewhat timid friend, and then at Hermione, who couldn't seem to find her words, and finally took a half-step forward, quietly responding. "We came to ask Hagrid some questions, but he doesn't want to tell us." As soon as he spoke, Hagrid, who had just turned around, looked quite aggrieved and said to Qin Yu, "Qin, you're finally here." Seeing Hagrid's expression, Qin Yu already had a title for a little essay in his mind. Shocking. 3 first-year wizard apprentices nearly made a 10-foot giant cry. "All right, I'll have a cup of tea first. We can talk slowly about it," Qin Yu reassured, sitting leisurely at the side of the table. Hermione looked at the empty table in front of him and quickly brought over her steaming cup of tea, grinning at him widely. Qin Yu looked at the little witch who was smiling foolishly at him, rolled his eyes in annoyance, and gestured for her to sit down on the chair beside him. Hermione stuck out her tongue, bit her lip, and sat next to him. Of course, Qin Yu also signaled for Harry, Ron, and Uncle Hagrid to come over and sit in a circle to clarify the situation. So what exactly happened? Qin Yu took a sip of tea, looked to the side, and continued, "Hermione, you go first. I suspect this is mostly your doing." Qin Yu wasn't randomly blaming her. It was just too obvious. From the reactions of Harry, Ron, and even Hagrid, it was clear that Hermione was at the center of the incident. The girl took a deep breath, puffed out her chest, and wanted to refute Qin Yu's accusation, but in the end, she couldn't come up with a defense. "I just want to know if what happened today was Snape's doing because Harry overheard Snape's secret that day. The only person I could ask was Hagrid, but he was tight-lipped and didn't want to talk about it. He only said a few words and ignored us." Hermione finished her explanation in one breath, glancing at Hagrid at the end. Qin Yu followed her gaze to see Hagrid's conflicted, helpless, and frustrated expression, and he guessed that Hagrid's silence might not be too strict. "So, Hagrid, how much did you tell them?" Qin Yu asked. "I told them about Fluffy. He's the three-headed dog we encountered last time. And I mentioned a name, Nicholas Flamel. Harry and Ron answered in unison. I already knew the name Fluffy, Hermione added. Qin Yu had helped Hagrid by the three-headed dog. So Hermione wasn't surprised by that name. Fluffy is guarding something very important, and Snape got bitten because he was trying to steal it. Hermione continued her analysis. Hagrid immediately rebutted, I told you, Snape wasn't trying to steal that thing. But Harry clearly heard him say he was bitten by that three-headed dog. Hermione countered with evidence. That's right, I heard it myself. You were talking about being bitten by the dog in the school corridor. Harry chimed in as a witness. He went to protect that thing. In any case, he is not the thief, Hagrid explained. So what is that treasure? Ron asked curiously. Nothing at all. I already said that's not something you should be concerned about. Hagrid said irritably. It's related to Nicholas Flamel, right? Harry asked. No, it's not. Stop guessing. Hagrid slammed his large hand on the table in anger. Looking at the nearly falling apart wooden table that Hagrid had hit, Qin Yu secretly shook his head. All right, being able to reveal this much of a secret is already Hagrid's limit. If Snape isn't the thief, then why did he attack Harry during the match? Hermione asked slowly. When she said this, her gaze cautiously turned to Qin Yu. Qin Yu was somewhat perplexed by her look, mainly because her eyes carried a mixture of confusion, pity, worry, and inquiry. What was going on? It was the first time Qin Yu saw such a complex expression in her eyes. While he was contemplating this, Hagrid was already confused by the question and stammered. How is that possible? No matter what, Snape wouldn't hurt Harry. Yes, he might dislike Harry a bit, but that's because he's James's son. Even if he hated James, he had a good relationship with Lily. At least they were good friends at the beginning. Huh? Everyone else present turned to Hagrid in unison. They all knew that James Potter was Harry's father. Ron had already seen that name in the trophy room. As for Lily, only Harry and Qin Yu knew who she was, but that didn't stop those who were unaware from guessing that the name belonged to Harry's mother. Mainly, Hagrid's words carried a strong gossip vibe, causing everyone to be momentarily stunned. Hagrid immediately realized he might have said something wrong and quickly explained, Snape would never hurt Harry out of personal grudges. In any case, your suspicion of him is completely unnecessary. Although there is no saying in the West that the dead should be revered, everyone wisely chose not to delve into the grievances of the previous generation, which was also a sign of respect for Harry. However, Hermione still had doubts about Hagrid's words and looked at Qin Yu, saying, But Qin, why did you target Snape with that bludger during the match? Yes, that pitying and worried look appeared again. Qin Yu internally complained. After a moment's thought, considering what she had just said in conjunction with previous events, Qin Yu figured out what the girl was thinking. So she thought I discovered Snape's evil side and felt heartbroken and unable to accept it? That's quite an exaggeration. I must have told her too many stories before. Qin Yu shook his head secretly, feeling speechless. After pondering for a while, he spoke. I didn't aim the bludger at Professor Snape. Rather, obviously, for those who were unaware, Qin Yu couldn't reveal more information and could only leave it hanging. Really, he couldn't come up with a convincing reason. After all, he wasn't a web novelist who could easily spin a story. If he said he just wanted to win the match and accidentally hit that bludger, the people present, especially Hermione, would be the first not to believe him. That excuse would be worse than saying nothing. Saying it would only confuse Hermione more. And what is it? Hermione asked with curious eyes. Harry and Ron also wanted to know, especially Harry, who felt that Qin's move must have deep meaning. And it was after that play that he managed to regain control of the out-of-control broomstick. So everything must be connected. After thinking for a long time, Qin Yu simply said, That's a secret. Before the anxious Hermione could ask, he quickly shut her down. Don't ask what the secret is. The level of confidentiality of this secret is about the same as what Fluffy is guarding. Now, it was Hagrid's turn to be anxious. He widened his eyes and said, Qin, do you know something? Dumbledore said this matter cannot be casually discussed with others. Since you already said it, what is the big deal if I say it again? Qin Yu rolled his eyes inwardly. So, that thing is related to Nicholas Flamel, right? Hagrid just mentioned that name, and we don't know who it is. Harry curiously asked, feeling he had grasped the key point. Good, the topic finally circled back. Well done, Harry Potter. Qin Yu could only praise Harry's strong intuition, no matter the reason. He had zeroed in on the name Nicholas Flamel. In contrast, after observing for a while, Hermione noticed that Qin Yu didn't show any signs of being distressed by discovering Snape's evil side, and her interest in the matter suddenly decreased significantly. Of course, because this is a big secret mentioned by Qin Yu, she still retains quite a bit of curiosity. After Harry asked his question, everyone took turns looking at Hagrid and then at Qin Yu, wanting to know if they could reveal anything more. Hagrid felt very uncomfortable being stared at, opened his mouth. thought it best not to say anything, and finally picked up his bucket-sized cup, gloomily pouring himself some tea. Qin Yu calmly took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Regarding this matter, I can't say it has anything to do with it, nor can I say it doesn't. As for whether you think it has anything to do with it, I can't say your thoughts are correct, nor can I say they are wrong. In short, the situation is as it is, and the matter is as it is. I can't say too much. Do you understand? Understand my foot." Harry and Ron were completely confused, and Hermione was so angry she bit her teeth, looking as if she wanted to bite Qin Yu. Ahem. Since Hagrid has already told you the name Nicholas Flamel, if you were really curious, just find out who this person is. Qin Yu shifted the blame onto Hagrid. Hagrid, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. Qin Yu comforted him. After all, the confidentiality of this name isn't very high. It's not a problem for ordinary students to know it, right, Hagrid? Well, it does seem that way. Hagrid pondered, realizing that what Qin said made some sense. Mainly, after Qin's explanation, he found that the information he had leaked didn't seem too serious after all. He hadn't revealed what the object of protection was, just mentioned a name that wasn't considered important information by some people. Thinking of this, Hagrid's guilt for not keeping the secret diminished quite a bit, and his mood lightened. Well, that's that. If you want to know anything, find the clues yourself. Seeing that Hagrid had nothing more to say, Qin Yu made a final decision on the matter. Is there any hint? Hermione had a strong interest in this kind of problem-solving task, and found it quite challenging, so she asked Qin Yu with a hint of eagerness. Is there any hint? Harry and Ron also looked like they were up for a challenge, wanted to hear Qin Yu's suggestions. No hints. You have to figure out yourselves. You can look for clues together or individually. Qin Yu maintained a strict demeanor, unyielding. TSK, stingy Qin. Hermione pouted. By the way, if you encounter anything suspicious or dangerous during the investigation, notify me in time. Don't act on your own. Qin Yu didn't forget to give one last reminder. The few of them nodded in agreement. Thus, Qin Yu successfully resolved this matter, while Hermione, Harry, and Ron gained a small task with no time limit and no rewards. Young people, having something to do makes life more fulfilling, Qin Yu thought to himself. The seasons at Hogwarts changed, autumn passed, and winter arrived with a new scenery. During Christmas time, the wind blew snow, and the Black Lake was like a mirror for pedestrians. As winter deepened and the weather grew colder, Christmas was just around the corner after a heavy snowfall. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was about to welcome a relatively long holiday, the Christmas break. During this time, Qin Yu had a relatively relaxed period. Even after seeing the snow flying and the Black Lake freezing, he had the leisure to write a light poem. However, when he translated this poem into English for Hermione, he didn't receive much of a heartfelt compliment from her. She merely glanced up without lifting her head, exclaimed a couple of wow sounds, and then said, "You're so great." It was truly the most perfunctory praise. Qin Yu was quite indignant about this, but he couldn't get too angry because Hermione was sitting right next to him, engrossed in a book titled Important Magical Events of the 20th Century. The reason Hermione was seriously flipping through this book was that she needed to find a name, Nicholas Flamel. She was looking for this name precisely because of the problem-solving task assigned by Qin Yu. Ever since that day at Hagrid's hut, when Uncle Hagrid accidentally revealed too much information, Qin Yu had conveniently let them find out who Nicholas Flamel was. Subsequently, Hermione used her after-class time to immerse herself in the library, perusing various books she could find after completing her study tasks. This book, Important Magical Events of the 20th Century, was one of them, and she had read it before, so she came back to see if there were any clues. Once she got into the reading zone, she was oblivious to everything. Even if it were her own dad coming over, she wouldn't pay attention, and merely giving Qin Yu a perfunctory compliment was already showing some respect. Qin Yu couldn't do anything about it. After all, he was the instigator. Sigh. High art and few admirers. Someone pretended to sigh, feeling sad that his light poem went unappreciated. Of course, he wasn't completely idle. He had just been taking a break while reading. Moreover, they were in the library, and Madame Pants could come over at any time, so he couldn't say too much. However, before returning to the book in front of him, Qin Yu reached out with his hand and ruffled the hair of the girl next to him. He couldn't help it. Seeing her study so earnestly gave him an impulse to tease her, and he just couldn't control his hand. The result of his mischief was that he was promptly stomped on by a little shoe, and he received a fierce glare from the girl that resembled an angry little beast. What? Is it wrong to use the idiom wish fulfilled here? Not important. Madame Pants appeared at an opportune moment not far away, casting a sharp glance like a hawk at the group of restless young wizards. Some might wonder why Madame Pants was so strict, while our protagonists and other students sometimes made noise in the library. Because rules are like this. When there is no supervisor for the rules, then the rules become meaningless, which is why Madame Pants needs to keep appearing. Well, if everyone behaved, she would be out of a job. So, mischievous students are the greatest guarantee for Madame Pants to keep this job. It's like raising a tiger to guard the house. As one of the mischief makers, Qin Yu naturally didn't dare to stick his neck out at this time, so he restrained his expression and quietly focused on reading. Hermione also noticed the librarian's presence and didn't dare to break the rules, so after giving Qin Yu a light huff, she turned back to important magical events of the 20th century to continue searching for names. However, the girl's foot didn't retract immediately. Instead, she secretly exerted pressure, pressing her little shoe down on that guy's foot several times. However, who is our protagonist? He is the #1 figure at Hogwarts. He can lose anything but his face. Even after being stomped several times, he remained unflustered, calmly reading the alchemical text, looking refined and handsome, radiating a sense of tranquility. After Hermione stomped a few times and vented her frustration, she knew she couldn't go too far. If she continued, he might retaliate later. So, she quickly retracted her foot. At worst, I'll just squat down later and help him clean his shoes. That way, he won't retaliate too harshly. That should work. Hermione thought about this and realized that she had been a bit distracted, having just flipped through a few pages without really paying attention to the content. She felt a bit annoyed by this, quickly flipping back to clear her messy thoughts, her slender fingers tracing over lines of words as she held her breath, intent on finding that name or something close to it. However, by the time she had finished the entire book, she still had not made much progress. The next day, Friday, was also the last day of classes before the Christmas holiday. Just like every last day of class before break, the entire campus was filled with a joyful atmosphere, as if a group of caged birds was hopping around, eagerly waiting for the moment the cage door would be opened so they could fly out. Harry was one of the little wizards looking forward to the holiday. But he wasn't looking forward to leaving Hogwarts, nor would he actually leave. He would be staying here for the entire Christmas holiday instead of returning to that home on Privet Drive in Surrey. No, that wasn't his home. It was just a place he was temporarily staying. Compared to facing his cruel aunt, uncle, and stupid cousin Dudley, he truly preferred to stay at Hogwarts. Great. Ron isn't going back either. We can continue looking for clues together, Harry said excitedly. They were having breakfast in the Great Hall, and Ron had just received a letter from home. His mom said that she and Dad were going to Romania to visit Charlie at the Dragon Reserve, as they had heard that Charlie hadn't been doing very well lately, so they were taking the opportunity during the break to check on the Weasley family's second son. Therefore, Ron, along with his brothers Percy, Fred, and George, didn't have to go back, as they wouldn't even be able to get into the house. Ron was quite happy about it. School was great, with friend to play with and good food. The library books can't be taken home, so I can't help with the research during the holidays. I'll leave it to you guys, Hermione said, shrugging her shoulders in resignation. Don't take this too seriously. You still need to enjoy the holiday and have a happy childhood. After all, Hogwarts implements quality education, Qin Yu said casually. Hermione didn't quite understand what he meant by quality education, but she felt that studying every day didn't hinder her from having a happy childhood. Well, at least it had been that way since Qin showed up. Qin, are you really going back? Harry asked reluctantly, seeing the expression on his face that seemed to say, aren't we supposed to be carefree together on a mountain? Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said somewhat impatiently, it's just a few days. Don't act like we're going to be apart for months or years. That's that Swindon guy who was gone for months. Qin Yu thought to himself, cursing the old man for who knows what he was up to outside. Hey, I think it would be lively for us to spend Christmas together. Hagrid even said you promised to spend Christmas with him last year, Harry said with an embarrassed smile. Next time, definitely. Qin Yu made a somewhat unreliable promise. He vaguely remembered saying last year that he would stay at Hogwarts for Christmas in 2 years. But now that Hermione was attending school here and hadn't been home for nearly half a year, he had to go back to see his parents. After all, he often met with Harry, Hagrid, and others, so missing Christmas wouldn't be a big deal. As they chatted, Qin Yu remembered the matter of Charlie and casually said, you could have Aunt Molly pay attention to Charlie's romantic issues. Last time in a letter, she mentioned he had a friend who offended a girl and didn't know how to apologize. That's quite suspicious. Yeah, I'll write to Mom today, letting her know before she leaves. Ron was clearly enthusiastic about this gossip, showing a lot of eagerness. Aside from them, other areas in the Great Hall were lively, with everyone basically talking about the Christmas holiday. After finishing his meal, Draco Malfoy deliberately passed by Harry's side and said, some people are really pitiful. They can't go home for Christmas. Of course, due to Qin Yu's intimidating presence, he didn't act too arrogantly and hurriedly left after saying that. Harry didn't care about Malfoy's mockery at all. As he had said before, he didn't want to go back to that so-called home anyway. With restless hearts, They finished their meal and went to class, and today's lessons were bound to have low efficiency. Teacher, I finally mocked that Harry Potter guy in front of Qin today. I didn't embarrass you. Malfoy excitedly reported his accomplishments under the cold moonlight. Unknowingly, Qin Yu had grown tired of correcting Malfoy, calling him teacher. After all, there had to be some form of address between them. If he wanted to call him teacher, so be it. However, he warned the kid that if he got into trouble in the future, he shouldn't mention his title. Of course, he hadn't told Malfoy what his title was. He couldn't just say he was the fool from another era or something like that. That was a different story. He was afraid of being found by some nameless deity from another dimension, wearing an alchemical mask and hidden under a black cloak. Qin Yu couldn't help but roll his eyes at Malfoy's smug words. However, his tone remained cold and indifferent. Oh, really? How did you do it? Malfoy was about to talk about what happened in the morning, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he found it hard to speak. What? Did it not happen at all? You're just bragging here? Qin Yu's tone took on a hint of anger, his imposing presence immediately becoming authoritative. No. I really mocked that Potter kid to his face. It's just that. Malfoy was afraid the teacher would be angry, but he was also worried that he would be even angrier if he told the truth. Just what? Qin Yu leaned down, looking at him, pressing him for an answer. Malfoy stammered for a long time, and finally, he simply took a deep breath and closed his eyes, saying, I mocked him for not having a home to go back to for Christmas. This reason was indeed lacking in sophistication. After he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence, with only the sound of the cold wind whistling past their ears. The terrifying quiet made Malfoy's heart race. He thought, the teacher must be even angrier now. After a long while, he finally gathered the courage to slowly open his eyes to see the reaction of this mysterious teacher. What met his eyes was a cold, expressionless dark gold mask, and the mask's owner was still slightly bent over, as if examining his cowardice and panic. A sense of inexplicable shame suddenly surged in Malfoy's heart. And this shame peaked when he heard a disdainful TCH laugh, turning his face bright red. Why are you blushing? Weren't you just feeling proud about that? Qin Yu straightened up, his tone slightly playful. I was wrong. Malfoy stammered for a long time, finally lowering his head to admit his mistake. Oh, what did you do wrong? Qin Yu asked curiously, as if he had heard something strange. Yeah, what did I do wrong? Malfoy was somewhat confused by the question. He had intended to confront Harry Potter in front of Qin and say those words to show that he wasn't a coward, while also harshly belittling the Harry Potter who had been so arrogant since the Quidditch match, making that guy embarrassed. However, why did I feel ashamed and find it hard to speak up when it was clearly just a matter of ending? Because I should have laughed at him for not being able to go home? Malfoy tentatively said in a low voice. This was the first thing he could think of where he might have been wrong. He thought this teacher might be a rather upright person, and thus didn't like him mocking others. Of course, he didn't truly believe that everything he did was right. It was just that in order to vent, one had to use some means, and the means he could use were clearly limited. After all, in terms of fighting, he got most high with Harry Potter, and that guy Qin was someone he could never beat, so he could only mock Potter about not being able to go home. This method was indeed not very honorable. Perhaps that was the reason the teacher was angry? Is that all you thought of? Qin Yu said ambiguously. What else? Malfoy's mind spun, unable to think of what else he had done wrong. A piece of rotten wood. Qin Yu sighed, drew his wand, muttered a spell, and waved it above Malfoy's head. Malfoy immediately froze in fear, thinking his head was about to be gone. However, the target of the spell was not him. With a crack, a piece of oak branch broke off from above and fell squarely on Malfoy's head. Ouch! Malfoy was hit hard, rubbing his head and looking at his teacher with a face full of grievance. Do you want to know where you went wrong? Qin Yu asked. Yes. Please tell me. I will definitely change next time. Malfoy nodded repeatedly. At this moment, he didn't dare to say any more nonsense. He had witnessed the power of this mysterious teacher, and just now it was only a branch. Who knows what might come next? Perhaps a big rock that could directly crack his head open. You mocked his background and family, things he cannot control, and what you truly envy and resent about him. You know in your heart, don't you, my young Master Malfoy? Qin Yu said at the end, his tone carrying obvious sarcasm. Malfoy's face turned red and white as he listened to him, which could even be seen in the moonlight. He had never heard of a dish from the East called sand ginger pork heart, but the feeling of having his innermost thoughts pierced was similar. The teacher was right. What he truly envied was that Harry Potter always managed to steal the limelight. He wished he could kick that guy off his broomstick during the Quidditch match. He was also jealous of that guy named Qin, who always protected Harry Potter. Why? Why did all the good things belong to Harry Potter? Why couldn't it be him, Draco Malfoy? Even though he now had a really powerful teacher, he could only see him once a week. And he couldn't show off. This inability to show off was the most painful part. All these things made him resentful. And when the accumulated resentment found an outlet, it made him reckless enough to dare to mock Harry in front of Qin, the Hogwarts bully. Looking back now, he realized that apart from his heated passion, what he did was incredibly foolish and immature. Teacher, I know where I went wrong now. I shouldn't have been so smug over such a trivial matter because there's nothing to be proud of, Malfoy said as he lowered his head. This was quite sincere. Not too stupid. Qin Yu commented, then continued, just like I said before. I hope you use your true strength to reclaim the glory that belongs to you. I will. I definitely will, Malfoy said with determination in his eyes, clenching his fists tightly. Qin Yu nodded and reminded him, when you go back for the Christmas holidays, don't neglect your studies in magic. And don't mention my existence to anyone, including your parents. Understood? I will listen to what you say, Malfoy quickly promised seriously. Qin Yu nodded again, thinking to himself, I hope that spending this hour every week will yield a satisfactory result in the future. The next day, in the morning, the little wizards returning home for Christmas had packed their luggage early, gathering in groups and continuously arriving at Hogsmeade Station, waiting to board the magical express train. Qin Yu didn't have much luggage, but Hermione had a large suitcase. Perhaps feeling that with Qin Yu as her helper, the little girl pushed the limits of the suitcase and packed a whole box of things. What is all this? Qin Yu struggled to lift the suitcase and couldn't help but ask. Hermione replied that it was some local specialties from Hogsmeade for her parents. A piece of filial piety, Qin Yu could only think. Fortunately, they ran into Hagrid on the way. He was too busy at the moment and helped them carry their luggage to the station. It's a real pity that you can't spend Christmas here again this year, Hagrid couldn't help but lament. This giant uncle, despite his large size, was quite sensitive and rich in feelings, especially towards familiar people. Qin Yu shook Hagrid's big thumb. He could only grasp one finger and said with regret, I'm sorry, Hagrid. In a couple of years, when Mr. and Mrs. Granger trust Hermione more, we will stay at Hogwarts for Christmas. Yes, Hagrid. I'm really looking forward to spending Christmas at school, but my mom and dad think I'm still young and hope I can go back during holidays. Hermione added from the side, then murmured softly, I think I'm already quite grown up. Speaking of parents, Hagrid's emotions were quite complex, casting an envious glance at Hermione. But he quickly adjusted, smiling and patting the two, expressing his anticipation for the day they would spend Christmas together. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, Qin Yu and Hermione boarded the train that was about to depart. Just like last Christmas holiday, there weren't many people on this year's train either. Qin Yu pulled Hermione, and after walking a short distance down the aisle, they found a compartment with no one sitting in it. After placing their luggage, they each took out their books and sat across from each other, reading their own. The journey was a bit long, and they had to find something to do, right? What they often did was read together in the library, and now it was just a change of location. Of course, it was still a bit different from the library. After all, there were no other people in the compartment and no patrolling administrators. This made it much more relaxed. So, before long, Hermione took off her shoes, and her 2 feet in thick socks were propped up on the opposite seat. This brought a certain degree of trouble to Qin Yu, who was sitting opposite, as those 2 feet would sometimes rest on the chair, sometimes on his legs, and at times they would sway or poke him with their toes, restless and fidgety. Far more than in the library. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Yu grabbed one of the feet and fiercely tickled the sole as a form of punishment. However, this was of no use. After a while, the 2 feet stealthily crept back, returning to their old ways, catching him off guard. There was no choice. He could only let it be. However, when someone knocked and entered, Hermione would quickly retract her feet and slip them in her delicate, strapless women's shoes. And she would adopt a serious reading posture. Of course, she was already reading seriously. Well, as Qin's sister, she was obedient, cute, quiet, and wise. But she couldn't let her character fall apart. So that's how it is. I always thought it was because I didn't master the potion formula's proportions. But it turns out it's because the 2 potions need to be administered at intervals. Thank you, Qin. You've really taught me a lot. No problem. Elvis, feel free to come to me with any questions anytime. Okay. Would you like a cup of tea? Elvis? No, thanks, Qin. I've already disturbed you for too long while you were reading. I think I should head back. Bye, Qin. Bye, Hermione. Goodbye, Elvis. Goodbye, Elvis. Qin Yu's roommate, Elvis, finally waved goodbye to the two after asking him potion-related questions for half an hour and left the compartment. After taking a sip of tea to moisten his throat and putting the cup down, Qin Yu thought to himself that it seems this gesture of serving tea and seeing off guests works in the West too. Just as he was thinking of having another drink, Hermione snatched the cup away, tilting her head back and gulping down several mouthfuls, completely losing her earlier quiet and obedient demeanor. "I'm so thirsty." Elvis really asked a lot of questions. Hermione couldn't help but complain after putting the cup down. "Weren't you listening very attentively just now?" QinYu said irritably. When he was explaining to Elvis earlier, the little witch was on tiptoe, stretching her neck to listen. And when she got excited, she couldn't help but nod, bumping her head against QinYu several times. QinYu took the cup back and happily drank a few more sips. After drinking, he smacked his lips, wondering why there was a strawberry flavor. Oh, that girl had 2 pieces of candy earlier. Seeing that there was only a little water left in the cup, QinYu simply drank it all to avoid spilling it when the train jolted later. It does have a slightly sweet strawberry taste. Several familiar people gradually came into the compartment, such as Mengni, who came to get an autograph for a friend, Senior Wood, who came to discuss training arrangements after the holidays, and classmates A, B, C, and D, who came to chat and express their enthusiasm. By the time they sent off Cedric from the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and not many people came by at this time. Qin Yu and Hermione took out the food they had brought with them and bought some other snack from the vending cart to start their slightly late lunch. After eating, Hermione's eyelids couldn't hold up anymore, and she was so sleepy. So, she climbed onto Qin Yu's seat, resting her head on his thigh, and lay down. After squirming a bit, the girl finally found the most comfortable position and closed her eyes, looking content as she fell asleep. Qin Yu pinched her delicate nose and could only helplessly accept his fate of being used as a pillow. He wasn't sleepy, so after resting his eyes for a while, he flipped through that book related to alchemy. Ever since he received a letter from Professor Swinton that day, Qin Yu's urgency to study alchemical communication had lessened. During his free time, he mainly browsed relevant books and had seldom attempted to use that alchemical longsword, as progress had indeed been slow. The book he was flipping through today wasn't a profound ancient text on alchemy, but rather a theoretical notebook. This was part of Dumbledore's collection, which he had bought during his travels in the North many years ago and casually handed to Qin Yu for reference. Sigh, old Dumbledore was right. This book indeed only contains grand principles and nothing useful at all. At least it could have had an alchemical formula or something to let me craft a magic stone. After flipping through for a while, Qin Yu felt he really gained nothing and couldn't help but complain. A muffled voice came from the girl below, mumbling as if in a dream. "Were we now? Have we arrived? Qin Dad, are you here to pick us up clearly?" She had been woken up by Qin Yu's voice. Qin Yu reached out and covered her eyes that were trying to open, softly saying, "It's still early. Keep sleeping." Then I'll sleep a little longer, Muah," the girl mumbled again. The gentle pecking sensation from his palm made Qin Yu retract his hand, noticing a faint mark on it. Clearly, flipping through the book at this moment would wet the pages. So Qin Yu rubbed the mark with 2 fingers from his other hand to spread it out and speed up evaporation. Once his palm was dry again, he continued to flip through the book. Then, his eyes scanned a sentence he had read several times, which seemed ordinary. "It's better to refine 1 ounce of good steel than 100 pounds of scrap iron." What scrap iron? What good steel? Such commonplace phrases are not impressive at all, he thought to himself again. 1 pound in the imperial system is 16 ounces. So 100 pounds is 1,600 ounces, meaning refining 100 pounds of scrap iron into 1 ounce of steel is a reduction by 1,600 times. Qin Yu subconsciously began to calculate and compare in his mind, imagining what it would look like if a large chunk of iron were reduced by 1,600 times. It would probably become about the size of a thumb. This comparison had quite a visual impact, leaving a deep impression. Letting his thoughts wander, Qin Yu vaguely felt he might have touched on something crucial, but for a moment, he didn't know what it was. The method that Stephen mentioned, combining alchemy with meditation, is essentially a category similar to spiritual alchemy. Dumbledore's words seemed to ring in his ears again. Spiritual alchemy, 100 pounds of iron reduced to 1 ounce of steel. Alchemy, reduction, concentration, concentrated drops are all fine products. "Stop it, Panchongjiang, don't talk in my head," Qin Yu mumbled to himself, his thoughts gradually becoming clearer, and his emotions involuntarily grew more excited. Could it really be this simple? In the end, he was somewhat uncertain, not knowing if things were as he thought, but he felt it was indeed worth a try, and he was very much looking forward to it. Unintentionally, he lowered his head and saw a pair of eyes quietly watching him. Hermione had woken up again without him noticing. After being awakened, Hermione didn't make a sound, just quietly watching him talk to himself, afraid to interrupt his thoughts. Truly, so obedient that she had nothing to say. Qin Yu couldn't help but cup her little face and gently kiss her smooth forehead. "Well, It's a customary gesture, quite normal in the West. Have you figured out your question? Hermione blinked and asked. Not completely clear yet, but I have some ideas. QinYu replied with a smile, his tone relaxed. Oh, that's good. Hermione also showed a happy smile, feeling glad for him. Then, she stretched her arms, hooked them around QinYu's neck, and used the leverage to sit up. You just said a whole bunch of Eastern words, and I didn't understand a single one. Just remembered something about Panchangjiang. What does that mean? Is it related to alchemy? Hermione asked curiously while stretching her stiff joints. QinYu was slightly puzzled but quickly understood that she was actually referring to Panchangjiang, just with a mispronunciation. How could he explain that? He couldn't just say he was a skit actor, could he? Even the Southerners from their place couldn't understand Northeast skits, let alone a Londoner like him. Yes, he was a mysterious Eastern alchemist, nicknamed the Ever-Spinning Top. QinYu could only make up something. Oh, what a strange nickname. Hermione didn't pay much attention to it. She just thought it was quite unique. QinYu shrugged it off and moved on from the topic. They were on a train now, and the environment didn't allow for immediate verification of his thoughts and ideas. He felt that there was no need to rush and needed to think more about it and improve it. So he first wrote down these thoughts, then continued to look through other materials, hoping to find some basis or evidence. Just like that, the two returned to their previous state, sitting across from each other, each flipping through their books and notes. However, compared to before, QinYu was now more focused and serious, to the point that when the little witch's foot reached over to cause trouble, he hardly reacted. After catching it, he simply squeezed and pressed it, treating it like some kind of stress relief toy. This little habit, I believe many people have. When fully engrossed in something, they can't help but do some small actions, like picking at their nails, scratching their chin, or fidgeting with an eraser. Hermione was like that. She used to habitually bite her nails while reading, and her parents corrected her many times. She indeed learned her lesson. Not only did her fingers suffer from being nibbled down, but she also contracted a terrible parasitic disease. Having worms in her belly was indeed a terrifying thing for her as a child. Therefore, she understood Qin's little habit. Fortunately, he didn't have the nail-biting habit like she used to. Hermione had this thought and felt relieved. After all, having been on the train for so long, her feet had slightly sweated, so it was fine for him to squeeze them. If he were to bite his nails, that would be a bit unsanitary. As the daughter of a dentist with a painful childhood lesson, Hermione was quite concerned about this. While thinking about this and that, Hermione pulled back her right foot that had been pressed for quite a while, which left Qin's hand grasping at nothing, and a hint of bewilderment appeared on his face. However, this bewilderment didn't last long. He quickly returned to calm because his hand once again grasped his stress relief toy, a soft left foot that had reached over. After all, both feet should enjoy some massage service. As Qin put it, it was about evenly distributing rainwater and dew to the flowers and plants. Feeling the comfortable pressure on her feet, Hermione once again focused her attention on the book she was reading, feeling content, and her learning efficiency increased significantly. Bang, bang, bang. The train tirelessly traveled across the vast plains, and, as the sun tilted in the west, it moved quickly toward its destination like a giant long snake. Dear, is there enough time? Definitely no problem. If there is no traffic. In a black Ford, a somewhat anxious young couple was slowly driving through the busy streets of a district in London, still with a long way to go to King's Cross Station. This couple was Hermione's parents, the Grangers. They had received their daughter's letter early and knew that today was the day of the mysterious school's holiday. So they drove over to pick up the two kids. However, just before leaving, husband David Granger suddenly remembered something. The videos they rented hadn't been returned. So, they made a detour to a video rental store, which delayed them quite a bit. I should have known better than to return those tapes. Now Qin and Hermione are going to be anxious waiting. Wife Ginny Granger somewhat complained about her husband's last-minute decision. Dear, I admit it was my oversight for forgetting to return those things, but you wouldn't want our daughter or Qin to accidentally come across them, would you? Mr. Granger pressed the brake at another red light, sighed, and spoke helplessly. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Granger thought for a moment and felt her husband had a point. After all, those items didn't even have covers suitable for them to see, let alone the content. If they were stumbled upon, it would indeed be quite awkward. Having kids at home really does bring many inconveniences. Thinking about the time the two kids were in school, the couple truly enjoyed a wonderful period of couple life. Going wherever they wanted, doing whatever they pleased, and, when at home, they didn't have to worry about disturbing the kids' rest at night, nor were they afraid of being caught by them. Thus, they could boldly explore and try things on the sofa, stairs, kitchen, and balcony. With this in mind, Mrs. Granger suddenly shyly asked her husband, Dear, have you fixed that table in the dining room? Cough, cough. Don't worry, Ginny, I've reinforced it with nails. It won't wobble anymore or make squeaking noises, Mr. Granger said confidently. As he spoke, there was an unmistakable nostalgic tone in his voice. Yes, this time had truly been enjoyable, and his favorite was that table. Otherwise, it wouldn't have nearly fallen apart. Mrs. Granger certainly noticed the change in her husband's tone and turned to look at him, her eyes becoming a bit misty. However, she quickly realized that their couple time would soon come to an end, and she would have to restrain herself starting tonight. Sigh. If only the two kids didn't come back. TSK, TSK, TSK. Ginny, how can you think like that? Hermione is your own daughter, and Qin is almost like your own child too. Don't you want to see them? Mrs. Granger criticized herself in her heart and became increasingly anxious to see the two kids she hadn't seen for a long time. Fortunately, after squeezing through two congested streets, the traffic finally thinned out and their speed picked up. When they stopped in front of the station, they happened to see Qin and Hermione just walking out from the exit. It was unclear if it was an illusion, but after more than 3 months apart, from a distance, they felt the two kids had grown quite a bit. The clothes that were a bit loose before now fit just right. At this moment, they saw Qin pulling a large suitcase with one hand while the other hand was holding onto the not-so-cooperative daughter Hermione, who was making a fierce face as if threatening him. This kid was much livelier than before, even a bit too lively. The Grangers exchanged glances, each seeing similar thoughts in the other's eyes. Meanwhile, Hermione was threatening Qin with a fierce yet cute expression. I warn you once more. Don't say bad things about me in front of Mom and Dad. Did you hear? You'd better promise. Hurry up and promise. Before Qin could make a promise, she noticed his gaze shifted to somewhere else, and then she followed his gaze to see two people smiling and waving at them. It was her dear parents, the very ones she had told Qin not to tell. It's obvious that, at this distance, Mom and Dad must have already seen her actions, and that smile was really a bit too radiant. The little witch was momentarily at a loss. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, our Miss Granger had experienced many grand scenes, and her mental fortitude had been on the rise lately. She put away her less-than-graceful expression, replaced it with a well-behaved look, let go of Qin's hand, and eagerly jogged towards the Granger couple. By the time she reached them, the little girl's eyes had unknowingly turned a bit red. Dad, Mom, I really missed you, Hermione said as she hugged her parents, expressing her heartfelt longing. This was her first time away from home for such a long period. While at school, she was busy and had Qin by her side, so she didn't feel much of anything. Even when she first saw her parents, perhaps due to not having time to react, she didn't have any strong emotions. However, as she stepped closer to them, it felt as if an invisible dam within her heart had burst, and emotions that had been building up for a long time flooded out. Bitterness, spiciness, sourness, saltiness, sweetness. All pressed against her eyes, making them misty. Dear, Mom missed you too, Mrs. Granger said emotionally, her eyes also glistening with tears as she looked at her daughter. She cradled Hermione's little face, wanting to see her clearly, but ultimately couldn't wait to kiss her forehead and cheeks repeatedly. Unlike the intense maternal love, or perhaps unable to compete with being a mother, Mr. Granger could only extend his arms from the side to embrace his wife and daughter, and gently kiss his daughter's brown hair. Qin Yu stood by quietly, not wanting to disturb them and not feeling neglected, just patiently waiting for them to express their mutual longing. Qin, oh dear, I really missed you. After a while, it was Mrs. Granger who first emerged from the emotional reverie, temporarily letting go of her daughter and giving this Eastern boy a big warm hug, dispelling the winter chill. I missed you too, Aunt Jenny. Qin Yu smiled in response. Welcome back, Qin. Mr. Granger's hug was quite firm, as if testing whether the boy had become sturdier. Thank you, Uncle David. Although Qin Yu grimaced from the pain, he was in a good mood. As for Hermione, the ungrateful one, seeing Qin Yu's pained expression, she stuck her tongue out at him and grinned mischievously. All right, it's too cold outside. We should get in the car and head home, Mrs. Granger urged. Yes, it's really cold, Hermione said, her breath turning into white vapor. Thus, after packing their luggage, the four of them got into the car and headed home. Qin Yu sat in the front passenger seat chatting with Mr. Granger, mainly the latter asking questions, to which Qin responded without hesitation. Meanwhile, Hermione sat in the back with Mrs. Granger, and it was mainly Hermione talking. She chattered about her experiences at school, spending quite a while just talking about the delicious food, causing Mr. Granger, who was driving in front, to swallow several times in anticipation. Hey, what's this? Oh, that's a videotape your dad specially rented for you. Wow, a videotape? What movie is it? It's a TV series. A TV series. Let me see what it is. Agatha Christie's Poirot. Do you like it? I do. I want to watch it this Christmas. Is it the second part? I haven't finished the first one. It's all 3 seasons. That's great. Qin, shall we watch it together? While Qin Yu was listening to the two chatting behind him. Upon hearing his name, he turned around and nodded in response. Sure, I quite like Poirot. Poirot is a character created by mystery writer Agatha Christie, a very down-to-earth British detective. Then, Hermione asked him which story he liked best, whether it was the mysterious affair at Styles or Murder on the Orient Express. Qin Yu said it was, and then there were none, and Hermione quickly corrected him, saying that one wasn't a Poirot story, which caused Qin Yu to cough awkwardly and elicited laughter from the whole car. At this moment, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Not long ago, he and Hermione were discussing potion recipes, the history of wizards, and who Nicholas Flamel really was in a magical school library. Now, they were in an ordinary human car, discussing a well-known fictional character in this world. It felt as if they had suddenly returned from the magical world to the ordinary human world, giving him a moment of disorientation and bewilderment. When his gaze met that of the girl, he also saw a fleeting glimpse of similar emotions in her eyes. It seemed she had also gained a special understanding between the transitions of the two worlds. Meanwhile, the Granger couple felt much more relaxed, as the topics the two children were discussing were finally familiar to them, making them feel that the kids hadn't drifted too far away, that they hadn't fallen into some rabbit hole and entered a fairy tale world from which they could never return. The car was neither fast nor slow, and in the light-hearted atmosphere, no one paid attention to the passage of time. By the time the car stopped, they suddenly realized they had arrived in front of that familiar house. After a long absence from home, a different kind of sentiment naturally arose in their hearts. Hermione didn't need to say anything. Even Qin Yu, who was staying there, couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and warmth, a feeling distinct from Hogwarts. As for his distant hometown, he didn't know if he could ever return. After all, the country he was in didn't even have a king named Elizabeth. The world had clearly taken on a semblance of unreality. His hometown was probably not as simple as being separated by mountains and seas, which was also why he didn't dare to inquire too closely about news from home, for fear of getting a result he had already anticipated. Let us go. Qin, a warm little hand, grasped his hand, transmitting warmth and strength. Okay, you've talked about food the whole way. I'm starving. Me too. Mom, when are we having dinner? Soon. Once you put your things away, you should be able to eat. That's great, Mom. Thank you, Aunt Jenny. Oh, and thank you, Uncle David. I knew the thanks I received were just a bonus. Huh? Is Dad jealous of Mom? Not at all. How could that be? Of course not. Dad is the most generous person in the world. That is for sure. The four of them laughed and chattered as they entered the house. After Mr. Granger set down the luggage, he went outside to park the car, while Mrs. Granger went to prepare dinner for everyone. Hermione and Qin Yu returned to their respective rooms to unpack their luggage. Just as Qin Yu had taken out a few items from the attic, he heard the sound of footsteps quickly coming down the stairs. In no time, Hermione peeked her head around the door. Did you finish unpacking so quickly? Qin Yu asked in confusion. Not really. I think it will take me a long time. So I simply gave up and came to help you first, Hermione shrugged, her tone very carefree. Thinking of her heavy suitcase, Qin Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. However, since she wanted to help, he decided to let her. So, Qin Yu was responsible for taking things out, while Hermione sat cross-legged on the bed, helping to arrange them. Actually, there are just a few pieces of clothing, a few books, and some small personal items. Isn't this the bag that can hold a lot of things? Hermione asked curiously as she picked up a drawstring cloth bag. Oh, that's right. Qin Yu glanced at it and nodded. That bag was given to him by Professor Swinton, and it had the space expansion charm cast on it. Of course, there must be more than just this spell on the bag, since it doesn't seem heavy even when holding a lot of things, so there must be at least a featherweight charm or something similar as well. Then why don't you just put all our luggage inside? Hermione asked in confusion, as if she thought he was being silly. If I put everything in, it would be a mess, and the opening of the bag is small. Either I take your things out of the suitcase one by one and stuff in the bag, or I have to cast a shrinking charm on the suitcase. In short, it's quite troublesome. Isn't it? Qin Yu said with an unchanged expression. Now that you mention it, that does make sense. And later Hagrid helped us a lot. The girl clearly accepted this explanation and added. Exactly. Qin Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to admit that he had indeed overlooked this item. After all, we aren't born wizards. There is still a certain inertia in Muggle thinking. Isn't there? Of course, no one has set rules on what constitutes a wizard's thinking. You can do whatever you want. A gentleman is not a tool. And a wizard shouldn't be either. Good. I should teach this saying to little Hermione later to promote cultural exchange between the East and West. However, since Hermione has reminded him of the existence of the bag, it definitely needs to be put to good use from now on. At least so they can pack their luggage in advance when they go back. These thoughts spun in his mind as his hands didn't stop moving. Before long, they had finished packing. After Hermione placed the last book on Qin Yu's desk, she clapped her hands, then stretched her limbs and lay back like a little cat stretching. The girl squinted her eyes and murmured. Qin Yu couldn't help but smile at her appearance. Then, his clothes were tugged at, and the girl shifted over, leaving half the space. Qin Yu lay down beside her. It's a bit cramped. He said this, but didn't sound like he was complaining. Because I've grown up, Hermione said lazily. Qin Yu smiled and didn't dwell on it. It's so nice to be home. Yes. Welcome home, Mr. Qin. Welcome home, Miss Granger. A small hand reached out at some point, holding his hand, and her little face turned to him, revealing a bright smile. As the sky darkened and the temperature dropped, when Qin Yu and Hermione went downstairs, they saw Mr. Granger bringing in chopped firewood from outside, and there was already a large pile in front of the fireplace. Seeing this, Qin Yu hurried over to help. He still had some sense. Once the firewood was enough, Mr. Granger squatted down to prepare to light the fire, and Qin Yu watched and learned the techniques. I guess lighting a fire should be very simple for you. I mean, you just need to cast fireball or something, right? Mr. Granger said while arranging the firewood in the hearth, and turned to chat with Qin Yu. The latter smiled at this and didn't say anything about there being no fireball spell. He just nodded and replied, pretty much. After all, in terms of form, the fire-making spell, Incendio, does produce a ball of flame, which can achieve the same effect as the fireball spell in Muggle literature. The firewood was stacked in an overlapping manner from thick to thin. Mr. Granger explained that this is called a grid stacking method, and Qin Yu told him that their arrangement resembled the Eastern character for a well, drawing the character in the dirt with a thin stick, which led to Mr. Granger expressing admiration, saying that pictorial characters are indeed a very vibrant form of art, and he carefully remembered the character, perhaps for showing off to someone in the future. Once the firewood was arranged, they needed this wax ignition block, and 2 pieces were enough, placed in the middle and on top of the wood pile, lighting the top one first and then the bottom. Mr. Granger said as he took out a long match from the matchbox, struck it, and then lit the top ignition block before tossing the still-burning match into the middle of the firewood. Soon, a roaring fire blazed in the hearth, casting a warm glow on the 2 faces close to the fireplace, and the room gradually warmed up. Look, humanity's mastery of fire is also a kind of magic. Isn't it? Mr. Granger said with a tone full of pride and awe. Indeed, humanity is great, and this is also a kind of wonderful magic. Qin Yu sincerely expressed his agreement. He actually knew that Mr. Granger was subconsciously trying to bridge the gap between himself, his daughter, and Qin Yu, and he didn't find it strange. It was probably like the phenomenon he had seen in his previous life. Elderly parents constantly forwarding various articles and videos to their children on WeChat to show that they were not disconnected from society, especially not disconnected from their children. But in reality, the distance between them was growing farther apart, and this distance is quite normal for many lives. However, ordinary parents and children drift apart over time, and this process is relatively slow. The Grangers, on the other hand, faced the chasm between reality and magic when their daughter turned 11, which was more sudden. They might not have been as prepared as they thought. Qin Yu tried to understand their feelings, but he also deeply knew that he was powerless in this regard. So, in a sense, transcending the mundane power is also a kind of transcendent curse. Gaining it means gradually distancing oneself from the world of ordinary people, which is hard to avoid, regardless of whether you are willing or not. With this thought, he looked toward the kitchen. Hermione had just said she would help her mother prepare dinner. And at this moment, Mrs. Granger seemed to have said something that made Hermione anxious to respond, waving her arms in various gestures. Perhaps noticing Qin Yu's gaze, Hermione looked back, widening her eyes to glare at him as if to convey some warning. Qin Yu shrugged and made an okay gesture, even though he didn't know what he was being warned about. Watching the girl obviously relax, Qin Yu secretly shook his head, no longer entangled in thoughts of distance or chasms. Why worry so much? I'm not a motivational speaker. As the temperature continued to drop when night fully descended, it finally started to snow. At first, there weren't many snowflakes, just a few drifting down from the sky, but as it continued, it became a flurry, and the world under the night sky began to turn gray, with the snowflakes seemingly absorbing the sounds of the world, leaving only the rustling sound of falling snow. Qin Yu helped Mr. Granger get the fire going in the fireplace, making the room very warm. To welcome the 2 children home, tonight's dinner was quite sumptuous. A few people were gathered around the dining table, chatting while eating, mainly discussing how to celebrate Christmas. Mrs. Granger asked everyone what they wanted to eat to prepare for the Christmas dinner, and they ended up with a menu similar to last year's. After all, what's more important at Christmas is that the family is together, and the food doesn't need to change much. However, Hermione suggested that Qin should make a dish as well, specifically requesting a delicious noodle soup that could be one of the main dishes for the Christmas dinner. No problem, this time I'll make a different kind. A soup made from pork and spices, poured over the cooked noodles. Qin Yu didn't refuse and planned to try making pork sauce noodles. Just the simple description made Hermione unable to resist swallowing, and Mr. and Mrs. Granger expressed great anticipation as well. As for why this Eastern boy had lost some memories but still remembered how to cook, it could probably be attributed to the instinctual memory of food ingrained in humans. When it was time for bed, the snow still showed no signs of stopping, possibly falling all night. Qin Yu lay in his little bed, gazing at the slanted roof of the attic, feeling as if the snow was gradually piling up, getting thicker and denser. And he seemed to hear the beams creaking under the burden, just as he was worried that the roof might collapse under the weight of the snow. His bedroom door creaked open. A girl in pink pajamas tiptoed in. Qin Yu was about to get up when the girl had already pulled back his blanket and quickly burrowed in. As she got into bed, she softly said, "Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are already asleep. So you know I'm afraid of your parents?" Qin Yu was momentarily speechless. However, he considered himself a virtuous gentleman, so he had nothing to feel guilty about. Even if he felt a bit guilty, it wasn't much. "It's so cold." Hermione shivered as she spoke, her teeth chattering. Qin Yu quickly tucked the blanket around them and pulled the girl tightly into his arms. As warmth spread between them, Hermione soon stopped trembling and began to giggle. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Yu asked, looking down. "I don't know," the girl replied straightforwardly, snuggling closer to him as if afraid that the blanket wouldn't cover them both and the warmth would escape. Then they started chatting about various things. Sometimes they talked about what Hogwarts was like now. Sometimes they discussed the Christmas market in London. Or they talked about how thick the snow was on the attic and how it needed to be cleared in time. I feel like my parents have been acting a bit strange since I came back. I mean, the tone they use when they talk to me. But I can't quite pinpoint what's odd about it, little Hermione suddenly said, looking quite worried. "Well, after being apart for so long, everyone changes, including you, me, and Uncle and Aunt Granger. Since we're all changing, we definitely need to find a more suitable way to get along when we meet again." Qin Yu said, after pondering for a moment. "Is that so?" "Of course. Just like when I came back last Christmas, you seemed like you didn't recognize me. Just standing there frozen." "I didn't. I was, a bit cold at that time. My joints were a bit frozen. Yes, frozen." "Miss Granger, that's a very reasonable excuse. Just feel my knee. I'm frozen right now." "Okay, don't move your hands." "Huh." The cold wind came in. "All right, I get it. Let's talk about something else to distract you." "What are you talking about? Stop saying weird things." "I've studied. You really don't have to be so studious. And it's not what you think." "Uh-huh. Let's talk about something else." The heavy snow continued to fall, and the creaking sound of the roof being pressed down resumed. The two people in the blanket were softly chatting about meaningless things. At some point, their conversation stopped, and after an unknown amount of time, the snow outside also ceased. "Qin, why are you still in bed? Stop sleeping in." The next morning, Qin Yu was woken up by Hermione's voice. The girl was outside the door, knocking while shouting loudly. "Huh? Outside the door?" This made Qin Yu, whose brain hadn't fully woken up, feel a bit dazed. He sleepily glanced at his arms, which were indeed empty, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought he was haunted by two Hermiones. He just didn't know when she had left, and then pretended to come back early in the morning to knock on his door and shout so loudly. Was it to let Mom and Dad hear? What else could it be? "You really can act, Hermione. I'm already awake. I'm getting up now." Qin Yu had no choice but to shout back loudly. Be quick." Hermione urged again. Got it. Qin Yu responded weakly. She was quite energetic, while Qin Yu truly hadn't gotten enough sleep. Speaking of which, last night, they chatted until Hermione fell silent and unknowingly fell asleep. Qin Yu held her, and although the girl's body was light and soft, his arm was still somewhat uncomfortable from the pressure. Every time he moved, it would wake up the sleeping Hermione, so he had to adjust his position carefully. In the end, he simply gave up and adapted to the situation. Once he calmed down, inhaling the faint fragrance from the girl's hair, he gradually fell asleep under his drowsiness. In any case, Qin Yu was already asleep quite late. Then, he was awakened once during the night. It seemed Hermione had turned over, stretching her arms and legs, all of it landing on Qin Yu. Not exaggerating, if he hadn't been against the wall, he would have fallen to the ground. After that, Qin Yu couldn't quite remember. He only recalled seeing a pair of wide-open eyes in the dark night. looking at him with a hint of panic, blinking several times, and then the owner of the eyes said goodnight and quickly slipped out from under the blanket. Before Qin Yu could react, she was already gone, leaving only the soft and hurried sound of footsteps on the stairs. At that time, Qin Yu was too sleepy to think much and fell back asleep. Now, as he got up and dressed in an orderly manner, he was recalling what had happened. Last night, he murmured instinctively. No, I didn't touch anything. You remembered wrong? Came a firm denial from outside the door. I still have to help Dad shovel snow. You hurry up and come out. Talp, talp, talp. The person had left. Or rather, they had fled in a hurry. Thinking of a certain possibility, Qin Yu smacked his lips, feeling quite a bit of emotion inside. He had enough confidence in his own self-control, but overlooked that this body was at an age of youthful vigor. It wasn't that he had any evil thoughts. Even if he slept alone, he would still experience a state of youthful exuberance after a period of sleep. There was nothing strange about that. It was a very normal physiological phenomenon. Then, perhaps by a twist of fate, Hermione encountered me, thinking back to our conversation last night before bed, when she mentioned understanding what I had learned, and contrasting that with the panic from last night, it was clear that she thought she understood when she actually didn't. With this in mind, Qin Yu felt somewhat guilty. After all, he had been a bit negligent. He should have been more aware of boundaries during their interactions. Even if the little witch wanted to snuggle under the covers for warmth, she should leave once it got warm enough. He couldn't just let things flow because he was holding something soft and fragrant. He needed to learn to refuse and improve his self-control. Qin Yu. Prosperity, civilization. Freedom, justice, integrity, kindness. Qin Yu murmured to himself, feeling that his emotions were gradually calming down. Indeed, even in the magical world, it was necessary to establish a correct set of values. After some self-reflection and review, when Qin Yu dressed and went downstairs, he was already full of energy. He picked up a broom and went to help Mr. Granger clear the snow, full of enthusiasm. Hermione pretended to be nonchalant as she swept the snow nearby, relieved to see Qin acting as if he remembered nothing. It wasn't a big deal. As boys grew older, they acted this way, and one shouldn't worry or be overly curious about such physiological changes. She didn't know where she had read that, but it helped soothe her chaotic heart. After Qin Yu cleared snow from the yard for a while, he also helped Mr. Granger remove the snow from the roof. The snow on the roof was thick, but clearing it was actually quite relieving. Using a long-handled snow shovel, pushing from the bottom up, the snow would slide down in chunks like tofu under the influence of gravity. However, it was indeed tiring. Looking up and lifting the long pole was strenuous. And after a short while, his neck and shoulders ached. So, they worked for a while, then rested, and by the time it was close to noon, they had nearly cleared the snow from the roof and yard. Mr. Granger had even left some snow on the little lawn for them to build a snowman. After a while, staring at the snowman in front of her, Hermione couldn't help but ask, "Is this a snowman?" Qin Yu replied, "I isn't a snowman. I don't think it is a snowman." "You say it's not a snowman?" "It's not. I don't think it is either. This is not a snowman at all." "Then what is it? A dog, maybe? Or perhaps a cat?" "I think it looks more like a dog. Crookshank's ears aren't like this." The snowman, which resembled both a dog and a cat, maintained a big smile despite the two human children's chattering, showing no signs of impatience. After all, it had no say in its appearance. Their conversation continued. Today was a meaningful day with shoveling snow and building a snowman. "Yes, I think so too. In our place, when children do such meaningful things, they usually do something else to commemorate it." "Really? What else would you do? Do you want to try doing something too?" Yes. All right. Then let us write an essay of no less than 800 words about shoveling snow and building a snowman. Any style, but it has to be heartfelt. If this snowman that looks like both a dog and a cat could speak, it would definitely tease the human boy, saying I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. But alas, it was just a snowman. So it could only keep the big smile that humans had given it until the sun came out and the snow melted. Without being human, Qin Yu left the bewildered little Hermione behind and turned to leave, and as he turned his back to the girl and the snowman, the corners of his mouth had already uncontrollably lifted. Well, let this little Western, which also experienced a bit of shock from the Eastern language holiday homework. A small request for a gift, tea. Closing the door to her bedroom, Hermione seemed to still smell the aroma of the meat soup lingering in the air. This made her mouth water, but it was already quite late, and having eaten quite a bit at dinner, she couldn't possibly eat anything more now. Moreover, the meat soup that Qin made was put in the fridge to be saved for tomorrow. So, it was all Qin's fault for making such delicious soup at night, and not letting anyone eat it right away. Thinking of the name of this culprit, Hermione couldn't help but pout. She also thought about the essay of no less than 800 words that Qin had left her. Really, she still felt a bit bewildered by it, but also inexplicably fearful. Then, she subconsciously glanced at her desk, and for a moment, she thought that writing something might be a good idea. Could it be that Qin secretly used some magic on me? Or did what he said have some magical power? Hermione muttered. Mainly, she was very sleepy right now. She couldn't sleep anyway, and she didn't want to go to Qin's attic tonight. Lest he really remember something, which would probably make him feel embarrassed and awkward. Since she had time on her hands, Hermione sat down at her desk, turned on the lamp, opened the brown-covered notebook, and took out a fountain pen. She thought she might as well write something. But I absolutely must go off topic and not write what that guy says. After pondering for a while, the pen tip scratched across the paper, letters forming words with different meanings, and each word composed what she wanted to say. What was written on the paper? December 24th, Tuesday, snow turned to sunny. It's been a long time since I wrote in my diary. I don't even remember when the last time was without flipping back through the content. If I think about it suddenly, I actually don't know what I've been busy with lately. Just remember that when I was at Hogwarts, every day was about eating, attending classes, and go to the library to read. Busy yet fulfilling, with each day packed full. Oh, and stepping on that guy Qin. But why is this incident so memorable? I can only blame that guy. He never studies properly and always bullies me. So I can only fight back. Stepping heavily. But it seems that when I step on him, I feel inexplicably excited. Do I have some violent tendencies? I'm not an unhealthy person, am I? But Qin doesn't cry out in pain, nor does he show that he has hurt. Okay, I'll try not to use so much force next time, or try not to step on him. But I definitely have to retaliate. Like kicking him with my foot, just not too hard, and I have to make sure Mrs. Pants doesn't find out. In short, I have to cause some trouble, so he can't focus on reading. Thinking about it this way, I still feel a bit mischievous, but anyway, this diary is just for me to read, so I'll write whatever comes to mind. So this diary can't be seen by others. I have to keep it safe. Of course, I'm quite well behaved too, not always causing trouble. Occasionally being a little mischievous is just because I feel he's a very close person and won't really get angry because of what I do. Like when he messes up my hair or pinches my face, I won't really get angry. But thinking about him pinching my face does make me a bit annoyed. Next time if he pinches too hard, I'll bite him. Let us see if he'll bring trouble upon himself. I, Hermione Granger, am not someone to be trifled with. Simple drawing. Person with hands on hips. Life at Hogwarts. I can't really think of too many things at the moment. I'll just wait until I get back there to write. Perhaps only when I'm in the right environment will the things that happen there resonate more with me. Just like at home, I really enjoy the time chatting with Qin in his little attic. Closing the door, it's very quiet, and we can talk about all kinds of topics. Even if we don't say anything, just sitting quietly together doesn't feel boring at all. Right now, I really want to go up there. He is only a little over 20 steps away from me, and even if I tiptoe slowly, it won't take much time. But thinking about what happened last night, more precisely, early this morning, makes me dismiss that thought. I wonder if I'll remember what happened when I look back at this. It's that kind of physiological reaction that boys start to have during puberty. Do you remember now? I don't know exactly what is going on. I guess it's a phenomenon similar to muscle spasms. My calf has cramped before, and it hurt a lot. I wonder if Qin felt something similar at that time. In any case, I think it's best not to go find him now, so he doesn't remember what happened when I left in the middle of the night. He probably wasn't fully awake, so maybe he really doesn't remember. Never mind, boys are really troublesome. I have to take care of his sensitive psychological changes. That's what the book said, so I want to go over today. Fortunately, I'm a girl, so I don't have to worry about this, and my biggest trouble right now is just that magic is too difficult to learn. Writing to this point, I suddenly realized that today is already the second day of being home, and I haven't even opened my magic book, but I have indeed been a bit busy. Early this morning, I want to wake Qin up to shovel snow. We worked on it all morning. It was tiring, but also very fulfilling. We even built a snowman. The snowman looks a bit like a dog and a bit like a cat. No matter what it looks like, I think it's pretty cute. And no one says it has to look like a person, right? Qin said I should write an essay of no less than 800 words to document the snow shoveling and snowman building. If I want to do it, I'll only write 80 words. I didn't count the exact number of words, but I'll just write this much and move on to something else. The afternoon is quite important too, because tomorrow is Christmas, and we need to buy a lot of things both for decorations and for Christmas meals. When we arrived at the large supermarket in the neighborhood, there were so many people, and the Christmas atmosphere was very strong. Many little kids were wearing Santa Claus's special red clothes and hats. I'm grown up now, so I naturally want to do that. But I think the kids are very enthusiastic about the holiday. To save time, we split into two groups. Mom and Dad went to find the larger items, while Qin and I went to get the relatively smaller ones. I want to write about what we bought here. In short, there were a lot of items, and we had to look for them according to a very long list. By the time we finished finding everything on the list, more than an hour had passed. And that is not all. Qin also remembered that he promised to make meat soup noodles, so we went to find the seasonings he needed. I'm not very good at cooking, so I don't recognize a lot of the things he bought. I only know there are various spices. Some of them I've seen my mom use, but most of them are quite different from what my mom uses. They actually look a bit like some herbs we learned about in potions class. I didn't remember exactly what we bought. I just know that each one has a different smell, but they're all equally strong. I wonder if I'll figure out the recipes for these spices in the future. I hope I've secretly learned them, because the soup made from these ingredients really smells delicious. After getting home, we quickly started decorating the house. It was during this time that Qin put that pot of meat soup on to cook. It simmered for a long time, and the aroma became stronger and filled the whole house, even drifting out onto the street. Even Uncle Taylor, who passed by my house, curiously asked what delicious food we were making. Qin explained and enthusiastically said he would bring a bowl over for them to try tomorrow. Writing to this point, I really want to eat it right now, but unfortunately, Qin said he hasn't made the noodles yet, so we can only eat it tomorrow. Hurry up and come tomorrow. Wait a minute. It seems like their essay sound at the window. Let me check. It's a paper crane. It must have been enchanted by Qin. It flew down just now and knocked on my room's window. To make sure my future self remembers this, I've tucked the paper crane into this page. If my future self doesn't want to open it, then I'll write down the words from the crane. Good night, my princess. It's obviously Qin's handwriting. What should I do? Although I can fold a paper crane, I can't cast the magic to make it fly so skillfully. So how should I say goodnight back to Qin? Never mind. I'll just go up now, say goodnight, and come back down immediately. As long as I'm quick enough. Qin shouldn't remember anything. Produce. I really don't know the magic to make the paper crane fly back, so not saying goodnight would seem very impolite, right? That's it. Simple drawing. Person running. Sigh, I'm back, and my face has been pinched by that guy Qin, and he pinched hard. Plus, I forgot to bite him. That's the most annoying part. I clearly wrote earlier that I would be rude to him. I'm really a forgetful person. I have to say, boys are indeed very impulsive creatures. I only said goodnight to him, and at most smiled happily, but he reacted a bit too much, holding my face and pinching it, and finally left a goodnight kiss on my forehead. Of course, a goodnight kiss is a very gentlemanly and normal etiquette. Maybe he pinched a bit too hard. My face feels a bit warm now. I've written enough for now, so I'll stop here. In short, today was a very happy day. P.S. I hope that when my future self reads this diary, I can also receive the same good night kiss as today. Being young has its joys, but being young also comes with its troubles. Early in the morning, Qin Yu unconsciously thought of this sentence. Looking at his arms and legs, he noticed that his pajamas had obviously shrunk. The sleeves and pant legs were much shorter. Since the new semester started, it seems he has grown quite rapidly. He has shot up a lot. It's probably that his body is in a period of accelerated growth, like the tips of trees in spring growing vigorously, changing every day. Correspondingly, the troubles of youth are also unavoidable. Those in the know understand, so there is no need to elaborate further. He lay in bed, calming down a little, and got up to get dressed. Last night, I actually slept quite well. Although I had dreams, I didn't feel very tired, and I woke up early feeling pretty energetic. But how should I put it? Sleeping while holding the fragrant and soft little, which is quite different from sleeping without holding anything. It's not really a matter of getting used to it. After all, he used to sleep alone at school. Dumbledore. What is up? Should I change the school rules? It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. The ancients truly didn't deceive me. He mumbled to himself, recalling what happened last night. Speaking of which, before returning to her own room last night, Hermione specifically told him, Qin, you did a lot today. You must be exhausted. Remember to rest early. It was a very normal concern. However, as the saying goes, to dig a tree is to dig its roots, and to listen is to hear the sound. How could Qin Yu not pick up on the underlying message in her words? That meant she wasn't going to sneak over to see him at night. He felt he had accurately grasped the message she was trying to convey, and it gave him a sense of two agents meeting. Or like his black and white screen Nokia receiving a text message that said there was an insider terminating the deal. Although he could understand that Hermione might still be haunted by what happened that night when Qin Yu lay down, he couldn't help but think of the little which chattering away in his arms. They were so close that every time Hermione spoke, her warm breath would seep into the fabric of his shirt or tickle his neck and chin. Naturally, the more he thought about it, the harder it was to fall asleep. Then he realized he hadn't said good night to Hermione yet. So he got up, found a piece of white paper, wrote a line, folded it into a paper crane, and with a simple spell, sent the crane flying to Hermione's room. After doing all this, he was about to clear his mind and use meditation techniques to fall asleep, but not long after, he heard the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs, followed by the creaking of the door opening. It was, of course, little Hermione. "I came to say good night," Hermione said with a smile. However, when she said this, she plopped down next to Qin Yu, her head rubbing against him, expressing an obvious joy. Such a cute little witch. Qin Yu couldn't help but pinch her cheeks several times and give her a gentle peck on the forehead. If it weren't so late, and considering Hermione's lingering fears, he would have definitely pulled her into a discussion about the opportunities and challenges faced by wizards at the turn of the century, and how to be an idealistic, cultured, principled wizard. He could talk for as long as he wanted. Unfortunately, the little girl left after a while. After she left, even though he used meditation techniques, it took him a long time to finally fall asleep, but at least it was somewhat earlier than the first night back home. Memories passed in an instant, and Qin Yu stepped out of the room. As he walked down the stairs, he vaguely heard two people talking softly in the living room below. Were they really not together last night? Absolutely not. Hermione only went up for a short while. No more than 10 minutes before coming back down. So soon? Huh? I mean, they used to stay for quite a while. Who knows? Maybe they felt we were there. Darling, the tone you're using sounds like you're feeling guilty for interrupting them. Of course not, Jenny. How could you have such a strange association? Sigh. Never mind. The important thing is that Qin is a sensible child. That's right. And I think after our last conversation, the effect was pretty good. You know, I'm talking about the man-to-man talk. I also had a good talk with Hermione, and she has already assured me that she definitely won steal the apple before she turns 18. Oh, apple, Jenny, your word choice is quite subtle. Don't worry. When it was time to be straightforward, I was also direct with Hermione. All right. Let us not talk about this anymore. I'll go prepare breakfast for the kids. And you check if the gifts are placed properly. Okay, I'll go do that. Qin Yu had stopped in his tracks when he heard the first sentence. There was no way. His legs suddenly felt a bit weak, and he really didn't dare to go down at this moment. The whole dialogue made him sweat in his palms. Fortunately, the Granger couple is very understanding, perceptive, and fair, still trusting him immensely in terms of his character. And he was sure he hadn't let this trust down. I didn't do anything. What do I have to feel guilty about? After repeatedly reminding himself of this in his mind, his legs finally regained their strength, and he was able to take a step down the stairs. Last Christmas, the gifts were placed by the beds of Qin Yu and Hermione. Perhaps feeling that they had grown up, the Granger couple did not sneak into their rooms before dawn pretending to be Santa Claus, but instead told them on Christmas Eve to remember to look for the gifts under the Christmas tree. I actually stopped believing in Santa Claus when I was 7, but my parents seemed to enjoy doing this, so I never exposed the truth. Hermione squatted next to the small Christmas tree, unwrapping gifts while solemnly mumbling to Qin Yu. Well, as a firm materialist magical apprentice, I also don't believe in the existence of Santa Claus, Qin Yu said jokingly. Can materialism and magic be placed together? Hermione was momentarily caught off guard by his wording. After a moment of daze, she shook her head, deciding to skip thinking about that question and continued eagerly unwrapping her gift, untying the ribbon tied in a bow, tearing open the pink wrapping paper, and finally opening the square box. Hermione found a set of exquisite stationery inside, a red fountain pen that shimmered, a thick notebook with a leather cover, and some tools like rulers and small knives. This gift was indeed very useful for her. Unlike other immature little girls, she didn't like dolls and plush toys, which were superficial things. After showing Qin her gift, Hermione looked expectantly at the box in his hands. Qin didn't keep her waiting too long and quickly opened his gift box, taking out a set of soft gray pajamas. Thinking about how he felt his clothes were small when he woke up early today, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart, a sense of happiness for being cared for. Seeing this, Hermione nodded and said, nice pajamas. Try them on tonight, and I'll help you see if they fit. Qin Yu took out the clothes and measured them a bit, feeling it was indeed inconvenient to change right now. So he nodded and replied, sure. After I help you check the pajamas, I'll leave. I won't stay too long, the little witch added thoughtfully. Qin Yu secretly thought, I wasn't saying I wanted you to stay overnight. Mainly, leading Hermione to his room at midnight to see him in pajamas. That would sound strange if he said it out loud. Fortunately, it was free for her to watch. All right, saying that makes it weirder. Qin Yu made some random associations, but his hand was pulled by the girl to go see the snowman they built yesterday. The winter weather is very cold. Even though the snowman's surface has slightly melted during the day, the cold wind blowing all night has made it even firmer. If QinYu were to kick the snowman's belly hard, he might even feel a tingling in his foot. Hermione wanted to make some adjustments, but the ice shell on the snowman was a bit hard. If she applied too much force, she might end up breaking off a large chunk. After trying a few times, she gave up. The morning sun lacked energy and did not provide much warmth outdoors. QinYu took Hermione's icy little hand and covered it with both of his, breathing warm air into it. Once her little hand was warmed up, the girl leaned in and touched QinYu's hand with her nose, which was also cool. QinYu then cradled her little face to transfer some warmth. After that, the two of them stopped foolishly standing outside looking at the oddly shaped snowman and went back inside to warm up and enjoy the breakfast carefully prepared by Mrs. Granger. During the meal, the family chatted and laughed, making arrangements for the day ahead. The turkey, as the centerpiece of the British Christmas feast, was naturally indispensable today. Just like last year, after a hurried breakfast, Mrs. Granger poured a lot of time and effort into the turkey, striving to cook it to perfection. The ingredients, cooking time, and methods were all passed down from elder generations and were family secrets that could not be shared outside the family, giving the turkey a unique flavor. This was a delicious inheritance and a continuation of family traditions. Of course, Mrs. Granger did not hide anything from QinYu while preparing. After all, he was not an outsider, but was regarded as half a member of the family. Therefore, since last year, QinYu had been helping out, and this year was no exception. However, this year Hermione also wanted to get involved, using a spoon to help stir the bowl of seasoning sauce for the roasted turkey mixed with various ingredients. QinYu had promised to make meat soup noodles. So after preparing the meat sauce yesterday, he naturally had to make the noodles today. Adding water to the dough, although he had some experience, it was still limited. After a bit of trial and error with too much water and then too much flour, he ended up with a large bowl of dough. After Hermione finished her stirring, still enthusiastic, she came over to help for a bit, but she didn't know when her delicate face had gotten covered in a lot of flour. "Come on, let me help you wipe it off," QinYu said as he reached out to dab at her face. Is it clean now?" Hermione closed her eyes and let him wipe. "Ahem, well, there's still a little bit left. You should go wash up." Seeing Hermione's face looking even messier, QinYu unconsciously touched his own nose. When Hermione saw that QinYu's nose was also covered in flour from his own touching, her little face instantly fell, and an invisible crow cawed from above. Mr. and Mrs. Granger happened to walk by at that moment, and, upon seeing the two faces resembling little calico cats, burst into laughter, nearly in tears. Their laughter was not due to having a low sense of humor, but rather because they were in a good mood. Celebrating the holiday happily as a family is inherently a delightful experience. A plump turkey, after being roasted repeatedly over a fierce flame, having tasted the rich flavors of sweetness, saltiness, bitterness, spiciness, and sourness, ultimately presented its delicious self on the human dining table. For it, this could be seen as a cruel fate, but for humans, contemplating such cruelty is merely an idle and pointless thought. QinYu felt no pity for the turkey. Since he was already human, he firmly stood on the side of humanity. In any case, QinYu enjoyed the turkey immensely and praised Mrs. Granger's culinary skills, making her, his aunt, beam with joy. Correspondingly, the meat soup noodles made by QinYu also received unanimous praise. Having practiced at Hagrid's hut before, he had his own ideas for this recipe, and one could say that he followed the process of potion making to some extent, being meticulous and ritualistic, yet nutritious and delicious. Of course, as long as the spices used were not too strange and the simmering time was sufficient, meat sauce is actually hard to mess up, salty, fragrant, and rich. As long as he achieved these 3 points, it would be fine. Coupled with other dishes, it was a sumptuous Christmas feast that left everyone feeling pleasantly stuffed. After they all worked together to tidy up the dining table and kitchen, QinYu and the Granger family lazily settled onto the sofa in the living room and turned on the television. What they watched was a videotape that Mr. Granger had specially rented for them, Poirot. At the beginning, Hermione sat in the middle of the couch with her parents, while QinYu sat in a nearby armchair. As the plot progressed, Hermione moved closer to QinYu to discuss the content, unconsciously shifting from between her parents to sit next to him, and then, without realizing it, squeeze into the armchair he was sitting in. That armchair was spacious enough for even an adult, so while it was a bit cramped for the two of them, they could manage to sit there closely together. "Remember this person and what she has in her hand," Hermione said earnestly in QinYu's ear. Being close not only warms us up but also makes it easier to talk, without having to stretch my neck to remind you not to miss any details. Moreover, without her there to get in the way, her parents could relax on the big couch in various comfortable positions, sometimes cuddling together, sometimes her mother leaning on her father's shoulder, and sometimes her father stealing a kiss from her mother. The two of them showing off their affection is simply unbearable to watch. Hermione could imagine that if she and Qin were not there, her parents would surely be even more over the top, like kissing for even longer than she thought. If it were just her and Qin watching TV here, what would he do? As she pondered, her gem-like brown eyes couldn't help but blink nonstop. He would definitely be doing something that can't be seen by my parents. She had a rough idea of what kind of things would get Qin in trouble with her parents. After all, Miss Granger was also someone with a sense of propriety. So, the key was to not let her parents find out, like sneaking up to the attic at night and crawling into Qin's blanket to chat. Hermione? Qin Yu's voice rang out in her ear, calling her name. Huh? Hermione, lost in thought, suddenly came back to her senses, looking at the person beside her with some surprise. What's wrong? I just asked you a question. Why are you ignoring me? Qin Yu asked, puzzled. Hermione's little face turned red as she forcibly changed the subject and asked back. What did you ask? I didn't hear clearly. Well, I just want to know if the man with the black bowler hat is the murderer. Qin Yu had to repeat his question. That person. Hermione rested her chin on her hand, pondering and not immediately answering. Mainly, she had been distracted and hadn't actually watched that part of the plot. However, combining it with the novel she had read before, she could roughly guess who Qin Yu was talking about, and naturally knew whether that person was the murderer or not. However, the girl's eyes twinkled, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up. After a light cough, she said slowly, as for that person, I can't say he is the murderer, nor can I say he isn't the murderer. As for whether you think he is the murderer, I can't say your guess is right, nor can I say your guess is wrong. In short, the plot is just this kind of plot, and the story is just this kind of story. If I say too much, it won't be good. You have to watch it yourself to find it interesting. This series of words left Qin Yu stunned, feeling somewhat familiar. After a moment of recollection, he realized that he had said this very thing before. At that time, when Harry and the others asked him who Nicholas Flamel was in Hagrid's hut, he had said something like this. Merlin's beard. He really didn't expect that a boomerang from 10 chapters ago would now hit him back. Thinking of this, Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration and glared at Hermione, who was looking at him with a raised eyebrow and a smug expression. Fine, you win. Qin Yu was furious, but could only whisper this into the girl's ear, seeing him gritting his teeth in anger, yet helpless against her. Hermione felt a sense of satisfaction and delight in her heart. At that moment, she realized that having her parents around was indeed beneficial, allowing her to be the fox that uses the tiger's power to scare Qin. Qin Yu wasn't really angry. He was just somewhat annoyed by the boomerang effect. Moreover, he also felt that Hermione was right. If one knew who the murderer was in advance, it would indeed take away a lot of suspense and anticipation. Just as he continued watching the TV series, he felt a small hand searching and squeezing between them, ultimately reaching his hand and gently scratching his palm with its fingertips, as if to comfort, please, or play. Qin Yu turned his hand to grip it, applying a little force, both as a punishment and a control, to avoid being discovered due to excessive movements. Of course, since he had held it, he didn't want to let go, stealing a moment of leisure. Not as good as a god, but better than a god. They started watching from the afternoon until it was dark, and unlike last year, they didn't go out to visit the Christmas market, but watched several episodes in a row. When they got hungry, Qin Yu cooked the leftover noodles and some Christmas dinner leftovers for a makeshift meal. As night deepened, after finishing another case solved by the great detective, Mrs. Granger decisively announced that the Christmas family activity for today had to end, or it would be too late. So, they reluctantly turned off the TV and went to wash up and sleep. Hermione remembered the promise she made in the morning and generously went to Qin Yu's loft to help him check if the pajamas fit well. After a careful assessment, Hermione found that the pajamas were indeed of good quality. When her face touched the fabric, it felt soft and comfortable, but the size was slightly large, with the sleeves covering Qin's hands. Well, this time she left only after saying goodnight, to avoid coming back again at night. Dimensional Wall, happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Remember to eat more mooncakes. By the way, I don't know why many people dislike 5-nut mooncakes. The little author actually quite likes this flavor. What is spirit? What is consciousness? What is magic? What is alchemy? Although these are not mystical things that are wrong to think about or say, accurately defining them is indeed not an easy task. Sometimes, perhaps it just requires some opportunities, some inspiration, some triggers to better understand them. Therefore, those ambitious wizards in the magical world will seek these opportunities, inspirations, or triggers through various methods. For example, repeatedly waving wands. For example, constantly brewing potions. For example, tirelessly flipping through piles of old papers. For example, persistently exploring mysterious and dangerous places with just a wand. Some of them succeed and are naturally hailed as geniuses, but most may spend their whole lives as ordinary people, never stepping into the door or experiencing the true splendor of the magical world. In the dead of night, undisturbed, Qin Yu sat on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to focus on serious matters. What he was doing now was, like those pioneers, exploring what spiritual alchemy is and the true essence of magic. Recently, an accidental discovery while reading on the Hogwarts Express made him pay attention to the concept of concentration in alchemy, even linking it to the saying that concentrated drops are all fine products. But that's beside the point. In the application of physical alchemy, concentration and purification are easily achieved, and there are many different methods to achieve this, such as calcination, distillation, crystallization, and solubility methods, etc. However, what Qin Yu was doing now was spiritual alchemy. So how should one concentrate the spirit? As mentioned above, spirit and consciousness are inherently difficult to define and understand. If understanding is difficult, how much more so is processing it? Thus, Qin Yu could only try to use his imagination to understand what spirit and consciousness are. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and felt that elusive spirit, that seemingly intangible existence. He felt that it was like a ball of light, but not light. He felt that it was like a mist, but not mist. He felt that it was like a gust of wind, but not wind. He felt that it was probably a series of thoughts, but what exactly is a thought? He was confused, lost, angry, and perplexed. Thus, he began to feel restless, agitated, and a desire for destruction and chaos began to arise. Consequently, that ball of light transformed into a raging fire, that mist turned into heavy dark clouds, that gust of wind became a chaotic whirlwind, and those thoughts morphed into incessant mad ramblings. Therefore, unexpectedly, Qin Yu vaguely grasped that opportunity, that inspiration, that trigger. He found within that seemingly intangible spirit, me. I make it light, and it becomes light. I make it fire, and it becomes fire. I make it mist, make it wind, and I also make it clouds. Make a storm. Those thoughts also arise because of me. Thus, Qin Yu suddenly understood. Even if he couldn't articulate it or write it down at that moment, he understood what spirit is. This spirit, regardless of its form or shape, is born with me. Having found myself, I naturally found it. In this way, he felt its existence more concretely. This made him feel a joy in his heart, and that thing called spirit also seemed to leap with joy. Also at this moment, beyond his spirit, he caught a glimpse of a ball of colorful black light. Colorful and black. These two words together feel so discordant. However, when he focused on searching for it, that black light vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. This made Qin Yu feel for a moment that he might have hallucinated. After all, his exploration of consciousness and spirit was still very rudimentary, and having a hallucination seemed quite normal. Now the key is he should seize this rare opportunity to deeply comprehend the true meaning within, to prepare for the next step of so-called concentration. Thus, he dismissed distracting thoughts and continued to carefully feel. Gradually, he became immersed in it, losing all sense of time and space. He didn't know how long it had been. It felt like a brief moment, yet also an ancient eternity. An instinctive warning awakened him from his immersive state. When he opened his eyes, he heard the sound of footsteps on the stairs, then turned to look out the window, discovering that the sky was already bright, and it was the morning of the next day. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu reflected on the feelings of the night and felt he had gained a lot. Naturally, he was in a good mood. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he jumped out of bed, snorting coldly in his heart. Now that my skills are perfected, let me see what kind of demon dares to come knocking. He opened the door to take a look, only to find a cute little witch. The girl was raising her hand, about to knock on the door, and the sudden opening clearly caught her off guard. Her dazed expression made her even cuter. Qin Yu took the opportunity to grasp a raised hand, pulled the startled girl into the room, and naturally leaned down to peck her forehead lightly, saying, "Good morning, Hermione." Good morning, Qin. Hermione spoke, but was distracted, not looking at Qin Yu. Instead, she turned her head to peek down through the open door. Fortunately, her parents were busy with other things and did not notice the direction of the attic. This made her visibly breathe a sigh of relief. But then she shot an angry glare at Qin Yu, thinking to herself, what if Mom and Dad see the door wide open during the day? Seeing her like this, Qin Yu guessed what she was thinking and couldn't help but pinch her puffed-up cheeks. Unexpectedly, this provoked the little girl. She turned her head to the side, freeing her face from his grasp, and quickly turned back, opening her mouth to bite the base of his thumb. Immediately, Her 2 rows of neat teeth clamped down slightly, emitting a low growl from her chest like a little beast, as if to say, "You dared to pinch me. Now you know how it feels. Ouch, that hurts," Qin Yu exclaimed exaggeratedly in a low voice. Seeing his reaction, Hermione was momentarily stunned, thinking she had bitten him too hard and really hurt him. Then, she instinctively released her bite and looked at the hand she had bitten. To her surprise, there was no bleeding, no break, and not even a deep tooth mark. She was suddenly unsure and looked at Qin Yu suspiciously. Qin Yu quickly played along, saying, "Ouch, that really hurts. Is it true? I clearly didn't use much force." Hermione stared at him and said, "Of course it's true. That's called internal injury. You can't see it on the surface," Qin Yu said seriously. Hermione frowned, staring at him with an expression that said, "You can't fool me. Don't believe me? Fine, I'll bite you with the same force, and you'll know how much it hurts," Qin Yu said as he grabbed her small hand and pretended to bring it towards his open mouth. "No, no, no." Hermione quickly withdrew her hand. "Now you believe it," Qin Yu said, lifting his chin. "All right, I apologize. I shouldn't have used so much force." Hermione compared her hand to his sharp teeth and could only concede. Qin Yu smugly snorted and then looked at the spot on his hand that had just been bitten, turning to her with a disgusted tone. "I got a lot of your saliva on me." As he said this, under Hermione's wide-eyed, incredulous gaze, he wiped his hand on her sleeve until it was clean, nodding in satisfaction. "Qin." Hermione's fluffy brown hair seemed to explode. "What happened?" Qin Yu looked innocent. "You're so disgusting. That saliva." Hermione was truly speechless at this moment. "You don't like your own saliva?" Qin Yu retorted, feigning confusion. "Then why don't you wipe it on your own clothes?" Hermione huffed. "That won't do. If I wipe it on my own clothes, the readers will definitely say I'm disgusting." Qin Yu shrugged. "Huh?" Hermione was bewildered. "Never mind, okay. I won't do that next time. I'll let it dry on its own." Qin Yu waved his hand, telling her not to dwell on it. "You can go wash it off," Hermione instinctively suggested. "Yeah, good idea," Qin Yu nodded. Seeing him like this, Hermione momentarily didn't know what to say, even questioning why she was angry and whether she should be angry. In short, she felt all mixed up. After a while, as the two of them went downstairs together, Hermione, who was no longer angry, casually said, "Qin, why do I feel like you're acting strange today?" Hearing this, Qin Yu paused his steps, then suddenly realized, a helpless smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Merlin's beard. So this is the side effect of the exploratory spirit. People can get a bit crazy. Luckily, the craziness wasn't too extreme. It was just him wiping a little girl-esque saliva on her sleeve. Describing his state as crazy might not be entirely accurate. It was more that his thoughts were a bit more active and jumpy. Since it was related to his mental state, it clearly stemmed from the exploration of the previous night. Fortunately, after self-examination, Qin Yu found that he didn't have any major issues. It was just that his thought process was a bit different from the norm, occasionally leaving people speechless. For example, just now, he merely wiped saliva from his hand on Hermione's sleeve. It was just a bit disgusting and excessive. If he really were a pervert, he would have at least licked it clean himself. And as for more perverted actions, that was beyond his imagination. After all, he wasn't truly a pervert, was he? Speaking of perversion, he couldn't help but think of those netizens from his past life, who talked about appropriate porridge etiquette and eating ice cream. He was genuinely baffled by those weirdos. With this thought, Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh to himself. There was, of course, a fundamental difference between the two behaviors, if he were to use a classification from the anime world for comparison. The former would be just a comedic slice of life series, while the latter, if done, would be considered an uncensored adult series. So, even if he was a bit crazy and his thoughts were a bit more active, he was still a normal person. Confident face, he had not slid into the realm of perverted mental illness. Confident face again, this also indirectly proved that his path, to some extent, was indeed on the right track. After all, his mental activity had increased, which also indicated that this path was not smooth sailing and was definitely accompanied by various risks. In short, he felt a bit uncertain, and he had little relevant experience to draw upon. Since he had questions, he naturally needed to ask those who understood. The most knowledgeable person Qin Yu knew, besides old Dumbledore, who else could it be? Suddenly wanting to learn something, he said, "I'll go read for a bit." After finishing breakfast, he dropped this sentence and quickly returned to his attic room. As for leaving Hermione behind, who was internally thinking that the academic overachiever had indeed slipped and secretly worked hard during the break, he didn't care about that alertness. Sitting at his desk, he took out paper and pen, writing down everything from the accidental insights he gained while reading on the train to his understanding last night's attempts, and the mental changes he experienced this morning, ultimately writing down his doubts and concerns, detailing everything over 3 pages. Then, he reviewed, revised, and supplemented the 3 pages from the beginning, scribbling and drawing circles, and the pages became densely packed with text, appearing to carry a weight of knowledge that such thickness should not bear. It was impossible to copy it all by hand. Writing so much was just too laborious. So he decided to send it in its original form. After a final glance, he nodded in satisfaction, mumbling to himself, "This must be over 10,000 words, right? If I were a web novelist in my past life, writing this much every day, readers would surely shower me with gifts. What a pity to have chosen the wrong profession." However, he then thought that writing web fiction requires creativity, and his letter was filled with real, concrete problems, with no writer's block to worry about. After all, the writer only needed to express their own issues, while the recipient, Professor Dumbledore, had to consider many other factors. With these chaotic thoughts in mind, he folded the letter neatly, placed it in an envelope, and summoned his owl, Treg. He handed the letter to it, and specified the recipient's address. Norus, Treg, fly slowly, at Qin Yu's final reminder. Treg flapped its wings a few times and flew towards the mysterious magic school. Although he wrote quickly and didn't experience any writer's block, Qin Yu still spent the entire morning on this letter. During this time, Hermione couldn't help but come in out of curiosity. Seeing him seriously writing, she didn't want to disturb him too much and even went back downstairs to bring him a cup of hot milk and a plate of cookies. However, Qin Yu was deep in thought about what to write and didn't engage in much conversation with her. After taking the milk and cookies, he wanted to pinch her little face, but remembering the biting experience from the morning, he changed it to a gentle poke on her chubby cheek instead. Of course, this was similar to pinching her cheek, and Hermione glared at him, nearly biting his hand again. Perhaps considering that she still needed to clean her mouth of saliva, she huffed in annoyance and let him off the hook for the time being. Since Qin was studying and their parents were busy with their own matters, Hermione returned to her room and opened a long-neglected magic book. She didn't feel the need to be together with Qin all day. After all, they weren't conjoined twins, and at school, they attended classes and went to bed separately. Being at home just meant they had more opportunities to be together, but it didn't mean they had to be together all the time. Thinking this way, Hermione unconsciously touched her own nose and then, while doing so, was somewhat surprised to realize that this seemed to be a gesture Qin often made. Really, how annoying. The girl buried her head in the book, muttering in frustration. However, she quickly lifted her head, her eyes darting, her expression taking on a mysterious meaning. Then she took out a piece of paper and quickly sketched a simple cartoon character. This character had a big smile, short hair, wore a wizard's robe, and had a long scarf around its neck with a big letter Q on it, indicating its identity. Hermione examined it for a moment, nodded in satisfaction, and murmured to herself, "Not bad. Now let us add Treg." A little owl quickly landed next to the cartoon character. Let you poke my face." She raised her chin proudly, looking at the cartoon character with a disdainful gaze. After saying this, she poked the character a few times with her finger. Then, while poking, she started to giggle, thinking that this behavior was indeed quite childish and not something a serious first-year magic student should be doing. So, she smirked to herself and set the paper aside. However, after picking up the book, she hadn't even started reading the content when her beautiful eyes blinked a few times, glancing upward as if pondering something. Then, she dropped the book, swiftly picked up the paper again, quickly pecked at it with her mouth, set it back down, and pretended nothing had happened while resuming her hold on the book. The entire process was so fast it could be measured in seconds. After doing all this, she glanced around as if afraid of being seen, and with the door closed, there was no one else around but her. Why am I feeling guilty? I've kissed a real person before. Not to mention, this is just a cartoon character. Miss Granger muttered defiantly to herself. However, after saying this, she felt her face heat up slightly and couldn't help but bite her lip, but her mood lifted considerably. Then, humming a tune she didn't even know the name of, after all this fuss, she finally began to focus on her studies. I must say, after teasing the cartoon character, my concentration has improved a lot. On Qin Yu's side, after sending the letter, he felt a sense of relief, as if even his symptoms of agitation had lessened significantly. Now he just had to wait for old Dumbledore to reply. Picking up the last cookie from his plate, he ate it while heading downstairs to find his little witch to play. She wasn't in the living room, so Qin Yu immediately knocked on her bedroom door, and there was an immediate response from inside. "Hermione, who is it?" "Qin Yu, it's me." "Hermione, who?" "Qin Yu, me." "Hermione, oh." "Qin Yu, Hermione, This exchange felt like a secret code, and Qin Yu found it full of comedic points, thinking that if anyone overheard their conversation, they would surely call them crazy. Could it be that he was contagious? But he could really gather a lot of information from this short dialogue, including the emotions being conveyed. It seemed that after spending a long time together, some things didn't need to be said for them to understand each other's meanings. In short, in their earlier conversation, he had asked if he could come in, and Hermione had given a positive answer, letting him come in. He gently twisted the doorknob, opened the door, and walked into the small room, where he caught a whiff of a familiar light fragrance. He hadn't noticed it before. Wasn't it said that Westerners have body odor? Could it be that since he traveled here, his sense of smell had changed? He really felt that this girl smelled nice. Thinking this, he instinctively sniffed the air. This question, of course, no one could answer, including the system that had been quiet lately. Oh dear, I almost forgot that I also have a system cheat. I nearly thought everything I gained was from my own efforts. Don't forget your roots. Even if one becomes strong, they shouldn't forget where they came from. This was a moment of enlightenment, wasn't it? He was internally mocking himself. As his thoughts turned, his steps hadn't stopped, and Qin Yu had already approached Hermione, who was focused on writing something. He leaned over to take a glance, and discovered she was working on notes related to potions. She was probably busy writing a lot, as she hadn't stopped even with him so close, just mumbling unconsciously, "Wait for me, just a moment. I'll finish writing soon." Qin Yu smiled, not wanting to disturb her too much. He simply gently ruffled her hair and found a place to sit down. Out of boredom, he noticed a piece of paper on the table with a cartoon character drawn on it. Picking it up to examine closely, he could easily tell it was him from the hairstyle and clothing, especially the big letter Q on the scarf. Terrifying as it is, I am actually Mr. Q for the Aurora Society. With such a leap in thought, Qin Yu noticed the smudges on the little person's head and muttered in confusion to himself. The lines are a bit blurred. Did someone spill water on it? Before he finished speaking, the pen he was writing with suddenly paused, and two little feet, hidden in thick socks inside soft slippers, suddenly arched up, with toes digging hard into the soft shoe soles, as if trying to break through them. However, the pen quickly resumed writing, and the little feet relaxed. Meanwhile, a certain little which was mumbling in her heart like a dead dog. That was something Hermione Granger did an hour ago. It was her doing. What does it have to do with me now? Qin Yu glanced at the suddenly stiff and then relaxed little Hermione, somewhat puzzled, not knowing what was wrong with her. Spilling a little water isn't a big deal. But he didn't bother to investigate further, picked up a book, placed it under the sheet of paper, and took another pen, drawing on the blank space of the paper like he used to in the library. What he drew was a little girl with fluffy hair, wearing a robe and a scarf, with a big, fancy letter H written on the scarf. Ush, Ongzung? What a ridiculous association. The little witch could never be the boss of Hongzhong. He looked again and felt something was missing. "All right," he suddenly exclaimed. Then a mischievous smile crept onto his face as he picked up the pen and drew two big front teeth on the little girl's mouth. Now it's true to the original work. Who would dare say it's OOC? Qin Yu looked at his creation, nodding in satisfaction. Who knew, when he raised his eyes, he met a pair of furious and resentful eyes. Who is this? Ahem, I think it looks quite cute. I asked, who is this? It's a cartoon. You know, there will be some exaggeration. That's normal. Who is this? Sigh. Why be so stubborn in life? You should learn to let go. Why must you know the answer, right, Hermione? Okay, let me show you what persistence is. Ouch, that hurts. Too painful. Let go. No, I want to bite you to death. Hermione pounced like a hungry tiger, knocking Qin Yu down onto the blanket, biting his arm fiercely, regardless of his cries of pain and pleas for mercy. This is too annoying. Miss Granger is going to show this bad guy what she's made of today. Seeing that begging for mercy was fruitless, Qin Yu had no choice but to wrap his arms around her, letting the girl in his arms vent her anger. Sure enough, after a while, she calmed down and stopped her antics. Qin Yu took the opportunity to apologize repeatedly. Then, like a deflated balloon, the little witch looked up with a pitiful face and asked hesitantly, "Are my teeth really that big? How is that possible?" "Absolutely not. Your front teeth aren't even as big as Luo Jiuquan's." Qin Yu said firmly, his gaze resolute. "Who is Luo Jiuquan?" The little witch asked in confusion. "Oh, Luo Jiuquan is a magical creature living in a place called Billy Continent, and Luo Jiuquan is the name of one of them." Qin Yu made up a story. Magical creature? Hermione's eyes lit up. Seizing the moment while her curiosity hadn't completely risen, Qin Yu quickly continued. "In any case, my little Hermione's front teeth are only slightly bigger. Actually, mine aren't small either, don't you believe me?" As he said this, he grinned, showing off his front teeth. It seems indeed quite big. The little girl took a closer look and found that Qin's front teeth were much bigger than the ones next to them, which made her feel a lot better. As she spoke, she even reached out to gently tap those two front teeth, probably thinking it was fun, and then poked his nose and lips. QinYu felt a bit ticklish on his face, and after she played with him for a while, he grabbed her little hand, holding it tightly in his. So, if you don't like that drawing, I can help you tear it up. Forget it. Let it stay. It's a cartoon. There will be some exaggeration. That's normal. I think it looks quite cute. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you so insistent on tearing it up? You should learn to let go, huh? Seeing Hermione seriously mimicking his speech, QinYu couldn't help but laugh. Then he became shy with anger. Since the little witch was already in his arms, under control, he naturally had to vent his frustration. So, without further ado, he slapped her 3 times as a punishment. Even though it didn't hurt, Hermione imitated him, crying out in pain, but she deliberately kept her voice very low to avoid being heard by her parents. The cartoon ultimately escaped disaster and was safely tucked away by Hermione, placed inside a notebook. Then, QinYu discussed vacation plans with her. He wanted to look up some information, so he suggested they visit Diagon Alley's bookstore, which Hermione happened to want to do as well. So they happily decided on their itinerary for tomorrow, shopping together in Diagon Alley. After lunch, QinYu and the Granger family watched a detective show again, partly because they wanted to return the videotape quickly, but mainly because the show was worth watching. In short, for the rest of the day, they were glued to the TV until late at night, finishing the entire series. That night, QinYu did not attempt the cultivation methods he explored yesterday, planning to pause and wait for Dumbledore's reply. So after saying goodnight to Hermione, he lay down and fell asleep. As for Hermione, she took out the notebook with the cartoon, wrote a few lines on it, poked the little person in the cartoon, looked at the little girl drawn beside it, instinctively clicked her teeth, then shrugged, packed her things, and crawled into bed. Whether it was because Qin had lain here during the day, after closing her eyes, she always felt she could smell his scent at the tip of her nose. This discovery made her smile slightly. A quiet winter night, gentle time, should bring beautiful dreams. Looking back down at the human world, she saw no London in the morning fog. In the dead of winter, there's such heavy fog. It's truly the foggy city. QinYu sat on the tram, looking at the misty city, couldn't help but complain in his heart. Hermione sat upright next to him, occasionally leaning over to talk to him about the shops they were going to visit. The first stop was Flourish and Blots, then Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions. QinYu had grown quite a bit and was still wearing the robe he bought last year, which was somewhat small for him now. I wonder if the ice cream shop is still open. Thinking of the ice cream with raspberry jam he had during summer vacation, Hermione couldn't help but swallow. She hadn't even noticed this before. Last Christmas, she and T thought about eating ice cream at all. QinYu thought back, only remembering that day he had accompanied Hermione shopping on the street for over 2 hours, going in and out of various shops, without any special impression of the ice cream shop. After all, it was the dead of winter, and he wasn't from the Northeast. Who would think of eating ice cream in winter? Of course, Hermione was only mentioning that shop when she thought of Diagon Alley, casually bringing it up. The two did not let Mr. Granger drive them this time. Instead, they took the public tram, then transferred to the subway, and finally took another tram, arriving at their destination with some familiarity. Between a large bookstore and a record shop stood a dilapidated narrow building, which still went unnoticed by ordinary people, muggles. This was the leaky cauldron they were about to enter and pass through. Pushing open the weathered wooden door of the pub, they were greeted by a noisy scene full of wizards. Hermione was no longer surprised to see so many wizards. Unlike last year, when she foolishly asked QinYu if they should greet these wizards, considering they were all of the same kind, which amused QinYu at the time. Reflecting on this, it made her seem a bit cute and naive. Of course, when QinYu brought it up, Hermione only felt embarrassment and shame, flashing him a set of neat little white teeth and threatening him playfully. If he dared to mention it again, she would bite him hard when they got home. The pub was filled with chatter, and the topics were diverse. Some QinYu could understand, while others were completely confusing. After all, the world these adult wizards lived in was quite different from that of the young wizards still in the magical ivory tower. The North American wizarding community truly never ceased to amaze me. Those aurors must be just sitting around. A scruffy, skinny wizard spoke disdainfully in a tone reminiscent of old Europe, looking down on those provincial upstarts, his forehead's tattoo gleaming with an air of nobility. Indeed, let G.A. make such a fuss, and in the end, they even got to take the stage and be granted seats in the Wizarding Congress. Let's wait and see the good show. Another chubby wizard gleefully chimed in. Upon hearing the term G.A. Grindelwald's army, QinYu felt a flicker of interest and lingered for a moment. After all, this was a group that even Professor Dumbledore was paying attention to, and it had an unclear relationship with Grindelwald. However, The subsequent discussions left Qin Yu feeling rather uninterested. They merely talked about how active G.S. leader, Gellert Abernathy, was, how he maneuvered skillfully, and how he had numerous capable subordinates, including the brilliant strategist Mr. Delta, the fiery John, and the ruthless Stanley, along with a bunch of other leaders. In short, within less than a year, they had made a significant name for themselves in North America, with a trend of shifting from dark to light. Even getting involved with the Wizarding Congress, it was quite a force to be reckoned with. Competing for fame and profit, with fights and killings, Qin Yu rubbed his itchy ears, thinking this was something he shouldn't worry about. After all, I'm still a kid. What does the bloodshed in North America have to do with me? With that thought, he took Hermione, who also felt bored, and left the front hall of the pub, exiting through the back door to the famous Instagram hotspot, the entrance courtyard of Diagon Alley. Though called a courtyard, it could also be described as a very short dead end, with a wall blocking their path. This time, Qin Yu didn't intend to open the entrance in the wall himself, but chose to let Hermione try it. After carefully teaching her the method a few times, he stepped aside. The little girl stood there, pulling out her own vinewood wand, looking eager to try. Her excitement reminiscent of the first time she sneaked into his little attic at night. Hey, no random comparisons. Bringing her focus back. Hermione calmed her emotions and followed Qin Yu's instructed sequence, poking the wall with the tip of her wand a few times. Immediately, the wall opened up. Hermione's face lit up with a look of achievement, akin to a novice gamer who just defeated their first slime in the beginner village. Qin Yu thought to himself, if she's this happy about defeating a slime, how thrilled will she be when she defeats a hill troll? Let's go, Qin. Hermione pulled the distracted boy along, taking the lead as she stepped through the open wall and onto the cobblestone street. In an instant, the bustling sounds filled their ears, and they were plunged into the lively and vibrant scene. Just as Qin Yu and Hermione entered Diagon Alley, hundreds of kilometers away at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Professor Dumbledore received today's newspapers from an owl. Since there were 2 papers, he paid the messenger 10 nuts, and the messenger flew away. Sitting down beside the coffee table, Dumbledore began to browse through the 2 newspapers. One was the Daily Prophet, which he often subscribed to, while the other was the North American magical publication he had recently been following, The Wizard's Voice. He quickly scanned the first one and found nothing particularly noteworthy, so he set it aside for later. The second newspaper, however, received much more of his attention, especially an article that took up a significant portion of the page, titled, A New Star in the Magical Political Arena, or the Source of Chaos. This article discussed the so-called G.A. group that was causing quite a stir in North America. After reading its content, Dumbledore remained silent for a long time, looking at the accompanying photo. In the magical photo, the central figure was, of course, Abernathy, the leader of G.A., with important members of their organization standing behind him. Among those members was one person who drew a lot of Dumbledore's attention. That person was tall, with dark brown hair, and his features bore a resemblance to someone Dumbledore was familiar with, but his cheeks were now gaunt and sunken, making his cheekbones protrude, and his eyes had a sinister and gloomy look. Ian Stanley. Dumbledore murmured this name, his brow furrowed, as if pondering something. Sigh. There are indeed many troublesome matters. He sighed and placed the newspaper on the coffee table. Then, he had no desire to read the Daily Prophet, so he stood up and returned to his desk to continue writing the unfinished reply to a certain little boy from the East. Once the letter was finished, he took out a small object he had found in the school's storeroom and placed it in the envelope with the letter, summoning a diligent owl messenger. He entrusted the letter, and the owl left Hogwarts, flying toward a Muggle community in London. Due to the festive season, Diagon Alley during Christmas was much busier than during the summer holidays. Qin Yu and Hermione walked down the street, surrounded by bustling crowds. In the crowded areas, it felt like they might be bumped by various wizards passing by, or have their heels stepped on. As the saying goes, shoulder to shoulder, sweating profusely, pressing forward in a throng. In short, it was a sea of people. Thus, Qin Yu held tightly onto her little hand to prevent his little witch from getting lost in the crowd. Of course, if we get separated, there's no need to panic. He and Hermione have already agreed to meet at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron. If all else fails, he has left an alchemical whistle for that girl, which, when blown, will help him find her general direction. Well done. The flag is up, just as expected of me. If Hermione doesn't get lost, that would be something else. Qin Yu thought to himself, feeling a bit guilty as he glanced at the little witch who was looking around. What's wrong? Do you have a decision? Hermione asked, noticing the look Qin Yu was giving her. Oh, I was thinking whether to go to the bookstore first or the robe shop. What do you think? Qin Yu threw out the question and handed the decision over to Hermione. Let's go to the robe shop first. The little witch pondered for a moment before answering. She explained seriously, if we go to the robe shop first to measure the sizes, we can choose books at the bookstore while they modify the clothes. That way, we can make full use of our time. Sounds good. Let's do it your way. Qin Yu squeezed the little hand he was holding, genuinely praising her. Since it wasn't their first time here, they naturally wouldn't wander aimlessly around shops like the Cauldron or the Owl Emporium, but headed straight to the shops they intended to visit. First, they went to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, where Qin Yu had his height, shoulder width, and arm span measured. Although Hermione had grown a bit taller, she had just bought her robes during the summer and could still wear them for a while. It wouldn't hurt to wait until next year to get new ones. After paying the deposit to the shop assistant, they followed their previous plan and headed next door to the Leaky Cauldron. The bookstore was also quite crowded, and there was even a best-selling author they hadn't heard of before holding a small signing event. Qin Yu glanced at the book title, which was called The Destruction of the Muggles, and upon reading the description, it seemed to be about environmental protection. He immediately shook his head inwardly, finding it uninteresting. Hermione wrinkled her nose at the book title as well, before discovering she was a witch. She had been an ordinary Muggle for many years and felt a sense of belonging to the Muggle community. Now, seeing someone in the magical world so openly writing a book criticizing ordinary people for their environmental destruction made her somewhat uncomfortable. Do wizards not destroy the world? Why only target ordinary people? Hermione muttered quietly beside Qin Yu. She didn't dare to speak loudly, as they were surrounded by wizards, many of whom seemed to be loyal readers of this book. If they overheard her, she would surely be surrounded and scolded. Just imagining that scene sent a shiver down her spine, and she quickly leaned closer to Qin Yu, gripping his hand tightly and not daring to let go. It's too noisy here. Let's find our books and go upstairs to read, Qin Yu suggested, pulling Hermione to look for the books they wanted. He chose a book related to meditation, while Hermione picked two from the shelf. One titled The Hidden History of Magic You Don't Know, and the other, The Wonderful Uses of Herbs. Our food can be different too. Qin Yu looked at the books in her hands and thought that she was likely choosing the first one to look for information on Nicholas Flamel. However, that title sounded like something from a wild history. Official history might not be true, but wild history was definitely wild. He hoped the little witch wouldn't come across anything too bizarre. Hermione, you should know that some of the content in books might not be factual. It could be made up by the author or based on hearsay. Qin Yu couldn't help but remind her. Huh? Hermione was slightly taken aback. For example, if someone writes about dating a ghost, traveling with a troll, or vacationing with a banshee, they might just be bragging, Qin Yu explained. Why would anyone date a ghost? The little girl seemed to have drifted from the main point. Maybe because they can't find a partner, so they have to resort to ghosts, Qin Yu said in a cold, dry tone. How pitiful. Hermione expressed her genuine and kind sympathy. Thank you. I feel comforted. Qin Yu was momentarily speechless, recalling his past life where he had encountered opportunities to end his single status, but due to various circumstances and feeling that something was missing, he chose not to try. As he got older, he realized that there were fewer and fewer eligible girls around him, leaving him with little choice. So in this life, he planned to learn from his lessons and decisively try when he met someone suitable, even if it meant settling a bit. Hermione, okay. Is suitable the standard? Try it out, huh? Settling for less, huh? Does she think my wand won't produce green light? Thinking of this, an indescribable chill crept up on Qin Yu, making him shiver involuntarily. Meanwhile, Hermione had already taken a seat at an empty table with her book, swinging her legs leisurely. When she saw Qin Yu looking over, she flashed him a sweet smile. Okay, what a cunning little witch, trying to act cute in front of me, huh? Let me reveal your disguise. Qin Yu reached out a hand and playfully pinched and tugged at the little witch's chubby cheeks. Hermione immediately froze, quickly glancing around to see if anyone was watching. When she saw that no one was paying attention, she shot a glare at him, though her expression was more reproachful than displeased. Such things should be saved for home. What does it look like in public? Yeah, the message is quite clear. Qin Yu smiled casually, feeling that he was the one being spoiled and indulged. Shaking his head, he set aside that strange feeling, rubbed the little girl's head, and asked if she wanted a drink from the bookstore, remembering the unique fruit juice she had tasted earlier, which had a different flavor with each sip. Hermione nodded decisively. Then you wait here for me. I'll go buy it and bring it over. It's so busy in the store right now, so it'll be quicker for me to get it myself, Qin Yu said as he stood up. Okay, thank you. Qin, the little girl, chirped sweetly. Her sweet words warmed Qin Yu's heart, and he quickly made his way downstairs. Meanwhile, Hermione rested her chin on her hand, watching him leave, a faint smile on her lips, thinking to herself, Some people are just too easily deceived. I must keep a close eye on him to make sure he doesn't get tricked by bad people, especially those naughty girls who like to act cute. The young girl's thoughts were set aside as she opened the book and began to quickly browse through its contents. Initially, she thought Qin would be back soon, but after flipping through several pages, she still hadn't seen him. After a few more pages, she still didn't see him come back. So, Hermione walked over to the stairs and leaned down to look, but she didn't see Qin at the small bar where the drinks were being sold. When she went downstairs and searched around the first floor, she finally confirmed one thing. Qin was missing. He told me not to get lost, but where did he go? Hermione thought, feeling a bit confused and worried. Summer holidays are happy. By the way, I'm asking for a small gift. Hermione didn't dare to leave the bookstore to search for the missing Qin Yu because they had already agreed to wait at the bookstore's entrance if they got separated. Until she confirmed the reason for his disappearance, it was best for her to stay here and not go anywhere. If you get on the wrong tram, it will only take you further away from your destination. It's better to stay put. This was something Qin had once told her. As a reminder not to muddle through and mistakenly board the wrong public tram, ending up farther away. Hermione felt that this advice was also applicable to her current situation. If she went out looking for someone randomly, she might miss Qin when he returned, meaning she would be the one who got lost. Qin's words always made her feel wise. However, how could such a wise guy be lost right now? The little witch furrowed her brow, pondering with some worry. Could he have really been tricked away by some other nasty girl pretending to be cute? This thought popped into her mind. No, I should think positively. Maybe he was captured by a ghost, a giant, or a female demon. He had just mentioned those 3 terrifying monsters. Thinking of it this way, her worries diminished a lot. Alas, how ridiculous. Hermione stubbornly searched upstairs and downstairs again, still finding nothing. She returned to her previous spot. There was no way she could focus on reading now. Her brother, Lon, and friend, QinYu, were gone. How could she read a book on magic? Although, rationally speaking, the chances of Qin encountering danger were low. After all, Diagon Alley was a place with some order, not some chaotic black market. However, Hermione couldn't help but think about whether something had really happened to him. Otherwise, why would he disappear without saying anything? As the saying goes, it's not the 10,000 things you fear, but the one thing you don't. If there really was danger in a magical world, it could indeed be very dangerous. So, the more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. How could she focus on reading? At that moment, she truly realized that studying might not be the top priority in her life. This guy could get lost just buying juice. Hermione couldn't help but complain about someone, thinking that when he returned, she would have to punish him properly to make him understand the seriousness of the situation. However, she then thought that having him return safely was better than anything else. Maybe he really had a reason for it, and she should be more understanding and forgiving. It must be said that at that moment, Miss Granger deeply empathized with countless mothers who couldn't find their mischievous children. Both felt remarkably similar. Let us just say that some little witches, though not old, had already developed a motherly instinct. Excuse me, have you seen a black-haired, black-eyed Oriental boy? He might have come here to buy juice. After calming down, Hermione realized she could ask the bookstore staff. Upon hearing Hermione's question, the female staff member in charge of selling drinks immediately said, "Is it that handsome boy?" Yes. Hermione's eyes lit up, nodding vigorously. She felt that describing Qin as just handsome might not be enough evidence. But didn't stop her heart from filling with hope. The staff member's next words dispelled her concerns as she continued gesturing. Is he this tall? Wearing a blue wool coat? Always speaking with a smile? Yes. That's him. Hermione was now 100% sure it was that guy. Although the staff member's words and expressions revealed her fondness for a certain handsome Oriental boy, making the little witch feel a bit jealous. It was precisely because the person she was looking for was the one the staff member described that she felt this way. This just proved she had asked the right person. So she quickly followed up with, "Have you seen him? Do you know where he went?" "I did see him. He had already paid for 2 cups of juice. However, it seemed he wanted to check some news, so he asked me which area of the bookstore he could find newspapers. And I told him to look for the newspaper section in the East District." "Yes, that way." The staff member pointed to a location to the east. Hermione looked in the direction she pointed, but didn't immediately go over, as she had already searched that area, and Qin was clearly not there. And then? The little witch patiently asked. Then I saw him go over there for a short while before he hurriedly left through the door. The staff member frowned slightly and continued. "You see, I had already prepared these 2 cups of juice, and when I saw him leave, I shouted to him, but he didn't respond, as if he had something urgent to attend to." While speaking, the staff member pointed to the 2 cups of juice on the counter, the amber-colored. translucent liquid looking quite delicious. Thank you very much for your answer. After expressing her gratitude, Hermione turned and headed towards the East District. In the newspaper area, after slightly describing a handsome Oriental boy with black hair and black eyes to a female staff member there, she indeed remembered him. Yes, he did come to buy a newspaper. He wanted to read one of the news articles, but that particular article was only published in the Wizarding Voice, and unfortunately, the last copy had just been bought by someone else, so he didn't get it. The second female staff member said. And then, did he say anything? Hermione continued to ask. She believed that with Qin's personality, if he truly wanted to buy that newspaper, he definitely wouldn't give up easily. Sure enough, the second female staff member nodded, saying, he asked if we had any stock in other places or when we would get more. I told him that particular newspaper wouldn't be restocked. All the copies we had received had already been sold out. Did he ask you if there were other places in Diagon Alley that sold newspapers? Hermione paused for a moment and patiently asked, Huh? How did you know he would ask that? You're so clever. The second female staff member exclaimed. That's because I know him well enough. I've even counted how many eyelashes he has. Hermione added silently in her heart to the staff member's compliment, forcing herself to remain calm. Thank you for your compliment. So he really did ask that question? The girl looked into the staff member's eyes, seeking confirmation. Yes. The second female staff member nodded, giving a clear answer. How did you respond to him? Hermione felt this was the key to the question, an important clue to finding Qin's whereabouts. Of course, no other place sells them. The staff member raised her voice slightly, speaking with pride, saying, Our Lehan bookstore is the only bookstore in Diagon Alley. Who would go to other places to buy books and newspapers? So this means this clue is cut off. Then where did he go afterward? Did he say anything? I heard other staff members say they saw him leave through the door. Do you know where he went? Hermione asked somewhat unwillingly. However, the second female staff member shook her head. No, he didn't say anything and just left, nor did he say where he was going. Okay, the matter has been clarified. This staff member also didn't know Qin's next destination. Hermione, feeling quite dejected, let her shoulders droop and politely thanked the staff member. I'm sorry, dear, I couldn't help you. The second female staff member noticed the little girl's low mood and said apologetically. It's okay. Thank you again for your answer. I'll go ask somewhere else. The little witch left the East District and returned to her spot at the beverage bar. She had already thought of all the methods she could come up with and asked everyone she could. And she also learned about Qin's general whereabouts and reasons for leaving. He must have suddenly wanted to read a certain news article and intended to buy a newspaper to look at it. But that newspaper containing the news was sold out, so Qin hurriedly thought of other ways to see that newspaper. However, knowing all this was useless, she had no idea how Qin would go about finding that newspaper. Then she pondered what news could have been written in the newspaper called The Voice of the Wizard that made Qin so anxious that he didn't even have time to leave her a message. Miss. The voice of the barmaid sounded behind her. Huh? Did you call me? Hermione turned back, puzzled. I was going to say, do you want to take those 2 cups of juice for that young gentleman? I think you two are together, right? The barmaid pointed again at the 2 beautiful cups of juice on the bar. Yes, we are together. If it's okay, I'll take them. Of course. So, many people saw a little girl with brown hair sitting on a corner of the steps at the entrance of a leaky cauldron, with 2 cups of juice beside her. The little girl had a contemplative expression, as if she was troubled about something. She spent most of her time resting her chin on her hands, staring blankly at the passers-by on the street as if she were looking for someone. Occasionally, she would turn to the side, take a sip of juice, alternating between the 2 cups to keep them as evenly filled as possible. The juice tasted as good as before, but somehow different from that time. She thought to herself, I didn't expect you to open in winter too. If I had noticed last year, I definitely would have come to buy ice cream. Qin Yu said as he took the 2 packaged cold items from the clerk. Well, if you had come last year, you really wouldn't have been able to buy any. We didn't operate at all during Christmas last year. The young clerk shrugged, sounding quite helpless. I understand. Just working people, no choice. Qin Yu replied with resonance. Ha ha ha. You really are different from other kids, the young clerk said, shaking her head with a smile. The words and tone made Qin Yu feel a bit strange. But he couldn't quite pinpoint what was odd. However, he was too lazy to delve deeper. After all, he was pressed for time. So he raised the items in his hand and sincerely said, Thank you for opening, and thank you for selling me this newspaper. You're welcome. Anyway, I've already read the newspaper. Come again next time. The clerk waved with a smile. Still as warm as ever, Qin Yu sighed as he turned to leave. His pace didn't slow down, but rather quickened, and he even started to jog. He had been out for about half an hour now, and considering the time spent on the first floor of the bookstore, it had been quite a while since he parted ways with Hermione. having been gone for so long. Would that girl be worried? Qin Yu thought, feeling increasingly anxious, not even having time to open the hard-earned newspaper to read it carefully. He just hurriedly stuffed it into his coat pocket. After squeezing through crowded streets and bumping into several pedestrians while apologizing, Qin Yu finally returned to the street in front of the leaky cauldron. From a distance, he saw the little witch sitting on the steps of the bookstore. At that moment, the little witch was holding a cup of juice, having just taken a small sip, and noticed someone in the distance looking at her. Her eyes widened, and she hurriedly placed the cup of juice back on the steps, right next to the other one. After carefully checking the height of the two cups and finding them nearly the same, she breathed a sigh of relief. During the time she took to place and check, the guy was already walking toward her. What did that last sip taste like? He said as he reached out to pull her up. Strange flavored juice. Each sip tastes different, leaving one curious. I think it's you and me, she recalled, instinctively licking her lips after being pulled up, then nodded and said with certainty, yes, it's you and me. Well, I want to try that flavor too. There was clear anticipation in his tone, but the little witch noticed that while he spoke, his gaze shifted slightly downward. He was neither looking in her eyes nor at the juice on the steps, but rather at her lips, where she had just confirmed the flavor. There was indeed still some juice left with the taste of you and me. As mentioned before, perhaps after spending enough time together, one can understand what the other is thinking with just a glance. However, it was pointless to look. She knew this guy definitely wouldn't dare to come closer to taste it. Thinking about this, she seemed to gain some inexplicable confidence, raised her chin, and fixed her gaze as if challenging him. Sure enough, the guy, who looked quite daring, instantly became a bit evasive. So, the little witch tiptoed and continued to stare into his eyes, seizing the opportunity to question him assertively. Qin, do you know what you did wrong? The wrong part was certainly not his desire to taste the you and me flavored juice. I'm sorry, Hermione, I know I was wrong. His hand held hers tightly, his tone sincere, showing that his attitude towards admitting his mistake was decent. But the little witch still didn't intend to let him off that easily. She maintained a serious expression and continued to ask, where did you go wrong? This guy had often asked her the same question before. The mistake was that I shouldn't have left the bookstore for another place without saying goodbye to you. I'm already grown up and still made Miss Granger worry about me. That was truly inappropriate. As he spoke, he had pulled her into his embrace, seemingly to bring her closer so he could feel the sincerity in his words more clearly. He might not dare to taste the juice, but a hug was acceptable after all. It was a common social gesture between family and friends. Why wasn't he worried about you? The little witch tightly hugged him back, surprised at why her voice sounded muffled when she said this. And the many emotions that had been bottled up inside her seemed to swell up and rush into her eyes with her words. Just a little bit. She modified her statement slightly. I know, but even making Miss Granger worry just a little bit is my fault. His hand ruffled her head, seemingly dispelling the worries in the little witch's heart. Yeah, as long as you know, she said, tightening her embrace a bit more and added, next time, don't do this again. At least leave me a message to let me know you'll be back soon. I promise, I won't do this again. Good attitude. I'll forgive you this time. Thank you for your generosity, Miss Granger. Yes, I am very generous. Even if you were generous, I can't take it for granted and do whatever I want. Exactly, I need to hold myself to a high standard. You're right. It's advice, not a reprimand. I'm not a serious old man. Yes, it was a kind reminder from the beautiful and kind young lady. The two whispered words only they could hear, standing at the bookstore entrance for quite a while, as if that half hour apart felt incredibly long, needing to say so much to ease the anxiety of waiting. Of course, they weren't holding on to each other the whole time. After all, they were outside, not at home. Instead, they held hands closely after parting and spoke these seemingly trivial words. Qin Yu's apologies were indeed sincere. He had left in a rush without leaving any explanation, neglecting Hermione's feelings. Even though he thought he would return soon after stepping out, things didn't go as planned, and he was delayed for some time. Still, he didn't consider everything thoroughly. After soothing Hermione's emotions, he also calmed his own feelings and took his little witch back to the reading area on the second floor. Ah, juice. As soon as Hermione's bottom touched the chair, she seemed to be burned and jumped up. I'll go get it. You just sit here, Qin Yu said, somewhat dumbfounded, quickly waving his hand. Oh, hurry up. Don't take too long, Hermione urged instinctively. So, after placing down what he was holding in his other hand, Qin Yu made another trip back to bring up 2 cups of juice that were about the same height. The rope shop was doing well today, so he would have to wait a while longer to pick up his clothes. They still had plenty of time to sit here and read. Just as Qin Yu sat down and was about to take out the newspaper from his pocket, he heard Hermione, sitting opposite him, curiously ask, Did you get the newspaper you wanted? How did you know? Qin Yu blurted out in surprise. since he returned. He hadn't had the chance to explain why he left, nor had he mentioned the newspaper. After all, he was mainly focused on comforting the little girl, and explanations could wait. However, he didn't expect that, even before he had mentioned it, Hermione would ask about the newspaper, even though a part of it was sticking out of his pocket. From Hermione's tone, it was clear she already knew he went out to buy the newspaper. I'm a great detective. How could such a small matter escape my eyes? Hermione said, using her right index finger to tap the sides of her upper lip, pretending to have two little mustaches. As expected of the great Detective Granger, nothing can be hidden from you. Qin Yu sincerely praised her, giving a thumbs up to emphasize his point. He had just thought about it. When he was on the first floor, he indeed interacted with a few shop assistants. Hermione must have searched for him after noticing he was missing and conducted an investigation, which is how she figured out his possible whereabouts. However, even if he left a lot of information, he still couldn't deny Hermione's attentiveness and logical thinking abilities, which deserve praise. Well, with such strong investigative skills, if I secretly meet someone like Luna or Fleur, wouldn't I be found at a glance? A thought popped into someone's mind. BF50, BF50, BF50. It must be some shameless, mysterious entity altering my thoughts. That last line wasn't what I was thinking. Even if I meet some other beautiful witch, it's for the purpose of discussing magical knowledge, sitting upright and properly, not afraid of being found out. A louder argument echoed in Qin Yu's mind. When he looked up again, he met a pair of sharp, glimmering eyes. This made Qin Yu's heart skip a beat, and he almost confessed everything, though he didn't even know what to confess. Fortunately, the owner of the eyes asked, "Come on, tell me, what kind of newspaper is so important that it's more important than me?" This question was certainly a trap, and Qin Yu felt he needed to correct it before answering. "Hermione, I must seriously tell you that your phrasing in that sentence is very incorrect. The reason I want to find that newspaper is not because it's more important than you, but because it just happens to have something I want to see." Qin Yu said seriously. "Oh." Hermione nodded, then asked, "So what is more important than me?" "All right, so this is how you want to play it." Qin Yu reached out his hand and roughly ruffled the hair of the girl opposite him, saying impatiently, "Nothing is more important than you. You are more important than anything. You are the most important." Humph, 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 the little witch hummed in satisfaction, happily swinging her legs while waving her hand at Qin Yu, urging him, Okay, stop saying these trivial things. Get to the point. What did you just go do? Is there a possibility that you're just talking without a focus? Qin Yu shot her a speechless glare, which only earned him a proudly lifted chin in return. Forget it. Time to talk about serious matters. He decided not to bicker with her. Ignoring her smug expression, Qin Yu started recounting what had just happened. The scene shifted back to when Qin Yu went to the first floor to buy juice. Initially, after paying, he waited at the bar for the beautiful shop assistant to prepare the juice, responding to her questions, like whether he was studying at a magical school, what year he was in, what his favorite subject was, and if he had any favorite little witches. He answered everything he could, being polite yet enthusiastic. During this time, a hurried middle-aged wizard wearing a gray deerstalker had also approached the bar, asking the shop assistant what drinks they had, and she handed him a drink menu. This middle-aged wizard placed a newspaper he was holding on the bar and picked up the menu to look at. Since the newspaper was relatively close to him, Qin Yu casually glanced at it and first noticed the large headline on the page. Is it a new star in the magical political arena or the source of chaos? Then, in the subheading, he saw the words G. Hey, how come I keep seeing news about this group today? Remembering what he had encountered in the tavern, Qin Yu couldn't help but internally complain. At the same time, he felt a desire to continue reading the article. Then, he saw a magical photo that accompanied the article. It was a group photo, and in the corner of the photo, he spotted a familiar face. That face was too familiar. After all, it was his former teacher and his sworn brother. No doubt, he was looking at Stephen Swinton. But how could this be? Wasn't Swinton just traveling in Egypt not long ago? And he said he was going to study something and didn't have time to write. So who is this person? Have we been deceived by Swinton? Or did I mistake someone else for him? Just someone who looks like him? Qin Yu was instantly confused. Just as he was about to lean in to take a closer look at what the newspaper said, a hand suddenly grabbed it, quickly rolling it up and taking it away. Hey. Qin Yu shouted anxiously and angrily, while the person who took the newspaper was momentarily stunned, looking at him in confusion. Sorry, sir. Can I borrow your newspaper to take a look? Qin Yu realized he was a rude one and quickly said sincerely, I'm afraid it's not very convenient. I'm in a hurry to catch the next magical train. I have to leave now. You see, I don't even have the time to wait for a drink. The other party sincerely apologized in return. Well, Qin Yu didn't press further, but hurriedly asked again. I hope to trouble you a bit more. Do you know who this person in the photo is? He was pointing to the person in the corner. Oh, this person seems to be a minor leader in their organization. What's his name? The middle-aged wizard pondered, as if trying to recall. Is his last name Swinton? Qin Yu couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged wizard shook his head repeatedly. No, not that. Although it is also a surname starting with S. Yes, S. It's Stanley. Yes, that's the surname. Stanley? Are you sure? Qin Yu was completely unfamiliar with that surname. It seemed he had heard that name mentioned by those people in the Broken Cauldron pub, but the impression wasn't very deep. Sure, it was written in the newspaper. Sorry, I really have to go. I can't chat with you anymore. If you want to know the content of the newspaper, you can buy a copy. I need to keep mine for reading on the way. I really have to leave, the person said as he picked up his things and hurriedly turned to walk out the door. I should be the one apologizing. You go ahead. Thank you very much for your answer. Qin Yu shouted at the back of the departing figure, just as Hermione had investigated earlier. Qin Yu then asked the female clerk where he could buy a newspaper in the bookstore and followed the directions to the newspaper selling area in the East District. There, through description, he learned from another clerk that the newspaper was called The Voice of Wizards, but was told it was sold out and there was unlikely to be new stock. Arlean Bookstore is the only bookstore in Diagon Alley. Who else would buy books and newspapers elsewhere? When Qin Yu asked if there were other places selling newspapers, that was the response he received from the clerk. It was at this moment that he realized he should have quickly browsed that newspaper earlier, even if it would have been very rude to delay others' time. However, it was too late to think about that now. He had to catch up with the middle-aged wizard who bought the last copy of the newspaper, because he was the only one who knew where that copy had gone. Thus, Qin Yu hurriedly left the bookstore, just as Hermione had learned from the barmaid, but the clerk was unaware of his reason for leaving. Qin Yu was indeed chasing after the middle-aged wizard rushing for the train, trying to find a way to get the newspaper or read that article. He even planned to offer a high price to buy it, like 1 galleon. After all, a regular newspaper only costs a few nuts. However, even though Qin Yu's desire to obtain it was very strong, he still couldn't find that person's figure after chasing for a long distance. Those rushing for the train were really in a hurry. Qin Yu cursed in frustration. Looking at the bustling street, he felt a bit lost and anxious. How significant was Professor Swinton, this mentor and friend, in his heart? Qin Yu couldn't say, but he was definitely an important person. Now that this person was elusive, how could he not delve deeper when he suspected he had seen him in the newspaper? However, contrary to his wishes, Qin Yu couldn't see that newspaper again and couldn't carefully discern whether the person in the photo was really Swinton. He could only think of other ways. As he pondered, he walked back in disappointment. Just then, a warm voice reached his ears. Young sir, are you looking for something? If you say it, maybe I can help you. Speaking of which, there was once a wizard who, while passing over a bridge, accidentally dropped his wooden wand into the river. Looking at the rushing water, he was very anxious, not knowing how to retrieve his wand. At that moment, a river god floated up from the water. This river god held a wand in each hand and smiled at the wizard, saying, Young wizard, did you drop this golden wand or this silver wand? Well, at this moment, Qin Yu's mood was probably similar to that of the wizard who lost his wand. They both likely shared a similar thought. Is someone really concerned about my affairs? In any case, when Qin Yu heard someone speaking to him, he was first taken aback, then turned to look in the direction of the voice. He then saw a young person standing behind the bar, dressed in a clerk uniform. Obviously, it was this person who was speaking. Upon seeing the shop sign, Qin Yu was somewhat surprised to find it was Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. The same ice cream shop Hermione had mentioned on the public transport earlier. He hadn't realized that after his frantic chase, he had unknowingly walked near this shop. If the young clerk hadn't called out to him while he was looking down and walking, Qin Yu might not have noticed this. Thank you, but you probably don't have what I'm looking for, Qin Yu replied politely with a forced smile. Oh, what are you looking for? I might be able to provide some advice. After all, I'm quite familiar with Diagon Alley, the young clerk said with a smile, looking very curious. In the middle of winter, business at the ice cream shop was slow, and Qin Yu figured this guy was probably bored. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually strike up a conversation with someone. However, the clerk's words did make sense. As someone who worked in Diagon Alley all year round, he must know it well. So, with a mentality of let's see if there's anything, Qin Yu shared his thoughts. I want to buy a newspaper, but Lian Bookstore has sold out. Just now, I was chasing after the person who bought the last copy, but unfortunately, I didn't catch up. A newspaper? Which newspaper is it from? The young clerk asked in confusion. The Voice of Wizards, the latest issue. Qin Yu said the name, and then added, It's a newspaper from North America. You might not have heard of it. To his surprise, before he finished speaking, the young clerk casually slapped something onto the bar and said in a somewhat astonished tone, Is this the one? Qin Yu was even more astonished than he was. Because that newspaper was indeed the voice of wizards, and it was the latest issue. Could it be that I, Qin Yu, truly encountered a meddlesome river god today? What about the golden and silver newspapers? Hurry up and choose for me. How do you have this? Qin Yu snapped back to his senses, saying incredulously, and then explained. I mean, this newspaper isn't very popular. The bookstore usually doesn't stock many copies. Well, work needs it, the young clerk said with a matter-of-fact expression. Qin Yu didn't understand. What does working in an ice cream shop have to do with newspapers? I mean, sometimes my job is quite idle, and I need to read newspapers or novels to pass the time. The young clerk immediately clarified. Oh, then you really are quite idle. If this were in his previous life, this person would surely be scrolling through TikTok all day when he had nothing to do. With that thought, Qin Yu suddenly understood. So, is this what you're looking for? The young clerk brought the topic back on track. Yes, that's the newspaper. Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. What a coincidence. I never thought that what you wanted was this. The shop assistant seemed even more surprised than Qin Yu. That expression was probably a mix of wanting to help, but feeling like they might not be able to, only to find out in the end that they actually could. To summarize in simple terms, it was a lucky find that turned into real help. If possible, could you sell me this newspaper? Qin Yu asked eagerly, not wanting to miss this opportunity again. Of course, the young shop assistant readily agreed, then without any hesitation handed over the newspaper, saying to Qin Yu, I've already read it, so you can give me 5 copper nats. That's what I paid for it, and I hope you don't think I'm asking for too much just because it's secondhand. Of course not. Qin Yu didn't care about the price. Quickly took it, flipped it open to find the page he wanted to see, and instantly felt at ease. Thank you, I really appreciate it. You've helped me a lot, he said repeatedly. No problem, I'm happy to help you, the young shop assistant said with a bright smile. At that moment, he resembled a passerby who, while buying a set of antique construction site items on the street, unexpectedly ended up with a genuine large jade bowl from the Qianlong era. Note, genuine means it's real, and it's a term used in the antique world. Qin Yu didn't have time to care about the other person's expressions and thoughts. He was genuinely happy to have gotten the newspaper. So, when it was time to pay, he also asked the shop assistant to pack 2 servings of ice cream, the kind with raspberry sauce. The shop assistant joked that there was no need to cater to him by supporting the shop's business, as 1 or 2 sales wouldn't save a sluggish business. No, it's because my little sister really wants to eat it. She mentioned your ice cream before coming here today, Qin Yu explained. You have a sister? The young shop assistant seemed a bit surprised. Is it strange to have a sister? Doesn't everyone have a clever, well-behaved, lovely, and soft little sister? Qin Yu was also taken aback by the question, almost blurting out those words. However, thinking about it, it felt a bit inappropriate, especially since they were in London. So he decided to explain seriously. She's not my biological sister. She's a little girl for the family I'm staying with. We have a great relationship, and I've always regarded her as my sister. Oh, I see, the young shop assistant said, understanding. After the transaction was completed, they waited for the shop assistant to pack the 2 servings of ice cream. Qin Yu took them along with the newspaper and went back to find Hermione. Qin Yu sat in the reading area on the 2nd floor and recounted everything that had happened to Hermione. Of course, he was concise, without long-winded embellishments. And Wood mentioned the details of being questioned by the female shop assistant on the 1st floor. After all, they were in a bookstore, and there were many people reading nearby. Speaking softly for a while was fine, but talking for too long wouldn't be appropriate. By the end, Hermione expressed her understanding of why Qin Yu had left without saying a word, realizing that things had indeed happened too quickly. You were thinking you'd be back soon, but you didn't expect to be gone for so long. Fortunately, you still got that newspaper. Thinking of Qin Yu gaining an unexpected reward amidst disappointment, Hermione felt happy for him. Yes, luckily I got it. Qin Yu said this, but he held the newspaper in his hand, hesitating to open it. Before getting this newspaper, he was very eager to obtain it. Now that it was in his hands, he felt a bit hesitant to open it because he wasn't sure what kind of answer he would get. He thought angrily to himself, I've never been so worried about man in my 2 lifetimes. You old guy really are a pain. Hermione, sitting across from him, seemed to see his hesitation and drag her chair over to sit next to him. Then, with a cheerful smile, she said, let us look together. I don't even know what Professor Swinton looks like. She didn't know what Qin Yu was thinking at the moment, but she felt she could at least accompany him in looking at this hard-earned, yet troubling newspaper. Looking at the girl's bright smile, Qin Yu felt truly lucky at that moment, having defeated 99 of single men in the world. Of course, he was still a single man himself. However, that didn't stop him from fantasizing about what to name his future children and whether his wife would be willing to cosplay as Kamisato Ayaka or Fanina tonight. Just then, time continued to pass slowly, not allowing for impatience, nor did it require it. Hurry up and read the newspaper, Hermione urged again. This guy, staring at her in a daze again, thought Hermione might blush if he kept looking. Even if she was pretty and cute, there was no need to stare for so long, right? They spent every day together. She wasn't going anywhere. Qin Yu came back to his senses, shifted his gaze to the newspaper in his hand, took a deep breath to calm himself, and slowly opened it. Hermione seemed to be affected by Qin Yu's mood, holding her breath nervously and leaning in closer to see. The strands of her hair brushed against Qin Yu's face, ticklishly easing his tension. Focusing on the open page, Qin Yu and Hermione began to read carefully together. The content of the newspaper was surprisingly mundane. It mainly discussed the development trajectory of the G.A. organization, first suddenly appearing in Brazil and South America, rapidly gaining momentum there, and after gaining some influence, moving north into the North American wizarding world. Through various means, they recruited a large number of grassroots wizards, extending their reach rapidly in North America. Now the G.A. organization, which had already gained some prominence, was stepping into the spotlight, actively competing for seats in a magical congress and advocating for the interests of the majority of wizards. During this time, several influential members of the Magical Congress publicly supported this emerging organization, and Gellert Grindelwald was even praised by them as a political star capable of bringing new vitality to the North American wizarding world, shocking many people. As the newspaper, which prides itself on speaking the truth, referring to the voice of wizards, stated, the rapid rise of the G.A. organization was quite abnormal and must have used some underhanded means. Among the important leaders of this organization, Little John and Ian Stanley might bear some responsibility for this, as some wizards reported having personally experienced or heard that the two had threatened wizards with force, even using offensive magic. Therefore, the voice of wizards believed that caution was needed regarding this organization's influence and expressed concerns about the future direction of the Magical Congress and the entire North American wizarding world. After reading this report, Qin Yu fell silent for a long time. The person you said looks like Professor Swinton is this Ian Stanley, right? Do you think they're the same person? Hermione was the first to speak, breaking the silence. I don't know either. Qin Yu shook his head, thought for a moment, and continued, if we only look at appearances, he does resemble Swinton quite a bit, but the overall spirit and demeanor of this person are very different from him. Moreover, I don't believe Professor Swinton would become a henchman for a criminal organization. I really can't imagine such a thing happening. Could it just be a simple resemblance? Hermione suggested this possibility. I actually hope it is. Qin Yu said as he looked again at the moving magical photo, his tone somewhat melancholic. He has some features that match Swinton, like certain scars, moles, and his eyebrow shape. I might not have noticed these details at first. I just thought he looked like him, but the more I look, the more I can see these details. Hermione didn't know what to say for a moment. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe my memory of his appearance isn't accurate. I don't have complete confidence because it's too far beyond my understanding. His actions are completely unlike the Swinton I know. Perhaps they are two different people altogether. Furthermore, after a year of interaction, Qin Yu really trusts Swinton's character. He doesn't think the other party would become a gangster or a magical thug. Plus, they have received letters from each other, and none of them mentioned joining a criminal organization. In short, Qin Yu was a bit confused. The first thing that came to his mind was to ask Snape, who also cared about Swinton. However, after the holiday, Professor Snape didn't stay at Hogwarts but returned to his hometown. Qin Yu even forgot to ask for his specific address, so he couldn't write to contact him immediately. He would have to wait until school started again. Thinking of Snape, Qin Yu couldn't help but associate him with the identity of spy and mission. Impossible. This led him to another possibility. Could it be that Swinton is also carrying out an honorable yet arduous undercover mission assigned by an organization? However, what could a native wizard from Europe stir up in the North American magical political arena? If that's the case, then maybe the person to ask is Dumbledore. Others wouldn't have the right level of insight. Could it be that Dumbledore has already set up plans in North America? If that's true, then your reach is quite extensive. Old Dumbledore. In any case, everything still has to wait until they return to school. It's inconvenient to find anyone while he is in London. With that thought, Qin Yu felt less anxious. After all, he had done everything he could, and there was nothing more he could do. Once a person comes to terms with things, they will feel more at ease. When he came back to his senses, he found Hermione was savoring her ice cream, enjoying it immensely, but perhaps due to the cold, she couldn't help but shiver. When she saw him looking over, Hermione quickly finished the spoonful she had in her mouth and licked it clean, then scooped a big spoonful and brought it to Qin Yu's mouth. Hey, Qin Yu instinctively recoiled, making a face like an old man on the subway looking at his phone, expressing his disdain for such unsanitary behavior. The little witch, however, was relentless. She glared at him and pushed the spoon of ice cream closer, determined that Qin Yu would eat it or she wouldn't give up. All right. It's just eating this girl's saliva. It's not a big deal. Qin Yu shrugged, opened his mouth wide, and swallowed the food she offered in one bite. Seeing him finish the spoonful, Hermione hummed happily for a moment and then explained, "It's not that I intentionally disregard hygiene. It's just that the ice cream shop staff only gave us one spoon." "Oh, so it's because you didn't do your job seriously. No wonder your shop has poor business." Qin Yu silently complained about the staff in his heart, then opened his mouth again, signaling that he hadn't had enough and wanted more. As Hermione continued to scoop, she shook her head and sighed inwardly, having long since gotten used to certain people's hypocritical behavior. Putting aside the newspaper and the matter of Swinton, the two finished their ice cream and continued reading. Qin Yu's book on meditation was indeed very random, with hardly any useful content. He flipped through it for a long time without any gains. Meanwhile, Hermione's book, titled The Secret Magical History You Don't Understand, was also not a very orthodox magical history text, seeming more like a collection of folk magical stories. According to Qin Yu's understanding, it was somewhat similar to the stories he had read in his past life. However, Hermione came across an interesting story that had some similarities or inspiration related to their current situation and excitedly shared it with Qin Yu. Once upon a time, there was a wizard named Xiao Shui who had a beautiful wife named Xiao Mei. Xiao Shui was a man who chased after freedom like the wind, enjoying adventures and a carefree life. One day, as usual, he bid farewell to his wife and set off on a journey, filled with curiosity and excitement, exploring the unknown world. However, this time, he accidentally entered a place full of danger and mystery. After enduring many hardships, he finally found a way to escape, but at a great cost. When he narrowly escaped death and was still shaken, a strong emotion surged within him, and he realized that what he cared about most was actually his wife, Xiao Mei. Without hesitation, he set off on the journey back home. However, when he arrived home after a long and exhausting journey, he was shocked to see another version of himself enjoying an ordinary and happy life with his wife. At that moment, Xiao Shui realized that he had actually died long ago. It was the devil from that mysterious place who had taken over his body, replacing him in this world, spending his money, kissing his wife, and walking his dog, while he had become a wandering soul. The story in the book ended here. Are you suggesting that if that person really is Professor Swinton, he might have had his body taken over by a devil? Qin Yu said after reading it. Yes, Hermione nodded and continued. The protagonist in this story has many similarities with Professor Swinton's experiences. Both like to travel around, and after their journeys, it seems like they have become different people. You suspect that when Swinton went on this adventure, he encountered some unknowable danger? Qin Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Exactly. You mentioned that he hasn't been in touch for a long time. If he wasn't lying about going on an adventure, he might have really encountered danger during his exploration." Hermione expressed her thoughts. Qin Yu looked at her bright and clear eyes, remaining silent for a long time. "What's wrong?" Hermione noticed him staring at her in a daze and leaned in closer to gaze at him, their eyes locked, with their faces nearly touching. Qin Yu couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch the little witch's smooth chin, feeling somewhat emotional as he said, "I've realized that you really have the potential to be a detective. Your thinking is very sharp. So Luna, Fleur, you should just give up on me. Of course, I am Mr. Poirot's top disciple," Hermione said proudly. Being acknowledged by Qin Yu made the little witch feel quite pleased. However, Qin Yu then sighed and said with a complex expression, "I really hope your guess is correct. If that's the case, then what this person did has nothing to do with Swinton. But if you guessed right, it means that Swinton might be in grave danger. So I also hope that your guess is wrong. Don't worry, and don't think too much. I'm just guessing randomly. I just happened to see this story." Hermione quickly reached out her small hand to hold Qin Yu's hand, conveying comfort. Feeling the little girl's concern, Qin Yu smiled and gently squeezed that soft little hand, slowly saying, "Of course, I know you're just talking about a possibility. The truth doesn't have to be like this. Don't worry, I won't get too caught up in this. Let's just consider this an inspiring story." "Yes, exactly." Hermione nodded in agreement. She then said seriously, putting aside these connections, "I think this story serves as a warning for many people." "Oh, really? What warning did you get from it, my dear Miss Granger?" Qin Yu knew she was changing the topic and shifting attention to ease his worries, so he played along with her. "This story warns people to cherish their loved ones and friends around them, and not to think about venturing out into the world all the time," Hermione said earnestly. While saying this, she narrowed her eyes at Qin Yu, The implication being clear: he should settle down and not just disappear without a trace, spending days away from home. Qin Yu immediately picked up on this cue, took her little hand, leaned down, and lightly kissed the back of her hand, saying earnestly, "Well, if I had a beautiful wife, I definitely wouldn't casually leave home like that person. I'd stay home with her all day. That's right. Living at home and relying on my wife has always been Qin Yu's dream. You can say what you want, but why start with a kiss on the hand?" Hermione blinked, slightly annoyed yet bashful, looking at him, momentarily at a loss for words. However, she couldn't help but subconsciously immerse herself in what he said. "Oomph. I don't need you to accompany me all day." Halfway through her sentence, the little witch realized something was off, quickly stopped, forcefully pulled her hand back from him, then stood up and walked towards the stairs without looking back, feigning nonchalance as she urged, "We should go. If we don't leave now, it will be very late when we get home." Watching Hermione flee in a flurry, Qin Yu felt that life was beautiful and full of hope. Let's just say the salary for the Minister of Magic should be pretty high, right? Is it enough to support a good-for-nothing husband? Thinking about these random thoughts, Qin Yu packed his things and went downstairs. Next, the two of them went to the cash register on the first floor to pay for the books they wanted, then went to the robe shop to pick up the altered clothes, and finally went to a shop called Wizard Hat Cake Shop to buy their specialty wizard hat-shaped mousse cake, which they quickly finished on a bench outside, solving their lunch for the day. Finally, they bought some cakes to take home and returned the same way. As for how the Granger couple praised the cake after getting home, and how Qin Yu and Hermione spent the rest of their afternoon, there's no need to elaborate. Also on the same day, on the other side of the earth, in New York, North America, in the evening, in an old building, the G.A. organization, thriving in people, wealth, and career, was holding a small celebration party to celebrate their current victories. As the leader of the organization, Abernathy frequently clinked glasses with the members. When the atmosphere became lively, the male and female wizards began to dance in the center of the dance floor. However, the dance styles varied. Different dance styles corresponded to the different backgrounds of the organization's members. Currently, the largest group was the Brazilian faction, who started out alongside leader Abernathy, many of whom had been active in the wild rainforests of South America, so their dance style naturally carried a wild rhythm. This faction was led by Little John, who was now dancing closely with a tattooed witch with bronze skin. The second group consisted of wizards who came to join after the Brazilian faction had established itself, a mixed bunch that included admirers of the old Dark Lord Grindelwald, those who were parasitic and ambitious individuals with outstanding abilities. This faction was quite loose, but subtly leaned towards Ian Stanley, as he was the strongest and the fiercest. The remaining members were new wizards who had recently joined from North America, most of whom came from the lower classes and were subdued by various means. In this process, the aforementioned two factions contributed significantly, naturally absorbing some of these newcomers into their respective circles. As the saying goes, there are no factions within X, just all sorts of oddities. Abernathy was well aware of the factions within the organization and certainly trusted his old brothers, who had followed him from the beginning more. He always felt that he couldn't quite control the others, especially that guy who called himself Ian Stanley and was quite active in the G. "Hey, organization, are you still worried about this?" A low voice sounded in his ear. Abernathy looked at the speaker and was not angry at being seen through, knowing that the person was a wise man who could see through everything, and his thoughts could not escape those wise eyes. After all, he had worked at Hogwarts, where the headmaster was a top figure in the wizarding world. Abernathy revealed his true worries. "It's not important. I told you. Only by uniting all like-minded wizards can we achieve our goals." The person continued in a low voice, speaking slowly. "Because our goals are great and difficult." At this moment, Abernathy instinctively straightened his body. "That's right. Remember this sentence." The person nodded approvingly. "Sorry, teacher. It's my lack of determination and wisdom. I have a lot to learn." "It's okay. I will be by your side until our cause is achieved." "Teacher, meeting you is my fortune. I feel the same way. I'm lucky to have found you." When the owl came to deliver a letter to Qin Yu, it was already after dinner. Qin Yu took some bread from the kitchen cupboard, broke it into pieces, and fed it to the hardworking owl, Trig. Once this increasingly large snowy owl was full and flew away, Qin Yu opened the letter from Hogwarts in his attic room. When he saw the egg-sized black stone included with the letter, he was instantly startled. "This is a stone? A stone?" A thought immediately popped into his mind. Could it be that old Dumbledore saw that I am the chosen one favored by the system and plans to entrust the Philosopher's Stone to me? No. What merit or ability do I have to handle such a responsibility? By the way, how much can this thing sell for in galleons? Wouldn't my dream of staying home and living off my wife come true ahead of time? However, the reality proved that he was clearly overthinking. After reading the contents of the letter, Qin Yu realized that this stone was not the legendary philosopher's stone, but something called the Eye of Truth. This is something I obtained in my youth while traveling north, at a ruin in the most vibrant aurora. According to the texts left in the ruins, I learned that it is called the Eye of Truth, and its function is to help the holder see the truth. So, it is indeed necessary to travel more to have adventures, so one can casually find treasures like Dumbledore. However, I've already promised my wife, my little sister, that I won't go out adventuring casually anymore. It's quite a dilemma. Dumbledore must have had a purpose in sending this stone. In his letter, he specifically addressed Qin Yu's questions about mental cultivation, first affirming that his direction is correct, but also pointing out that there is considerable risk involved because one thing is certain. All forms of mental cultivation could potentially lead to mental issues. This is a rather obvious truth, and many mental problems actually stem from one's own mental state being overly active or overly depressed, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. In the ordinary human world, that is, among muggles, the main method of treating mental illness is through medication that suppresses mental activity. The magical world, of course, has its own ways of dealing with such issues, which is why Dumbledore sent this stone called the Eye of Truth. Its function, although named to help one see the truth, is actually, through my verification, to enhance the weight of truth in the holder's mind while diminishing the weight of falsehood and delusion. Therefore, the most important thing is to have a heart that can distinguish between what is real and what is not, so that this stone can help you increase your sense of reality and use the real to overpower the illusory. It's a bit complex, but after Qin Yu pondered it carefully, he understood this thing is just an auxiliary item, and he still needs to rely more on his own willpower to differentiate between the real and the illusory. Got it, old Dumbledore gave me this thing, which is a mild sedative, so he thinks I'm a mental case. Complaining aside, Dumbledore's reply and the little stone he sent made Qin Yu very grateful. Warm and thoughtful. He only inquired about a question, and the other party immediately provided a detailed explanation, along with a solution and item. Old Dumbledore is truly a good person. Qin Yu unilaterally awarded Dumbledore a good person card. Now, the new question he faced was, the direction of exploration is correct, but there are certain risks. Should he continue? The answer is affirmative. If it weren't for this trip to Diagon Alley, Qin Yu might have hesitated, but since he has already made a discovery, whether or not Swinton's fate is, as Hermione speculated, being possessed by a devil, it's hard to say that this old guy is not in danger. After all, he's a brother who has his head knocked to the ground. Why should I care about him? The main thing is, if he really dies on the same day, how many years would I lose? Qin Yu felt helpless. So, no matter what, he should first try to contact the other party to confirm what's going on. It's certainly better than doing nothing. Having made up his mind, Qin Yu stopped overthinking and took the first step, using the mental cultivation method he had figured out. He concentrated his mind to meet the requirements for communicating with the alchemical longsword. Holding the black stone carefully, Qin Yu felt a slight chill. And this chill was not only a physical sensation, but seemed to penetrate deep into his spiritual world. Indeed, it's a good thing. Did Dumbledore not say I had to return it? I, Qin, have not yet achieved anything. So I feel unworthy of receiving it. Qin Yu felt happy in his heart, but quickly reminded himself not to think too much. Utilizing this rare, magical item, he began his mental cultivation. As before, he entered a meditative state with familiarity, and following his experience from the day before, he injected his self into his spirit. Thus, the light of day, the shadows of clouds, the winds, the rain, and the thunder all originated from my heart. Fortunately, the subtle chill from the Eye of Truth kept his mind from running wild, gradually calming him down, transforming the thunderous might into a gentle breeze and fine rain. The next day, under the bright sun, Hermione felt that Qin seemed a bit different from yesterday. Or rather, he had been somewhat different over the past 2 days. He was again wiping saliva on himself and pulling her hand, saying something about being a wife, which was somewhat abnormal. Today, he seemed to have returned to his previous serious demeanor, and Hermione found it a bit hard to adjust. Of course, it wasn't because she wanted to hear him say anything strange, nor did she want to say anything strange herself. Thinking back to what she had said in the bookstore yesterday, Hermione wished she could find something to cover Qin's mouth or sew it shut to prevent him from mentioning that matter. Fortunately, today this guy looked quite serious. So, after her parents went out, Hermione boldly placed her foot, clad in pink knitted socks, on Qin's lap while she lay on the sofa reading the book she had bought yesterday. Naturally, those feet wouldn't stay still. They would occasionally wiggle because their owner found something interesting in the book, or she would poke Qin's waist with her toes, which was because she got tired of reading and wanted to do something mischievous to perk herself up. Qin Yu had that stone in his pocket, his heart calm, unshaken. Just a little witch. She can't shake my peace of mind at all. I'm so tired, I need to rest for a bit, Hermione said, yawning, pulling her feet back, turning her body around, and smoothly sliding under Qin Yu's arm, pressing her upper body against his legs, then wrapping her arms around his waist. Her little face pressed against him, comfortably dozing off. Qin Yu smacked his lips, sighed helplessly, secretly thinking, has this stone's ability reached its limit so easily? Thinking of this, he put down the book and pinched the little girl's delicate nose as punishment for breaking his tranquil state of mind. Qin Yu had a dream. In the dream, he was already a scruffy middle-aged man, older than he had been in his past life. He was idle and unproductive, but his wife was outstanding, a senior executive at a big company. One day, the single-player game he had long awaited, Dark Magic, Breakthrough, was released, but he didn't have enough pocket money. So he asked his wife for a reward. However, his wife, who looked both youthful and mature, did not agree immediately. Instead, she stepped on his chest with a foot clad in pink knitted socks, forcefully pushing him down onto the sofa, and then said in a very flippant tone, "My dear husband, if you want money to buy a game, you need to pay a price." He then felt the soreness at his waist and, in anguish, nodded in agreement to his wife's conditions. At this point, he woke up from the dream. After waking up, Qin Yu lay on the bed in a daze for a while, incredibly curious about the humiliating price he was about to pay in the dream. Was it that he didn't have a membership or something? Why didn't he the rest of the content show? He complained in his heart. Although he couldn't see his wife's appearance clearly in the dream, it did feel somewhat familiar, especially that foot clad in pink knitted socks, right? He felt as if he could recall the sensation of being pressed on his chest in the dream. Just from this point, the dream was indeed quite realistic. If that's the case, then the subsequent plot must also be quite real, right? Is it still too late to sleep now? Of course. Qin Yu also knew that the chances of continuing the plot were slim, and he could only sigh regretfully in his heart. It's true that what you think about during the day manifests in your dreams at night. He had been talking about living off someone else for a while, and unexpectedly, it became a reality in his dream. He did a brief analysis of the dream. Although it was somewhat humiliating to have to ask his wife for money in the dream, it was a necessary price to pay. It was a manifestation of love and patience, much like the flower language of a steel wool ball. To be fair, he encountered not a steel wool ball, but rather pink stockings, which makes it hard to determine whether it was a punishment or a reward. After all, a dream is just a dream. One still has to return to reality. The magic needs to be learned and practiced, and the wife needs to be waited for and nurtured slowly. As his mind gradually cleared from its chaotic thoughts, and without a phone to scroll through, there was no longer any significant resistance to getting out of bed. Qin Yu lifted the quilt and got up to dress. Just like last year, the Granger couple's work had already begun before Hogwarts Christmas vacation had ended. Their dental clinic was fully booked, leaving them unable to enjoy a long holiday. When Qin Yu went downstairs, Mrs. Granger was already dressed, holding her handbag, ready to leave. Outside, the sound of a car engine and Mr. Granger's urging could be heard. "Qin, oh dear, good morning. Breakfast is ready. Remember to eat. Hermione hasn't gotten up yet. Make sure to wake her. All right, I have to go now. Bye, dear. Mrs. Granger rattled off a series of words. Qin Yu could only manage a quick good morning before she opened the door and left. In no time, the car had taken them away from the Granger house. Well, everyone is busy. It's good to be busy. Qin Yu muttered with a sigh and walked over to knock on Hermione's room door. After a few seconds of delay, a groggy response came from inside, allowing the knocker to enter. Qin Yu gently pushed the door open and was greeted by the unique stuffiness of a bedroom that had been slept in for a night, due to the lack of airflow in the confined space. However, the little girl's room still smelled nice, like a rich floral fragrance. Of course, it still needed ventilation, so Qin Yu left the door open after entering. Feeling someone come in, the brown-haired girl, buried in her blankets, opened her eyes a crack before quickly closing them again. "Qin Yu, I'm so sleepy I'll sleep for 5 more minutes," Hermione whined in a pleading tone. Qin Yu wasn't going to let her off that easily. He had been woken up by her more than once or twice, so how could he let her sleep now? Thus, he continued to urge, "Stop sleeping, or the sun will shine on your backside." "No way, I'm under the covers." The girl shook her head vigorously. "Well, then I'll pull your blanket off." Qin Yu leaned closer, his tone serious. "Huh? No, I'm cold." Hermione immediately clutched her blanket and rolled around, wrapping herself up even tighter. Qin Yu looked at the little witch, who resembled a silkworm cocoon, momentarily speechless, especially as she peeked out with a small head and silly grin, her face showing a clear and naive expression. Maybe she just woke up, and her brain hasn't fully engaged yet. With all this fuss, although she hadn't gotten out of bed, Hermione's sleepiness had indeed faded significantly. She looked at Qin Yu, who wore a helpless expression, feeling quite pleased with herself. "What are Mom and Dad doing?" the girl asked curiously. "Uncle and Auntie just left for the clinic. Didn't you hear the car start?" Qin Yu replied while sitting beside her, glancing at the blanket for any signs of weakness. "Oh, I vaguely heard something. I thought I was dreaming," Hermione said honestly. "Auntie left a royal edict before she left," Qin Yu said, raising his hands in a mock-serious gesture towards the ceiling, then added, "commanding me to be fully responsible for waking you up." He mimicked a grand British Prime Minister as if he were a royal envoy. Of course, Hermione had no idea who he was imitating. She just found it amusing, giggling uncontrollably. "An edict? Ha-ha, is Mama Queen? Ha-ha-ha." After saying this, she stuck out her tongue, perhaps feeling that her remark was somewhat disrespectful to the royal family, considering the British monarchy is still quite prominent. It was impossible to fall back asleep. It was all this guy's fault for coming to disturb her. However, her thoughts wandered, and she mused, if in the future, this guy can't wake her up every day, it might not be such a bad thing. She imagined a scene years later, wondering if she would still be like this, lying in bed while someone tried to find ways to get her up. How would he do it? After all, they would be adults by then, certainly not like children anymore. She felt a bit of anticipation for growing up, but she wasn't in a hurry. The present days were also delightful and worth cherishing and savoring slowly. Although she couldn't sleep anymore, Miss Granger was not one to easily obey. How could she just get up when told? She extended one hand from under the blanket, and the sleeve of her pajamas slipped down, revealing half of her fair arm. Qin Yu instinctively took her hand, ready to pull her up. However, the girl was not cooperating, shaking her head vigorously while anxiously and angrily saying, "Not like this. Not like this. It's supposed to be like that day." "What do you mean like that?" Qin Yu was confused. "Like that time at the bookstore," Hermione said, her little face turning slightly red, but thinking that her parents weren't home right now, she became less worried and stared at Qin Yu, urging him to recall it well. That time, Qin Yu immediately remembered. So, he stood up straight, bent down, and took her outstretched white hand with his right hand. Then, he gently touched the back of her hand with his lips, and, using a proper London accent, said, "It's time to get up, my dear princess." This was not much different from what was said online about princesses getting in the car, going to sleep, or eating snail noodles. Similarly, upon hearing this, Miss Granger felt quite flattered, just like those little girls from his past life. Qin Yu's emotional value was undoubtedly abundant. Sure enough, Hermione immediately giggled and happily kicked the blanket aside, then wiggled her arms at Qin Yu. Extending one hand was clearly meant to be pulled, but extending both hands obviously wasn't. Qin Yu understood this meaning and smiled helplessly, bending down as she wrapped her arms around his neck. Since she called him a prince, he certainly didn't mind doing a bit of physical work afterward. So, once Hermione had a good grip, Qin Yu pushed with both hands and, with a strong effort, lifted her up. After getting up, Hermione immediately wrapped her legs around Qin Yu's waist, sliding up a bit, and then she snugly hung onto him. Well, Qin Yu found himself wrapped up by the little witch. He gave the little girl a fierce pat and said impatiently, "Where to next, Your Highness?" Cough to the bathroom. However, the reply was very soft. The head buried in his neck didn't dare to lift up, clearly a bit shy. Qin Yu didn't waste time and quickly took this oversized accessory out, heading toward the bathroom next to the living room. At the door, Hermione slid off him quickly, then, without mercy, pushed him away and went in alone, closing the door behind her. A gentleman must also be cautious. What does she take me for? Qin Yu muttered to himself, shrugged, and turned to go to the kitchen before any noise came from inside. Then, he laid out the breakfast prepared by Mrs. Granger on the dining table, waiting for the princess to come out after washing up to enjoy it. The breakfast was simple. A ham and egg sandwich with milk, nutritious enough. Qin Yu wasn't picky. After all, asking Mrs. Granger to prepare tofu pudding and fried dough sticks wasn't realistic, right? Not to mention Qin Yu only ate savory tofu pudding, and even that was hard to get right. The two chatted while eating breakfast. Hermione mentioned that she stayed up late reading last night because she came across some interesting ancient stories, and she relayed one or two of them to Qin Yu, who listened with great interest. Alas, still no news from Nicholas Flamel. After finishing the story, Hermione couldn't help but sigh and looked at Qin Yu pitifully, saying, "Qin, can you tell me?" Qin Yu leisurely took a sip of milk and said nonchalantly, "I can tell you, but don't you think it's a very challenging thing? Don't you want to find the answer through your own efforts? After all, You're the great Detective Poirot's top disciple. Since Hagrid was still guarding the secret, Qin Yu naturally couldn't just blurt it out. However, he understood that different people required different ways of speaking. Hearing this, Hermione indeed rekindled her fighting spirit and nodded seriously. I will definitely find the answer. Well, a little witch who doesn't want to be a great detective can't become a good minister of magic. Then Hermione muttered, I wonder if Harry and the others are going to look for it. Hee, those two kids, finally on vacation, either playing crazily or getting into trouble. Qin Yu predicted without mercy. In fact, if nothing unexpected happened, they really spent their vacation like that. Mentioning those two naturally led to a conversation about the Weasley couple not gathering with a few kids for Christmas, but instead visiting Charlie. Charlie was raising dragons in Romania, a job that sparked the imagination. I thought the dragon sanctuary would be quite remote and the work would be dull, but I didn't expect that Charlie actually met a girl and even made her angry. I gave him some advice in my letter. I'm quite good at comforting girls. As Qin Yu talked, he felt that he might have said a bit too much, and the room suddenly became unusually quiet. Sure enough, when he looked up again, he met Hermione's narrowed eyes, which were now looking at him with a scrutinizing expression. Someone felt awkward. You're quite good at comforting girls. The girl said softly. No, I mean I'm a bit better than Charlie, Qin Yu hurriedly explained. Is that so? Then, Mr. Qin, how many girls have you comforted? Hermione asked calmly. However, the foot reaching out from under the table proved that she was not truly calm. Oh, just one, Qin Yu exclaimed as that little foot stepped on him hard, causing him to shout in surprise. Oh, then how many do you want to comfort? The little witch continued with her death question. Definitely just one, Qin Yu said with righteous indignation. That's more like it. Hermione finally withdrew her foot. However, someone couldn't help but blurt out, aren't you going to ask who that one is? After saying that, he quickly squeezed out his chair and made a run for it. Sure enough, the furious little witch shouted his name and chased after him madly. After a chase filled with shouting and commotion, due to the limited space in the living room, Qin Yu couldn't maneuver properly and, in a moment of carelessness, was caught by little Hermione and pinned down on the sofa. Naturally, this led to a flurry of punches and bites. In the end, Hermione stepped on a mouthy guy and, looking down at him, asked who the girl he wanted to comfort was. At that moment, Qin Yu was momentarily dazed. This scene was not just similar to a dream, but exactly the same. So the dream was prophetic. It's you. That person is you. Who else could it be but Miss Granger? As Qin Yu said this, he grabbed that little hand, causing its owner to lose her balance and fall into his arms. Damn Qin, the little witch huffed, scolding him. Qin Yu held her, but his tone turned serious. Hermione, I had a dream last night. I dreamed that many years later, you were still treating me the same as now. Your feet are still so strong. I quite like you like this, quite like your lively self. Although the description of the dream was a bit strange. With the comment about her feet still being strong, Hermione didn't quite understand it. But since he said he liked her, the little witch focused solely on that word. Having just had breakfast, and after running around a bit, she felt a bit tired and thought she might as well lie down for a while. After all, there was nothing urgent to do. As she thought this, a restless little foot instinctively moved, playfully fighting against someone else's foot, trying to determine a winner. Just like a cat can't control its tail, she felt like she couldn't control that mischievous foot either. In a letter she wrote to Qin Yu, when introducing the stone known as the Eye of Truth, Dumbledore mentioned that he once struggled with false illusions brought by a mirror, and it was this stone that allowed him to see through the falsehoods and escape. Although the letter didn't state it explicitly, Qin Yu knew that this mirror was the legendary mirror of Erist. Logically, this mirror should be in the room of requirement. But Qin Yu had been there several times and had never encountered it. This mirror reflects the innermost desires of the viewer. And it is precisely because these desires are deeply hidden within that people can easily become obsessed with it, mistaking falsehood for reality and investing too much emotion into it, resulting in some not-so-good outcomes. A boggart has a similar ability, but its effect is exactly the opposite. It transforms into a person's greatest fears. The two things combined are a perfect match for the jewel of wind and moon from Dream of the Red Chamber. Seeing beautiful women on one side and skeletons on the other, Jia Rue was lost in the illusions of the mirror's front side, leading to a tragic end. It is simply a reverse cautionary tale about abstaining from lust, a lesson for someone who has been trying to abstain since day one. In the process of exploring spiritual alchemy, Qin Yu had to face the issue of distinguishing between illusion and reality, and naturally, he thought of the mirror of Erist, Boggarts, and the jewel of wind and moon. Take it as a warning. Always be vigilant not to be deceived by illusions during cultivation, and maintain clarity. Just like now, the little hand I hold in mine is very real, conveying a soft and tangible touch. At this moment, I dare not feel this reality too strongly. As a little which is currently asleep. Perhaps Hermione really stayed up late last night. After breakfast and some playful antics, she became this sleepy. After falling into my arms, she didn't get back up, fully embodying the saying that one should lie where they fall. Let her sleep. Fortunately, the sofa is quite big and comfortable. However, I myself have no desire to sleep. My night practices through meditation provide a certain restfulness. At this moment, I empty my mind, letting my thoughts drift occasionally to other people I know in this world. Well, the most important person is in my arms, so thinking about others isn't too excessive, right? I think a certain little witch wouldn't team mind this. I tilt my head and gently kiss the brown hair of the girl. The fragrance of her hair is real and tangible. Experiencing this undeniable reality of the world, enjoying a moment of tranquility and freedom, I naturally feel joy. At Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, thousands of miles away, those teachers and students who, for various reasons, did not leave the school are spending this Christmas holiday here. Harry and the 4 Weasley children who stayed behind are among them. Harry didn't want to go back at all, while Ron and his 3 brothers were there because their parents were not home. With no classes, plenty of food and drinks, and friends to play with. Harry initially enjoyed himself, just as QinYu said. He and Ron had been having fun for several days. However, just as QinYu mentioned, he and Ron got into a minor trouble. At least they weren't deducted points. The cause was that on Christmas Day, he received a special gift. Not referring to the green sweater from Mrs. Weasley, though that sweater was also quite special. It was a magical item, a rare invisibility cloak. As the name suggests, wearing this cloak would make you disappear from others' sight. Just think, if you had such a magical item, what would you want to do the most? Well, our legendary Harry Potter's first action was to sneak into the library at midnight to read. If the netizens from Neon saw this, they would certainly feel deeply ashamed. Because if they got an invisibility cloak, they would only think about sneaking into the girls' changing room or a certain girl or teacher they liked. Here, we skip 108 G video files. Of course, Harry wasn't going to the library to secretly learn magic knowledge during the holidays to astonish everyone when school started. Instead, he aimed for the restricted section of the library to find information about Nicholas Flamel. However, he underestimated the dangers of the restricted section. Some books seemed alive, and when he opened one, he nearly got his hand bitten off, letting out a scream that alerted the patrolling caretaker, Filch. Even wearing the invisibility cloak, he almost got caught by the fierce Filch, and in his panic, he stumbled into a room. In this room, Harry unexpectedly found a notebook left by Qin, seemingly related to defense against the dark arts. But it was not from the first-year curriculum he was familiar with. He didn't even think such profound things would be taught in the second year. At that moment, Harry couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Qin, learning such advanced stuff. He must have accidentally left it here. I'll take it back to him. Then, he wandered around the room and suddenly felt like he passed through a thin barrier, revealing a very tall mirror. In this mirror, he saw his deceased parents and possibly his grandparents, reuniting with his family in the reflection, which brought him to tears, stirring his emotions, making it hard to contain himself. This led Harry to return to see the mirror for the next 2 nights, bringing along his friend Ron. However, Ron only saw himself grown up in the mirror, looking even better than his brothers. Ron thought the mirror was just a thing to amuse people, and seeing Harry's obsession, he instinctively felt it wasn't a good thing and advised Harry not to come back. But Harry wouldn't listen. Later, when Harry came back again, he was stopped by Dumbledore, who took the mirror away and relocated it. Now, unable to see the world in the mirror, Harry Potter was in a state similar to withdrawal, feeling down and lacking energy, much like some children whose parents confiscated their phones and couldn't play games. He also put away the invisibility cloak. He didn't dare to venture into the restricted section of the library to read those biting books, nor did he have any thoughts of sneaking into the girls' changing room, so this cloak would naturally gather dust for a while. Harry's distress lies in the inability to see his family, even in the false reunion in the mirror. Meanwhile, Charlie Weasley felt helpless during the Christmas holiday visit from his parents, as his previously peaceful and free work and life were disrupted by their sudden arrival, especially his mother, who couldn't help but supervise everything, showering him with maternal love. For instance, Mrs. Weasley insisted that her son wear that sky blue sweater. Charlie wanted to say he was no longer a child. Not to mention the color, the big letter C on the sweater was really a bit ugly, something only Ron, George, and Fred would like. Ron, George, and Fred in unison. Sorry, that's not true. However, he didn't dare to tell his mom. Fortunately, There weren't many people at the Dragon Reserve, and his bearded, wizard colleague Benny had returned to Finland for the holidays. After lunch that day, Charlie put on the sky blue sweater embroidered with the first letter of his name and patrolled the various areas of the Dragon Reserve. However, even without anyone around to see, wearing this outfit still felt somewhat embarrassing. When he passed by the enclosure of the young fire dragons, he even felt that these little creatures were mocking him with their calls. Humph, just wait until you little ones are disciplined by your dragon mom, and I'll see how you laugh at me, Charlie retorted fiercely to the young dragons. Naturally, the young dragons ignored him, and Charlie left in anger. After wandering around other areas, he returned to the Dragon Reserve's caretaker's cabin, which was also his office and living space, before sunset. His father, Arthur Weasley, was helping him repair the fireplace. It had some smoke leakage, and the connected oven wasn't functioning well, so his dad couldn't stand it and was helping his son fix it. He had been busy since the morning, and by now, he must have almost finished. You should take good care of yourself. Don't be too casual with cooking. Make a hearty meal every few days, and then this oven will come in handy, his dad advised while checking the repair results. I actually cooked big meals often recently. Very hearty. Charlie suddenly became a bit dispirited as he spoke, a figure flashing through his mind, instantly losing the desire to continue, and dejectedly nodded, muttering, I know, Dad. Looking at Molly Weasley, she was helping her son clean the house, and on the chair beside her, several silver knitting needles were knitting a red sweater with yarn. Wait, a sweater. Charlie immediately perked up and anxiously said, Mom, why are you still knitting sweaters? And a red one at that. I absolutely won't wear it. His words instead left Mrs. Weasley momentarily stunned, and she replied with confusion, Who said it's for you? Then who is it for? Charlie asked, somewhat surprised, and instinctively glanced at his dad. It's not for your dad. It's for your neighbor, Mrs. Weasley denied Charlie's guess and provided a heartwarming answer. After a moment of thought, Charlie quickly realized and sighed in relief, smiling at his mom. Haha, so it's for Benny. I just noticed the letter B embroidered on the sweater. To his surprise, Mrs. Weasley frowned and looked at her son as if he were foolish, saying irritably, Your house has lowercase letters embroidered on the sweater? Isn't that AB? Charlie pointed at it in confusion. Oh, you silly child. Mrs. Weasley put down her work, walked over, and picked up the nearly finished sweater, flipping it inside out and upside down before showing it to her son. Charlie focused on it and saw another letter. Isn't that AP? The for Pusey. Mrs. Weasley pointed at the letter. Who? Upon hearing that name, Charlie's eyes widened, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. Imagine a scenario. You secretly like a girl in your class, and you used to have a good relationship with her, but due to some issues, you had a falling out, and she no longer talks to you. You've never told anyone about your feelings, let alone your parents. Then one day, your mom is making a pot of yellow bean and pig trotter soup at home and casually mentions that it's for that girl. How would you feel? When Charlie heard the name Pusey from his mom, it was pretty much that kind of feeling. Seriously, it felt like encountering Merlin in broad daylight. Unbelievable. How did Mom know about Pusey? Besides the shock and embarrassment of having his secret exposed, Charlie felt a mix of relief and joy, which made him a bit overly excited in his tone. Pusey, the special girl he met while searching for the lost dragon. He thought he would never see her again, but unexpectedly, he heard her name from his mom. This was beyond his imagination. Why are you making such a fuss, Charlie? Mrs. Weasley was startled and lightly scolded her son. Mom, who is that person you just mentioned? Charlie ignored his mom's reprimand and continued to ask eagerly. Pusey, a really nice girl. She said she asked your neighbor. Oh, her exact words were that she lives nearby. I think that should be your neighbor, right? Mrs. Weasley seemed to be recalling where she had her before. You saw her. She is still around here? Why haven't I seen her? Charlie grew increasingly disappointed, and his voice became quieter. No need to say that. Of course, I must have seen her. I'm not familiar with this place, and couldn't have walked far. I must have met her while walking around nearby. Mrs. Weasley thought her son's questions were a bit silly. Of course, she also noticed that he seemed to be having some emotional issues. Then Mrs. Weasley looked at her second son with a scrutinizing gaze. Could it be that you? No, don't say that. Charlie shook his head vigorously. Seeing his reaction, Mrs. Weasley was no longer tired, and her eyes lit up with curiosity. Tell me, quickly tell me about the two of you, she urged enthusiastically, turning to her husband nearby, shouting, Arthur, come here, Charlie has something to say. Charlie's face immediately turned bright red. He wanted to deny it again, but was afraid it would make things worse. And to be honest, he felt somewhat pleased to be misunderstood by his parents, as if he really had some kind of relationship with Pusey, though in reality there was none. Overall, his feelings were quite complicated. Then, since his mom had already picked up on the clues, Charlie decided to just go for it. Not arguing anymore, but playfully said to his mom, You tell me where you saw Pusey and what she said, and then I'll tell you about us. Yes, Pusey's whereabouts were what he cared about the most. Okay, I'll tell you, Mrs. Weasley agreed readily and added, but we have to stick to the deal. After I finish, you have to tell me. Definitely. Charlie nodded and urged his mom to hurry up. So, Mrs. Weasley began recounting from after lunch today. Speaking of which, Molly Weasley and her husband Arthur Weasley had traveled a long way to see their son and had been here for several days. The scenery around the dragon facility was nice, but it was a bit too remote with few people. This place was not the usual dragon breeding ground, but focused more on research and assistance. In short, the things Charlie had to do seemed rather tedious in the eyes of the Weasley couple, and they didn't quite understand. So, when their son went to take care of the dragons, they each found things to do. For example, Mr. Weasley helped Charlie fix almost all the furniture in the house, and today he was focused on the fireplace, which was quite a big job and would take a while. Mrs. Weasley, on the other hand, chose to go for a walk after lunch. She didn't have a specific destination in mind, just walked toward the east, while keeping in mind the areas that Charlie had warned her about. Gradually, she was drawn in by the scenery in the mountains, which, even in winter, had its own charm despite being bare. She didn't know how long she had walked, but when she realized it, Mrs. Weasley found herself at the edge of the safe zone. With a cautious attitude, she planned to turn back. But just then, she noticed a wisp of smoke rising near a small river, which caught her attention. So, she shaded her eyes and tiptoed to look, and indeed saw a figure in red clothing. Oh my, someone is here. This delighted Mrs. Weasley, who had been cooped up for several days. She immediately walked briskly towards the river. Upon getting closer, she discovered it was a girl in thin red clothing. Hello, huh? Mrs. Weasley's words were cut off midway as she finally noticed what the girl was doing. She was covering a dead large lizard with mud. In the dead of winter, lizards are hibernating and can be hard to catch, which isn't too unusual. But what's the deal with covering this dead lizard in mud? Hello. The girl paused in her work and looked up seriously. Mrs. Weasley instantly felt that the girl was quite approachable, and she lost her initial shyness. Switching to a more familiar tone. Hello, I'm Molly Weasley. I hope I'm not disturbing your, work. She guessed that this might be some local custom or a method of preserving meat. Hello, my name is Pusey. The girl introduced herself, and added with a hint of concern, just call me Pusey. Nice to meet you, Pusey, Mrs. Weasley said as she squatted down beside her. I'm glad to meet you too. I used to know someone named Weasley. The girl spoke with a faint smile that quickly disappeared. Is it Charlie? He works over at the Dragon Reserve. What a coincidence that you know him. Mrs. Weasley felt even more at ease now. Yes, I know him, the girl nodded. Since they were acquaintances, Mrs. Weasley opened the conversation and immediately asked what the girl was doing. Pusey earnestly told her that it was a delicious way to prepare food, wrapping meat in mud and roasting it over a fire to make it taste good. However, I'm not very skilled yet. I haven't learned it well, and it never turns out tasty, the girl said honestly and with a hint of frustration. Mrs. Weasley, who had some culinary experience, felt a headache coming on. I haven't heard of this method, but I think you're probably not very good at handling ingredients, she suggested tactfully, looking at the lizard that still had its innards intact. It's a bit troublesome. I don't know how to do it. The girl remained honest. It's okay. If you don't mind, I can help you. However, my way of preparing food might be quite different from your mud roasting, Mrs. Weasley offered. Okay, go ahead. After thinking for half a second, the girl named Pusey stood up and made way. Mrs. Weasley then took out a small knife from her bag and began to gut, skin, and deb one the unfortunate lizard that was supposed to be hibernating, eventually cutting the meat into small pieces. There will be one more chapter later, Aguamini. With a wave of her wand, Mrs. Weasley cast the water-making spell to wash the blood off the pieces of meat she had cut. What? You can't use magic freely in front of muggles? Just look at this remote place. A petite girl who can catch a large lizard with her bare hands can't be an ordinary person, right? Sure enough, Mrs. Weasley observed the girl's reaction to the magic and found that she did not show any particular surprise. The girl Pusey was quite perceptive as well. She ran a short distance away to gather many thin twigs and helped Mrs. Weasley skewer the pieces of meat one by one. The fire had already been lit earlier, and Mrs. Weasley took out some simple seasonings she carried with her and sprinkled them over the skewers. After a short while over the fire, the aroma of roasted meat wafted up, making Pusey swallow hard with anticipation. Is it ready? Is it ready? The girl asked repeatedly. Not yet. It takes time, and we need to roast it slowly to ensure even cooking for better taste, Mrs. Weasley patiently explained. It's so troublesome, Pusey frowned. It'll be ready soon. Don't rush. Let's chat while we wait, and we'll be able to eat in no time. To distract Pusey, and also to satisfy her own desire to talk to someone, Mrs. Weasley started chatting with the girl she had just met. She asked about where Pusey lived, and the girl casually pointed in a direction, saying it was over there. Mrs. Weasley thought that area seemed dangerous, but the girl said she had never encountered any danger. Mrs. Weasley then asked about the monsters in the mountains, and Pusey mentioned names like mountain trolls, bird snakes, horse-shaped water monsters, and griffin-like creatures. Fortunately, you're lucky. You probably haven't encountered them. Mrs. Weasley felt relieved for the girl. I have encountered some. They just disappear when I got close, the girl answered honestly. Oh dear, don't provoke them. You might not have been noticed before, but if you are, your life could be in danger, Mrs. Weasley quickly advised. It's okay. I'm very capable, Pusey said seriously. No matter how capable you are, don't take unnecessary risks. In any case, these monsters are very fierce, and there's no need to provoke them, Mrs. Weasley said seriously as she looked at the girl. I'll try to be careful, the girl nodded in response. Although her tone was somewhat dismissive, Mrs. Weasley could only assume that she was indeed listening. Ha! The meat is ready. Come and taste it. While they were talking, the skewers had already been roasted, and Mrs. Weasley sprinkled some more seasoning on the sizzling skewers, making the aroma even more enticing. Pusey eagerly took the skewer, ignoring the heat, and hurriedly brought it to her mouth, blowing on it as she ate. Seeing the girl enjoying her meal so much, Mrs. Weasley felt a great sense of satisfaction, while also silently lamenting that her own sons were too picky. Her cooking was so well received, yet they always complained. Mrs. Weasley took a small taste and found the flavor quite special. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. Not long after she said this, she realized she had been too naive, despite her small size. The girl had a huge appetite and had finished off most of the lizard meat in no time. Wow, you seem really hungry, Mrs. Weasley said as she took out her handkerchief and gently wiped the oil off the girl's little face. The girl did not shy away, cooperating the whole time, though her eyes kept blinking as if she were looking at Mrs. Weasley's face or thinking about something. Oh dear, it's getting late. I need to head back. When the sun began to set, Mrs. Weasley bid farewell to the girl. Before leaving, she looked at the girl's thin and already worn clothes and said she would knit her a sweater to take back. The girl did not refuse. They agreed to meet at the same time the next day. You see, this red sweater is what I promised to knit for Pusey. After finishing her story about meeting the girl Pusey, Mrs. Weasley pointed to the nearly completed sweater and said to her husband and sons. However, the timing was a bit rushed, so the sweater wasn't very finely made, but it would definitely be warm. Meanwhile, Charlie, who had been listening to the story without interrupting, was now silently staring, his expression dazed. From a moment he heard his mother describe the girl spreading mud on the lizard. He felt as if his heart had been stuffed with one of his mother's sour pickles, a strong sense of sourness filling him. It was clear that Pusey was imitating the beggar's chicken he had made previously, a dish taught to him by Qin, which he had then made for Pusey. He was happy to have left some traces in that girl's life. At least she remembered the food and tried to make it. However, this happiness made him look ridiculous, as he thought wildly. Perhaps if he hadn't messed everything up, they could have left more traces in each other's lives. Such a thought was beautiful, but for him, it was a torment. It's all my fault. He once again lowered his head in despair. Charlie, it's your turn to speak with us. His mother's gentle voice rang out. There was no urgency, but rather a patient wait to listen to their son's troubles, and Dad also sat quietly with a concerned look. Seeing the expressions on his parents' faces, Charlie forced out a smile, then shrugged and said somewhat self-deprecatingly, Actually, my story with Pusey is very simple. So, Charlie began to tell this simple story. From the first time he saw that girl beating up a fire dragon in the wild, to bravely bringing her back. Then later, their simple yet somewhat special interactions. He was responsible for cooking, and Pusey was responsible for eating. And finally, he revealed his fear, which led her to choose to leave. I scared her away because I was afraid of her. Charlie finally articulated a summary of what he had been thinking about for a long time. This statement was contradictory, yet very accurate. After listening to their son's account, the Weasley couple exchanged glances, and it was Mrs. Weasley who spoke first. Charlie, what do you think of Pusey? Do you like her? Like, Charlie answered without any hesitation. When they were together before, he might not have been able to see his own heart clearly, but since that day Pusey left, Charlie realized what he had lost. She is the most special girl I have ever met. She is unique in this world. He couldn't find any fancy words to express this liking. Only the most straightforward thoughts from his heart. Slap. His mom gave his shoulder a light yet firm pat, startling Charlie, who was caught in a tangle of emotions. You silly boy, if you like her, go after her. I think Pusey is a great person. She loves my barbecue and eats it so cleanly, Mrs. Weasley said with a hint of annoyance. Mom, your standards. Charlie was somewhat speechless. Huh, is that not enough of a standard? Mrs. Weasley shot him a glare. Fine, as long as you're happy. Charlie dared not argue. Mrs. Weasley shook her head, her tone becoming serious as she earnestly said to her son, You know, you've really been overthinking this. Have you considered that we wizards are also seen as dangerous figures by muggles? Hearing his mom's words, Charlie suddenly looked up, as if he got the meaning behind her words. If Pusey is somewhat dangerous, then as a wizard, isn't he also viewed as a terrifying monster by many muggles? So, aren't Pusey and I the same kind of people? What am I really afraid of? With this thought, Charlie cast a questioning glance at his mom and Mrs. Weasley nodded firmly in response. When looking at a person, the most important thing is to see if she has a kind heart, rather than the abilities she possesses. You've said before that Pusey may be simple, but she has always been principled, and that's the same feeling I had when I interacted with her. This is the clarity of an outsider. Mrs. Weasley certainly understood that teenage boys and girls entangled in emotional problems often overthink and overlook many things. Mom, can I go with you tomorrow? Charlie asked. Of course, to be honest, I actually don't quite remember the way, so I need you as my guide. Mrs. Weasley smiled and winked at her son. Dad also said he wanted to go, but Mrs. Weasley vetoed it, saying that with too many people, what if they scare the girl? So, the next afternoon, Charlie, as the guide, took his mom to the riverside she had described. Mrs. Weasley hadn't completely lied. It was indeed not easy to find. Even Charlie, a Dragon Park staff member, took quite some time to confirm the location. When they arrived, the girl in the red dress was already waiting there. At first, Charlie felt a bit awkward and embarrassed, but seeing the girl's calm and clear eyes, he relaxed and smiled, waving at her. Hi, Pusey, long time no see. The girl nodded in response. Hi, Charlie, long time no see. I thought I would never see you again. I looked for you nearby. I thought you had left. Charlie felt it was better to be straightforward. After all, that was Pusey's style of communication. I know, I deliberately avoided you. Pusey was even more direct, her tone still calm. Then why didn't you avoid me this time? Charlie asked seriously as he looked into her eyes. I want to get the clothes that Molly gave me. Pusey said, looking at Mrs. Weasley, who was quietly eating a melon while holding a sweater. Oh, the clothes, the clothes are ready. The latter laughed and approached, handing the sweater to the girl, and said, Come on, Pusey, try it on and see if it fits. Pusey nodded and put the sweater on directly. Her hands touched the brand new sweater, and a faint smile appeared on her face, very slight but very gentle. Thank you, Molly. You're welcome. I'm just happy that you like it. I really like it. Then, you and Charlie talk for a bit. I'll go see if there are any lizards or wild chickens nearby. Mrs. Weasley timely slipped away, leaving the two alone. Pusey, I'm not afraid of you. Charlie chose to continue being straightforward. You are afraid of me, the girl said calmly. No, I'm not afraid. As he said this, Charlie seemed to have made up his mind, stepping forward and opening his arms to hug the girl. I'm not afraid of you. I'm afraid of not seeing you. I'm afraid I might never see you again. I miss you, Pusey. I miss you so much. The girl allowed him to hold her without struggling or speaking. After an unknown amount of time, she spoke in her usual calm tone. Charlie, how do you make the meat taste so good? I followed your method, but why doesn't it taste good? Want to learn? I'll teach you. Please. A small gift. In the Dragon Park manager's cabin, the fireplace was roaring. Charlie was busy making barbecue. Pusey sat nearby, eagerly staring at the oven and occasionally asking, Charlie, how much longer? Charlie patiently reassured her not to worry each time. Watching their son's attentive demeanor and the silly smile that never seemed to fade from his face, the Weasley couple couldn't bear to look. My oven repairs were quite timely, wouldn't you say, Molly? Arthur Weasley said with a somewhat sarcastic tone to his wife. Mrs. Weasley shot him a glare and said irritably, As long as we see Charlie happy, we can be at ease. I sent that the purpose of us coming here? What is there to be dissatisfied with? Satisfied. I just didn't expect that the child we raised would be so silly one day. Look, he asked, showing that stupid smile again. Mr. Weasley had an expression of disappointment. Indeed, it's pretty silly. On this point, Mrs. Weasley also nodded in agreement, shaking her head repeatedly. However, the other one doesn't seem too smart either. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Charlie cut a piece of meat just taken out of the oven, carefully holding it with a small knife and bringing it to Pusey's mouth. The latter took a bite, her little mouth quickly moving as her eyes narrowed, a look of blissful satisfaction spreading across her face. This scene truly gave off the impression that their silly son managed to win over a beautiful daughter-in-law with just a few pieces of meat. How easy it was to deceive? No, to coax her. In fact, she knew that Pusey was not silly, but rather had a very transparent personality, saying exactly what was on her mind, making it easy for people to see through her. Of course, the girl didn't elaborate on her so-called mission. Mrs. Weasley was quite fond of Pusey's straightforward character. It was no wonder her son couldn't forget about her. This was also thanks to her own unintended actions that allowed her son to see Pusey again. Otherwise, who knew when the two of them would reconcile? With this thought, she felt much lighter in spirit. Then, she thought again about Pusey's appetite and wondered if Charlie's meager salary at the Dragon Reserve would be enough to support it. Fortunately, Pusey only liked to eat and had no other hobbies. In short, Mrs. Weasley was already starting to have new worries. When do parents feel that their children have grown up? Different people have different milestones, but a significant portion likely experience it like the Weasleys, starting from the moment they tasted their child's cooking. At the moment she tasted the roast, Mrs. Weasley even felt a bit teary. She also saw a complex expression in her husband's eyes, a mix of pride in their child's growth and the reluctance that comes with knowing that a growing child will inevitably leave them. This sentiment was common among many parents, though there were certainly exceptions. Regardless, the Weasleys could feel a bit more at ease about their second son. At least he wouldn't starve himself out there. Moreover, seeing him helping Pusey wipe the corners of her mouth, they felt that he could take care of himself, and, it seemed, others as well. With this thought, the Weasleys felt increasingly at ease, yet also sensed their son drifting further away from them. It was a bittersweet feeling. Time is what gradually helps people grow up. At the same time, it also slowly brings people together and pulls them apart. The Weasleys left the next morning after that day because the Christmas holiday was about to end. Mr. Weasley had work to do at the Ministry of Magic, and although the misuse of Muggle artifacts office he worked in with a leisurely department, he still had to go in to handle some necessary affairs. After saying goodbye to their son and taking along the lizard meat that Pusey had gifted them, she had gone out to catch a hibernating, unfortunate creature the previous night. They returned to their shabby house in Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, before dusk after a tiring journey. As soon as they arrived, Ginny, who had stayed home, said with a hint of resentment, "I thought you had forgotten all about me." "Oh, how could we? We left our little darling in charge of watching our humble abode because we trust you. You're going to be starting at the magic school next year. You're already a reliable little witch." Mrs. Weasley poured on the flattery, and 10-year-old Ginny's expression quickly brightened, revealing her undeniable pride, as if she were bearing the weight of their 6-room, 2-hall, and 1-loft house on her slender shoulders, not lighter than the burden of a minor official in the Ming dynasty. Then Mrs. Weasley asked her daughter how she had spent the past few days and whether she had been eating well. Ginny recounted in detail how she planned and organized her holiday, showcasing her learning and labor achievements, even showing her parents the food in the cupboard to prove she had eaten a lot. Naturally, the Weasleys praised her wildly, and the little girl became even more elated. Watching little Ginny happily go off to play, the couple went up to their bedroom on the 5th floor. After Mr. Weasley set down his things, he noticed a letter quietly lying on the table, and after a moment of confusion, he remembered it was a letter Ron had sent from school before they left for the Dragon Reserve. At the time, they were too hurried packing to leave, and in the flurry, there was no time to read the letter. Besides, it likely contained Ron's Christmas wishes or something, so they hadn't rushed to open it, leaving it on the bedroom table. Now, they finally had time to read it slowly. However, after Mr. Weasley finished reading the contents of the letter, his expression became somewhat complicated. Arthur, what did Ron write?" Mrs. Weasley asked curiously upon seeing her husband's reaction. She thought to herself, what serious matter could this child be writing about? He said Charlie might have a girl he likes, and he might be facing some difficulties, so we should keep an eye on it. Mr. Weasley recounted the letter's content with a slightly embarrassed tone. Upon hearing her husband, Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened in surprise and frustration. Why didn't Ron say this earlier? If he had told us sooner, we could have helped Charlie reconcile with Pusey the moment we got to the Dragon Reserve, and then we could have spent more time together. Dear. It seems like it's our fault. If we had opened this letter before we left home, we would have known about this news much earlier, Mr. Weasley couldn't help but remind his somewhat agitated wife. Cough. Mrs. Weasley also felt a bit awkward, and, after a while, she said, "How does Ron have such inside information? He knows things we don't? Who knows? Maybe after going to Hogwarts, he has become more perceptive," Mr. Weasley said in a somewhat uncertain tone. All right, let us not dwell on this. In any case, even though we didn't find out about this matter in advance, we eventually discovered it and have a fairly good outcome, right? Mrs. Weasley said, growing more confident as she spoke. Yes, the purpose of this letter has already been achieved. We just read it a bit late. Mr. Weasley agreed wholeheartedly and added, "So, let's not go into too much detail with Ron about this matter. Just say everything went smoothly. Exactly. The couple quickly reached a consensus on the matter of the letter, deciding to use a moderate amount of narrative goodwill with Ron to prevent him from feeling that his concern had been wasted. Achoo! Achoo! Ron sneezed twice in a row and hurriedly fumbled for a handkerchief to wipe his nose. Harry, who had been sitting silently beside him on the bench next to the small flower bed, finally took the initiative to ask, "Have you caught a cold, Ron?" "No, I don't think so. I think someone might be thinking of me," Ron replied in an uncertain tone. "Sneezing is a sign that someone is thinking of you," a saying Qin once mentioned. After saying this, Ron felt it must have some truth to it, since it was Qin who said it. He pondered, who could be thinking of him at this moment? It must be Mom and Dad. They didn't spend this Christmas with me, so they must be missing me very, very much. Alas, I've been too caught up in my own fun. I haven't thought much about them these past few days, Ron thought, looking a bit ashamed. Then, when he realized he received no response, he immediately understood that what he said was quite inappropriate. Sure enough, he saw that Harry, who was already feeling down, looked even more dejected now. "I am sorry, Harry." Ron quickly said apologetically. "Stop it, Ron. You have a complete family and a happy life. That's perfectly normal. There's nothing to apologize for. I'm the one who's abnormal." Harry interrupted his friend's unreasonable apology. However, he did feel quite envious and disappointed. After all, Dumbledore wouldn't let him look into the mirror of a Reist, right? If he could see his family in the mirror, at least he could feel a bit happier, couldn't he? But thinking about it was useless. The mirror was already gone. "By the way, Harry, guess who I just saw?" Ron decided to change the topic since his friend's mood was still low. Harry looked over perfunctorily. "It's Snape." Ron tried to sound mysterious. "What's up with him?" Harry still looked unenthusiastic. He came back early and sneaked into an abandoned classroom. Ron shared what he had seen. To his surprise, Harry only responded with an "oh," and there was no further discussion. Well, now even the topic of Snape, which could usually provoke Harry, was ineffective. Ron had no choice but to give up. Maybe things would be better once school started. By then, everyone would be back, especially Qin, who would surely help Harry lift his spirits. As he watched the sun completely set, Harry felt a bit cold and called Ron to return to the Gryffindor common room to prevent his friend, who had just sneezed, from catching a cold. Well, even though I don't have family around, at least I have someone to hang out with in the winter campus, he thought. "Harry, we should grab some potatoes and roast them with sausages over the fireplace." "Good suggestion. And let us have a cup of tea with sugar and milk. Now I'm feeling a bit hungry." "Haha, I knew it. If there's anything worth cherishing in memories, it might just be the time spent together as young boys, eating sausages, tea, and potatoes by the fireplace. Please, a small gift. This Christmas holiday, Snape officially returned to his old house in Spinner's End. However, only a few people knew that he actually did not go there. Moreover, Snape had indeed spent previous Christmases at Hogwarts, so this departure was a bit unusual, of course. Very few people would pay attention to his whereabouts in previous years. As Ron had said, before the holiday ended, Professor Snape returned early, and shortly after he got back, he sneakily went to an unused classroom. This scene was just seen by a lost Ron. At that time, he was looking for his lost pet rat, Scabbers. Ron naturally didn't have a strong curiosity about Snape's movements, at least. His curiosity wasn't enough to make him take the risk of being discovered by tracking this potion's master, who looked like he was not to be trifled with. So, Ron quickly left with his somewhat restless Scabbers. After he left, in that classroom, Professor Snape met the person he had come to see. "Why we have to meet here?" Snape asked, a bit puzzled. "If you went straight to my office upon your return, that would be too obvious." The person replied lightly. "Well," Snape agreed with this reason, then said a bit disappointedly, "I didn't gain much this time. Many of them were unwilling to talk to me. It's okay. I think before their master returns completely, they actually don't know what to do." The person, unlike Snape, was still casual in tone. "I can sense that some people are not so resolute. They have no goals. Of course, some are still quite fanatical, even more paranoid than before." After Snape said this, he paused and continued, "I only learned about some news regarding the blood of the Dark Lord. It seems they obtained it through other means from G.A. The specific use is likely related to resurrecting that person, but they haven't found any trace of him. Perhaps they have found it, but are not revealing it easily. That's quite important information. Speaking of which, it was that kid Qin who discovered the blood of the Dark Lord. It was also around last Christmas. I have to say, that kid does encounter some things." The person spoke as if chatting about everyday matters. "Troublemakers always have constant issues around them," Snape commented in a detached tone. "Ha, don't let him hear that. But don't worry, I'll keep it to myself." The person couldn't help but laugh, then changed the subject. "By the way, Professor Swindon has been spotted in North America." I wanted to let you know in case he's in some trouble. Didn't he just go on a trip to Egypt? Why is he in North America again? Snape frowned upon hearing this. I'm not sure about the specifics, but he has publicly appeared as a member of G. Hey, as I just said, you should be in some kind of trouble, the person said, sounding more serious. Gee, hey, how'd he get involved with that group? Snape's brows furrowed even more. Yes, I'm curious too. I've been trying to find a way to investigate to see if I can contact him. When Mr. LeMay introduced him to the school, he specifically mentioned that Professor Swindon has some secrets of his own. Perhaps this is related. It seems anyone who can play with that kid Qin is also a troublemaker. It looks like you three often hang out together. Ha ha, look at you, getting anxious. Don't look at me like that. And don't reject having friends. The past is indeed hard to forget. But the present and future are where hope lies. Thank you for sharing your life wisdom. Well, I won't ramble on. If there is nothing else, this meeting ends here. You can go first. See you later. See you later. The door of the abandoned classroom opened, and Snape walked out slowly, his gaze heavy as if he were lost in thought. And that classroom remained empty for a long time, as if there was no second person inside at all. Since the heavy snowfall on Christmas, there had been no more snow during this holiday. The occasional unmelted snow piles on the street had become dirty. Just like the air here, the air pollution index in London during winter is extraordinarily high. If it weren't for the Granger family's new air purifier, Qin Yu would probably frequently use magic to purify the air. In any case, he preferred to stay indoors, as being at home was quite pleasant, especially with the little witch accompanying him. Occasionally teasing and playing with her meant he would definitely not be bored. Of course, this holiday also unknowingly approached its end, as tomorrow was the day they were to return to school. After Hermione finished packing her luggage, she dashed upstairs to help Qin Yu pack up as well. Do we need to pack all these clothes? These are definitely going to be packed, and a few more will be packed tomorrow. It's such a mess. Qin Yu had originally haphazardly piled up the clothes at the head of the bed, and when Hermione saw it, she looked quite displeased and climbed up to rearrange them. Watching her seriously folding the clothes, Qin Yu faintly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. After a moment of rummaging through his memories, he realized that she had helped him like this more than once. It turns out that familiarity means repeatedly doing certain things. However, even though it was a repetitive task, Qin Yu still felt deeply moved. Of course, it wasn't just random daydreaming about how the future Minister of Magic is kneeling on the bed folding clothes for him. It was more about the warmth of being cared for by someone close, and that warmth was what felt real and reassuring. You have to admit, the little girl has improved her folding skills quite a bit. It's already comparable to the effect of the tidying charm that Qin Yu uses. It seems that this past half a year of living in the school dormitory has unknowingly helped her practice a lot. You see, sweaters should be folded this way. First fold like this, then like this. Pants should be folded this way, paying attention to the crease and waistband. Hermione was explaining methods and techniques while her hands were busy, all based on her own experience and insights. Qin Yu listened casually. After all, Hermione wasn't necessarily trying to teach him, but rather wanted to showcase her expertise so that her sole audience could show an expression of admiration. Qin Yu naturally cooperated, repeatedly praising Miss Granger for doing such a fast and good job, and he even patted her head to show encouragement. Miss Granger then displayed a proud expression like a chosen worker. Next came the small items, underwear and socks. Your boy's underwear is quite special. There's a pocket here, Hermione seriously commented while tugging on a pair of boxers. Qin Yu was momentarily speechless. Really, there's no need to be so inquisitive. My dear know-it-all. Then he thought about saying that when she grows up, she would still wear ones with two pockets, but he wisely held back. After all, his mental state had improved quite a bit recently. This was thanks to Professor Dumbledore's guidance in his letter and the stone he sent. Speaking of which, it seems that his recent mental training has yielded some results. He feels that if he uses that method to communicate with Snape's alchemical sword again, it will definitely be more effective. He should borrow Snape's sword after school starts. He also needs to talk to him about his brother, Swindon. Thinking about it this way, he realized he would be quite busy when he returned. Qin, Hermione's voice came over, and she poked his leg with her foot, wearing light yellow socks this time. Qin Yu looked at her, seeing the confused look on his face. Hermione knew he hadn't heard what she just said and pouted in dissatisfaction. Sorry, Hermione, I was just thinking about something and didn't catch what you said. Qin Yu quickly leaned over to apologize while holding her angry little face. He wouldn't admit that he wanted to take the opportunity to pinch the little witch's soft cheeks. I was talking about Crookshanks. You as a dad, no. As an uncle. Aren't concerned at all, Hermione said, looking up at her face being held by someone's hands, with a tone of soulful accusation. The two of them didn't bring the little cat back during this holiday and left it in Hagrid's care. Uncle Hagrid had even built a simple cat house for it to rest. Well, as Crookshank's dad. Qin Yu started to say, "It's Uncle." Hermione corrected seriously. "Oh, Uncle, as Crookshank's uncle, I really haven't shown enough concern. So, I sincerely and apologetically asked the beautiful Miss Granger, what profound insights did you just express about that little cat? Humph, seeing your attitude so proper. I'll say it again. So, the little witch generously repeated her earlier suggestion, which was to bring some snacks for the little cat they were raising. Qin Yu readily agreed. Good idea, and let us buy something for Hagrid too, to thank him for taking care of Crookshanks. Thus, while it was still light out, the two requested Mr. Granger to drive them to a nearby supermarket. They then bought a bunch of things that Hermione said Crookshanks used to love eating, and for Hagrid, they bought a large tablecloth with a hibiscus pattern and tassels to replace his old antique that couldn't be cleaned anymore. On the way home, Qin Yu stuffed some of the heavier items into the storage bag that Swindon had given him. The luggage was almost packed. He said good night to the little girl. Wrapping up a busy day, just waiting to take the train back to school tomorrow. Goodbyes always happen in January, and September, and memories are the sorrow of longing. The winter fog of London kisses my forehead. Hermione urged to get started in the attic, somewhat confused as she listened to the guy humming a song. She couldn't understand what he was singing, only that the melody was a bit sad. After all, the expression on his face at that moment was indeed quite melancholic, though a bit too deliberate. Then, when he sang a certain line, he even held her head and gave her a kiss on the forehead. "Hermione, Qin, we need to hurry. There might be traffic on the way." Just then, her mother's voice came from downstairs. The guy was startled, his eyes showing a hint of lingering fear. This made the little witch shake her head secretly, thinking that with this kind of courage, what could she expect him to do in the future? The guy peeked downstairs, and finding everything safe, his expression relaxed again as he continued humming and made the final arrangements. Once everything was tidied up, he scanned the room and adjusted the placement of a few small items on the desk, finally nodding in satisfaction. "London, the only thing you could take with you is you," he sang another line, and with her pulled along, they went downstairs with their luggage. Just as Mrs. Granger said, the road was indeed a bit congested. Fortunately, they set out early, and when they arrived at King's Cross Station, it was just about 10:40. Truly, practice makes perfect, and they were able to time it just right this time. This farewell wasn't as emotionally complicated as last time. After all, Miss Granger was no longer a clueless first-year student at a magic school. By next September, she would even be able to comment on those first-year students who were amazed when wearing the sorting hat. As for Mr. and Mrs. Granger, they had also come out of their initial confusion and uncertainty about the magical world. Although they were still filled with confusion and the unknown, seeing their daughter lively, even better than before, gave them much reassurance. Of course, the presence of this child, Qin, with his reliability and steadiness, was also a great comfort to the couple. With his care, they didn't have to worry too much about their daughter. Facts had proven this point. Take care of yourself, listen to Qin more, and remember to write to your dad and mom often. At the entrance to the station, Mrs. Granger reminded her once more. "I will, Mom. You all need to take care of yourselves as well. You and Dad should travel more when you have the holiday. The weather in London is really not great." Hermione has also made some suggestions to Mom and Dad. Then, the four of them, 2 adults and 2 children, waved goodbye. After watching the 2 kids enter the train station, Mr. Granger pulled his wife back to the car. Although Mrs. Granger didn't cry like she did last time when they sent the kids off, her mood was clearly not very high. On the way back, Mr. Granger comforted his wife for quite a while, which finally brightened her spirits. Seeing that it was still early, Mr. Granger suggested renting a few more videotapes. Then, the couple discussed whether to watch some new B-movies from North America or more artistic French New Wave films, ultimately deciding to rent both. Anyway, since the 2 kids weren't home, they didn't have to worry about whether the films were rated 18 or 19. Since they were talking about movies, it naturally led to discussions about some activities they engaged in while watching films. "Honestly, Jenny, these 2 kids are growing up, and I really worry about the day they might accidentally catch us," Mr. Granger said somewhat awkwardly while driving. Yes. So we need to be careful. During this holiday, we almost got caught several times." Mrs. Granger now felt a bit nervous thinking back to her past self at that time. At this point, she couldn't help but lightly hit her husband, somewhat reproachfully saying, "I told you it was dangerous, but you insisted on rushing. It was broad daylight." "Huh, I thought they were napping," Mr. Granger said, a bit embarrassed. "Even so, it depends on the occasion." Mrs. Granger shot him a look, saying with irritation, "Of course, Mr. Granger, who was driving, didn't notice this look, but he certainly felt the tone. After all, they had been together for many years and knew each other well. Then he turned to his wife with a grin and said, "But you have to admit, you were quite into it at the time, weren't you, Jenny? Just drive your car, David." Mrs. Granger blushed and lightly hit her husband. Then, subconsciously, she began to reminisce about those experiences. As she thought about it, her gaze became somewhat dreamy as she looked at her husband. Mr. Granger still hadn't noticed this scene. Mrs. Granger instinctively reached out her right hand, wanted to place it on her husband's leg. Note, in the UK, cars are right-hand drive, with the driver on the right and the passenger on the left. So Mrs. Granger is reaching with her right hand. Just then, a series of honks from cars behind startled her, preventing her from going any further and stopping her from doing anything that might affect her husband's safe driving in the busy street. Drive safely while driving. And when not driving, don't engage in such activities. Drive according to the rules and keep them in mind. Ahem, David, I have to say, no matter what, we need to avoid the kids. Mrs. Granger shook off her distractions and said seriously to Mr. Granger, You're right. After all, they are still young, Mr. Granger nodded in agreement. As the saying goes, both ends of the stick fear the wolf. They were afraid of being discovered by the two kids, not knowing that those two were also afraid of being discovered while doing certain things. Well, let's just hide from each other. Perhaps hiding is also a different kind of fun. Time flows like sand, and life is like a train passing over mountains, leaving deep and shallow marks after each stop. In such reflections, Qin Yu took the Hogwarts Express train to Hogsmeade Station. The little witch sleeping on his lap happened to wake up at this moment. Perhaps she was awakened by the people passing in the corridor, as it was gradually becoming noisy outside. So, taking advantage of the little witch's daze, someone quickly leaned down and lightly touched her forehead, completely waking this sleeping princess. "Welcome back to Hogwarts, Miss Granger." "Welcome back, Mr. Qin." After saying this serious line, both of them couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit silly about each other and pleased to have someone to be silly with. The Black Lake in winter had frozen over with a thick layer of ice, allowing people to walk directly across the ice surface. After getting off the train, the little wizards all boarded a sled pulled by tall reindeer, each with a pair of antlers resembling complex branches, looking very majestic and imposing. When the reindeer dashed across the ice, it truly felt like being on Santa Claus's sleigh, especially with Hagrid operating this one. If he changed into a red coat and wore a matching red triangular hat, it would look even more fitting. Qin Yu and Hermione were among the passengers led by Hagrid. The first-year little wizards, riding on the sled for the first time, were naturally excited. This was much more fun than taking the boat at the start of the school year. Many of them, ignoring Hagrid's previous warnings, spread their arms and shouted against the cold wind. However, when they reached the shore, they were all left with red noses and ears, some with runny noses and others sneezing. It seemed that Madame Pomfrey would have a busy day ahead. Of course, Qin Yu quickly stopped Hermione from catching the wind, using his arm to shield her from the cold. At this moment, although the little witch's face was flushed, she wasn't too cold. Following everyone back to the school, they dropped off their luggage in their dorms and tidied up a bit before the two of them headed to the Great Hall, where a hot and sumptuous dinner awaited them. Sitting at the dining table, many people hadn't seen each other for days, so there were greetings and casual conversations. As the holiday came to an end, Hogwarts returned to its usual hustle and bustle. During dinner, Hermione quietly asked Harry if they found any clues, naturally referring to the name Nicholas Flamel. Harry shook his head in embarrassment. This made Hermione a bit disappointed, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only continue to investigate slowly. Then, Harry mentioned to Qin Yu that he had found a notebook with the name Qin written in it, which probably belonged to the latter. "Is it a notebook for defense against the dark arts?" Qin Yu asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, it's for defense against the dark arts." Harry nodded repeatedly, adding that he hadn't learned most of it. "That should be mine. I indeed haven't looked at that notebook in a while. I thought I had left it in Professor Swinton's office." Qin Yu said, thanking Harry. "No problem. I'm happy to help you. I'll go back to the dorm after dinner to get it for you," Harry said with a smile. We can meet in the common room then. I might be a bit late, so wait for me," Qin Yu said, glancing at the area where the professors were dining. He decided to directly ask Professor Dumbledore about Professor Swinton later. The sooner he clarified this matter, the more at ease he would feel. However, it seemed that he might not be able to get much information from old Dumbledore. As Qin Yu thought about these things, his mood inevitably became a bit gloomy. Hermione, sitting next to him, naturally noticed this, especially the notebook that Harry had just mentioned, which was about defense against the dark arts. And Qin had also mentioned Professor Swinton's name. Coupled with the discoveries they made in Diagon Alley, Hermione could somewhat guess the reason for his bad mood. Therefore, the girl reached out her hand, took his hand, and conveyed her concern and warmth. Don't worry, Qin. Just do your best with what you can do. Isn't that what you always say? Hermione comforted him. Qin Yu felt the girl's care, sighed deeply, and managed to smile. Thank you, Hermione. It's just that my mindset has been a bit chaotic. Everyone understands the reasoning and can articulate it, but the hardest part is being in the situation. With Hermione's reminder, Qin Yu quickly adjusted his mood. He would do what he could, and the rest would be left to fate. After dinner, Qin Yu separated from Hermione and the others and went alone to catch up with Dumbledore, who was about to leave. Professor Dumbledore, I have something I want to ask you. Qin Yu called from behind. Upon hearing someone call his name, Dumbledore slowed his pace. When he turned around and saw Qin Yu, he did not show any surprise, but kindly said, Oh, it's you, Qin. You must be looking to ask about Professor Swindon, right? Huh, how do you know? Qin Yu stepped back, his eyes widening in surprise. Ha ha, of course, it's because of magical magic, Dumbledore said with a mysterious expression, drawing a circle in the air with one hand. Qin Yu was speechless. If you hadn't said that, I could have suspected you knew through magical means. Now that you've openly said it was magic, isn't that like trying to cover up a mistake? It definitely isn't. If it's not through magic, then how did you know? Could it be that someone was following me? Wouldn't that mean everything I did with Hermione was seen by someone? Wait, I didn't do anything. Why am I feeling guilty? I've always been cautious and prudent, treading carefully. I mean, is it considered a confession if I voluntarily admit to some minor thoughts and behaviors now? Dumbledore watched Qin Yu's reaction with great interest, especially the changes in his expression, and nodded, saying you, my child, are indeed much more lively than before. Although I'm not particularly skilled in this area, there shouldn't be any problems. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu pulled at the corners of his mouth. So you're conducting a pressure test? Huh. Fortunately, I Taoist, I the law master, have held up and did not choose the path of confessing to leniency. Don't think too much about it. Knowing that you want to ask about Swindon is also a coincidence. As for what exactly that coincidence is, I can't tell you right now. Just as I want to casually disclose things related to you to others, Dumbledore said in a gentle yet serious tone. Qin Yu immediately understood. This was related to comrades on the secret front. However, old Dumbledore not saying anything doesn't stop him from making guesses. That day in Diagon Alley, he interacted with quite a few people, like the female clerks A and B from the Leaky Cauldron, various unknown wizards who were spectators in the bookstore, and the clerk from the cold drink shop who ultimately sold the newspaper. All these people knew what kind of newspaper he was looking for, and if he had to guess who had the greatest suspicion, he emotionally leaned toward the female clerks, but rationally felt it could be the cold drink shop clerk, while not ruling out the possibility of some passing wizard. Forget it. It's not a spy drama. Why bother overthinking this? Come with me. I happen to have something to show you, related to Professor Swindon. Dumbledore's words interrupted Qin Yu's daze. After saying this, old Dumbledore had already started walking toward the headmaster's office. Okay, Professor. Qin Yu quickly followed Dumbledore. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore pulled out a document from the shelf behind his desk and took out a few pages, handing them to Qin Yu, who was standing across from him. You can sit down and read slowly while we wait for my other guest. Thank you, Professor. Qin Yu took the pages, his gaze fixed on them without looking away or watching where he was going, leaning against the impression as he moved to a chair by the coffee table, flipping through the pages as he sat down. As for Dumbledore's mention of another guest, he completely brushed it aside. The contents of the paper recorded the activities of a person named S in North America, from when he first got involved with G.A. in North America, to becoming an object of evaluation by the organization, then going alone to be responsible for the integration of wizards in the Salem area, using many hardline methods, and after successfully completing the task, being accepted by G.A. and quickly making a name for himself within the organization. He had now formed a loose group led by him, nicknamed Ruthless Stanley, on par with the organization's Hellfire Lil John. The information was listed line by line, like a summary report of intelligence. This information was much more specific and detailed than the few lines in the newspaper. Looking at the description of this person on the paper, Qin Yu felt as if he was witnessing the struggle of a Hongmen double flower red stick. He found it hard to organize his words for a moment. Qin Yu also realized that Dumbledore would not deliberately hide the existence of the secret front from him. After all, he had previously used a similar holographic magic to demonstrate the development trends of G.A. So he would understand that the magical world was not a harmonious one and concealed various crises. Now, it was just a matter of presenting a few pages of intelligence summary about a certain character. However, after reading the contents of those pages, Qin Yu was a loss for words. You want to know who this S is, right? Dumbledore spoke for him. Yes, I want to know who he really is. QinYu nodded. Their words seemed similar, but the latter's subtext was clearer. His current name is Ian Stanley. Dumbledore provided the answer, but with a thoughtful look. It was clear he had more to say. QinYu certainly knew this name, and the intelligence also mentioned the nickname Ruthless Stanley. But clearly, what he wanted to know was not just this name. I saw this Stanley's photo in the newspaper. QinYu said seriously to Dumbledore. Exactly, since you've seen his photo. You should have noticed that his appearance is indeed Stephen Swindon, though he has lost a lot of weight now. Dumbledore's wording made Qin Yu furrow his brows, unable to help but ask, appearance? So is he really Professor Swindon? One thing I can confirm is that he has no essential difference in appearance from Swindon. However, you also know that the Swindon you know would not do such things, Dumbledore said, pointing to the few pages of paper in Qin Yu's hand. Qin Yu instinctively followed the direction the old man was pointing to look. Thinking about the violent behavior recorded on the paper, he completely agreed with what Dumbledore had just said. It was indeed not something the Swindon he knew would do. Therefore, Qin Yu was once again at a loss for words. I'm sorry, but you won't get the answer you want from me, at least not right now. Dumbledore said with a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The implication behind his words seemed to inform Qin Yu that Dumbledore himself was not in the know, and Swindon was not sent there for any undercover work. It makes sense when Swindon left the school before the summer vacation. Had just emerged, and there was no need for him to risk going in alone as a lone agent. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. You have answered many of my questions. Qin Yu said sincerely after some thoughts crossed his mind. He then eagerly added, I just don't know what I can do to help you investigate this matter, or to help Professor Swindon. Since he had shared this information with him, Qin Yu believed that the headmaster surely had a certain purpose. After hearing his words, Dumbledore nodded appreciatively. What you need to do is very simple. Work hard on your magic, improve your strength, and also, I hope you continue to complete the homework that Professor Swindon left for you. Perhaps one day it will really come in handy, and I really can't do it for you. The homework left by Swindon was easily understood by Qin Yu. It was the alchemical communication method he was now making progress with. If that person really is Swindon, I don't know if I can communicate with him, but it's better than doing nothing. I will. Qin Yu nodded seriously. All right, don't be too nervous. Maintain a relaxed mindset. That way you can handle many things. You faced Lucius's difficulties quite calmly before, Dumbledore said with a smile as he patted the boy's shoulder. Calm? Well, I was indeed calm, but isn't it because I felt protected by you all? Qin Yu recalled the past and couldn't help but touch his nose, revealing a self-deprecating smile. In terms of mindset, I still need to learn a lot from you. Ha ha. There's a saying in the East, when people care too much about something, they lose their composure. You are too concerned about this matter. The wise Dumbledore quoted a piece of Eastern wisdom at the right moment. Just then, there was a knock on the door of the headmaster's office, and Dumbledore called out cheerfully for the person to come in. It was none other than Professor Snape. Upon seeing Qin Yu's slightly surprised expression, Snape shot him a glance with indifference. Severus, did you bring what I asked you to? Dumbledore inquired. I brought it. Snape nodded and then took out a slender long sword from his wide robe. It was his alchemical sword. Perfect. You can hand it over to Qin, so he doesn't have to ask you for it again. Qin, you should also pass those few pages of paper to Professor Snape to have a look. Dumbledore had anticipated that Qin Yu would borrow the sword for experimentation, so he had notified Snape in advance to retrieve it. As Dumbledore explained some precautions regarding mental alchemy to the boy holding the sword, he reminded Qin Yu that he could come to the headmaster's office anytime if he had questions. As for Professor Swindon, I have already arranged for someone to try to contact Stanley himself. Perhaps one of you will be needed to have a chat with him. This is another plan. Before Qin Yu left the headmaster's office, he was informed of this. Clearly, someone was attempting something in North America regarding this matter. This made Qin Yu feel a bit anxious, unsure of what the encounter would be like. However, thinking of Dumbledore's comfort and reassurance, he felt that instead of being apprehensive, it was better to face things calmly and do what he was supposed to do. Even if the sky falls, old Dumbledore will be there to support me. I need to maintain a peaceful mindset, knowing I have strong allies, reject anxiety, and stay away from mental exhaustion. With this thought in mind, by the time he returned to the Gryffindor common room, his mood had become much lighter. At that moment, Hermione was sitting on a spacious sofa, frowning as she listened to Harry recount his Christmas holiday adventures. She was full of curiosity about the magical invisibility cloak and the strange mirror, but at the same time, she felt helpless about Harry sneaking into the restricted section of the library and other areas of the school. She hadn't expected Harry to be such a handful. Surprisingly, Harry hadn't lost any points. Excuse me, young lady, may I sit next to you? Just as she was lost in thought, A deep voice rang in her ears. Sorry, you can sit somewhere else. This sofa can't fit 2 people, Hermione said casually without looking up. How can that be? This spacious sofa can definitely accommodate 2 people if we squeeze a bit. The voice insisted somewhat stubbornly. Ugh, you. Hermione finally couldn't help but look at the person who spoke, realizing that this person probably hadn't been to the common room before and didn't inquire about who was protecting this area. Say your name, and I might just scare you. However, upon seeing the mischievous grin on the approaching face, Hermione's words got stuck in her throat. All right, this area is indeed protected by this guy. Of course. The internal monologue above was just an absurd exaggeration. Even if there was, it was merely a little devil hidden in the depths of her heart murmuring. Yes, the kind of little devil that roars like a dragon. Miss Granger was evidently being teased by someone looking to have fun. This frustrated her because they weren't at home, and there were many Gryffindor students around, so she couldn't retaliate immediately. All she could do was glare at the guy and wrinkle her nose at him. Then, she shifted her bottom slightly to the side. I thought about it again. It might indeed be a bit cramped for 2 people to sit here, so I guess I'll go find somewhere else. The guy pretended to be serious as he said. Hermione's eyes widened even more, as if they could shoot out cold light to freeze the guy in front of her. All right, what were you guys talking about? Harry, Ron, how was your holiday? Any interesting things to share? Unexpectedly, the guy plopped down and directly changed the topic. This left Hermione somewhat stunned. What should I do if I want to bite this guy? The little witch grew increasingly frustrated, and while Harry was recounting his holiday experiences again, a small hand skillfully and discreetly reached over, pinching a bit of flesh at the guy's waist and twisting it hard. Seeing him twitch his mouth but still maintain a calm expression, Hermione felt a lot better. She was just about to withdraw her hand when she found her hand grasped by another, larger hand, making it difficult to pull back. If she had learned enough Eastern proverbs, she might have known what it meant for a meat bun to hit a dog and never return. The little witch tried a few more times but couldn't shake off the grip of that hand, so she could only let her small hand be held by the guy, occasionally being pinched a couple of times. So frustrating. I'll deal with you when there's no one around. If there really is a little devil deep down inside, it must be jumping up and down in rage. I really want to see that mirror again to see my family, but Professor Dumbledore has somehow misplaced it, and I can't even find that room anymore. Harry Potter, finishing his holiday adventure story, said with a hint of disappointment. His friend Ron showed a look of both sympathy and helplessness. He truly didn't know how to comfort Harry, as he wasn't a person skilled with words. So all he could do was stay by his side. Thus, he turned his gaze to Qin, hoping this senior could say something. After a moment of silence, Qin slowly said, Harry, there are some things that we are not you, and we can't understand your feelings. Upon hearing this, Harry looked at Qin Yu, pressed his lips together, and nodded. Qin Yu continued, some people, like your mom and dad, no one can replace them. Harry's eyes were already a bit red, still pressing his lips together, and he nodded again. Seeing this scene, Ron felt a bit anxious and thought, what is up with Qin? Not only is he not comforting, but he is directly touching Harry's scars. However, Qin Yu seemed to be unaware of Harry's reaction and continued, these people and things. You don't have to let go of them. Harry's eyes were all ready. Qin Yu looked at him, reached out, and patted his shoulder, smiling as he said, but what I want you to know is that you are not alone in this world. We are here with you, and many others too. Looking at the warm and gentle smile on this senior's face, and then at the friends by his side, Harry's vision instantly blurred. At least, if someone bullies you, you can come to me for help. Qin Yu shrugged and added, Wah! Harry cried out completely, his sobs loud enough to attract curious glances from surrounding Gryffindor students. However, when these students saw Qin nodding to them, indicating that everything was fine, they returned to their own business. Not to mention, Qin's reputation in Gryffindor was still quite formidable. The little witch thought to herself after seeing everyone's reactions. Harry, are you okay? Ron, with a troubled expression, looked at Harry Potter, who was using his robe sleeve to wipe away tears and snot. Aside from a bit of disdain, Ron thought Harry could totally use his own sleeve. There was more concern for his friend. I'm fine, Ron, thank you. And Qin, Hermione. Thank you both. Harry said somewhat incoherently, wiping his tears with his hands while smiling. You're crying and laughing. You don't look fine at all, Ron muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Qin and found that the other was smiling gently, as if very pleased. What is so pleasing about watching someone cry? Ron didn't quite understand. However, all he could do was watch with a pained heart as Harry used the brand new robe George and Fred bought for him at the start of school to wipe his tears. Qin Yu knew that Harry Potter was not a child who cried easily. However, not crying doesn't mean there isn't a need of emotions. It's just that in the past, who would care whether he cried or not? Therefore, he had known from a very young age that crying doesn't do much good. He had just gotten used to being strong. That robe is very useful. You should take good care of it and use it wisely, Qin Yu said as he saw that Harry had stopped crying. I will, Harry nodded. As for the name Nicholas Flamel, it is not something that needs an adventure to uncover. I can only hint at this much. Qin Yu couldn't help but give them a little hint. Harry and Ron were somewhat bewildered, but Hermione frowned and fell into deep thought. All right, your adventure story is over. You've cried, so go back and rest well. When you wake up, Hogwarts will be sunny again. Qin Yu's words were casual and light, yet they conveyed a strange sense of power. It was perhaps a feeling that a beautiful tomorrow awaited them. And this anticipation was the driving force that kept them moving forward. After Harry and Ron left, Hermione chatted with Qin Yu for a while, asking what he had been doing earlier. Qin Yu didn't elaborate, but said he had asked Professor Dumbledore about some matters regarding Swinton. In short, Professor Swinton must have encountered something, though it's unclear if it's what you previously guessed, Qin Yu said, noticing Hermione showing a concerned expression, and smiled. Don't worry, Professor Dumbledore also said that what I can do is to study magic well and improve myself, and by the way, research that alchemical communication method. Hermione certainly knew about the alchemical communication method, which was a way to contact Professor Swinton. But how to achieve it was still difficult for her to understand. She was still at the stage of merely knowing that such a magic existed. Well, then good luck, the little witch could only offer encouragement. God, I will, Qin Yu said, extending a hand to gently smooth the furrowed brow of the girl with his thumb. That finger seemed to have magic, and while smoothing her brow, it also made Hermione feel her mood lighten. That is to say, if you were at home, wouldn't it be better without using fingers? The little witch thought unconsciously while looking at the gentle curve of his mouth. Oh, right, there is something I almost forgot to mention. Hermione suddenly remembered something she had meant to say. What is it? Qin Yu asked curiously. Looks like you forgot too. The little witch sighed helplessly and continued. We forgot to give Hagrid the gift we prepared. Haha, indeed, I forgot. When we met before, I didn't think about the gift. Qin Yu laughed sheepishly. They had been chatting while riding in Hagrid's sled and completely forgot about the big hibiscus-patterned tablecloth they had prepared. It's not urgent. Christmas has already passed. So giving it to him tomorrow is just the same, Qin Yu thought positively. So they agreed that after school tomorrow afternoon, they would go to Hagrid's to formally present the gift to him. It was already very late, and it was time to go back to sleep. Qin Yu glanced at the magical clock and the figures in the mural, either sleeping or yawning, reminding the little girl. Okay. The little witch's tone carried evident reluctance. Then, her body was pulled into a warm embrace, and she heard a gentle whisper by her ear, Good night, my dear princess. That reluctance was covered by warmth, and her mood brightened. Good night, my Qin, she murmured. After saying this, she feigned calmness as she separated from someone and waved goodbye. As the little witch stepped onto the stairs leading back to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, she was silently muttering to herself. Qin and King sound so similar, and I said it so quietly, they probably couldn't tell. He said princess, so I said king. Very reasonable. Very reasonable. Just look at Qin's reaction. He definitely didn't catch it. She pondered this for a while, feeling her thoughts becoming clearer, and by the time she returned to her dormitory, she was softly humming an unknown tune. Little did she know, Qin Yu didn't care whether she was saying his name or referring to some prince or king. It was all the same to him. Just like with some people, what difference does it make whether they are called by their name or as brother or dad? As night deepened, the ancient castle embraced the young boys and girls, sending them into slumber. The last sentence seems a bit awkward, but it feels better this way, so let's leave it as is. The next morning, before Hagrid had received Qin Yu's gift, some Gryffindor students had already gotten theirs. However, what they received wasn't a tablecloth, but a small box of Muggle chocolates. Many little wizards had little exposure to Muggle things, so they found the chocolates they received quite novel. Ron was a typical representative. Harry even saw Ron frowning in confusion after eating a chocolate shaped like a mouse head. And only after asking did he hear Ron say, "Why doesn't this chocolate move?" Harry was immediately speechless, but not too surprised. After all, he had received a 50-pence coin before. His aunt and uncle had sent it as a Christmas gift, and Ron had been very curious about it, looking as if he had seen something amazing. Harry generously gave the coin to Ron. After all, Harry wouldn't spend time flipping it over and over just because it was a heptagonal coin, especially since the coin had come with a sarcastic Christmas card from his aunt and uncle. Muggle food has no magic and doesn't move on its own, Harry explained to the confused Ron, and then added, Pop rocks, on the other hand, are a type of candy that does pop, but that's a chemical reaction, not magic. What are Pop Rocks? Ron had never heard of that candy name and asked with wide eyes. Harry was stunned. He was afraid that continuing would lead to more gaps in his knowledge. He had to admit that Ron had an unusual obsession with food. Harry, you were a bit mistaken earlier. The principle of Pop Rocks is not a chemical reaction, but a physical phenomenon. They contain some carbon dioxide gas that is released when candy dissolves, causing the candy pieces to jump. Hermione, who was passing by, couldn't help but correct him. After saying this, she glanced at Qin beside her, because the topic of Pop Rocks was something they had researched during holiday. In addition to reading a popular science article, they had also conducted some experiments, like dissolving a few Pop Rocks in warm water or placing them on outstretched tongue. And after holding a few in her mouth, Qin had poked her cheek with his finger to feel the popping. Of course, that last part was something Qin had forced her to do. In short, Hermione was quite clear about the principle of Pop Rocks. Harry, Ron, and Neville, whether they had eaten Pop Rocks or not, all found it quite magical, marveling at how clever muggles would come up with such an idea and make it successful. Qin Yu smiled and said nothing, pulling the somewhat smug Hermione toward the Great Hall. Magic knowledge must be learned, and knowledge of the Muggle world shouldn't be neglected either. This is what you call a magical Muggle dual cultivation. Qin Yu couldn't help but murmur in his heart. After the holiday ended, on the first day of a new term, the second year's morning was Transfiguration class, and the afternoon was Herbology. Both professors seemed to know that the students' minds weren't fully back yet, so they didn't delve into overly profound topics. Well, they just casually arranged some impromptu questions, which made many people break out in a sweat. The first year was similar, and one of the classes was potions. According to Hermione, Harry was called on 5 times to answer questions in class and almost got stumped by Snape. Fortunately, Harry had reviewed the study materials Qin Yu prepared before the holiday, and after a holiday, he remembered quite a bit. Harry alone earned 5 points for Gryffindor. Hermione said with a relieved tone, "Congratulations, at least it wasn't just points deducted." Then, a conspicuous Malfoy raised his hand to answer several questions, making Hermione feel that her status as a first-year academic star was in jeopardy. Harry was somewhat angry because the questions Malfoy answered were all very simple, and he knew those too, but the questions Snape asked him were all the difficult ones. Harry felt that Snape was targeting him again. On the way to Hagrid's hut, Hermione buzzed like a battlefield reporter, chattering away to Qin Yu about the frontline situation. It seemed that Malfoy hadn't slacked off over the holiday and was still full of energy competing with Harry for the spotlight. "It's a pity that I know many of the questions, but Snape only called on me twice. Otherwise, I could have earned several points for Gryffindor," the little witch said with some regret. "Even if you didn't answer that many questions, I know Miss Granger is very impressive. You've already made an outstanding contribution to Gryffindor," Qin Yu said seriously while rubbing her little head. Okay, since you said that, I'll reluctantly accept Mr. Qin's praise," Hermione said with a smile. Her little face was so cute that Qin Yu couldn't help but gently pinch it, and the little witch, having been praised, didn't mind his playful touch. After all, Miss Granger was in a good mood. The winter sun is short, and by the time they arrived at Hagrid's hut, the sun was about to disappear behind the dark mountains in the Forbidden Forest, casting orange-red hues over the forest, the grass, and the wooden hut. In this orange glow, Qin Yu and Hermione knocked on the wooden door of the hut. Upon seeing them arrive, Hagrid was very happy and warmly said, "Haha, you came just in time. I've just made dinner. Let's enjoy dinner together." Looking at the huge rock cakes on the dining table, Hermione instantly grabbed Qin Yu's robe sleeve, her body instinctively shrinking back toward the door. "I can't bite it. It's impossible to bite," Hermione thought furiously, shaking her head in her mind, refusing to try this food that could break her teeth. Hagrid probably also understood that the food he could eat was somewhat difficult for ordinary people, especially young children, to accept, and realizing this made Hagrid's expression a bit embarrassed. Seeing the scene, Qin Yu said easily, "Rock cakes, huh? I could think of a way to make them a bit softer," he said, giving Hermione a reassuring look, then rolled up his sleeves and confidently entered Hagrid's open kitchen. "What can I do?" Hagrid asked eagerly, wanting to help and secretly learn from the other's cooking skills. "You handle breaking these 2 rock cakes into pieces. Remember to break them into the size of chestnuts, not too big." As Qin Yu flipped through the ingredients at Hagrid's place, he assigned tasks to the giant. Hagrid immediately agreed and went to fetch a clean plate, extending his hand as large as a palm fan to break the hard flatbreads. Those rock-hard flatbreads that could potentially chip Hermione's teeth were as fragile as dirt clods in his big hands, and before long, they turned into a plate full of crumbs. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was busy too, gathering some radishes, onions, cabbage, and green peppers, washing them and cutting them into strips for later use. After finishing these tasks, He looked at the flatbreads that Hagrid had already broken up and began heating oil in a pan, adding the vegetable strips for stir-frying. Next, he added some seasonings and a bit of water, tossing everything around a few times. Hagrid, add the flatbreads to the pan. Okay. A plate of crumbs went into the pot, and Qin Yu quickly continued to stir-fry. Then, he took out a jar of meat sauce that Professor Swindon had given him, a leftover from when he made meat soup noodles during the holidays, intended for emergencies. He poured the sauce in, stirred it a few more times, and then covered the pot. After letting it simmer for 2 minutes, it would be ready. Qin Yu clapped his hands, exuding a chef-like demeanor. The flatbreads were indeed too hard, so it was necessary to let them stew for a while. With the aroma of meat wafting through the air, Hagrid had already swallowed his saliva countless times. Hermione was also watching eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. 2 minutes quickly passed, and when the lid was lifted, the delicious scent filled the room. Sauce stir-fried flatbreads. No, it should be sauce stir-fried rock flatbreads, ready to serve. 3 plates, 1 large and 2 small, were quickly filled. Hagrid couldn't wait to sit down and dig in. After Qin Yu sat down, he also picked up a piece and tasted it. The flatbreads had softened significantly, and the flavor of the sauce had seeped in. The taste could only be described as decent, at least much better than just chewing on them. In any case, Hermione was happily eating, with some sauce smeared on the corners of her mouth. Seeing her little face all messy, Qin Yu couldn't help but reach out to wipe her mouth. To his surprise, before his finger could leave, the little witch instinctively licked the sauce off her finger and thumb one by one. It was only after she did this that she realized the fingers weren't her own, and she looked at Qin Yu in a bit of a daze. Ahem. I just washed my hands, he said, clearing his throat and pretending to be nonchalant. Hermione thought for a moment and decided not to dwell on it. After all, it was better not to waste that sauce. The little witch happily continued to focus on her food. This is so delicious. How come I never realized rock flatbreads could taste this good when cooked like this? Within a short while, Hagrid had finished a large plate and went to get another serving. Seeing that his cooking was appreciated, Qin Yu felt quite pleased and continued eating. After dinner, Qin Yu remembered the purpose of their visit and hurriedly took out a large tablecloth from his storage bag. He presented it as a belated Christmas gift for Hagrid. Hagrid, upon receiving it, was quite fond of it, constantly stroking it and saying how nice the fabric was. I forgot to take it out earlier, otherwise, we could have tried it out during the meal. Qin Yu said with a hint of regret, as he genuinely wanted to see if the tablecloth matched Hagrid's room. Unfortunately, he and Hermione were so stunned by Hagrid's rock flatbreads as soon as they entered that they had no thoughts for anything else. However, it wasn't too late to bring it out now. They helped tidy up the things on the table, and Hagrid took away the old, reportedly once white, blackened linen tablecloth, wiped the table carefully twice, and had Qin Yu use magic to dry the surface before carefully laying down the new tablecloth. The brand new tablecloth, printed with bright and fresh hibiscus flowers, truly added a lot of color to the entire room. Haha, this tablecloth is really nice. Next time, I'll invite everyone over for a meal using this tablecloth. Hagrid laughed heartily and began to imagine himself showcasing his culinary skills and preparing a feast for everyone to enjoy together. Qin Yu hesitated to speak, but didn't want to dampen Hagrid's enthusiasm. I actually prepared a gift for you too. I made it by hand, but it's not very well done, Hagrid said as he took out 2 small wooden carvings from a cabinet. Of course, these carvings were small for him, but they were palm-sized for Qin Yu and Hermione. They leaned closer to the light to look and found that they were 2 wooden figures, a boy in a wizard's robe and a girl with fluffy hair, clearly representing the 2 of them. However, they were indeed rough, only vaguely resembling them without much detail. There's no way around it. This kind of wood, blessed with good luck, grows very slowly. It might take decades or even centuries to get thicker. I once made a wooden flute for Harry from Piece of It. That was simpler, but carving figures is too challenging for me, Hagrid said, showing his 2 large hands. Qin Yu estimated that one of Hagrid's fingers might be thicker than Hermione's arm. It was indeed a bit difficult for Hagrid to carve such small figures. As for aesthetics and craftsmanship, that's another topic. Thank you, Hagrid. Qin Yu expressed his gratitude first, then added, actually, it already has some shape. Why don't Hermione and I refine a bit more? Consider it a gift completed by the 3 of us. That's a great idea. Hermione was eager to try. Haha, I certainly have no objections. I'll find you some carving tools. I really can't manage anything too detailed, Hagrid said, in a good mood as he searched for suitable carving knives for the 2 of them. However, even the smallest tools he had seemed quite large for Qin Yu and Hermione, but they could make do with them, as they weren't aiming for perfection. Thus, the 2 sat by the dining table covered with a new tablecloth. each taking a carving knife and starting to chip away at the two wooden figures that could barely be recognized as themselves. Not to mention, the reddish-brown wood Hagrid chose was indeed quite hard. No wonder it grows slowly. It must be putting all its energy into becoming sturdy. They didn't just focus on one figure. They exchanged the carvings whenever they felt a part needed work. Most of the time, Qin Yu was responsible for removing larger sections because cutting through the wood was quite labor-intensive, while Hermione took care of the finer details, as her artistic skills had always been stronger than someone else's. Hagrid wasn't completely idle either. He boiled some water by the fireplace and brewed a large pot of black tea. Then, Hagrid sat nearby, sipping tea, and watched the two work with interest, feeling somewhat like a witness to some sort of ceremony. "All right, I think this is about done," Qin Yu said as he examined the two wooden figures in his hands. "Yeah, let us leave it at that. My hands are sore," Hermione said, stretching her wrists, feeling that this was much more tiring than writing all night. The two wooden figures couldn't be said to be completely transformed, but they had certainly changed a lot. The size is smaller than before, after all. A lot of excess and rough edges have been trimmed away, and the level of detail has improved. At least you can see the wrinkles of the robe and the features of the character's face. It's easy to tell. Those are two smiling little wizards. And according to Qin Yu, they look a bit like cute chibi figures. So this little Hermione, Qin must get it today. It's just too cute. The more Qin Yu looked, the more he liked it. "All right, you can choose first." He waved his hand casually and generously at Hermione. Hearing this, Hermione felt a vein pop on her forehead. If you hadn't slyly pulled that curly-haired little wooden sculpture closer to yourself when you said that, I might actually believe you were being generous and letting me choose first, Miss Granger thought helplessly. She felt this guy could be quite childish at times. But, well, it's even cuter. "Let me think," she said, reaching out to grab the wooden sculpture that resembled her, only to be met with a light cough. Hermione showed a puzzled expression. "Think it over," someone kindly reminded. Hermione pondered for a moment and retracted her hand. That guy immediately showed a relieved expression. Seeing this, the little witch raised an eyebrow, her lips curling up, and her hand, which she had just pulled back, quickly reached out again to press down on the wooden sculpture, mumbling, "I still want this one." Qin Yu panicked and hurriedly pressed down on that little hand. "Want it?" Hermione displayed a sweet smile, sweeter than raspberry sauce on ice cream. "MHM, MHM, MHM." Qin Yu nodded vigorously, no longer caring about being calm and generous. If he didn't express his feelings soon, this girl would really take it away. "Then say something nice." Hermione put on a look that said as long as it made her happy, she would agree. Qin Yu immediately poured out his heartfelt emotions. "I truly love this wooden sculpture of the beautiful Miss Granger and wish to collect it. I hope I can have the honor of owning it. I will treasure it well and cherish it doubly." Seeing his serious demeanor, Hermione almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. How should she put it? It felt like she had caught Crookshanks by the scruff of its neck. Well, she thought, I should take good notes on this kind of thing. Little by little, I can easily manage him in the future, bossing him around and doing whatever I want. Thinking this way, it seemed a bit wicked, but I'm a witch after all. ISNT the legendary, which is supposed to be a bit evil. Is that okay, Hermione? Seeing her not respond, Qin Yu asked expectantly again. If worst comes to worst, I'll just act pitiful. Say I'm still a student. Today is Thursday. Give you a wooden sculpture and tell you about my rebirth selling fried chicken in London. Qin Yu thought nonsensically. All right, I'll let you have it. You can choose this one. Miss Granger waved her hand casually and generously. Then Hermione heard this guy cheer, saying things like Hermione is the best. Words she couldn't quite understand. Next, she watched him happily pick up the curly-haired little witch's wooden sculpture, fondling and rubbing it, even rubbing it on his nose, saying something about wanting to see it develop a patina soon, which she found even harder to understand. Although she didn't understand, seeing his enthusiasm for the wooden sculpture inexplicably made Hermione feel a bit jealous. This guy doesn't treat me like this. How could he be so nice to a piece of wood? Miss Granger felt a sudden imbalance in her heart. However, then she thought again. That wooden sculpture looked like her. It felt like she had shrunk and was being held by him. Forget it. I really can't understand some boy's thoughts. She thought this, took another little wizard's wooden sculpture in her hand, and then, unconsciously, imitated him by touching and rubbing it. The texture feels pretty good. After playing with the chibi Hermione wooden figure for a while, Qin Yu happily put it back in his robe pocket, seeing that it was getting late. The two said goodbye to Hagrid and returned to Hogwarts Castle. The curfew at Hogwarts varies with the seasons. In summer, it's at 11 at night, while in winter, it's earlier at 10 o'clock. When they left Hagrid, it was already 9:30. Even though Qin Yu often violated the school's curfew rules and sneaked out at night, it was still best not to break the rules when it wasn't necessary. So, on the way back, Qin Yu held Hermione's hand tightly, and they walked quickly. He didn't expect that just handling the wooden sculptures would take so long. Hermione said, panting, "Yeah, who told Hagrid to choose such hardwood? My hands are sore from it," Qin Yu said helplessly. "Me too," several times. "The carving knife almost cut my fingers, and once I even cut off a piece of my nail," the little witch said, deliberately showing off a certain finger, half mischievous and half in line with what she was saying. Qin Yu felt a sharp pain in his palm, probably from the sharp edge of the nail that Hermione mentioned. He immediately stopped. The little witch was also pulled to a stop, stunned for a moment, then said somewhat guiltily, "Did it hurt you? I didn't use much strength. Just lightly scratched." Lumos. Qin Yu ignored her and instead cast the illumination spell. The tip of his wand immediately emitted a soft white light, illuminating the small area they were in. Then, he took the hand of the culprit who had just caused trouble in his palm and carefully examined it under the white light. He saw that one corner of the nail on her slender index finger was missing, although a bit of the skin was shaved off. There was indeed no sign of bleeding, which relieved Qin Yu. However, when his fingertip brushed against the broken corner of the nail, he couldn't help but frown. If he held her hand later, it could easily poke him. However, there were no handy tools nearby. Using magic, the severing charm would be overkill, and using the wand would require him to stop the illumination spell, leaving them in pitch darkness. If he wasn't careful, Hermione's delicate finger might end up getting trimmed off. Using a repairing spell? There's no need to repair a nail. It's something that needs to be cut regularly. After thinking it over, Qin Yu found himself at a loss. Seeing him frowning in thought, Hermione blinked her beautiful eyes, as if she knew what he was struggling with, and pulled her hand back. "This is easy," the little witch said, just as Qin Yu was lost in thought. She brought her finger to her mouth, bit down on that part of the nail, rubbed it back and forth, quickly released it, held it up to her eyes, bit down a couple more times. Finally, she seemed satisfied and rubbed it on her robe. Qin Yu watched the whole process, feeling quite speechless. "I just washed my hands." Hermione raised her chin, clearly displeased with his reaction. "I didn't say anything," Qin Yu said innocently. "Your eyes have already exposed your inner thoughts." Hermione pouted and said bluntly, all right, my inner thoughts are laid bare in front of the wise Miss Granger." Qin Yu had no choice but to admit. While speaking, he pulled up that hand again. Then, that finger scratched his palm, and the little witch tilted her head, casting a curious glance. Qin Yu responded with a helpless smile and nodded. Although there was some itchiness from the uneven nails, it was certainly not as painful as before. Hermione received his feedback and showed a satisfied smile, thinking this method was quite good. The two continued to walk forward. After walking for a while, they were not far from the castle now, so they appropriately slowed their pace, chatting casually. Even if he had washed his hands, was it really necessary to trim his nails with his teeth? "Do you have a better method?" "Not for now." "Then that's settled. But I'm thinking of a way. I can always come up with something." I'm afraid by then, what you come up with will be the method I just used." If I bite myself, it's better than you biting me, right?" "Hermione, how can you think of me like that? Just say if you want to bite or not. Don't ask such strange questions." "As expected." "What do you mean? You just subconsciously looked at my hand." "And no, I didn't." What are you snorting about now?" "Qin, you're getting weirder and weirder weird as you." "Hee. All right. Today I must bite off your finger. I know you provoked me first, so you should know to bear the consequences." As they talked, it turned into a playful chase. Shortly after entering the ancient castle, Qin Yu caught up with the fleeing Hermione at a corner of a corridor. Of course, he didn't actually bite off a finger from the girl. He just opened his mouth symbolically and gently bit down, declaring the end of this punishment. It must be said that the little witch's fingers were delicate and tender. If he used a bit more strength, it would probably be easy to break, not to mention if he used a sharp tool. With these random thoughts, Qin Yu pulled Hermione up to the Gryffindor Tower, arrived in front of the fat lady's portrait, reported the current password, and then passed through the door, returning to the Gryffindor common room. At this time, of course, there were hardly any other people around. When they arrived, the last girl's figure had just disappeared at the staircase. The two naturally didn't stay long. They gently hugged the little witch and wished each other good night. Before parting, the mischievous Miss Granger stretched out her index finger and scratched Qin Yu's cheek with her somewhat rough nails. Then, before he could open his mouth again, she quickly retracted her finger and turned to run, leaving Qin Yu there glaring, yet helpless. When returning to the dormitory, the boys were still making noise, showing no signs of wanting to sleep. After all, the holiday had just ended, and there was still plenty of energy left to chat about their holiday experiences and share some food brought back from home. So it was going to take a while to quiet down. accepting the unknown wizard's specialty handed over by Elvis. Qin Yu ate while listening with great interest to his roommate's chat. When he first entered, his wealthy roommate Jimmy was talking about his experience of going on vacation in North America with his family. We were having a great time, and we had planned to go to a zoo with many magical creatures, but later we heard that G was causing a ruckus. Well, not exactly causing a ruckus, just some kind of publicity stunt with the slogan "Make Magic Great and Great," abbreviated as MMGG. My parents thought it was a bit chaotic there, so they decided to end our trip early. By the end of Jimmy's story, there was an undeniable tone of regret in his voice. After all, he really liked strange magical creatures, and it was a pity he couldn't see them during his trip to North America. Well, I heard my dad say that their department warns every wizard going to North America not to participate in any activities related to the North American Magical Congress to avoid unnecessary trouble. The speaker was Bach, whose father worked in the long-distance travel management department of the British Ministry of Magic, so he knew some related matters. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but think that it seemed G.A. was making quite a stir over there. Even ordinary students at Hogwarts had heard about it. Make magic great. That slogan is quite catchy. I just wonder if they can actually achieve it, Wilson commented teasingly. Everyone laughed, treating it as an interesting topic. After chatting about various random things, to avoid not being able to get up the next day, Qin Yu, as the unquestionable dormitory leader, appropriately announced the end of the bedtime meeting, urging the boys to go to bed and rest. After lying down, Qin Yu found himself unable to sleep for a while, thinking about what he needed to do next. No matter what, studying magic well and improving his own strength was the priority. Ugh. Tomorrow I have to report to Snape for the continuation of the interrupted tutoring during the holiday. Qin Yu thought about this and silently prayed that Snape would be a bit gentler with him, at least not to hit him too hard. In ancient times, there were unparalleled swordsmen who weighed the world's heroes with their 3-foot green blade. Now, there is Professor Severus Snape, testing second-year magical apprentice Qin Yu with his 13.5-inch wand. If this were spoken out loud, I would feel embarrassed for you, Master Potion Snape. Why go to such lengths to torment me? I'm still a child. This was what Qin Yu silently complained about while lying on the ground. He certainly wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Just look at Snape's aloof and proud demeanor now. If he were to say something ungrateful, he might end up getting beaten up again. Not bad. I used 50% of my focus, and you managed to last until now before falling down. It seems you didn't neglect your magic during the holiday while playing with your little witch. Listen, what kind of talk is this? The meaning of sour grapes is too obvious. It's a typical retaliatory blow. Bro, Professor, you seem different today compared to before. I mean in terms of spellcasting strategy. Qin Yu almost called him bro, but fortunately, bro and pro sound very similar. And B and P are a pair of voiced and voiceless consonants. If I said my throat was uncomfortable and I had phlegm today, making me pronounce P like B, no one could pick on me. Snape shot him a glance, too lazy to quibble over such trivial details of address, and instead said in a calm tone, magic is not just the magic itself. You must learn to think, learn the logic of spellcasting, and of course, the most important thing is practice, continuous practice. Saying it so simply, it sounded like nonsense, but it did indeed give Qin Yu some inspiration. After all, he had genuinely been beaten up. Not getting inspired would be an insult to his bruised and battered self. All right, there's a saying that a true transmission can be summed up in one sentence, while a false one requires 1,000 volumes, right? I'll think about your words carefully, Qin Yu said as he got up from the ground, brushing off the dust on his clothes. Hearing this, Snape muttered, the key knowledge might indeed just be one sentence. Those false and mediocre teachings, on the other hand, require entire books to convey. There's some truth to that, but it only applies if you have truly accumulated knowledge in a certain field. Yes, I will remember that, Qin Yu nodded, feeling pleased with the recognition of his precise translation. All right, that's it for today. Your current learning progress is acceptable, if you have no objections. The next lesson will be about how to escape. As Snape spoke, he was the first to push the door and leave the room. What exactly are we learning? Qin Yu shouted from behind. He certainly had no objections. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. He just wanted to know what they would be studying. Apparition. Snape's words floated in the air as he left like a large bat, his robe billowing behind him. Every day, it's all about this deathly stuff. Is it that uncomfortable not to show off? Qin Yu muttered to himself as he dragged his sore body out of there. On his way to the nurse's office, he was indeed thinking about how today's beating was different from the previous ones, aside from being more painful. Firstly, the most intuitive feeling was that Snape's spellcasting rhythm was noticeably faster than before. The rapid casting left Qin Yu struggling to dodge and weave, quickly exhausting his stamina and leaving him feeling like a dead dog. Secondly, the spells Snape chose were no longer limited to those that were powerful or defensive. Instead, there was a sense of spontaneity and ease in his selections. How should I put it? It was as if any spell he found useful was directed at Qin Yu, who even got a face full of water from a simple water charm. While the spell had little offensive power, it obstructed Qin Yu's vision, and the subsequent bone-chilling wind spell was truly unbearable. These two spells could be considered very low-tier and basic, yet when combined, the effect was surprisingly good. In fact, combining Snape's after-class summary, Qin Yu also figured out that the core of the above 2 points was still the first one, speed. Only with a sufficiently fast casting speed can different spells be smoothly connected to achieve a critical effect of 1/1 greater than 2. As for what timing to choose which spell, that would require some brain power. So, in the end, it all comes back to Snape's words. What's more important is practice. Constant practice. Sigh. So, it's about practicing to the point of exhaustion, right? I really miss my esteemed Professor Swindon. Being with him wasn't so tiring. Complaints aside, Qin Yu had to admit that Snape really knew his stuff, and he was teaching solid content. Well, the beatings were indeed thorough. Whether it was Madame Pomfrey's skills improving or his own resilience to impacts increasing, Qin Yu quickly recovered to about 70 or 80%. Then, the great Qin returned to his loyal Gryffindor common room. Well, there was no one here to greet him. Hermione hadn't returned from the library yet. He had mentioned to Hermione earlier that he would be attending Snape's private lesson today, so she had gone to the library to do her homework alone, and they had agreed on a rough time to meet in the common room. It seemed that Qin Yu had arrived early. Mainly, it was because he knelt down too quickly in front of Snape. The after-class tutoring ended earlier than expected, and he had gone to the nurse's office sooner, resulting in him returning quite a bit earlier. Well, since there's nothing to do, I might as well take a nap. He found a comfortable armchair in the corner, leaned back, and closed his eyes to rest. Perhaps due to the previous exhaustion of both spirit and body, he actually fell asleep like that. After an unknown period, Qin Yu felt a tickle in his nose, which prompted him to groggily wake up. Then, he discovered that Hermione was bending down, using the feather quill's tail to tickle his nose. The mischievous little which had a sly smile on her face, but when their eyes unexpectedly met, her smile froze, and she became awkward. Seizing the opportunity, while the little witch was off guard, Qin Yu grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Someone, Hermione quickly whispered. If she didn't stop him now, it seemed like the not-quite-awake Qin Yu might do something unpredictable. Even so, her cheek was pecked. Fortunately, the spot where he was sitting wasn't too conspicuous, and there weren't many people in the common room at the moment, so no one was paying attention to them. Gryffindor student A. Afraid to look, worried about being overwhelmed by dog food. Gryffindor student B. Some things are just more uncomfortable the more you see them. Gryffindor student C. If you truly think I'm blind and saw nothing, then I have nothing more to say. Hermione pressed against Qin Yu's chest to push herself up, then reached up to touch her cheek, feeling something wet. Oh, it's drool. Thinking about her experiences during the holidays, she decisively wiped that hand on Qin Yu's robe, rubbing it back and forth. After checking her hand, which was now clean, she nodded in satisfaction. Qin Yu watched this girl's actions the whole time, unable to help but twitch his mouth, feeling once again that learning well is not easy, but learning poorly is effortless. Of course, that drool was his own, so he had no reason to complain. So, did you encounter any problems? I just happen to have time now to focus on answering you. I did, and I've taken notes. With Qin Yu's words, the little witch quickly switched to study mode, went to a nearby table to grab her notebook, and squatted down beside Qin Yu to ask questions. However, after squatting for a while, her legs eventually grew numb, and before long, when Qin Yu reached out to pull her, she habitually squeezed into the chair beside him. She's quite small, so it was easy for her to fit in. The main reason was that being closer made it more convenient to discuss problems, and speaking softly wouldn't disturb others. Gryffindor students A, B, C, redefining what it means to not disturb. Hermione had many questions, but they were all quite basic, so Qin Yu didn't have to exert too much effort. Produce. The little girl was inherently smart and thought deeply, so with just a little guidance, she could grasp the concepts. In short, answering Hermione's questions was a form of relaxation for Qin Yu, and he could occasionally stroke the girl's fluffy hair, to which she would respond with a contented smile after receiving praise. This was far more enjoyable than petting Hagrid's dog. By the time Hermione finished asking the questions recorded in her notebook, there were hardly any people left in the common room, reminding them that it was now time to go to sleep. All right, don't forget about Hagrid's rock cake feast tomorrow. Hermione reminded him before they parted ways. Qin Yu slapped his forehead and said in a somewhat complaining tone, Merlin's beard, tomorrow is Saturday, which means today is Friday, right? Yeah, otherwise? Hermione thought this guy suddenly seemed a bit foolish, asking such a question. All right, the rock cake banquet. I'll remember that, Qin Yu said vaguely. He had no objections to the banquet that Hagrid had come up with, aside from mocking its name. His earlier complaints were because he realized today was Friday. And Friday midnight was when he worked for free as a tutor. I need to keep a good record and later ask Lucius to settle the tutoring fees. With this bizarre thought crossing his mind, Qin Yu felt somewhat better. Then after going through the routine of hugging, patting on the head, and saying good night with his little witch, the two returned to their dormitories to rest. In the deep of night, the quiet wilderness was filled with trees stripped of their leaves, bare all over, their branches clawing like they might move at any moment, transforming into terrifying tree monsters. A pitch-black crow, in such a dark night, flew to a dark branch. At some point, a similarly dark, small figure appeared beneath the tree. The crow was startled and flew away, its cawing breaking the silence of the night, which in turn startled the figure beneath the tree, causing it to flinch momentarily. I thought you weren't coming, Mr. Malfoy, a voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, a figure clad in a black robe and wearing a dark gold mask was outlined not far away. Teacher, Malfoy's tone was filled with surprise. Clearly, the cold crow had indeed frightened him. Sorry, teacher, I encountered Filch when I sneaked out earlier, and his cat almost discovered me, which delayed my time. I'm sorry, I shouldn't make excuses. I promise I won't be late next time. Malfoy hurriedly explained the reason for his tardiness, his attitude quite earnest. Excessive explanations are indeed unnecessary. What I hope to see is that you are worth my time to teach, the masked figure said coldly. Then, getting straight to the point, he began to test Malfoy on his recent magical studies. I must say, among his peers, Draco Malfoy was quite competent. Whether in the study of magical theory or the grasp of basic spells, he was commendable. It seems you didn't neglect your magic during the holiday while busy playing with your little followers. Little followers? You mean Crabbe and Goyle? But I didn't see them during the holiday. Sorry, teacher, I understand now. You were just using that phrase to motivate me, to spur me on. Good. It's nice to see you aren't hopelessly foolish. I will remember your teachings and won't neglect my magical studies. Enough with the nonsense. What problems have you encountered recently? Let us spend some time helping you with that. Okay, thank you so much, teacher. From there, Malfoy listed one problem after another he encountered while studying magic, each time receiving effortless answers from this mysterious teacher, which were accurate and enlightening. After more than half an hour, Malfoy gained a lot. All right, that's enough for today, the masked figure concluded, still speaking in a cold tone. Thank you, teacher. You've worked hard, Malfoy said sincerely, slightly bowing. Unexpectedly, the mysterious teacher nodded and said softly, I am indeed quite tired. Malfoy's heart sank, sensing something ominous, and in a moment of panic, he blurted out, Teacher, you're not planning to stop teaching me, are you? During this time, with the guidance of this mysterious teacher, he had made tremendous progress in his magical studies, even outshining that Harry Potter kid in class, in his own opinion. If he didn't have the teacher's help, what would he do moving forward? Would he have to revert to being just an ordinary young master of the esteemed pure-blood Malfoy family? No, he really couldn't accept that. The more Malfoy thought about it, the more anxious he became, almost wanting to rush forward and cling to the mysterious teacher's leg to plead. However, he didn't dare to, fearing that this bad-tempered teacher might cast a spell to send him flying against an oak tree, and then he would slide down the trunk like a broken sack. It seems you still need me as your teacher? The masked figure said with a hint of amusement in his tone. Yes, I need you so much. Teacher, I can't do without you. Without you, staying at Hogwarts would be meaningless. Malfoy exclaimed, his emotions running high. I can feel the sincerity in your words, and I understand the reason for your sincerity. However, I like those with ambition, even if your ambition seems quite childish to me, the masked figure said slowly. Then you, Malfoy listened, somewhat confused, but hope reignited in his heart. When I said I was tired, I didn't mean to end my guidance, but rather to change our meetings from once a week to once a month. You must understand, I am not a very idle person, and teaching you is quite exhausting. The masked figure said indifferently. That is perfectly fine, teacher. I would cherish once a month. Malfoy responded, filled with joy. After all, once a month was better than none. Good, but you'll need to streamline your questions in the meantime. I hope you'll seek answers for lengthy, superficial questions like the ones you just asked on your own, instead of wasting our time. I hope you can meet this request. I will. I promise to do as you say. Facing the mysterious teacher's request, Malfoy felt quite ashamed. After all, listening to the teacher's answers earlier made him realize that those questions he found difficult, with a bit of thought, he could figure out himself. Perhaps he had been too reliant on this teacher's guidance subconsciously. All right, it's been pleasantly decided. We'll meet every second Friday midnight of the month from now on, dear Mr. Malfoy. After saying this, the masked figure vanished without waiting for Malfoy to respond. Teacher, I will work hard. Malfoy wanted to shout, but he suppressed his voice, fearing being discovered by others. Once the teacher had left, Malfoy packed his wand, donned his hood, and left. With a flap, the departing crow landed back on the branch. The wilderness under the night returned to its dark tranquility. Reducing the tutoring sessions with Malfoy to once a month put Qin Yu in a good mood. He wasn't simply being lazy. There were valid reasons. First, his time was indeed limited, and second, Malfoy had become too reliant on him, this mysterious old man. Although many of the questions the kid asked were challenging, they weren't questions a student he had taught for so long should be asking. Once a month was just right to force Malfoy to think independently and not accumulate all his questions for their meetings, which would waste both their time. After lying down, he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow, and when he woke up, it was already Saturday morning. He hurriedly got out of bed, went to the common area, and joined Hermione, who was waiting there, to head to the dining hall for a meal. As Harry, Ron, and Adam arrived late. Just as they were finishing breakfast, Ron was complaining to Harry about having to go to Hagrid's for the rock cakes party, his face twisted in discomfort. Harry looked equally displeased, clearly not understanding why Hagrid had to torture them with such food. Should we bring a hammer? That way we can smash the rock cakes. Ron suggested in despair. What we need is probably a saw. A hammer will just make them harder, Harry disagreed. Thus, the two engaged in a heated discussion about what tools they should bring to the feast, while Adam watched them with his usual smile, as if he found the whole thing amusing. You guys take your time eating. Hermione and I will go help Hagrid. Don't worry. I'll tell Hagrid to make the rock cakes a bit softer, Qin Yu said before leaving, not forgetting to offer them some kind-hearted reassurance. Of course, this had no effect. It doesn't matter. Even if they're softer, we still can't bite into them, Harry pouted. Yeah, Hagrid's understanding of food is completely different from ours, Ron added. Qin Yu left cheerfully, not planning to tell them that Hagrid had mastered a magical Eastern technique for making fried naan, which was why he was so eager to hold a rock cake feast. When he leisurely led the little witch to the wooden hut next to the Forbidden Forest, he happened to see Hagrid coming out of the Forbidden Forest with the Weasley twins, who were happily carrying a glass jar each. The jars contained a greenish liquid. Wow, that's pure light green. It's obviously venom from a giant eight-eyed spider that's over 10 years old, Qin Yu thought to himself, recognizing this top-quality stuff easily as the agent for the Forbidden Forest products at Hogwarts. Previously, they had mainly collected the venom from dead spider bodies, which limited their stock to just a few pints, gradually dwindling as they sold it. To ensure sustainable development, the Weasley twins had proposed a brilliant yet dubious idea, directly negotiating with Aragog, the ancestor of the eight-eyed spiders, to see if they could get them to provide venom voluntarily. Of course, this was not an easy task, given the aggressive and vicious nature of those spiders. How could they be expected to willingly spit out the precious venom formed from their life essence? Thus, the plan to extract venom from live spiders, which sounded somewhat akin to extracting bile from a live bear, was actually quite unreliable, with almost no chance of success. However, things took a turn this winter, a turn that was actually a crisis for the eight-eyed spiders. You know, while the eight-eyed spiders do hibernate, if they wake up hungry, they need to eat. Just before Christmas, Aragog, who woke up midway, sent his children to find food, but several of them went missing and died. Through their bloodline connection, he realized they were all dead, so he didn't dare to send any more spiders out. Hagrid explained the happenings in the Forbidden Forest to Qin Yu. Fred and I were lucky to stay at school during the holiday. Just a few days before the start of term, we came to find Hagrid and heard about this. George excitedly interjected. Once we found out, we realized this situation could be exploited. Fred chimed in. So, you use food to trade for them to release the venom? Qin Yu asked. As expected of you. You think just like us. Ha ha. You agree this is a good idea, right? The Weasley twins said with a tone of camaraderie. It's hard to say, but it does seem like a win-win situation, Qin Yu thought, having no sympathy for the eight-eyed spiders but finding the twins quite mischievous. It's definitely a win-win. We chose the birds and rodents that the eight-eyed spiders love to eat as food. This cost quite a bit. Hagrid made several trips to Hogsmeade to gather these things, George and Fred explained, taking turns talking. Aragog also agreed to this plan. After all, if his children died while searching for food outside, it would be better to exchange a certain amount of venom for food. At least, releasing venom would only weaken them temporarily, not be fatal, Hagrid added with further clarification. The next step was to package the venom. Since this time, it was the eight-eyed spiders voluntarily releasing it. There was no mixing of different grades of venom, so they didn't need to trouble Professor Snape, the potions expert, with classifying the venom. Hee, now we don't have to pay Professor Snape for his services, Fred said. Yeah, last time he just waved his wand and took away 2 ounces of S-grade venom, which cost 20 to 30 galleons. George added. Whether it was 2 ounces of venom or 20 to 30 galleons, it was no small amount, especially when the venom ran out. It was indeed hard to come by. However, the Weasley twins did not celebrate for long before hearing Qin Yu say, "Pack me an ounce separately." Snape mentioned recently that he ran out of eight-eyed spider venom. Seeing the two of them looking pained but not unwilling, they found a small bottle and filled it with an ounce. Qin Yu took the packaged venom and then casually said, "You don't need to give me any money for this venom. I don't have time to participate. Just divide the profits with Hagrid according to the work done." George and Fred's faces lit up at this, but they still pretended to be modest, saying, "How can we do that? After all, you opened the market for it. You should get a share of the profits." Hearing this, Qin Yu nodded seriously and said, "All right then, since you all said so, I'll take 10 or 20%. The two were left speechless. "We were just being polite. You really aren't holding back." But since the words were already out, they couldn't go back on them. For a moment, the two of them looked extremely conflicted. It was indeed not easy to make the Weasley twins feel awkward. This made Qin Yu burst into laughter, and he then playfully punched each of their shoulders, saying seriously, "Just kidding. I really don't have time to get involved. So how could I take a share of your hard-earned money? As for saying I opened the market, well, this ounce can be considered as a fee for using your channel," Qin Yu said, waving the small bottle of venom in his hand. What he said was sincere. It was a matter of fair compensation for work done. If he wasn't working, it wouldn't make sense to take money, and besides, he didn't need that little share of galleons. Now the Weasley twins felt much better and privately thought they wouldn't bother being polite with Qin, having been teased for no reason. Then, they happily went to fetch a bunch of glass bottles and began to package the venom on the grass outside the wooden hut. Due to the strong toxicity and corrosiveness of the venom, they were particularly cautious while handling it, wearing special gloves and using glass pipettes to carefully extract the venom from the large jar and slowly transfer it to the smaller bottles. Hermione, curious about the process, crouched down to watch, while Qin Yu immediately tugged on the back of the little witch's robe with one hand and scooped her up by her abdomen with the other, lifting her 3 meters away. Miss Granger is not an ordinary person. She maintained a curled-up posture throughout, and when she was put down again, she was still squatting, as if she had just undergone a Control-X and Control-V. However, she seemed to have been tickled as she giggled for a while. Don't take it lightly. The venom of the acromantula is quite potent. If it splashes on you, your little face could rot away, and then we'll see if you cry. Facing the grinning little witch, Qin Yu pinched her cheek and said fiercely. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or intentional, but one of the Weasley twins, George or Fred, accidentally caused a small droplet of light green shimmering liquid to fall from the pipette's tip, landing on the dry yellow grass. The few blades of grass, which still had some green at the base, turned black the moment they came into contact with the venom, and a small plume of green smoke began to rise, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Hermione's eyes widened in shock at the sight, and she took little steps backward, retreating more than a meter. Yes, she was still squatting the entire time. Qin Yu was momentarily speechless at the sight of the suddenly timid little witch. Indeed, experience teaches one well. After watching for a while, they left George and Fred to slowly package the venom, while they went to help Hagrid, hoping that today's rock cake's feast wouldn't end badly. In the end, 2 jars of venom were divided into 10 2-ounce bottles and 15 1-ounce bottles, plus the 1 ounce that Qin Yu took, totaling 2 pints and 16 ounces. Note, 1 pint 20 ounces, 568, 26,125 milliliters, roughly equivalent to a bottle of mineral water. According to quality grading, this venom could be classified as the highest quality S grade, with a market price already reaching 250 galleons per pint, which was the price Qin Yu had known before. Nearly 3 pints of venom is not a small amount, and according to their agreement, they would receive this amount every month, continuing until spring. Furthermore, if the acromantulas developed a habit of being fed, they might even extend this period, depending on how pleasant the cooperation was. In short, George and Fred were very satisfied with today's harvest and were full of expectations for the future. In a good mood, the two were also thinking of helping Hagrid prepare the big meal today. However, they were roughly stopped by Qin Yu, who was making the meat soup. "Hey, Did you two wash up before coming to cook? If a bit of venom really mixes into the food, seeing little people will be mild. If you see great ant waving, that would be a disaster. The Weasley twins didn't insist and went elsewhere to discuss how to sell the venom and how to improve the quality of the food they fed, ensuring that the acromantulas wouldn't leave them and could continue to extract venom. While stirring the meat soup, Qin Yu suddenly thought of a question he wanted to ask earlier and curiously asked Hagrid, did the acromantulas face dangers in winter before? Occasionally, one or two might go missing, but for more than 10 large spiders to die in succession like this year, that's a bit unusual. So Aragog didn't dare let his children go out. Hagrid answered while putting the rock cakes into the oven. Did that old spider say what kind of danger it was? Qin Yu continued to ask. He couldn't say for sure, but I guess the most valuable thing about the acromantulas is their venom. If someone is hunting them, it's most likely for the venom. Hagrid pointed out the key, showing his attention to detail. Upon hearing that someone might be hunting spiders for their venom, George and Fred seemed to have their sensitive nerves activated and immediately became excited. Wasn't that stealing their business? Stealing business is like stealing someone's wife. Even if they didn't have wives, they could still feel that sentiment. However, even that old spider didn't know who or what was killing the acromantulas that went out to forage, so others wouldn't know either. Unable to get to the bottom of it, Qin Yu set the question aside and focused on helping Hagrid prepare for the banquet. Hagrid was very serious about observing Qin Yu's actions, noting various details. However, he was troubled because Qin often described things using vague terms like add an appropriate amount, put in a pinch, and cook a bit longer, and even mentioned advanced techniques like the oil should be about 80 hot. Qin Yu was actually trying to use precise terms as much as possible, but during the actual preparation, there would always be slight adjustments. This was his experience during this time. He could only say that Hagrid would learn as much as he could. Cooking the meat a bit longer was definitely correct. And also, seasonings like salt should be added in small amounts multiple times rather than all at once. If unsure, just taste it. Qin Yu could only teach Hagrid the most essential secrets. Okay, I'll remember that. Hagrid nodded repeatedly, thinking this technique was very practical. He used to sprinkle salt all at once in large handfuls, which was indeed a bit rough. When Harry, Ron, and Adam arrived at the cabin, Hagrid had already baked the first batch of rock cakes. Looking at the hard cakes, Harry and Ron turned green, as if they had already anticipated the tough challenge their teeth would face. Qin Yu secretly enjoyed the scene, but didn't show it on his face, saying, Hagrid, you bake these well. Look at the color of the crust, golden and beautiful. Harry and Ron, hearing this, looked at each other with a sense of resignation, wondering if Qin had secretly practiced some mysterious Eastern martial arts over the recent holiday to make his teeth as hard as iron, allowing him to not fear the rock cakes made by Hagrid that could be used as stones. Meanwhile, Hagrid was fully immersed in preparing for the banquet. Next, what Hagrid did puzzled Harry and Ron, because Uncle Hagrid actually broke those freshly baked rock cakes into pieces. Oh, I get it. Hagrid knows we can't bite them, so he intentionally broke them up in advance to make it easier for us to eat. Ron said to Harry, enlightened, well, that is a good idea, Harry thought, as they wouldn't have to struggle with whether to use a hammer or a saw to tackle these hard cakes. It seemed Hagrid also understood how tough these cakes were to chew. However, he stubbornly hoped they would accept them. After they spoke, they both fell into silence, as even broken pieces might still be hard to bite. At this moment, Hermione walked by and asked seriously, Harry, Ron, you two seem to be really looking forward to this rock cake feast. Harry and Ron could only nod in agreement, who knew they were just being polite. But Hermione immediately stretched her neck and raised her voice to shout, Hagrid, you need to serve Harry and Ron extra portions. They said they are looking forward to what you made. Is that so? Haha. Then I will definitely make sure they have plenty of food on their plates. Uncle Hagrid replied happily, come on, be a person. Harry and Ron both widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Hermione. Next, they couldn't help but glance at Qin, who was leisurely helping not far away, feeling that Hermione's style was increasingly resembling Qin's. Seeing the reactions of the two, Hermione was already overjoyed inside, but she still pretended to be nonchalant on the surface. Oh, Qin's happiness. I finally understand it. The little witch thought to herself, skipping over to find Qin Yu. And then, tiptoeing, she leaned close to whisper something in his ear. Harry and Ron's frustration was evident, but this feeling didn't last long, because they saw that Hagrid's method of making rock cakes this time involved cooking them with meat broth. When the complex aroma released by the meat broth and the rock cake fragments spread through the air, they couldn't help but sniff, and their faces genuinely showed expressions of anticipation. Then, they looked at each other, both having the same thought. Merlin's beard, we actually started to look forward to Hagrid's cooking. This is not magical at all. When it was time to eat, They nervously and expectantly speared a piece of cake soaked in broth with their forks and put it in their mouths. After tasting the flavor and chewing a few times, their expressions immediately relaxed, and they began to eat faster. They had to admit that this method of making rock cakes was acceptable, and the taste was quite good, different from the style of the meals served in the school hall. After eating for a while, seeing the two of them, Qin and Hermione, giggling, Harry felt that they must have known the inside story long ago. After all, Qin had just helped Hagrid a lot, so he and Ron were deliberately kept in the dark. Well, considering the false alarm, he decided not to fuss over being tricked. "Hagrid, can I have another serving?" Ron's voice suddenly rang in Harry's ear. Just as Harry was lost in thought, Ron had already finished the portion in front of him. Of course, Hagrid gladly agreed. Having his food appreciated was one of the things that made him happiest. Harry didn't think too much anymore, quickly finished his meal, and also asked for a second serving. The few of them chatted while eating, sharing their holiday experiences, discussing the new semester's magic courses, and inevitably talking about a few teachers. Like how Snape's face was getting longer, and how Professor Quirrell's turban probably had never been washed. Otherwise, why would it smell so bad? Of course, there was an unavoidable topic: Quidditch matches and training. After all, there were 4 official Quidditch players present, 2 Quidditch fans, and 1 Quidditch player's family member. The food was good, and with friends to talk and laugh with, this rock cake feast was truly enjoyable for both hosts and guests. In the following days, QinYu's life at Hogwarts gradually became fulfilling and busy. In addition to normal classes, he also had to occasionally receive tutoring from Professor Snape and participate in regular Quidditch training. Of course, he couldn't avoid completing the assignments left by Professor Swinton, continuing to study alchemical communication methods. This was not an easy task, but fortunately, during this holiday, he unintentionally gained inspiration and already had a certain direction for his practice, which was to condense the spirit through mental alchemy to increase the communication distance. Through his efforts during this time, he was able to successfully communicate with Snape's sword, which was 10 meters away from him, whereas it had only been 2 or 3 meters before. Of course, this distance was still far from the effect he wanted, and he needed to keep pushing forward. In summary, Qin Yu was busy every day, and even the time spent dragging the little witch around had decreased significantly. Since the start of school, Hermione's enthusiasm for learning magic had surged, constantly squeezing the knowledge out of Qin Yu's mind and eagerly absorbing various magical knowledge, making rapid progress. As for Harry Potter, he was stimulated daily by the smug Malfoy, engaging in a rivalry with him in magical studies, determined not to let Malfoy succeed. Ron naturally stood with his friends, working hard to counter Malfoy's arrogance. However, the situation was not always favorable for them. Both sides had their victories and defeats, bringing points to their respective houses and taking them away. In short, the conflict between the two sides deepened, becoming increasingly hostile. Of course, that was their understanding. In Qin Yu's view, it was just 2 groups of kids competing, and he was just watching for fun. Another noteworthy point was that George and Fred had not been in a great mood lately, because their venom was somewhat slow to sell, not moving as quickly as they had imagined. It was likely that recently, fewer people were using the 8-eyed giant spider venom, and since they had invested entirely in high-quality types, people weren't buying in bulk. The supply and demand relationship was never static. They shouldn't worry too much. The current low sales were just temporary, and perhaps more people would start buying in a few days. Qin Yu comforted the pair of twins who were always dreaming of making a fortune. "Sigh, there's nothing we can do but wait. Hopefully, as you said, it will sell better later." After hearing Qin Yu's words, the two felt a little better, but not much. However, it was unavoidable. They could only study how to feed the 8-eyed giant spider while waiting for the market to improve. As time passed, winter gradually came to an end, and the ice and snow began to melt. Although the Black Lake had not completely thawed during one dinner time, Professor Dumbledore solemnly reminded all the little witches and wizards in the Great Hall that they were prohibited from walking on the ice surface because the ice layer was no longer thick enough to support their weight. Sure enough, a few days later, someone really fell into the lake. It wasn't that the little witches and wizards had not heeded Professor Dumbledore's warning, but rather that the one who fell in was not any of the students, but Professor Quirrell. According to a 5th-year Gryffindor student who witnessed the whole incident, he saw Professor Quirrell walking towards the Black Lake while talking to himself and waving his arms. I guess Professor Quirrell was deeply engrossed in thinking about some dark arts defense issue at the time, so he didn't notice that he was walking towards the lake, and by the time he realized it, he had already walked several steps in. He even managed to pull out his wand, but before he could cast a spell, the ice cracked with a snap, and he fell right into the icy lake. At that moment, I saw him struggling in the water while covering his turban. It was truly a pitiful sight. Although the fifth-year Gryffindor student spoke with sympathy, his tone sounded more like excitement at witnessing the commotion. Qin Yu was not surprised by this because this person was a friend of George and Fred, like a Trax-like, and these two had previously played pranks on Professor Quirrell. So since he was their friend, he probably didn't like the teacher much either. After this falling incident, everyone noticed that Professor Quirrell's behavior became strange. Not only was he slow in action and stiff in movement, but he also occasionally shook for no reason. Some speculated that he must have been frozen after falling into the icy water, suffering a mental trauma, and would need some time to recover. Perhaps to confirm this guess, within a week, Professor Quirrell recovered, though he still wore his turban and spoke with a stutter, but he no longer had stiff movements or shook unexpectedly. Qin, you were right. The venom is started to sell quickly, and the potion shop in Diagon Alley ordered a pint all at once. One night, in the Gryffindor common room, George and Fred excitedly told Qin Yu about this. Is it true? Did the potion shop owner say who they sold it to? Qin Yu asked curiously. He had previously comforted these two and mentioned it casually, not expecting it to come true so quickly. Is his mouth being blessed by the god of luck? They said they encountered a big customer who bought all the venom from the shop. The customer also said they might come back to buy more, which is why the potion shop owner dared to order a pint all at once. The two brothers each shared what they knew. Giving Snape an ounce would be enough for him to use for half a year. Who needs so much venom at once? Qin Yu frowned and muttered. Who knows, maybe some potion needs a lot of venom. As long as someone is buying it, why care what it's used for? George and Fred didn't mind these details. Well, that makes sense, Qin Yu thought, and he felt they had a point. A week later, George and Fred excitedly said that the potion shop's pint had sold out again, and the owner wanted to restock. Upon hearing this news, Qin Yu felt something was really off, so he asked, was it still that same customer who bought most of the venom? The two brothers confirmed. Then they heard Qin Yu suggest something surprising. Tell the potion shop owner that the venom is temporarily out of stock and can only sell him an ounce. Why? We have plenty in stock. Why not sell? George and Fred looked puzzled. Trust me, I have a feeling there might be a problem here. You know, the venom of the acromantula is not an ordinary thing. If it falls into the hands of bad people, it could cause quite a bit of trouble. Qin Yu didn't elaborate on the reasons. Fine, then let's sell an ounce. The money from an ounce is enough for us to buy food for the spiders. Although Qin's words seemed a bit alarmist, the Weasley brothers respected him. Since Qin spoke to them so seriously, they had no reason not to listen. The brothers were cooperative, which made Qin Yu very satisfied, but he still felt more anxious. So, for the next few days, he observed a certain person. However, that person's behavior remained the same as usual. This made Qin Yu doubt whether he was overthinking it. After all, according to the original timeline, the venom wasn't an important item. As March arrived, the weather grew warmer. The once frozen surface of the Black Lake showed no signs of ice, and with the breeze, the dark lake shimmered like a layer of dazzling diamonds on black satin. The students and staff of Hogwarts had already changed out of their heavy winter clothes and into lighter garments. After finishing a flying lesson, Hermione, having exercised all afternoon, had a flushed face and a thin layer of sweat on her forehead. She took off her robe, holding in her hand, revealing a gray sweater underneath. The young witch wanted to follow others and take off the sweater, wearing only the white shirt underneath. However, a certain someone had said that in spring, one should stay warm, and in autumn, one should endure the cold. Although this sounded a bit odd, since he claimed it was ancient Eastern wisdom for maintaining health. She decided to believe him. Moreover, she was already holding a robe, and reaching for the removed sweater would be a bit cumbersome. After walking for a while, when she spotted that Eastern boy, the little witch immediately quickened her pace and ran towards him. As she got closer, she stumbled due to not breaking in time, and her body was about to collide with him. At the critical moment, a hand reached out and pressed against her forehead, successfully preventing a collision. You make me feel like my head is a quaffle. The little witch pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. It seems my training in Quidditch is quite effective. I've reached the point where I can block anything, he casually remarked, using the hand that stopped her head to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Then, Hermione quickly took out a handkerchief and handed it over to avoid her clothes being used as a towel. After all, someone had done that before. A truly memorable experience. So, should I be grateful that you weren't holding a bat? Otherwise, my head would have been hit like a bludger. Hermione rolled her eyes and said, how could that be? Even if your head isn't made of dough, it wouldn't withstand a hit. Where would I find another clever and lovely Miss Granger? Like I said seriously. Well, you make a good point. I should be thankful for your rationality. The little witch could only shrug. Hermione felt that she had probably been infected by this guy, occasionally saying some nonsensical things along with him. Of course, it wasn't something annoying. With his hand holding hers, they slowly walked towards the great hall, chatting about the classes they had that day and what they learned. After a while, Hermione noticed that she no longer felt hot. In fact, when a gentle breeze blew through the corridor, she felt a bit cold. So she put her wizard's robe back on. Well, it seems you still remember what I said. That guy looked her over and nodded in satisfaction. What can I say? You've mentioned it so many times that when my hand just touched this sweater, and I hadn't taken it off yet, your words automatically echoed in my ears. To avoid tiring you out in my head, I had to follow your advice. The little witch said somewhat helplessly. Did you just hear things? Is it that exaggerated? That guy frowned, looking disbelieving. It is. It is. Hermione nodded seriously and then added, if you don't believe me, I'll test it again. After saying this, she reached for her robe, pretending to take it off, then suddenly widened her eyes in surprise and shouted, It's happening, it's happening. You were talking in my head again, saying if you dare to take off this robe, I'll crush your head. How scary. How scary is it? Crush your head, huh? That guy, exasperated, reached out and pinched the little witch's cheek. Ouch, if you know it hurts, then stop slandering me all the time. I was just imagining it. Imagining is also a crime. Qin, you're too domineering. Since my surname is Qin, what's wrong with being a bit domineering? Humph. Again with that reasoning of the emperor with the surname Qin. You're forcing a connection. Although Qin Shi Huang doesn't have a surname Qin, I'm glad you remembered that character. Doesn't he not have the surname Qin? Then what is it? His surname is Ing. Oh, Ing. It's Ing. I was referring to Ing, right? By dinner time, Hermione was still puzzled about what was wrong with her pronunciation. The next day, there were quite a few first-year students visiting Madame Pomfrey, all suffering from colds. Looking at her classmates in the classroom, each sipping on cold remedies and sneezing continuously, Hermione shrugged indifferently, reflecting, the ancient wisdom of the East is truly wise. Huh, did I just learn to say something pointless like Qin? Sigh, I really am getting more and more infected. The little witch thought anxiously, though her lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Besides Hermione, who followed Qin's advice to dress warmly during the chilly spring, there was another person who also wrapped himself up tightly. That person was Professor Quirrell. Not only was he wearing thick clothes, but his headscarf was also heavy, making it feel even larger than before when wrapped around his head. I felt hot just looking at Professor Quirrell. When he walked past me, I could smell the sour odor emanating from him, and I really couldn't tell how long it had been since he last took a shower. George said this to Qin. Perhaps, ever since he fell into the Black Lake, he developed aquaphobia and is afraid to touch water. That's not impossible, right? Fred analyzed seriously. At this moment, they were in Hagrid's hut preparing food for the acromantula. Qin brought Hermione along to scrounge some food, picking a plump live chicken, definitely one of those free-range ones. Planning to stew it later, holding the chicken by its wing, he casually asked, besides wearing too many clothes and having a bad smell, have you noticed anything else strange about Professor Quirrell? Oh, there are too many. It would take all day to list them. The Weasley twins were ready to elaborate. Qin quickly raised his hand to stop them. To make a long story short, just tell me the strangest thing. The strangest? Is his stutter worse? Not only does he stutter more, but I feel like he's a bit glitchy overall, like Dad's old Muggle gramophone, speaking and moving in a stuttering way. The two said, Dad is really into collecting Muggle items. I wonder where he got that gramophone. It must be old and broken, or maybe the records are worn out, which is why the playback quality is poor. Qin thought to himself, so he's become similar to how he was after falling into the water? Given Qin's pointed question, the brothers found it a bit strange, but after careful consideration, realized it was indeed the case and confirmed it. That's right. It's very similar to how he was after the fall. In fact, it's even worse than that time. He couldn't be suffering from lingering effects, could he? Then his physical condition really isn't good. George and Fred began to speculate. However, Qin didn't participate in their speculation. Instead, he inquired about their recent sales of venom. Don't mention it. The potion shop owner sent us 12 howler letters, accusing us of low productivity and missing out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money. He used to write quite politely, but it seems he's really angry this time, and that customer buying venom is indeed very wealthy. Qin nodded silently at what the two said. So, should we continue supplying? Are we really not going to make this money? The acromantula has produced another pint, and our stock has already doubled. George and Fred looked eagerly at Qin. The latter shook his head decisively and said solemnly, You need to listen to me. This time, we can't sell even an ounce to the potion shop. As for the reason, I can't tell you yet. All right, we'll do it your way. Although we don't know what you're planning, we know you're usually very shrewd, so there must be a reason for this. At this critical moment, the brothers were quite clear-headed and not blinded by the glimmering galleons. To this, Qin could only say that these two were quite reliable after all. Sure enough, free-range chicken is delicious. The fragrant chicken meat, paired with stir-fried flatbreads, made Qin enjoy the meal immensely. The Weasley brothers were also greasy and round-bellied. As for Miss Granger, she was much more graceful, elegantly burping. Fortunately, thanks to Qin's recommendation, Hagrid's hawthorn water helped with digestion after the meal. After everyone was full and satisfied, they dispersed. In the following days, the Weasley brothers received several letters from the potion shop owner, filled with complaints. George and Fred certainly weren't stupid under Qin's gaze. They quickly thought of one thing: the acromantula's venom. No way did the potion shop owner leak our information to others. Doesn't he fear losing a huge profit margin? The brothers said in disbelief. Hearing this, Qin thought for a moment and said, it doesn't necessarily mean the potion shop owner leaked the information. It could be that person found out on their own. After all, we haven't been completely secretive in our operations, and it's hard to hide from natural inquiries. That is indeed a possibility. What should we do? The two carefree twins showed rare concern on their faces. Since we firmly claim we have no stock, and that person hasn't found any at Hagrid's, they probably won't keep pursuing us. Qin analyzed. Right, no one knows how much venom we have left. As long as we hide it well enough, it won't be discovered. George and Fred immediately smiled with relief, feeling somewhat proud. When it comes to hiding things, these two are truly the best at Hogwarts. Even Qin wasn't sure where they hid the venom. However, while their hiding spots might be hard to find, they themselves were the biggest loophole. If Qin were to look for it, the first thing he'd do is tie them up, use the tiger bench and chilly water on them one by one, and force them to reveal the whereabouts of the venom. That would save a lot of time and effort compared to searching for it himself. So, if that person doesn't give up and aligns with his thoughts, it seems he hadn't considered this beforehand and instead put the Weasley brothers in a certain danger. Looking at the grinning twins, Qin couldn't help but feel a bit guilty. Although these two often caused trouble, this time the trouble was indeed caused by him. So, have I become the most troublesome person at Hogwarts? It's an illusion. It must be an illusion. I'm diligent, hardworking, kind, and cautious. How could I be someone who loves to cause trouble? Of course, he didn't need to share his concerns with George and Fred. Saying too much would only make them worry. You two take out 2 ounces of venom for me. I have a use for it. Qin said seriously to the two. Still can't say the reason? The brothers frowned and asked in unison. That's right, I can't say. Qin Yu shook his head and added, I can only tell you that I might have done something wrong before and need to make amends. All right. I will deliver it to you tonight. Although George and Fred were very curious, they did not delve deeper into the matter and continued to offer their support. Before obtaining the venom, Qin Yu went to see someone else, his beloved mentor and brother, Professor Snape. What do you want with me? Today is not a tutoring day. Snape asked with a cold face, puzzled. I would like to consult you about some potion-related questions, Qin Yu said humbly. Go ahead, Snape nodded. Leisurely sitting behind his desk, adding in a sarcastic tone, it's rare that you still remember I'm a potions teacher. Oh, how surprising. You're not just a potions teacher, are you? You could also be a defense against the dark arts teacher, Qin Yu remarked, hitting a sore spot. Before Professor Snape could draw his wand, Qin Yu, determined to change the topic, asked, Professor, is there any way to eliminate the color and smell of a herb, making it colorless and tasteless without losing its efficacy? As expected of Professor Snape, upon hearing Qin Yu's question, he immediately furrowed his brows and retorted, What are you planning to do? Professor. Qin Yu's tone took a dramatic shift. His expression hurt as he said, How could you think of me like that? Stop your pointless chatter. It's only reasonable for me to think this way about you. Snape was not buying it. Qin Yu, unfazed, returned to the main topic, speaking earnestly. Recently, the weather has been changing a lot, and many students at Hogwarts have been catching colds. I saw them suffering while drinking Madame Pomfrey's cold relief potion, and I was wondering if the flavor of the potion could be modified a bit to make it easier to swallow. Which is why I came to consult you about this. This reasoning was quite legitimate. After listening, Snape scrutinized Qin Yu with some suspicion. While Qin Yu smiled back with a pair of sincere eyes, he even blinked. If you're going to pretend to be innocent, at least change your act. Snape was extremely disdainful of this kid's poor acting skills. Clearly, he couldn't find any clues. He could only tentatively trust this kid's words. After all, it was just about teaching some potion-related knowledge. It probably wouldn't be a big issue, right? First of all, your idea of eliminating the external characteristics of a potion while not affecting its efficacy is quite unrealistic, as the color and smell of a potion may be precisely what the effective ingredients express. Do you understand this? Snape lectured sternly. I do. Qin Yu nodded vigorously and then asked, Is there a method that has less impact on the efficacy? It depends on a specific potion. Different potions have different colors and smells, and the methods used will also differ. For example, how would you eliminate the color of this? Qin Yu pulled something out of his robe pocket. Upon seeing the item, Snape's brow furrowed again, and he asked in return, "Is this used for the cold relief potion?" "Well, I didn't bring any other herbs, and since I have this on me, just use it as an example to explain how to eliminate its color and appropriately mask its smell," Qin Yu said casually. Snape gave a look that seemed to say, "Do you expect me to believe you? Professor, you wouldn't not know how to eliminate its color, would you?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow, using provocation. "You can save your tricks for later," Snape replied with a cold snort. He then reached out, snatched the item from Qin Yu's hand, and walked to the workbench, taking out a cauldron, mortar, beakers, and other tools. "Watch closely. I will only demonstrate once," Professor Snape said, ignoring whether Qin Yu was keeping up, and began to handle the item. Calcining, grinding, extracting, adding various auxiliary materials, and then boiling in the cauldron. After a series of operations, he finally obtained a small vial of a liquid that was nearly transparent. Professor Snape handed this vial to Qin Yu, who was watching nearby, saying, "Further eliminating the color and smell would reduce the efficacy by more than half. This is currently the most suitable state." "Thank you, Professor. You have really helped me a lot." Qin Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Don't just focus on saying useless flattery. Did you understand?" Snape glared at him. "I understood. You mainly used high-temperature calcination and carbon adsorption principles, supplemented with some agents to stabilize the efficacy." Qin Yu spoke confidently. After listening to him, Snape realized that this kid had grasped the key points and couldn't help but nod slightly, still speaking in a detached manner. "Don't just talk, operate it yourself." Qin Yu was certainly eager, as having Snape watching made him feel much more confident. So, he dug into his pocket again, took out a few of the previous items, and began to process them according to his understanding. When Qin Yu exited Professor Snape's office, his robe pocket was already filled with a glass vial sealed with a cork, containing the fruits of his labor from that evening. When he returned to the Gryffindor dormitory area, George and Fred were joking with Harry, Ron, and others in the common room. Upon seeing him return, they got up to greet him. It was hard to tell which one of them handed Qin Yu a crumpled paper bag. Qin Yu took it, gently squeezed it, feeling that it contained a small glass vial. This should be what he needed. Hermione leaned over, curiously asking what it was. Qin Yu ruffled her hair, revealing a self-satisfied and charming smile, and coldly said, "Young lady, knowing too much isn't good for you." This naturally drew the young witch's displeasure, but she was helpless. After all, Qin was the type who sometimes kept his mouth shut, and no matter what method she used, they wouldn't work. Hermione could only choose to give up, reminding Qin to tell her the moment he could share. Qin Yu silently thought to himself, hoping she would never have to deal with these matters. However, he knew that this world would not go as he wished, so he could only take it one step at a time. After putting things away and calming his emotions, he joined the conversation, chatting and joking with everyone. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. A crow flew over a tower of Hogwarts Castle, leaving behind two caws that broke the silence of the night. Below, a shadow silently approached a room on the third floor of the castle, placing an item at the door. It was a hastily bundled paper package, which at first glance looked like garbage discarded by some young wizard in the corridor, something that Filch would definitely scold if he saw it. Of course, at that time, Felsi was still inspecting elsewhere and wouldn't be leaving for a while. Synopsis: due to an accident, Qin Yu arrives in a new world where a group of people call themselves wizards and can perform magical spells. Upon arriving in this world, he gains a powerful yet dangerous ability. However, before he learns to use this power, he must first stay at the home of a little girl named Hermione, and then follow an old man with a white beard named Dumbledore to a magical school for study. The enchanting world of magic begins from here.